Phoenix number 6 middle school, in the classroom of the 3rd and 7th classes of high school. There is still 1 month left, and it will be a critical moment that will determine the fate of your life. At that time, whether it was a dragon soaring in the sky or a bug submerged in dust, it all depended on your performance. Most of you are adults and have awakened your abilities. There are some things that I have said countless times, so I will not emphasize them repeatedly. Remember, fate is in your own hands. The head teacher of the 7th class of high school looked at the students in the seats with passion, and his tone was sonorous and powerful. This is a world of superpowers, and when everyone reaches the age of 18, they will randomly awaken a certain ability. Different abilities have different potentials, and their future achievements are also very different. The potential levels from low to high are F, E, D, C, B, A, S, S. If the awakened ability potential reaches A level or above, you can basically be rich and prosperous in the second half of your life. After all, in this world, there are very few people with abilities who can awaken the potential of A level or above. Most people stay at C or D grades, and of course there are some E and F grades. At this time, in the last row of the classroom, a fairly handsome boy looked at the watch on his wrist and muttered silently, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, class is over. As soon as he finished speaking, the bell rang after class. He quickly grabbed the school bag he had already packed and ran towards the door of the classroom. Song-won, stop for me. The teacher's voice on the podium was a little cold, and he drank it. Teacher, what are you looking for me for? Song-won withdrew his foot out of the classroom, looked back at the teacher on the podium and asked, I remember yesterday was your 18th birthday. What ability did you awaken? The teacher stared at him and asked, speaking of this, it's quite interesting. When the gods spread their abilities to the world, I happened to be holding an umbrella, so I might be a little different. Song-won said with a smile, what do you mean? The teacher didn't understand for a while. Teacher, what Song-won means is that he has not awakened any abilities at all. At this time, a classmate next to him translated for him. There was an uproar in the classroom. Awakening abilities at the age of 18 is a common sense that everyone recognizes. Even if the talent is almost there, it can awaken E or F level. Who would have thought that Song-won, who was the first in the cultural class all year round, would not have awakened any supernatural abilities? People without abilities are rarer than those with SSS abilities. Are you serious? The teacher stared at Song-won and asked, it's not a glorious thing, I don't need to lie. He replied calmly. The teacher nodded secretly in his heart. Indeed, not awakening his ability is not something to show off. Then what are you doing when you run out as soon as you get out of school? The teacher asked, worried that he would not be able to think about it. Of course I'm going to cook. As the saying goes, if you don't work hard, you have a problem with your thinking. The people take food as the sky, and eating is the top priority in life. Song-won said seriously, really, you are so cheeky, I'm actually worried that you won't be able to think about it. After the teacher finished speaking, he turned around and left the classroom. After the teacher left, Song-won immediately rushed out of the school gate. He is most afraid of queuing up for dinner, and if he goes late, he will have to queue up. Brother dog. As soon as he ran out of the classroom, he was stopped. When he looked back, he was his close friend Yunda. Little Qian, if you can't say a reason to stop me from cooking today, prepare your own urn. Song-won looked at Yunda and said provocatively, brother dog, I'll treat you to dinner at noon. Whatever you want to eat, I'm not short of money today. Yunda patted his chest and said. He called Song-won brother dog because Song-won was too good at dog. You can always survive to the end when things happen, and you will never take risks easily. His motto is, see the road uneven, take a detour, the rivers and lakes are dangerous, and if you can't do it, you can withdraw. He does things insidious and vicious, spares no effort to harm people, and does not do anything that others do. There is nothing to do, and it is either a traitor or a thief. Little Qian, are you begging me for something? Song-won stared at Yunda squintingly, feeling vigilant. With his understanding of Yunda, this guy is attentive, and 80% of it is not good. It's absolutely okay this time. I just want to treat brother dog to a meal. Thank you for taking care of me all the time. Yunda said seriously. What's wrong? You won't live long? Or are you going to get married tomorrow? Song-won teased. The way they get along is like this. If it doesn't hurt Yunda's words, he feels that he won't be able to chat at all. From today onwards, the Lone King will turn over and sing as a serf, and I will cover you in the future, so you can do whatever you want. Brother dog, remember, I will be your biggest backer in the future. Yunda said proudly. Have you awakened your abilities? Song-won asked. He remembered that Yunda was 3 days younger than him, and it stood to reason that it would take a few days to awaken his abilities. However, looking at this guy's angry appearance, thinking about it repeatedly, there is only one possibility. As expected of brother dog, I guessed it all at once. Yunda said triumphantly. S-class potential? Song-won asked tentatively. With his understanding of Yunda, if his potential was lower than S level, Yunda would never be so arrogant in front of him. Yunda listened and shook his head. SS class? Song-won asked again. No, guess again. Yunda smiled and refused. No, it's SSS class? Song-won was really a little shocked. shocked. You know, people with supernatural potential to reach SSS level are simply rare. There will only be 1 or 2 out of every 10 million people. That's right, I'll reward you with a meal, Yundi said, pulling Song-won to walk out. Then what kind of ability did you awaken? Song-won continued to ask. Sequence 16, morality. Yunda whispered to Song-won's ear and said, damn, you're really a heifer on a rocket, so bullish. Song-won said in surprise, the potential of the SSS level is amazing enough, and the ability turns out to be sequence 16. The ability that can be ranked in the top 100 sequences, as long as it does not die, will definitely be the top powerhouse in the future. And sequence 16, it is no exaggeration to say that he will definitely be one of the most powerful figures in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Of course, the premise of all this is to grow up. A genius who has not grown up is just an empty shell. Every year, countless geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom die early. However, Song-won also knew that once Yunda's ability sequence and potential were exposed, the Dragon Kingdom would definitely send someone to secretly protect him. At this time, Song-won finally understood why Yunda spoke to himself in such a tone just now. He deserves that status. Thinking of this, Song-won glanced at Yunda with some envy, but he didn't understand where this goods had anything to do with the word morality. He then turned his attention back to his mind. In my mind, there is a huge computer display. It shows, loading 99.9%. Song-won is not a native of the Blue Star. He crossed over from Earth. While on Earth, he was a programmer. That day, due to a sudden bug in the program, when he was riding a shared bicycle to get off work, he received a call from his boss urging him to fix the bug. Just as he was taking out the notebook he was carrying to prepare for the repair program, a thunderstorm suddenly came. A bolt of lightning struck him and sent him back to the Blue Star 3 years ago, where there was a Song-won with the same name. When he woke up, he was surprised to find that there was an additional computer display interface in his mind. The screen reads, load 0%. After some exploration, he found that as long as his physical fitness improves, the percentage displayed in his mind will increase. So, in the past 3 years, he has been exercising like crazy. He was desperate to know what miracle would happen the moment the loading bar reached 100%. Is this my golden finger? Will it be as powerful as an SSS level ability? Song-won muttered silently in his heart. The loading progress is now 99.9%, and only the last step is left. Today, his goal is to complete this final load. Brother dog, what are you going to do? After the meal, Yunda looked at Song-won and asked. After eating, I'm going to send durian and milk to Grandma Lu. Song-won replied. Whether it's rushing to eat after class or delivering something to Grandma Lu, he acts as fast as he can, just to exercise and strive to break his running record while earning some pocket money. I'm talking about the future. You haven't awakened your abilities, so you can only take the path of a warrior. With your current physical fitness, you are indeed suitable to be a martial artist, Yunda said seriously. As Song-won's close friend, he longs to gallop side by side with his brothers, rather than drifting apart. Although he can take care of Song-won, he knows that Song-won is actually very strong despite Song-won's funny appearance. He was worried that in the future, the two would drift apart. The paths of warriors and superpowers are completely different. This road is extremely difficult, and the upper limit is not high. Some warriors have been practicing for decades, and they are not as good as those with special abilities who have been cultivating for a year and a half. Therefore, few people are willing to embark on this path unless they are forced to do so. Maybe he didn't take the fact that he didn't have the ability to awaken to heart. As a member of the army of traversers, Song-won believes that he also has gold fingers. After parting ways with Yunda, he carried the durian and milk ordered by Grandma Lu and walked towards her house. Carrying these things in his hand, his pace was still vigorous, even faster than the 100-meter sprint champion Sushin on Earth. Perhaps because of the spiritual energy in this world, after 3 years of training, his physical fitness has improved at least 3 times compared to when he was a programmer. When the bracelet showed that today's exercise had reached 10 kilometers, Song-won returned home. Sister Allure, I'm getting fat. Is the meal ready? Changing his slippers, he shouted loudly. The dog is back, and the meal will have to wait a while. In the kitchen, a beautiful woman who looked 27 or 8 years old poked her head out and replied with a smile. This is Song-won's biological mother, Yu Qingcheng. Although she is over 40, her appearance is still as young as 27 or 8 years old, so Song-won has always called her Sister Allure. Mom, how many times have I told you, don't call me a dog? He responded helplessly. Yu Qingcheng said with hatred, who made you a single dog? How many times have I said it? Bring a daughter-in-law back to your mother. You just don't listen. Other mothers are concerned about their son's grades and ability level, but only Yu Qingcheng is worried about when her son will bring her a daughter-in-law back. Mom, I'm only 18 years old. With my looks and wisdom, finding a girlfriend is easy. Song-won was full of confidence. He perfectly inherited his mother's appearance genes, and in terms of appearance alone, he is indeed a handsome and personable teenager. You can't hunt in the zoo, but you can still fight when you go out of the park? When your dad was 18 years old, he had been chasing me for half a year. Why don't you learn from your dad? Yu Qingcheng nagged again. Where's my dad? dad. Song Muan hurriedly changed the topic. He went to see two old friends. Let's eat first, leave him alone. Yu Qingqing said. My dad still has old friends, it's really rare. Song Muan said casually, and then returned to his room. After 3 years of running in, he has completely integrated into the family. His parents were enlightened and loved him, and now he willingly calls them parents. After returning to the room, Song Muan took off her shirt and started exercising. 200 push-ups, 200 sit-ups, plus 200 crunches. If a girl sees his figure at this time, she will definitely fall in love with him. Although there is no exaggerated muscle mass, the figure is extremely well proportioned, and the 8-pack abs are well defined and very attractive. Ha! At the end of the exercise, Song Muan lay on the bed and muttered, the old tree of the withered vine is dim and the crow. Guyu has the same sofa, the air-conditioned Wi-Fi watermelon, the sun is setting, I lie on the bed, how comfortable is it? Just as he was enjoying this comfort, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, loading complete, turned on, accompanied by the sound of computer boot that he had been accustomed to listening to on Earth for many years. This sudden sound made the slightly tired Song Muan suddenly bounce off the bed. His golden fingers finally arrived. He couldn't wait to find out what the golden finger had been loaded for the past 3 years. System, please answer when you hear it. Song Muan shouted loudly. The only thing that can respond to him is silence. Isn't it a system? Grandpa with him, Ah Piao, Xiling. He shouted all the types of gold fingers he could think of, but there was still no response. The brows furrowed tighter and tighter. It was a real headache. He was sure that the golden finger had arrived, but he didn't know what it was. At this moment, he noticed that a mouse icon suddenly appeared in front of him. Are you dazzled? He rubbed his eyes and muttered to himself. When I opened my eyes again, the mouse icon was still clearly suspended in front of me. As a programmer in his previous life, he was very familiar with the mouse, and subconsciously, he wanted to shake the mouse. As soon as the thought came out, the mouse in front of him shook a few times as he thought, this is my golden finger? A mouse? Or rather, a computer. Song Muan said to himself, with a little loss in his tone. Other people's golden fingers are awesome. What invincible system, the strongest anti-routine system, and even the remnant soul of the immortal emperor. But what he has is just a computer in his hand. Despite this, he began to seriously study the computer. He controlled the mouse, slid to a bottle of drink on the table, and subconsciously clicked the right button. Immediately, several options appeared. Copy, cut, paste, create a shortcut, delete, rename, send, attributes. These are the most basic functions of computers, but it is an unexpected surprise to see them in reality at this moment. Song Muan seemed to have an idea. Her breathing suddenly intensified, and she stared at the drink on the table without blinking. He controlled the mouse to click the copy option, and then clicked paste. The next moment, an identical bottle of drink suddenly appeared on the table. I'm awesome, broken. Song Muan was so surprised that she almost jumped. He quickly picked up the newly appeared drink and took a closer look, and found that it looked exactly like the original. He tried to take a sip, and it tasted not bad at all. This function is like a heifer running to the South Pole. The bull is extremely strong. Song Muan sighed. As long as he wants, he can copy it indefinitely. Drinks can be copied, but what about treasures? What about the noble phantasm of the superpower? What about rare spiritual materials? If these can also be replicated, it is like a heifer hitting a high voltage line, awesome with lightning. Immediately afterwards, Song Muan began to try other functions. He clicked cut on the drink and nothing changed. Then, he moved the mouse to his bed and clicked paste. The next moment, the drink on the table disappears, and there is an extra bottle on the bed. When he chose rename, he could actually change the name of the drink at will. Select create shortcut, and there is an additional bottle of drink shadow on the table, but this bottle can only be seen and not taken. Click delete, and the drink completely disappears from the table. Where is the recycle bin? Song Muan began to look for the computer interface in his mind. Soon, he saw the recycle bin icon on the display that had lit up. In addition to the recycle bin, there are also bright icons such as this computer, Word, Excel, PPT, Computer Manager, and Network Disk. In addition, there are some gray icons such as PS, Penguin Chat, PUBG, LOL, Crossfire. On Earth, these icons were commonplace, but now, he knew that there must be something extraordinary about them. He opened the recycle bin, and the drink he had just deleted was immediately restored and appeared in its place without warning. Immediately afterwards, he clicked on the Computer Manager. There are 3 options inside: comprehensive physical examination, virus detection and killing, garbage cleanup. He first clicked on comprehensive physical examination and quickly felt something flowing through his body. Soon, a line of words popped up on the computer screen. The fate is incomplete. Please fix it immediately. When Song Muan saw this, his eyes instantly widened. He always thought he was in good health, but he didn't expect that his fate would be incomplete. Perhaps because of this, he has not awakened his ability for a long time. He clicked the fix now button without hesitation. However, another sentence popped up on the screen. Drop, energy is insufficient. Please replenish energy in time. Energy? What energy? Song Muan's face was full of doubts. He thought his golden finger was was invincible, but he didn't expect that there were restrictions. By the way, you can ask the voice assistant. Shaoi, he called. I'm here. A mechanical voice came from my head. Hearing this voice, Songwon had a smile on his face. Just now he was worried that the voice assistant would not work. What energy is needed to repair the fate grid? He asked. It's a spirit stone, Shaoi replied. After listening, Xiao Song finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was worried that he needed some extremely scarce resources, such as emotional value, national fortune value or popularity mentioned in the novel. Although he was a bit of a dog, it was only because he worked diligently in his previous life and eventually died of overwork. So this time, he completely let himself go. If he turns his interests into a career, he will feel uncomfortable as if he is being manipulated in reverse by the golden fingers. Spirit stones are one of the common currencies of the Dragon Kingdom, and for those with special abilities, improving their strength is inseparable from spirit stones. In addition to spirit stones, the Dragon Country also has a currency called Dragon Coins. Hereby explained, Dragon Coins can only be used to buy daily necessities. Don't confuse it with real money. The mainstream currency in this world is spirit stones. The exchange ratio of Dragon Coins and spirit stones is as high as 10,000 to 1. At present, he has not found a way to earn spirit stones, but there are many ways to earn Dragon Coins. As a time traveler, writing some texts and copying the works of the public is considered a basic operation. In the past 3 years, he has written several very popular novels and poems by memory on Blue Star. Therefore, he still has a lot of savings on hand, but if it were all replaced with spirit stones, it wouldn't be much better. After all, 10,000 Dragon Coins can be exchanged for a spirit stone. All his savings can also be exchanged for hundreds of spirit stones. You can't sit idly by, you still have to find a way to earn more spirit stones. Songwon thought silently in his heart. He didn't plan to rely on his family, although his parents were still alive, but both of them were ordinary superpowers. The money earned by parents in normal life is enough, but it is a bit stretched to exchange spirit stones. Soon, Songwon's eyes fell on the display screen again. On the computer manager interface, in addition to comprehensive physical examination, there are also two options: virus detection and killing, and garbage cleanup. Shaoi, what are the uses of virus detection and garbage cleanup? Songwon asked the voice assistant. Virus detection can detect and eliminate all toxins in the body. Garbage cleaning can clean up excess impurities in the body. Hearing Shaoi say this, Songwon's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. With these two skills, he is not afraid of poisoning and does not have to worry about too many impurities in his body. When people eat grains, it is inevitable that impurities will accumulate in the body. The more impurities, the slower the cultivation progress. The cultivation of supernatural beings and warriors is a process of continuous marrow washing and cutting scriptures. And Song Nuan has the ability of garbage cleanup, which is equivalent to taking a shortcut. If Song Nuan can cultivate his abilities, then his cultivation speed will definitely far exceed that of others by several times. Thinking of this, Song Nuan did not hesitate and clicked directly on garbage cleanup. Soon, he felt as if there were countless small insects crawling around in his body. The process is somewhat painful, but Song Nuan knew that his body was undergoing a transformation, so he gritted his teeth and persevered. After about 5 minutes, the pain gradually dissipated. Instead, there is an unprecedented sense of ease. He looked down and found that a layer of black impurities appeared on the surface of his body, which smelled of an unpleasant odor. He ignored it and just clenched his fists. At this moment, his whole body was full of strength. He waved his fist twice, and the sound of breaking the air came from the air. With my current strength, even if I encounter a person with supernatural abilities in the bronze realm, I can still have a fight, Song Muan said as he waved his fist and walked to the bathroom. The strength levels of the superpowers from low to high are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king. All people who awaken their abilities are collectively called those with special abilities. When most of the superpowers first awakened, their strength was only in the black iron realm. Only a very small number of people with superpowers can reach the bronze realm after awakening. Like Song Nuan, just cleaning up the impurities in his body has the strength of the bronze realm, which is simply incredible. In less than 5 minutes, Song Nuan walked out of the bathroom. Then, he continued to study his golden finger. Only by knowing the gold finger thoroughly can you use it as you like. Soon after, Song Nuan discovered another software that made him ecstatic: network disk. The mesh disk can be used to store items. Just like uploading files, he can treat items as files, quickly upload them to the network disk, download it directly when needed. This is equivalent to owning a treasure such as a space ring, which is simply awesome. This is the ability he has always dreamed of. After being excited for a while, he gradually calmed down. Although these functions are powerful, they seem to be auxiliary skills, not offensive skills. Suddenly, Song Nuan thought of this. Auxiliary abilities are good, but Blue Star is a world full of superpowers, and there is no attack ability, so it is impossible to protect itself. There are 3 more bright software. I hope you don't let me down, Song Nuan said softly, his eyes falling on the 3 icons of Word, Excel, and PPT on the display. play. These three software are the basic functions of the computer, and there are many interfaces that can be controlled inside. It's just that he doesn't know what it has become now. Thinking of this, Song-won opened Word. As soon as he opened it, he clearly felt that his room was shrouded in a special magnetic field space. At this moment, he suddenly had a wonderful feeling that everything could be controlled. With excitement, he used his mouse to select the drink on the table. Subsequently, I used the bold and font enlargement functions in Word. The next moment, the drink on the table suddenly doubled in size. Bigger! Song-won shouted excitedly and then continued to use these two functions. The drink quickly doubled in size again. It can still get bigger. Keep getting bigger. In just a few seconds, the drink grew to the roof. If I hold an iron rod in my hand, wouldn't it become Sun Wukong's wishful golden hoopstick? He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Ha! Who else can be better than me? Song-won shouted excitedly. If people who don't know see his expression, they will probably think that he is seriously ill. Suddenly, Song-won seemed to think of something and quickly tried these two skills on an important part of her body. The next second, a smile appeared on his face that every man understood, and as time went by, the smile became more and more unscrupulous. At this moment, he seemed to have obtained a rare treasure. Ah, divine skill, divine skill. Who else? Song-won shouted excitedly in the room. With this ability, he is happier than washing the essence and cutting the marrow, because this is where a man's confidence lies. Next, he tried many more functions and gradually mastered a certain self-protection ability. For example, he can fill the function with a background color to turn the room into the color he wants. When the background turns black, the room is completely dark. However, he could still see everything in the room. In addition, he can use the function to change the color of the font to change the color of everything in the room, even himself. He can turn his hair green and his clothes red. The most powerful thing is that when he turned his color to colorless, the whole person immediately became invisible. Just when Song-won wanted to try other functions, she suddenly felt a wave of dizziness and weakness. Shawi, what's going on? Song-won asked eagerly. He thought his golden finger was invincible, but he didn't expect side effects. The main body is overloaded. Please upgrade your own hardware and software. Shawi replied. Hardware and software? What does this mean? Song-won asked suspiciously. As a former programmer, he naturally understood the hardware and software of computers, but at the moment he didn't know what Shawi specifically meant. The human body is like the hardware of a computer, the soul is equivalent to the software of a computer, and the spirit stone is like the electricity bill and VIP membership fee when using the computer. Shawi explained. Can you tell me more about it? Although Song-won understood the general meaning, he did not fully understand it. The most critical thing in computer hardware is the processor and running memory, which together determine the running speed. The speed of these two is closely related to the strength of the body. The stronger the body, the better the hardware performance. The faster the CPU runs, the larger the running memory, and the performance of other hardware is naturally stronger. Shawi said. Many people don't understand the relationship between CPU and running memory. To put it simply, the CPU is like an excavator digging soil, and the better the CPU, the more times it digs in 1 minute. The running memory is like a construction vehicle pulling soil, and the larger the running memory, the more soil the engineering vehicle can pull at one time. When the performance and capacity of these two are improved, work efficiency will naturally increase significantly. I also understand that software, the soul, is like an operating system and a language processing program. The more powerful it is, the smoother it will be to operate. Song-won said. The reason why he felt dizzy and weak was entirely due to the insufficient strength of his body and soul, which led to an overload. Simply put, it is too much consumption. Although there are no means of attack yet, with the existing skills, self-protection is more than enough among peers. Next, we have to find a way to increase the strength of the body and soul. It seems that you have to get some quenching body fluids and Peiyuan liquid. Song-won said to himself. Quenching body fluid is used to enhance body strength, while Peiyuan liquid is used to increase soul strength. As long as you have enough spirit stones in your hand, you can buy both of these things. In the final analysis, it's better to make more money. Dog, come out to eat. At this time, Yu Qingqing's voice came from the living room. Song-won walked out of the bedroom and happened to see his father Song Laosen coming back. His father also looked very young, about 30 years old, handsome and elegant. Song-won inherited the advantages of his parents, and the blue is better than the blue. However, Song Laosen was a little lame when he walked, which was the aftereffect left by saving Song-won 3 years ago. Husband, you're back. Hug. Yu Qingqing stepped forward and gave Song Laosen a gentle hug. Song Laosen kissed her forehead naturally. What do you see, you single dog? Song Laosen joked with Song-won. Hearing his father say this, this, Song-won withdrew his gaze and sat down at the dinner table. To be honest, he has long seen such a scene. The greatest joy of parents is to show affection in front of him and sprinkle dog food. If that's all, it doesn't matter. After all, parental love is a good thing. But what made him uncomfortable was that after they sprinkled dog food, they laughed at him. By the way, husband, you're tired from running all day, eat a piece of pork ribs. Wife, you've worked hard to cook, eat a shrimp. Thank you, husband, the shrimp you peeled is so delicious. The main thing is that you are good at your craft. At the dinner table, Yu Qingchang and Song Laosan were tired and crooked without any scruples. Song Nuan turned a blind eye to all this, as if he hadn't seen it at all. After all, he has been watching it for 3 years and has long gotten used to it. There is only 1 month left for the dog's graduation from high school, and then the two of us will be liberated and we can enjoy the world of two. Song Laosan said, I think so too. He has been a light bulb for so many years, and he should stay away from us. Yu Qingcheng echoed, am I your biological child? Song Nuan finally couldn't help it, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. If his parents talk about him behind his back, it's okay to say this, but they actually said it in front of him. This sentence was like a needle, piercing into his young heart. The shadow area in his heart is almost infinite. Want to know? Transfer 20,000 yuan to dad, and I'll tell you. Song Laosan said with a smile. He knew that his son had made a lot of money writing novels, and he always looked for opportunities to open the knife from Song Nuan. I think the father-son relationship between us is not worth 20,000 yuan. Come, big brother, eat a piece of pork ribs, and our father-son relationship will end here in the future. Song Nuan picked up a piece of pork rib and put it in daddy's bowl. Dog, you've grown up. When Song Laosan heard this, not only was he not angry, but his face was full of relief. In the midst of such a mutual scolding, a meal ended. Warmth, you haven't been able to awaken your ability. How do you plan to go next? Have you figured it out? After eating, Song Laosan looked at Song Nuan seriously, and even the title became formal when he spoke. Think about it, there are 2 ways in total. First, become a warrior. Although the path of the warrior is slow and the upper limit is low, it is not without a way out. Second, work hard to make money. I believe that wealth can communicate with the gods. Song Nuan replied equally seriously. Since you have a plan, Dad won't interfere. After all, you are an adult. This warrior secret book was obtained by my father from a friend. See if you can practice. Song Laosan said, putting a yellowed book in front of Song Nuan. Song Nuan picked up the book and glanced at it, which read, Sunflower Treasure Book. Dad, are you serious? Seeing the words Sunflower Treasure Book, Song Nuan suddenly felt a chill rise from the bottom of her heart, and her whole body became nervous. If you want to practice this skill, you must first go to the palace. This sentence can be described as a household name, everyone knows it. Do you think there is something wrong with this cheat book? Song Laosan frowned slightly, his eyes turned to Song Warmth, and his tone was a hint of worry. If there is a problem, you must not let your son practice. I'll take a look first, Song Nuan said, and began to flip through the Sunflower Treasure Book. It didn't take long for him to breathe a sigh of relief. This cheat book is about absorbing the energy of the sun like a sunflower, converting the power of the sun into its own power, and then launching an attack. There is no requirement that if you want to practice this skill, you must first go to the palace. Although Song Nuan didn't know the grade of the Sunflower Treasure Book, it was better for him than nothing. Just now he said that he wanted to become a warrior, but he said it casually, and it was more for others. What he really relied on was his hidden golden finger. But this golden finger is his trump card and will never tell anyone, even if it is a parent or the closest close friend. After eating, Song Nuan left. Did you really decide to let Warmth embark on the path of a warrior? After Song Nuan left, Yu Qingcheng looked at her husband and asked softly. 3 years ago, Warmth's fate was destroyed, preventing him from awakening his abilities. In the past 3 years, I have tried my best, but I have never been able to repair his fate. The only way he can take is the warrior. I don't expect him to go far, I just hope that he can at least have more strength to protect himself. I don't want the tragedy of 3 years ago to happen again, Song Laosan said in a deep voice. Husband, you can't be blamed for what happened 3 years ago. Let go. Warmth can't be a superpower. Just be an ordinary person, live happily for a lifetime. It's not a bad thing. Yu Qingqing gently comforted him. How can I let go? The warmth almost died in front of my eyes. I didn't protect him well 3 years ago, and even broke my leg, always reminding myself that I must not let that happen again. I swore that whoever wants to hurt a hair of warmth again, Song Huangquan, will drive his whole family to death. At this moment, Song Laosan no longer had the laughter of the past, and his whole body exuded a fierce murderous aura. Seeing her husband like this, Yu Qingqing gently stepped forward and hugged him into her arms. She understood that the pain of 3 years ago had left a deep imprint on his heart, and the only thing she can do is to slowly heal this invisible scar with full love. After Song Nuan left the house, he went straight to the exchange office. The so-called exchange office is a place used to exchange dragon coins and spirit stones. His golden finger needs spirit stone support, so he must find a way to earn spirit stones. Soon, he exchanged 3 million dragon coins, specifically stated here that dragon coins cannot be equated with real currency, and the mainstream currency in this world is spirit stones to exchange for more than 300 spirit stones. That's already 2/3 of his deposit. Xiaoyi, how long are these more than 300 spirit stones enough for me? Can it be used to repair my destiny? Song Muan asked. It takes 1,000,000 spirit stones to repair the fate grid. Xiaoyi replied, these more than 300 spirit stones are enough for your current body load 50 times. The so-called physical load 50 times means that he can perform the functions he has used in the bedroom 50 times. This little spirit stone is not enough for how long it will last. Song Muan sighed secretly in his heart. These more than 300 spirit stones are not only used as energy when performing skills, but also have to buy quenching body fluid in cultivation liquid, because quenching body fluids and Peiyuan liquids can increase the strength of the body and soul. He wants to use these two things to strengthen his hardware and software. A bottle of black iron level quenching body fluid and a bottle of black iron level Peiyuan liquid cost him a full 100 spirit stones. This made him feel very painful. I thought that I had worked hard as a copyist for 3 years and wrote novels for 3 years, which was already at a well-off level. Unexpectedly, he was still a pauper. Just as Song Muan was about to take the quenched body fluids to enhance the strength of his body, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He hurriedly used the mouse to select quenching body fluids, and clicked, copy, and paste. This replication has been completed by 0.16%, and it is expected that the remaining time will be 9 minutes and 59 seconds, consuming 10 spirit stones. Seeing this line of words on the screen, Song Muan's eyes widened instantly, and then he couldn't suppress the joy in his heart. He had previously replicated the drink almost instantaneously. Now it takes 10 minutes to copy and quench body fluids, and it also consumes 10 spirit stones. This means that the more energy the copied object, the more time it takes and the more spirit stones it consumes. However, overall, Song Muan made a profit. It took 10 minutes to consume 10 spirit stones in exchange for a bottle of quenching body fluids worth 50 spirit stones. In other words, Song Muan earned 40 spirit stones in 10 minutes. This is definitely a huge profit, far faster than his hard work to make money. I love you, you love me. It's so cool to earn spirit stones. Song Muan couldn't help but hum the song. For the next 3 hours, he didn't go anywhere, concentrating on copying the quenching body fluids and Peiyuan fluids. He spent the remaining 200 spirit stones for 200 at once. There were 10 more bottles of quenching body fluid and 10 bottles of Peiyuan liquid in his hand. If all of them are sold, the value is as high as 1,000 spirit stones. For Song Muan now, this is an astronomical amount. However, if you sell it to others, you naturally can't ask for 50 spirit stones. After all, the reputation of the store is more secure, and people will definitely trust the store more. He plans to sell a bottle of 40 spirit stones. Song Muan was not in a hurry to sell these quenching body fluids and Peiyuan liquids. Instead, each took a bottle. Soon, he felt an energy tempering his body and soul. He selects himself with the mouse and clicks on the Properties option. Object name, Song Muan. Physical strength 42. Soul strength 83. Ability attribute, none. Comprehensive combat effectiveness? Seeing these attributes, Song Muan frowned. In the past 3 years, he has continued to exercise his body in Blue Star and cleaned up impurities in his body, but he didn't expect that his physical strength was only 42, and the soul strength was as high as 83. Is it because I traveled over, and the soul and the original owner fused, which caused the soul strength to be so high? Song Muan secretly speculated in his heart. After thinking about it repeatedly, only this explanation is the most reasonable. He stared at the attribute panel, his brows furrowing even tighter. The ability attribute shows none. He can understand, after all, his fate is damaged, and he has not been able to awaken the ability. But behind, comprehensive combat effectiveness is actually, usually, represents doubt, uncertainty, or undetectability. Although he has a golden finger, he is still a novice, so his combat effectiveness will not be undetectable. It is unlikely to be doubtful, but more likely to mean uncertainty. It is actually understandable to express uncertainty, and the combat effectiveness brought by different means is naturally different. He has a lot of unorthodox skills now. When Song Muan felt that the quenching body fluid in Peiyuan liquid no longer had a tempering effect on his body and soul, he immediately refreshed the attribute panel. Object name, Song Muan. Physical strength 52. Soul strength 93. Ability attribute, none. Comprehensive combat effectiveness? Both physical strength and soul strength are increased by 10 points. In other words, a bottle of black iron level quenching body fluid or Peiyuan liquid can increase the strength of the body or soul by 10 points. There is no comparison. He has no idea what grade of physical strength of 52 points belongs to. Thinking of this, Song Muan immediately ran towards the school. Not only did he want to find someone to compare, but more importantly, he had to realize the quenching body fluid in Peiyuan liquid he copied. By the time he arrived at school, the last class was almost over. He sat back in his seat and pretended to be flipping through 3 years of ability, 5 years of talent. Brother dog, why are you here now? Just now, Lao Sha informed that the last mock test of the 3rd year of high school will be held tomorrow. Song Muan's close friend Yun De said. said. Test is a test. It's not that I haven't simulated. Song Muan didn't care. In terms of cultural classes, he never took it to heart. This test is completely different from the past. This time it's not a theoretical exam, it's a confrontational competition. By now, all students in the third year of high school are over 18 years old. Except for you, everyone else has awakened their abilities. This confrontation is a contest between abilities. I heard that students with excellent performance can be directly sent to the 3 major colleges. Yundis said. Guarantee the 3 major courtyards? Sounds good. Song Muan responded in a low voice. The so-called 3 major academies are equivalent to the previous life of Qingbei University, but they teach supernatural courses. But for Song Muan, this was of no use at all. After all, he did not have the ability to awaken. He has a golden finger, and he can't enter the 3 major courtyards, which has little impact on him. As he spoke, he checked Yunda's attributes by the way. Object name, Yunda. Physical strength 14, soul strength 18, ability attribute, morality, SSS level potential, comprehensive combat effectiveness 32. Looking at Yunda's attributes, Song Muan's eyes widened. He didn't expect that Yunda's physical and soul strength was actually so much lower than his own. You know, the ability of Yunda's awakening is called morality. Although he still didn't quite understand what kind of ability this so-called moral ability was, and what exactly it could do. But, morality ranks 16th in the sequence, which is definitely a top-level existence. Unexpectedly, his physical strength and soul strength were less than 20 points. Thinking of this, he turned his head to look at his classmates in the front row. Object name, Wang Jelly. Physical strength 12, soul strength 11, ability attribute, water, sea level potential, comprehensive combat effectiveness 23. When the two are compared, Yunda's strength is obviously much stronger than Wang Jelly. Although both of them are currently at the black iron level, their overall combat effectiveness is a full 9 points apart. At this moment, both of them had just awakened their abilities, and their comprehensive combat effectiveness was a little worse, and the gap in strength had widened a lot. And as far as Yunde knew, his ability awakened more than half a month later than Wang Jelly, but the data left the other party far behind. In this comparison, Yunda's strength is self-evident. Then, Song Muan checked the attributes of several more classmates. He found that the gap between the classmates in the class was not large, and most of the comprehensive combat effectiveness was in the 20s. The strongest is still Yunda. Although everyone's ability potential is different, after all, they have just awakened, and the difference in strength in the early stage is not big. Jingle bell. At this time, the bell rang suddenly. This time, Song Muan did not rush out of the classroom immediately, but took out the loudspeaker prepared in advance. Quench body fluids and sell them cheaply. Quench body fluids and sell them cheaply. Song Muan shouted loudly into the horn. The noise of the horn instantly attracted the attention of the whole class. Brother dog, what are you doing? Yunda looked at Song Muan with a confused face. Song Muan ignored Yunda's questions and took out 10 bottles of quenching body fluids directly from his school bag. Black iron level quenched body fluids. Don't want 99.8. Don't want 888. A bottle of 40 spirit stones. Take it home. Tomorrow is the last simulation. Today the strength is a little better, and tomorrow there will naturally be more progress. It's better to act than to be excited. What are you waiting for? Song Muan continued to shout. Brother dog, is this quenched body fluid really fake? At this time, a classmate asked curiously. Although I, Song Muan, am usually a bit of a dog, my reputation has always been guaranteed. The goods are genuine, and the old man is not deceived. The original price of a bottle of quenching body fluids in the specialty store is now sold at a loss, only 40 spirit stones. 40 spirit stones, you can't buy them at a loss, you can't buy them. Song Muan said swearingly. Brother dog's credibility is indeed reliable. Selling 40 spirit stones is really cost-effective, and you can save a lot of money. Some classmates couldn't help but agree. A bottle of 50 spirit stones in the specialty store. Song Muan only needs 40 spirit stones here, which is enough to save 10 spirit stones. These 10 spirit stones were exchanged for dragon coins, but they were 100,000 dragon coins. This is a lot of money. For people with special abilities, in addition to talent, the most important thing is resources. Brother Go, we don't have so many spirit stones now. Can we get a credit first? A classmate asked. Small business, never on credit. However, I can wait for you for a while. You go home and get the money, or let it be delivered to your family. Song Muan replied. Okay, then you can leave me a bottle. The classmate hurriedly said. Brother dog, this thing is really the same quality as the store. Why don't you keep it for yourself? Another student couldn't help but ask. I know, because Brother dog hasn't awakened his ability. I guess this quenching body fluid was originally prepared by himself, and he planned to use it after awakening. Who knows, he didn't awaken his abilities. Another student explained. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized that Song Muan really did not have the ability to awaken. Peiyuan liquid, sell cheaply. Peiyuan liquid, sell cheaply. Mom, I want to buy Peiyuan liquid. Is 2 bottles enough? Enough, thank you, Mom. Who TM buys Peiyuan liquid? Song Muan looked at everyone, then took out Peiyuan Peiyuan liquid and started selling. In everyone's eyes, his shouting seemed to be a little annoyed and angry. If you don't take advantage of it, that's a bastard. Buy a bottle and you can save 10 spirit stones. Brother dog, I want a bottle of quenching body fluids. I want 2 bottles of Peiyuan liquid. I want 2 bottles of quenching body fluids. For a while, all the students in the class rushed to buy it. Soon, all 10 bottles of quenching body fluid and 10 bottles of Peiyuan liquid in Song Yuan's hand were sold out. He earned 800 spirit stones. After deducting costs, the net profit is 600. It's a bit of a trend to roll up, and it seems that another wave of leaks can be harvested tomorrow. Song Yuan said, if the 800 spirit stones are all used for copying, they can copy 80 bottles of quenching body fluid or Peiyuan liquid. If you sell them all, the income can reach 3,200 spirit stones. Converted to Jackie Chan coins, that's 32 million. So, Song Yuan started his copy and paste operation again. As his physical strength and soul strength increased, the CPU, running memory, and operating system equivalent to a computer were upgraded. He used to take 10 minutes to copy a bottle, but now it has been shortened to 8 minutes. However, even so, it would take 10 hours to replicate 80 bottles, just in time to complete the replication before tomorrow's simulated confrontation. Little Chien, let's go. Big brother, please go skewer tonight. Song Yuan said to Yunda. Okay, the 7th brother sent me a message just now. Then let's go together. In this way, the two walked towards the school gate. At this moment, at the school gate, a tall, well-proportioned, and heroic-looking woman in sportswear was looking left and right, as if looking for something. Chi-Chi, let's have dinner together in the evening. At this time, a tall man in blue short sleeves walked up to her and said, the man is 1.9 meters tall and has a burly physique. No, I have an appointment for the evening. Tang Chi-Chi said without looking back. Also, don't call me Chi-Chi, we're not that familiar. She added coldly. Chi-Chi, I came to tell you that I have awakened the potential S-level power type ability. I will definitely be admitted to the 3 major colleges. I am destined to be a strong man in the future. The burly man looked at Tang Chi-Chi with firm eyes. Amazing, cow pie, cow pie. Tang Chi-Chi replied perfunctorily. As soon as she finished speaking, she seemed to have found the person she was looking for. A big smile appeared on his face and he walked forward. Brother dog, this way. She waved to Yunda and Song Yuan who came out of the campus. Chi-Chi, I haven't seen you for a day, and I've become beautiful again. Song Yuan walked up to Tang Chi-Chi, raised his hand above his head as he spoke, and raised a finger. Just talk, why do you raise your finger? Tang Chi-Chi looked at him suspiciously and asked. I pressed a lightning rod, afraid that I would tell a lie, and 5 thunderstorms came from the sky and split me to death. Song Yuan explained with a smile. Brother dog, you are still the same dog as ever. Tang Chi-Chi was not angry, glanced at him and said, she has long been accustomed to Song Yuan's dog personality. Song Yuan, Yunda and Tang Chi-Chi, these 3 can be said to have grown up with bare buttocks, is a real childhood sweetheart. 3 little guesses. They have been classmates since kindergarten, and they have always been together in elementary school and junior high school. Although they are not in the same class in high school, they are also in the same school. What's more, the fathers of the 3 of them are also very good friends. 7th brother, Brother Go said, he is treating guests to skewers today. Don't be soft for a while, eat him. Yunda added. Tang Chi-Chi is stunningly beautiful, and he is a good woman. But neither Yunda nor Song Yuan treated her as a girl. This is why Yunda has always called Tang Chi-Chi's 7th brother. Brother dog, what good things have happened to you? Tang Chi-Chi glanced at Song Yuan curiously. It's not a big deal, just make a little money. By the way, I have something to do tomorrow and need your help. Song Yuan said. As far as I know, there must be a lot of things that can be described as small money. Honestly, how much did you earn? Tang Chi-Chi stared at Song Yuan in an interrogative tone. Not much, if you exchange it for Jackie Chan coins, 6 million. Song Yuan replied lightly. How much? Damn, am I hallucinating? Tang Chi-Chi and Yunde exclaimed at the same time, and then looked at each other. They confirmed from each other's eyes that they had heard it right. Both families are well off, although they are not rich, but they are not short of money. But 6 million, for them, is still a huge amount of money. Brother dog, did you rob the bank? Tang Chi-Chi teased. There are a lot of people here, I'll tell you later. Age, 18. Let's go, let's eat. Song Yuan said, and the 3 of them were ready to leave. Unexpectedly, just after walking a few steps, he was stopped by the burly man who had struck up a conversation with Tang Chi-Chi before. Chi-Chi, who are the 2 of them? You rejected me, was it because of one of the 2? The burly man stared at Tang Chi-Chi and asked. I don't even know the 2 of us, how dare you chase the 7th brother? Boy, you really have courage. Yunda sneered and said to the burly man. From other schools? Song Yuan looked at Tang Chi-Chi and asked. They have met many suitors of Tang Chi-Chi since they were children. Every time it is the 2 of them who act as flower protectors. Yes, from number 1 middle school. Tang Chi-Chi replied. Are you 2 famous? What is the relationship with Chi-Chi? The burly man looked at the 2 and asked. Since you are sincerely asking questions, we will show you great mercy. In order to prevent Chi-Chi, 7th brother, from being harassed, in order to maintain the peaceful life of Chi-Chi Chi, seventh brother. Implement the evil of love and truth and play the role of mighty and handsome justice. We are flower protectors who shuttle through the world. Yunda, Song Muan. Yunda and Song Muan, you talk about your identity one by one, full of secondary illness. After saying that, the two looked at Tang Chi at the same time. That's it. Under the pressure of the two, Tang Chi said this sentence a little reluctantly. When I was a child, I thought it was fun to say this. Age, 18. But now I always feel a little ashamed. However, in the face of the persecution of the two, she can only compromise every time. There are some mental problems. I know a doctor from a mental hospital with excellent medical skills. Do you want me to introduce you to him? The burly man looked at them and said, retreat. Yunde raised his hands and pointed at the burly man. Look at you, your facial features are not coordinated, just grab each other's territory. It's just that the territory is still big, and last year's tears of lovesickness have not yet reached my cheeks. If it were me, I would be embarrassed to go out, let alone chase Chi. Song Muan then mocked. In terms of lip skills, he is not afraid of anyone except his unorthodox parents. What do you mean by this? The burly man didn't understand Song Muan's words too much. If you are ugly, you will have to read more. You look at you, if you don't read, you won't even understand others scolding you. If seventh brother really agrees to your pursuit, he will be angry to death 800 times that day. Yunde said with a smile. The same cannot be said. A stupid person will pull your IQ to the same level as him, and then beat you with a lot of experience. You still have to be careful. Song Muan followed suit. The two of them mocked the burly man word by word. These words were heard clearly by the burly man. They are scolding him to his face. Do you two want to die? The burly man stared at Song Muan and Yunde and said in a cold voice. As he spoke, his fists were already clenched. Brother dog, he threatened us. Yunde turned his head to Song Muan and said, it's okay, let him come. If he touches a finger of me, I have to pit him until he only has a pair of pants, otherwise I won't call Song Muan. Song Muan responded without showing weakness. Brother dog, don't worry, I'll video. Yunde said and took out his mobile phone and turned on the camera. The two have cooperated like this many times. Come on, aren't you going to hit me? I'll give you a chance. The maximum sentence is 3 years or more, and the sentence is not more than 10 years. Don't worry, when you go in, I will see you every now and then to let you know how happy I am outside. Song Muan stood defiantly in front of the burly man, his tone full of provocation. The burly man looked at Song Muan, his fists clenched tighter and tighter, but in the end he still didn't make a move. After all, the Dragon Kingdom has laws, and maliciously hurting people will have to pay a heavy price. He understood that Song Muan was deliberately forcing him to do it. Yunde used his mobile phone to record the video, and once he really did it, the evidence was conclusive. I'm going to challenge you. The burly man roared to Song Muan. Challenge me? Sorry, I don't accept it. Don't accept it? So what can you do with me? If you have a feeling, just do it. Song Muan said. No one says that other people's challenges must be accepted. Age, 18. Coward, no seed, not a man. The burly man scolded. He wanted to use provocative methods to force her to agree. Yes, so what? I want you to not be able to catch up with Chi, but you don't even dare to touch a single hair of mine. Song Muan retorted indifferently. The provocative method is of no use to him at all. It's a beautiful plan, maybe it can still be effective. Let's see, tomorrow, I will definitely let you kneel in front of me. In the face of Song Muan's cheap provocation, the burly man took a deep breath, dropped a sentence fiercely, and turned to leave. He knew in his heart that there was no point in staying here. He will find this field sooner or later. Does this kid have a hard background? Song Muan turned his head and asked Tang Chi at this time. I don't know the specifics, but I heard that his uncle seems to be a certain leader of the Education Bureau. Tang Chi replied. I thought there was some great backing, but it turned out to be this little thing. Song Muan said indifferently. The people of the Education Bureau do have a lot of deterrent power for ordinary people, but it was of little use to him and Yunda. Age, 18. He didn't awaken his abilities. It didn't matter whether he went to college or not, and the people in the Education Bureau couldn't affect his future. And Yunde has SSS level potential abilities. Once exposed, the people of the 3 major courtyards will definitely compete for him. Not to mention the relationship of the Education Bureau. Even if the mayor comes, he can't help him. Okay, let's go eat. By the way, Chi, have you awakened your abilities? Walking on the road, Song Muan looked at Tang Chi and asked. Awakened, sequence 10, reincarnation. Tang Chi replied softly. I'll go. Song Muan and Yunde were surprised almost at the same time. The abilities that can be ranked in the top 100 sequences are all SSS level potential, and sequence 10 is definitely one of the strongest abilities in the world. Song Muan never expected that Tang Chi would awaken such a powerful power. I thought awakening sequence 16 was good enough, but I didn't expect Brother Chi to be even more powerful. It's like a heifer inviting an old cow to go to the sauna. What a cow be! As expected of the 7th brother. Yunde sighed, his tone full of joy. Brother dog, are you really not awakened? Tang Chi asked cautiously. Among the 3 of them, Song Muan has always been the sole figure. Now he is the only one who has has not awakened, and she is afraid that he will be hit. I really haven't woken up. In the future, I will have to rely on the two of you to cover me. Let's go. Don't go skewers. I invite you to eat the whole table of Manchu and Han to celebrate the two of you soaring to the sky, Song Muan said, hugging Yundi in one hand and Tang Chi-Chi in the other, and strode forward. Brother dog, know that I will cover you. Then why don't you hurry up and call me Brother Yun, or Brother Da? Yun Dis said with a smile. Among the three of them, Song Muan was the largest. Tang Chi-Chi was 1 day younger than him, and he was 3 days younger than Song Muan. So he kept calling the two dog brothers and the seventh brother, and he also wanted to be called brother. Little Chanxian, are you going to rebel? Don't think that you awaken to sequence 16 and it's amazing. With my current strength, beating you is as easy as a father beating his son. Do you want to try it? Song Muan said provocatively. Forget it. I'll talk about this later. Yun Di replied with a flattering face. He suddenly remembered that Song Muan had been exercising for the past 3 years and had also practiced fists and feet, and he only awakened his ability for a day, and if he really wanted to do it, he was afraid that he was not Song Muan's opponent at all. Little Chanxian, don't say that my brother didn't give you a chance. Within a year, as long as you can beat me, I will willingly call you Brother Yun. Song Muan said. Really? Talking counts? Yun Di's eyes lit up immediately. He felt that with his potential, his strength would be turned upside down in a year. At that time, it will not be a problem to win Song Muan. Speak and count, Chi-Chi testifies. Song Muan said lightly. Okay, I'll testify. If you can beat me, I am willing to call you Brother Yun. Tang Chi-Chi looked at Yun Di and said. Really? Forget it, seventh brother. I'm satisfied if I can let Brother Dog call me Brother Yun. Yun Di wanted to agree, but suddenly thought that Tang Chi-Chi's ability sequence was higher than his. More importantly, he has been pressed and beaten by Tang Chi-Chi since he was a child. When facing Tang Chi-Chi, he always felt that his bloodline was suppressed. Just like a younger brother facing his sister, no matter how fierce the younger brother is, he is just a little sheep in front of his sister. Little Chanxian, the opportunity has been given to you. You are still useless. If you miss this village, you won't have this store. Tang Chi-Chi said with a smile. It's enough to have a dog brother shop. Yun Di responded indifferently. Little, don't say too much. It's easy to be slapped in the face when the time comes. I was beaten in the face a lot, and it hurt so much. Song Muan said with a smile. Although he failed to awaken his abilities, he had a golden finger in his hand. He firmly believes that his golden finger is no less than any ability, even sequence 10 or even sequence 1. What's more, once he saved up 1,000,000 spirit stones, he could repair his destiny. At that time, if he also awakened to powerful abilities, it would really be a heifer stacking Arhat Cowbee plus Cowbee. In the end, the three of them did not go to eat the full banquet of Manchu Han, but still chose to skewers. For them, drinking beer while skewers is more satisfying than eating a full banquet of Manchu and Han. During the meal, Song Muan talked about his two future paths. First, become a warrior. Second, earn as many spirit stones as possible to reach the realm of wealth and gods. In this regard, Tang Chi-Chi and Yun Di supported him unreservedly. Come, this is a small gift for you, for your brother. Congratulations on your awakening of your abilities. Song Muan took out 2 bottles of black iron-grade quenching body fluid in Peiyuan liquid, put them in front of the two of them and said, this is what he copied while he was eating. Brother Dog, this is too expensive. Yun Di said with some embarrassment. The three of them came from similar families, although they were not poor, but they were not rich. These 2 bottles of things have to be sold for 1,000,000 dragon coins on the market. Although it will not break the bank, it is also a big expense. Take it, brother has a special channel, and the cost of each bottle is only 10 spirit stones. In the future, you need to quench body fluids in Peiyuan liquid, and my brother will take care of it. How much do you want? How much? Song Muan said cheerfully. He has no reservations about this. Except for the secret of Goldfinger, he is willing to be honest with Tang Chi-Chi and Yun Di about other things. Really? Brother Dog, you didn't lie to us? Yun Di asked with a puzzled face. I promise your mother that I never lied to you. Song Muan patted his chest and said in a firm tone. However, my mother always lied to me. Yun Di muttered aggrievedly. I believe in Brother Dog. Brother Dog has never lied to us in business. Another also echoed. Brother Dog, this is also the confidence that you dare to want wealth can communicate with God. Tang Chi-Chi knew Song Muan quite well and said with a smile. This is only part of my confidence, and the rest of the confidence will be slowly experienced in the future. Song Muan smiled mysteriously. You two have to cultivate wealth. Don't let my brother become the god of wealth when the time comes. You two are still just small chickens. He reminded earnestly. Okay, let's work hard. See you at the top. Tang Chi-Chi raised a glass of beer and said boldly. Work hard, see you at the top. The three of them clinked glasses, and the cups hit each other to make a crisp sound. The sun rises exceptionally early in summer. Song Muan got up at 5 o'clock. According to the records in the Sunflower Treasure Book, he absorbed the first ray of sunlight between heaven and earth. At this time, the sunlight is the purest, and the cultivation effect is twice the result with half the effort. He sat on the roof facing the sun, feeling the warm light shine all over his body. body. Soon, he felt a warm current pouring into his body, nourishing every inch of his skin. Ha, how easy, Song Muon said to himself. He originally thought that the entry threshold for Sunflower Treasure Book was very high, and it would take at least a lot of time. Unexpectedly, the first cultivation paid off. In fact, the reason why he can easily absorb sunlight is because he has thoroughly cleaned his body with the garbage cleanup function before. If he opens the attribute panel at this moment, he will find that his body strength increases by 0.01 every minute. Although the number may seem small, 1 minute accumulates and translates into an hour of 0.6, and 10 hours is an increase of 6. You know, those with newly awakened abilities have at most a dozen physical strengths. More than an hour later, Song Muon stood up and waved his body. The biggest gain of cultivating this Sunflower Treasure Book is not only the increase in physical strength but more importantly, the addition of an additional energy in the body. In other words, he acquired new means of attack. The energetic day has begun again. Today's goal, 3,200 spirit stones. Immediately, he got on his beloved little electric car and sped towards the school. Ride my beloved little motorcycle and never get stuck in traffic. At this time, Song Muon was in a good mood. Before 7 o'clock, he came to the school gate and set up a stall. Because the school will conduct the last mock test at 8 o'clock, many students have arrived one after another. Quench body fluids and sell them cheaply. Pay you on liquid, sell cheaply. Quenching body fluids, 200 spirit stones and 4 hee hee. Song Muon shouted loudly. With his selling, the number of students in front of the stall gradually increased. Brother dog, is the price still the same as yesterday? A student asked. After eating last night, Song Muon, Yunde and Tang Chichi placed a lot of advertisements in various groups in the school. Although advertisements are a bit annoying, almost all senior high school students know about it. Song Muon bought a bottle of quenching body fluid or Peiyuan liquid worth 50 spirit stones here with 40 spirit stones. That's right, a bottle of 40 spirit stones. The goods are real, and the old man is not deceived. Song Warmth responded confidently. Brother dog, are you curing the body fluids well? Another student asked with a smile. The famous botanist Liu Huaxian once said that when you start to wonder if a melon is a raw melon egg, the melon is no longer ripe in your heart. Once suspicion arises, the crime is established. I, Song Muon, do business, and the most important thing is integrity. Since you dare to sell the quenched body fluids, it means that the goods are genuine. In this regard, you can doubt my character, but you must not doubt my credibility. After all, I will become the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Song Muon said righteously, I can trust Brother Dog's credibility. I bought a bottle of quenching fluid yesterday, and the effect is exactly the same as in the store. I'll have another bottle of Peiyuan liquid, the classmate said with a smile. Hurry up, today there are only 40 bottles of Peiyuan liquid and quenching body fluid. First come, first served. If you don't buy it, others will take it away. After others buy it, once their strength improves, they will definitely be among the best in this confrontation simulation. Maybe, when the time comes, it will be favored by the teachers of the 3 major academies. In that way, I can really soar to the sky. Song Muon began his set of eloquent kung fu. He was actually right. As long as the first person starts taking the quenching body fluid in Peiyuan liquid, the people behind will naturally roll up. It's like a makeup class. Others are making up lessons, and if you don't make up lessons, you will inevitably be left behind. In desperation, I was forced to make up lessons. In this way, everyone returned to the same running line. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as there are people, involution will never disappear. For Song Muon now, the more students involute, the more prosperous his business will be. Therefore, it didn't take long for the 40 bottles of quenching body fluid and 40 bottles of Peiyuan liquid that he copied yesterday all sold out. There are more than 1,000 senior high school students in their school. On average, more than a dozen people buy a bottle, which is not a lot. However, there are also some people who cannot afford quenched body fluids. After all, not all students have such well-off family conditions. Some students have already prepared these things at home, so naturally they don't need to buy them from Song Muon. For students who have just awakened their abilities, they can only take a maximum of 1 bottle of black iron level quenching fluid or Peiyuan liquid a month. If taken too much, it can cause harm to the body. Therefore, Song Muon's business has basically reached a bottleneck period in this 6th middle school. However, Phoenix is not only the 6th middle school, but also other schools. What's more, the real big head is still in the college entrance examination in a month. For these students who have awakened their abilities, the college entrance examination is the most critical turning point in their lives. This is more cruel than the college entrance examination on Earth. Because of the college entrance examination on Earth, even if the results are not satisfactory, there are still many other ways to succeed in the future. For example, opening a restaurant or a studio can take off when encountering the wind. There are not a few people who have successfully walked this path, but in Blue Star, ability strength is everything. Once you fail the college entrance examination, it is almost difficult to get back on your feet. Of course, there are no absolutes in the world. There are always a few people who have gone through a lot of hardships and finally grown up. It's just that there are too few such people. The chance is as thin as 1 in a million, or even 1 in 10 million. Yesterday you ran the train with your mouth full, and I thought you were a great person. I didn't expect it to be a waste who didn't even awaken his abilities. You were born to set up a street stall. Just as Song Muan was cleaning up the stall, a strange mockery suddenly came from ahead. He looked up and found that the person speaking was the burly man who pursued Tang Chichi yesterday. After the burly man left yesterday, he specially checked the information of Yun did in Song Muan. The results show that Song Muan is indeed a man of the moment in the number 6 middle school, and his cultural class scores have always ranked first in the grade. Coupled with his personality, almost everyone knows about the entire number 6 middle school. Unfortunately, I didn't awaken my abilities at the age of 18. Without the awakening of supernatural abilities, no matter how good the cultural class results are, they are just a waste. Dealing with such a person is as simple as trampling an ant to death. Who was barking here just now? I didn't expect it to be you, a mentally retarded person. The burly man sneered. Are you barking at the dog? Song Muan asked rhetorically. However, he was thinking in his heart. This burly man is a student of number 1 middle school, and he came to number 6 middle school today. What is he trying to do? It is estimated that nothing good will happen. Remember what I said yesterday? I will definitely make you kneel in front of me today. I count what I say. The burly man stared at Song Muan, his tone full of threat. Although you are mentally retarded, you are also your mother's mentally retarded. Be good. Go home and breastfeed. Let's see if drinking some milk can cure your mental disability. But in my opinion, it is impossible to cure it, but at least there is hope for improvement. You have to have faith in yourself. Song Muan countered with an encouraging tone. After all, he has also practiced the art of mouth escape and overhaul dam, and in terms of mouth skin kung fu, even if 10 burly men are in front of him, they can't take advantage at all. Song Muan, you just show off your tongue. How happy you are dancing now. I'll let you eat and walk around later. Let's see. After the burly man finished speaking, he walked into the campus with his companions. I hope you don't provoke me, otherwise you will suffer a big loss. Song Muan shouted to them, then cleaned up the stall and walked into the school. To be honest, he didn't take this potential of an S-level student to heart at all. In the blink of an eye, it was 8 o'clock. At this time, all the students in the 3rd year of high school had gathered around the playground. In the center of the playground, there are 10 rings. On the rostrum, there were many teachers, including school leaders, teachers from number 1 middle school, and admissions officers from the 3 major colleges. According to the instructions of the Education Bureau, we will link up with the number 1 middle school in this mock competition. They sent 10 outstanding students to join our competition. This is both a competition and a kicking gym. As students of number 6 middle school, you must do everything you can to defeat them. For the honor of number 6 middle school, I ask you all here. Without further ado, I announce that the 3rd grade simulation competition has officially begun. What? I hope all students can perform extraordinarily. The school leaders made a short speech and directly announced the start of the competition. The rules of the game are simple and straightforward. 2 by 2, the winner advances to the next round, and the loser is eliminated. Lao Sha, can I not participate? Song Muan looked at the head teacher and asked. No, the principal said that all students must participate. You can choose to admit defeat directly, but the process must be completed. Lao Sha looked at Song Muan and said. He knew that Song Muan had not awakened his abilities, and it was normal for him to escape. After all, he didn't expect Song Muan to be among the best. Is there a reward for the first place in this competition? Song Muan asked. He didn't want to participate, not because he was afraid of losing to others, but because he felt that it didn't mean anything to him. Instead of wasting time, it is better to think about how to earn more spirit stones. Yes, this time the school has spent a lot of money. The top 3 are generously rewarded. The first place is rewarded with 100 spirit stones and a bottle of bronze-level quenching body fluids. Lao Sha said. Hearing this, the students of the 3rd and 7th classes were stunned. 100 spirit stones are equivalent to 1 million dragon coins, and a bottle of bronze-level quenching body fluid costs at least 200 spirit stones in a specialty store. So, you have to fight hard for a while, fight for these rewards back, and don't let the students of number 1 middle school take them away. Lao Sha looked at the classmates and said. Lao Sha, don't worry, we have you. I announced that the top 3 in this simulation confrontation must be won by our 3 musketeers. Everyone, I accept it. At this time, Yun Dis suddenly stood up and said to the surrounding classmates. Little cheap, as expected of you, or as shameless as ever. If this confrontation is thicker than anyone, the champion is none other than you. A classmate joked. No one understands the strong, and the masters are inevitably lonely. Yun Dis said with a lonely face. I don't know if you're a master, but I know that you must be lonely and empty. Another student answered. The students in the 7th class of high school have a good relationship and often tease each other. Just as everyone was joking, the school's horn suddenly sounded. The opponent of the game is determined by lot. Li Wei, class 2, Zhang Lei, class 5, please go to the number 1 ring. Song Nuan, class 7, Lu Mang, number 1 middle school, please go to the number 2 ring. Listening to the name coming from the speaker, Song Muan was stunned. He didn't expect that it would be his turn to play at the beginning of the game. Moreover, the opponent is still a student of the first middle school. Brother dog, give him a good beating. Yunde patted Song Muan on the shoulder and encouraged. Lao Sha, can you use weapons in the confrontation match? Song Muan ignored Yunde and turned to ask the head teacher. It can be used, but for those with special abilities, weapons are of little use. Lao Sha reminded. Those with superpowers mainly rely on their own abilities to attack, and weapons are of little help to them. It's good if you can use it, Song Muan said, and walked towards the number 2 ring. Yunde, did Song Muan choose the path of a warrior? Lao Sha looked at Yunde and asked Song Muan's confident back. Yes. Yunde nodded. What a pity, Lao Sha said to himself. If Song Muan can awaken his abilities, his future achievements are absolutely limitless. The upper limit of the strength of a warrior is really limited. It didn't take long for Song Muan to come to the number 2 ring. It's you. When he recognized his opponent, he said with a little surprise. It's me, I didn't expect it. Song Muan's opponent was the burly man he met before, named Lu Mang. Yes, young man, relying on his own background, he will sneak around and cause trouble. I took back what I just said. You are not a fool, a little better than a fool. At most, it's a brain damage. Song Muan smiled and counterattacked. Everything I do is within the rules. Today, I must make you a waste pay a heavy price. I want you to understand that there is a world of difference between you and me. Lu Mang said arrogantly. I agree with this. The gap between us is indeed like clouds and mud. However, I am a cloud, and you are just mud. As the saying goes, as the name suggests, you are called a hooligan. My name is Warmth, and you know that you are a villain and I am decent. Since ancient times, evil has not triumphed over good. As a villain, are you ready to be defeated? Song Muan said provocatively. Hearing this, Lu Mang sneered. Talking nonsense like you is a complete waste of words. Kneel down for me. He didn't say anything more, and rushed towards Song Muan. He has awakened his power abilities and is best at hand-to-hand combat, and once hit, he can be seriously injured or disabled. Chi-Chi, why did you get into the ring? I can handle him alone. Don't get involved in this. Song Muan looked at Lu Mang coldly and said. Lu Mang subconsciously turned back, just giving Song Muan a chance. I saw him holding the brick he had just picked up in his hand and slammed it on Lu Mang's head. When Lu Mang sensed the danger, before he could react, he felt a sharp pain in his head. With a bang, Lu Mang fell heavily into the ring and passed out. Confucius said, fight with bricks, look at the face, do not mess up, do not touch again, go to death, until death. Song Muan looked at the bricks in his hand and read self-deprecatingly. Winner, Song Muan, class 7 of high school. The referee in the ring announced. That's it? I thought it was so powerful, but it turned out to be just that. Song Muan mocked, jumped off the number 2 ring, and went straight to the class. Brother dog, powerful, kill it directly, it's worthy of you. When Yunde saw him coming back, he stepped forward excitedly. No matter how high your martial arts are, you are afraid of kitchen knives. No matter how strong the ability is, it is no match for a brick. I can hit 10 of these goods. How invincible, how lonely. Song Muan hummed the song of invincibility complacently. Compared with Song Muan's pride, the teachers of number 1 middle school looked ugly like swallowing flies. Although Lu Mang is not the strongest in their school, he is also one of the seeded players. Otherwise, how could he be selected to compete with number 6 middle school? If they fight hard and eventually lose, they can still accept it. After all, there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. But now, before he even used his own abilities, he was knocked down by a brick, which was a shame. They didn't think Song Muan was despicable. After all, since the two sides were already in the ring, they were mortal enemies. If it was really a life and death battle, Lu Mang would have died at this moment. Therefore, the teachers were not ashamed of Song Muan's approach, but slightly appreciated it. Fighting is to defeat the opponent by the simplest and most direct means. Song Muan did this perfectly. What's the name of this student? An admissions teacher from the 3 colleges pointed to Song Muan and asked. His name is Song Muan, and he is the holder of the first place in our school's cultural class. However, as far as we know, his fate is damaged, and he has not awakened any abilities so far. A teacher from number 6 middle school replied. Hearing this, a trace of regret flashed in the eyes of the 3 teachers of the admissions office of the 3 colleges at the same time. Without the awakening of abilities, there is almost no way to go in the future. There are still many excellent seedlings in our school. The principal of number 6 middle school said. Do you know which student has high potential at present? A beautiful teacher from the admissions office asked. We were worried about poor confidentiality and simply didn't do statistics. Just wait for them to be a blockbuster. The principal answered. In the past, all students focused on awakening their abilities. Who awakens what type and how much potential is clear. Only in this way the confidentiality becomes too poor. Once any good seedlings appear, they will be targeted immediately. 10 years ago, almost 90% of the geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom with S-level potential or above were assassinated. The Dragon Kingdom was furious, and all the suspected countries were personally visited by the strong people of the Dragon Kingdom. In that war, the strong men men of various countries fell one after another, and there were many of them, almost triggered a global war. Since then, the awakening of the superpowers of the Dragon Kingdom can only be carried out in their respective homes and does not need to be reported. Therefore, except for close relatives, no one knows what abilities others have awakened. Otherwise, with the abilities of Yunde and Tang Chi-Chi's SSS level potential, I am afraid that those people in the 3 courtyards would have already broken their heads. I really hope there will be some peerless arrogance. The beautiful teacher sighed. At this time, the principal of number 6 middle school looked at the teacher of number 1 middle school and asked, "I want to know, how did number 1 middle school select these 10 seed players?" "We didn't make a special choice, we just notified the number 6 middle school and invited them to come for friendly exchanges, and the students sign up voluntarily." "So, they came," a teacher from number 1 middle school replied with a smile. In this simulated confrontation, the really powerful students will deliberately hide their clumsiness, while those with average strength will perform desperately. Who did these little guys learn from now? And each one is hidden deeper than the other. An admissions teacher from the 3 major colleges said, "If you want to really see their strength, I am afraid you will have to wait until the college entrance examination. It's a good thing to learn to hide clumsiness, it depends on whether they can deceive our eyes." Another admissions teacher echoed, "The competition is actually very boring, because most people's strength is not much different, and there is no systematic training, and the fight is like a child fighting. The only highlight is that you can see a variety of abilities. Of course, you can only see the type of ability, and you can't even distinguish the potential level of the ability." Yunde, class 37, Wang Shuowu, please go to the number 8 ring. The horn sounded suddenly. "Brother dog, look at my performance." Yunde smiled at Song Yuan and said, then turned around and walked into the ring. For Yunde's ability, Song Yuan was full of curiosity. Yunde awakened the moral ability of sequence 16. Fire-type abilities and water-type abilities are easy to understand, but what kind of ability this moral ability is really unimaginable. Soon, Yunde stepped into the ring. "You can admit defeat yourself, so I don't have to do it." Yunde looked at his opponent lightly, his tone full of contempt. At this moment, he had disdain on his face, and his words were arrogant. "You overestimate yourself too much." Wang Shuowu ignored Yunde's words, and with a wave of his palm, several water arrows flew out of his palm. What he awakened was a water-type ability. Elemental abilities are the most common type of ability in life. In the face of Wang Shuowu's attack, Yunde was not afraid. He also quickly activated his skills. Moral restraint. This place should be peace-loving, Yunde thought silently in his heart. In an instant, a peculiar magnetic field appeared with him as the center, completely enveloping Wang Shuowu. As the sound fell, Wang Shuowu's water arrow disappeared instantly. At the same time, he felt as if his body was bound by some force and could not move. Yunde walked up to Wang Shuowu and said in a low voice, "Look at my Konglong has regrets." Before he finished speaking, he slapped the other party's chest with a palm. Wang Shuowu was suddenly photographed and flew out of the ring. "I admit it." Yunde clenched his hands into fists and looked indifferent. In fact, he was already so happy that he was about to go crazy. He knew that his ability was powerful, but he didn't expect it to be so amazing. A moral restraint easily solves the opponent. His moral kidnapping and moral judgment have not yet been used. How invincible, how lonely. Yunde imitated Song Yuan's appearance, humming a song while walking down from the ring. At this time, everyone in the audience was stunned. The reason why the match between Song Yuan and Lu Mang ended quickly before was because Song Yuan's surprise attack was unexpected. But in the battle just now, Wang Shuowu was not negligent, and he also launched an attack first. As a result, he was still defeated cleanly by Yunde. This has made many wonder if the two are acting in the ring. "Do you see that Yunde has awakened any ability?" On the rostrum, a teacher from the 3 major courtyards asked. This teacher was well informed, but he couldn't see through the methods Yunde had just used. "It's a bit like a controller." "It can't be a control. The object will not let the water arrow dissipate instantly, and it will not immobilize people. It's a bit like gravity." Gravity is not right, although gravity can make the water arrow disappear, but the opponent should kneel or lie down. "What will that be?" "It's not clear yet. This is a good seedling, but I don't know how much potential his ability has. The teachers on the rostrum said a word to me, but they never came to a conclusion." "Little Qian, what ability have you awakened? So powerful?" After Yunde returned to class, a classmate couldn't help but ask. "My ability is called the 18 Palms of the Dragon, and the one I used just now was the first of the 18 palms." Konglong has regrets. "There are flying dragons in the sky, dragons in the fields, and dragons waging their tails," Yunde said seriously. However, no one believed his words. Everyone can see that Yunde is talking nonsense. However, they also understand that their abilities cannot be easily told to others. "It's okay, it didn't embarrass me as a big brother," Song Yuan said at this time. Subsequently, everyone's eyes turned to the number 6 ring. At this time, Tang Chi-Chi had just stepped onto the number 6 ring. Her opponent is a student from number 1 middle school. "Tang Chi-Chi, you will win. Tang Chi-Chi, come on." Before the competition started, the students of number 6 middle school spontaneously shouted slogans. As the school flower of the number 6 middle school, Tang Chi-Chi is usually righteous and brave, and his popularity is extremely high. This group of guys who only care about Hugh, they didn't cheer me on at all just now. 7th brother, come on. Yunde glanced at the surrounding classmates and shouted loudly, Tang Chi-Chi, I didn't expect to meet you in the first round. The school flower of number 6 middle school is really beautiful, but after awakening the ability, beauty is useless, strength is the key. Tang Chi-Chi's opponent was a girl with freckles, and her eyes were full of jealousy. As a girl, she can't get used to people who are more beautiful than herself. Did you awaken to the ability to escape from the mouth? That's all there is to it. Tang Chi-Chi fought back expressionlessly. Under the subtle influence of Song Muan, Tang Chi-Chi's kung fu is also a must. Okay, I'll come to learn how strong your big school flower is. I'm not afraid to tell you, I have awakened to an A-level potential wind-type ability. Boundless Wind Blade, the freckled girl said. With a wave of her palm, 3 wind blades quickly flew towards Tang Chi-Chi in the shape of a pin glyph. Facing the 3 wind blades that were rushing towards her, Tang Chi-Chi waved her hand lightly, and the wind blade stopped in front of her. Reincarnation, heavenly rebound. In the next instant, the 3 wind blades actually flew back in reverse and shot at the freckled girl. This startled the freckled girl, and hurriedly condensed a wind shield in front of her, trying to resist the rebound attack. Reincarnation, hungry ghost Dao absorption. However, at this moment, Tang Chi-Chi attacked again. I saw that the freckled woman's wind shield was shattered in an instant, and the 3 wind blades were about to hit her. She seemed to be stunned and didn't know how to respond. She never expected that her proud attack would be so fragile in front of Tang Chi-Chi. Just as she was panicking, the referee suddenly appeared in front of her and blocked the wind blade that bounced back. I announced that Tang Chi-Chi of the 8th class of high school won. The referee announced decisively on the spot. Tang Chi-Chi didn't say a word, turned around and jumped off the ring, and at the same time cast a glance at Song Muan and Yunde. The look seemed to say, look, I didn't disappoint you either. Song Muan and Yunde naturally understood her thoughts, and the two gave a thumbs up. Tang Chi-Chi, Tang Chi-Chi. The surrounding crowd cheered loudly. On the rostrum, all the teachers looked at each other and remained silent tacitly, but their hearts were extremely excited. Although they haven't seen clearly what ability Tang Chi-Chi has awakened, they can be sure that this ability must be within sequence 100, and all the abilities in the top 100 of the sequence have the potential to be SSS level. They must not let such students go. The students of the 3 major courtyards are secretly thinking about what conditions to offer in order to recruit Tang Chi-Chi to their subordinates. The reason why the admissions teachers of the 3 major colleges are tight-lipped is that they are worried that those with ulterior motives will attack her once they learn of Tang Chi-Chi's potential. Soon, 2 hours passed. At this moment, the top 32 list has been announced. The round of 16 match is about to begin. To be honest, Songwon felt extremely bored about this match. If it weren't for the generous reward of first place in front of him, he would have slipped away quietly. He felt like he had to find something to pass the boring time. Songwon. At this moment, an extremely angry voice suddenly sounded. Songwon turned his head and saw Lu Mang staring at him with murderous eyes. Grandpa is here. Songwon responded loudly. He knew that his fun was coming. Just now he was still hesitating whether to open a bet and bet on the top 3. But after thinking about it, he still gave up the idea and felt that the school would not allow him to play like this. Unexpectedly, Lu Mang took the initiative to come to the door, and this boring time immediately became a little more exciting. You despicable, shameless, and filthy villain, you actually attack me. Do you dare to fight me openly? I have to make you kneel down and call Dad. Lu Mang roared. He vigorously promoted the exchange between the number 1 middle school and the number 6 middle school, just to find an opportunity to teach Songwon a dignified lesson. Unexpectedly, Songwon did not play cards according to the routine and attacked him from behind, which completely angered him. At this moment, he wanted to swallow Songwon alive. Where does the courage of the defeated general come from? Want to compete with me head-on? Are you worthy? Songwon fought back with contempt. Are you afraid? You will also sneak up on your back. Hit me head-on. It's as easy as hitting the dog at home. Lu Mang continued to provoke with provocations. It's not impossible for me to compete with you openly. Songwon stared at Lu Mang and said, let's make a bet. Do you dare? He suddenly thought that Lu Mang's family was good, and he just took the opportunity to pry some spirit stones from him. Bet? Good. If you want to win, I will give you 100 spirit stones. If you lose, I don't want your spirit stone, as long as you kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times and say Dad, I'm convinced. Dare? Lu Mang looked provocative. What do you say 3 times? Songwon asked. Dad, I'm convinced. Lu Mang replied without hesitation. Good son, just take it, go play. Songwon said proudly. Oh, I've seen strange things, but I didn't expect someone to take the initiative to recognize my father. This kid can't be lacking in love. Yunde teased on the side. In a word, do you dare? Lu Mang stopped arguing. He knew that he couldn't fight Songwon's mouth. After all, his eloquence was clumsy, and he was by no means the opponent of this dog king. He decided to speak with strength. You are embarrassed to take out the 100 spirit stones. If it were you, I would not be able to afford to lose this person. Song Muan sneered. Although he is the eldest young master of the Lu family, he may not be biological. Being able to take out 100 spirit stones is already the limit. Brother dog, don't embarrass others. Yun De was on the side to persuade him. He knew Song Muan too well, and as soon as he heard him speak, he knew what he was going to do. So he added fuel and vinegar to the side. 500 spirit stones. Lu Mang shouted loudly. The sound is so loud, I thought it was 5,000 spirit stones. I didn't expect it to be only 500. Waste of time. Song Muan stretched as he spoke. You poor ghost, do you have 500 spirit stones? Lu Mang said disdainfully. I'm sorry, I just arrived at 3,200 spirit stones in the morning. If you want to have an open fight with me, take out 3,200 spirit stones and talk about it. If you can't take it out, please stay where you are cool. Song Muan waved his hand. Okay, 3,200 spirit stones, I have it. This is the Exchange Bank's spirit storage card, which contains 4,000 spirit stones. If you can defeat me, it will be yours. Otherwise, you will kneel down and kowtow. Lu Mang said it confidently. In his opinion, Song Muan was able to win purely because he was unprepared before and was deceived by a sneak attack. You begged me so much, so I reluctantly agreed. Give you a chance to learn from me. Song Muan boasts of his high style and bright festival. Soon, the two came to a corner of the playground. Hundreds of students were already around. You say, can Brother Dog still win? I think it's suspenseful. He was able to knock Lu Mang unconscious before, all by surprise. Head to head, it is impossible to defeat Lu Mang. After all, Brother Dog has not awakened his abilities. The classmates around you are talking about it word by word. Brother Dog, don't save face for him, just beat him up. Yun De shouted loudly at this time. Are you ready? Song Muan stared at Lu Mang and asked, still want to sneak attack? Do you think I'll give you this opportunity? Lu Mang snorted coldly and stomped his foot the ground. In an instant, his body catapulted out like an arrow off the string. Chi-Chi, pat him on the back of the head. Song Muan suddenly said to Lu Mang, want to use this trick again? Do you think I'll still be fooled? Lu Mang responded disdainfully. Die for my master. He didn't look back, just looked at Song Muan coldly. Seeing that Lu Mang didn't take the bait, Song Muan hurriedly flashed to the side. With his physical strength and speed, he was obviously superior to Lu Mang. For the next 20 seconds, Lu Mang continued to attack, and Song Muan deftly dodged. During this period, Song Muan's mobile phone was knocked out. Waste, you can only dodge. Do you dare to confront me head-on? Lu Mang suddenly stopped and stared at Song Muan and questioned. He is not good at speed, and there is indeed no way to deal with Song Muan at this moment. I wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person, but I didn't expect to get contempt in exchange. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm a showdown. I'm a peerless master. Look at the first form of my Tathagata's poem. The Buddha's light shines. Song Muan shouted. Immediately, a golden light appeared above his head. The light was warm and dazzling like a small sun. Seeing this, Lu Mang hurriedly retreated. He hadn't figured out what the means were. Brother Dog, I'll help you. Just as Lu Mang was retreating, Tang Chi-Chi's voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hearing this sound, Lu Mang quickly turned around. But after turning around, he didn't see Tang Chi-Chi's figure. It's not good. I'm fooled. This thought flashed through Lu Mang's mind instantly. As soon as the thought flashed, a sharp pain suddenly came from his head. Immediately afterwards, his eyes went dark, and he fainted. I, Song Muan, am willing to admit that you are a good person, and even took the initiative to send me spirit stones. In that case, then I will accept this spirit storage card. At this time, Song Muan stepped forward, picked up the spirit card placed aside, and turned his eyes to Lu Mang, who had fallen to the ground and fell unconscious. After saying that, he walked straight behind Lu Mang and picked up his mobile phone that had been deliberately dropped on the ground before. The mobile phone was deliberately left by him to calculate the time, just to cooperate with the playback of Tang Chi-Chi's recorded voice. He deliberately shouted the first form of the Tathagata God's poem earlier, just to divert Lu Mang's attention. Sure enough, as Tang Chi-Chi's voice sounded, Lu Mang was deceived. As a result, Lu Mang was hit in the head again and fell to the ground. How invincible, how lonely. Song Muan hummed excitedly and walked in the direction of the class. A small follower of Lu Mang hurriedly rushed forward, picked him up, and rushed to the infirmary. No one else expected that the battle would end so quickly. It took less than a minute. Soon, Song Muan broke into the quarterfinals. During this time, his opponents were subtly diverted by him, and then knocked down with a brick. Other students who advanced to the quarterfinals relied on their strength, and he, in the eyes of outsiders, seems to be just opportunistic. Song Muan was able to reach the quarterfinals, which surprised everyone. Both the admissions teachers of the 3 colleges and the head teachers of the 7th class of high school were surprised by this. Soon, the semifinals kicked off. At this time, everyone's eyes were on the ring. Students who can reach the quarterfinals have extraordinary strength and talent. Song Muan, your good luck is over. At this time, Xiao Zhenghao from number 1 middle school stared at Song Muan and spoke. He awakened his thunder-type abilities and was one of the only 2 students in number 1 middle school to reach the the quarterfinals. If you want to say that you are strong, just say it directly, you don't have to beat around the bush with me. I don't like hypocritical people like you the most. Can't people be sincere between people? Song Muan responded disdainfully. Stop talking nonsense, start fighting. Flat wind and thunder. Xiao Jianghao shouted out the name of the ability, and the thunder and lightning flashed in his palm. Immediately, he slammed his hands into the ring. In an instant, thunder and lightning transformed into snakes and quickly pounced on Song Muan. Forget it, I'm really going to have a showdown this time, I'm the champion. Song Muan said as he moved quickly. Facing the razor attacking from the ground, he did not retreat but advanced, and rushed straight into the razor group. Is this kid crazy? Seeing Song Muan's actions, both the students on the playground and the teachers on the rostrum couldn't help but think of this idea. In the next second, everyone's eyes widened. I saw Song Muan's feet stepping on those razors. I thought he would be corona by razor, but I didn't expect those razors to be crushed by him. Like stepping on a soap bubble, the razor instantly dissipated without a trace. Song Muan's opponent was stunned on the spot. He didn't expect that Song Muan would crack his attack in such a simple and rough way. Catching the moment when his opponent was stunned, Song Muan quickly came to him and waved the brick in his hand. The next moment, the brick smashed on the opponent's head without suspense. The opponent fainted on the spot and fell to the ring. That's it? Bells and whistles. Song Muan complained lightly, turned around, and walked out of the ring. All this happened with lightning, and when he stepped off the stage, the audience reacted. Brother dog, it's so awesome. Broken, someone shouted loudly. Song Muan's simple and rude way of winning just now had a great impact on the people in the audience. This time it is not opportunistic, but a real demonstration of strength. With his physical strength alone, I am afraid he can compete with the Bronze Realm superpowers. If I'm not mistaken, he should have embarked on the path of a warrior, and his level is not low. At this age, it is rare to have such a powerful body. What a pity. The teachers on the rostrum talked in a low voice. What they regret is that only Song Muan has not awakened his abilities. If he can awaken his ability, even if he only has A-level potential, he will definitely be a strong player in the future. Song Muan stepped down from the stage and turned his gaze to another ring. Over there, Tang Qiqi was in a fierce confrontation with his opponent. Her opponent awakens fire-type abilities. Sparks are on fire. Tang Qiqi's opponent waved his hand, and a fiery flame instantly covered the entire ring, directly engulfing Tang Qiqi's figure in it. The referee was hesitating whether to intervene when he found that the flames in the ring quickly converged towards the center. After a while, everyone was surprised to see that the raging flames were absorbed by Tang Qiqi one by one. Immediately, Tang Qiqi launched a counterattack. Reincarnation in Shura Dao burst. In the next instant, an extremely powerful energy pillar burst out from Tang Qiqi's hand, shooting straight at the opponent like a laser. Not surprisingly, her opponent was knocked straight out of the ring by this blow. Fortunately, Tang Qiqi controlled the energy properly, and the opponent only suffered minor injuries. It's too strong. Both the onlookers and the teachers on the rostrum couldn't help but be amazed. Yield. Tang Qiqi responded softly, turned around, and walked out of the ring. At the same time, her eyes swept to the ring next to her. There, Yunde is in full swing. His opponent awakens the gravity ability. Triple gravity. The opponent shouted and tried to break Yunde with overwhelming gravity. Yunde was expressionless and launched his own attack. Moral kidnapping. You should respect the old and love the young. Let me win the game, Yunde said in a low voice. As soon as he finished speaking, his opponent lost control and jumped out of the ring. Moral ability, although strange, but extraordinary. Yunde won so easily that everyone frowned. They observed that every victory of Yunde seemed inexplicable. What kind of ability is this? There was no doubt in my heart. However, this mystery is unanswered. Soon, another semi-finalist also emerged victorious. Su Hong from number 1 middle school. Damn, I just found out that the 3 musketeers of Xiao Qianqian have all entered the semi-finals. Is it really like what Xiao Qianqian said before? The 3 of them took the top 3? I don't want number 1 middle school to win the championship, but I don't want to see the 3 musketeers dominate the top 3. If they really win the top 3, then how can we look up in the future? For a time, the students of number 6 middle school fell into a dilemma. Su Hong, I have to admit that you do have 2 brushes. We 3 musketeers don't bully people, give you a chance, admit it, save us from doing it. Yunde looked at Su Hong coldly and said, it's okay if you don't admit defeat. Do you think it's you going to single out the 3 of us, or the 3 of us besieging you? Song Muan showed a bright smile. This smile made Su Hong feel a chill down his spine. Bang! Although Tang Qiqi remained silent, her attitude was very obvious, obviously supporting Song Muan and Yunde's decision. The next game is a 2x2 duel, Su Hong said stubbornly. He was unwilling to admit defeat in his heart, but in the face of the malicious gaze of the 3 of them, he inevitably felt a little timid in his heart. Bang! Young man, don't be greedy. 4th place is already good. The 3 of us can beat you casually, easily. Be a person with self-knowledge. If you admit defeat, you can still win our friendship. If you don't admit defeat, you will bear the consequences. Song Warm's tone was a bit threatening. On the day of the college entrance entrance examination, I will never lose to you, let's see what happens. After listening to Song Nuan's words, Su Hong's eyes flashed with a trace of struggle, and finally put down this sentence fiercely and chose to abstain. So far, only Song Nuan and the three of them are left in the final. At this moment, the three of them stood in a triangle, their eyes full of fighting spirit, and none of them refused to back down half a step. I'm here to win the championship. Do you two have any objections? Song Nuan said unequivocally. His words were full of undoubted domineering. If you want it, take it. Why don't you go to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Not to be outdone, Yunde returned the favor. Madam First, this championship should belong to me. Tang Chichi spoke at this time. Okay, more than 10 years of brotherhood, not a single small champion will give me up. What about your two consciences? Don't forget who has been taking care of you, taking you to play, and treating you to a big meal. Song Nuan played the emotional card. How much is conscience worth? I don't even have a few qualities. Where does my conscience come from? Yunde asked rhetorically without care. My conscience can't be exchanged for this championship. Tang Chichi said coldly. Fight, fight. The surrounding students secretly looked forward to it, and it was lively. To be honest, once these three people do it, the scene will be exciting. Everyone thought in their hearts, after today, the three musketeers of the 6th middle school will part ways for this championship. Since you won't give in, then follow the old rules. Song Nuan announced. Come on, I can't wait. Yunde followed suit. Then it's the old rules. Tang Chichi had no objection. Three people come out at the same time, rock paper scissors. The three of them stretched out their palms at the same time. Tang Chichi and Yunde came out of the cloth, and Song Nuan came out of the scissors. Who else? Ha, compared to me, neither of you is qualified. I announce that the championship of the 3rd grade simulation competition belongs to me. Song Nuan. His voice was outrageous. The villain is successful. Yunde couldn't help but mutter. It's our turn, rock paper scissors. Yunde and Tang Chichi began to face off. In the end, Yunde defeated Tang Chichi's scissors with a stone. Ha ha ha, 7th brother, I accept it. I announce that the runner-up of the 3rd year simulation confrontation competition is me, Yunde, he said proudly. Count you lucky, Tang Chichi said with some regret. In this way, the championship, runner-up and 3rd place were determined in such a child's play way. The school has no choice but to do anything about this. After all three have reached the finals, and the school can't control how they want to rank. The friendship between these three people is really enviable, a student said to himself. In life, there are more friends, but it is rare to have such a deep friendship as the three musketeers. It's hard to know yourself in the world. Half an hour after the end of the simulation competition, Song Nuan and the three received the rewards of the championship, runner-up and 3rd place respectively. Song Nuan, as the champion, obtained 100 spirit stones and a bottle of bronze-level quenching body fluid, as expected. Yunde, as the runner-up, only got 100 spirit stones. Tang Chichi, on the other hand, got 50 spirit stones. At this time, the three of them were sitting in the principal's office, with teachers from the admissions office of the three colleges in front of them. Tang Chichi, Yunde, on behalf of Huadu College, I sincerely invite you to join. As long as you are willing to come to our college, we will not only provide full scholarships, I will also arrange a single-family villa for you as a dormitory. A beautiful teacher looked at Tang Chichi and Yunde and said. As for Song Nuan, she was left out in the cold and did not get any invitation. Although Song Nuan won the championship of the simulation competition, after all, he has not awakened his abilities yet, and he is still taking the road of a warrior. And the potential of the warrior is really limited, and it is difficult to break through the ceiling. Once you two are willing to join our Demon Capital Academy, you will not only enjoy a full scholarship but also one-on-one guidance from the master of the King Realm. A tall and thin man in his 30s spoke. However, he still ignored the existence of Song Nuan. Although our Imperial Capital University is not so generous, if you two are willing to come, I can give you two a place to enter the secret realm. The teacher of the admissions office of Imperial Capital University said. Hearing this, the admissions office teachers of the other two colleges were stunned. Although there are places in the secret realm in every school, the competition is extremely fierce. The specific situation of Tang Chichi and Yunde's abilities is not yet clear, but it is really generous to dare to promise such treatment. However, neither Tang Chichi nor Yunde took the conditions put forward by the three colleges to heart. My conditions are very simple. Which college is willing to admit brother go, I will join whichever college I want. Yunde said at this time. I think so too. Tang Chichi followed. This made the two of them so resolute, and the teachers of the three admissions offices suddenly fell into hesitation. Song Nuan did not have the ability to awaken. If he was admitted to their academy, he was afraid that he would become the last place, and even become the laughingstock of the school in the future. Yunde, Chichi, don't mess around. You can go to whichever college you like, don't drag me down. I said it a long time ago, my path is different from yours. Song Nuan said calmly. I don't care, our three musketeers are one, and no one can do without it. Yunde resolutely refuted. That's right, no one is missing. My conditions are still the same as just now. Which college wants brother go, I will go to whichever one I want. Tang Chichi Chi-Chi said firmly. Then let's do it. If you two are willing to come to our academy, I can let Song-Muon become an auditor. How about it? The teachers of the Magic City Academy put forward the bottom line conditions. Admitted Song-Muon? That's absolutely impossible. Since the establishment of the three major courts, it has always followed an iron law. It is better to have less than to abuse. If you are not talented, neither the dean's children nor will you be admitted. Nowadays, it is even more impossible to easily make an exception because of one or two outstanding students. If every outstanding student had made similar demands, the academy would have become a waste long ago. Song-Muon's classmate did not awaken his ability and entered the Imperial Capital Academy, which may not be a good thing for him. The teacher of the Imperial Capital Academy said calmly. His views are the same as those of the teachers of the Magic Capital Academy. Nothing is absolute, rules are meant to be broken. If the rules are not broken, it means that the chips are not enough. At this point, I'm not afraid that you will know. Yunda spoke. Yunda, I don't need you to decide my affairs. Sorry, three teachers, please wait a moment, I'll go out and talk to them. Song-Muon said, taking advantage of the situation to grab Tang Chi-Chi with one hand and Yunda with the other, and walked straight out of the office. If he hadn't stopped it in time, Yunda might have revealed the secret of his awakening, moral, ability just now. Once such secrets are exposed, they will bring great danger to his future. Even if you are in the three universities, you may not be able to keep you safe. Song-Muon took Tang Chi-Chi and Yundi to a no-man's corner before letting go of the two. I know you are doing it for my own good, but you also know me. I am Song-Muon. If I want to get something, I will fight for it with my own strength, and I will never rely on begging others. I have strong self-esteem. Do you think I will accept the place you want to help me in this way? He looked directly at the two of them, his tone firm. But Tang Chi-Chi wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Song-Muon before he finished speaking. I understand what you want to say, but it's completely unnecessary. Remember what we said last night? Work hard and see you at the top. Even if they are temporarily separated, they will eventually converge again. I promise you that I will definitely go to the three courtyards, and I will do it with the most dazzling attitude. Song-Muon said categorically. Brother dog, what you say counts. Yunda looked at Song-Muon at this time and said, a gentleman's words, horses are hard to chase. Song-Muon responded, brother dog, this is the first time you have made such a solemn promise to us. We want to believe you. If you can't do it, I'll hate you for the rest of my life. You know me, hate you for a lifetime is a lifetime. Even if it's one day less, an hour, a minute, it's not a lifetime. Tang Chi-Chi added resolutely. Okay, see you in our three courtyards. Song-Muon said with a smile, see you in the three courtyards. Tang Chi-Chi and Yunde also responded in unison. Okay, now you two hurry in and choose a college you like. Song-Muon said. This time, Tang Chi-Chi and Yunde didn't say anything more, just glanced at him and walked into the principal's office. They did not choose the same college. Yunde chose the Magic Capital Academy. Tang Chi-Chi chose Huadu Academy. This made the admissions office teacher of Imperial Capital College confused. The Imperial Capital Academy is the strongest among the three colleges and the conditions are the best. But none of these two chose the Imperial Capital Academy. He really doesn't understand. If he asked Yunde and Tang Chi-Chi, the answer would be the same. If Song-Muon enters the three major academies in the future, he will definitely choose the Imperial Capital Academy. The two of them went to other academies to sweep the crowd, and as for the Imperial Capital Academy, it was left to Song-Muon to scourge. After learning of the choice between the two, Song-Muon instantly understood their thoughts. He didn't say much, just smiled faintly. In this case, he chose the Imperial Capital Academy. After Tang Chi-Chi and Yunde were admitted, they would naturally go to their favorite colleges. In the Dragon Kingdom, there is no such thing as winter vacation and summer vacation. The sooner you start cultivating abilities, the higher the security guarantee. After bidding farewell to the two, Song-Muon began to work on her own plan. If you want to take the road of wealth, can communicate with the gods, even if you can copy the quenching body fluids in Peiyuan liquid. It's not an easy task. It's no problem to make a little money. If you want to make a lot of money, you can't be busy alone. Therefore, he needs to develop a reliable workforce. In the next 2 days, he used all the 3,200 spirit stones he earned to copy the quenching body fluid in Peiyuan liquid, and ready to sell to students at other high schools in Phoenix. A bottle of spirit stones is 10 cheaper, and there are many students who are willing to buy quenching body fluid in Peiyuan liquid from him. Therefore, he quickly earned 12,800 spirit stones. Then, he spent another week copying 640 bottles of quenching body fluid and 640 bottles of Peiyuan liquid and sold them. In this way, he earned 51,200 spirit stones. Strictly speaking, this was his first real money. His quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid business are almost at the top. There are two reasons. First, the market is saturated, and people who want to buy quenching fluids and Peiyuan liquid in major high schools have already bought them through various channels. Second, Song-Muon found herself being targeted. If you think about it carefully, it's not surprising that people sell 50 spirit stones for a bottle of quenching body fluid, but he only only sells 40 spirit stones, and the amount is huge, which will inevitably attract the attention of others. As the saying goes, peers are enemies. Blocking people's financial paths is like killing other people's relatives, and it is not surprising that they are targeted. That night, when Song Muan walked to the house, he suddenly found a man standing in front of him. Just as he was about to turn and leave, he found another man behind him. Both of them were wearing masks and their faces were not visible. "Second big brother, is there something wrong?" Song Muan asked with a smile. "Let me ask you, where do the quenching body fluids and Peiyuan liquids you sell in major high schools come from?" The man in black in front asked coldly. "Oh, it turns out that the two of you are asking this. I thought you wanted to do something else, which shocked me." Song Muan breathed a long sigh of relief and smiled. "Say," the man in black said as he approached Song Muan. "It was a dark and windy night, and I was sitting on the roof absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. Suddenly, a vortex appeared in the sky. A golden gate appeared in the whirlpool, and after a while, the door opened. A golden basin flew out of the gate and slowly fell to the ground. In the face of such a treasure falling from the sky, I naturally won't stand by. I hurriedly ran over to pick it up and found that the round basin was carved with dragons and phoenixes carved with auspiciousness, and there were 3 gilded characters, cornucopia. By chance, I discovered that as long as you put things in a cornucopia and stay overnight, the number will multiply. That's how my quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid came," Song Muan said with a serious face. After listening to the story told by Song Muan, the two men in black naturally didn't believe it. Their IQ will never even be able to distinguish between true and false. "Are you making up a story? Do you know what happened to deceiving the two of us?" the man in black said coldly. "Don't talk nonsense with him, take him back first," the second man in black ordered. "Yes, I can actually see that I am making up a story, and my IQ is really not low. Much better than my neighbor's dog," Song Muan said in a somewhat teasing tone. "Looking for death?" The man in black shouted angrily and suddenly pounced on Song Muan. "Do you think I have no means at all? It's so naive. The first form of the Tathagata's palm, the Buddha's light shines," Song Muan shouted, and his palm suddenly burst into a golden light. "This is the energy accumulated in his body after cultivating the sunflower treasure book." The man in black had never seen this attack method at all, and he did not dare to act rashly, and hurriedly retreated more than 10 meters at the fastest speed. However, he soon discovered that Song Muan's attack did not really fall, it was a complete bluff. "Little cutie, lie to you," Song Muan teased. "Give me death." The man in black roared angrily and pounced on Song Muan again. "Jin Jia, kill me. Don't leave any of them." At this time, Song Muan's tone revealed a strong murderous intent. Hearing this, the man in black hurriedly looked around. Song Muan's expression just now made people can't help but believe that he really had a backup behind him, and he had to be vigilant. However, the man in black turned around and found no one. When he looked back at Song Muan, he found that the other party had run away. "Fool, I'm lying to you again." Song Muan's ridicule came from the distance. "I'm so angry, I must tear you to pieces. Catch up with him." The man in black roared angrily and chased in the direction Song Muan left. Song Muan was not slow, but the two men in black were faster. It didn't take long for him to catch up. "Do you think you can run away?" The man in black stopped Song Muan and said coldly. "Run? Do you think I'm really running? Why don't you think that I deliberately lured you here?" Song Muan stared at the two of them and said lightly. "I'm dying, and I'm still pretending to be a ghost." "Song Muan, we investigated you, and you didn't awaken any abilities at all." The man in black sneered. "It's true that I haven't awakened any abilities. However, that doesn't mean I don't have the ability to resist. I just tried you two today, my golden finger," Song Muan said, unfolding the word. Suddenly, within a radius of tens of meters, he felt that everything was under control. But the two men in black were unaware of this. They just vaguely felt that something seemed to have changed in Song Muan. What it was, but they couldn't say. "You guys can hit the road, color fill, black." Song Muan stared at the two of them and said. In an instant, the surroundings of the two men in black suddenly became pitch black. This shocked the two of them. However, before they could react, the crisis had quietly come. They instinctively dodged to the side. Boom! A crisp collision sounded, and they felt a cold air current passing by. The reaction was quite fast, and I actually dodged it. "Then look at this trick. Can you hide?" Song Muan took out a big knife. "Before fighting with my classmates, one brick was enough. But now facing the enemy, you naturally have to use weapons." Therefore, he had already prepared a waste knife and stored it in the network disk. Bigger, thicker. Big, thick. Under the action of increasing the thickening function, the waste knife blade in Song Muan's hand quickly stretched more than 20 meters. "Watch me sweep thousands of troops." Song Muan shouted loudly and swung his knife to slash out. The two men in black felt the danger again, but they didn't know where the danger came from. At this time, they are like headless flies, blind and deaf. You can only swing your attacks indiscriminately. The 20-meter-long knife swept over, and the two of them retreated 2 meters at the same time, trying to dodge. But the 20-meter-long big knife is not so easy to dodge at all. In an instant, the two were split in two by the giant knife and cut off at the waist. The superpowers of the Silver Realm are nothing more than that. Before I could use all my strength, you were already dead, Song Muan said lightly. He said, restoring the waste knife to its original state, and then dragged the two bodies and bloodstains on the ground with the mouse into the recycle bin one by one, and clicked to empty them. This series of operations was simply to completely destroy the corpse, leaving no trace. Then, he closed the Word document and walked home. To be honest, Song Muan's mood was still quite excited at the moment. Strictly speaking, this was the first time he had a life-and-death battle with a superpower. Moreover, these two men in black are still superpowers in the Silver Realm, and their strength should not be underestimated. But under his attack, he couldn't hold on for less than 10 seconds and collapsed. On top of that, he still has many skills yet to be used. If you use all your skills, I don't know if you can win against the superpowers of the Golden Realm, Song Muan thought silently in his heart. At present, he had not fought against the superpowers of the Golden Realm, and he was not clear about their strength. Therefore, it is difficult to accurately assess their strengths and weaknesses. I'm looking forward to those gray icon software more and more, and I don't know what kind of capabilities they will bring. We have to hurry up to increase the strength of our body and soul, and unlock the gray icon as soon as possible, Song Muan said to himself again. In these 10 days, in addition to copying the quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid to earn spirit stones, he never forgot to cultivate the sunflower treasure book. At the same time, he also took black iron level quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid twice. Object name, Song Muan. Physical strength, 132. Soul strength, 113. Ability attribute, none. Comprehensive combat effectiveness? Compared with 10 days ago, his physical strength and soul strength had increased significantly. The most important thing is that the strength of the body has exceeded the strength of the soul. This is because cultivating the sunflower treasure book can increase physical strength by 0.6 points per hour, and practicing for 10 hours a day can increase physical strength by 6 points. In this way, within 10 days, he relied on the sunflower treasure book to increase his physical strength by 60 points. Thus, physical strength successfully surpasses soul strength. After all, the increase in soul strength can only rely on Peiyuan liquid. For ordinary superpowers, they can only take the same level of quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid once a month. For example, those with the ability of the Black Iron Realm can only take the Black Iron level quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid. If you take silver level quenched body fluids, you will explode and die, and there is no reason to survive. And even if you take the same level of quenching fluid many times, it will bring a great burden to the body, because both quenching body fluids and Peiyuan liquid contain impurities. It takes a whole month for the body to completely eliminate it and return to normal. But Song Muan is different. He has the garbage cleanup skill. After taking quenching fluids and Peiyuan liquid each time, it only takes 3 or 4 days to completely eliminate impurities from the body. As his physical strength and soul strength continue to increase, this detox time continues to decrease. Therefore, the quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid he can take in a month can reach 7 or 8 bottles, or even more. The more he took it, the faster his physical and soul strength grew. In turn, he has a shorter time to eliminate impurities and can take more quenching fluids and Peiyuan liquid. This is undoubtedly an excellent virtuous circle. In addition, Song Muan was more concerned about when he would be able to save 1,000,000 spirit stones. With 1,000,000 spirit stones, he can repair his destiny. At that time, you will be able to awaken your own abilities. To be honest, he was also very curious about what kind of ability he would awaken. When he got home, he didn't tell his parents what happened tonight. Although he killed 2 men in black, he deeply felt a strong sense of crisis. This time, the person who came to deal with him was only the Silver Realm, and he could still deal with it. But what if the other party sends out the Golden Realm next time? Even if he can deal with the Golden Realm, what about the Platinum Realm, the Diamond Realm, and the King Realm? There will always be a day when he can't handle it. Therefore, he must unlock as many icons as possible with more whole cards in his hand. The more whole cards, the safer he is. It's time to take the Bronze Realm's quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid. Sitting on the bed, Song Muan whispered to himself. After many days of research, he found that those whose physical strength and soul strength were below 50 were in the Black Iron Realm. Between 50 and 250, it is the Bronze Realm. Between 250 and 1000, it is the Silver Realm. Between 1000 and 5000, it is the Golden Realm. His current physical strength is 132, and his soul strength is 113. Both have reached the standard of the Bronze Realm. Therefore, he was able to withstand the quenching body fluid and cultivation essence of the Bronze Realm. Without hesitation, he took out the Bronze Realm quenching body fluid and cultivation liquid that had been prepared for a long time, and drank it all in one gulp. Immediately, he felt a sharp pain coming from his body. He has experienced this kind of pain countless times, and he has long been accustomed to it, and he has no distractions. Time passed minute by minute, and 10 minutes later, the pain completely dissipated. The pain of the Black Iron level quenching body fluids only lasts for 5 minutes, and the pain time of this bronze level has doubled. How much will the strength of the body increase? Song Muan said expectantly. He then opened his properties panel. Object Subject name, Song Muan. Physical strength, 152. Soul strength, 133. Ability attribute, none. Comprehensive combat effectiveness, bronze level. Quenching body fluids. The strength of the physical body has only increased by 20 points. Song Muan was slightly surprised. He originally thought that the bronze level quenching body fluids would increase the strength of his body by at least 40 or 50 points. It seems that the higher the physical strength, the more difficult it is to improve. Song Muan said to himself. Now the black iron level quenching body fluids had little effect on him. At the beginning, taking a bottle of black iron grade quenched body fluid can also increase the strength of the body by 10 points. Now it can only increase a little at most. As the strength of the body increases, the effect of black iron quenching body fluids will only get worse and worse. However, Song Muan was not discouraged by this. The black iron level quenching body fluids have failed, so change into a bronze level. Early the next morning, Song Muan went to the Four Seas Pavilion. Sea Pavilion is one of the two major commercial giants of the Dragon Kingdom. There is a dazzling array of items inside. You can find everything. Quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid are only the most basic commodities. There are also noble phantasms, elemental stones, and natural treasures. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as the price is right, all the rare items of the Dragon Kingdom can be bought here. Song Muan's trip had two main purposes. First, this month's quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid business can no longer be done. He was going to buy something new and use it to copy. Second, he wanted to see how the person in charge and the clerk would react. He suspected that the two men in black who wanted to use him against him yesterday were sent by the Four Seas Pavilion. Many of these business methods are not clean. No one can guarantee that they will not play tricks for the sake of profit. However, this is just his guess, and there is no conclusive evidence at hand. Hello, what does this gentleman want? When Song Muan walked into the Four Seas Pavilion, a handsome clerk dressed in black silk stepped forward and asked. I'll take a look first, Song Muan replied. To be honest, he didn't know what he was buying, so he could only buy what was selling well in the store first. This is an elemental stone that can be used to absorb and enhance the energy in the body of the person with special abilities. The clerk introduced. For elemental stones, Song Muan knew in his heart that they were divided into 9 types: metal, wood, water, fire, earth, light, darkness, wind, and thunder. These 9 basic elements, so elemental stones are naturally divided into these 9 categories. How much is an elemental stone? Song Muan asked. He must buy this thing, because 99% of people with special abilities cannot do without elemental stones when cultivating. 10 spirit stones. The clerk replied. Give me 10 yuan for each. Song Muan said boldly. Elemental stones are consumables after all, and unlike quenching body fluids, you can only take 1 bottle a month. This is a supply that people with special abilities need for a long time. 10 yuan each? Are you sure, sir? The clerk was a little confused. It is enough for ordinary people to use 1 elemental stone, but Song Muan wants to have all 9 at once, which is indeed a bit abnormal. Can't you buy it? Song Muan asked rhetorically. Okay, I'll wrap it up for you. The clerk immediately agreed. Then, Song Muan bought some noble phantasms, such as weapons and armor. Armor boosts his defense, which is what he lacks the most at the moment. As for the natural materials and earthly treasures, Song Muan did not buy them. This kind of thing must be stored in a special way, otherwise the effect will slowly disappear over time. At present, he has not found a market for natural materials and earthly treasures, so he is not in a hurry to start. In the process of purchasing these things, Song Muan did not notice anything unusual. Of course, this does not mean that the suspicion of the Four Seas Pavilion can be ruled out. Maybe the other party is just hiding deeper. Forget it, let's take a step and take a step. Song Muan said to himself, turned around and walked towards the outside of the Four Seas Pavilion. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw Lu Mang walking in with a man who looked very similar to him. Song Muan, are you still alive? When Lu Mang saw Song Muan, his tone was full of disbelief. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly covered his mouth, as if he was afraid of being heard by others. But Song Muan heard it clearly. This kind of thing is not said casually, there must be a reason behind it. He narrowed his eyes and stared at Lu Mang. He is Song Muan? The man next to Lu Mang asked. That person is Lu Mang's second brother, Lu Jiao. Second brother, it's him. Lu Mang nodded in confirmation. You are daring enough to actually use despicable means to deceive my brother of 4,000 spirit stones. Our Lu family's spirit stone is not something anyone can take. I'm afraid you have a life to take it, but you don't have a life to spend. Lu Jiao stared at Song Muan coldly. If you speak so arrogantly, it's easy to not live tomorrow. Song Muan responded with a sneer. Okay, good. A waste who has not awakened his abilities dares to speak to me like this. I, Lu Jiao, have not been in Phoenix for the past 2 years, and I didn't expect any cat or dog to dare to stand up. Boy, give you a chance. Now kneel down and kowtow to my brother 3 times, and then obediently hand over the 4,000 spirit stones that were deceived, and I will let you go. Otherwise, I will make your life worse than death. Lu Jiao threatened menacingly. The tone is not small. Is it the momentum that I haven't brushed my teeth? since I was a child? You are so arrogant. Does your dad know? If he knew, would he regret not shooting you in the toilet? Songwon fought back without showing weakness. When it comes to mouth, he has always been fearless. Show. At this time, there was a sudden exclamation from the side. Bang! Songwon and the two brothers of the Liu family turned their heads at the same time, looking at the source of the sound. I saw a man who looked about the same age as Songwon, looking at him with admiration on his face. Seeing Songwon looking at him, the man hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed his arm. Let me introduce. My name is Jin Zizai, and I want to recognize you as the eldest brother. If you can be a teacher. The man said earnestly. I didn't recommend you to be discharged from the hospital at the beginning, but you see that you are sick again. Songwon glanced at him. He didn't know the person in front of him at all, and he had never seen it. Big brother, these words have a deep meaning. It seems to be saying that I am mentally ill. Amazing, scolding people doesn't even spit out swear words. I have to write down such a good golden sentence. Jin Zizi said, really took out a small notebook and began to write down what Song Nuan had just said. This person is somewhat wrong. He may have just been released. Song Nuan muttered to himself. Subsequently, he turned his gaze to the Liu brothers. Seeing Song Nuan staring at him, Liu Jiao didn't say anything more, raised his finger and pointed at him, and then made a gesture of wiping his neck. Song Nuan didn't talk anymore, only a sneer on his face, turned to leave. Big brother, don't go. What other golden sentences do you have? Say a few more sentences, I'll study hard. Seeing Song Nuan preparing to leave, Jin Zizai hurriedly stopped him. Be good, if you are sick, go see it, don't delay. Song Nuan didn't want to pay attention to this crazy guy at all, and he didn't know where he came from. Big brother, don't think I'm crazy. I really want to learn from you how to scold people without swearing. I've been stupid since I was a child, and I don't know how to talk when I quarrel. Sometimes I get scolded, and I don't know how to talk back. Every time I quarrel, I regret it and feel that I didn't play well. Big brother, I've been watching you for a long time just now, and your way of hitting the nail on the head is really enjoyable. Big brother, please, teach me. Jin Zizai eagerly stopped Song Nuan. If you want to learn to swear, you can go online and be a keyboard warrior, catching whoever sprays whom. Then see how others spray you, just write it down. Song Nuan explained. Stupidity is contagious, and if you stay with this kind of person for a long time, you will become stupid. That's different. They scold people as if there is a script, and I can't learn to use it flexibly at all. I remember a lot of golden sentences, but I don't know how to connect them. Jin Zizai took out his small notebook as he spoke and showed Song Nuan those wonderful sentences specially used to scare people. Seeing this, Song Nuan's face was full of helplessness. This was the first time he had seen someone write this kind of thing in a notebook. Speaking is actually an art, and it is not difficult to scold people. With the other mother as the center of the circle, the immediate family as the radius, the physiological organs as the main weapon, and the promiscuity as the main skill, combined with unique verbs and nouns such as ethics, gender, domestic animals, pets, and funeral industry. In this way, half the success is half. Song Nuan said lightly. Big brother, I really didn't see the wrong person. You are the person I was looking for. Big brother, today you will either accept me as an apprentice or recognize me as a little brother. Otherwise, I won't get up. Jin Zizi said, sat directly on the ground and hugged one of Song Nuan's legs. I pay attention to civilization and generally don't do anything, but if I do it, even I will be afraid. Don't force me to do it. Song Nuan warned. As long as you don't beat me to death, master, eldest brother, you will recognize me. No matter who comes, it's useless. Jin Zizi hugged him tighter. Faced with Jin Zizai's stalking energy, Song Nuan could only shake his head helplessly. He really didn't expect that he would meet such a dead-skinned guy. I'm very busy. I can earn hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. How can I have time to spend time with you? As the saying goes, blocking people's financial paths is equivalent to killing their parents. If you delay me to make money, that is my sworn enemy. Soft is not good. Song Nuan decided to harden. Master, big brother, if you like money, then it's easy to say, I have money. Jin Zizi looked up at Song Nuan. Do you think you can buy everything if you you have money? Song Nuan sneered. It's true that you can buy anything, but if you can't buy it, it means that you don't have enough money. Master, brother, if you like money, then it's easy to say, I have money. Jin Zizi looked up at Song Nuan. Do you think you can buy everything if you have money? Song Nuan sneered. It's true that you can buy anything, but if you can't buy it, it means that you don't have enough money. Master, brother, as long as you accept me, I will give you a hundred a day. Jin Zizai didn't finish speaking. Do you think I like this 100 dragon coin? Song Nuan interrupted him. I'm not talking about dragon coins, it's spirit stones. Jin Zizi said seriously. Ahem. Hearing him say this, Song Nuan was almost choked by saliva. 100 spirit stones are equivalent to 1 million dragon coins. Giving a million dragon coins a day is really sky high. Although his heart has been shaken, he still has to maintain the restraint. Haven't you heard that sentence? Poverty cannot be changed, and mighty cannot be subdued. 500 spirit stones. As the saying goes, a gentleman loves money and takes it well. 1,000 spirit stones. It's cold on the ground, get up quickly. Seeing that you are so sincere, I will reluctantly accept you as a little brother. In the face of Jin Zizai's banknote ability, Song Nuan finally compromised. 1,000 spirit stones a day, this is indeed a sky-high price. Jin Zizai is right, there is nothing in the world that cannot be bought. If you can't buy it, it means that there is not enough money. Thank you, boss, Jin Zizai said excitedly. After saying that, he stood up and looked at Song Muan with an eager face. I have to say that he is really a person with a lot of money in billions. It is the first time that Song Muan has been recognized so quickly. Boss, then teach me how to scold people now, Jin Zizai said expectantly. Xiao Jin, I just said that speaking is an art. Since it is art, it is impossible to do it quickly. Well, you will follow me in the future and carefully observe my words and deeds. See if you can be subtly infected by this art. Only in this way can we really gain something. Otherwise, it's no different from what you learned online, Song Muan said seriously. He swore that he didn't say this for the sake of collecting more gold and freedom spirit stones. He really wanted Jin Zizi to be influenced by art. The boss is right. Please take care of me in the future. In the face of Song Muan's suggestion, Jin Zizi nodded in agreement. I still have something to do today, so you can follow me from tomorrow, Song Muan said. Boss, I want to follow you now. Eat, sleep, and live with you, inseparable every day. Be influenced by you as much as you can, Jin Zizai said seriously. I know I'm handsome, in good shape, and very attractive, but I don't like men. Eat, sleep, and live together? Don't think about it. Absolutely impossible, Song Wanwan said righteously. In the face of Song Muan's refusal, Jin Zizai was still smiling. Add 500 spirit stones every day, he said and stretched out 5 fingers. Song Muan, am I the one who bends my waist for 5 buckets of rice? I said it. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Song Muan's voice raised by 1 degree. Add another 1,000. Jin Zizai stretched out another finger. Suddenly I remembered that there seems to be a guest room in my house. Welcome to stay. Song Muan's face changed, and he said with a smile, thank you, boss. Jin Zizai also smiled. But I do have something to do today. This is my contact information. You come to me tomorrow. Song Muan said and handed over his contact information, turned around and left. This time, Jin Zizi did not stop him, just watched him leave. Second grandpa, help me check his information. The more detailed the better. After Song Muan left, Jin Zizi whispered, okay. Soon, a voice came into his ears. Song Muan was in a hurry to leave, not looking for an excuse to get rid of Jin Zizai. He was going to follow the 2 brothers Lu Mang. The first thing Lu Mang said when he saw him was, you are actually alive. This shows that Lu Mang must have used some means to deal with him. The 2 men in black yesterday were probably sent by him. Taking a step back, even if it is not him, he is the one who knows the inside story. Song Muan is not the kind of person who reacts only after danger comes. He likes to stifle danger in the cradle to prevent minor changes. Therefore, he had to first find out who sent the 2 men in black yesterday. Before, he suspected that it was the Four Seas Pavilion. Because his peers were enemies, he had taken out too much quenching body fluid in Peiyuan liquid before, and the source was unknown, which could easily cause the other party to be jealous. Now, the biggest suspicion is Lu Mang. After coming to a no man's corner, he filled himself with color. Fill yourself in colorlessness, so you become invisible. After becoming invisible, he returned to the door of the Four Seas Pavilion and waited quietly for the 2 brothers Lu Mang to appear. It didn't take long for the 2 brothers Lu Mang to walk out of the Four Seas Pavilion. At this time, a car stopped in front of them. If the 2 leave in the car, it will be much more difficult to track. Lu Jiao is a powerful superpower, and if he follows him in a car, he is easy to discover. After thinking for a while, Song Muan selected herself with the mouse, and then clicked the button to shrink the font. Soon, his body began to shrink and eventually became the size of a finger. This is already the limit of what he can narrow. Then, he jumped up, grabbed Lu Mang's trousers tightly, and got into the car together. Fortunately, as the body shrinks, so does the weight. Otherwise, with his weight, Lu Mang's pants will definitely be torn off. Second brother, why did you come back suddenly, and bring so many elemental stones? Lu Mang, who was sitting in the car, looked at his brother and asked suspiciously. Last time I went to the secret realm, I got a king-level dragon Ganoderma. As long as its activity can be completely stimulated, our Lu family will definitely give birth to a king-level powerhouse. At that time, the Lu family will definitely be able to become one of the top families in Phoenix. Lu Jiao said. Great, with this thing, we don't have to look at the faces of those big families anymore. Lu Mang also said excitedly. This matter is related to the rise and fall of the Lu family, and it must not be leaked. Lu Jiao solemnly advised. Second brother, don't worry, I know the importance of this matter. After going home for a while, I will stay at home honestly and not go out. Lu Mang nodded in agreement. It's rare for you to have this awareness. I estimate that as long as it goes well, we can fully activate the activity of Dragon Ganoderma lucidum within an hour with elemental stones. In that way, once Grandpa submits it, there is a 98% chance to break through to the realm of kings. Lu Jiao said. When Grandpa breaks through the realm of kings, I must catch Song Muan, a dog thing. I investigated him before. Second brother, you don't know. This guy sold a lot of black iron level quenching body fluid in Peiyuan liquid, and each bottle only sold for 40 spirit stones. But I didn't find out where he came from. If we can master the channel, with the strength of our Lu family, we will soon be able to occupy the market in Phoenix. At that time, there will inevitably inevitably be a lot of money. Yesterday I sent 2 people from the Silver Realm to arrest him, and there is no news yet. I guess those 2 people are probably more than lucky. It seems that Song Muan still has a lot of secrets hidden in him, Lu Mang said. Hearing this, Song Muan, who was hidden in the car, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat behind him. Song Muan suddenly realized that she had been too ostentatious in order to earn spirit stones before, and she really attracted the attention of others. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Not to mention that those who came to deal with him yesterday were indeed sent by Lu Mang. Lu Mang alone had begun to doubt himself and secretly spy on his secrets, and with this alone, he had to get rid of him. To be honest, Song Muan had always thought that Lu Mang was just an unscrupulous young master with a little background. But listening to his words just now, he understood that Lu Mang was extremely scheming, far more complex than he seemed on the surface. In the eyes of outsiders, he is just a layer of disguise. These big family children really don't have a simple one, Song Muan thought silently in his heart. Song Muan's affairs are not in a hurry, let him run around for 2 days first. The most important thing at present is to ensure that Grandpa successfully breaks through to the realm of kings, Lu Jiao said. Understood, Lu Mang nodded in agreement. Immediately, there was silence in the carriage. Song Muan's eyes turned to Lu Jiao and carefully examined his attributes. Object name, Lu Jiao. Age, 24. Physical strength, 1241. Soul strength, 1138. Ability attribute, speed. Comprehensive combat effectiveness, 2379. Seeing these data, Song Muan's eyes narrowed slightly. Judging from the strength of his physical body, Lu Jiao is already a person with supernatural abilities in the Golden Realm. At the age of just 24, he reached the Golden Realm, which shows that he is extraordinary. Not to mention the comprehensive combat effectiveness of up to 2379, which is the strongest among his opponents. I really don't know if I can kill him with all my trump cards, Song Muan thought to himself. Lu Jiao vaguely felt a hint of killing intent flashing in an instant at this time, but he didn't take it to heart. There were only 3 people in the car, him, his brother and the driver, and the younger brother and the driver were trustworthy. He guessed that the murderous aura was probably revealed by his younger brother because of Song Muan. Soon, the car drove into Lu's house. The Lu family is located in a garden. The park is dominated by mountains, and the entrance is the Huangsha rockery. Soil and rocks are intertwined. The ancient trees on the mountain are lush and full of vitality. The green bamboo sways, and the vines hang down, creating a unique style of mountain and forest fun. Based on the landscape alone, such gardens are rare. After Lu Mang and Lu Jiao got out of the car, they hurriedly walked into the secret room of the Lu family. Song Muan did not hesitate and followed closely. At this moment, the core members of the Lu family have gathered in the secret room. An old man with a goatee, and 2 middle-aged men in their 40s were among them. Did you buy the elemental stone? The old man with a goatee looked at Lu Jiao and asked. He is the current head of the Lu family, Lu Jiao's grandfather Lu Wenshan, who has the perfect strength of the Diamond Realm. Bought it, Lu Jiao replied. Okay, don't delay, hurry up and stimulate the activity of Long Ganoderma, Lu Wenshan said. Everyone sat around a jade basin. In the pot is a palm-sized Ganoderma lucidum shaped like a dragon. At this time, the dragon Ganoderma looked dull and shriveled like a piece of sun-dried ginger. Lu Jiao took out a cloth bag from his pocket and waved it gently, and the ground was suddenly filled with tens of thousands of elemental stones and spirit stones. Lu Wenshan, 2 middle-aged men, and Lu Jiao, all sat cross-legged. Lu Wenshan and Lu Jiao refined elemental stones, and the 2 middle-aged men refined spirit stones. They continuously poured the refined spiritual energy and elements into the body of the dragon Ganoderma. Dragon Ganoderma lucidum is like a sponge, greedily absorbing these spiritual energy and elements. Lu Mang knew that he couldn't help, so he could only guard the door of the secret room to prevent anyone from breaking in. Time passed minute by minute. In less than an hour and a half, Lu Jiao and the 2 middle-aged men had sweat beads on their foreheads. Obviously, they were close to their limit, and they were struggling to support themselves with only their minds. Roar! Suddenly, a slight dragon roar came out of Long Lingji, shaking the entire secret room. Everyone was shocked and cheered up. I saw a red dragon shadow rising from Ganoderma lucidum, circling in the air for several times, and then returning to Ganoderma lucidum. At this time, Long Ganoderma has a new look. It has changed from its previous shriveled appearance to full and vivid, like a newborn young dragon. Activated. Seeing this scene, several people in the secret room showed a look of joy at the same time and said in unison, "Bang!" At this moment, there was a sudden impact on the door of the secret room. Everyone instinctively turned their eyes to the door of the secret room, their eyes full of questions, and looked at Lu Mang standing there. "It's not me," Lu Mang quickly denied it. "If it's not you, who could it be?" Lu Jiao asked anxiously. "Not good." At this time, the people of the Lu family eagerly looked at the location where Long Lingji was. However, they were surprised to find that Long Ganoderma had disappeared in plain sight. Where did Long Ganoderma go? Lu Wenshan immediately stood up, his voice a little nervous. But there were only a few people in the secret room, all of whom maintained their original postures. Moreover, these people are all core members of the Lu Lu family, and it is impossible for them to move long Ganoderma. More importantly, Lu Wenshan, as a person with the perfect ability of the Diamond Realm, was only one step away from the King Realm. The people in the secret room didn't have this strength at all. How could they take Long Lingji away under his nose? Now that Long Ganoderma has disappeared, the only thing that can be explained is, there are other people in the secret room. Attention, there are people with stealth abilities. After all, Lu Wenshan is an old river and lake, and he instantly came to the judgment that was closest to the truth. In his opinion, there are only two types of people who can take Long Ganoderma lucidum away from everyone's noses. The first is the ability that far exceeds them, that is, the existence of the King Realm. But if it is really a King Realm superpower, there is no need to use this kind of ghost trick. With the strength of the other party, it is easy to crush them, and they can be snatched away directly, so why be so careful? The second type is the stealth ability, whose strength is almost the same as theirs. There are many kinds of abilities on the Blue Star, all of which are strange, and stealth abilities are not uncommon. Listening to Lu Wenshan's words, the two middle-aged men moved and blocked the door of the secret room for the first time. After all, the stealth ability can only be invisible, but it cannot penetrate the wall. If you want to escape, you can only leave through the door of the secret room. At the same time, Lu Wenshan immediately released his senses and carefully searched every corner of the secret room. Since the other party's strength has not reached the King's realm, as long as he perceives it with his heart, he will be able to detect the existence of the other party. At this time, Song Warmth's heart also mentioned his throat. Although Song Nuan created an invisibility effect through color filling, but his body is still real, just visually invisible. If the other party searches carefully, he can still sense his presence. However, he was not worried because he was far from being in a desperate situation. Hyperlink, start. In the next instant, Song Nuan's figure completely disappeared from the secret room. It's not good, it's space fluctuations. There are also space superpowers. Boss, quickly block the entire Lu family, Lu Wenshan eagerly ordered. The voice was mixed with a bit of helplessness and despair. They blocked the door to the chamber, which was still effective for the invisibility ability. After all, the invisibility ability could not penetrate the wall. But for the space superpower, this is meaningless at all. Space superpowers can travel through space at will and easily escape from the secret room. He knew that Long Lingji was likely not to come back. However, Long Ganoderma is the key to his breakthrough to the king level. How could he give up so easily? So, everyone in the secret room hurriedly pushed open the door and rushed out. Lu Wenshan even soared into the air, searching for spatial fluctuations and suspicious targets. In an instant, the entire Lu family was dispatched to search for suspicious people in full swing. At this moment, Song Nuan was hiding in an inconspicuous corner of Lu's garden. What he just performed was a skill in PPT, hyperlinks. In the PPT, once the hyperlink is established, you can quickly jump to another page when clicked. The hyperlink that Song Nuan just used was to move from one place to another instantly. Of course, this has certain distance limits. With his current physical and soul strength, hyperlink could only jump freely within 100 meters around himself. This was enough for him to escape from the secret room to the outside. But there is one thing, but it is not limited. He has no upper limit on the number of hyperlinks within a radius of 100 meters. As long as he wants, he can establish thousands of hyperlinks and shuttle them at will. Stealing Long Ganoderma was planned as early as when he was in his car. So when he first arrived at Lu's garden, he arranged hyperlinks in many places in the garden to prevent problems before they happened. He thought he wouldn't use it, but he didn't expect it to come in handy. After coming to the garden, he was not in a hurry to leave, but chose to hide in a hidden corner. That's because he still has unfinished business. When he saw that everyone in the Lu family was moving to search for suspicious people, he quietly walked out of the hideout and sneaked into the secret room again. Just now, he just deleted Long Ganoderma and couldn't take it away directly. Whether it is cutting or uploading to the network disk, it cannot be completed in an instant. Dragon Ganoderma contains a lot of energy, like a large file, which takes a lot of time to upload or cut. And Lu Wenshan and the others obviously won't give him that much time. Although he is invisible, his strength is limited, and it is extremely difficult to succeed if he wants to take it directly from under the noses of Lu Wenshan and others. It is likely to be detected immediately. Therefore, choosing on-site deletion is the wisest way. After deletion, Long Ganoderma is temporarily stored in the recycle bin. After confirming that the secret room was unoccupied, Song Nuan opened the recycle bin and clicked Restore. The next moment, the Dragon Ganoderma lucidum that had disappeared reappeared in its original position. Song Nuan stepped forward, held it in his hand, and chose to upload the network disk. This is more time-saving than shearing. Cut and upload network disk seem to have similar operations. Both are to store items. In fact, the essence is different. Shearing can be operated over a long distance, which is equivalent to using space transfer to move items from one place to another, which takes a long time. Upload network disk needs to be operated handheld, so the time is greatly shortened. This operation has been completed by 1.6%, and the remaining time is expected to be 0.59. A prompt will pop pop up on the screen soon. Fortunately, it only takes a minute. Song Muan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a little at ease in his heart. He was indeed worried that uploading the network disk would take too long. Once the time drags on, the Lu family may rush back to the secret room at any time. A minute passed quickly, and Long Lingji disappeared from his hands. During this period, the Lu family did not appear. Lu Mang, it's time to settle the accounts of the two of us next, Song Muan said coldly, and then left the secret room and walked back into the Lu family's garden. She quietly hid her figure, looking around for traces of Lu Mang. Lu Mang did not leave Lu's garden, so Song Muan quickly locked his direction. At this time, Lu Mang was taking the servants of the Lu family and searching for any suspicious people. Unfortunately, they are doomed to nothing. Song Muan quietly came to Lu Mang's back. In the next moment, a cold light flashed, and Lu Mang's head flew up suddenly. This amazing scene immediately stunned the servants of the Lu family. But before they could come to their senses, Lu Mang's body and flying head disappeared without a trace in an instant. It turned out that Song Muan had just clicked delete on these two things. Then the recycle bin was emptied. It directly destroyed the corpses. Did I be dazzled just now? I seem to be dazzled, obviously seeing the third young master's head suddenly fly up, and then the corpse and head disappeared in the blink of an eye. The two servants of the Lu family muttered to themselves. All this happened so fast as lightning, that they wondered if they were hallucinating. No, it's not an illusion. The third young master was really killed. Patriarch, uncle, come on. The third young master was assassinated. A servant finally reacted and shouted eagerly. His shout quickly attracted everyone in the Lu family except Lu Wenshan. What did you just say? The third young master was killed? What happened? Lu Jiao asked eagerly. The servant who had just shouted repeated what he had seen and heard. Who the hell dared to kill my son so cruelly? I must smash him to pieces. The older middle-aged man roared angrily. At this time, his heart was filled with hatred. He is Lu Mang's father, Lu Xinghan. That invisible person should still be hiding in the garden. Everyone must be vigilant. It is certain that this person has a deep hatred with our Lu family. Jiaoer, come to the second uncle. Lu Mang's second uncle and Lu Xinghan's younger brother Lu Xinghe said calmly. He still kept a clear head. Lu Xinghe knew in his heart that the invisibility supernatural ability stole long Ganoderma lucidum and killed Lu Mang for revenge. The other party could not directly deal with himself and his brother, so he chose to start in the next life. Now that Lu Mang is dead, the next target is likely to be Lu Jiao. I have to admit that Lu Xinghe's judgment is generally correct. Song Nuan did intend to eradicate Lu Jiao, but he didn't expect to be protected so quickly, making it difficult for him to start. However, Lu Jiao must die, because the grudge in the car has been known to him. If he is let go, once he remembers these things in the future, he is very likely to attack himself. At that time, he was in the light, but the enemy was hiding in the dark. If you hurt your relatives and friends around you because of this, or if you are plotted against it, it will be too late. Age, 18. Therefore, in any case, today we must cut down the grass and eliminate the roots and kill Lu Jiao. Now Lu Jiao is guarded by Lu Xinghe, and he can only lurk in the shadows, waiting for the opportunity. Patience is the most important quality as a qualified hunter. As the saying goes, be a thief for 1,000 days, and prevent thieves for 1,000 days. At first, Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghan were engrossed in guarding Lu Jiao. At the same time, let go of perception and search for any unfamiliar breath. However, as time passed, their attention gradually distracted. The other party should have left. My father is coming back soon, and he can't still hide in the dark. At this time, Lu Xinghe said, don't take it lightly, Manger has been killed, and Jiaoer must not have an accident again. I'll talk about it when my father comes back. Although Lu Xinghan's eyes were full of hatred at the moment, he had regained his sanity and was calm on the surface. About 5 minutes later, Lu Wenshan descended from the sky. At this time, his face was extremely gloomy, because he flew out to search just now, but did not find any spatial fluctuations, nor did he find any suspicious people. This means that his hopes of breaking through the kingship level have been completely shattered. If it goes well, Song Yuan will have already been cut 1,000 times. Lu Xinghe and Lu Xinghan also saw from Lu Wenshan's face that he had not found long Ganoderma. Father, who do you think did this? Lu Xinghan stepped forward and asked. Not sure yet, but I can be sure that there are at least 2 people who stole long Ganoderma. One person has the ability to stealth, and the other has the ability of space. Lu Wenshan said firmly. Hearing this, Lu Xinghan and Lu Xinghe both frowned. Although there are not many people with invisibility abilities, there are still a few in the Dragon Kingdom. But people with space abilities, as far as I know, there is only one space saint in the Dragon Kingdom. But he would never do such a thing as stealing Dragon Ganoderma. To put it bluntly, just this thing. Even if our Lu family takes the initiative to give it to him, he doesn't have to. Lu Xinghan said, I know that the space saint is impossible, but the Dragon Kingdom may have other hidden space superpowers. As long as we investigate slowly, we will definitely find useful clues. This matter must not be left alone. Boss, order it to go down and use all channels to find out all the superpowers with stealth and space abilities. Lu Wenshan said. Yes. Lu Xinghan agreed and turned to leave. leave. Father, there's one more thing. When searching for suspicious people, the stealth supernatural killed Manger. No bodies left. Lu Xinghe said. Damn it. If I find out who is so targeting our Lu family, I will definitely cramp and peel off the skin and cut it 1,000 times. Lu Wenshan was so angry that he almost lost control. If it weren't for trying to suppress the energy in the body, this force would be enough to destroy everything within a radius of hundreds of meters. Once the superpowers of the Diamond Realm became angry, the deterrence was extremely strong. Check it out for me and see what are the superpowers who have festivals with our Lu family. By the way, check where the news of Long Ganoderma lucidum leaked from. Lu Wenshan calmed down and ordered Lu Xinghe. Yes, Lu Xinghe nodded. The Lu family's current strength and status have accumulated countless grievances, and it is not easy to find out everything. Song Muan did not stay in Lu's garden all the time. It's not that he doesn't want to, but his body can't hold on anymore. If you stay any longer, you won't even be able to maintain invisibility. Once the stealth fails, he will surely die. Simply retreat temporarily, find the right opportunity, and then kill Lu Jiao. He set up a hyperlink in the garden of the Lu family, so that he could easily enter and exit at any time when he wanted. In this way, Song Muan left the Lu family. After he had eaten and drank enough and all consumption was completely restored, he transferred again with the help of hyperlink and returned to Lu's house. At this time, it was already late at night. Most of the people in the Lu family have fallen asleep peacefully. If you look for Lu Jiao room by room, I'm afraid it will be easy for the Lu family to find out. There is a way. Song Muan said to himself, walked straight into the garden, and lit a fire. The fire was ruthless, and the fire spread rapidly. It just so happened that the breeze was blowing tonight, and the fire was helping with the wind, and in an instant, the fire in the garden soared into the sky, and the flames rolled. It's on fire. Put out the fire quickly. The servants of the Lu family screamed. Soon, everyone in the Lu family was awakened and rushed out of the room one by one. Water floods the Golden Mountain. At this moment, Su Xinghe made a move. As a water-type superpower, he waved his hand, and countless water columns rose into the air and collided with each other in the air. In the next second, these water jets turned into torrential rain and poured down. Age, 18. In less than 10 seconds, the burning garden was completely extinguished. Song Muan set fire not to burn the entire Lu family forest. After all, Blue Star is not the Earth. There are many superpowers here, and there is no fire at all. As long as the fire is discovered, it will be extinguished quickly. Water, fire, earth, air, space. All kinds of superpowers can easily extinguish a fire. The real purpose of Song Muan's arson was to force Lu Jiao to appear. His plan worked, and shortly after the fire started, Lu Jiao appeared in the garden. Coincidentally, Lu Jiao and Lu Xinghe maintain a lot of distance. This is giving Song Muan a good opportunity to start. Song Muan had checked Lu Jiao's attribute panel and knew that he had reached the level of the superpower of the Golden Realm, and he had awakened to speed ability. He only had one chance to make a shot this time, and if he missed, there would never be a second chance. Song Muan quietly lurked 10 meters behind Lu Jiao. Lu Jiao, it's really your unlucky day. If you are a different type of superpower, I may not be able to kill you. It's a pity, you're a speed guy, Song Muan said as she opened Excel. In an instant, the space 20 meters in front of Song Muan was divided into small partitions. Each partition is extremely small and can accommodate up to 2 people. And Lu Jiao was in one of the partitions. Because he had been standing in place, he didn't notice it at all. How could it suddenly catch fire? This is by no means accidental, it is likely to be man-made, Lu Mang said to himself as if he suddenly felt something, and suddenly raised his head. At the same time, he sensed the faint crisis behind him. Without hesitation, he pushed his speed to the limit and prepared to gallop forward. However, as soon as he took a step, he felt his body hit an invisible wall. This was completely beyond his expectations. This collision confused him for a while, and his body involuntarily bounced back. Immediately afterwards, a waist knife suddenly appeared behind him and swung it fiercely at his head. Unsurprisingly, the next moment, Lu Jiao's head was cut off. Although the Golden Realm seems to be powerful, its physical body is still far from being invulnerable, and it is very easy to die from a sneak attack. Only by entering the Platinum Realm can he barely be called a real powerhouse. Song Muan closed the Excel sheet immediately, and then deleted Lu Jiao's body and the head that flew out. Then he cleaned up the hyperlink left at the scene and quickly left Lu's house. At this time, the Lu family suddenly reacted, and Lu Jiao was actually killed. Jiaoer! Lu Xinghan cried out in grief. It's a pity that Lu Jiao didn't even leave the corpse capital, and he had nowhere to vent his grief. Aha! Who is against my Lu family? Tell me, who killed my 2 sons? I will definitely tear you to pieces and crush your bones. Lu Xinghan roared. There are 3 major tragedies in life: losing a father in childhood, losing a husband in middle age, and losing a son in old age. Lu Xinghan lost 2 sons in one day, and you can imagine how deep his pain was. However, the deaths of Lu Jiao and Lu Mang are destined to be a mystery. As long as Song Muan is tight-lipped, no one will know the truth. After Song Muan left Lu's garden far away, he looked back in the direction of Lu's house. You can't blame me, it was your Lu family who did it first, I'm just to protect myself. The son does not teach, the father's fault. If you want to blame, it's your fault for not educating your son well. I hope he will stop being arrogant and domineering in the next life and be a good person. After saying that, Song Muon turned around and went home. It's also quite interesting to say, when he was at the door of the Four Seas Pavilion before, Song Muon once said to Lu Jiao, "It's hard for you to live until tomorrow if you speak so arrogantly." At that time, he just casually said that he had no intention of killing him. Unexpectedly, because of Lu Mang's incident, Lu Jiao was killed by his own hands, and he really didn't live until tomorrow. This is the so-called, if people are crazy, there will be disaster, and if the sky is crazy, there will be rain. The way of heaven is reincarnated. Who does heaven spare? When she woke up the next day, Song Muon only felt comfortable. He did not feel the slightest guilt of killing, and at the moment he was in a happy mood and relaxed, because he finally got to worry. No longer have to worry about Lu Mang getting into trouble with him. Wake up in the morning, embrace the sun, full of positive energy. Open the window in the morning, and you're in a good mood. Song Muon hummed a little song while opening the window. The sun shone into the house, making his whole body warm. He found that since he practiced the sunflower treasure book, he had an inexplicable sense of joy for the sun. It is as if I have become a sunflower, following the trajectory of the sun. Sister Allure, good morning. After washing up and walking out of the room, Song Muon said to Yu Qingcheng, who had prepared breakfast, "Dog, you have a blessing today, it's all what you like to eat." Yu Qingcheng glanced at him in slight surprise, and then said, she already knew that Yunde and Tang Chichi had been admitted to Huadu Academy and Modu Academy. I thought that Song Muon would be a little disappointed, although he would not be grief-stricken, but he should also be a little dull. After all, the playmates who grew up together have entered the 3 major courtyards, and he has not even awakened his abilities. Such a gap is difficult for ordinary people to accept at all. But she found that Song Muon was in a surprisingly good mood. This is by no means pretending, but really in a good mood. As a mother, she can still see it. However, she didn't ask much. "Dog, I told you a long time ago that you should catch up with Chi-Chi as soon as possible and let her be my daughter-in-law, but you just don't want to. Now that she has entered Huadu Academy, your chances will only become slimmer and slimmer," Yu Qingcheng said with some regret. "Sister Allure, haven't I told you countless times? Chi-Chi and I are brothers, the kind of brothers who put knives in their ribs. But there is no relationship between us and a woman, and it is impossible to be husband and wife." Song Muon said firmly, "You are still young and ignorant, and many couples get along slowly and eventually become brothers. It's okay for the two of you to change from brothers to husband and wife. Chi-Chi is so beautiful, she is still the school flower of your school. Don't you want to hug such a beautiful woman with a good figure and a beautiful face when you sleep every day?" Yu Qingcheng said, "Ahem, I'm still young, I'm still a child." Song Muon was choked by Yu Qingcheng's fierce tone and quickly defended, "You are 18, not young. When your dad was as old as you, he was already an old driver. Dog, tell me honestly, do you like boys?" Yu Qingcheng suddenly stared at Song Muon and asked with sharp eyes. "Don't guess, my orientation is completely normal." Song Muon hurriedly responded, "You know me and your dad, we are very enlightened parents. If you really like boys, your dad and I won't object, as long as you're happy and happy." Yu Qingcheng said, "Sister Allure, let me say it again, my orientation is normal. Wait and see, within a year, I will definitely find a beautiful woman who is beautiful and beautiful to be my girlfriend. Is this okay?" Song Muon looked at Yu Qingcheng, with a bit of helplessness in her tone. In the face of his mother's somewhat crazy urging to find a girlfriend, drawing a flatbread became his best way to deal with it. Hearing Song Muon's assurance, Yu Qingcheng stared at him and said, "A man is a man, he will do what he says, and he will do what he says. Let's make an agreement today. Within a year, if you can't find a girlfriend, you have to listen to my arrangements and your dad. When the time comes, you can't refuse the girlfriend that your dad and I arranged for you. If you dare to refuse, I will dare to drug you. Dog, your first time, you don't want to lose it in this situation." When she said this, there was a little excitement in her tone, which made Song Muon can't help but have a black line. "Why has my dad seen the dragon during this time? Where did he go?" Song Muon hurriedly changed the topic. If this topic continues, his tough mother doesn't know what shocking things he will say. "He recently went on a business trip and won't come back after a while," Yu Qingcheng replied. "That's right." Song Muon didn't think much about it. After all, it was common to travel to work. After breakfast, Song Muon walked out of the house. "It's really time to find a girlfriend. Sister Qingcheng is right. If you can hug a beautiful woman with a good figure and a beautiful face every day, that feeling is fragrant. It's just that I haven't met the right one yet. Although Chi-Chi is beautiful, but it's too familiar, I don't feel anything." "Then who else? I don't seem to know any other beautiful girls. Forget it, let it be." Song Muon stretched and said to himself. Then, he walked forward. "Today I plan to find a store just by setting up a stall. Buying and selling must be bigger and stronger, and create brilliance. Wear socks first and then shoes. Be a grandson first and then a grandfather." What is a grandfather? Dad's dad is called. "I'm sorry," Song Muon muttered as he walked. However, just as he was saying his last words, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, frightening him so much that he almost jumped up and blurted out a beautiful greeting. People are scary, scary to death. Are you sick? If you are sick, see a doctor quickly, don't delay the time. Song Muan looked at the sudden appearance of Jean Zizi and said, Boss, it was you who asked me to come to you today. Jean Zizi responded unconcernedly. I asked you to come to me, but I didn't let you hide in front of my house to scare me. If I hadn't been in a good mood today, I would have let you know why the flowers are so red. Song Muan said, a little annoyed. The boss said another golden sentence. I have to write it down. Jean Zizi said as he took out a small notebook. You're such a cutie. I really admire you. The sixth. Listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, I almost lost my life. Song Muan said. Boss, what does the sixth mean? Jean Zizi looked puzzled. This is the first time he has heard this word. The word comes from ancient mythology. Legend has it that there is a divine vine with 7 gourds on it. These 7 gourds absorb the essence of the sun and moon every day, and after 77 or 81 days, they give birth to 7 gourd babies with supreme magical powers. The boss is a strong baby, earth-shattering, infinitely powerful, and can do whatever he wants. The old 2,000 miles of eyes, the eyes of thousands of miles, and the ears of all directions. The third diamond baby, copper-headed and iron-armed, invulnerable to swords and guns. The fourth fire baby, the furnace is perfect, and the sun is fierce. The old 5 water babies, the waves are stormy, and the mountains and rivers are swallowed up. The sixth invisible baby, coming and going without a trace, always appears in unexpected places for the enemy, causing countless troubles to the enemy. It's really a once-in-a-millennium-old-ine ratio. Since then, people have collectively called this strange and insidious old-ine ratio Laolu. Song Muan explained. After listening to the explanation, Jean Zi had a smile on his face. The boss is really knowledgeable. I've decided, I'm going to be a 6th child in the future. There is no shadow of come, there is no trace of going. Jean Zizi said seriously. Everyone hates the 6th, but they all want to be the 6th. You have to keep working hard to be a good 6th. Song Muan patted him on the shoulder, looking serious. Don't worry, boss, from now on, the 6th is me, and I am the 6th. Jean Zizi nodded. Song Muan didn't say any more, turned around and continued to walk forward. If he doesn't leave, he is afraid that he will not be able to help laugh out loud. Jean Zizi saw him walking forward, turned his head to look at the place where Song Muan had just come out, and a hint of indescribability flashed in his eyes. Then, he stared back at Song Muan's back and hurriedly followed. But just after taking a few steps, Song Muan suddenly turned around and set her eyes on him. According to what we agreed before, you want to learn the art of speaking from me. 2,000 spirit stones a day, pay first. Song Muan stretched out his hand and said, Boss, business is not as good as you, isn't it all monthly? Jean Zizi asked rhetorically. Monthly settlement? Are you kidding? I don't care what the rules are like elsewhere, but with me, my rules are the rules. Pay first, do things later. Moreover, I don't support transfers here, only cash. If you don't want to pay, then I won't accompany you. Song Muan was straightforward. It's okay to pay first, boss, I'll cover it for a month first. Here are 60,000 spirit stones. Jean Zizi said, flipped his hand, and a cloth bag appeared in his hand. Song Muan took the cloth bag and opened it, and found that there were many more spirit stones in it than 60,000. At this time, he glanced at Jean Zizi meaningfully. The items stored in the space exist on the blue star, extremely precious, and are by no means something that anyone can own. Just now, he could see clearly that Jean Zizi's bag of spirit stones was taken out of the ring on his hand. Come to think of it, it must be a space ring. Moreover, the person who can take out 60,000 spirit stones at once is by no means an ordinary person. You know, he worked as a copyist for 3 years before, and the manuscript fee he earned was only a few hundred spirit stones. Taking advantage of the outlet of the awakening of supernatural abilities, he sold 10 days of quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid, and only earned more than 50,000 spirit stones. That's all his belongings. Unexpectedly, Jean Zizi could easily take out 60,000 spirit stones. Xiao Jin, your family is really rich. Song Muan looked at him and sighed. Hey, there aren't many other things at home, but there are some spirit stones, but they are all small money. Don't care too much about the boss. Jean Zizi responded with a smile. I understand you, you don't have much interest in money. Song Muan said. The boss really understands me, my family is an ordinary family. Jean Zizi said with a smile. With this, you already have the potential to become a big boss. Song Muan also smiled. Jean Zizi's words reminded him of the forced kings on the earth before. Money talks. After Song Muan prepared enough money, he quickly bought a shop of more than 130 square meters from a person. Boss, why are you buying a shop? Jean Zizi asked, puzzled. Make money. Song Muan replied succinctly. Make money? Making money is very simple. You can rent out the empty house at home. It's really not good. Take out the treasures you collect at home and sell them. What's the matter? One can sell tens of thousands of spirit stones. Jean Zizi looked at Song Muan and said with a serious face. You're right. However, I bought this shop mainly to experience life. If you just talk about making money, it's too easy for me. For example, if I want to earn 10,000 spirit stones a month, I only need to deposit 3 million spirit stones in the exchange bank. If you want to earn 100,000 spirit stones a month, it is enough enough to save 30 million spirit stones. Isn't it very simple? Songwon asked with a smile. The boss makes sense. It's really worthy of you. When Jin Zizai heard this, his eyes immediately widened and his face was full of admiration. Xiaojin, have you ever tested your IQ after you were born? I think with your ingenuity, you can definitely crush everything. Songwon suddenly stared at Jin Zizai and asked, I have been tested, and my IQ is 89. Although it is not top-notch, it has left many people in the dust. Jin Zizi said proudly, amazing. Your IQ is not comparable to anyone else except the cerebral thrombosis neighbor of my distant 7th uncle's house. Songwon suddenly showed a hint of sympathy. The IQ of ordinary people is generally between 90 and 110, and the IQ of most people is about 105, and after awakening the ability, the IQ usually increases by 5 points. Therefore, Jin Zizai's IQ seems a bit peculiar. I also know that I crush others, but I don't usually like to use my brain. In my opinion, things that can be solved with money are not a matter at all, and there is no need to use your brain. So far, I have not encountered a problem that cannot be solved with money. Jin Zizi didn't notice another layer of meaning in Songwon's words, and said proudly, there is no doubt about your excellence. If your brain can sell for money, others will probably sell up to 100 spirit stones, and yours can sell at least 1 million spirit stones. Songwon said, so valuable? I'm really good, and the boss is really discerning. I saw my biggest shining point at once. Jin Zizi said excitedly, your brain is very precious. After all, it has hardly been used, almost brand new. Such a head is rare, and other people's brains have long been scrapped, and they are definitely worthless. Songwon said again, boss, my mother said, try not to compare this kind of thing with others, keep a low profile. Otherwise, it is easy to make others feel inferior. Jin Zizai said seriously, your mother is right, but you will say what your mother told you in the future. Don't say my mother said it. In this way, those who are jealous of you will think that you are a mom boy. You will say in the future, the ancestors have been taught. This sounds even more forced. Songwon said again, it makes sense. The boss is right. Speaking is really an art. Hearing what you said, the force immediately went up. I have to write it down in a small notebook quickly. Jin Zizi said, and took out a small book again. By the way, Xiaojin, how old are you? Have you awakened your abilities? Songwon asked casually. Boss, I'm 18 years old, and my abilities have awakened. Let me tell you quietly, what I awakened is sequence 37, freedom, potential SSS level. I didn't call myself Jin Zizai before, and I changed my name after awakening my abilities. Jin Zizi said in a low voice, why are your abilities more strange than the other? Songwon shook his head helplessly. Yunda's awakening of the moral ability is already strange enough, and this Jin Zizai has awakened the freedom ability again. What kind of ability is this? However, after all, it is the top 100 in the sequence, and the potential SSS level is definitely extraordinary. Mr. Song, all the procedures have been completed, and from today onwards, this shop will be yours. At this time, a man walked into the shop, handed Songwon a stack of procedures and said, okay, I'm sorry to trouble you. Songwon took the formalities and glanced at it casually. The decoration of this shop does not need to be drastically changed, just adjust the layout. Boss, what are you going to sell in this store? Jin Zizi asked curiously. Do you know what to sell and make the most money? Songwon did not answer his question directly, but asked back. Noble phantasm, natural treasure. Jin Zizi blurted out. These things are commonly used by people with special abilities, and the price is very high. That's right, but not exactly. Let me ask you, two noble phantasms with exactly the same function, according to the function evaluation, are worth 500 spirit stones. However, one is ordinary, and the other is used by a certain saint. Which one would you buy? Songwon asked. Of course I bought it from that saint. Jin Zizai replied without hesitation. Although the function is the same, it is used by the Holy Venerable after all. Then what if the 100 more expensive spirit stones that the Holy Venerable used? I'll still buy it, and I'm not short of money. What about the expensive 1,000 spirit stones? Buy it as it is. What about 10,000 spirit stones that are expensive? This has to be considered. It doesn't seem to be worth the price. Isn't this what is really valuable? Not the function of the noble phantasm, but the story behind the noble phantasm. This is the core competitiveness and the most attractive selling point. Hearing Songwon say this, Jin Zizi frowned. What does this mean? He asked with a puzzled face. With his IQ, he really didn't understand what Songwon said. Do you have any collections at home? Yes, there are quite a lot. Part of it should be like this. They can't be eaten, they can't be used to improve their strength, they don't look beautiful, and they can't be used as decorations. But just because a certain cowman used it, or a famous event involved them, the value of ordinary things instantly skyrocketed. Songwon remembers very well that when he was on Earth in his previous life, he had many strange collections. For example, a small object used by the famous inventor Edison, or the night pot used by a certain emperor, the chair that some great man once sat on, and clothes worn by a certain star. These things are logically worthless, but someone will pay for it. Therefore, Songwon put down the shop, although it also sells things, but more importantly, selling stories, or rather, use stories as gimmicks to attract the attention of others. After Song Won came to Blue Star, he worked as a copyist for 3 years. He has too many stories about the Earth stored in his mind. Not to mention anything else, those myths and legends alone are enough to provide him with countless materials now. What's more, he has read countless online novels, and the material is too numerous to count. So, he decided to write these stories and attach them to the items for sale. This makes the items in the store more attractive. The story about the Earth is known only to him, which is an advantage that others do not have. In the next few days, Song Won adjusted the layout of the shop, designed the door, and copied a large number of purchased noble phantasms and elemental stones. In addition to this, he also devotes himself to writing stories. He first wrote from Pangu, and then to Newwa fabricated the soil. If you continue to write like this, even if you type 20,000 words a day, it will take a long time. After Song Won finished writing the story of Newwa fabricating soil to create people, she couldn't help but talk to herself. Shaoi, can you use Dunyang? He suddenly thought of the almighty Dunyang. Dunyang hasn't unlocked yet. Shaoi replied. Is there any way to quickly convert the story in my head into words? Song Won asked unwillingly. You can connect with Bluetooth to connect your computer and mobile phone. Use brainwaves to convert the picture in your mind into words. Shaoi said again. Ha ha ha, there is really this function. Shaoi, I love you so much. Song Won was so excited that he couldn't help but jump up from the spot. He originally just had the mentality of giving it a try, but he didn't expect to really solve his problem. Soon, he used Bluetooth to connect the computer in his mind to his mobile phone. At this time, he discovered that the pictures in his mind could not only be converted into words, but also into pictures and videos. Of course, converting images and videos to text is nowhere near as fast. This is too good. It's simply a magic skill. Song Won said excitedly. If I had this ability 3 years ago, I would definitely be able to sweep the novel, comic, and video industries on my own. In the next period of time, Song Won turned all the Earth myths and legends in his memory into videos in the form of text, pictures, and animations. Early the next morning, Song Won printed 5,000 leaflets and sent people to distribute them widely in Phoenix. There are only 2 sentences on the flyer. The first sentence, the first floor is open today. The second sentence, with this leaflet, you can receive a spirit stone for free, limited to 1 per person, and the activity is limited to 2 days. You know, a spirit stone is worth 10,000 dragon coins. This shot is definitely generous enough. When people in Phoenix saw the flyers, they all thought that the people who sent them were crazy, as if they were teasing them. Many people throw flyers directly into the trash. However, there are still some people who have the mentality of giving it a try and follow the address on the flyer to the first floor. They found that there were 2 large screens at the door of the first floor, playing stories they had never heard of before. Pangu was groundbreaking. At first, they were just curious to stop and watch. I didn't expect to be more fascinated the more I looked at it. For the first time, many people seriously think that this is how all things in heaven and earth were born. Some people even forget the purpose of coming here. It is human nature to watch the excitement, and when passers-by see that there are many people at the door, they also come forward to join in the fun. As time went on, there were more and more people at the door of the first floor. After Pangu's groundbreaking story was played, everyone reluctantly retracted their gaze. At this time, they remembered that they had come to receive the spirit stone. They walked into the store and saw a teenager sitting at the counter, smiling and looking at everyone. Behind him were shelves filled with elemental stones and noble phantasms. There is a large banner hanging at the top of the shelf that reads, 90% off the whole site. There is also a small banner under the banner that reads, if you spend more than 100 spirit stones, you will receive a Pangu storybook. If you reach 200 spirit stones, you will receive a comic book. These comic books and storybooks were all produced by Song Won overnight. This time, in order to make a name for himself on the first floor, he put in a lot of effort and created a lot of gimmicks. He didn't believe that under such a propaganda offensive, there were still people in Phoenix who didn't know about the existence of the first floor. Boss, with this leaflet, can you really exchange for a spirit stone? At this time, someone held a leaflet and asked Song Won suspiciously. The crotch is on fire, of course you can. Song Won responded cheerfully. Can we redeem it on the spot? Bring the flyer, he added. The man handed the leaflet dubiously. Song Won didn't say a word, and directly took out a spirit stone and handed it to the other party. It's really a spirit stone. The person who got the spirit stone was still unbelievable, and it felt like a dream. Who would have thought that a flyer could be exchanged for a spirit stone? Boss, I also have leaflets here. I have it here too. I brought it too. For a while, people with leaflets in their hands were clamoring. Don't worry, everyone, line up to get it. Song Won shouted loudly. Xiao Jin, help me maintain order. He sat back at the counter, and as long as someone took out the leaflet, he did not hesitate to hand over a spirit stone. After a while, he sent out nearly 200 spirit stones. That is, 200 people have already received leaflets. Compared with the crowd exchanging spirit stones, there were more onlookers. After all, many people just came in to see the fun, and there were no flyers. Many people immediately turned and ran to the street in search of leaflets, and those who received the spirit stones stayed at the scene, wanting to see what the first floor was going to do. "Boss, what do you mean by the 90% off of the audience written on this banner?" someone couldn't help but ask. "Simple," Songwon explained. "Take elemental stones as an example. Sell 10 spirit stones elsewhere. With me, I only need 9 spirit stones. Other noble phantasms, quenching body fluids, etc., are also 90% off. If you spend more than 100 spirit stones, you will also receive a special Pangu storybook. The book records in detail the legend of Pangu's opening of the world," he added. After listening to Songwon's words, the onlookers suddenly realized, although an elemental stone is only 1 spirit stone cheaper, if you buy more, you can save a lot of spirit stones. Songwon was not in a hurry to sell the elemental stone, but looked at everyone and asked, "Do you know which part of Pangu the elemental stone is from?" "I think it should be hair." "How could it be hair? As mentioned in the video just now, Pangu's hair turned into flowers and trees." "I think it's a cell. Maybe some kind of dust?" For a while, the onlookers were aroused by Songwon's words. Seeing this situation, Songwon had a smile on her face, picked up a bottle of drink next to her, and drank it. It doesn't matter which part of Pangu the elemental stone has changed, the important thing is that the more intense the discussion among these onlookers, the more beneficial it will be to the publicity on the first floor. If you want to buy elemental stones, hurry up and get it on a first-come, first-served basis. Songwon then said, "I am a water-type superpower, give me 12 water-type elemental stones. Remember to send the Pangu chapter storybook." A guest spoke. "Guest, please wait." Songwon responded, turned around and took 12 water elemental stones from the shelf and handed them to the guests. At the same time, a Pangu storybook is also included. An elemental stone costs 9 spirit stones, and these 12 pieces are 108 spirit stones. And Songwon only consumes 2 spirit stones to copy an elemental stone. In other words, for every elemental stone sold, he made a net profit of 7 spirit stones. As for labor, water and electricity, rent and the printing cost of storybooks, they are negligible in the face of products priced in spirit stones. "I want 5 metallic elemental stones and a bronze-level sword," another guest said. "Okay, a total of 345 spirit stones. I will give you a Pangu comic book," Songwon replied. In this way, as time passed, people kept holding leaflets in exchange for spirit stones. There are also people who continue to buy elemental stones or noble phantasms, and Songwon is busy from morning to night. As night fell, Songwon closed the door of the store and breathed a long sigh of relief. The whole day is really tired, but his heart was full of excitement. On the first day of opening, such a hot business is rare in the entire Phoenix. Sitting in the store, Songwon began to count today's harvest. Today, he sold a total of 867 elemental stones, 32 black iron noble phantasms, 11 bronze noble phantasms, and 1 silver noble phantasms. 1 elemental stone earns 7 spirit stones. A black iron noble phantasm earns a net of 80 spirit stones. A bronze noble phantasm earns a net of 250 spirit stones. A silver noble phantasm earns a net of 1,800 spirit stones. A total of 13,179 spirit stones were earned today, which was converted into Jackie Dragon coins, which was a small target income. Moreover, this is the first day. As the fame of the first floor continues to expand, there will be more and more visitors. The spirit stones earned every day will also continue to grow. Now, Songwon's only concern is that supply exceeds supply. With his current physical strength, he can only copy up to 1440 elemental stones per day. If you copy the black iron noble phantasm, there are up to 144 pieces, 28 bronze noble phantasms, and 6 silver noble phantasms. These are not done at the same time, but in a 4-choice relationship. For example, if you choose to copy the elemental stone, you cannot copy the black iron noble phantasm. When copying the black iron noble phantasm, it is not possible to copy the bronze noble phantasm. The higher the level, the longer it will take to copy one. As the number of customers increases, these goods will definitely not sell enough. Fortunately, he still has some inventory on hand, but it can only last for 3 days at most. It seems that we have to use other methods to improve the strength of the body and soul. Songwon thought silently in his heart. Only when both hardware and software are improved can the replication speed be improved. If his current physical strength or soul strength can reach 1,000, then at least 50,000 elemental stones can be copied every day. Now, he relies on quenching body fluids and cultivation essence, plus cultivating the sunflower treasure book to improve the strength of his body and soul. Although the garbage cleanup function can often discharge the impurities generated after taking quenching body fluids in Peiyuan liquid, but for him, this improvement is still too slow. Xiaojin, do you know that in addition to Peiyuan liquid and quenching body fluid, is there any other way to improve body strength and soul strength? Songwon looked at Jin Zizi and asked. Although Jin Zizi never said it explicitly, he knew that Jin Zizi must have been born in a prominent family. Although his IQ is slightly lacking, in terms of knowledge, he is far more than a little little stronger than himself. There are many more ways, Jean Zizi said casually. He didn't quite understand why Song Muan was so happy to count the spirit stones just now. He listened for a while. Song Muan only earned more than 10,000 spirit stones. What is there to be happy about? Tell me about it, Song Muan said eagerly. The first method is to use natural materials and earth treasures to temper the body. For example, the fire in the center of the earth, thunder liquid, 1 yuan heavy water, etc. These things are not expensive. One serving is more than 1,000,000 spirit stones, Jean Zizi said with a smile. More than 1,000,000 spirit stones? It's really cheap, Song Muan said, and the corners of his mouth twitched twice involuntarily. If he had more than 1,000,000 spirit stones, he would have used them directly to repair his destiny. What about this method? Song Muan continued to ask. There is another one, which is to exercise in the gravitational field. Depending on the strength, you can choose different multiples of gravity. For example, double gravity, triple gravity, tenfold gravity, etc. However, this method is quite hard, and I don't think it's good. After Jean Zizi finished speaking, he expressed his opinion by the way. How does this charge? Song Muan asked. It's much cheaper. Double gravity field 100 spirit stones per hour, quadruple gravity field 200 spirit stones, eightfold gravity field 800 spirit stones, 16 times gravity field 1,600 spirit stones. The highest level of 128 times the gravity field is only 6,400 spirit stones per hour, Jean Zizi said. Your word talent is used really well, which not only highlights the cheapness of the gravitational field of 128 times, it also implies your contempt for it. Song Muan stared at Jean Zizi and said. He gradually discovered that chatting with Jean Zizi had a strong psychological quality, otherwise it would be easy to get hurt. Perhaps because Jean Zizi was too wealthy, he had no concept of spirit stones at all. When outsiders heard this, they might think he was bragging. But Song Muan could see that what Jean Zizi said was probably just ordinary things for him. The other party thought so from the bottom of his heart. More than 1,000,000 pieces of natural materials and earth treasures, he really felt that it was very cheap. More importantly, his intention was to create an illusion. Those who do not know the truth mistakenly believe that there is a huge power and deep background behind this store. Because of this, I dare to use such a name boldly. In this way, the store can gain a firm foothold and not be targeted. Of course, he also cleverly borrowed Jean Zizi's identity. Although he didn't know which big family Jean Zizi came from, there was no doubt that the forces behind him were extremely powerful. There is no doubt about this. Today, Jean Zizi has been busy in the store all day. If anyone has the heart to track down the person behind this store, they will definitely focus on Jean Zizi. With Jean Zizi's background, he can naturally deter those with ill intentions. Of course, he didn't tell Jean Zizi about this, which was part of his scheming. However, he also knew that these alone were not enough. He was quite interested in the gravitational field mentioned by Jean Zizi. Although the price is not cheap, it is still within the affordable range at the rate at which he is currently earning spirit stones. He plans to go to the gravity field to experience the effect for himself after settling the first floor tomorrow. Just as Song Muan and Jean Zizi were talking about this, news about the first floor quickly spread in Phoenix. On the first floor, Pangu opened the sky, leaflets, received spirit stones, and the whole audience was 90% off. These words have attracted the attention of many people and have become a hot topic in the market. Those who casually discarded the leaflets on the first floor regretted it at this time. What they threw away was not a leaflet at all, but a spirit stone. For a person like Jean Zizi, a spirit stone may not matter. But for people living at the bottom of society, a spirit stone may be their income for a few days or even more than 10 days. So, there was such a scene in Phoenix. Many people rummaged through trash cans to try to retrieve the flyers they discarded. Some people found it, and some people didn't. Those who did not find it were in great pain, as if they had lost a huge amount of wealth. At the same time, the storybooks and comic books sent by Song Muan also spread among the people. The legend of Pango Kaitian gradually became known to more people. While the story spreads, the name of the first floor is naturally mentioned frequently. As time passed, the reputation of the first floor became louder and louder. Although it has not yet become a household name, it is still a little famous. After all, this is just the first day of the beginning. On a new day, Song Muan opened her eyes in the sun on the roof and exhaled a turbid breath from her mouth. He found that he seemed to be absorbing sunlight a lot faster. In the past, he could only increase his physical strength by 0.01 points per minute, and now, it can increase by 0.02 points in 1 minute. This is due to the fact that he has cultivated the sunflower treasure book to the second level. At this moment, a mass of energy as hot as a flame was burning in his dantian. Try the current attack power, Song Muan said confidently, walked to the door of the house, and slapped his palm to the ground. In an instant, a large pit about a meter wide appeared on the ground, and there were still traces of being burned by flames on the surface of the pit. Don't rely on physical strength. With this massive energy alone, you can reach the attack power of the Black Iron Realm, Song Muan muttered to himself. After a long period of cultivation and repeated washing and cutting of essence, he finally finally had the attack power of the Black Iron Realm. If not, it may take longer to reach this point. From this point, it can be seen that the progress of warriors is indeed extremely slow. But Song Nuan was not depressed by this, but was extremely happy. After all, this was just a windfall, and the attack methods he really relied on were not. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at his attribute panel. Object name, Song Nuan. Physical strength, 252. Soul strength, 193. Ability attribute, none. Comprehensive combat effectiveness? I didn't expect that the physical strength has reached 252, which is the level of the Silver Realm. However, the increase in soul strength is somewhat unable to keep up with the pace of physical strength. Song Nuan thought silently in his heart. This gap appeared because cultivating the Sunflower Treasure Book could only enhance the strength of the body, and the increase in soul strength was almost minimal. Just like the improvement of computer performance, software and hardware must go hand in hand, otherwise it is easy to crash. Therefore, he must find a way to increase the strength of his soul. I have to ask Jean Zizai about this. After leaving home, Song Nuan did not go directly to the first floor. Instead, he went to the supernatural union with Jean Zizai. The extraordinary guild was jointly founded by the four saints of the Dragon Kingdom and has an official background. Anyone can hire a supernatural to work for them in the supernatural guild. However, because of the official background, the union does not allow the hiring of people with special abilities to kill and set fires, or do anything that violates the laws of the Dragon Kingdom. Other tasks that are not illegal are acceptable. For example, escorting an item or escorting someone to a designated location, or to protect the safety of the employer and assist in finding a specific item. To put it simply, the Extraordinary Guild is like an intermediary platform. Employers post tasks, and union members receive them through this platform. The platform is responsible for assessing the difficulty of the task and monitoring the behavior of the union superpowers, in case they are driven by interests and do unconscionable things. Song Nuan's purpose in coming here was to hire a few superpowers to protect the first floor. According to yesterday's development, I am afraid that soon the first floor will become a nail in the eyes of some forces and a thorn in the flesh. He is not afraid of business competition. What really worries him is the secret conspiracy of the other party. After 2 lifetimes, Song Nuan knows this truth very well. Although he can handle ordinary little people, he doesn't want to expose himself. It would be best for him to always show himself as a waste without awakening abilities, or as an ordinary warrior. Soon, Song Nuan and Jean Zizai came to the union of the superpowers. This is the union of the superpowered? Why does it look so shabby? It simply doesn't deserve its name. Jean Zizai looked around and muttered, "What a big breath. This is the first time someone has said that our supernatural union is tattered." At this time, a voice suddenly came from the side. The tone was full of unfriendliness. When Song Nuan heard this, a trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Jean Zizai, a living treasure, got into trouble with one sentence. Jean Zizai, in one sentence, 2 men actually fought for me, dog head. At this time, Song Nuan turned around and saw a 25 or 6-year-old man staring at them with a cold face. The Supernatural Union is the largest trade union in the Dragon Kingdom, not to mention using Hatian jade to pave the floor. At least white jade should be used. As a result, the artificial marble used, even the decoration of my kennel is more exquisite than this, Jean Zizai said unceremoniously. His words suddenly stunned the people of the Supernatural Union. Paving the floor with white jade, he dared to say this. Why don't you pave the floor with imperial green, by the way? Where did you come from? I really don't know the height of the sky, and I'm talking nonsense here. The 25 or 6-year-old man snorted coldly. Xiao Jin, shut up. Jean Zizai was about to refute, but before he finished speaking, he was stopped by Song Nuan. He knew in his heart that although Jean Zizai's words had some truth, such words must not be said on this occasion. Expose your shortcomings in front of others. No one will give you a good face. I'm sorry, he's my brother, and 3 years ago, in order to save me, he was kissed on the head by a donkey's hoof. Now there is a problem with IQ. Please bear with me. Song Nuan folded her arms and explained to everyone. Listening to his explanation, the faces of the people in the Supernatural Guild softened slightly. If Jean Zizai really has a problem with IQ, then they really shouldn't care too much. Boss, you have changed, not as witty as before. Jean Zizai looked at Song Nuan and said, where did your invincible, terrifying momentum go? Xiao Jin, I've told you many times that language is an art. Art is not just a way to scare people. You follow me, learn to listen more and talk less, Song Nuan advised. Got it, boss. Jean Zizi agreed and said no more. Seeing that he had restrained himself, Song Nuan walked towards the task window of the Union of the Superpowers. Hello, I want to hire a few people to protect my store in safety. The stronger the better. You help me choose the right candidate. Song Nuan said to the staff at the window. Sir, is it a long-term employment? What is your budget? We have a personal superpower here, and we also have a team of superpowers. Which one do you want to hire? The staff asked. Hire personal superpowers, long-term. Price is not a problem. The stronger the strength, the more satisfied I am, and I will pay the corresponding remuneration according to the strength. Song Muan replied. He wants to protect himself and the store, so there are not many people. He already knew about the situation of the supernatural union before. 1,000 spirit stones a month can hire a golden realm ability. 10,000 spirit stones a month can hire a platinum realm ability. This is already the highest price. It is not easy for ordinary people with superpowers to earn spirit stones. Unlike Song Muan, he has several bug skills. Okay, please wait a moment, the staff said and began to operate on the computer. At this time, Song Muan saw many people with personal abilities taking out their mobile phones. It turned out that the staff posted his employment needs as a task. After a while, many people with special abilities walked to the counter. Sir, I am a Silver Realm Wind type superpower. Good at speed and attack. A man in his 30s looked at Song Muan and asked. In his 30s, he is only in the Silver Realm, and his talent is average, and it is estimated that he has a D-level or most C-level potential. Such a person is destined to be ordinary. This kind of person can be seen everywhere in the Dragon Kingdom. No matter which world it is, ordinary people will always be the majority. Sir, I am a fire-type superpower in the Silver Realm. I am a person with the ability to control things in the Silver Realm. Soon, other abilities also began to introduce themselves. However, none of them met Song Muan's standards. I'm sorry everyone, but I need at least a person with the ability of the Golden Realm. Please help me adjust the requirements to the lowest Golden Realm. Song Muan said apologetically to the superpower in front of him, and then turned to the staff. Okay. The staff nodded. As the conditions improved, the surrounding Silver Realm superpowers left one after another. For a while, Song Muan was left with only those who met the standards. The person with the ability of the Golden Realm is already considered a master. Although he is not the top, he can be regarded as an above-average existence. As long as the superpowers who can be promoted to the Golden Realm have some talent, they always have a bit of backbone. Many people will be recruited by the major forces of the Dragon Kingdom. Those who do not want to be recruited often form their own squad of superpowers and become a small boss. It is rare to be alone. Is no one available? Or I'll just hire a team of superpowers. Song Muan muttered softly. Although the expenses of the supernatural squad will be slightly larger, it is indeed more effective to deal with unexpected situations. I am a supernatural in the Golden Realm. Are you the employer? At this time, a man came over, stared at Song Muan, frowned, and said in a disdainful tone, "Why is it a little kid who hasn't grown up?" His attitude made Song Muan can't help but frown. Such a tone really doesn't look like an employee. Strength is important, but attitude is also crucial. Song Muan hired supernatural people to help himself solve unnecessary troubles, not to block himself. I'm sorry, I don't think you meet my requirements. He still tried to suppress his temper and said patiently, where does it not fit? What I need is to be as strong as possible. And at this moment, in the Guild of Superpowers, I am the only one with superpowers in the Golden Realm. Aren't you trying to make a joke on me? The man stared at Song Muan, his tone obviously a little hostile. You don't meet my conditions. Do you still want to force me to hire you? Song Muan's tone suddenly became cold. Although he doesn't like to cause trouble, he never backs down when trouble comes to his door. You say I'm unqualified. You have to give me an explanation. You can't let me run in vain. The man said confidently. Statement? Is this the rule of your supernatural guild? Song Muan turned his head to look at the staff behind the counter, his tone cold. Our union of the supernatural does not have this rule. Wang Jiang, pay attention to your words and deeds. Don't embarrass our trade union. If you are so arrogant again, you should know the consequences. The staff first cast an apologetic look at Song Muan, and then said seriously to the middle-aged man, Wang Jiang, you are still as arrogant and domineering as ever. At this time, a female voice came from the side. Everyone followed the sound and found that the person speaking was a woman about 25 or 16 years old, wearing a red cheongsam. She has a delicate appearance, her eyes are full of charm, and every look and smile exudes a strong temptation. She was like a model walking on the catwalk, slowly walking towards Song Muan. While walking, the slender and white long legs loomed under the cheongsam, which made people involuntarily think, sister, the image of the royal sister like a standard textbook. This is the conclusion that Song Muan came to for the first time. To be honest, he always thought that the type he liked was a purer girl, but when he saw the woman in front of him, he realized that sister you could also be so sultry. He had to admit that his heart seemed to have changed a little. As the name suggests, as soon as you see a beautiful person of the opposite sex, you can't help but want to move to the other person's house. It's a poisonous rose. I didn't expect her to show up today. She has always been a loner. How could she be here? Do you want to be hired? The people of the supernatural union talked in low voices. Even the arrogant and domineering man just now didn't say a word. This made Song Muan a little more vigilant. The title of poisonous rose is not something that anyone can have, because poisonous roses are not only beautiful, but also hurtful. Little brother, how is your sister? Sister is a numerology supernatural in the Golden Realm, and it is very helpful for you to see a person's fortune. The cheongsam woman came to Song Muan, looked up and said softly, this poisonous rose is about 172 centimeters tall and wears high heels. If it weren't for Song Muon's height of 1.85 meters, I am afraid that her aura would be involuntarily suppressed when facing her. He didn't respond immediately, but took out the system to check her attributes. Object name, Nangong Weiyang. Age, 23. Physical strength, 2863. Soul strength, 4912. Ability attribute, prophecy. Comprehensive combat effectiveness, 7775. Seeing these values, Song Muon was suddenly surprised. It is not unusual for her physical strength to reach more than 2,800. After all, she is a Golden Realm superpower. But what surprised him was three things. First, the other party is only 23 years old, but she looks mature and stable. If you don't know it, you think she is 25 or 16 years old. Second, her soul strength is more than 2,000 points more than her physical strength, and her soul strength is the most difficult to improve. Third, her ability is prophecy. If I remember correctly, that prophecy ability is sequence 35, and the potential reaches SSS level. Once exposed, she will definitely be protected by the Dragon Kingdom and enjoy the cultivation of optimal resources. After all, the prophecy ability is special and extraordinary, although the ranking is not top, but it is unmatched in many aspects. What? He didn't understand why she called herself a numerology superpower. Did she not discover the truth, or did she deliberately hide it? Moreover, he didn't understand why Nangong Weiyang wanted to register as a personal supernatural in the Supernatural Union. Really? Helped me a lot? Can that help me find a beautiful girlfriend? I'm not demanding, just like this. Song Muon said with a smile. The little brother's requirements are not ordinary. My sister is the most beautiful in the Blue Star, and if you want to find someone like your sister, I'm afraid you will have to be single for the rest of your life. Nangong Weiyang was stunned for a moment, and then responded with a smile. I can't say that. Wouldn't it be nice for my sister to be my girlfriend? Song Muon's words were tentative. He wanted to see if the other person was deliberately approaching him for some reason he didn't know. The little brother is so direct, and the sister is a little shy. However, if you want to be your sister's boyfriend, you are still a little hot. If you become the strongest in the Dragon Kingdom one day, my sister can give you the opportunity to pursue me. Now, my sister is short of money, and she just wants to be hired and earn some pocket money. Do you think your sister food doesn't meet your requirements? Nangong Weiyang asked. I want this place. Just as Song Muon was about to respond, an unquestionable voice suddenly came from the side. Everyone didn't expect that there would be someone who dared to speak out at this time. Poisonous roses are not easy to mess with. Grabbing a place from her hands, often the ending is not good. The man in the Golden Realm before saw the poisonous rose appear and remained silent. But when everyone saw the person who spoke, they were immediately shocked. How could it be him? I didn't expect him to come, and he planned to be hired. Am I still awake? Could it be that he was hallucinating? This world is crazy. The surrounding superpowers were talking a lot, and their voices were even louder than when they saw the poisonous rose just now. Who the hell is he? Song Muon stared at the person who had just spoken, and turned to Nangong Weiyang in confusion and asked. The man who suddenly appeared looked sloppy, even if his clothes were disheveled, and he still exuded a strong smell of alcohol. But the reaction of the crowd was so fierce, by no means an ordinary person. Dao Wuxin. Nangong Weiyang glanced at Song Muon, as if to say, you don't even know him. However, she patiently explained to Song Muon. Dao Wuxin? Who's that? Song Muon has never heard of this name, so he checked the other party's attribute information. Object name, Dao Wuxin. Age, 48. Physical strength, 78542. Soul strength, 19369. Ability attribute, knife. Comprehensive combat effectiveness, 97911. Seeing the attributes of Dao Wuxin, Song Muon was shocked again. His physical strength was nearly 80,000, but his soul strength was less than 20,000. The gap is too big. He was originally the captain of the Phoenix Squad, and the Phoenix Squad is our strongest squad of superpowers in Phoenix. I have successfully completed the 9-star mission. Later, I don't know what happened, except for Dao Wuxin. All the other members of the Phoenix Squad fell. The realm of Dao Wuxin has also declined sharply as a result. Since then, he has never had his original demeanor, and his whole person is extremely decadent, and he drinks all day long to drown his sorrows. Nangong Weiyang continued. After listening to Nangong Weiyang's words, Song Muon suddenly understood. No wonder Dao Wuxin's soul strength is far lower than that of his physical body. It seems that it is because that past event left a deep trauma on his soul, which caused the soul strength to drop significantly. Once the soul strength is reduced, the comprehensive combat effectiveness will naturally be affected, and the realm will also drop sharply. Mr. Wuxin, why did you come here? If you don't have money for alcohol, you don't have to be hired at all. At this time, the staff at the counter stood up and said in a concerned tone. Faced with this kindness, Dao Wuxin turned his head and glanced at him coldly. I have hands and feet. Why should others pity me? Dao Wuxin's voice had a hint of coldness. After saying that, his body shook slightly and walked up to Song Muon. If you hire me, you can open your mouth with the spirit stone and drink whatever you want, as long as you have enough wine. How is it? Dao Wuxin Wuxin looked directly at Song Wuan and asked. No problem, since Mr. Wuxin is willing to condescend. Wine is definitely not a problem. What kind of wine do you want to drink? Just open your mouth. Song Wuan said respectfully. Although he was not familiar with Dao Wuxin, Nangong Weiyang had already detailed his deeds just now. Whether it is experience or strength, there is no doubt about it. What's more, even the staff of the Extraordinary Guild respect him so much, which is enough to show his extraordinariness. It is definitely a surprise to be able to hire such a big guy. As soon as Song Wuan finished speaking, Dao Wuxin picked up the wine gourd in his hand expressionlessly and took a sip of wine. For him, it was just a trivial matter. Nangong Weiyang's face on the side changed slightly, his brows furrowed slightly, and the two slender willow leaf eyebrows were tightly twisted together. She knew in her heart that she couldn't compete with Dao Wuxin at all. She never expected that Dao Wuxin would appear at this time. Sister, if you want, come with me, 1,000 spirit stones a month, how about it? Just when Nangong Weiyang was still thinking about how to persuade Song Wuan said to her. Hearing this, a trace of astonishment flashed in Nangong Weiyang's eyes. She didn't expect that after Dao Wuxin appeared, Song Wuan was actually willing to hire her. She was just stunned for a moment, and a smile quickly appeared on her face, and she said. In this way, Song Wuan took Dao Wuxin and Nangong Weiyang and walked out of the trade union of the superpowers. Sir, please wait a moment. At this time, a staff member suddenly stopped Song Wuan. What else is there? Song Wuan turned around and asked. Please take good care of Mr. Wuxin, the staff said with pleading eyes. Nosy. Before Song Wuan finished speaking, Dao Wuxin interrupted without looking back. Seeing the staff and Dao Wuxin say this, Song Wuan didn't say anything, just raised his hand and made an okay gesture. Subsequently, he, along with Dao Wuxin, Nangong Weiyang, and Jin Zizai, left the supernatural union together. He knew that Dao Wuxin must have many stories hidden in him, but it's none of his business. Especially a powerful superpower, who doesn't have a few unknown past events? It is destined that what happened here today will spread throughout Phoenix. Poisonous Rose and Dao Wuxin were hired by the same person, which is simply big news. Some people say that Song Wuan hired Poisonous Roses because she coveted her beauty. Otherwise, since he had already hired the powerful Dao Wuxin, why should he hire an extra Poisonous Rose? Song Wuan is a pervert, so he is so despicable. In fact, Song Wuan later hired Nangong Weiyang, not because of her beauty. No matter which world, there are countless beautiful women. A great mother once said, the more beautiful a woman is, the more deceitful she is. In the same way, the more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous it is. If Nangong Weiyang is not dangerous, he will not be called a poisonous rose. Although Song Wuan likes beautiful women, he is by no means the kind of person who is obsessed with lust and takes risks for a moment of lust. He hired Nangong Weiyang for two reasons. First, he found that Nangong Weiyang seemed to be deliberately close to him. He wasn't sure if it was his delusion, and if it wasn't, it would be funny. Nangong Weiyang must have some ulterior motives when he approached him. The best way to face such a person is to arrange her by your side. If she refused, she acted secretly, and he was defenseless. After all, open guns are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are difficult to defend. With Dao Wuxin by his side and placing her by his side, she couldn't make any waves at all. If she has ulterior motives, it is just right to give her a chance to show her feet. Second, if Nangong Weiyang has no ulterior motive, she is purely short of money as she herself said, and she wants to earn some spirit stones by being hired. That couldn't be better. She has the prophecy ability of sequence 35, which is extremely special and will definitely help him in the future. Besides, such a beautiful woman is kept by your side, and it is not bad to keep it as a vase. Scientific studies have shown that looking at beautiful women every day can make people feel happy, reduce the occurrence of diseases, and prolong life. The benefits are too numerous to number. Nangong Weiyang didn't know these thoughts in Song Wuan's heart. She, like most people, only thought that Song Wuan hired her because of her appearance. However, she doesn't mind this. After all, appearance is an advantage of her, and it is not embarrassing to be hired with this advantage, not to mention that she did not sell her body. When Song Wuan and his party arrived at the first floor, they found that the door was surrounded by water. People who don't know the truth think that this group of people is here to make trouble. Boss, you're finally here. Seeing Song Wuan appear, the three young girls hurriedly stepped forward to greet them. These three people were the clerks specially found by Song Wuan yesterday, and they were too busy to need help. Hearing the clerk's words, the onlookers turned their eyes to Song Wuan. What's the matter with you? Song Wuan looked at the people around him and pretended to be calm and asked. He knew in his heart that 80% of these people were looking for him to receive spirit stones. After all, this event to distribute spirit stones only lasted for 2 days. Today is the second and last day. After yesterday's events, those who get the spirit stone will definitely promote it to their relatives and friends. There are so many people today, which he expected. The most advantageous psychology of human beings is free things must not be missed. As everyone knows, free things are often the most expensive. We are taking the leaflet and coming to receive the spirit stone. I heard from my friends that this activity is real. Boss, you won't go back on your word, will you? Someone asked tentatively. This event is indeed real. real. Please wait a moment, I will start exchanging spirit stones as soon as I open the door, Song Muan replied. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd at the door of the first floor cooperated to make way for him. Song Muan did not deliberately delay, and after opening the door, he simply arranged for Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuxin to exchange spirit stones with the 3 temporary clerks like yesterday. Song Muan's operation completely made Nangong Weiyang stupid. Nangong Weiyang couldn't understand Song Muan's intention at all. What is the boss doing? Do people have a lot of stupid money? Nangong Weiyang looked at Jean Zizai and couldn't help but ask. She observed for a while just now and found that Song Muan had exchanged hundreds of spirit stones. According to this trend, I am afraid that thousands of spirit stones will be given away in vain at the end of the day. Nangong Weiyang's monthly salary is only 1,000 spirit stones. On this day, Song Muan had to give away her salary for several months in vain. Those with slightly lower realms may not be able to earn so many spirit stones in 10 years. Maybe the boss is in a good mood and wants to experience the fun of giving spirit stones to others. He printed a total of 5,000 leaflets. This spirit stone is nothing, Jean Zizai said unconcernedly. With his IQ, even if he had seen yesterday's scene, he still didn't understand Song Muan's approach. Of course, he doesn't have to understand. When he is in a good mood, he will also reward money at will. He thought there was nothing unusual about this, as long as he was happy. Hearing Jean Zizi say this, Nangong Weiyang turned his head to look at Song Muan, still full of doubts. She didn't believe there would be a free lunch in the world. If Song Muan was really just to give spirit stones to others, then there was no need to hire her and Dao Wuxin to guard the store. But she didn't ask much, she just looked at Song Muan curiously, and then looked at the crowd queuing up to receive the spirit stone. As for Dao Wuxin, after coming to the store, he found a corner and sat down, drinking the wine in the gourd by himself, as if indifferent to everything outside. Just like yesterday, those who received the spirit stone did not leave immediately. They stood at the door, carefully examining the goods in the store. There are also some people watching the Pango Kaitian video played on the big screen. Seeing these people, Song Muan did not urge at all, and continued to exchange spirit stones with the 2 temporary clerks. Boss, give me 10 earth elemental stones. Soon, someone started buying elemental stones. Open today, everything is going to start. Song Muan thought silently in his heart. There are so many onlookers, once someone takes the lead in placing an order, others will naturally follow suit. Next, more and more people will definitely buy elemental stones or noble phantasms. Sure enough, as Song Muan expected, more and more people were buying goods on the first floor. People are like this, sometimes, even if they don't really need something, they can't help but buy it when they see it cheaper than usual. This is the human desire to buy. The gimmick Song Muan did before had only one purpose, which was to attract people to the first floor. When people come, they naturally become potential customers on the first floor. A day passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Song Muan found that the leaflets received in the 2 days had totaled more than 5,000, reaching 8,000. This shows that someone is fake, but he didn't care. This is actually a good thing for him, because he stipulated that each person could only receive 1 spirit stone. There are 3,000 more leaflets, indicating that there are 3,000 more people coming to the first floor. This is equivalent to 3,000 people helping him promote it for free. He only printed 5,000 leaflets because he was too lazy to send them out. Now the situation is better, and he is naturally happy to see it. After closing the door, Song Muan counted today's income. Net profit almost doubled from yesterday. Today, the net profit is 21,524 spirit stones. According to this trend, he will soon be able to earn enough 1 million spirit stones. At that time, he will be able to repair his destiny. The first floor is what you see now, and if it continues like this, it will definitely attract jealousy. The task of the 2 of you is to prevent those with ill intentions from destroying the first floor. Song Muan said to Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuxin, with me here, those with supernatural abilities below the diamond realm are destined to never return. Dao Wuxin said, his eyes firm. Thank you, Mr. Wuxin. Song Muan responded gratefully. Dao Wuxin used to be a diamond realm superpower, but later the realm declined for some reason. But his combat experience and awareness are still outstanding. It is no exaggeration to say that no one below the diamond realm can threaten him. I will do my best, and I will always pay attention to the movements on the first floor. If there is anything unusual, I will notify you in advance, Nangong Weiyang said. That's great. Song Muan nodded. Subsequently, Song Muan and his party left the store and went straight to the veteran building. The so-called veterans building is a force jointly established by some retired generals of the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, behind the veteran building is the official support of the Dragon Kingdom. It is no exaggeration to say that veteran Lu is definitely one of the forces with the strongest combat effectiveness among the dragon people. Even the trade union of the supernatural is difficult to compete with. Although the Extraordinary Guild is the largest trade union in the Dragon Kingdom, it has many members and is widely distributed. But in terms of combat effectiveness, the gap between the supernatural union and the veteran building is obviously not a star and a half. The Extraordinary Guild may mainly provides a platform for civilian superpowers, similar to the existence of intermediaries. Their main currencies are dragon coins and spirit stones. The Veterans Building is different. What it values most is military exploits. The military exploits are completely different from dragon coins and spirit stones. All military exploits can only be obtained by killing the enemy, and there is absolutely no possibility of falsification. In the Dragon Kingdom, the most important thing is military exploits. Even if someone has a large number of spirit stones, it may not attract attention, but as long as you have military exploits, you will be respected wherever you go. Because of this, the Veterans Building has become an important platform for the dragon people to improve their strength. There are not only gravity field facilities here, but also ring battles with people, or simulated fights to accumulate practical experience. If you want, you can also go to the real battlefield through the Veterans Building. Although the Dragon Kingdom is calm on the surface, but where many people can't see, the fighting never stops. How can there be any quiet years? It's just that someone carries the weight for you. Although this sentence has been mentioned repeatedly, but it is. Song Muan and the others stood in front of the Veterans Building, looking up at the building. This is a seemingly ordinary building. The three words Veteran Building at the door have become blurred due to the erosion of time. However, they could still feel the strong sense of slaughter from the aura emanating from this building. Just when Song Muan and the others were about to enter the Veteran Building, suddenly found a man and a woman walking out of the building. What did you mean just now? While I was into practice, I actually hooked up with other men. Dare to say that I am not your boyfriend? Why did I never find you so shameless? The man glared angrily and asked the woman in a high-pitched voice, "Hey, there is a melon to eat, come on." Song Muan's eyes lit up when he saw this scene. He took out a handful of melon seeds from nowhere and handed them to Jin Zizai, Nangong Weiyang, and Dao Wuxin. Several people were eating melon seeds while staring intently at the man and woman in front of the Veterans Building. Jin Zizai also followed Song Muan's appearance and began to eat melon seeds. Nangong Weiyang looked at the melon seeds in his hand with a blank face. Who carries melon seeds with them? Song Muan loves melons so much, is it possible that he is not afraid of being beaten? She used to think that Song Muan was very stable, especially when dealing with the business on the first floor. She was strategizing and full of confidence. But now it seems that I am really blind. This guy is just a childish ghost. Did I say something wrong? You are indeed not my boyfriend. You are my husband. We are married. The woman retorted loudly. Then what did you just say? You said we just met in the water. Aren't you as good as the love at first sight between you and that man? If I hadn't come out, you two would have been drying firewood long ago, right? The man said angrily. So, are you planning to divorce me now? The woman asked. You've cheated. Don't I get divorced and keep it for the new year? The man gritted his teeth and asked. Wu Datong, are you considered a man? I have no mind at all. Don't say that I didn't have a relationship with that man just now. So what if it happened? Our 6-year relationship can't withstand the momentary impulse between me and a strange man? You'd rather divorce me than give the woman who has loved you for 6 years a chance? Don't you think it's ridiculous? The woman stared at the man with an incomprehensible gaze and questioned. Good boxing? Xiao Jin, have you learned it? This is the art of speaking. No matter whose fault it is, just hit it backwards and occupy the moral high ground first. If you hadn't heard them talk, you would probably have found it hard to believe that the woman was wrong. Song Muan said to Jin Zizai while eating melon seeds. I learned it. It's too classic. I have to write it down in a small notebook quickly. Boss, to be honest, if I hadn't followed you, I would have wanted to learn the art of speaking from that woman. Jin Zizai said while remembering. You're right. I'm really convinced of such a novel angle. The old man sighs that he is not as good as him. Song Muan's face was full of admiration. You are so shameless. Divorce immediately. The man cried hysterically. Leave? Who is afraid of whom? You don't look at your cowardly look. You are still a soldier after 6 years, not even a war division. I was really blind at the beginning, so I followed you. My mother pulls a man on the street casually, and she is more promising than you. The woman was completely open-minded. Get out! Get out of here! The man roared, his fists clenched, his whole body trembling, and he was furious. But he just roared and didn't do anything. The woman snorted coldly and turned to leave. Isn't it just a war division? I'll break through and show you, the man said, walking into the Veteran Building again. At this moment, he was full of pride and vowed to fight to the death. When the melon is finished, I always feel unsatisfied. Song Muan put away the melon seeds in his hand and said to himself, Boss, it's the first time I've discovered that eating melons is so interesting. In the future, you have to prepare a ponytail, and you can sit and eat melons to be energetic. Jin Zizi said. Yes, Xiao Jin, you finally understand the essence of eating melons. The child can be taught. Song Muan glanced at him approvingly. Okay, let's go in. Song Muan did not forget the purpose of coming to the Veterans Building today because of eating melons. Boss, you go in, I'll wait outside. In the Veteran Building, there will be no danger, Dao Wuxin said to Song Muan. Hearing him say this, Song Muan glanced at him. Dao Wuxin was reluctant to enter the Veterans Building. He had his own reasons, and he didn't force enforce it. Okay, Mr. Wuxin is waiting for us outside. After Song Muan finished speaking, he walked towards the veterans building with Jin Zizai and Nangong Weiyang. Xiao Jin, have you been to the veterans building before? Song Muan asked. I've heard my family mention it, but I've never been here. Jin Zizi replied. He is also quite interested in the veteran building. Sister Nangong, what about you? Song Muan turned his head to look at Nangong Weiyang and asked. Nangong Weiyang did not hide her name, so Song Muan called her sister Nangong. I have been to the veteran building many times, speaking of which, I am still a member of the veteran building, and I am currently a 2-star war spirit. Nangong Weiyang replied. What does the 2-star war spirit mean? And what did the two people say before? What do you mean by soldiers and divisions? Song Muan asked in confusion. He had not been exposed to this knowledge before. In the Dragon Kingdom, the most important thing is military exploits. Soldiers, divisions, and spirits are honorary titles for different military exploits. Nangong Weiyang said. Can you tell me in detail? Song Muan asked. Those who have less than 1,000 points of combat merit are called soldiers. The soldiers are divided into 1-star soldiers, 2-star soldiers, and 9-star soldiers according to the different merit points, from low to high. With 1,000 to 10,000 points of military merit, it is called a war division, and similarly, a war master is also 1 to 9 stars. With 10,000 to 100,000 points of military merit, it is called a war spirit. With 100,000 to 1 million points of military exploits, it is called the war sect. With millions to tens of millions of military exploits, he is called a general. With more than 20 million military exploits, he is called the god of war. The god of war is already the highest honor of the Dragon Kingdom. Why? Except for the god of war, the others are divided into 1 to 9 stars. Nangong Weiyang explained. Then how to get military merit? What are the criteria for obtaining military merits? Song Muan asked again. Killing strange beasts and enemy powers can gain military merit. As for the criterion for obtaining military merit, it depends on the level of killing strange beasts. For every time you kill a strange beast in the Black Iron Realm, you will gain 1 to 5 points of military merit. Bronze beast 10 to 50 points of military merit. Silver 100 to 500 points. Gold 1,000 to 5,000 points. Platinum 10,000 to 50,000 points. Diamond 100,000 to 500,000 points. And Kings 1 million to 5 million points. Nangong Weiyang was very familiar with these, and he came when he opened his mouth. She can get the honorary title of war spirit, and she killed many strange beasts at the beginning. Killing strange beasts in the same realm will yield different military exploits. According to Song Muan's guess, it was because the strange beasts in the same realm had different strengths. Whether it is a supernatural person or a strange beast, in addition to the division of the big realm, each big realm is also divided into 5 small realms. For example, the Black Iron Realm, from low to high, is 5 Black Iron Realms for Black Iron Realms. Black Iron is a realm, abbreviated as Black Iron 5, Black Iron 4, Black Iron 1. The Bronze Realm, from low to high, is divided into Bronze 5, Bronze 4, Bronze 1. The same is true for other realms. After Song Muan and the others walked into the veterans building, the first thing they saw was a hall. According to Song Muan's visual observation, this hall is the size of a football field. Like the exchange house, there are multiple windows in the hall. Each window has a corresponding staff. Like the exchange bank, there is a queue to draw numbers. Why do you still have to queue? I hate queuing the most. No VIP access? Jin Zizai looked at Nangong Weiyang and asked. Yes, if you have the title of war sect, you don't have to queue. Nangong Weiyang replied. Is it necessary to have the title of war sect? I will give you more spirit stones. Can you jump the queue? Jin Zizai asked. Anything that can be solved with spirit stones is not a problem for him. Among the veteran buildings, spirit stones are the least valuable. Here, military exploits are everything. Without military exploits, even if you have trillions of spirit stones, it won't help. Nangong Weiyang said. Forget it, I'm tired, destroy it. Jin Zizi said and lay down directly on the chair. After so many years, it was the first time he encountered something that could not be solved with spirit stones. This dealt a devastating blow to his psychology of the supremacy of spirit stones, because his previous mantra was that there is nothing in this world that money cannot solve. If there is, it is because it is not rich enough. But now he realized that he was wrong. His beliefs in the first half of his life collapsed. Xiao Jin, although you have no military exploits, but you can hire a strong man with military exploits. As long as the spirit stone is in place, even the god of war may take action for you. Song Muan said at this time. He relented and didn't want to see Jin Zizai's belief collapse. Hearing Song Muan say this, Jin Zi sat up from his seat instantly. It was as if he was instantly resurrected on the spot, with a look of excitement. The boss is right, I have no military exploits, but I have spirit stones. This is what people often say, wealth can communicate with the gods. Jin Zizai said a little excitedly. Seeing that Jin Zizi came to life, Song Muan walked to the window. The call has already been called. Hello, I want to use the gravitational field. Song Muan said. Please show your honor bracelet. The staff said. What is an honor bracelet? Song Wan asked with a puzzled face. He didn't listen to Nangong Wei Yang say this thing. You come to the veterans building for the first time. If you want to use the gravity field, you must register as a soldier. Pay 100 spirit stones, we will give you 10 points of military merit, and you will become a 1-star soldier. And the honor bracelet is a symbol of your status. From now on, if you kill a strange beast or kill an enemy country's supernatural ability, the honor bracelet will automatically record your military exploits. The staff explained with a smile. Hearing the staff say this, Song Wan understood. Then if I pay 1,000 spirit stones, can you give me 100 points of military merit? Song Wan asked. No, sir, anyone can only give 10 points of military merit at the beginning. If you want more combat merit, you need to kill the strange beasts. The more military achievements you accumulate, the greater the preferential benefits you will receive in the veterans building. For example, the gravitational field you want to use. If the soldiers use it, pay the original price. If the war master uses it, it will be 90% off. If you use the war spirit, you will get 70% off. War sect, 50% off. General, 3 folds. 9-star general, 1 fold. The staff said. What about the god of war? Song Wan asked curiously. God of war can use any channel, any venue, and any instrument room in the veterans building for free. As long as the god of war is in need, our veteran Lu will do our best to cooperate with him. Hearing the staff say this, Song Wan's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. The meaning of the existence of the veteran building may be to inspire the superpowers of the Dragon Kingdom to accumulate as many military achievements as possible. Then help me register as a soldier first, Song Wan said, handing over 100 spirit stones. Sir, I need a drop of your blood for certification. After certification, this honor bracelet can only be used by you alone, the staff said. In this regard, Song Wan did not doubt it, and used the tools provided by the staff to pierce his fingers. It didn't take long for Song Wan to take care of everything. He took the honor bracelet and studied it and found that there were a total of 4 messages on it: 10, soldier, a string of numbers, and 0. This 10 represents the military merit points. A string of numbers represents the serial number of the honor bracelet. 0 represents the spirit stone pre-deposited in the veterans building. What material is this honor bracelet made of? Song Wan did not recognize. However, it looks very quaint. I want to use 100,000 military merits to use the intelligence system of the veterans building once to find out the murderer of my 2 younger brothers. Just as Song Wan was about to leave, she suddenly heard a voice full of anger coming from the window next to her. Hearing this voice, Song Wan turned her head for the first time and looked at the window next to her. He found a man who looked about 27 or 8 years old, sitting in front of the window next to him with a gloomy face. The moment he saw this person, Song Wan's pupils shrank rapidly, because he found that the man next to him was 4 or 5 points similar to Lu Jiao and Lu Mang. Coupled with what he said just now, Song Wan instantly guessed the identity of the other party. Lu Jiao and Lu Mang's eldest brother, the eldest young master of the Lu family, Lu Long. When Song Wan decided to kill Lu Mang and Lu Jiao, he checked information about the Lu family, knowing that among the younger generation of the Lu family, there are 3 children, all of whom are men. Although I didn't find the photo of the eldest young master of the Lu family, I found the other party's name, Lu Long. Without hesitation, Song Wan checked the other party's attributes for the first time. Object name, Lu Long. Age, 28. Physical strength, 10251. Soul strength, 8500. Ability attribute, water. Comprehensive combat effectiveness, 18751. Lu Long is already a supernatural in the platinum realm, and he has the strength of platinum 4. Song Wan said in his heart. Lu Long is the most talented among the 3 brothers of the Lu family. Where did Song Wan go before? Song Wan didn't find out. However, he didn't expect that he would meet Lu Long here. Moreover, I heard Lu Long just say that he wanted to use 100,000 military achievements to inquire about the murderer of his 2 younger brothers. This made Song Wan a little nervous. Although, what Song Wan did before was seamless, leaving no evidence. In addition, he did not have the ability to awaken, and it was impossible for the Lu family to suspect him. However, if the veteran building makes a move, it will be hard to say. He didn't know how many methods the veteran building had, and whether it would be found on his head. Hello, I would like to ask, can the intelligence system of the veterans building find anything? Then, Song Wan turned her head and looked at the staff at the window and asked. As long as there are enough military exploits, there are almost no things in the Dragon Kingdom that cannot be queried by the veteran building. Of course, nothing is absolute. There are always some things that the veteran building can't do. However, there are very few such things, the staff replied. The staff's answer made Song Wan's heart sink to a low point. Although he is very confident in his means, he is not afraid of 10,000, but he is afraid of just in case. During this period, I have to keep a low profile. If you can't show up, you won't show up until the end of the college entrance examination, Song Wan said silently in his heart. After figuring this out, he returned to the hall. At this time, Jin Zizai also registered as a soldier. Sister Nangong, Muan, help me see my fortune for the next 10 days. Song Muan looked at Nangong Weiyang and said, the reason why I only read it for 10 days is because it is only 10 days before the college entrance examination. If he can achieve a good ranking during the college entrance examination, he will naturally be protected by the 3 major courtyards. At that time, even if it is found out by the Lu family that he killed Lu Jiao and Lu Mang, it doesn't matter. The greater the potential you show, the more secure your safety will be. Wait a minute, Nangong Weiyang said, and began to calculate Song Muan's fortune for the next 10 days. Her ability is not numerology, but it is prophecy in sequence 35. The so-called prophecy is to see the tip of the iceberg of the future through some existing information. This is more thorough than the numerology ability. It didn't take long for Nangong Weiyang to open his eyes and look at Song Muan again. Your fortune will be stable for the next 10 days, and there will be no big fluctuations. Nangong Weiyang replied, I will have the college entrance examination in 10 days, so I decided to stay in the veteran building for the next 10 days and find a way to enhance my strength. So the business on the first floor will be handed over to you for the time being. Every morning, you come to me to get the products you need to sell. Sell as much as you can, don't force it. Song Muan said to Jin Zizai and Nangong Weiyang, boss, you have to stay in the veterans building for the next 10 days, so don't I have 10 days to study with you? Jin Zizi said, don't worry, I will return your spirit stone. Of course, if you want, you can stay with me in the veterans building. Song Muan looked at Jin Zizi and said, I don't want to stay in the veterans building like a prisoner. I like to be free. There is no need to return the spirit stone. We will talk about it later. Jin Zizai didn't care about the spirit stone. You haven't taken the college entrance examination yet? At this time, Nangong Weiyang looked at Song Muan and asked in shock. She just met Song Muan today, so she didn't know him very well. She didn't know how old he was, and she didn't know that he didn't have awakening abilities. Don't I look like a young man who didn't take the college entrance examination? Song Muan said. It's quite similar in appearance. No wonder it was so naive before. Nangong Weiyang said in a low voice. Please speak ill of people behind your back. I can hear it. Song Muan said with a black line on his face. Soon, Song Muan and Jin Zizi separated and went to the gravity field. The reason why he planned to stay in the veterans building was not only because of the Lu family's affairs. Part of the reason is that he must increase his physical strength and soul strength as soon as possible. In this way, the higher the means that can be used in the college entrance examination. First of all, Song Muan went to a double gravity field. Double the gravity field, 100 spirit stones per hour. Song Muan directly recharged 10,000 spirit stones in the veteran building so that his expenses in the veteran building could be directly deducted from the honor bracelet, which was more convenient. Is this a double gravitational field? It looks very ordinary, Song Muan said to himself. In front of him was an existence similar to a basement, which looked quite ordinary. Let's start, Song Muan said, placing a stone given to him by the staff on a round platform in the center of the basement. This is the control center of the gravitational field, where the stone is placed and the gravitational field is opened. The moment the gravitational field opened, Song Muan felt that her body was as if she was carrying a person, and she almost knelt down. Although he had already been mentally prepared, he was still a little uncomfortable when the gravitational field appeared. Fortunately, his physical strength has been improved many times, and he quickly adjusted his state. In the next period of time, Song Muan was in the gravity field, running, push-ups, and sit-ups. These actions are usually very simple to do, but in the gravitational field, they are a little more difficult. When the hour was over, Song Muan had completely adapted to double gravity. Without any hesitation, he directly chose to enter the quadruple gravity field. The so-called quadruple gravitational field refers to up to 4 times, not 4 times as soon as it enters. It can be adjusted upwards one by one. In this way, the human body will have an adaptation process. Twice the gravity, Song Muan has adapted. Therefore, in the quadruple gravity field, he tried triple gravity first. Cultivation is a very boring thing, no matter what method of cultivation it is. Song Muan was in the triple gravity field, doing push-ups while refreshing his attribute panel. He wanted to see how long he exercised and how much his physical strength could increase a little. This conclusion was soon reached. He found that for every 100 push-ups he does, his physical strength increased by 1 point. This discovery shocked him. In the triple gravity field, he can do a push-up every 3 seconds. It takes 5 minutes to do 100 push-ups. Converted to this, that is, for every 5 minutes of exercise, his physical intensity increases a little. In this way, you can increase your physical strength by 12 points in an hour. Exercise for a while, and always exercise for a while. If this is always the case in the process of exercise, doesn't it mean that I will continue to push my limits? The final result is to become Saitama, Song Muan said a little incredulously. Saitama is a two-dimensional figure on Earth before, and no one knows how strong he is. He trained for 3 years and reached the ceiling of combat power. Song Muan began to calculate how strong he could be after 3 years of training. Increase physical intensity by 12 points in 1 hour, and exercise for 10 hours a day, which is 120 points. Exercise 360 days a year, that is 43,200. In 3 years, that is 129,600 points. This physical strength has reached the realm of kings. If, with the assistance of foreign substances such as quenching body fluids, there is no problem at all in reaching 200,000 body strength. Thinking of this, Songwon instantly felt like a chicken blood. Although I don't know if I will always break through the limits if I exercise in this way. But now there was a visible motivation pushing him, and Songwon was unwilling to stop at all. However, after only exercising for more than 3 hours, Songwon felt that her physical strength had reached its limit. He was in the shape of a 2, lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Exercising for 10 hours a day is a bit taken for granted. There is a limit to human physical strength. Looking at the ceiling of the gravitational field, Songwon seemed to suddenly think of something, and then turned on the computer manager. Subsequently, he clicked on Comprehensive Physical Examination. It didn't take long for 2 prompts to pop up in front of him. Destiny is damaged, whether to repair. Abnormal status, whether to clear it. When he saw these 2 hints, Songwon's face was happy. The fate is damaged. This hint, Songwon knew before. If you want to repair your destiny, you need 1,000,000 spirit stones. He is now working hard for 1,000,000 spirit stones. This is the first time that this prompt has appeared. Without thinking too much, he chose yes. This time to clear the abnormal state, a total of 100 spirit stones are consumed. Soon, another prompt popped up. Then, Songwon felt that a wave of energy poured into his body. Under the nourishment of this energy, his physical strength recovered quickly. In just 30 seconds, he felt that his physical fatigue was completely eliminated. This is a bit magical. I don't know if this skill only eliminates physical fatigue, or if it can also eliminate other abnormalities in the body, Songwon said a little excitedly. After saying this, he pondered for about 5 seconds, then flipped his palm and took out a dagger. Immediately afterwards, he stabbed into his thigh without hesitation. Hiss! He grinned in pain. If he was accidentally stabbed, he wouldn't feel much pain. But if you deliberately stab yourself, this pain will be magnified. If this is not what I imagined, then I will lose blood, Songwon said to himself. Without too much nonsense, he pulled out the dagger and then, comprehensive physical examination, again. In more than 10 seconds, the previous 2 prompts popped up again. Songwon chose to eliminate the abnormal state. This time to clear the abnormal state, a total of 1,000 spirit stones are consumed. Ha ha ha, it really works. The wound is completely healed, Songwon said with a laugh. For him, this skill is simply a god level that saves his life. As long as he doesn't die all at once, he is undefeated. However, the only bad thing is that it consumes a lot of spirit stones. Just a small wound consumed 1,000 spirit stones. If this is seriously injured, I am afraid it will cost 10,000 spirit stones. Of course, tens of thousands of spirit stones can be exchanged for a life, which is definitely a good deal. Horses are not fat without weeds, and people are not rich without windfalls, so I really want to rob, Songwon said. Although he can earn 10,000 or 20,000 spirit stones every day now, he always feels that this little spirit stone is not enough for him to squander at all. Although the first floor makes a lot of money every day, it earns all the spirit stones of the general public, all of which are small money. After the college entrance examination is over, I will go to the imperial capital to earn the spirit stones of those big dog families, Songwon said, making up his mind. He began to think about how he could fool the spirit stones of those big dog families. If you want to make a lot of money, you must do one thing. No one has you, others have you better, and people are better than you. The emperor is the center of the dragon kingdom, and it is not an easy task to do this. However, things are man-made, and there is still some time before the college entrance examination. Songwon felt that he would definitely be able to think of a way. After figuring this out, he started exercising again. Only when the hardware is improved can the performance be improved. For the next 9 days, Songwon stayed in the veterans building, just like he said before. During the day, he stayed in the gravitational field and exercised his body. Exercised 10 hours a day. At night, he would go to the soul spring. The soul spring can enhance the strength of the soul. The soul spring can only be soaked for 5 hours a day, and the soul strength can increase by 30 points per hour. However, the soul spring is 1,000 spirit stones per hour, and ordinary people cannot afford it at all. It is said that the poor are rich in martial arts. Without the support of spirit stones, even if the talent is good, the cultivation is very slow. The strong are piled up with resources. This is not true at all. The reason why everyone wants to enter the 3 major courtyards is not only because the mentor in the 3 major courtyards is a rare strongman. Moreover, the resources provided by the 3 colleges to students are the top in the entire Dragon Kingdom. This is incomparable to many big families. If Songwon couldn't earn so many spirit stones and enter the 3 courtyards, it would be his best choice. In these 10 days, in addition to enhancing the strength of his body and soul, Songwon would also go to the ring of the veterans building to fight, simulating the battlefield and fighting with strange beasts. Although this cannot improve his physical strength and soul strength, it can increase his combat experience. experience. Although he has many less serious skills, his experience in frontal combat is very lacking. The ring and the simulated battlefield of strange beasts just allowed him to make up for this shortcoming. During the 10 days he stayed in the veterans building, Song Muon did not treat himself as a human being at all. In addition to squeezing out 4 hours of sleep every day, the rest of the time is trying to strengthen his strength. In the past 10 days, his progress has also been remarkable. Object name, Song Muon. Physical strength 1542, original 252 plus gravity field increase of 120 by 10 plus quenching body fluids 90. Soul strength 1783, original 193 plus soul bubble spring 150 by 10 plus Peiyuan liquid 90. Ability attribute, none. Comprehensive combat effectiveness? Compared with 10 days ago, Song Muon's physical strength and soul strength have made a qualitative leap. Now, in terms of physical strength alone, he is no less powerful than the Golden Five. Moreover, the strength of his soul finally exceeded the strength of his body. However, the spirit stones consumed in these 10 days were also an astronomical amount. Song Muon roughly calculated that in 10 days he had spent more than 120,000 spirit stones. If it weren't for the first floor being profitable every day, he really couldn't afford this price. The good news is that the net profit of the first floor in the past 10 days reached 250,000. In this way, he also saved 130,000 spirit stones. He was one step closer to the goal of 1 million spirit stones. Walking out of the veterans building, Song Muon took a deep breath and then stretched. "Ha, I'm out, my grandson is out, oh roar." The next moment, Song Muon ran wildly like the monkey that had been crushed under Wuji Mountain for 500 years. At the same time, at the door of the veterans building, Jin Zizai, Nangong Weiyang, and Dao Wuxin all turned their heads silently and pretended not to know him. 10 days ago, although Song Muon was a little naive, it was quite normal. Staying in the veteran building for 10 days drove the child crazy. Life is precious, and love is more expensive. If it's for freedom, you can throw it away. After running around in front of the veterans building, Song Muon came to Nangong Weiyang and the others and said with a little emotion. Hearing Song Muon read this poem, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuxin. They didn't expect Song Muon to be quite literary. It is worthy of being the holder of the first place in the cultural class of the number 6 middle school in the past 3 years. Let's go. Then, Song Muon said to the three of them, their next purpose is the college entrance examination room. The college entrance examination of supernatural people is completely different from the college entrance examination on Earth. Boss, are you sure of the college entrance examination? Jin Zizai looked at Song Muon and said. He knew that Song Muon had not awakened any abilities. It is extremely difficult for such a person to stand out in the college entrance examination. The college entrance examination will determine the honor and disgrace of the second half of life, and every candidate will do his best. Therefore, it is destined that the competition in the college entrance examination for people with special abilities is very fierce. This is a war without gunpowder. Sprinkle water. Don't you need the college entrance examination? Song Muon asked suddenly. No, I've been admitted to Imperial Capital University. Jin Zizi said. Don't talk to me, escort the party. When Song Muon came to the outside of the examination room, he found that it was a place of gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags, and crowds. Dog, here. When Song Muon appeared, his mother Yu Qingcheng hurriedly waved to him. Sister Allure, Big Dad, Second Dad, you two are here too. Song Muon came to her mother, looked at the three of them with a little surprise and asked. The eldest father in his mouth is the father of the little cheap Yunda, named Yun Dashan. The second father is Tang Chichi's father, Tang Zio. These two are sworn brothers of his father Son Laosan, and the relationship is very good. The reason why Song Muon, Yunda, and Tang Chichi have a good relationship is not only because the three of them have no guesses, but more importantly, the personalities of the three are a bit close. Otherwise, the three of them would not have called themselves the Three Musketeers. But Yun Dashan, Tang Zio, and Song Muon's father Son Laosan, the three of them are completely different personalities. Yun Dashan is honest, and he doesn't like to talk when he usually does, and he looks like a coward. Tang Zio is a scholar, very elegant, and looks elegant. Song Laosan's personality is basically the same as Song Muon's, very doggy, and not very serious. For a long time, Song Muon has been very puzzled about how such three people became good friends, and there is unconditional trust in each other. Song Laosan said to Song Muon more than once that no matter what happens, if he is not there, he can trust Yun Dashan and Tang Zio 100%. Yun Dashan and Tang Zio also said similar things to Yunda and Tang Chichi. Your dad has something to do temporarily and can't come today, so my eldest brother and I will come in his place to cheer you on. Tang Zio persuaded. Eldest son, this is the bun that dad specially made for you. Remember, don't force yourself, just do your best. Yun Dashan handed over a paper box containing 3 buns. Thank you, Dad. Song Muon said with a smile on Yun Dashan. Dog, your uncle is right, just do your best, don't force yourself. Yu Qingcheng said. Sister Alluring, Dad, Second Dad, look there. Song Muon suddenly pointed to a huge screen in the distance and said. What are you looking at? Yu Qingcheng Yang asked with a puzzled face. On the big screen, there is nothing. It won't be long before my name appears at the top of the big screen. This time the top scholar in the college entrance examination in Phoenix is none other than me. You just wait for my good news. After Songwon finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the examination room while eating steamed buns. Eldest son, ambitious, dad believes in you, Yun Dashin said loudly at Songwon's back. It wasn't until Songwon walked into the examination room that everyone withdrew their eyes. Subsequently, Yu Qingqing looked at Nangong Weiyang and the three of them. Weiyang, I've seen the second aunt. Suddenly, Nangong Weiyang said respectfully to Yu Qingqing, no wonder you look a little familiar. You are the eldest sister's daughter. Age, 18. I didn't expect it to grow so big in the blink of an eye, and it was so beautiful. Do you have a boyfriend? How did you meet my family warmth? Let me tell you, although my home is a bit unorthodoxy sometimes, he is very reliable and handsome. Although it's smaller than you, it's a little better. Yu Qingqing stepped forward and pulled Nangong Weiyang and started talking. Her posture is to directly regard Nangong Weiyang as her daughter-in-law. Second aunt, I also knew just now that Song Nuan is your son. Nangong Weiyang didn't dare to answer the question and hurriedly changed the topic. Faced with a woman who was bent on finding a daughter-in-law for her own woman, it is difficult for ordinary people to parry. Brother and sister, this is starting again. Tang Zio took 2 steps back and said to Yun Dashin, actually, I think Chi-Chi and Warmth are a good match, and the third couple also likes her quite a bit. You also like to warm this stinky boy. I think you can get married. It can be regarded as fertile water that does not flow to outsiders' fields. Yun Dashin looked at Tang Zio and said, I have no objection. The key is that the 2 children don't call, and I don't have a rut. Tang Zio persuaded. Songwon didn't know that his mother had matched him with Nangong Weiyang. He couldn't have imagined that Nangong Weiyang would call his mother the second aunt. However, judging from Yu Qingqing's attitude, there should be no blood relationship between him and Nangong Weiyang. After Songwon walked into the examination room, he began identity verification. The Long Kingdom attaches great importance to the college entrance examination, so the identity of each candidate must be verified. The whole process is extremely cumbersome. Moreover, in the process of identity verification, it is necessary to take off the naked strips. After the identity verification is completed, you can choose clothes and your usual weapons in the designated room. Because, during the college entrance examination, no foreign objects are allowed. In order to ensure fairness, the help of foreign objects is never allowed. Therefore, during the college entrance examination, it is necessary to check from the inside out to prevent anyone from carrying noble phantasms, natural materials, and earth treasures. Storage noble phantasms, although extremely rare, but some students from very good families can still have it. During the college entrance examination inspection, the storage noble phantasm will also be temporarily confiscated. After a series of inspections, Song Nuan walked towards a specific room. To be precise, this is a small secret realm. This secret realm is different from the naturally formed secret realm, but was created by the strong people of the Dragon Kingdom and specially used for the college entrance examination. You will be injured in it, but you will not die. Because once you are attacked by a fatal attack, the protective measures on your body will be triggered, and you will be teleported out of the secret realm. Being teleported out of the secret realm means that the college entrance examination is over. The college entrance examination is divided into 3 levels. The first level, find objects. Level 2, kill the beast. The third level, break through the level. Depending on the time it takes to pass the 3 levels, you will get different points. On the large screen outside the examination room, it will be sorted according to the number of points each candidate gets. The more points you earn, the higher you rank. Soon, Song Nuan appeared in the first level. This is a strange rocky and overgrown wilderness. Open guns are easy to dodge, but hidden arrows are difficult to defend. Although there are no ferocious beasts here, there are no other people, but there are traps everywhere, and if you are not careful, you will be trapped by traps. And once trapped in a trap, it takes a lot of time to escape from the trap. In this level, time is of the essence, so you must not be trapped by traps. And what you have to do in this level is to find the 3 key fragments hidden in a corner. Only by putting together 3 key fragments and putting together a complete key can you lead to the next level. Of course, these keys are not buried in a random hole. In this case, the difficulty is too high. In this secret realm, there will be various clues about key fragments. Candidates can find 3 key fragments according to the clues. On the surface, this level is a test of finding objects, but in reality, it is wisdom that is tested. I have wisdom, but I don't need it. Hey, it's just playing. Song Nuan stood in place, looked at the surrounding environment, and said to himself, all of them, look to the right. Suddenly, he roared. In an instant, all the objects in the secret realm, whether it was stones, trees, traps, or other miscellaneous things, they moved directly. Almost in the blink of an eye, it became neatly arranged in several rows. All the key fragments, all out of the line. Song Nuan shouted again. As before, after his words fell, there were 3 places in the secret realm that burst out with red light. These 3 places are where the key fragments are located. Good performance, come to the bowl. In the next second, the 3 key fragments disappeared. Did I say something wrong? Song Nuan stretched out his palm, and the key fragments suddenly appeared in his hand. He took a grand step and walked towards the gate of the second level. The reason why Song Nuan was able to find the key fragments so easily was not because he had the ability to speak as he spoke. There is only one truth. He used his golden finger. When he first entered the secret realm, he opened the word and then selected all the items in the secret realm and made them right aligned. That is, the right side of his mouth. Secondly, he used the find function in word to find the key fragments, then used the background color fill function to fill the location of the key in the most conspicuous red. Finally, cut was used to paste the key fragments into his hands. In this way, he stood still and found the key fragment. This is also why Song Nuan said before, I have wisdom, but I don't need it. Hey, it's just playing. With this kind of bug-like golden finger existing, there is really no need to use your brain like others. The whole process took about a minute. If it weren't for playing, the time he would have spent would be shorter. Song Nuan placed the key fragment on the door leading to the second level, and then used the revoke function to restore all the objects in the secret realm to their original state. When the door of the second level opened, he walked in without any hesitation. However, when Song Nuan didn't know, at this moment, there was a commotion outside the examination room. Because everyone saw that just a minute after the exam started, it is estimated that many people have not yet adapted to the environment in the secret realm, and Song Nuan's name has already appeared on the big screen. Song Nuan, the first level took 0.59 and got 200 points. The perfect score of the first level is 200, and Song Nuan got the highest score. How is this possible? It took less than a minute to find the key fragment. This is cheating. It must be cheating. It is impossible for anyone to find the key fragment in such a short period of time. Over the years, the shortest record holder took 9 minutes and 55 seconds. It is rare in the world to be able to find the key within 10 minutes, less than a minute. It is absolutely impossible. That is, it must have colluded with the examiner, or the complete key was prepared in advance. Let's go to the examiner to ask for an explanation. The parents of the students outside the examination room were all talking about it. Then, a group of people rushed directly to the location of the invigilator to ask for an explanation. However, what they didn't know was that at this moment, the expressions of the various invigilators were even more unbelievable than theirs. Whether Song Nuan cheated or not, they knew very well. You say, this guy's awakened ability is not related to finding things, right? An invigilator couldn't help but say, is there such a ability? It's hard to say. There are thousands of types of abilities, and it is possible to awaken any kind of ability. You say, is it possible for the Song Nuan to awaken the speak is the law ability? As soon as this invigilator's words came out, everyone's eyes froze for a moment. It's possible, very likely. Only the words ability can find the key fragments in such a short period of time. The invigilator who spoke at the beginning said with a firm face, if that's the case, then Phoenix City has a peerless Tianjiao this time. Words and spells, ability, located in sequence 21. Whether it is a words and words ability or not, it is definitely extraordinary to be able to pass the first level within a minute. Notify the above first. At this time, the examiner made a decision. At the same time, Yu Qingchang and the others outside the examination room were also stunned. In less than a minute, he is worthy of being my eldest son, Yun Dashan said excitedly. It's too scary to use. Is this really possible? This stinky boy won't use any not-so-good means, right? Tang Zio said in a suspicious tone. Second child, can you have a little confidence in our eldest son? This stinky boy has been smart since he was a child, and it's not that you don't know. Yun Dashan's unconditional trust in Song Nuan. I am ashamed that I didn't give it to your father and your mother, Yu Qingcheng said. A proud smile from the bottom of his heart appeared. Speaking of which, I'm afraid this is the first time she has called herself a mother. Although she kept telling Song Nuan that as long as he was safe and happy, he would spend his life happily. It doesn't matter if it's a supernatural person or not. However, when I saw my son's achievements, I was still proud and happy from the bottom of my heart. As expected of my chosen one. It's just that what secrets are hidden in your body? Nangong Weiyan didn't say this, but said silently in his heart. Jean's eye didn't feel anything about Song Nuan's achievements, because he didn't know what this achievement meant. A few minutes later, in the secret realm, a man with long hair had a smile on his face. He held 3 key fragments in his hand, looking excited. 7 minutes and 28 seconds, breaking the record held over the years, 200 points in hand. I am the most beautiful boy in Phoenix City and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. After today, the whole of Phoenix will remember my name Feng Xiaoxiao. In order to be a blockbuster, I held back for 2 months. Now it seems that it is all worth it. Ha ha ha. Feng Xiaoxiao shouted in a crazy tone. After shouting for a while, he walked into the door of the second level. At this moment, Song Nuan looked at the secret realm of the second level expressionlessly. The secret realm of the second level is very simple, that is, 300 simulated strange beasts. Although these simulated strange beasts were not real strange beasts, they were not not much different from real strange beasts. These strange beasts are of different sizes and strengths. Song Won immediately checked their attributes. Object name, strange beast. Age, cannot be calculated. Physical strength, 228. Soul strength, 108. Ability attribute, strength. Comprehensive combat effectiveness, 336. According to the information displayed by these strange beasts, their strength is equivalent to that of the human bronze realm. Among them, there are also some silver realms. However, the number is small, only 1 in 50th. For the vast majority of candidates, if they only deal with 1 or 2 of the strange beasts at one time, they can easily win the battle. However, the number of strange beasts in the secret realm was too much, a full 300. As the saying goes, when ants bite dead elephants, 300 strange beasts rush up, and they are powerless to fight at all. This level tests the candidate's combat effectiveness, adaptability, and positioning. If you can't fight against 300 strange beasts at once, you must learn to move, and then use the environment in the secret realm to contain or kill the strange beasts. For each exotic beast killed, you get 1 point. When the number of strange beasts killed exceeds 200, the door to the third level will open. Song Won did not act immediately. He held a big knife provided by the examination room in his hand, looked at the strange beast in front of him, and his face was full of thoughts. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be able to kill these 300 strange beasts. Instead, I was thinking about how to kill them in the simplest and most labor-saving way. But I have an idea, I don't know if it will work, Song Won said to himself. After saying that, he opened the Excel sheet. In an instant, the 300 strange beasts in the secret realm were divided into 300 different cells. The strange beasts could not see the form, but could only feel that there were many invisible walls around them, isolating them. In such a situation, the advantage in the number of strange beasts is gone for Song Won. He can play 301 versus 1 as long as he wants. However, he had thought about it for so long before, not to use this method of wasting physical strength. Great God of Darkness, give me strength. Clear content, Song Won said, using the mouse to select 10 cells with strange beasts, and then selecting the cell, Clear Content, option. There are 2 similar functions, one is delete, and the other is clear content. The final effect of these two seems to be similar, but in fact it is completely different. One is to delete the entire cell, and the other is to simply clear the contents of the cell. To operate, clear the content should be simple. This is like cleaning up the garbage in the trash can. Delete is to take away the entire trash can, and clear content is just to take out the garbage in the trash can, but the trash can is still there. The reason why Song Won chose 10 cells first was because he wanted to see if this method would work. There were too many of them. He was afraid of going beyond his limits, and his body was overloaded all of a sudden. When the clear content option was clicked, Song Won clearly felt that the strange beasts in the selected 10 cells were trembling violently. In the next second, their bodies turned into a starlight and disappeared directly. Really, it's amazing. I seem to have another method of attack that I don't know, Song Won said with a smile. He found that his Goldfinger was a huge treasure, and as he researched and excavated, he could constantly discover new skills. This time, I'm going to hit 100. Song Won did not hesitate or directly selected 100 strange beasts, and then chose clear content. Still the same as before, the beast's body trembled violently for a while, and then turned into a starlight and disappeared. However, this time it took twice as much time as the last time. It's not my limit. I'll try again, Song Won said, directly selecting all the remaining strange beasts. This time, when all the strange beasts disappeared, Song Won gasped heavily. His body was very consumed and almost reached its limit. Basically, it can be calculated that with my current physical strength, the limit should be that I can clear 200 cells at a time. This move is very strong, but it doesn't seem to be strong enough, Song Won said to himself. Most of these strange beasts are equivalent to the superpowers of the human bronze realm. His current physical strength and soul strength have reached the golden realm. With the strength of the golden realm, it was not difficult to deal with 300 strange beasts in the bronze realm. At present, the only thing that is better is that it saves time. In addition, the gods do not know, and the ghosts do not notice. With the increase in my strength in all aspects, if one day I can clear the entire Excel sheet of creatures, even if it is just the Black Iron realm, then my strength will be invincible in the world, Song Won said suddenly. In the entire Excel table, there are a total of 256 columns and 65,535 rows, which is 1703296 cells. It was not something that could be done by just one person. According to the exchange of military merits, a strange beast of the Black Iron realm, a little military merit. More than 17 million Black Iron level strange beasts are more than 17 million military exploits. In this way, he reached the honor of the 9-star general at once, and he was only one step away from the god of war. Of course, the current Song Won is still far from this realm, but in the future, it is now unknown how far he will grow. After clearing all the strange beasts in the secret realm, Song Won walked towards the door of the third level. It took him 48 seconds to kill the beast. When Song Won walked into the third level, the people outside the examination room were stunned again. again. Song Muon, the second level took 0.48 seconds, and the points were plus 300. If you say that passing the first level has a certain element of luck. However, if you break through the second level, it is absolute strength. Because in the second level, there is no help from external forces, and the strange beast has no other natural enemies. The only thing you can rely on is yourself. Therefore, when Song Muon's name appeared again on the big screen, everyone was directly numb. Many people don't necessarily have a clue in the first level, but they didn't expect that he had already passed the second level, and he passed it with a perfect score. The most incredible thing is that it took 11 seconds less than the first level. Cheating, right? It is possible to cheat in the first level, but it is impossible to cheat in this second level. Unless the Holy Venerable makes a move. But, is this possible? Who is this Song Muon? I know him. He and my son are classmates, and he is the holder of the first place in the cultural class in the past 3 years of number 6 middle school. But I heard that he doesn't have the ability to awaken. No awakening ability? Can this TM be done without the ability to awaken? Brother and sister, does warmth really not have the ability to awaken? At this time, Tang Zio looked at Yu Qingqing and asked. At this time, even he was not sure. Because Song Muon's performance is so dazzling, it's hard to believe that he didn't awaken his ability. With this result now, even if you awaken the top 100 abilities in the sequence, I am afraid it will be difficult to do it. The dog's fate is damaged. You and Brother Dashin know very well this. It is impossible for him to awaken his abilities. Yu Qingqing said. She was also puzzled how Song Muon killed 300 strange beasts within 48 seconds. It seems that the eldest son has other secrets. This stinky boy, he hides it so deeply that even we hide it. Yun Dashin said. Although he said this, his words were full of excitement. He was also worried before that after Yunde and Tang Qiqi awakened the SSS level potential abilities, the gap between Song Muon and them would widen more and more. But now it seems that it is Yunde and Tang Qiqi who should be worried. At least, with his understanding of these two people, if they go to take the college entrance examination, they will definitely not achieve this result. No awakening ability? How is this possible? Song Muon, what secrets are hidden in your body? I had to choose you among hundreds of millions of people. Is the person I saw in the corner of the future really you? Nangong Weiyan looked at the big screen and muttered in his heart. Song Muon didn't know what those people outside thought. He frowned at this time, looked at the scene in front of him, and fell into a tangle. Because if you enter the third level, you will face a choice. There are 3 modes in the third level. Normal mode, hard mode, hell mode. Different modes have different difficulties and different points. Hard mode earns twice as many points as normal mode. Hell mode earns 3 times as many points as normal mode. Similarly, the difficulty increases geometrically. Forget it, it's all here. So let's break the record. By the way, I promised Chao Qianqian and Qiqi that I would enter the Imperial Capital Academy with the most dazzling attitude. Words should be counted. After Song Muon finished speaking, without any hesitation, he chose Hell mode. When the mode was selected, Song Muon found herself on a small island. It is not so much an island as a boulder, at most 3 or 4 square meters. Around the boulder, there is a small lake. Song Muon clearly saw that there were water-attributed beasts swimming around in the small lake. At the next moment, a strange beast with sharp teeth and a body length of 2 meters directly opened its mouth and bit Song Muon on the stone. Song Muon could even smell the fishy smell on its body very clearly. Without any hesitation, he casually waved the big knife in his hand. Song Muon's current physical strength is no less than that of ordinary Golden Realm superpowers. His knife was extremely powerful, instantly cutting the fish-shaped beast in half. However, his attack was like a fuse, instantly making other water-attribute strange beasts in the lake go crazy. For a while, all kinds of strange beasts rushed towards Song Muon one after another. At a glance, there are at least 30 or 40. It's worthy of hellish difficulty, and it's a bit of a loss. Song Muon said to himself, if ordinary people with superpowers face such a situation, they basically only have to be beaten. After all, if you don't know the water system, or the thunder system, the ability to attack the strange beasts in the lake through the lake water is impossible to cause damage to the strange beasts in the lake. Song Muon did not hesitate at all, and immediately enlarged and bolded the boulder under his feet. In an instant, the boulder, which was originally only 3 or 4 square meters, instantly became more than 10 times larger. Those water-type beasts that rushed over did not expect that Song Muon had such a trick. Immediately, more than a dozen strange beasts fell directly on the boulders, twisting their bodies a little funny. After the general water-type beasts leave the water, their combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Therefore, those water-based beasts that fell on the boulders were basically lambs to be slaughtered for Song Muon. Song Muon was not polite, and hurriedly solved the dozen or so water-type beasts on the boulder as quickly as possible. Then, he thought about how to kill these strange beasts in the water. Song Muon knew very well that using the skill of clearing content in Excel was definitely not possible, because there is water in the lake, and the resistance of water is 800 times that of air. The strange beast in the lake didn't give him much time to think about countermeasures. They cannot go ashore, but they can attack the boulders at Song Muon's feet. It won't won't be long before the boulder under his feet will be shattered. Although Song Wuan can still make the boulder bigger, this is not a long-term solution after all. Put it on the top floor. Casually, Song Wuan opened the word, selected himself, and placed himself on the upper layer of the object. In this way, he is able to levitate above objects. The next moment, his figure moved and he ran directly on the lake. His running is no different from running on land. Even his shoes were not soaked by the lake. Those strange beasts in the lake saw Song Wuan running on the water, hurriedly wagged their tails, and chased after him. Song Wuan, who was running, found that a huge crab claw suddenly inserted from under the lake. He hurriedly dodged and avoided it. Then he discovered that a giant crab with a body length of more than 2 meters appeared on the surface of the lake. I don't know if this huge crab can be eaten. If you can eat it, so much crab meat will definitely be very refreshing, Song Wuan said to himself. After his words fell, other water-based beasts appeared one after another on the surface of the lake. They can't run on the lake like Song Wuan, but they can stick their heads out of the lake. I wanted to play with you for a while, but it doesn't seem necessary. I'm serious. Of course. Quantity statistics. Song Wuan began to count the number of strange beasts in the lake. Soon, the computer display screen in his mind displayed the number of strange beasts in the lake. 86. 14 were killed by Song Wuan before, which shows that there are a total of 100 water-type beasts in the lake. Insert the border. With Song Wuan's shout, suddenly, around the 86 strange beasts he counted, black cage-like borders appeared, blocking them. Insert the inner mulline. Before the strange beasts in the lake could react, Song Wuan activated his skill again. This time, I saw that in the sky, things like spears kept falling, sticking towards the strange beasts in the lake. The strange beast in the lake sensed the danger and wanted to hide. However, they were firmly fixed by the black cage, and there was no way to avoid them. I could only watch as the spears falling from the sky pierced into their bodies. That's it? Vulnerable, Song Wuan said a little proudly. When he first got this golden finger, he always felt that this golden finger was some auxiliary skills. However, as he studied Goldfinger more and more thoroughly, he found that there were not too many offensive skills. All seemingly ordinary skills may be divine skills. After killing the strange beast in the lake, Song Wuan's body did not leave the secret realm of the 3rd level. Soon, the scene in front of him changed. This time, he appeared in a woods. At a glance, all kinds of strange beasts in the woods surrounded him again. At the first time, Song Wuan conducted a quantitative tally. No more, no less, also 100. Song Wuan hadn't done anything yet, and the strange beasts in the forest had taken the lead. For a while, all kinds of attacks came from all directions and smashed at him frantically. Wind blades, flames, water arrows, boulders, vines, thunder, and lightning. In the face of such an attack, Song Wuan did not panic at all. I have been using the golden finger before, but this time I rely on my own strength to fight a dignified battle, Song Wuan said, waving the big knife in his hand. In an instant, a hot and dazzling light erupted on the blade. This is the energy accumulated by Song Wuan's sunflower treasure book that he has been cultivating for so long. When these energies were fused with the big sword, they formed a series of sword chi. Those attacks that flew towards Song Wuan were directly shattered by the knife energy. At the next moment, Song Wuan's body turned into a phantom and quickly shuttled through the woods. Previously, he had experienced a simulated battlefield in the Veterans Building, so he was no stranger to such battles. Even, at this time, he had a feeling like a fish in water. Wherever he went, strange beasts were killed by him. The physical strength of the Golden Realm was directly crushing for these strange beasts that were the strongest, but not in the Silver Realm. It didn't take long for the 100 strange beasts in the woods to be killed by Song Wuan. Without using gold fingers, his combat effectiveness should not be underestimated. Soon, the scene in front of him changed again. He stood on the top of the mountain, and above his head, various flying beasts hovered. No more, no less, still 100. I used to swim in the water and run on the ground, but this time I came to fly in the sky. There are indeed quite a lot of means. Let you taste my 40-meter big knife, Song Wuan said, enlarged, thickened, the big knife in his hand. In an instant, a large knife tens of meters long rose into the sky. With one move, he swept through thousands of troops and slashed towards the flying beasts in the sky. Those flying beasts never thought that Song Wuan would be able to launch such an attack. A considerable part of them were slashed by the 40-meter broadsword without having time to dodge. Immediately, their bodies fell to the ground. However, before it fell to the ground, it disappeared. Because the strange beasts in it do not really exist, but are specially researched by the power of the Dragon Kingdom for the college entrance examination. After those surviving flying beasts avoided Song Wuan's attack, they hurriedly launched an attack on him. I saw countless feathers turning into countless sharp arrows, falling like raindrops. Among these sharp arrows, there are also wind blades, lightning, and other miscellaneous attacks. Insert the border. Song Wuan inserted 2 black borders around him in a row to protect him. This skill can not only trap the opponent, but also act as a defense. It is no exaggeration to say that there are too many means that Song Wuan can use for defense. This border is just the most basic one. After the attack of those flying beasts landed on the black border, the outermost black border trembled slightly, but it did not break. Although the number of these falling attacks is large, the individual attacks are not strong, so they cannot cause damage to the black border. Insert form. Songwon operated again. In the next second, a huge net hundreds of meters long appeared in the sky, directly enveloping all the strange beasts in the sky. When those flying beasts were caught in a giant net, they were destined to become lambs to be slaughtered. Soon, they died under Songwon's big knife. Is the fourth level next? Songwon said silently in his heart. Those who swim in the water, those who run on the ground, and those who fly in the sky have all come again. What else can be done next? To be honest, he was still looking forward to it. After a few seconds, Songwon knew what the fourth level was. What appeared in front of him was the yellow sand in the sky. This yellow sand can't be seen at a glance, and looking into the distance, I feel so small. Not long after Songwon appeared, suddenly, a strong wind rose around him. Soon, a devastating sandstorm began. This sudden sandstorm made Songwon a little unable to open her eyes. However, he clearly saw that in this sandstorm, there were some extremely tiny yellow bugs hidden. It is difficult to detect their presence without looking closely. This is the real danger. For the first time, Songwon felt threatened. People are vulnerable in the face of nature. The power of nature is so terrifying. Like a drop of water, or a basin of water, it won't hurt anyone. But when countless drops of water converge to form a vast ocean and form a huge wave, it can destroy everything. The same goes for wind and yellow sand. A wisp of wind and a grain of sand are vulnerable to a single blow. But when they come together, they can also destroy everything. I admit that you have some strength, but in front of me, you are vulnerable. Cell, split, Songwon said, opening the Excel sheet. Immediately, the originally violent sandstorm in the sky was divided into countless small pieces. Sandstorms that cannot be gathered together are vulnerable. In the blink of an eye, the originally menacing and oppressive sandstorm disappeared without a trace. However, soon, Songwon discovered that something was shuttling in the sand under his feet. He guessed that this should be a strange beast living in the sand, attacking from both sides. The designer of this level is a bit perverted. No wonder it's hell mode, Songwon said silently in his heart. If you look at other candidates, you are already overwhelmed just by facing the sandstorm. Not to mention, it is necessary to prevent strange beasts in the sand under your feet. The strange beast in the sand didn't know what Songwon was thinking and directly attacked him. Insert the histogram. Songwon used this skill. Soon, several square stone pillars rose under his feet, and his body rose from the ground in an instant. In this way, the strange beasts in the yellow sand could not attack him. You are hiding in the yellow sand and don't want to come out, then I'll help you come out. Insert the histogram. Soon, various stone pillars continued to rise in the yellow sand, and on each stone pillar, there was one or two yellow strange beasts. Songwon didn't have any hesitation and directly killed them as quickly as possible. In this way, the fourth level, Songwon passed easily. Next, it should be the last level. I don't know what it will be? Questioner, how many other means can you have? Songwon said. A few seconds later, he appeared in a pitch-black environment. Here, he couldn't see his 5 fingers, and he didn't know what it was like around him at all. Such an environment will make people's eyesight ineffective, and ordinary people, if they can't see, their combat effectiveness will indeed be greatly reduced. And the black and unfamiliar environment will amplify people's inner fears. The questioner is really perverted. But unfortunately, what I'm least afraid of is the color of the environment. Background color fill, white, Songwon said, turning the environment around him white. In the white environment, other colors are not hidden. He found that there were hundreds of strange beasts with black bodies hidden around him, which had launched attacks on him. If he hadn't turned the background white, then these black beasts might not have been able to spot them even if they came to him. It's a pity that now, these black beasts have all become living targets. In a few minutes, Songwon killed all the strange beasts around him. No more, no less, exactly 100. Congratulations on perfectly passing hell mode and getting a hidden reward, God of War order. At this time, a mechanical voice sounded. At the same time, a token emitting purple gold appeared in front of Songwon. God of War order, it's actually a God of War order. This reward is too generous, Songwon said in an unbelievable tone. When he stayed in the Veterans Building for 10 days before, he heard about the God of War order. Only those who have achieved more than 20 million military exploits can be called the God of War. It is said that there are only 8 gods of war in the entire Dragon Kingdom. God of War needs it and can mobilize the resources of the entire veteran building. The so-called God of War order is naturally a token that symbolizes the God of War. With the God of War order, you can drive the right of the God of War once. In other words, after Songwon got this God of War order, he could make a request to the veteran building. As long as the veteran building can do it, it must not be refused. For many people, this is a dream, but it is not possible. Songwon didn't expect that he would get the God of War order just after taking the college entrance examination. Although it can only be used once, it is still a rare treasure for him. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand and took the God of War order in his hand. On the God of War order, the word East is engraved. Just when Songwon got the God of war order, the scene changed, and he appeared in the place where he entered the secret realm. In other words, his college entrance examination is over. At this moment, in a secret room in the imperial capital, an old man who was cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. How is it possible? How is this possible? Someone really took away the god of war order. No, I have to go see it for myself. If this person really exists, I must get him. The old man said, his figure flashed, and he left the secret room. He is one of the designers of the Dragon Country College entrance examination. On a whim, he used one of his god of war orders as a reward and placed it at the last level. However, in his opinion, it was almost impossible to get the reward of the god of war order, because he knows how perverted the college entrance examination level is. If you want to get the god of war order, you must complete the level perfectly. And if you want to achieve perfect clearance, you must get a perfect score in each level. And when choosing the mode in the third level, you must choose the hell mode. Similarly, in hell mode, you also need to get a perfect score. Only in this way can you obtain the god of war order. To be honest, when he designed the level, he didn't think that someone would be able to pass the level perfectly. As a designer, he couldn't be more aware of how perverted the levels are. I didn't expect that after so many years, such a Tianjiao really appeared. Such a person must not be obtained by others. Such a person can only be his. Whoever comes, you can't stop it. So, his figure flashed and disappeared into the secret room. At the same time, another sentence was displayed on the big screen outside the examination room. Song Muan, the third level took 57 minutes and 42 seconds, points plus 1,500. When everyone saw this scene, they were all stunned. Because the full score of the college entrance examination is only 1,000 points, Song Muan directly added 1,500 in the third level. How is this possible? If you add the points of the first two levels, he will finally score 2,000 points. This is impossible. How can anyone get 1,500 points in the third level? Cheating. Cheat. We have to find an explanation for our children. That's right, the examiner this time must have been bought. Not necessarily, your talents are average, and it is estimated that you did not reach the third level in the college entrance examination that year. Or, in the third level, I didn't choose hell mode. I can tell you very clearly that the points obtained in hell mode are 3 times that of normal mode. So, theoretically, it is entirely possible to get 1,500 points in the third level. When this voice that was different from others sounded in the crowd, everyone fell silent instantly. In just a few words, their hearts were pierced and pricked. What you said is theoretical. I don't believe it. Someone can really pass the hell mode perfectly. We have to find an invigilator and ask for an explanation. After everyone was stunned for a moment, they said loudly again. Just as he was speaking, the chief examiner of Phoenix City walked out of the examination room. In an instant, an extremely powerful momentum surged out of his body, enveloping the parents of the candidates outside. The originally noisy environment instantly became silent. This is king-level coercion, someone said silently in his heart. Only the king realm can have such momentum. This is also normal. The chief examiner of each city is a strong person in the king realm. Otherwise, once something happens, the superpowers under the king's realm will not be able to fight. Let me introduce myself. I am Duan Pang, the chief examiner of the Phoenix College entrance examination, and I am responsible for all matters related to the Phoenix College entrance examination. I can tell you very clearly that all of Song Muan's achievements are based on himself. Our invigilator did not have any favoritism or fraud, let alone help him cheat. Maybe someone said, how can Song Muan pass all the levels without losing a point? I only have one sentence for this kind of thing. What you can't do, doesn't mean that others can't do it either. It's like some people have awakened SSS level potential abilities, but you don't. The Dragon Kingdom has never lacked geniuses. You should be happy that such a peerless Tianjiao appears in the Dragon Kingdom, because this means that our Dragon Kingdom will have a peerless powerhouse in the future, and at that time, the comprehensive strength of the Dragon Kingdom will be one step stronger. That's all I have to say. You can do it yourself. After the chief examiner Duan Pang finished speaking, he turned around and walked into the examination room. When such a thing happened, it was necessary for him to come forward to explain. However, it is only an explanation. At this time, Song Muan happened to walk out of the examination room. Duan Pang glanced at Song Muan and continued to walk towards the examination room, because he didn't know Song Muan. Although Song Muan knew Duan Pui and knew that he was the chief examiner of this college entrance examination, the two were not familiar with each other, so they did not talk to him. Song Muan's appearance did not attract the attention of other parents, because he was not the first to come out of the examination room. There are some students who are really not very talented, and in the second level, they died at the hands of strange beasts. Once you die, it means that the college entrance examination is over. So, they came out a little earlier. Just this problem. Do you want to stop me from earning spirit stones? Song Muan stood outside the examination room, looked up at the sun above his head, stretched his waist and said. After saying that, he walked towards Yu Qingqing and the others. At this time, he found that Yu Qingqing and the others walked towards him with a happy face. As soon as Song Muan wanted to say something, he was suddenly finally hugged by Yu Qingcheng in his arms. Dog, as expected of my son, my mother is proud of you, Yu Qingcheng said excitedly. Song Nuan was able to score 2,000 points, which they did not expect at all. Eldest son, awesome. Yin Dashan looked at Song Nuan and only said one sentence, and at the same time stretched out his thumb. I was able to break through 3 levels in a row within an hour and score 2,000 points. This result not only broke all the records over the years, but also stood an unclimbable mountain for the candidates behind me. Eldest son, Cao Pai. Tang Ziyo also followed. I said it long ago, my name will appear at the top of the big screen. Naturally, I will do what I say. Song Nuan struggled out of Yu Qingcheng's arms and said, no matter what you say in the future, I will believe it. At this time, Yu Qingcheng directly incarnated as Song Nuan's brain-dead powder. If Song Nuan said that he was invincible in the world, I am afraid that Yu Qingcheng would believe it without hesitation. Nangong Weiyang didn't speak, but his eyes were extremely complicated. There are 3 points of surprise, 3 points of incredible, 3 points of course, and 1 point of worship. As expected of the person I saw in the prophecy, Nangong Weiyang said, eldest son, how did you do it? Yun Dashan couldn't help but ask at this time. He was also a person who had experienced the college entrance examination back then, so he naturally knew how difficult the college entrance examination was. Therefore, he was even more curious. Isn't this okay? Song Nuan turned his head and looked at Yun Dashan with an innocent face and said, everyone, damn it, he pretended to be there. Let's not talk about this, let's celebrate. Yu Qingcheng said at this time. She also saw that there was some unknown secret hidden in her son's body. This is not the time to talk about this. Moreover, since his son did not choose to tell them, he must have his reason, and there was no need to ask. Hearing Yu Qingcheng say this, Yun Dashan also reacted. That's right, let's celebrate. Yun Dashan followed suit. In this way, Song Nuan and his party walked towards the best hotel in Phoenix. However, not long after they had just walked forward, an extremely powerful aura suddenly appeared in front of them. This sudden powerful aura made everyone's faces change instantly. Yun Dashan, Tang Ziyo, and Yu Qingcheng were in a triangle shape and hurriedly protected Song Nuan and Nangong Weiyang in it. In this world where everyone awakens their abilities, they are naturally all superpowers. They felt the powerful aura of the visitors, and their expressions were extremely nervous. Brother and sister, get ready to call for help. Tang Ziyo hurriedly said to Yu Qingcheng. The rival countries of the Dragon Kingdom will always try their best to kill the Tianjiu of the Dragon Kingdom. Song Nuan was able to get a score of 2,000 points in the college entrance examination, which was enough to attract everyone's attention. It is not surprising that a hostile country can find Song Nuan in such a short period of time. Song Nuan's expression also became tense at this time. He didn't know if his skills were still useful in front of the super strong. Little guys, don't be nervous, it's me, the old man. At this moment, a voice came, and a figure appeared in front of everyone at the same time. Oriental God of War. After seeing the faces of the people who came clearly, Yu Qingcheng and the others breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Meet the Eastern God of War. Then, several people said respectfully, you're welcome. The old man, known as the Oriental God of War, waved his hand and said, Oriental God of War, why did you appear here? Yun Dashan asked curiously. I happened to pass by and saw you little guys here, so I came over to say hello. Which of you is he, a junior? The Eastern God of War asked. This is my son. Yu Qingcheng took a step forward and said, no wonder, little guy, you have a breath that I am very familiar with. The Oriental God of War looked at Song Nuan and asked. Hearing the Oriental God of War ask, Yu Qingcheng and the others looked at Song Nuan at the same time. The aura that can make the Oriental God of War familiar should not be an ordinary thing. Song Nuan was also shocked, and immediately thought of the God of War order. But he pretended to be indifferent on the surface. What familiar aura? He asked with a puzzled face. He didn't know the intention of the Eastern God of War, and he didn't know anything about the Eastern God of War, so he began to pretend to be stupid. Have you ever seen a purple token? The Eastern God of War asked. I haven't seen it. Song Nuan pretended to think for a moment, and then said, if nothing else, the Eastern God of War is talking about the God of War order. However, the God of War order was transmitted to the network disk by him, and he didn't believe it, and the other party could still find it. Ha! Hearing Song Nuan say this, the Oriental God of War frowned. He could feel that although Song Nuan had the aura of the God of War order on his body, he really did not feel the existence of the God of War order. Little guys, I still have something to do, so I'll take my leave. After the Eastern God of War finished speaking, his figure flashed and he left. He was now in a hurry to the examination room to find the person who got the God of War order, so he didn't have time to chat with everyone. Dog, tell me honestly, is the God of War order on you? After the Eastern God of War left, Yu Qingcheng looked at Song Nuan and asked. Song Nuan nodded gently. Then the Eastern God of War asked you just now, why did you deny it? Yu Qingcheng asked. I don't know him, and I don't know what he is like. He came up and questioned me. Do you think I can trust him? What if he wants to kill people and seize treasures? Song Nuan said. You kid, you can ask us first. The Oriental God of War is quite good. Yu Qingcheng said a little helplessly. politely. Song-won is good at everything, but sometimes he is too doggy. How can I have a chance to ask you? Let's go to the Phoenix Tower for a big meal. I'm treating. By the way, where is Xiao Jin? Song-won suddenly turned his head to look at Nangong Weiyang and asked. The guy said he was used to being free, and he wasn't used to waiting for others, so he went to play by himself. Nangong Weiyang said. By the way, Weiyang is my eldest sister's daughter. She is older than you. You will call her sister in the future. At this time, Yu Qingqing suddenly said to Song-won. What? Your eldest sister's daughter? Sister alluring, aren't you an only daughter? Where did the eldest sister come from? Song-won asked with a puzzled face. When it was time to take the exam, the subordinate became a sister. My relationship with my eldest sister is like that of your dad and your uncle. When we were in school, we were the best sisters. It's just that after each of them got married, they had less contact. Nangong Weiyang explained. Little warmth, call me sister. At this time, Nangong Weiyang looked at Song-won and said. Although Song-won also called her sister Nangong before, she knew that it was only because she was older, and Song-won called her. But now that she has the relationship of Yu Qingqing, her sister is worthy of her name. Since you are my aunt's daughter, then you are my god-sister. Good sister, Song-won said in a long voice. The people present were all adults, and they instantly understood another layer of Song-won's meaning. Nangong Weiyang naturally understood. A hint of blush flashed on his face, and then he kicked it out directly. Song-won had long expected this scene, so he hurriedly avoided it. You kid dare to talk nonsense again. Be careful that I beat you into a panda. I believe the second aunt won't help you. Nangong Weiyang said a little angrily. Weiyang, even if you beat it, it's the same as beating your own husband. Don't hold your hand. Yu Qingqing hurriedly expressed his attitude. Second aunt, you bully me too. Nangong Weiyang said. This stinky boy won't go up to the house for 3 days. Weiyang, if you want to beat him up in the future, just tell your dad. Dad and your second dad help you stop him. Yun Dashan said with a laugh. He has nothing to do with Nangong Weiyang, and now he considers himself a big father, obviously from Song-won's point of view. Uncle Yun, Uncle Tang, you two are also bullying me. I want to go home and tell my mother. I once heard my mother say that both of you were beaten by her. More than once. Nangong Weiyang suddenly looked at Yun Dashan and Tang Zi and lobbied. Hearing her say this, the corners of Yun Dashan and Tang Zio's mouths suddenly twitched, as if they thought of what happened back then. Niece Weiyang, Uncle Tang didn't say anything just now. You Uncle Yun and I are not very familiar with each other. What he said has nothing to do with me. Tang Zio sold Yunda without saying a word. Brother, you are betrayed. There is a saying that goes, dead Taoists do not die poorly. It can be seen that he is a little afraid of Nangong Weiyang's mother. That's what I said. What's wrong? There is a kind of asking your mother to beat me. Do you think I am still Yun Dashan back then? For Tang Zio's betrayal, Yun Dashan hated it so much that his teeth itched. But in order not to lose face, he said righteously. Anyway, Nangong Weiyang's mother is not here. Mom, Uncle Yun just said he was joking. Don't take it seriously. At this time, Nangong Weiyang suddenly looked behind Yun Dashan and said. Hearing Nangong Weiyang say this, Yun Dashan's body stiffened. Yes, I just said it casually. Don't take it seriously. We have something to say. Then, Yun Dashan had a flattering smile on his face, and then turned around as he spoke. At this time, he realized that there was no one behind him. Boss, can you not be so naive? You believe this? Tang Zio said a little speechlessly. Ha ha ha. When everyone saw this scene, they all laughed. Song-won became interested in Nangong Weiyang's mother, her so-called aunt, at this time. What kind of woman can make her two godfathers so afraid? Second brother, are you embarrassed to laugh at me? You were beaten the most back then. If it were you, I guess you would have run away as soon as you heard her voice. Yun Dashan said unconvincedly. I'm a good man who doesn't fight with women. If she dares to appear in front of me now, I will settle the old and new accounts together. Let her know why the flowers are so red. Tang Zio said loudly. Second dad, as expected of you, you are directly writing a letter to your aunt. I recorded everything you just said, and when I have the opportunity to meet my aunt, I'll show her. See if she dares to accept your challenge. Song-won said as she put away her phone. The eldest son, it is cool enough to say things like challenging books in person. You delete the video quickly, and when your second dad meets your aunt, he will tell her in person. Tang Zio hurriedly came to Song-won's face and said, oh, my brain is hungry and confused. I forgot where the delete button is. Second dad, what do you think this should do? Song-won said exaggeratedly. It's a small thing. Phoenix Tower is leaving. Whatever you want to eat, the second dad is treating you today. Congratulations to my eldest son, who overwhelmed the crowd and won the top scholar in the college entrance examination. Tang Zio said generously and heroically. In this way, Song-won and his party walked towards the Phoenix Tower. Phoenix Tower is the best restaurant in Phoenix, which is a gathering place for the rich. It is no exaggeration to say that a casual meal here is enough for an ordinary family with an annual income for several years. Song-won also came to the Phoenix Tower for the first time. During the trip to the Phoenix Tower, Song-won finally figured out the relationship between her two godfathers and her aunt. Yun Dashan, Tang Zio, Song-won's father, Yu Qingcheng, Nangong Nangong Weiyang's mother Wu Yining and another girl named Bai Zier, who are alumni. Yun Dashan, Tang Zio, and Song Laosan are the Iron Triangle. Jade Allure, Wu Yining, and Bai Zier are sister flowers. Originally, the two sides did not have much intersection, but by chance, Song Laosan and Yu Qingqing hooked up together. As a result, the Iron Triangle and the sister flower gradually became acquainted. Yun Dashan seems to be honest and loyal, but in fact he is also cheap, just like Yunde. The same is true for Tang Zio, who looks gentle, but in fact has a belly full of bad water. The two always come up with some crooked ideas from time to play tricks on Wu Yining and Bai Zier. Who knows, Wu Yining is a violent woman, coupled with her talent, and after being teased, she beat the two of them. After being beaten, Yun Dashan and Tang Zio were unwilling and continued to find ways to tease each other. Then Wu Yining continued to beat the two of them. In this way, the two sides entered a vicious circle. In the end, Yun Dashan and Tang Zio gave in. That's because the two have been beaten out of the psychological shadow by Wu Yining. So, this is also why, when these two people heard Nangong Weiyang mention their mother before, they were more cowardly. There is no other reason, just being beaten. When Song Wan understood what happened, she became even more curious about Wu Yining. For this meal in the Phoenix Tower, Song Wan was extremely satisfied. The taste here is definitely worth its price. A meal cost Tang Zio hundreds of spirit stones. If you exchange it for Jackie Dragon coins, that is, millions, it will definitely be considered a big bleeding. It seems that the meat here is a little good for something. Song Wan suddenly felt that his physical strength seemed to have increased a little, so he asked, "The meat of the Phoenix Tower is all the meat of strange beasts, and the flesh of the strange beast contains spiritual energy. The higher the level of the strange beast, the richer the spiritual energy in the body. What we eat today is nothing more than a strange beast in the bronze realm, nothing." Tang Zio persuaded. Good thing. Hearing Tang Zio's words, Song Wan's eyes lit up. He always felt that relying on the gravitational field, quenching body fluids, and cultivating the sunflower treasure book was still not fast enough to enhance his physical body. He was wondering if there was any other way, but he didn't expect the strange beast meat to appear in front of him. It seems that there will be another place where spirit stones need to be spent in the future, Song Wan said silently in his heart. What they ate just now were all very small plates of strange beast meat, and they were all from the bronze realm. This cost hundreds of spirit stones. If it is the strange beast meat of the silver realm, the golden realm, or the platinum realm, it must be more expensive. The more spirit stones you earn, the less you spend. If this continues, when will we be able to save enough 1 million spirit stones? If I really run out of money, I will secretly sell the God of War Order. Song Wan suddenly thought, the God of War Order, which can make the veteran building take action once, can definitely be sold at a good price. At that time, whether it is repairing the fate or the future cost, it must be enough. Little doll, lying is not a good habit. The old man you harmed ran a big circle. Just when Song Wan was thinking about whether to sell the God of War Order, a voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Song Wan hurriedly turned her head to look next to her. He found that the Eastern God of War appeared in front of him, looking at him with bad eyes. You don't have to ask to know. The Oriental God of War already knows that he scored 2,000 points in the college entrance examination, and you should know that he got the God of War Order. This old guy is not easy to deceive. He found it so quickly. Song Wan said to himself in his heart. It turns out to be the Eastern God of War. Sit down quickly. I grew up listening to your stories. My admiration for you is like a surging river, endless. It's like the water of the Tianha River, out of control. Please sit down first. I'll go ask the waiter to add us a few more dishes. Song Wan said, hurriedly stood up, stepped forward and helped the Oriental God of War sit in his seat. Then, he turned around and walked towards the outside of the box, as if he had really gone to find the waiter. Stop! The Oriental God of War looked at Song Wan and shouted, do you have any other instructions? If you have any instructions, you are my mother's elder, that is my elder. I'll ask Phoenix Tower to serve you a few hard dishes. Don't be polite. It's my second dad treating me today. Song Wan looked generous. People who don't know think it's him treating. You kid fooled my old man, and he was very happy to fool me. Do you think I'm stupid and easy to fool? The Oriental God of War looked at Song Wan and asked, Senior, where are you talking about? You are the God of War, how dare I fool you? Song Wan said very sincerely. Everyone knows that he is acting. Yu Qingqing turned her face even more, pretending not to know Song Wan. This shameless force made her very reluctant to admit that Song Wan was her son. Boy, you continue to pretend. I see how long you can pretend. The Oriental God of War looked at Song Wan and said, when he thought that he had been deceived by a teenager and a half-sized boy before, his old face was a little unbearable. After he separated from Song Wan and the others, he went to the examination room and asked the examiner to check all the information of the person who passed the customs perfectly. At this time, he was sure that the person who took his God of War Order was Song Wan. Although he didn't know where Song Wan hid the God of War Order, this made him even more sure. If you don't have some hidden strength, you can't pass the level he set perfectly. Oh, I see. That's good. Does Senior Dongfang want to drink? I'll ask the waiter to give you a few bottles bottles of good wine, Song Muan said, and hurriedly walked towards the outside of the box. However, as soon as he walked to the door of the box, he felt a powerful force that imprisoned him. Then his body involuntarily retreated and finally came to the Eastern god of war. If you have anything to say, please tell me. Why scare me, a hairy boy? Song Muan said pitifully. Little guy, don't be so wary. I have no ill will towards you. The old man's god of war order is on you, right? The old man came to you today, not to take back the god of war order. I'm here to find you. There's only one thing. I want you to be my disciple. The Eastern god of war didn't beat around the bush and said bluntly. Hearing him say this, everyone in the box widened their eyes. Senior, warm as your apprentice. This is not appropriate, right? It's a bad person. At this time, Yu Qingqing turned his head and said, if it really comes to seniority, she has to call the Oriental god of war grandpa. Song Muan is his apprentice. Then isn't she going to be the same generation as the Oriental god of war? You young people, how can you be more feudal than me, an old guy? I don't care about seniority. Why do you care about this? In the future, we will talk about each other, the Eastern god of war said. His words made Yu Qingqing have a black line. There is no way to talk about each one. Once Song Muan became an apprentice of the Oriental god of war, he became a member of their uncle's generation. Could it be that she said to Song Muan later, I call you uncle, and you call me mom? Senior, we just met. You may not know me very well. I have a tendon in my brain. I can't turn. I'm a stunned youth. Being your apprentice will be the biggest shame in your life. Or, are you looking for someone else? At this time, Song Muan spoke. Stinky boy, do you know how many people in the Dragon Kingdom are vying to be my apprentice? You don't want to be it yet? The Oriental god of war looked at Song Muan and said, I really think about you. I am not only a stunned young man, but also greedy for money and lustful, and does not talk about martial arts. I'll be your apprentice, and I estimate you can live 5 years less. Song Muan said, in fact, from the bottom of my heart, it is good to be an apprentice to the Oriental god of war. After all, this is a big backer. He can also be super high. However, he still had concerns in his heart, afraid that his golden finger would be discovered. No one can change what the old man thinks. You disciple, the old man has identified it. I said it. The Oriental god of war showed his tough side. If you want me to be your apprentice, it's not impossible. You have to add money? Add money? If you are my apprentice, it's okay if you don't give me money, and you dare to ask me for money? Do you know that as long as I say something, those who are willing to be my apprentices can be lined up from Phoenix City to the imperial capital? The Eastern god of war said. Then you are looking for them. Why are you looking for me? Song Muan also opened up at this time, making the other party have a worse impression of himself. His words made the Eastern god of war speechless. There are indeed many people who are willing to be his apprentices, but he doesn't like them. After so many years, Song Muan's talent made him excited. How much do you want? The Eastern god of war said. If Song Muan became his disciple, then he should spoil his disciples, and it would be nothing to give him some pocket money. Now, it's time to advance it. How many spirit stones do you have? Song Muan asked. When he spoke, he hurriedly changed the word money to spirit stone. Because he was worried, he talked for a long time, and finally gave dragon coins, then he would lose a lot. After all, 10,000 dragon coins can be exchanged for a spirit stone. You are apprenticing now, and I will give you 10,000 spirit stones. The Eastern god of war said. 10,000 spirit stones? Song Muan's eyes widened instantly. How is it? Are you moved? The Oriental god of war saw Song Muan's eyes and said with a smile, 10,000 spirit stones are indeed an astronomical amount for a teenage child. You are such a big god of war, and you are embarrassed to take out a mere 10,000 spirit stones. If I were you, I wouldn't be able to lose this person. So stingy, I don't have much money to come to worship you as a teacher, so let's stop here for the matter of accepting apprentices. Song Muan said with a disgusted face. Boy, 10,000 spirit stones are still too little? How long will it take for you to earn 10,000 spirit stones if you rely on yourself? The Eastern god of war said. Sister Nangong, tell this stingy old man how many spirit stones I can earn a day on the first floor. Song Muan turned his head to Nangong Weiyang and said, Grandpa Dongfang warmed the first floor he opened, and the daily net profit is more than 20,000 spirit stones. Nangong Weiyang said. As soon as Nangong Weiyang's words fell, everyone in the box was stunned, especially Yun Dashan, Tang Zio. Yu Qingcheng is no exception. Although they all knew that Song Muan had opened a shop called the First Floor, there was quite a lot of movement in Phoenix. But I never thought that I could earn more than 20,000 spirit stones a day. And when the Eastern god of war heard Nangong Weiyang say this, his old face instantly turned red. If what Nangong Weiyang said was true, the 10,000 spirit stones he just said were indeed a bit petty. He never thought that a little guy who had just grown up could earn so many spirit stones in a day. I didn't bring too many spirit stones. As long as you apprentice, I can give you a diamond level noble phantasm. How? The Eastern god of war said. The Eastern god of war also knew that it was indeed a bit difficult to rely on spirit stones to impress Song Muan. After all, this little guy can earn 20,000 spirit stones a day. Therefore, there is no choice but to find another way. Diamond level noble phantasm phantasms are priceless. Even if there are spirit stones, they may not be able to buy them. What kind of noble phantasm is it? Take it out and show me first. It's too broken. I don't want it, Song Muan said. Although he said this, coke blossomed in his heart. He said that before, but he didn't expect to really cheat out a diamond-level noble phantasm. The Oriental god of war also had no ink stains, and with a flip of his palm, a white vest appeared in his hand. That's it? When Song Muan saw this vest, he looked disgusted. This is similar to what he bought dozens of dragon coins at the street stall. Stinky boy, don't be ignorant. This is made of the ice silk of the king-level strange beast ice silkworm, which is invulnerable to water and fire, and the sharp weapon is difficult to hurt. Those with superpowers below the king's realm cannot cause damage to it at all. It can be said that it is the top existence among diamond-level noble phantasms. Seeing Song Muan's disgusted eyes, Tang Zio hurriedly said, "Thank you, master." Hearing his second father say this, Song Muan snatched the ice silkworm robe from the hands of the Oriental god of war with lightning speed. He didn't want to apprentice, but the other party gave too much. Master is not called so casually. The Eastern god of war picked up his posture at this time. Dog, since Senior Dongfang promised to accept you as an apprentice, you agreed. Then you kneel down and kowtow to your seniors for tea. Yu Qingcheng stepped forward with a cup of tea and said. Song Muan did not hesitate, knelt directly in front of the Eastern god of war, and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Disciple, meet master. After kowtowing, he said respectfully, Okay, good apprentice, get up. Hearing Song Muan say this, the Oriental god of war had a smile on his face and said happily, Master, isn't there a bow ceremony? Song Muan stood up and stretched out his hand to the Oriental god of war and said, You stinky boy, don't forget to take advantage at this time. Didn't I just give you an ice silkworm coat? The Eastern god of war immediately restrained the smile on his face and said, It was a gift from you just now for apprenticeship. What I want now is a teacher's apprenticeship, which is different. If you say a word, just say whether to give it or not. Song Muan asked, This is for you. There is a clone of mine in it, sealing 1/10 of my strength. If you are in danger, crush it. The Eastern god of war took out another sealing stone, handed it to Song Muan and said, Thank you, master. You are definitely the best master in the world. I wish you eternal blessings and a long life. Song Muan happily accepted the sealing stone and then flattered him. The strength of a god of war 1/10 should definitely not be underestimated. With this thing, his life has another layer of security. You kid, compared to your shameless father, you are even more shameless. The Eastern god of war said angrily, Thank you, master, for your compliment. This is one of my thousands of strengths. Song Muan didn't care about this. Shameless, in him, it has always been a compliment. Tell me now, what ability have you awakened? I was able to pass the level I set perfectly. Is it a sequence of the top 10? The Eastern god of war asked curiously. He wanted to ask this question a long time ago, but his previous identity was not suitable. Ability? What ability? I don't have the ability to awaken, Song Muan said. Hearing Song Muan say this, the Oriental god of war was stunned. Disciple, don't make trouble. Keep it a secret from master. Don't worry, with master here, no one can hurt you, the Eastern god of war said. He had seen before that Song Muan was very wary, so when he heard him say this, he thought he was trying to keep it a secret. Senior, Warm his fate was damaged 3 years ago, and he really can't awaken his ability. At this time, Yu Qingqing spoke. How is that possible? Without the awakening ability, how did you get through all the levels perfectly? The Eastern god of war asked. Song Muan may lie to him, after all, this kid hasn't said a few truths since he met. But Yu Qingcheng had no reason to lie to him. Perfect clearance? I did this first, then that, and finally looked back. It's cleared. It's very simple, just have a hand, Song Muan said. Hearing him say this, the Eastern god of war palm was pressed against his heart. He wanted to check for himself whether Song Muan's fate was really damaged. Soon, he had results. Song Muan's fate was indeed damaged, and the damage was still very serious. How is this possible? The Eastern god of war still couldn't understand how a person with a damaged fate and no awakening ability could pass the level perfectly. He is the designer of the high level. He knows better than anyone else that if you want to pass the level perfectly, there is no shortcut at all. You can only rely on strength. Song Muan can pass the level perfectly. There are only 2 possibilities. First, he colluded with all the invigilators and chief examiners to let people take the exam instead of him. In his opinion, this is impossible. Because the invigilator does this, once discovered, he will definitely die. Moreover, even if you collude with the invigilator, you will not be stupid enough to make a perfect clearance. Age, 18. Because, the appearance of such a candidate will definitely attract the attention of the top management of the Dragon Kingdom. When the time comes, it will all be exposed. So, there is only the second possibility. Song Muan's body hides other unknown secrets. The more he thought about it, the more likely it was. If Song Muan was really a person who had not awakened any abilities, it would be impossible to be so calm in front of him. He also dared to suck wool from his body. He has lived for nearly 100 years and has seen countless people of all kinds. Anyone like Song Muan, who is still shameless in the face place of the strong, is a peerless genius. The more shameless a person is, the more confident he is in himself from the bottom of his heart. You don't talk about your secrets, and I don't ask. I only have one request for you. After entering the Imperial Capital University, win the first place in the freshman competition. Can you do it? The Oriental god of war looked at Song Muan and asked. He was from the Imperial Capital, so he didn't give Song Muan any other choice. Song Muan must enter the Imperial Capital University, and with his college entrance examination results, it is easy to enter the Imperial Capital University. Is there a reward for the first place in the freshman? Song Muan asked. No reward. The Eastern god of war said angrily. That's not possible. I don't have the ability to awaken. I'm a waste. I'm the last one. Song Muan said without thinking. Without rewards, what's the point of competing for first place? Hearing Song Muan say this, the Oriental god of war almost couldn't help but give him a kick. What the hell did he collect? He suddenly had a feeling that if Song Muan stayed by his side every day, he could live 10 years less. What if there is a reward? Then, the Eastern god of war patiently asked again. It depends on what kind of reward there is. Song Muan said, the first place for freshmen will be rewarded with 1,000 credits and a place to enter the secret realm. There are also single-family villas and free access to all the rooms of the Imperial Capital Academy. In short, as long as you can win the first place, there are many benefits. The Eastern god of war said, are credits worth anything? How many spirit stones can you sell for 1,000 credits? Song Muan stepped forward and asked, you stinky boy got into the money eye? As the Oriental god of war spoke, he stretched out his palm and slapped it towards Song Muan's head. Song Muan didn't think about it and quickly dodged away. This kid's speed is not slow. His physical strength has reached the golden realm. The Eastern god of war said silently in his heart, Master, you old man doesn't know. The disciples are poor, racking their brains every day to earn more spirit stones. My hair is almost gone. Song Muan said with a miserable face. You kid is still poor? Earn 20,000 spirit stones a day. I don't have so many spirit stones. The Eastern god of war said angrily. His words are true, although he has a lot of face and a lot of resources in his hands. But in terms of spirit stones alone, he really doesn't have much. Because the resources he usually needed for cultivation, or anything else, were provided free of charge by the Dragon Kingdom, and he rarely had a place where he could use spirit stones. Earn more, spend more, and I have no choice but to rely on myself. If you don't want to save some spirit stones, you will have to starve to death on the street. Song Muan said. Your dad won't help you? The Eastern god of war asked. Don't mention him. That guy is even more unreliable than me, and he always tries his best to cheat me for money. Song Muan said pitifully. Hearing Song Muan say this, the Eastern god of war looked at Yu Qingcheng. Then, he found that Yu Qingcheng's face showed a hint of embarrassment, because what Song Muan said is the truth. In the Imperial Capital Academy, 1 credit is equivalent to 100 spirit stones. 1,000 credits is equivalent to 100,000 spirit stones. If other resources are added, the total value is not less than 10 million spirit stones. The Eastern god of war said. 10 million spirit stones. I announce that the throne of the first freshman of Imperial Capital University, I, Song Muan, have booked. Hearing the words tens of millions of spirit stones, his eyes widened instantly, and then he said in an unquestionable tone. So confident? Imperial Capital University is a gathering place for Tianjiao? Just the SSS level potential superpowers. I'm afraid it's not less than double digits. The Eastern god of war asked. Piaro, that's how confident you are. I said predetermined, that is, predetermined, not even when Jesus came. Song Muan touched her hair and said confidently. Okay, ambitious. Master promises you that as long as you can win the first place in the freshman competition, Master will reward you with an additional 100,000 spirit stones. Although the Eastern god of war did not know who Jesus was, he could see Song Muan's faith. Master, the disciple is very simple. What you say, I will believe what? Song Muan said. Master will never do anything backtrack. The Eastern god of war said with assurance. Then I will also give you a military order. If you can't get the first place, you can pump me with big ears. No complaints, Song Muan said confidently. The two said, high-fived in the air and swore. As a teacher, I am waiting for you at the Imperial Capital Academy. The Eastern god of war said, and turned to leave in a flash. Eldest son, are you really sure to win the first place? After seeing the Eastern god of war leave, Yun Dashan stepped forward and looked at Song Muan and asked, it must be dripping. Okay, as expected of my eldest son. I just told the third child about your apprenticeship, and the third child said that he would come back before you went to the Imperial Capital. He has something to say to you. Yun Dashan said. How is it mysterious? What can't you say on the phone? Song Muan said. You'll know then. Yun Dashan said with a smile. Doomed. Song Muan's score of 2,000 points in the college entrance examination shocked the entire Phoenix City and even the entire Dragon Kingdom. For a time, major online platforms and major information channels have spread. After all, since the emergence of the Manhwa college entrance examination, no one has ever scored such a high score. Others take 700 or 800 8 or 900. That's because they can only take so much. And Song Muon scored 2,000 points in the exam, because there are only so many points in the college entrance examination at most. Soon, the 3 major courtyards of the Dragon Kingdom extended an olive branch to him. Song Muon did not hesitate and chose the Imperial Capital Academy. This was the agreement between him and Yun De and Tang Qiqi. At night, Song Muon hung up the video with Yun De and Tang Qiqi. Both of them congratulated him. The college entrance examination score is 1,000 points, and Song Muon took the exam with 2,000, which is definitely the most dazzling existence. He also completed the original agreement between Yun De and Tang Qiqi. After hanging the video, Song Muon took a bottle of gold-level quenching fluid and a bottle of gold-level Peiyuan liquid. Although he won the top prize with a score of 2,000 points in the college entrance examination, but Song Muon did not relax his requirements. He issued a military order to the Oriental God of War to win the first place in the freshman competition of the Imperial Capital University. Don't look at him when he speaks. He is full of confidence, but he is not very confident. It's not that he is not confident in his skills, but because he knows too little about SSS-level potential superpowers. There are many SSS-level potential superpowers around him, such as Yun De, Tang Qiqi, Jin Zizai, and Nangong Weiyang. However, he and these people have never officially fought. He didn't know if his skills could restrain those abilities in the top 100 of the sequence. After all, none of the abilities that can enter the top 100 in the sequence are simple. Therefore, he wants to take advantage of the period before the official start of school to continue to find ways to enhance his strength. We must attach importance to the enemy tactically and despise the enemy strategically. When he took the gold-level quenching body fluid and Peiyuan liquid, the strength of his body and soul increased by 100 points each. At this time, he checked his attributes. Object name, Song Muon. Physical strength, 1642. Soul strength, 1883. Ability attribute, none. Comprehensive combat effectiveness? The physical strength is still more than 3,300 away from the platinum realm. If you continue to use the gravitational field, quench body fluids and cultivate the sunflower treasure book, it will take about half a month. Song Muon silently calculated in his heart. DD. At this moment, a sound similar to an alarm suddenly came from the display screen in Song Muon's mind. After Song Muon integrated the computer made such a sound for the first time. He was afraid that something would happen to his golden finger, so he hurriedly focused all his attention on his mind. At this time, he saw a small pop-up window popping up on the computer display screen in his mind. On the small pop-up window, a sentence is displayed. PS is being unlocked. Currently unlocked 0.1%, remaining time 9 minutes and 59 seconds. When she saw the sentence, Song Muon's face couldn't help but show a bright smile, because it was the first time since he integrated the computer to unlock new software. He naturally knew what kind of software PS was, but he didn't know what the PS would look like after being fused with him. At this moment, his heart was full of anticipation. The wait was tormenting, and these 10 minutes were longer than an hour for Song Muon. Finally, 10 minutes passed. PS has finally completed all unlocking. Song Muon couldn't wait to open it and then studied it. When he selected himself with the mouse, a large number of character models and many facial organs suddenly appeared on the display interface. For example, the eyes include apricot eyes, red phoenix eyes, slanted eyes, slender eyes, round eyes, squint eyes, etc. Eyebrows include sword eyebrows, dragon eyebrows, lion eyebrows, tiger eyebrows, one-word eyebrows, intermittent eyebrows, etc. The mouth has a square mouth, a moon mouth, a boat mouth, a flat mouth, a round mouth, etc. Others, like noses, ears, hairstyles, there are many types. These facial features can be combined at will, and then a new character can be formed. In addition to facial organs, it can also adjust the shape of the person's body and the length of the legs. Most importantly, both men and women are welcome. This is equivalent to transformation. Song Muon looked at a face in the mirror that he randomly combined and said in shock. With this ability, he can dress up men, women, old and young, tall, short, fat, and thin. Divine skill, another divine skill. If you cheat people in the future, it will be much easier. Hey, Song Muon said, suddenly showing a malicious smile. At this moment, there were many people in the Dragon Kingdom who felt a chill behind them. It's just that they don't know what happened, but their intuition tells them that something bad is about to happen. Song Muon did not quit PS, but continued to research. A new software needs to be studied thoroughly. Soon, he had a new idea. He chose himself with the mouse just now, and he could change his appearance at will. He is a living creature, and what will happen if he chooses a dead one? Thinking of this, he began to try. He chose a water glass on the table and made it look like a character. It looks lifelike, but it's a dead thing and can't move. This ability doesn't seem to have much effect. Song Muon said to himself, he can use this ability to become a sculptor. After studying for a while, he didn't find any other new abilities of PS, and Song Muon fell asleep. Early the next morning, the admission notice of Imperial Capital University had already been delivered to Song Muon. At noon, Song Muon's father, Song Laosin, came back. He asked Yu Qingqing to fry a few dishes, and then took out a bottle of old wine. "Come on, son, let's have 2 drinks," Song Laosin said. At this time, he no longer had the impropriety of the past and looked a lot like a father. In this regard, Song Muan naturally will not refuse. In his previous life he drank a lot, but since coming to Blue Star he hasn't been drinking. He could see that Song Laosin had something to say to him. Between men, many things are usually difficult to say, but at the wine table it is much more natural. "Come, son, first of all, congratulations on scoring 2,000 points in the college entrance examination and winning the championship of Phoenix City and even the entire Dragon Kingdom," Song Laosin said. Song Muan raised his wine glass, touched it with his father, and then drank it all in one gulp. "How did it feel to drink for the first time?" Song Laosin asked. "This wine is a bit strong," Song Muan said with a smile. "No matter how strong the wine is, it can't compare to life. Because of what happened 3 years ago, your fate was damaged. I've tried my best all these years, but I can't fix your fate. Later, I also figured it out. Maybe everything is destined. It's good for you to be an ordinary person. At least you don't have to worry about eating and drinking, and when the Dragon Kingdom is in trouble, you don't need to rush to the front. So, your mother and I have adopted the free-range method of stalking you for the past 3 years to cultivate your ability to survive. You are very good. Without any help from me and your mother, you can live better than many people. I originally thought that your future days would be dull, but I didn't expect that you gave me a surprise and passed the college entrance examination perfectly. I know what unknown secrets are hidden in you. You don't want to tell this secret, and I won't ask. However, you should also know that when you pass the college entrance examination in a way that shocks the world, you are destined not to spend your life as plain as before. It's not a bad thing, it's just a different way of life. As your father, I have a few words to tell you. The rivers and lakes are dangerous, and the people's hearts are even more dangerous. The ice in spring is thin, and the human feelings are even thinner. If someone praises you, don't believe it. If someone scolds you, don't listen. People around you can scold you at will, and you can't associate with them because they don't have the best nature. Remember, if you speak repeatedly, you should prevent fraud. If you are ungrateful and think about small mistakes, you will definitely turn against them. If you open your mouth to speak of righteousness, you will betray in the face of great difficulties. When you meet someone, it is normal to call them brothers, even if they are close friends. When Song Laosan said this, he stopped and took a sip of wine. I remember. Song Muan nodded and said, "Yes, this is a father's embodiment of his son's love." The imperial capital is the capital of the Dragon Kingdom, where the strong are everywhere, and there are countless big families. And those so-called big families like to do the most is to bully others. The last thing I like to do is be reasonable. They may regard you as a thorn in the side and a thorn in the flesh because of your talent. It is also possible that because you are more beautiful than them and more popular with girls than them, or it is possible that they simply look at you upset and then bully you and frame you. Such things are common for those children of big families. So, it's completely useless to reason with them. Song Laosan looked at Song Muan and said. At this moment, his eyes seemed to be full of stories. I understand, Dad. I will keep a low profile when I arrive in the imperial capital. I won't cause trouble for myself, Song Muan said hurriedly. However, hearing Song Muan say this, Song Laosan shook his head. I said so much to you, not to keep a low profile and be a person with your tail between your legs. What I'm going to say is that when you meet someone like that, there's only one way, and that's to fight. If they are unreasonable, then beat them until they are reasonable. If they are unreasonable, then beat them to death. After killing them, I don't care if they are unreasonable. Song Laosan is not amazing, and he will die endlessly. His words completely subverted Song Muan's perception of him. Song Muan never thought that his father, who was a little unreliable, could say such domineering words. If you are unreasonable, you will fight until you are reasonable. If you don't make sense, just beat them to death. I know what you're worried about. You're afraid that after killing them, the people of their family will ask you for trouble. You don't have to worry about this, only you are reasonable. These are not big deals. Dad will also give you a bottom today. After you go to the imperial capital, you don't have to be afraid. You can use as much ability as you can. Even if you pierce the sky, you will have your father to help you stand up. Song Laosan said. Dad, are you so cowboy? Dad, tell me honestly, is our Song family an extremely ancient family in the Dragon Kingdom, with extremely huge power and extremely rich heritage? And you are the eldest son of the Song family, and with an order, the world will come to the court. Song Muan asked with an expectant look. I thought, it's a pity I didn't have this opportunity. My parents died when I was very young, and I grew up eating hundreds of meals. Later, after I awakened my abilities, I was admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy, relying on my own fists, and I made a way. To put it bluntly, now in the Imperial Capital, people with some strength and similar abilities to my age have been beaten by me back then. Song Laosan said. You're embarrassed to say that back then, you were like a mad dog, and whoever showed a little hostility to you, you were like a hairy fry. If you don't agree, you will fight. Yu Qingqing sat down at this time and said with a smile. I was in defense back then, and they usually shot first, and then I counterattacked. Song Laosan said a little embarrassedly. Where are you fighting back? You are fighting to the death with others. However, However, your father was really handsome back then, and he single-handedly beat the younger generation of the entire imperial capital, and he couldn't raise his head. Many people take a detour directly when they see him. I was in the limelight back then, Yu Qingqing said. When she said this, a hint of nostalgia flashed in her eyes, and there was also a hint of admiration. It's also for this reason that you fell in love with your father, right? Song Muan asked. He really didn't expect that his father would be so bullish back then. That's not the case. The reason why I fell in love with your dad is because the hero saves the beauty. This kind of thing is very cliché, but it is indeed easy for the rescued party. Your dad is very heroic in battle, but when facing girls, he has to be more cowardly. Speaking of which, I still chase him, Yu Qingqing said. In front of your son, why do you say this? Son, the reason why I said this just now is just to tell you. When you arrive in the imperial capital, you don't have to be as careful as you were in Phoenix. In the imperial capital, if anyone in the younger generation dares to bully you with their identity, you can fight back. If their family members are in trouble with you, I will come forward. The big deal is to break through the entire imperial capital like it was back then. However, if you are bullied by the younger generation, even if you are beaten to death, I don't care. That's because you don't have the ability to blame others. Song Laosen said domineeringly. Dad, I'm relieved to have your words, Song Muan said with a smile. Originally, he thought that he was just hugging the thighs of the oriental god of war, but he didn't expect that his father's legs were also very thick. In this way, he opened a shop in the imperial capital and earned spirit stones, and he could show his skills. Originally, the lack of background was his biggest problem, but now that he sees it, this biggest problem has been solved. Dad, what happened 3 years ago? Song Muan suddenly asked at this time. Although he inherited the memory of the original owner, he did not know exactly what happened 3 years ago. He didn't know if it was because of the damage to his destiny or because of some other reason. The memory of that period 3 years ago was blank. It's really time to tell you about this. According to human research, those who have a stronger level of supernatural potential will have stronger their offspring when they awaken. Although this matter is not absolute, according to the survey, it accounts for more than 80%. However, this conclusion was not the first to come to this conclusion in the Dragon Kingdom. 3 years ago, those who were hostile to the Dragon Kingdom assassinated the descendants of the strong people of the Dragon Kingdom based on this conclusion. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom only protected children who had awakened their abilities and had good talents. I didn't expect them to attack children who have not yet awakened their abilities, so I suffered a big loss. That time, there were hundreds of children who were targeted. Among them is you. At that time, I was not in Phoenix because of some things. I didn't protect you well, which caused your destiny to be damaged. I hope you don't blame Dad, Song Laosen said lightly, but Song Muan could hear it, and his words were still full of self-blame. It's not your dad's fault, and he didn't expect those countries to be so crazy. When your father knew that this matter was done by the beautiful country, he went to the beautiful country alone. In that battle, the beautiful country suffered countless casualties. He refuses to say how many superpowers of the beautiful country he has killed. He was seriously wounded in that battle, almost dead, and I have never seen him so badly wounded, Yu Qingqing said. Did Dad's leg become like this because of that time? Song Muan asked. No, he broke this leg himself. He felt that your fate was damaged because he did not protect you and did not fulfill his father's responsibilities. So he broke his leg to punish himself and remind himself at the same time. We must not let this happen again, Yu Qingqing said. What are you talking to your son about? Song Laosen said. Warmth. As your son, he has the right and must know how much his father has paid for him, Yu Qingqing said loudly. Although fatherly love is like a mountain, father's love is silent. However, she didn't want to see that her husband had been burdened with what happened 3 years ago and couldn't reconcile with her. To untie the bell, you have to tie the bell, and if you want to untie Song Laosen's knot, you have to be Song Muan. Hearing her mother say this, Song Muan knew how much her seemingly unreliable father had paid for herself over the years. Dad, let him go over the past. I hope the next time I see you, I can see a healthy you, not a lame you. I believe you should have a way to recover from your lameness, Song Muan said to his father. In this regard, Song Laosen did not speak. The knot in his heart cannot be untied in 1 or 2 sentences. Anyway, I wanted to give you a little surprise, but now it seems that this surprise will be told to you in advance. I've found a way to fix my destiny, but it will take a little time, Song Muan said. Really? Hearing Song Muan say this, Song Laosen and Yu Qingqing asked incredulously at the same time. Really, I won't lie to you about this kind of thing, Song Muan said. Dog, what secret is hidden in you? Can't even your dad and me talk? Yu Qingqing suddenly asked at this time. Over the years, Song Muan has been living under their noses, and they know very well who they have come into contact with. She really couldn't figure out why her son suddenly hid an unknown secret. Her husband tried his best to find a way to repair his destiny, and the secret on Song Muan's body could be repaired. What kind of secret has such a strong ability to defy the sky? You'll know one day. It's not convenient for me to say it now, Song Muan said. The main thing is that he doesn't know what to say. Could it be that he is not actually their biological son? Their biological son is dead, and he has only crossed over from a place called Earth. Then when I crossed over, I fused with my previous computer. If you don't want to say it, then don't say it. However, I have to remind you of something. A man is innocent, but he is guilty. Don't say that you don't have awakening abilities in the future. If others ask, you can say that I helped you repair your destiny. You have awakened other abilities. Which kind of ability has been awakened? You make it up according to your own ability. Song Laosin said, with him, although it can deter some xiao. But if the secret of Song Nuan's body is remembered by someone with a heart, it is difficult to guarantee that he will not take risks. At that time, in case something happened to Song Nuan, even if he could kill the other party, it would be of no use. I see. Song Nuan nodded solemnly. Hearing his father say this, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat just now. All along, he said that he had not awakened any abilities. Saying this, it seems that he is very useless, but the ability he shows is not useless. If a person with a heart thinks about it, he can think that there may be other secrets hidden in his body. In case someone is curious and wants to find out, then he is in danger. Speaking of which, he is still young after all. This world is more sinister than he imagined. Song Nuan stayed in Phoenix for 2 more days before leaving for the Imperial Capital, because the Imperial Capital Academy is about to start. After the college entrance examination, the students of the Dragon Kingdom did not have a summer vacation, so they only had 2 days to prepare. During this period, Song Nuan closed the first floor, because without him, there would be no products on the first floor, and naturally it would not be able to open. However, although the first floor of Phoenix is closed, it will not be long before the first floor of the Imperial Capital appears. On the 3rd day, the Imperial Capital Academy specially sent several tutors to escort the students admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy to the Imperial Capital Academy. The students who can be admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy are all dragons among men, and their safety will never allow accidents. In particular, there is Song Nuan, a pervert who perfectly cleared the college entrance examination. Therefore, this time, the Imperial Capital Academy sent 3 strong men from the King Realm to escort Song Nuan and the others. There are more than 1.3 million students in Phoenix who took the college entrance examination this time, but only 30 were admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy. It can be said that this proportion is quite low. The Imperial Capital Academy is one of the 3 major academies of the Dragon Kingdom, and it has always adhered to the attitude of preferring scarcity over abuse. The students they recruit are all top-notch. A city only recruits 30 people, which seems to be only 1 in tens of thousands, but in fact, it is not a lot. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, cities like Phoenix, there are more than 30 in total. Therefore, there are about 1,000 people who were admitted this time. In addition to them, there are also those students who did not take the college entrance examination and were admitted to the exception. In this way, the number of freshmen admitted to the Imperial Capital Academy is no less than 2,000. At this moment, Song Nuan and his party sat on the unique airship of the Imperial Capital Academy and galloped towards the Imperial Capital. Song Nuan found that at this time, many people were secretly looking at him. One of them gritted his teeth at him. People who don't know think that Song Nuan has a hatred for taking his wife from him. What are you looking at? Finally, Song Nuan couldn't help it, looked at the person who had been gritting his teeth and asked. The other party didn't speak, still squinting and glaring at Song Nuan. This made Song Nuan's face inexplicable. He was sure that he didn't know the other party at all. I know I'm handsome, I'm in good shape, and I'm full of masculine charm all over my body. But I'm sorry, I don't do the foundation. Look at it again. I won't let you succeed. Song Nuan suddenly raised his voice by a degree and said. This suddenly attracted the attention of everyone in the airship. He didn't believe it. He said this, and the other party could still bear it. Bah, who is going to do the foundation with you? Song Nuan, you pervert, animal, demon, non-human. The other party finally spoke. However, it is not a good word. Didn't I just promise you to do the foundation? You can't be so angry. If you are really good at this, when you get to the Imperial Capital Academy, I will introduce you to a few strong men. Song Nuan said again. Dogs can't spit out ivory from their mouths. Song Nuan, this college entrance examination, you made me a foil. When I get to the Imperial Capital University, I will definitely step on you. The other party said hatefully. Who is this? Song Nuan turned her head and looked at a man sitting next to her and asked. His name is Feng Xiao, and he is the 2nd place in our Phoenix College entrance examination. The total score reached 985, which also broke Phoenix's college entrance examination record over the years. If it weren't for you, a big pervert, he would have been the top scholar in the college entrance examination in Phoenix. Song Nuan's neighbor said, you took the 985 because your ability is only 985. I took 2,000, and that's because the highest score in the college entrance examination was only 2,000. Fomer, have you ever thought that maybe this college entrance examination examination is the closest you are to me. In the future, maybe you won't even be able to see my butt. Song Muan turned his head and said to Feng Xiaoxiao. He is confident, and of course, he also has this confidence. Hearing Song Muan say this, Feng Xiaoxiao looked unconvinced. My name is Feng Xiaoxiao, not Fenger. I'm just not as good as yours in terms of family conditions, and I don't have many resources to cultivate. After arriving at the Imperial Capital University, our resources will be the same, and when the time comes, I want to catch up with you. It's easy, Feng Xiaoxiao said confidently. In fact, he didn't have any malice towards Song Muan, but simply refused to admit defeat. Naive, at first glance, it seems that he has not experienced the beating of society. With your cognition, it's hard to know how awesome your opponent is. Well, after the start of school, there will be a freshman competition. I give you a chance to challenge me, and if you can defeat me, the conditions are up to you. If you lose, be a little follower for me, help me serve tea, pour water, pinch my shoulders and brush the toilet. Dare? Song Muan asked. It's not fair, I haven't used the resources of the Imperial Capital Academy in the freshman competition after the start of school. My strength has not improved much compared to now. If you really have the guts, do you dare to give me half a year? I will challenge you in half a year. If you lose at that time, I will be a little follower for you. Feng Xiaoxiao said. Half a year later, I'm afraid you won't even have the courage to challenge me. However, I give you this chance. Song Muan said. He is also really bored, so he plays around. The three king-level mentors on the airship heard Song Muan and their conversation, and they all had a smile on their faces. This is youth. They are all young people, and it is inevitable that they will be young and arrogant. This is just a freshman in Phoenix, and there has already been a lot of friction. When all the freshmen come together, I'm afraid there will be even bigger sparks. That's interesting. Didn't we all come here like this in the first place? The three of them said, a trace of nostalgia flashing on their faces. Boom! At this moment, suddenly, there was a roar outside the airship. This made the faces of the three mentors change instantly. Not good, enemy attack. At this time, a teacher said loudly. When he spoke, he reacted extremely quickly. In the blink of an eye, the three teachers formed a triangle shape, protecting all the students on the airship in it. I saw each of them take out a triangular cone-like noble phantasm, which emitted a dazzling light, forming an energy shield that enveloped all the students in it. Boom! In the next second, the airship that Song Muan and the others were riding on exploded directly. However, because the three teachers reacted quickly, Song Muan and the other students were not harmed in any way. Who are the rats? Get out of here! At this moment, a teacher roared. With his roar, countless sound waves spread out towards the surroundings. The space within a radius of thousands of meters all shook. Immediately afterwards, more than a dozen men in black appeared around, floating in the air, looking at everyone. It's all the realm of kings. Seeing this scene, the pupils of the three teachers contracted violently. Those who can fly out of thin air are the symbols of the king's realm. They never expected that in order to kill the students of Phoenix City, more than a dozen powerhouses of the king realm would be dispatched at once. Wow! Syllable. At this moment, a Tianjiu arrow appeared in a teacher's hand and exploded in the air. The Tianjiu arrow was specially developed by the Dragon Kingdom a few years ago, after many Tianjiu in the Dragon Kingdom were intercepted and killed. As soon as the Tianjiu arrow came out, it represented that the Tianjiu of the Dragon Kingdom was attacked. Anyone who sees the ability of the Tianjiu arrow must support it as soon as possible. Those men in black seemed to have expected the three teachers to do this, and hurriedly rushed towards them as quickly as possible. Every three people jointly besieged the same teacher, and the rest of the men in black attacked and protected Song Muan and their energy shields. Although the three teachers were all superpowers of the king realm, each of them seemed to be in a hurry for a while in the face of the attacks of the three superpowers. At this moment, they were struggling to support themselves, because they knew that as long as they held out for a while, there would be reinforcements. In any case, this is within the Dragon Kingdom. Boom boom. At this moment, the energy shield that protected Song Muan and the others was directly shattered. In an instant, Song Muan and the other students all fell to the ground. None of them could fly yet, and if they fell like this, even if they didn't die, they would probably be seriously injured. The three teachers of the king realm really wanted to catch Song Muan and the others at this moment. It's a pity that they are powerless, and they can't get away at all at this moment. Faced with this situation, Song Muan opened the word for the first time, then used the mouse to select all the people who were falling down, and then used the skill of put on the top layer. When many students fell to the ground, there were no falls and injuries. They clearly felt that there was a powerful energy holding them up. Seeing this scene, both the three teachers and the many men in black were all stunned. A group of cubs, there is such a method. The most important thing is that they didn't see who used the means to catch these students. In the end, they all believed that this was the means of the Imperial Capital Academy. Fortunately, they have a lot of hands to prepare. Immediately, several men in black rushed towards Song Muan and the others. Faced with this situation, those students were all frightened. They were just some students who had just taken the college entrance examination, and their opponents were a group of King Realm superpowers. They can't be beaten. Song Muan looked at the man in black flying towards them, and with a flip of his palm, a sealing stone appeared in his hand. Without any hesitation, he crushed the sealing stone as soon as possible. Soon, a figure exuding a powerful aura appeared in front of him. It is the Oriental god of war. This was a teacher's gift from the Eastern god of war to Songwon, and Songwon did not expect that he would use it so quickly. Master, someone is going to kill your beloved disciple. Help! Songwon shouted loudly. At the same time, taking advantage of everyone's attention to be attracted by his master's phantom, he hurriedly stepped back and then used the color fill skill to make himself invisible. Immediately afterwards, he kept building hyperlinks around himself just in case. Who dares to touch my disciples? After the Eastern god of war appeared, he looked around and shouted in a domineering and angry voice. Dongfang laughs. After seeing the people who appeared, the faces of those men in black changed in unison. As the oldest of many gods of war, the Eastern god of war is the oldest of the gods, and his great name, above the blue star, is known to almost everyone. Those men in black never thought that Dongfang Zhao's appearance would be here. This is one of his spiritual bodies, and his combat effectiveness is only 1/10, so don't be afraid. The three of us will entangle him, and the rest will go kill those little cubs. At this time, a man in black said loudly. The so-called name of people, the shadow of the tree, the Oriental god of war has killed countless strong people over the years, and it still has a certain deterrent power. It's a pity that someone soon saw that he was not his real body. If it were their real bodies, these men in black would probably turn around and run away. Soon, the men in black divided 3 people and entangled the spirit body of the Eastern god of war, and the remaining 2 king-level men in black rushed towards Songwon and the others. Ha! What about Songwon? The man in black frowned as he looked at the many students who had fallen to the ground. When Songwon, who was invisible, heard the man in black say this, his eyes became cold. From the other party's words, it is not difficult to draw a conclusion. This time, the other party, Ba Cheng, came for him. Otherwise, more than 30 students would not be able to recognize themselves at a glance. Lubad, look for Songwon. At this time, another man in black said. Soon, a burly man in black closed his eyes and looked for Songwon. There! In less than 2 seconds, the burly man in black pointed in the direction of Songwon and said. Everyone looked around and did not find that it was Songwon's figure. Invisible? Soon, everyone came to a conclusion. This shocked Songwon's heart. Use color filling to make yourself invisible in terms of sight. But his own aura is still there, and for some people with special abilities, it is not particularly difficult to find themselves. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate, hurriedly used the hyperlink and left the place. As for the life and death of other students, he can't control that much. Dead Taoist friends do not die, poor Taoists. He used the put on the top layer skill before, so as not to let them fall to their deaths, and he had done his best. Space fluctuations. The men in black felt the fluctuations in space and their eyes widened. No wonder this Songwon was able to get 2,000 points in the college entrance examination. He actually awakened 2 abilities. We chase, no matter how much we pay today, we must kill him. We must not let it grow up. At this time, the man in black who gave the order before said loudly. So, these men in black chased in the direction Songwon left. In this way, other students will be safe. At this time, Songwon increased his speed to the extreme, running forward quickly while using hyperlinks to transfer space. However, his hyperlink can only be used within a range of 300 meters, and the distance of each movement is very limited. These 300 meters can be reached in an instant for a king-level superpower. The only thing that upset the 2 king-level men in black was that Songwon's direction was uncertain. One meeting was in the east and the other was in the west. In this way, the 2 king-level superpowers chased Songwon. Songwon was thinking about countermeasures quickly. He was thinking about what method to use to avoid the attack of these 2 king-level superpowers. Another space jump was made using a hyperlink, and after Songwon came to another place, he hurriedly used PS. He put a stone in his own form as quickly as possible and hid it in the grass. It is no exaggeration to say that this stone, except for not being able to move, is no different from Songwon. Then, he quickly shrunk, and then used the place at the bottom skill. His body slowly descended and eventually entered the earth. Songwon found that she was hidden in the earth, but her breathing had no effect. To prevent his breath from leaking out, he inserted cells around himself. Each cell is a small space, and the breath can be blocked within the small space. Of course, whether he can hide the king-level superpower, Songwon is not absolutely sure. Soon, the 2 superpowers of the king realm came to the top of Songwon. They only looked around for a week and found Songwon's stone sculptures in the grass. Give me death. At this moment, the burly man in black waved his palm, and the stone carving flew out of the grass uncontrollably. Boom! The next moment, the stone sculpture seemed to have been hit by a missile and exploded to pieces in an instant. The powder turned into stone drifted in the air with the wind. Ha! Dummy! Seeing this scene, the 2 king-level men in black were all stunned. Although the 2 of them couldn't see Songwon, they came here with his breath. I didn't find out when Songwon made the dummy, and it was so lifelike. The most important thing is that there is Song's warm atmosphere on this dummy. So where did Songwon really go? Thinking of this, the burly man hurriedly let go of his senses and searched for Songwon's trace in the air, but this time, they didn't sense anything. Song Nuan seemed to have disappeared out of thin air, completely unsensed. There are two possibilities for this. First, Song Nuan has left the range they can sense. Second, Song Nuan's ability to restrain his breath is very powerful and can evade their perception. However, they directly denied this one. They admitted that Song Nuan's talent was very good, perhaps stronger than many Tianzhou. Otherwise, I wouldn't have scored 2,000 points in the college entrance examination. They wouldn't come to kill Song Nuan this time. But after all, they haven't grown up yet, and it's almost impossible to hide from them. So, they feel that there is only one possibility. Song Nuan used some means and left the range of their perception. They could see clearly before. Song Nuan took out Dongfang Zhao's spiritual body sealing stone and called him master. As a disciple of Dongfang Zhao, it is not surprising that he has a life-saving trump card. So, the two turned around and left, going to other places to find Song Nuan's trace. When Song Nuan heard the sound of the two leaving, she did not appear from the ground immediately, but waited quietly, because he didn't know if the two had completely left. At the same time, in the sky, the war between the two sides has entered a white-hot stage. Dongfang Zhao's spiritual body had been beaten with holes, and it was on the verge of dissipating. The three teachers of the Imperial Capital Academy were also defeated. After all, they were outnumbered. However, at this moment, the reinforcements of the Dragon Kingdom have not yet arrived. It's not because no strong man saw the Tianzhou arrow, it's really that less than 3 minutes have passed since the start of the war between the two sides. The reinforcements of the Dragon Kingdom are still on their way. Boom! At this time, Dongfang Zhao's spiritual body was completely blown up. At the same time, Dongfang Zhao, who was far away in the imperial capital, seemed to have sensed something and disappeared in place in an instant. Soon, another minute passed. At this moment, the three teachers of the Imperial Capital Academy were already covered in bruises. It's not that they are weak, it's that the other party has too many people. At this time, many people in black seem to have felt that the reinforcements of the Dragon Kingdom were coming. So the 12 men in black launched an attack at the same time, wanting to kill them in one fell swoop. Puff puff, the three mentors spewed out a mouthful of blood at the same time, and then fell towards the ground. Fire dance assassination. The earth is bursting with flames. Split the ground and kill. The three mentors who fell to the ground were instantly attacked by various attacks. They wanted to dodge, but unfortunately it was too late. In my name, I declare your death. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came. Immediately afterwards, a yellow river fell from the sky, instantly sweeping through many people in black. Yellow Springs, god of war? How did it come so quickly? A man in black looked at the yellow river falling from the sky and said in an incredulous tone, "It's a pity that before he could say anything more, the yellow river had completely enveloped them." More than a dozen men in black in the King realm faced this yellow river without any resistance at all. In the midst of screams, the bodies of many men in black were assimilated by the yellow river and finally disappeared without a trace. However, in the yellow river, there is also a man in black. He didn't seem to be too traumatized. The yellow river took him to a man. The man stretched out his hand and directly grabbed the neck of the man in black who survived. He survived not because of how strong he was. It was because the owner of the yellow river, the god of war of the Yellow Springs, deliberately left him alive. Where is Song Nuan? The Yellow Spring god of war pinched the neck of the man in black with one hand and asked with a cold face. If you look closely, you can find that deep in his eyes, there is a monstrous anger suppressed. He's dead, the man in black said. In fact, he didn't know whether Song Nuan was alive or dead. He only saw Song Nuan being chased by his two companions. In his opinion, it is easy for two king-level superpowers to hunt down a Song Nuan who has not grown up. I, Song Huanquan, swear in the name of my ancestors that from today onwards, I will drive away all the superpowers of your beautiful country who have the potential of S-level or above. I want your whole beautiful country to live in fear. When the god of war of the Yellow Springs said this, his voice was extremely cold. We are not from a beautiful country. The man in black heard the Yellow Springs god of war say this, and hurriedly said, whether it's or not, I will count this account on the head of the beautiful country. The Yellow Spring god of war said, and with the force of his palm, he broke the neck of the man in black in an instant. Then, he set his sights on the three mentors of the Imperial Capital Academy. Meet the god of war in the Yellow Springs. The three mentors endured the trauma of their bodies and saluted the god of war in the Yellow Springs. Every god of war in the Dragon Kingdom is a symbol of military exploits. This is all honor piled up with the corpses of strange beasts or enemies. The god of war of the Yellow Springs is the highest among the 8 gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom, worthy of the respect of all of them. Where is Song Nuan? The Yellow Springs god of war suppressed the anger in his heart and asked the three mentors. He was hunted by 2 king-level men in black before, and we don't know exactly where he is now. A mentor said. Knowing that such a thing could happen, the Imperial Capital Academy sent 3 superpowers from the 4 realms of kings to protect the students? Wasn't that lesson more than 10 years ago enough? The Imperial Capital Academy really doesn't have a long memory at all. If there is an accident in Song Nuan, I will lift the entire Imperial Capital Academy. The Yellow Spring god of war said a word, and went into the distance. There are not many many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom who dare to say this. But the god of war in the Yellow Springs is definitely one. What is the relationship between this Huangquan god of war and Song Muan? Song Muan's master is obviously the Oriental god of war? After a teacher saw the Yellow Spring god of war leaving, he said suspiciously, "Haven't you guessed this yet? The god of war in the Yellow Springs is called Song Huangquan, and Song Muan is the same Song." No, I heard that the son of the god of war in the Yellow Springs had his fate damaged because of what happened 3 years ago, and he did not have the ability to awaken. Just because you haven't awakened before doesn't mean you can never awaken. Think about it, except for the son of the god of war in Huangquan, who else can have such a high talent and pass the college entrance examination perfectly with a score of 2,000 points? If something happens to Song Muan, with the temperament of the god of war in the Yellow Springs, he really dares to overturn the Imperial Capital Academy. I hope Song Muan won't have an accident. The three mentors talked about it and prayed sincerely in their hearts. "Dog, Dad is here, can you hear me?" Song Huangquan said in a cautious tone. Although he could feel that the protection mechanism he left on Song Muan had not been triggered, he was still worried. At this moment, Song Muan, who was hiding under the ground, heard his father's voice. He thought he was hallucinating. However, soon, he heard a second sound. He carefully came out of the ground, then hid and looked at the sky. Sure enough, he quickly saw his father's figure. To be honest, if he hadn't heard his father's voice, he would have been underground for 3 days, because he wants to ensure his safety. "I'm here," Song Muan shouted loudly. Hearing Song Muan's voice, Song Huangquan came to him instantly. At this moment, Song Huangquan looked surprised, and at the same time looked like the rest of his life. "Good boy, sure enough, he has the means, he really knows how to hide. I didn't find it." Song Huangquan gently hammered Song Muan's chest and said in surprise. At the same time, there was a hint of pride in his tone. After all, his own son survived under the pursuit of 2 king-level superpowers, and hiding, he didn't find out. Loki, it's just a small means." Song Muan raised his hand and said seemingly unconcerned, but in fact, his face was full of pride. In front of his father, he doesn't need to be so scrupulous. "I didn't embarrass your father. Let's go. This time, I will personally send you to the Imperial Capital. I will see who dares to make mistakes," Song Huangquan said in a domineering tone. "Dad, you've grown up too. In Phoenix, you are submissive, and when you mention the Imperial Capital, you strike hard. I like you so domineering now," Song Muan said. Neither Song Muan nor Song Huangquan noticed that in a tree not far from them, there was a person with green light hidden. At this moment, he held a transparent Rubik's Cube-shaped object in his hand and threw it towards Song Muan. This thing was silent, even Song Huangquan didn't notice it. In an instant, this thing smashed into Song Muan's body. Immediately afterwards, a transparent bubble enveloped Song Muan. In the next second, Song Muan disappeared. Song Muan's sudden disappearance suddenly made Song Huangquan panic. When he saw that his son was safe, he relaxed. "I didn't expect that in the shadows, there were other enemies hidden." As a result, Song Muan was attacked by a secret enemy, the ends of the earth. Song Huangquan recognized the noble phantasm that made Song Muan disappear just now. The so-called ends of the earth is a space treasure. Normally, this is used to save lives without any attack power. It can teleport a creature to a location on the blue star. As for where it will be teleported, no one can say. Because of this, Song Huangquan did not discover the existence of the ends of the earth. Who would have thought that a noble phantasm used to save lives could also be used to sneak attack people? "You are bullying people too much." At this time, Song Huangquan shouted in a voice of extreme grief and anger. As soon as he finished speaking, a yellow river gushed out behind him. In an instant, the river formed a huge wave and swept towards the surroundings. For a while, all objects within a radius of thousands of meters were destroyed, including the superpower who attacked Song Muan just now. "Huangquan boy, what happened?" At this time, an old figure appeared in front of Song Huangquan. "It is Song Muan's master, the Oriental god of war. I was careless for a moment, and the warmth was teleported away by them at the ends of the earth. I don't know where it was teleported." Song Huangquan suppressed his anger and said to the Eastern god of war, "The ends of the earth? If this is teleported to the Dragon Kingdom, everything is easy to say. But if it is teleported to other countries, the warmth will be dangerous," the Eastern god of war said. Obviously, he also knows the noble phantasm at the ends of the earth. "Senior Dongfang, I'll leave it to you to find warmth. I'm going to a beautiful country." Song Huangquan looked at Dongfang and said with a smile, "Huangquan boy, don't mess around. 3 years ago, you killed countless people in a beautiful country. Did you forget? The current beautiful country lists you as the #1 enemy, and if you appear, what awaits them will be the siege of countless strong people. Although the warmth has been teleported away by the ends of the earth, if you are lucky, it may be in the Dragon Kingdom. As long as it is within the Dragon Kingdom, it will be easy for us to find him. Our priority is not revenge, but to find warmth," the Eastern god of war said. Although Song Huangquan is extremely strong, he is one of the 8 gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom. However, his strength is not invincible. Once they go to the beautiful country, the strong people of the beautiful country will definitely find find a way to kill it at all costs. 3 years ago, Song Huangquan was able to come back because he was beautiful and did not expect that someone would be alone and kill in their country. In that way, Song Huangquan was seriously injured and almost died. This time, if Song Huangquan goes again, it may be that he will go and never return. After all, after the lessons of 3 years ago, the beautiful country is ready. Warmth is indeed good to say in the Dragon Kingdom, but what if he is teleported out of the Dragon Kingdom? At that time, the danger he faces will be unimaginable. As his father, how can I gamble on this uncertainty? I said 3 years ago that whoever dares to touch my son will definitely kill his family. The beautiful country planned this matter, and I will definitely make it pay a heavy price. Song Huangquan said angrily. Whether there is a beautiful country behind this matter is really not certain. It is possible that other countries have framed corruption, and we need to investigate it first. The Eastern God of War said. Song Huangquan is the God of War of the Dragon Kingdom, and his every move represents the will of the Dragon Kingdom. If you are not careful, it will cause a war between the two countries. Although the strength of the Dragon Kingdom is not weak, it is far from reaching the point of crushing other countries. Therefore, you need to be careful everywhere. It doesn't matter if the beautiful country is behind this matter. If so, the people I killed them deserve it. If not, just take revenge for the serious injury to me and the ruin of my son's life 3 years ago. I never said that it was over 3 years ago, Song Huangquan said. In addition to this, he has another reason. His appearance will definitely attract the attention of many people, and the more he makes a fuss, the safer Song Huan will be. Moreover, people from other countries must weigh whether they can bear his anger if they really kill Song Huan. He is killing chickens and monkeys, and it is a deterrent to other countries. After Song Huangquan finished speaking, he didn't wait for the Eastern God of War to say anything more, and turned around and left. This mad dog is still the same as 20 years ago, and it can't be provoked at all. This time, I don't know how big of a trouble it will be. Seeing Song Huanquan's back leaving, the Oriental God of War said a little helplessly. In fact, his heart was also full of anger. In any case, Song Huan is the only disciple he has accepted for so many years. These foreign forces, coming to the territory of the Dragon Kingdom and killing the quartet, really have no temper at all. You immediately tell the old guys at the Imperial Capital Academy about Song Huan. Look at what attitude they have. By the way, tell them that Song Huan is my disciple and the son of Song Huangquan. At this time, the Eastern God of War turned around and said to the 3 teachers of the Imperial Capital Academy, "Yes, Oriental God of War." The 3 teachers hurriedly said respectfully. After saying this, the Eastern God of War also left, because he had to make some preparations. After the Eastern God of War left, many reinforcements arrived one after another. It's not that they didn't react quickly, but that the place where the men in black chose to do it was too remote. They are not the Eastern God of War and Song Huangquan, and they can come here quickly. Trouble everyone, send these freshmen to the Imperial Capital Academy, a teacher said. For a time, because of Song Huan's affairs, the entire Dragon Kingdom was busy. Because Song Huan is not only a peerless pride who perfectly cleared the college entrance examination with 2,000 points. More importantly, he is the apprentice of the Oriental God of War and the son of the God of War in the Yellow Springs. At the same time, Song Huan covered his nose and walked helplessly in a cave. Because, in this cave, there is all feces. After walking for a while, he walked out of the cave. At this time, he found that the cave was halfway up the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, there is a primeval forest that cannot be seen at a glance. He took out his phone and took a look and found that there was no signal here. His mobile phone can also check the time. "Mom, where is this teleporting to me?" Song Huan said to himself. As soon as his words fell, suddenly a chirp came from the sky. Immediately afterwards, a behemoth rushed down. Seeing this situation, Song Huan was shocked. Without any hesitation, he jumped directly from the middle of the mountain. Because he discovered that the behemoth that made a chirp just now turned out to be a king-level flying beast, the golden scale eagle. When the golden scale eagle saw Song Huan jumping down from the mountainside, he also quickly flapped his wings and flew towards him. "This big guy treats me as food." Song Huan felt the breath coming from behind him, and said silently in his heart. After he finished speaking, he immediately made himself invisible and shrunk. Song Huan's sudden disappearance made the golden scale eagle look confused. It flapped its wings and flew towards the cave halfway up the mountain, and Song Huan quickly fell to the ground, and in the process of falling, he hurriedly used the skill of placing on the top floor on himself. This skill has been proven before. After use, falling from a height will not cause injury. However, what Song Huan didn't expect was that he did not fall to the ground. Instead, it landed on the top of a tree. The most amazing thing is that he didn't bend the treetops a little. Place on the top floor is to place yourself on top of the object at the top of this space. Suddenly I found that this skill seems to be very good. If I keep maintaining this skill, wouldn't it be almost inviolable? Song Huan stood on the treetops and said to himself, with this skill, he can escape and enter the water. This way, you can dodge a lot of attacks. You can't check the latitude and longitude, you don't know where it is. The top priority is to find a way to get out of here and go back quickly. Big. At this this time, Song Won suddenly shouted loudly. Subsequently, he used the enlarge skill on himself, and in an instant, his body quickly rose high. In just a few seconds, his body skyrocketed tenfold. He looked in a direction and ran quickly on the treetops. Although his body has become larger because the skill of placing on the top level is still there, he does not feel that clumsy. On the contrary, his body is very light, like a light ape. In this way, Song Won kept galloping forward for 20 minutes. His body has grown 10 times larger, so his speed has also increased 10 times as well. In just 20 minutes, he galloped forward for a full 50 or 60 kilometers. However, there was still an endless primeval forest in front of him. This can't be the Bermuda Forest, right? Song Won said silently in his heart at this time. The Bermuda Forest is the largest primary forest in the Blue Star, covering tens of millions of hectares and connecting 9 countries. Of course, Song Won is still uncertain. Just as he was about to continue galloping forward, he suddenly felt a wave of dizziness coming from his body. No, it's overconsumed. When Song Won spoke, his body shrank rapidly and then the ground fell. Fortunately, his physical strength had reached the golden realm. When he was about to fall to the ground, his body flipped over and landed steadily on the ground. At this time, all the skills he used had dissipated. His body became 10 times larger, and similarly, the consumption of his body was also 10 times that of the original. It seems that these skills also have limitations, and they are not as bug as I thought, Song Won said, opening a comprehensive physical examination. Soon, in addition to the pop-up window with damaged fate in front of him, another pop-up window popped up. Physical abnormalities, whether to repair. Song Won chose yes without hesitation. Fixing this anomaly costs a total of 2,000 spirit stones and takes 10 seconds. In just 10 seconds, all aspects of Song Won's body returned to their peak state. Compared to before, the spirit stones spent are 1,000 more. It seems that in the future, as the strength of the body increases, more and more spirit stones will be spent to repair the abnormality, Song Won said silently in his heart. Wow! At this moment, Song Won suddenly heard some kind of sound coming from the grass. This made him focus instantly. In the Bermuda Forest, the most terrifying thing is not the harsh environment, but the strange beasts that live in it. It is no exaggeration to say that the Bermuda Forest is a paradise for strange beasts. There are countless strange beasts living here, and the types can be regarded as an encyclopedia of strange beasts in various countries of Blue Star. At the same time, it is also a forbidden place for supernatural people. In the entire Blue Star, there are few people with special abilities who dare to enter the depths of the Bermuda Forest alone. The chirping voice was getting closer and closer to Song Won, and his premonition was getting worse and worse. Soon, Song Won saw something in the bushes. This is a white ant the size of a human foot. It is snow white and looks like a crystal clear work of art. The most obvious thing about its body is its long pair of antennae and dark teeth. Its teeth glowed black, giving people a very sharp feeling. This is marching ants. After seeing this ant, Song Won's eyes shrank fiercely. This kind of strange beast he had learned in textbooks before. A marching ant is often vulnerable, and it has the strength of a black iron level. But marching ants never act alone, and every time they appear, they are in the hundreds of millions. It is no exaggeration to say that wherever the marching ants go, all strange beasts will retreat. Marching ants are public enemies of all strange beasts, but there is nothing they can do about them. It can be said that the marching ant is the street slipper of the Bermuda Forest. Song Won didn't expect that he would encounter marching ants here. Without any hesitation, he hurriedly stood up, because he knew very well that the appearance of a marching ant meant that there were thousands of marching ants behind it. In a word, it is not advisable to stay here for a long time, and you can run as far as you want. However, as soon as Song Won stood up, he found that there were dense white marching ants around him. He was surrounded. This made a layer of cold sweat ooze from his forehead instantly. He immediately inserted a few borders around himself in an attempt to block the marching ants. However, Song Won found that this border could only block these marching ants for 3 minutes at most. After 3 minutes, the borders will be eaten clean by the marching anthills. Although Song Won can continue to insert the frame, this is not a long-term solution after all. Give me some means. I'm here to brush up on my military exploits with you today, Song Won said, opening Excel. In an instant, countless cells appeared in front of him. These cells enveloped many of the marching ants around him. Cell clear, Song Won shouted. In an instant, hundreds of marching ants completely disappeared. With the use of Song Won's skill, all the marching ants within a radius of tens of meters disappeared. But soon, the marching ants behind him came towards him one after another. At this time, Song Won lowered his head and glanced at his honor bracelet. He vaguely felt as if something had entered his honor bracelet just now. The number of military exploits on his honor bracelet changed from 0 to 210. The marching ants are all strange beasts of the black iron one, and for every kill they kill, they can only get 1 point of military exploits. In other words, Song Won just used the cell clearing skill to kill 210 marching ants. This is a drop in the bucket compared to the hundreds of millions of marching ants. Come on, have a good fight this time, Song Won said, said, taking out his waist knife from the network disk. The next moment, he enlarged and thickened the waist knife. In the blink of an eye, a large knife more than 20 meters long was swung by him. Every time he swung it, dozens of marching ants were killed by him. Song Nuan was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep at this time, unilaterally slaughtering the marching ants. His physical strength now had reached the golden realm, and those marching ants in the black iron realm were like weeds in the field to him. He has a kind of pride that one man is in charge of and no one can open. In this way, as time went by, one knife after another, the marching ants died one after another. Song Nuan's honorary bracelet has reached 10,000. At this time, he was out of breath and soaked with sweat. Although the strength of marching ants is not strong, they can't be killed at all. And Song Nuan's physical strength will be constantly consumed, killing tens of thousands of marching ants. His physical strength has been exhausted. But the marching ants still rush towards him frantically as before. This is the most terrifying thing about marching ants. They were not killed. As long as the flying beast or supernatural ability encounters marching ants, there is usually only one end: exhausted and dying. However, Song Nuan is not among them. When he was about to run out of energy, he hurriedly spent 2,000 spirit stones to repair the abnormal state. In this way, a new round of fighting began again. This time, Song Nuan did not use a 20-meter broadsword. Instead, the left and right borders are inserted. For a while, countless long thorns fell from the sky. In the blink of an eye, Song Nuan's space within a radius of tens of meters was filled with dense black thorns. However, those marching ants directly devoured all the corpses of their companions, and then continued to come towards Song Nuan. Song Nuan picked up a palm-sized stone on the ground and copied and pasted it. He then threw all the stones out. While in the air, he enlarged and bolted the stones. Therefore, when they were about to fall to the ground, the originally palm-sized stones had turned into boulders. Countless boulders fell to the ground, smashing many marching ants into meat paste. Seeing this situation, Song Nuan's eyes lit up. He suddenly felt that he had found the best way to attack the marching ants. So, he hurriedly inserted a stone pillar and pushed himself into the air. Next, he kept holding the stone and smashing it at the marching ants on the ground. The casualties of marching ants continued to increase, and Song Nuan's military exploits continued to accumulate. Soon, more than an hour passed. At this time, the marching ants who died in Song Nuan's hands were about to reach 100,000. But Song Nuan frowned at this time, because in the past hour or so, he has used spirit stones and repaired the anomaly 4 times. Plus the previous one, it's already 5 times. In other words, he had already consumed 10,000 spirit stones. However, marching ants still seem endless. If this continued, even if he waited for all the spirit stones to be consumed, he might not be able to kill the marching ants. Once all the spirit stones are consumed, he will be in danger. Therefore, he must find a way to get out of the encirclement of marching ants as soon as possible. So, for the next period of time, Song Nuan used the enlarged boulder to clear the road ahead while inserting the stone pillar and galloping forward quickly. He galloped forward with all his might for dozens of minutes, but still failed to get out of the encirclement of marching ants. Suddenly, Song Nuan's body stiffened, standing on a stone pillar, looking ahead with a little dull eyes. He looked like this, not because he saw something terrifying, but because, in his mind, a dripping sound suddenly came. He remembered this voice very clearly. It was the voice he had heard when he first unlocked new software. Now, this sounds again, which means that a new software has been activated. Penguin Chat is being unlocked, currently 0.1% unlocked, remaining time 9 minutes and 59 seconds. Damn, it's actually a penguin chatting. When she saw the computer prompt tone, Song Nuan was stunned. Penguin Chat can be said to be the software he is most looking forward to. Because of this software, it has accompanied him through his entire youth and carried too many memories of him. At this time, he was very much looking forward to the functions of the Penguin Chat that would make his eyes shine. These 10 minutes are a long time, and Song Nuan only feels that she is a little like a year. When 10 minutes later, the Penguin Chat was fully unlocked, he hurriedly inserted dozens of stone pillars under his feet. Then he began to study the new features of Penguin Chat. The most basic, naturally, is the chat list. There are currently only 4 people on his list: his father, mother, little Cheap Yunda, Tang Chichi. Showy, why are there only 4 people on the list? Song Nuan asked a little curiously. Only if the favorability reaches 90 or above can you be automatically added to the friends list, Xiaoyi replied. I see. Song Nuan nodded. The friend on the list now is also the person he trusts most in Blue Star. His eldest father, second father, and the chief master of the Oriental god of war. In his heart, the favorability is indeed not so high. As for other people I know, naturally there is no need to say more. Then how can I talk to them? Song Nuan asked curiously. Click on their avatar to have a conversation with them, Xiaoyi said. So magical? Click on your avatar to talk? The kind that spans thousands of miles? Song Nuan asked. Yes, Xiaoyi said affirmatively. Awesome, broken sound, Song Nuan said loudly. This is another magic skill, so that he can talk to his father. What? How much? However, Song Nuan forgot to send a message to her father to report that she was safe as soon as possible, but continued to study the software as if she were fascinated. If he can post on moments, he will say 2 sentences. Surrounded by hundreds of millions of marching ants, what should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. He also attaches a selfie of himself and the marching ants. Isn't it? No way. Penguin Farm and Penguin Ranch? Suddenly, Songwon saw 2 small icons that made him unbelievable. It is the farms and ranches that are familiar to all people on Earth. These 2 functions also accompany the youth of many people. People in their 20s and 30s. Which one has not stolen food? Songwon glanced at the marching ants under the stone pillars and found that it would take some time for them to destroy these stone pillars. So, he clicked on the farm. The next second, his consciousness appeared in a piece of land that was not very big. The land is reddish-brown in color and looks extremely fertile. If I farm here, I will be able to harvest in a very short period of time like growing vegetables, Songwon said silently in his heart. He started looking for things to grow in the network disk. He stockpiled a lot of food, water, and the like. But it seems that there is nothing that can be grown. By the way, long Ganoderma. Suddenly, Songwon thought of the dragon Ganoderma lucidum he had stolen from the Lu family. This thing is too high, and it will take 3 months to replicate it with his current physical strength. He didn't have so much time to waste on copying dragon Ganoderma. Therefore, this dragon Ganoderma has been stored in the network disk by him. Moreover, the activity of this dragon Ganoderma has been activated by the people of the Lu family, and he can plant it directly. Thinking of this, he took out the dragon Ganoderma lucidum and planted it in the land under his feet. The dragon Ganoderma took root on the ground, and the moment it touched the land, it took root deep into the soil. Immediately afterwards, it grew rapidly. It is more vibrant than before. If the previous dragon Ganoderma was like a sick person, now it is directly resurrected with full blood. Soon, Songwon saw that the dragon Ganoderma was emitting a faint light. Immediately afterwards, a young dragon's shadow hovered over the dragon Ganoderma. There are still 5 minutes left before maturity. Please pay attention to the collection. At this time, Songwon saw that on the dragon Ganoderma, such a hint appeared. 5 minutes, I can still afford to wait, Songwon said, and began to strengthen the stone pillars under his feet. He had no mind to do anything else until he had thoroughly figured out all the features of Penguin Chat. This is a problem he left behind when he was a programmer before. When faced with a new software, he always wants to figure out all the functions as soon as possible. Fortunately, although the number of marching ants is huge, the attack power of individuals is very small. 5 minutes passed quickly. Dragon Ganoderma has finally reached its maturity. Songwon used the mouse and clicked on the harvest as soon as possible. Soon, in the storage room of the farm, there was an additional dragon Ganoderma. The effect is much stronger than the dragon Ganoderma lucidum planted before. Then, Songwon looked at the place where the dragon Ganoderma lucidum was planted before. He found that in this place, there was also a dragon Ganoderma lucidum. There are still 10 days left before maturity. Please pay attention to the collection. When he saw this prompt, Songwon looked excited. In other words, every 10 days in the future, he will be able to harvest a dragon Ganoderma. This thing is very popular. This farm is almost an acre of land, and you can grow a lot of things. After going out for a while, search carefully in the Bermuda forest to see if you can find other natural materials and earth treasures, Songwon said silently in his heart. Bermuda's forests are not only a paradise for exotic beasts, but also a paradise for natural materials and treasures. It is no exaggeration to say that in this, natural materials and earth treasures can be seen everywhere. Since she came, Songwon didn't want to come in vain. Songwon probably figured out the function of the farm. Next is the ranch. The next second, he switched from the farm to the pasture. The size of the ranch is about 10 times larger than the farm, and the contents are different. There are various terrains in the farm: mountains, forests, bushes, pools. There is a feeling of controlling everything. Songwon looked at the various terrains in the ranch and said to himself, however, it is currently empty, and there are no strange beasts. Otherwise, I'll catch a few marching ants and test it. After Songwon said this, he turned his attention to the marching ants under his feet. Insert form. Soon, with Songwon's order, a large net fell from the sky, trapping dozens of marching ants. Subsequently, Songwon sent these marching ants to the pasture. After those marching ants appeared in the pasture, it was as if they had lost their target all of a sudden, and they didn't know what to do. After all, they are just strange beasts in the Black Iron realm, and their spiritual intelligence is very low. After being frozen in place for a few seconds, they relied on their instincts and began to nest in the bushes in the pasture. Come here. At this time, Songwon looked at the marching ants that were nesting and said. As soon as his words fell, several marching ants were controlled by an invisible energy and sent to Songwon. Go over and throw it into the pool. Immediately afterwards, Songwon said again. In the blink of an eye, the marching ants flew into the pool. If the marching ant could talk, it would definitely say, I am not a human, but you are a real dog. Ha ha, the feeling before is right. In this ranch, I am the master. Little babies, Dad is here. Songwon saw this phenomenon and said excitedly. He then withdrew his consciousness from the pasture pasture and looked at the marching ants beneath his feet. At this moment, his expression was not afraid, but like looking at a rare treasure. If he can subdue these marching ants, whoever dares to make a mistake in the future will directly open the door to release the ants. Thinking of this, he took the initiative to jump from the stone pillar under his feet and came to the marching ants. Subsequently, he opened a gap in the pasture and then stood in the pasture himself, using his body as bait, waiting for the arrival of the marching ants. The marching ants didn't have much spiritual intelligence, so they rushed directly towards Song Muon. However, after they came to the ranch, they couldn't help themselves. In this way, more and more marching ants entered the pasture and were kept in captivity by Song Muon. Little babies, come a little more. A little more. The more, the better. I'm a tiger, Song Muon said in a very flat tone. Maybe he was the first person in history to show such an expression in the face of marching ants. At this moment, a jet of water suddenly sprayed on Song Muon's face. This surprised him and he looked around vigilantly. This sudden appearance of the water column made Song Muon look confused, because he was not aware of the existence of other strange beasts around him at all. And, most importantly, he was in his own ranch at the moment. Here, he is the master. At least, that's what he had always felt before. Unexpectedly, he was slapped in the face so quickly. He looked around and found nothing. What is it? It doesn't look like it's malicious, Song Muon said silently in his heart. The other party sprayed a jet of water, which only wet his face and did not cause any harm to him. From this point of view, there should indeed be no malice. Poof! Soon, another column of water hit Song Muon. This time, he was on guard, so he tilted his head and dodged the water column. He turned around as quickly as he could, and saw a black and white figure disappear in a flash. However, what exactly it was, because the other party was too fast, he didn't see it clearly. This guy can shuttle through the void? Song Muon's eyes widened at this moment, because the other party just gave him the feeling that he was like a fierce man jumping into the water, then disappeared. Poof! Soon, there was another water column. This time, Song Muon did not dodge and let the water jet fall on his face. Come out for me. He didn't look back, and directly used his control of the ranch to grab the white figure out of the void. When he saw the other person's appearance clearly, his face was incredulous, because it was a penguin that attacked him with a water jet just now. This penguin doesn't look special. It's the most common penguin in the oceanarium when it was on Earth before. His legs are short and look silly. At this moment, after being caught by Song Muon, he did not panic but opened his big eyes and looked at Song Muon with a curious face. Your pet thanks you for playing hide and seek with him, increases your favorability by 10 points, and the current favorability is 10. When Song Muon saw this prompt, a hint of enlightenment suddenly flashed in her eyes. Penguin Chat is a software that binds penguin pets. However, Song Muon did not expect that this penguin pet would materialize, and it seems that he has some amazing abilities and can shuttle through the void. In his pasture, he is in charge, and ordinary creatures cannot enter it without permission. Unexpectedly, this penguin was able to come and go freely. Since it's my pet, then I'll give you a name. Song Muon looked at her penguin pet and said, to be honest, he was a bit of a name. If he gives people nicknames, he is quick-witted and has a rich vocabulary. For example, Xiao Chanshan's nickname was given by him, and he was very satisfied. It perfectly summarizes Yunda's character. But when he was asked to give a proper name, his mind suddenly went down a little. You have a round belly and look naive. Why don't you call you Chocho? Song Muon looked at the penguin tentatively and said. However, the penguin in front of him still stared at him with big eyes and looked at him with an innocent face. Can't you be smarter? So naive, like a second fool. Song Muon said, stretched out his hand and touched the penguin's head. Your pet feels the touch of your love for him. Favor plus 10, current favorability 20. Well, no matter what, you're my first pet. As the saying goes, dogs don't mind. No, I don't mind. Not right. The owner doesn't think the pet is ugly. Chocho, you can follow me well in the future, Song Muon said, touching Chocho's head again. The name Chocho was decided by him. Your pet thanks you for naming him. Favorability plus 10, current favorability 30. Showy, what's the use of this ball's favorability? Song Muon asked suspiciously. Different favorability in pets are different in dependence on their owners. The higher the favorability, the greater the dependence, and the more things you can do for the owner. When the favorability reaches 100, the pet will never betray and will have the opportunity to obtain unexpected benefits. Xiaoyi replied. Unexpected benefits? Then I look forward to that day, Song Muon said. As for what Xiaoyi said, the higher the favorability, the more things can be done for the owner. This sentence was directly ignored by him, and with such a naive appearance, he could do something for him. Don't get into trouble like the penguin in a cartoon he saw before. Your pet is hungry. Please feed it in time. Soon, another prompt appeared in front of Song Muon. You are still a foodie, and I named you Chocho, and sure enough, it was right. Eat all the time. Sooner or later, you will eat like a ball, Song Muon said. However, he is not a stingy owner, and a lot of snacks are stored in his network disk, because he is also a foodie. It is estimated that no one knows that the snack he stores the most is melon seeds. As a professional melon eater, melon seeds are essential. Song Muon Songwon took out a pack of potato chips, took it apart and handed it to Chocho's mouth. As far as he knows, ordinary penguins eat fish, but it is hard to say what his pet will eat. Chocho saw the potato chips handed to his mouth, sniffed it with his nose, and then opened his mouth to take a bite. The next moment, his eyes began to shine with stars, a look of enjoyment. After eating a potato chip, he fluttered his short hand. It seems to say, I want more. Songwon was not stingy and directly handed the potato chips to Chocho. Chocho took the potato chips and ate them. Your pet thanks you for feeding him food. Favorability plus 10, current favorability 40. Since your pet's favorability for you reaches 40, spiritual intelligence plus 5. This sudden hint made Songwon's eyes shine. He hurriedly looked at Chocho, who was eating potato chips, and found that although there was no change in his appearance, but there was a hint of agility in his eyes. At this time, he didn't look so naive. It's possible to increase spiritual wisdom. I'm such a smart, wise and brave, resourceful master. I can't raise an iron fool, Songwon said with a smile. Then, he looked at the marching ants. At this moment, the marching ants were still frantically rushing into the pasture as before. Songwon clearly sensed that with the increase in the number of marching ants, the ranch was slowly expanding. There were a lot of marching ants, and the previous bushes were definitely not enough for them to survive. Fortunately, this ranch is smart and can expand on its own. After a long time, Songwon collected most of the marching ants, and the number exceeded 50 million. The other marching ants seemed to have received some instructions and began to retreat slowly. If I'm not mistaken, it should be that a queen ant gave the order. Songwon looked at the retreating marching ants and said in a low voice. He was thinking about whether he should find a way to catch the queen ant as well. Age, 18. However, after thinking about it, he gave up on this idea. The reason why he was able to catch so many marching ants was entirely due to the advantages of the pasture. But the ranch can't take the initiative to attack. If he takes risks to catch the queen of ants, unexpected dangers may occur. A dog like him would not take the initiative to put himself in danger. If you are not afraid of 10,000, you are afraid of just in case. In case the gutter capsizes, then he won't even cry. Chocho, don't eat. Follow me to pick up the baby. After Songwon closed the ranch, he said to his pet. He found that after he closed the ranch, Chocho did not disappear in front of his eyes. It seems that wherever he stays, Chocho can follow him, and he is not affected by the environment at all. Chocho didn't know if he heard what Songwon said, and he was still eating potato chips by himself. At the moment, it seems that nothing is more attractive to him than potato chips. Songwon ignored him and hurriedly galloped forward. The marching ants retreated, so all the strange beasts left in the realm where the marching ants appeared before. He wanted to take this time to see if there were any natural materials and earth treasures in the area where these strange beasts lived. If so, I'm sorry, it's to him. As Songwon galloped forward, Chocho swung his two short legs and followed him. He looked like he was swimming in water, completely unaffected by gravity. Songwon, who galloped forward for a distance, suddenly thought of something, and hurriedly clicked on the penguin chat. He had said to tell his father before, but because he was too curious about the function of penguin chat, he forgot about it. So, he clicked on Song Hwanchuan's avatar. Dad, don't be too shocked to hear my voice. It's me, your handsome and smart son. I'm safe now and I'm not being chased, so I'll report to you. After my judgment, the place I am in now should be in the Bermuda Forest. I'm not sure exactly where it is. At present, I am very happy in my life and I have picked up a lot of natural materials and earthly treasures, so I don't have to worry about me. You don't have to look for me, just wait for me to go back with peace of mind. The basic situation is like this. The report is complete. Finally, Songwon also had a voice prompt tone. Showy, can my dad reply to the message I sent? Songwon suddenly thought, no, this kind of news is one-sided. Showy replied, this function is not very good. It's like texting. Songwon said a little disgusted. However, he didn't get entangled and began to sweep excitedly, because, just this period of time, he has seen a lot of natural materials and earth treasures. Spirit-absorbing leaves, cloud grass, lita fruit, thick earth grass, green flame grass, black heavenly GNA, wood spirit three-needle flower, tianfei fruit, tooth-eating heartroot, chenjin vine, illusion heartgrass. In the past, next to these natural materials and earthly treasures, there would be strange beasts guarding them. This will be a strange beast that is not at home. What Songwon didn't know was that at this moment, in the beautiful country, Song Hwanquan was single-handedly confronting the strong men of many kings of the beautiful country. Song Hwanquan, you were so disrespectful in martial arts, attacking and killing hundreds of Tenjo in my beautiful country. This time, no matter how much my beautiful country pays, I will kill you here. A man with a hooked nose looked at Song Hwanquan with an angry face. Next to him, there were dozens of king-level superpowers. At this moment, these people all looked at Song Hwanquan vigilantly. They actually knew very well in their hearts that even if they could really kill Song Hwanquan here today, they would probably pay a great price. Among them, a considerable number of people will fall here. We have a saying in the Dragon Kingdom, those who love people, people will always love them. Murderers are always killed. You beautiful country attacked and killed my Dragon Kingdom Tianzhou. I just treated treated him in his own way. I can tell you very clearly that this matter is not over. As long as I, Song Huanquan, live for one day, your beautiful country will always live in fear. Song Huanquan looked unafraid in the face of dozens of king-level superpowers. He killed many people with the ability of the king realm, and these people couldn't scare him at all. As soon as his words fell, suddenly, Song Nuan's voice sounded in his mind. This made him look shocked and delighted. Although he didn't know how Song Nuan did it, he was sure that it was definitely his son who spoke. Others can imitate Song Warmth's voice, but they can't imitate his cheap tone. Only he would speak to himself in such a tone. He didn't expect that his son would be transported to the Bermuda forest. It is a forbidden place for supernatural people, a paradise for strange beasts. However, it can be heard that Song Nuan's current situation should be good. In this way, he was relieved. Song Huanquan, accept death. At this time, a supernatural person of the king realm of the beautiful kingdom shouted and launched an attack on him. In the face of such an attack, a smile appeared on Song Huanquan's face. I saw that his palm was flipped, and a bottle of erguotu appeared in his hand. Anyone who knows Song Huanquan knows that before going on a killing spree, he always liked to drink a bottle of erguotu. His mantra, persuade you to have a glass of wine and send you to the underworld. Soon, a cup of erguotu was served. The next moment, a yellow river appeared behind him. Be careful, this is Song Huanquan's ability, Huanquan. Although it is not in the top 100 of the sequence, it should not be underestimated. Hook Nose reminded. Hearing Hook Nose say this, a smile appeared on Song Huanquan's face. The yellow springs are monstrous. Then, he shouted, and the yellow river behind him suddenly swelled, forming monstrous waves that slapped at everyone. Naturally, there was no shortage of strong people in the beautiful country, and immediately 3 people with superpowers formed a triangle, surrounding him, and then teaming up to block his attack. As for the other superpowers, taking advantage of Song Huanquan's attack being blocked, they hurriedly launched an attack on him. Ice Shackles, Fire Rain Meteor, Jedi Sure Mao. For a time, all kinds of attacks swept towards Song Huanquan overwhelmingly, directly blocked all the space he could hide. In the face of these overwhelming attacks, Song Huanquan had a sneer on the corner of his mouth. I declare that you are guilty. Judgment! Song Huanquan roared angrily. At the next moment, the original monstrous waves instantly turned into countless yellow thunder and lightning, and then swept towards the surroundings. For a time, most of the sky over the entire beautiful country was shrouded in thunder and sky. Everyone living in a beautiful country raised their heads in fear. Many people hid directly in the house and did not dare to appear. The 3 superpowers who blocked Song Huanquan's attack were directly stunned all of a sudden. No one thought that the original monstrous waves would suddenly turn into thunder and lightning. These two are not the same thing at all. Similarly, it is not a supernatural ability. It's unreasonable. Puff, puff. Those who were defenseless were instantly struck by lightning. Nearly half of the people spat out a mouthful of blood. Half of the people were directly injured. Your ability is not the underworld, but the judgment of sequence 48. After so many years, we haven't found out. At this time, the Hook Nose looked at Song Huanquan and said in disbelief. It is no exaggeration to say that the information about Song Huanquan collected by their beautiful country is printed on A4 paper, which can accumulate a meter high. However, all the information shows that Song Huanquan's ability is Huanquan. After all, Song Huanquan's name is this, and he is also called the God of War of Huanquan. Who would have thought that the God of War of the Yellow Springs, who had been called for so many years, would turn out to be the judgment of sequence 48? This is simply off the beating. If you know everything, then I, Song Huanquan, will have died a long time ago. With Song Huanquan's roar, those yellow thunder and lightning turned into yellow thunder dragons and began to frantically devour the superpowers of the beautiful countries around them. Quick, ask for help from District 13. The hooked nose man saw this situation and hurriedly said loudly. They underestimated Song Huanquan too much, thinking that dozens of superpowers from the King Realm had been dispatched, and it was enough to kill Song Huanquan. Unexpectedly, Song Huanquan hid too deeply. Want to call for help? It's late. Song Huanquan sneered, controlling the yellow thunder dragon and continuing to harvest the superpowers of the beautiful country. In less than 10 seconds, all the dozens of superpowers in the King Realm were killed by him. Little miscellaneous people of the beautiful country, listen to me. If you dare to touch my Dragon Kingdom Tianjia by a hair, today's matter is just the beginning. I will make the whole beautiful country live in fear, and I will be your eternal nightmare. I, Song Huanquan, speak and count. After Song Huanquan finished speaking, he disappeared. He did this before just to prevent Song Huan from appearing outside the Dragon Kingdom and being targeted. Therefore, he originally planned to start from a beautiful country and use blood to warm up Song Huan. Also let them know how much it costs against Song Huan. However, now that he knows that Song Huan is in the forest of Bermuda, there is no need to do this. When the people of the beautiful country reacted, Song Huanquan had disappeared. Don't look at what Song Huanquan said is very domineering. In fact, he is also cautious in his heart. After all, the beautiful country is one of the 5 powers of Blue Star, and there are also saints among them. However, under normal circumstances, the saint does not come out. If the saint really pulled down his face and aimed at him, he would be more vicious than lucky. If you are not careful, you will stay in a beautiful country forever. Therefore, while the other strong people in the beautiful country and the saints did not appear, they slipped away first. He is now going to the Bermuda forest to pick up his son and return home. Song Hwangkwon came quickly and went fast. Quietly, he left, just as he came quietly. With a wave of his sleeves, only corpses were left everywhere. It is destined that today's events will attract the attention of all countries of the Blue Star. The name Song Hwangkwon once again amazed everyone. The youngest god of war in the Dragon Kingdom, the king realm supernatural who died in his hands, was as many as 3 digits. More importantly, he came to the beautiful country twice to kill, and eventually retreated. Although he was seriously injured last time and almost died, however, he survived after all. When Song Hwangkwon killed the quartet, Song Muon was in the Bermuda forest at the moment, smiling like a fool. Because during this period of time, he took countless natural materials and earth treasures in the Bermuda forest. It has been planted all over the farm. The farm is slowly expanding, but it will take some time. If he continued to take natural materials and earthly treasures, there would be no place to plant them. So, Song Muon set his sights on the strange beasts in the Bermuda forest. Now in his pasture, there are only tens of millions of marching ants, which is too monotonous. All kinds of strange beasts should come to some. However, Song Muon did not intend to grab those strange beasts that had grown up. All the more powerful strange beasts already have a lot of spiritual intelligence, and such strange beasts are particularly difficult to domesticate. If you are not careful, being hurt is still a trivial matter. I'm afraid it will be cold all of a sudden. This is too risky and not cost-effective. Therefore, Song Muon's plan is to steal their cubs, or strange beast eggs. In this way, raising these cubs or exotic beast eggs in the pasture can greatly shorten their growth time. Xiuqiu, do you see it, on that big tree, the egg of the blue flame phoenix bird? You steal them from me and put them in the pasture. I'll give you 2 packs of potato chips, Song Muon said to Xiuqiu. After getting along with Xiuqiu, he found that Xiuqiu could travel through the void very easily. Therefore, it is not a good deal to steal eggs. After hearing the words of the 2 packs of potato chips, Xiuqiu nodded hurriedly. To be honest, he didn't want to go, but Song Muon gave too much. That's 2 packs of potato chips. So, Xiuqiu's body jumped as if he had jumped into the water from the shore, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Song Muon had an illusion that the space in front of him just now seemed to have rippled. He used the color fill skill to hide his figure, and used cells around him to isolate the breath, waiting quietly. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, 20 minutes passed. This fool won't understand what I mean. It's been so long and hasn't come back yet, Song Muon said a little worriedly. He asked Xiuqiu to steal the beast egg, but he didn't want him to have any accidents. Sure. At this moment, suddenly, an angry chirp rang out in the Bermuda forest. At the same time, there was also a powerful aura of the king realm, and countless blue flames. These blue flames quickly swept around, destroying everything. This startled Song Muon, and he turned around and ran away. It is still unknown whether the cells he arranged around him can block these blue flames. If he can't stop it, then he's finished. What did this fool do to make the blue flame phoenix so angry? Song Muon ran forward with all her might, while silently saying in her heart. The feeling that the blue flame phoenix bird gave him was that he was so angry that he had lost his mind. At this moment, it seems as if he is going to destroy everything. Song Muon ran out for nearly 20 miles in one breath before stopping. At this moment, he was leaning on the trunk of a big tree, panting heavily, looking like he had lingering fears. Just now, he clearly felt a strong threat. Those blue flames were extremely hot. At this time, suddenly Xiuqiu's head poked out from the void in front of Song Muon. This startled him, and he almost attacked subconsciously. Why, did you get the egg of the blue flame phoenix? Looking at the ball that appeared, Song Muon hurriedly asked. Xiuqiu nodded, and then pointed to Song Muon's body. Song Muon understood what Xiuqiu meant, and the other party put the stolen eggs in the pasture. So, Song Muon inserted a frame around himself to protect himself and put his consciousness into the pasture. Soon he discovered that there was an extra bird's nest on top of a big tree on the ranch. There are 3 eggs in the nest. You fool, you even stole other people's nests? No wonder the blue flame phoenix bird is so angry, Song Muon said. He originally planned to let Xiuqiu steal an egg, but who would have thought that he forgot to explain, and Xiuqiu did such a big thing silently. However, it has been stolen, so he will naturally not return it. So, he turned his attention to the top of the bird's nest. There are still 3 days left before hatching. It can be hatched in 3 days, and I don't know how long it will take to grow to maturity, Song Muon said silently in his heart. If you want to know this time, you must wait for the egg to hatch the strange beast before there can be a hint. Xiuqiu, let's continue, Song Muon said to Xiuqiu. There is only a blue flame phoenix bird, which is still too monotonous. Other strange beasts must also be there. Hearing Song Muon say this, Xiuqiu hurriedly pointed at him, and then gestured to eat. It seems to say, I stole the bird egg for you, you should give me potato chips. Xiuqiu, the pattern should be enlarged, don't always stare at the small favors in front of you. I can still miss you with 2 packs of potato chips. chips. When you help me steal some other strange beast eggs or strange beast cubs, I'll give you a box of spicy strips. You little guy haven't eaten spicy strips yet. That's the most delicious thing in the Dragon Kingdom, Song Muon said. However, Chocho did not show interest and continued to gesture. He looks a bit tendon, and if he doesn't give potato chips, he will never give up. Chocho, the road is narrow. You have to learn to trust your master, Song Muon said, took out 2 packs of potato chips and handed them to Chocho. The moment he saw the potato chips, a hint of excitement flashed in Chocho's eyes, and then he hurriedly caught it. Then, his short hand casually stuffed the potato chips into his arms, and the potato chips were gone. You gain Chocho's trust, favorability plus 10, current favorability 50. Ha, Chocho, where did you put the chips? Song Muon didn't care about the prompt, but grabbed the ball and touched it carefully. He observed for a while, but did not find that there was a place on Chocho's body where he could put things. Seeing Song Muon's curious appearance, Chocho put his short hand on his stomach and then pulled it out, and the potato chips appeared. It seems to say, I saw it clearly, that's how it was taken out. You fool, you don't have a storage space hidden in your stomach, do you? Song Muon said curiously. Chocho didn't know if he heard Song Muon's words. After he put the potato chips close to his stomach, the potato chips disappeared again. Song Muon did not struggle with this. This is the ability of the ball. The stronger Chocho's ability, the happier he is. For the next period of time, Song Muon concocted it in the same way. He used snacks as wages, and then asked Chocho to steal the cubs and eggs of the strange beasts in the Bermuda forest. Chocho never let him down, and every time he went out, he would steal all the cubs or eggs of a certain kind of strange beast. Chocho went out, and not a single blade of grass grew. And Chocho seems to be very knowledgeable, and every time he steals a strange beast cub or a strange beast egg, the quality is very high. Most of them are descendants of the Diamond Realm, but there are also many descendants of the King Realm. In just one day, in Song Muon's ranch, there were no less than 500 beasts of all kinds. With the loss of more and more descendants of strange beasts in the Bermuda forest has become completely chaotic, because many strange beasts suspect that their offspring are lost, and other strange beasts do it. After all, the devouring of each other can also enhance strength. As a result, a number of scuffles began in the Bermuda forest. The movement is extremely large and destroys the world. Chocho, don't play anymore, let's go. Go home, Song Muon said to Chocho. Then he kept galloping forward in one direction. As for the natural materials and earth treasures he encountered on the road, and the descendants of other strange beasts, he completely ignored them. This time, when I came to the Bermuda forest, the harvest was big enough. Be a human being, don't be too greedy. The things harvested this time, just sell some of them, and you can collect 1,000,000 spirit stones. My fate can be repaired, Song Muon said to himself as he galloped forward. In fact, Song Muon didn't find out. All alone, he had drilled the tip of the horn, because since coming to Blue Star, he has become accustomed to relying on himself for everything. He always subconsciously regards his father as the lame Son Laosan who cheat his own money at every turn, and is a little submissive. Always forget that his father is the youngest god of war in the Dragon Kingdom. Of course, he had just learned this news before being attacked by the ends of the earth. If Song Huangquan knew he only needed 1,000,000 spirit stones to repair Song Warmth's destiny, he would definitely send the spirit stone to Song Muon's hands in the shortest possible time. Not to mention millions, even tens of millions, hundreds of millions, he will also find a way to get it. Of course, there is another point, because Song Muon has a golden finger in his hand, and the awakening ability is just the icing on the cake for him, not a send-off in the snow. It doesn't matter if you can awaken best or not. I don't know what ability I will awaken then, Song Muon said a little expectantly. According to what Song Huangquan said to him before, the better the parents, the better their offspring. Song Huangquan has the Yi Judgment ability with a rank of 48, and has now become the youngest god of war in the history of the Dragon Kingdom. According to common sense, once he awakens his ability, he should be better than Blue. No matter which way you look at it, the ability I awaken should not be worse than Xiao Qianqian. He can awaken the moral ability of sequence 16, and I should awaken the ability of the top 10 sequence no matter what. After all, the genes are there. Unknowingly, Song Muon began to fantasize. He now has a lot of means, whether they are used for defense or to attack and save his life, they are enough. But he always felt that he lacked a bells and whistle, powerful and domineering means of attack. Fortunately, he didn't see Song Huanchuan's previous battle pictures, otherwise he would definitely feel domineering, because this is the kind of ability he wants. In the next period of time, Song Muon increased his speed to the extreme and began to hurry. When the physical strength is about to be exhausted, spend spirit stones to repair the abnormality. He was transported to the Bermuda forest for almost 2 days. He has gained enough, and what he has to do now is to leave here and return to the Dragon Kingdom. The Bermuda forest is indeed big enough, and Song Muon ran for 2 hours with all his might, but still couldn't get out. It won't be long for me to return to the Dragon Kingdom. I'm afraid I will miss the freshman competition of the Imperial Capital Academy at that time. I promised Master before that I would win the first place in the freshman competition. competition, and if I missed it in this way, it would be a loss. I didn't want to trouble my father, but it seems that I have to trouble him in the end, Song Muon said a little helplessly. After he said this, he clicked on the penguin chat list and found his father. Dad, take me away, I'm fine when I came, I can't go back. In half an hour, I will light wolf smoke in the Bermuda forest. If you can see wolf smoke, it means I'm nearby. Wow. Song Muon sent a message to her father. Showy, when can I talk in 2 directions? Such a one-sided text message like chatting is too inefficient. Song Muon couldn't help but complain. After the configuration and operating system of the computer are all upgraded to the 2nd generation, it will be fine, Showy replied. Can it still be upgraded to the 2nd generation? Song Muon asked in surprise. He always thought that his continuous improvement of physical strength and soul strength would make the configuration of the computer continue to improve. Unexpectedly, it can also be upgraded to the 2nd generation. You know, between generations, many functions will undergo earth-shaking changes. As long as the upgrade conditions are met, you can not only upgrade to the 2nd generation, but also upgrade to the 3rd and 4th generations, Shoei replied. Then what conditions must be met to upgrade to the 2nd generation? Song Muon asked curiously. The strength of the body and soul exceeds 100,000, and the military exploits exceed 1 million, Shoei replied. Does it still have anything to do with military exploits? Is the unlocking of penguin chat also related to military exploits? Song Muon asked. He suddenly thought that the penguin chat had been unlocked inexplicably before. At that time, his physical strength and soul strength did not increase much. Yes, when you reach 100,000 military achievements, you meet the unlock conditions for penguin chat, Shoei replied. There is another question. After upgrading to the 2nd generation, will the performance in all aspects be greatly improved? For example, the skill of copying can only copy some physical objects, and some conceptual objects cannot be copied. For example, other people's abilities, Song Muon asked. When he first had the skill of copy, he thought about whether he could copy other people's abilities, but he found that copied things can only be copied after locking them with the mouse. There is no way to lock on other people's abilities. Yes. At this time, Shoei said a positive answer. After hearing this answer, a smile appeared on Song Muon's face. He suddenly felt that if his golden finger could be upgraded to the 2nd generation, then it didn't seem to matter whether he repaired his destiny or not. He didn't believe that there was any ability that could be compared to the divine skill of copy. With a satisfied mood, Song Muon began to insert the stone pillar, isolating a vacuum zone in the Bermuda forest. That way, if he set fire, it would not spread to the entire Bermuda forest. Of course, even if it spreads, it is not a big deal. The blue star is not as good as the Earth, and in the Bermuda forest there are all strange beasts inhabited. They face flames and can easily extinguish them. Otherwise, once those fire attribute strange beasts fight, they will cause forest fires. At the same time, Song Huanquan had already come to the Bermuda forest. It's just that the Bermuda forest is so big that he doesn't know where Song Muon is at all. Moreover, he did not dare to shout loudly. In the Bermuda forest, there are many more strange beasts in the King Realm living than in the King Realm of the beautiful country. If he shouted loudly and attracted many strange beasts from the King Realm and the Bermuda forest, then he would really be more vicious than lucky. Therefore, he could only observe little by little and search for Song Muon. When looking for Song Muon, he found that fierce battles were constantly taking place in many places in the Bermuda forest at this moment. Although he didn't know what exactly happened, his intuition told him that there was an 80% chance that this matter was related to Song Muon, because, in his heart, Song Muon is not a peaceful lord. After he wandered around for a while, Song Muon's voice suddenly came to his mind. This stinky boy, he couldn't go back before he remembered me. If I had a way to go back, I would probably have to run in vain, Song Huanquan said a little helplessly. Although he said this, he was more happy. Song Muon was able to send him a message through means he didn't understand, which showed that Song Muon was very safe. For him, it was enough. Half an hour passed quickly. Song Huanquan searched seriously for the place where the wolf smoke rose. This time, it didn't take much effort to find wolf smoke. However, he did not see Song Muon's figure. This stinky boy is still the same dog as ever. It's a good habit. A little dog, live longer. Dog, Dad is here to pick you up. Song Huanquan lowered his figure and said. Through his deliberate control, his voice could only travel within a mile of the wolf smoke rising. If Song Muon stayed near wolf smoke, he would definitely be able to hear it. Sure enough, not long after Song Huanquan's words fell, Song Muon appeared. Dad, here. Song Muon waved to her father. Roar, roar, roar. Just when Song Huanquan was about to fly to Song Muon, he suddenly heard several roars of strange beasts around him. A large number of strange beasts galloped in the direction of the wolf smoke. Among them, there are some strange beasts in the King Realm. Suddenly, Song Huanquan's face changed suddenly. Faced with this sudden change, Song Huanquan dodged and hurriedly came to Song Muon. Let's go. The next moment, he grabbed Song Muon's arm and left as quickly as possible. In the face of so many strange beasts at the same time, even if he was alone, he was not absolutely sure to leave. Not Not to mention, taking Song Muan with him will distract him. However, Song Huanchuan's speed is not slow, but there are too many strange beasts in the Bermuda forest. He had just flown a distance with Song Muan when he was surrounded by many flying beasts, as well as some strange beasts of the King realm. At a glance, there were no less than 1,000 strange beasts surrounding them. What the hell did you do? What makes these strange beasts so crazy? Song Huanquan turned his head to look at Song Warmth and asked. I didn't do anything, just wholesale a little commodity. They're so crazy, it shouldn't have much to do with me. When I was hiding before, there were no strange beasts chasing me. Dad, it won't be you who put the devil. No, you brought the strange beast here, right? Song Muan said. Stop talking nonsense, is there a way for you to leave? Song Huanquan didn't dwell on why these strange beasts were so crazy. The top priority is to find a way to get out of here first. The reason why he asked Song Muan was because he knew that this kid had a big secret hidden in his body. Maybe there are some unknown means. For example, the previous Qianli Transhan. With his knowledge, he still doesn't understand how Song Muan did it. He was sure that no one he knew could do it. I don't know if it works, I'll try it first. Song Muan said and took out 2 stones. Then use PS technology to quickly turn these 2 stones, P into the appearance of him and his father. Dad, success or failure is in this move. When I say run in a while, you can take me to run as fast as possible. Song Muan said hurriedly. After saying that, he first used the color filling skill to make him and Song Huanquan invisible. Then, using the enlarge and bold skills, the 2 villains in their hands quickly became as big as the 2 of them. Finally, let the 2 stone men who were similar to them quickly fall to the ground. During the fall, he also cast the skill place on the lower level on the 2 stone men. Speaking of which, it was the first time that Song Muan had used so many skills at once. Run! After doing all this, Song Muan said to his father. Song Huanquan had unconditional trust in Song Muan, and after hearing his voice, he immediately took him as fast as possible and galloped into the distance. All this seems to be a long time, but it actually happens between lightning and flint. When Song Huanquan left with Song Muan, it was the moment when the 2 stone men fell to the ground. Therefore, many strange beasts in the sky all rushed towards the 2 stone men. Soon, 2 stone figures fell to the ground. It's just that as soon as they touch the ground, they disappear. This is the skill of placed at the bottom, performed by Song Muan to take effect. Those strange beasts were a little confused when they saw this scene. They were one by one, but they saw with their own eyes that these 2 people fell to the ground. How could they disappear? As a result, many strange beasts began to attack the ground frantically. In just a few seconds, the ground where the stone man fell was riddled with holes. Finally, after attacking for a while, they finally saw 2 stone men hidden underground. Only then did they realize that this was a dummy. For a while, many strange beasts let out angry roars. They wanted to find Song Muan and Song Huanquan and tear them apart. But at this time, the 2 had already run away without a trace. With nowhere to release their anger, they gathered their partners and planned to launch an attack on the human world. Song Muan didn't know that shortly after they left, the 9 countries bordering the Bermuda forest were attacked by strange beasts. People in these 9 countries didn't know what stimulated these strange beasts to do such crazy things. They had no choice but to defend. Later, many people called this crazy move of the strange beast a strange beast restless day. Some experts point out that strange beasts, like women, always have a few days a month. It's just that the time when the strange beast is restless may be a little longer. After Song Huanquan flew forward with Song Muan for a long distance, he found that there were no strange beasts chasing after him, and he breathed a long sigh of relief. It's really a thrilling experience. At this time, he looked at Song Muan. His son is really mysterious. Being teleported to the forbidden land of the superpower, not only did he survive easily, but he was able to cause the strange beasts in the entire Bermuda forest to riot. It is not a simple matter to make the entire Bermuda forest riot. It's not something that a random person with special abilities can do. Even the superpowers of the King realm do not have this ability. He had reason to suspect that if Song Muan could fly, he would not need him to save him at all. I'm afraid the Bermuda forest will become his back garden. Dad, you vomit. Song Muan was just about to say something when she suddenly couldn't help but vomit. Flying at great speed in the air, this behavior is a bit too exciting. It is countless times more exciting than a roller coaster. Song Muan is flying in the air for the first time, and she is not very used to this beautiful experience. So, he fainted. Without any hesitation, Song Muan spent 100 spirit stones at the first time to repair the abnormality in his body. Because it was just a minor problem, it didn't cost much spirit stones. In this way, he calmed down. Okay, Dad, let's go. Hurry up. I have to go back to participate in the freshman competition at the Imperial Capital Academy. Song Muan said to her father. According to what his master said before, the first place reward in the Imperial Capital Academy's freshman competition is worth no less than 10 million spirit stones. This is a lot of money for anyone. Song Muan naturally didn't want to miss it. The Bermuda forest is still quite far from the Imperial capital. When Song Huanquan returned to the Imperial capital with Song Muan, it was already several hours later. At this time, it was already late at night. night. Song Muan did not go to the Imperial Capital Academy immediately but found a hotel to stay. After 2 days in the Bermuda forest, his body was already dirty, so take a good shower and rest. Early the next morning, Song Muan went to the Imperial Capital Academy alone. Today is the day when freshmen officially start school. When he came to the gate of the Imperial Capital Academy, he was stopped by the security guards at the door. Imperial Capital Academy, it is forbidden for others to enter and exit at will. The security personnel at the door looked at Song Muan vigilantly and said, "This eldest brother, I am also a student of the Imperial Capital Academy, but there was something delayed 2 days ago, so I came to report today. If you don't believe it, you can check it out. My name is Song Muan, and I'm from Phoenix." Song Muan looked at the security guard at the door and said. He was amazed at this time, because he found that the security personnel of the Imperial Capital Academy were all the existence of the King Realm. The King Realm is in their Phoenix City, and it is the highest existence. A person with the ability of the King Realm can support the facade of a big family. Unexpectedly, the supernatural person of the King Realm, in the Imperial Capital Academy, was actually used to see the gate. "Are you Song Muan?" Hearing Song Muan's words, the security officer who stopped him began to look at him with a shocked look. Judgment. His eyes were as if he was looking at a rare treasure. "Am I already so famous?" Song Muan asked with a confused face. It was his first time in the Imperial Capital, but he didn't expect that the security personnel of the Imperial Capital Academy had already heard of him. The disciple of the Oriental God of War, the son of the God of War in the Yellow Springs, passed the college entrance examination perfectly with 2,000 points. "We are thunderous about your name," the security officer said. In fact, the most important thing is that in the past 2 days, the Imperial Capital Academy has been turned upside down because of him. In order to intercept him, some foreign forces dispatched more than a dozen king-level superpowers, and he also used a life-saving noble phantasm like the end of the world. Many teachers from the Imperial Capital Academy took action, looking for him throughout the Dragon Kingdom. However, for 2 days, there has been no news about him. Many people thought that he had an accident. Unexpectedly, at this time, he returned to the Imperial Capital alive, and he also came to report to the Imperial Capital Academy. "Although I am not in the rivers and lakes, the rivers and lakes have my legend circulated. This is not good. Brothers, since you know me, then I'll go in and report to me. Let's talk back," Song Muan said to several security personnel. Damn it. Wait, we need to verify your identity. At this time, the security officer said. "How to verify? Do you want to see your ID card? Or an acceptance letter?" Song Muan said, taking out his ID card and admission letter. "These two things are external and do not fully prove your identity. I saw you wearing an honor bracelet, and I think you should have been to the Veterans Building. We need to prove your identity with an honor bracelet," the security officer said. "The honor bracelet is activated with the owner's blood and has the owner's genes. This cannot be impersonated. Please hurry up, I'm in a hurry. The freshman competition is about to start. I can't be absent," Song Muan said. The verification of the honor bracelet was completed quickly. However, when the security personnel at the door saw the military exploits displayed on Song Muan's honorary bracelet, they were all stunned. 108562. More than 100,000 military exploits, already a one-star war sect. Several security personnel said in shock. More than 100,000 military exploits, they have not seen it. These people have also survived countless battles, and their military exploits are no less than 1 million. However, Song Muan was only 18 years old, and he actually had 100,000 military exploits. And if they guessed correctly, these 100,000 military merits were exactly what he had obtained in the past 2 days. "Can I go in?" Song Muan asked. "Yes, the freshmen are on the playground at the moment. You can just go to the playground," the security officer said. "Thank you, big brother, for telling me." After Song Muan finished speaking, he quickly ran forward. As expected of the son of the God of War in the Yellow Springs, the tiger father has no dog. "Our Dragon Kingdom is going to produce a great figure." Looking at Song Muan's back as he left, the security officer said. At the age of 18, in just 2 days, he achieved 100,000 military achievements. Presumably, he must have experienced a life and death battle that others could not imagine in the past 2 days. Most importantly, he survived. Another security officer said. If Song Muan heard the conversation between the two, she would definitely laugh uncontrollably. Unimaginable life and death battle. Does he have it? He was just going to the Bermuda forest to buy goods. Also, if he kills all the marching ants in the pasture, then at least 50 million military exploits. Then he can be directly promoted to the God of War. It's on the same level as his father. At this moment, on the playground of the Imperial Capital Academy, there were more than 2,000 students and hundreds of teachers of the Imperial Capital Academy. Everyone's eyes were looking at the stands in front of them. In the stands, an old man who looked 50 or 60 years old was talking about something. He is the principal of the Imperial Capital Academy, and he is also one of the 8 gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom. It is rumored that after entering the Imperial Capital Capital Academy, he will soar into the sky and be destined to become a master, and from then on, he will be rich and noble for a lifetime. What I want to say is that it's just a fucking fart. Your ability to enter the Imperial Capital Academy is determined by the talent given to you by God. However, whether you can graduate or not is determined by your efforts. Don't think that if you enter the Imperial Capital Academy, you can rest easy from now on. What I want to tell you is that entering the Imperial Capital Academy is just the beginning of everything. Everything here will be countless times more cruel than you think. Here, the talent you are proud of will not be worth mentioning. Because the Imperial Capital Academy is the gathering place of Tianjiao, there are people outside the people here, and there is a sky outside the sky. Also, the family background that some of you are proud of is also not worth mentioning. Because no family can interfere with the decision-making of the Imperial Capital Academy. In the Imperial Capital Academy, the only thing you can rely on is your own efforts. The next 3 days will be your first lesson in entering the Imperial Capital Academy. There is only one thing you have to do, and that is to try to survive. Bai Zhan looked at the students under the stands and said loudly, "He is not the kind of gentle and elegant principal. On the contrary, a little rude. People who have experienced the baptism of war are not so gentle. What does it mean to try to live? Is the academy going after us? Listen to what the principal means. It seems to be like this. No, how can we survive in the face of the pursuit of the Imperial Capital Academy? Is this a joke? This is the freshman competition, and it is also the first lesson of admission, although it will not really die, but if you don't perform well, it will be worse than death. The specific situation, then you will know in a while." After Bai Zhan's words fell, the students on the playground talked about it one by one. Some informed students heard the elders in the family talk about this matter, and they only explained it roughly, but they didn't explain it too clearly. More students looked confused and didn't know what the principal meant. In short, they had a bad premonition. Now I announce that the 10-minute countdown to the freshman competition has begun. All tutors issue student cards. Little guys, enjoy it and good luck, Bai Zhan said and turned to leave. However, before he left, there was a hint of a malicious smile on his face. To be precise, his face was more of a schadenfreude smile. These guys don't look like good people. There are more than 2,000 freshmen in total. Among them, there are those who are directly guaranteed, and there are also those who are admitted through the college entrance examination. At this moment, these students were divided into 100 classes, each with more than 20 people. Each class is equipped with a teacher of the King Realm. Thinking about the heritage of the Imperial Capital Academy, it is indeed very scary. King Realm superpowers that are rare in other places can be seen everywhere here. Just the tutors of 100 classes are already 100 superpowers of the King Realm, not counting other teachers. If Song Nuan appeared here now, he would find that among these students, there were people he knew. For example, Jin Zizai. At this moment, Jin Zizai looked at the students around him with a loveless face. What he likes the most is restraint. He likes to be free. But in the Imperial Capital Academy, he had no way to act willfully, because he learned from many channels that if he fools here, he will be beaten. If he is beaten here, it will definitely be beaten in vain, and no one will stand up for him. The most important thing is that in the Imperial Capital Academy, his banknote ability cannot be used at all. Unable to use the ability to use money, he felt uncomfortable. It would be nice if the boss was here. It would be fun to play with the boss, Jin Zizai said to himself. After his words fell, he suddenly found a familiar figure in front of him. I missed the boss and have hallucinations. Jin Zizai shook his head and said, "Report, a group of Song Nuan requested to return to the team." At this time, a familiar voice came into Jin Zizai's ears. Hearing this voice, Jin Zizai, who was originally loveless, hurriedly raised his head and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Sure enough, he saw the familiar figure again. It's really boss, it's not an illusion. Now some people are playing, Jin Zizai said a little excitedly. At the same time, many people heard Song Nuan's voice. They all looked in the direction he was and looked at him curiously. Among them, there are some teachers of the King Realm. Because they are the same as the security personnel at the school gate, they have been thunderous about the name Song Nuan in the past 2 days. This time, it can be regarded as seeing a real person. He is Song Nuan? These are two different voices. Most of the voices behind were made by girls. I'm going, and there are still people who can compete with me in terms of appearance. If you look closely, I'm afraid even I have to avoid its edge. At this time, a man in front of Jin Zizai said in amazement. Hearing this man say this, Jin Zizi rolled his eyes. The person who spoke looked dark and fat, nearly 2 meters tall. From a distance, I thought it was a brown bear. He didn't know why the other party had the courage to say this. At this time, Ember, the teacher of the first class, raised his head and looked at Song Nuan with a surprised face. Like most people, he thought that Song Nuan had encountered an accident. Unexpectedly, he came back alive. He has been curious about Song Nuan for a long time. After all, there are many rumors about Song Nuan. Allowed to return to the team, Ember said loudly. Boss, here. After Ember's words fell, Jin Zizi hurriedly waved to Song Nuan. Song Nuan was thinking about where he should stand when he saw Jin Zizai, which made his eyes shine. In any case, meeting an acquaintance is always a happy thing. Xiaojin, don't you like to be free? Why did you come to the Imperial Capital Academy? Song Muan asked a little curiously. He just went to the academic affairs office to check his class, and it was too late. It's all tears. I don't want to come either, but my grandfather forced me to come. He also threatened me that if I didn't come, I wouldn't want to get a spirit stone from home in the future. Boss, you know me, without the spirit stone, I can't live at all. Jin Zizai said with an aggrieved face. Quiet. At this time, Ember shouted loudly. Hearing his voice, the classmates in the first class instantly fell silent. First of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Ember, and I am your guide in the next few years at the Imperial Capital Academy. In the next 10 minutes, we have to do a total of 3 things. First, get your respective student ID cards. This student ID card will be one of the most important things for you in the next few years. It is not only a proof of your identity, but also a card for you on campus. Cultivation, going in and out of various places, consumption, all need to be used. You will naturally understand this later. Next, let's talk about the second thing. Our class wants to select a student with outstanding strength as the class leader. Song Muan, you are the squad leader of our class. Do you have any objections? Ember looked at Song Muan and said bluntly. Song Muan obviously didn't expect that Ember's speech was good and he would suddenly call his name. However, his reaction was also extremely fast. Report to the instructor. I am a social fear. I can't communicate with people and I can't be the squad leader. Please also ask the teacher to choose someone else. Song Muan said loudly. He came to the Imperial Capital Academy not only to go to school but also to do many important things. As a class leader, you are destined to have constant troubles. When Jin Zizai heard Song Muan say this, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. If you want to say that others are afraid of society, he still believes it. However, to say that Song Muan is afraid of the society, it is simply ridiculous in the world. He prefers to believe that Song Muan means that social phobia is not social phobia, but social phobia. Seeing that Song Muan was unwilling to be the squad leader, Ember did not force it. Who volunteered to be the squad leader? Ember turned his head and looked at the others and asked. I do. As soon as Ember's words fell, a female classmate wearing a red shirt, denim shorts, and a hot figure stepped forward and said, she is exceptionally beautiful, and although her face is still a little immature, she already has the prototype of a royal sister. In another 5 or 6 years, it will definitely become a captivating existence. I'm going, sister you, it's the type I like. At this time, the big black bear in front of Jin Zizai said with a foolish face. Even Song Muan frowned at this time, staring at the female classmate. The reason why he stared at the female classmate in red was not because she was beautiful, but because he found that this female classmate looked very much like someone he knew. Xiaojin, do you think that this female classmate looks a lot like Nangong Weiyang? Song Muan turned his head to look at Jin Zizai and asked at this time. She is Nangong Weiyang's sister, Nangong Xiaomei. Jin Zizi said at this time. I'll go, you know this, then you can do this information. Song Muan turned his head to look at Jin Zizai and said. In the imperial capital, I know almost everyone who is a little famous. Nangong Xiaomei is the little princess of the Nangong family. In the imperial capital, it can be said that everyone knows it. Everyone knows it. Jin Zizi said. Nangong Weiyang's sister, the little princess of the Nangong family? Doesn't that mean that Nangong Weiyang is the eldest princess of the Nangong family? This Nangong sister is the daughter of my eldest and I have never met. Song Muan said silently in his heart. But he was thinking in his heart about what Nangong Weiyang's supernatural union in Phoenix City was doing to get close to her. Boss, I advise you to stay away from her. Although Nangong Weiyang and Nangong Xiaomei are very similar in appearance, their personalities are completely different. Nangong Weiyang has a tactful personality, although he is a bit demonic, but he can be regarded as a lady. But Nangong Xiaomei is different. She has a fiery personality, and she is jealous of evil, just like her mother. It is no exaggeration to say that the younger generation of the entire imperial capital took the initiative to retreat when they saw her. Jin Zizi saw Song Muan looking at Nangong Xiaomei and thought he had taken a fancy to her, so he hurriedly said, the same as her mother? Hearing Jin Zizi say this, Song Muan became interested. He had been curious about his eldest aunt, whom he had never met before, for a long time. After all, she subdued her eldest father and second father at the beginning. Such a strange woman must be seen. Xiaojin, how did I find out that your IQ seems to have improved a lot? Whether it is the ability to express or the logic, it is the same as before, in the sky and underground. At this time, Song Muan suddenly turned his head to look at Jin Zizi and asked, I have the freedom ability, not only physically comfortable, but also IQ freedom. My IQ will continue to improve as my strength increases. It just so happened that I broke through my ability 2 days ago, so my IQ has improved. I took the test, and now my IQ is as high as 102. Jin Zizi said. This IQ is not very high, but it has reached the level of a normal person. This is already an earth-shaking change for Jin Zizai. After all, Jin Zizai's IQ was only 89 before. Okay, from today onwards, Nangong Xiaomei will be the squad leader of our freshman class. class. Amber didn't talk nonsense and announced the results directly. Next, let's talk about the last thing. In a few minutes, all our freshman students will be teleported to the Sumeru Mirror. In the Sumeru Mirror, you will conduct this freshman competition and at the same time conduct your first lesson into the Imperial Capital Academy. I believe that what you encountered in the Sumeru Mirror will be unforgettable for a lifetime. You will face all kinds of encounters in the Sumeru Mirror. Remember, you have only one purpose: don't get caught and then leave the Sumeru Mirror alive. Once caught, it will be a very scary thing. Good luck, Ember said. Instructor, you have been talking for a long time, but you still haven't made it clear what you will encounter in the Sumeru Mirror. At this time, a student couldn't help but ask. When you enter it, you will naturally know. Now everyone comes forward to get their student ID, Ember said. There were only 22 people in a class, so soon, everyone got their own student ID cards. Songwon looked at the student ID card over and over again, and found that although this thing was called a student ID card, it was more like a token. The material of this token is the same as that of the honor bracelet, and it also needs to be bound with blood. Xiaojin, how much do you know about the Sumeru Mirror? At this time, Songwon looked at Jin Zizi and asked. When the time comes, we will be passed through the student token and immediately teleported to a place in the Sumeru Mirror. The danger in the Sumeru Mirror mainly comes from the second-year students of the Imperial Capital Academy. That is, our seniors. However, don't think that they will show mercy. They were also abused by their junior sisters and seniors, and they would only be more ruthless than we thought. And the academy is very perverted. They will make a judgment. The more the seniors torture us, the more credits we get. So, this stimulates them even more. We won't have an easy time anyway. In addition to avoiding the seniors and seniors, you also have to look for points in the Sumeru Mirror. The ranking of the final freshman competition is calculated based on the accumulated points of the points. Jin Zizi said. He knew everything in the Sumeru Mirror very well. As soon as his words fell, suddenly a dazzling light erupted on the student ID cards of all the students on the playground. Immediately afterwards, all the students on the playground disappeared. After a burst of dizziness, Songwon opened her eyes. Oh, I'm going. Why is it a forest again? After seeing the scene in front of him clearly, Songwon looked helpless. He had just come out of the Bermuda forest, and before he could recover, he came to the forest again. He looked around and found that there was no one around, and the silence was a bit scary. On a tree trunk not far away, there is a red ball. The ball has the number 1 written on it. This should be the points ball that Xiaojin said. Songwon said in a low voice. After careful observation and making sure that there was no one else around, he stepped forward as fast as he could, took the points ball in his hand, and ran far away. It's not that he's timid, it's that he's afraid of being ambushed. There are always some people who like fishing. This scoring ball is a very tempting bait. Holding the points ball in his hand and observing it for a while, Songwon didn't find anything special. Although the material of this thing is uncommon, it does not contain energy in it. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Songwon's face. He selected the integral ball with his mouse and then chose to copy. The estimated time of this replication takes 10 seconds, and the countdown is 10-9. Soon, in front of Songwon, such a prompt popped up. It takes 10 seconds to copy once, so you can copy it 6 times in a minute. Then 1 hour is 360 times, a day is 8,640 times, and 3 days is 25,920 times. In other words, if I hide here from now on and copy the points ball, I can get more than 25,000 points in 3 days. I don't know if such a result can win the first place in the freshman competition, Songwon said silently in his heart. Unfortunately, he forgot to ask Jin Zizi before. In previous years, how many points would the first place in those freshman competitions usually get? In this case, there is a reference value. Xiuqiu, come out. Then, Songwon shouted. Soon, a penguin appeared in front of him. Xiuqiu, go and help me find such a point ball. All kinds of numbers, all kinds of colors. As long as it looks similar, you can find it for me. 10 packs of spicy dried fish. Songwon touched Xiuqiu's head and said to him. Hearing the word spicy dried fish, Xiuqiu's eyes instantly widened. Although the potato chips are delicious, they are still a little worse than the spicy dried fish. Songwon had given him a pack before. How could he have a fragrant word? Let me ask, which penguin can resist the temptation of spicy dried fish? So, Xiuqiu nodded, and then disappeared in a flash. Seeing Xiuqiu leaving, Songwon smiled. Without the points of the first place in previous years as a reference, he can only collect as many points balls as possible. With Xiuqiu's help, he doesn't have to be busy with his own work. So, he found a more comfortable branch, hit his figure, and lay down. Although it was his first time participating in the freshman competition, he knew very well that a 3-day game like this was boring in the early stage. That is, many people were constantly looking for points balls. The real interesting time is when the time is halfway through. That is, after a day and a half. Even if the freshman competition is different, it may be a little earlier, but it must be a day later. So now, sleep peacefully. It just so happened that he was very late when he returned to the Imperial Capital yesterday, and he didn't sleep for long, and now he just happened to catch up on his sleep. Get up to asleep and start doing things. With Songwon's personality, in such a competition, just winning the first place in the freshman competition is too unchallenging. He felt that he could take the opportunity to make a small fortune. Lying on the branch, Songwon stretched comfortably. He didn't fall asleep immediately, but turned on the computer manager. At this moment, there is a small pop-up window on the interface in the computer manager. During the restoration of the fate grid, it is expected to take 10 days, and the countdown is 9 days, 16 hours, 43 minutes, and 26 seconds. Seeing this prompt, Songwon's face showed a satisfied smile. Originally, he was still going to find a time to exchange the harvest in the Bermuda forest for spirit stones, and then use it to repair his fate. As a result, last night, his father directly threw him 5 million spirit stones. He still remembers the scene last night. He came out of the shower and was wiping his hair when Song Hwangkwon walked in and threw him a Chinkuan bag. There are 5 million spirit stones in it. You use it first. If it's not enough, tell me later, and I'll find a way. Your dad and I'm still alive. You don't have to be too desperate. If you have anything, tell your father. You don't have to carry it alone. Song Hwangkwon said very seriously. At this moment, he revealed his true feelings, completely showing a father's concern for his son. He said 3 years ago that he would never let Song Won be harmed in any way. But now it seems that this is a slap in the face. This time, Song Won was teleported away under his nose. No one knew how he was feeling at that time. In addition to anger and self-blame, there is more indescribable guilt. Although Song Won was not hurt this time, it was because Song Won had many means. If it were another person and teleported to the Bermuda forest, even if it was a supernatural person in the king's realm, he would surely die. In the past 3 years, he has let Song Won grow savagely. Although his concern for Song Won has not diminished in the slightest, specifically, he has not done anything for his son. Song Won was also happy all day long, as if she had nothing to worry about. But he saw everything Song Won did. Open the first floor, try your best to earn spirit stones, practice desperately in the veteran building, find a way to fool the spirit stone of the Oriental God of War won apprenticeship, and rush back to participate in the first place in the freshman competition in the Bermuda forest, wanting to get rewards. He was not stupid, and he could naturally see that the reason why Song Won did all this was for the spirit stone. Although he still didn't know what the use of Song Won wanted so many spirit stones. But since he was so desperately trying to earn spirit stones, it must mean that he needed it very much. He knew Song Won and knew that he was not a greedy person. He wouldn't have done this if it wasn't particularly necessary. In this case, he, as a father, naturally has to support him. The reason why he has been practicing desperately over the years is to make his wife and children live a better life. His parents died early when he was a child, and he grew up eating 100 meals, which can be said to have suffered a lot. He had suffered and didn't want his son to experience it again. If Song Won still has to endure hardships to grow up like he did at the beginning, then what is the point of him cultivating desperately all these years and becoming a god of war? If Song Won has parents and does not have parents, she has to rely on herself for everything. That was his biggest failure as a father. If there is anything to do in the future, tell my father directly. My father still has some face in the imperial capital. Remember, no matter what happens, Dad will help you bear it. Okay, you've been tired for 2 days, so take a good rest. After Song Hwangkwon finished speaking, he turned around and left without waiting for Song Won to say anything. Song Won picked up the Chinkuan bag thrown by Song Hwangkwon, and a trace of warmth flashed in her heart. No matter which world it is like a mountain of fatherly love. But soon, an excited smile appeared on his face. With these 5 million spirit stones, his destiny can be repaired. So, without any hesitation, he hurriedly opened the computer butler and began to repair the fate grid. After testing, it takes a total of 10 days to repair the fate grid. There are still a little more than 9 days left. I'm already a little impatient. At this moment, Song Won was lying on the branch, turned off the computer housekeeper, and said to himself, he was too curious about what abilities he would awaken after his fate was repaired. There was a prize to guess, who would be a wave of profits. In the fantasy, Song Won slowly fell asleep. In the process of Song Won's sleep, the entire Sumeru mirror was a pot of porridge. Among the freshman students, many of them have good talents. But except for the college entrance examination, which barely experienced a little battle, the rest of the time, it was all flowers in the greenhouse. When they were suddenly transported to this unfamiliar environment, they showed a strong sense of discomfort. In the mirror of Sumeru, there are not only forests, but also plains, deserts, swamps, and cemeteries. The environment is complex and harsh. At this moment, in the Sumeru mirror, in addition to the many freshmen who were teleported in, there were also some men in black wearing evil ghost masks. They shuttle through the Sumeru mirror, looking for traces of new life. At this moment, on the top of a mountain, 4 or 5 people wearing evil ghost masks gathered. It's a similar punishment every year. It's not interesting. Should we play bigger this year to stimulate their spirits? At this time, a thin and tall man said, no need, the normal punishment is already very serious, we still have to stimulate them? At this time, a graceful woman said a little unbearably, Donger, you are just too soft-hearted. Think about it, when we first first entered the school, did the group of perverts in our junior year ever treat us well? We were almost killed by them. It's time for us to show our strength. I've thought of many ways to punish it, a chubby-looking man said. Although wearing a mask, I couldn't see his face clearly, but everyone around could feel that this fat man seemed to have an extremely perverted smile. We only have this one chance, and we won't be able to play in the future. According to the rules of the academy, the bigger we play, the higher our credits. Don't you all want credits? The thin and tall man said. Hearing the word credit, all the people wearing masks fell silent instantly. This thing is too tempting for them. Done, I'm going to give up and play with them to death. At this time, the woman with the graceful figure made a decision first. Magan, what are your plans? Just say it. We can. Like this first. So, the thin and tall man said his thoughts to others. Hempole, if you want to be ruthless, you are ruthless. Your perverted plan, even when I see it, I call it perverted. The fat man said in amazement. However, when he said this, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. Since we have no objections, let's get started. My goal is Songmuan. Don't grab it from me. I want to see how many people who can pass the college entrance examination perfectly with a score of 2,000 points are the apprentice of the Oriental god of war. No, how many pounds and tails are there? The thin and tall man said. Originally, I wanted to say that I would meet this Songmuan. Since you said it first, then he will belong to you. Among the rookies, I heard that there are still several SSS-level potential superpowers hidden, so it's good to play with them. The fat man said. Fat man, be careful of capsizing in the gutter. None of the superpowers with SSS-level potential are simple. Donger couldn't help but remind. Don't worry, I know it in my heart. I have experienced many strong winds and waves, and I can still capsize in this small ditch. I just hope that these rookies can last a little longer, but don't be eliminated too early. In that case, there will be a lot less fun, the fat man said. In this way, after everyone discussed countermeasures, they separated. Subsequently, they and their respective team members began to act. A few minutes later, the fat man took his 10 team members and shuttled through the woods. They are not fast because they let go of their perception and searched for the rookies. The forehead is wrong. The forehead is really wrong. He shouldn't have promised Grandpa from the beginning. If he didn't agree to Grandpa, he would not have entered the Imperial Capital Academy. If you don't enter the Imperial Capital Academy, you won't fall into a sad place. Just as the fat man and their team members were searching, they suddenly heard a burst of broken thoughts. The voice seemed to be full of resentment. Ouch, the little master of the Gene family. I don't know what ability this kid has awakened. Let's go play with him. At this time, the fat man said to his teammates. Soon, a few of them surrounded the person who was thinking about it. This person who was thinking about it is Gene Zizai. When he suddenly saw that he was surrounded, he was instantly stunned. However, his reaction was also very fast. Hello seniors, first of all, let me introduce myself. My name is Gene Zizai. Presumably, some of you know me, and some of you don't. It doesn't matter, we are destined to meet. Gene Zizi said. What about you talking to me about crosstalk here? That's right, continue. The fat man saw Gene Zizai's appearance and said with a smile. If you know me, you should know what my Gene family does. I understand everything about this freshman competition. Everyone, let's talk about the price. How many spirit stones can let me go? As long as you can say it, I will never bargain. Of course, if you can provide me with a points ball, I am willing to pay a high price for it. A point ball with 1 point, 1,000 spirit stones. How? Gene Zizai directly used his banknote ability. For him, the problem that can be solved with banknote ability is not a problem at all. The little lady of the Gene family is really rich, to be honest. Your price makes us very excited. It's just that in this Sumeru mirror, we have no choice. Little master, I'm sorry. Take it. At this time, the fat man said to his teammates. If the academy knew that they were cheating in the Sumeru mirror for the sake of the spirit stone, then they would be finished. Therefore, they can only deal with Gene Zizi. With the fat man's order, 3 men in black immediately rushed towards Gene Zizai. Wait! Seeing this situation, Gene Zizai hurriedly shouted loudly. Little master, if you still want to buy us, let's die of this heart. The fat man said to Gene Zizai. Buying and selling is not benevolent and righteous. It's not me who said you are not born to do business. Forget it, our agreement just now is over. Don't pretend, I'm having a showdown. Gene Zizai, want to leave, you group of garbage can't be caught. By the way, I'm not targeting any of you, I'm saying, you're all garbage. See you later. After Gene Zizai finished speaking, his body disappeared directly in place. Seeing Gene Zizi suddenly disappearing in front of their eyes, the fat man's face changed. No, it seems to be an invisibility ability. Quick, block the space. The fat man hurriedly said loudly. After his words fell, his team members hurriedly dispersed around. Begin to block the space within a kilometer radius. At Gene Zizai's speed, it was impossible to run a kilometer away in such a short period of time. As long as they can block Gene Zizi in space, even if the other party has stealth ability, they can easily find it. Blocking the space and wanting to keep the young master? You guys are thinking about farts. The young master is gone, take your leave. At this time, Gene Zizai's voice came from the distance. He doesn't seem to have the ability ability to awaken, the fat man said with an ugly face. He could sense that Jeans' eye had indeed left their blockade. Poof! Unexpectedly, their first shot into the Sumeru mirror ended in failure. This made them feel that their face hurt a little. Captain, what should we do now? Chase? At this time, a team member stepped forward and asked, Chase? Where to chase? Do you know what direction he ran from? Ma Gang is right. This group of rookies is not simple. We have to be careful. Don't really capsize in the gutter. Next time you see a rookie, don't talk nonsense to him, just talk about it first, the fat man said. He originally thought that the little master of the Jean family was a person who only knew how to solve problems with spirit stones. Without the spirit stone, it is nothing. But now he realized that he was outrageously wrong. The children of these big forces are not simple. He didn't find out at all just now how Jeans' eye left. Cool. Jeans' eye, who escaped from the encirclement, roared and then showed his figure. He was so excited, not because he had escaped from the encirclement of the sophomore old bird, which was expected from the beginning. He was so excited because of what he had just said. The domineering words just now, if they were in the past, he would never be able to say them. The previous 60,000 spirit stoneflowers are too valuable. It's only been a few days since I followed the boss, and I said such bullish words. It's simply, Jean Zizi said. I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others in my life. Who dares to come forward and fight me? At this moment, Jean's eye suddenly heard a roar. The sound shook the heavens, echoing his voice hundreds of meters away. Jean Zizi looked in the direction where the sound came from, and found that the big black bear standing in front of him when he stood in line before was fighting with the four men in black at this moment. However, although his voice was earth-shattering, he was knocked away after a few rounds of fighting. However, the next moment, Huang Badian instantly stood up from the ground. I, Huang Tianba, am invincible in the world, and I will win every battle. He roared angrily and rushed towards the men in black again. At this time, his momentum was stronger than before, and his strength had skyrocketed. This big black bear is a bit interesting. His ability is very similar to the faith of sequence 57. Jean Zizi hid in the dark and said silently in his heart while observing. The so-called belief ability means that the more firmly you believe in yourself, the stronger your strength will be. When fighting, the more amazing the combat effectiveness exerted. Of course, there is a limit. For example, with the Bronze Realm, no matter how strong the faith is, it is impossible to exert the strength of the King Realm. It can only be said that in the same realm, the stronger the belief, the stronger the combat effectiveness that can be exerted. Bang! Soon, Huang Tianba was knocked away again. Although his opponent was not as talented as him, he had also practiced in the Imperial Capital Academy for a year, and with the advantage in numbers, his combat effectiveness was naturally very strong. Huang Tianba, who was knocked away, spat out a mouthful of blood and stood up again. I, Huang Tianba, am invincible and suppress all enemies in the world. Huang Tianba roared loudly and rushed towards the man in black again. As before, the momentum on his body increased a lot. Seeing this scene, Jean's eye, who was hiding on the side, shook his head. Sure enough, he's a stupid big man, his brain is tendon, and he can't turn at all. Jean Zizi said. Knowing that he couldn't beat him, he rushed up and was beaten again and again, and his brain was obviously rusty. If you face the real enemy in the future, this character will surely die. At this time, he thought of Song Nguyen again. With Song Warmth's personality, in this case, there will definitely be more dogs, more dogs. As soon as his brain was hot, he rushed directly to fight, which in Song Nguyen's view, was mentally retarded. Do I want to help him? Jean Zizi instinctively began to weigh the pros and cons at this time. His family is in business, influenced by his family, and every time he encounters something and wants to make a decision, he weighs the pros and cons. In his opinion, he will only do it when the benefits outweigh the disadvantages. Even if this freshman competition is caught, at most it will be a little tortured, it's nothing. And even if you can escape now, once those sophomore Tianjiao make a move, they are very likely to be caught. Anyway, it is possible to be arrested, so it doesn't matter. I don't care about the freshman competition, but if you help Huang Tianba, you should be able to get the friendship of the other party. The friendship of a superpower with SSS level potential is still worth having. With the pros and cons weighed, Jean Zizi made a decision. He decided to help Huang Tianba, because in his opinion, this is a matter where the benefits far outweigh the investment. I have to say that after Jean Zi's ability broke through, his IQ did increase greatly. At the same time, the men in black who attacked Huang Tianba all looked at him with admiration at the moment. Is this guy a cockroach? No matter how you can't kill him, a man in black said. Don't hold back, use all your strength, fight to the death. The leading man in black said. I also want to throw this big guy into the prepared mud pit, it's a pity to eliminate it directly. Another man in black said. Okay, it's all ready, you can't waste it. Let's take action together and take him down directly. The leading man in black said. In this way, the four men in black made a move at the same time. Triple gravity. The earth binds. Wood vine entanglement. Endless wind blade. The attacks of the four people, at different angles, went towards Huang Tianba. I, Huang Tianba, am invincible, I have a punch, I can break the sky. Huang Tianba still faced the attack of the four men in black as before. before, raised his fist and waved it directly regardless. However, as soon as his attack was issued, many attacks from the man in black fell on him. Huang Tianba, who was originally rushing forward, suddenly felt it. A huge gravity fell on him. This made his body stagger, and he almost fell, but fortunately he stabilized in time. Although his talent is not weak, both his combat experience and combat awareness are too poor. Compared with the experienced veteran birds in his sophomore year, he is nothing but the brutality of not admitting defeat. And the other party's attack is not over. When 3 times the gravity fell on Huang Tianba's body, immediately afterwards, the ground sank, restraining his legs. Then, vines appeared behind his back, which instantly entangled his body. In the sky, there were several wind blades falling towards him. At this moment, 2 bang sounds suddenly came. The man in black turned his head to look and found that his 2 companions had been attacked by someone and fell to the ground. Immediately, the wind blades in the sky dispersed. The gravity on Huang Tianba's body also disappeared. Invisibility superpower? Or is it a person with object control abilities? Seeing this situation, the man in black who gave orders hurriedly looked around vigilantly with his companions back to back. It's just that they found nothing. Boom! Without the deliberate control of the other party, Huang Tianba also broke free from the shackles of his body and jumped out of the ground. In the next second, he increased his speed to the extreme, turned around and ran. I'm sorry, this big stupid bear doesn't have to talk about martial arts, just ran away? Seeing Huang Tianba turning around and running away, Jin Zizi, who was hiding on the side, was dumbfounded. He was originally worried that after the silly big man broke free from the restraints, he rushed up and attacked the man in black. Who would have thought that such a move would be made? I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others in my life. Who dares to fight me? At this moment, in the opposite direction to Huang Tianba, a riotous voice came. This made the 2 men in black confused. Huang Tianba had already run away. Why did his voice come from another direction? Could it be a clone ability? At this time, the leading man in black guessed. He thought this guess was very likely. After all, when they were fighting just now, he didn't find out about the existence of other people. Therefore, it is possible that Huang Badian unknowingly separated another clone and attacked them. However, what they didn't know was that the riotous voice just now was made by Jin Zizi imitating Huang Tianba's voice. After he made this sound, he hurriedly chased in the direction where the real Huang Tianba left. For this unloyal guy, he must ask for an explanation. In this way, under the cover of Jin Zizi, Huang Badian left. Careless. The 2 men in black carefully sensed their surroundings and did not find the figures of other superpowers, which made them suddenly come back to their senses. The voice that appeared later must have been to create an opportunity for Huang Tianba to escape. It's just that they didn't react for a while because they were attacked just now. Brother Chang, are we still chasing? At this time, another man in black asked. I am sure that there is indeed a superpower here that can be invisible just now. If we can't crack his ability, even if we catch up with Huang Tianba, it won't help. Wake up the 2 of them first and then join the others. The leading man in black said. The new students who can escape from the hands of the man in black are only a few after all. Most of the freshmen were caught. The freshmen who were caught were not eliminated, but began various roads of punishment. Some male students were stripped naked and hung from trees in large shapes with rattan, and their postures were extremely shameful. Some were thrown directly into the mud pit, with only one head exposed, including female students. Some are soaked in puddles and flooded every minute or two. Others were placed in a pot and stewed in an iron pot. Wow! What's more, they are injured and thrown into the desert, leaving them waiting for death. Of course, in order to increase the fun of the game, the people who guarded them did not guard them too hard and gave them a chance to escape. Cats and mice, playing with mice to death all at once, is not good. In short, most freshmen have very sad days. Although they cursed these men in black countless times in their hearts, it was to no avail. At this time, they finally understood why the previous principal let them enjoy it. The reason why the Imperial Capital Academy did this was to give them a clear understanding of their own strength. Each of the provinces felt that they could enter the Imperial Capital Academy, and they were bullish. At the same time, let them desire strength from the heart. Because weakness is the original sin, if they are strong enough, they will not be tortured. In addition, it is easier to stimulate a person's survival instinct and arouse their self-esteem and make them burst into great power. The Imperial Capital Academy is also painstaking. Huang Tianba ran far away before stopping. At this time, he sat on a stone and gasped heavily, with lingering fears on his face. Big stupid bear, you don't talk about martial arts. At this moment, a voice rang in his ears. This startled him, and he stood up in an instant, intending to attack, because he thought that the man in black was chasing him. However, when he looked in the direction where the voice came from, he breathed a long sigh of relief, because he recognized the person, his classmate. The person who came was Jin Zizi. You saved me just now? Thank you, brother. Huang Tianba looked at Jin Zizi and said, I saved you. You turned around and ran away. You are really loyal. Jin Zizi said, It's not that I can't help it. They are too strong. I can't beat them. Since brother dares to provoke them, there must be a way to get out. Of course, this is not my reason to leave my brother behind, and after the fresh freshman competition is over, I will treat you to drink and apologize to you. Huang Tianba hurriedly said, I found that you, a big stupid bear, are honest on the surface, but in fact you have a belly full of bad water. My heart is extremely dark. Jean Zizi said. Where, I'm just slow to turn my head. By the way, what do you call brother? Huang Tianba said with a smile. He didn't take Jean Zizi's ridicule to heart at all. Jean Zizi, you can call me Xiao Jin, or you can call me Zizi. Jean Zizi said politely. My name is Huang Tianba, you can call me my nickname Baba. Huang Tianba said with a serious face. I'm sorry, you took advantage of the young master. Did I give you face? Is it true that if others don't get angry, you treat others as fools? If you don't give you some color today, you won't know why the flowers are so red. Hearing Huang Tianba say this, Jean Zizi fried his hair at a reasonable price, turned to look at Huang Tianba, and said the golden sentence he learned from Song Yuan. Put. As soon as Jean Zizi finished saying this, a laugh suddenly came from above their heads. This sudden laughter shocked Jean Zizi and Huang Tianba at the same time. They didn't expect that there were other people in this place. So, the two hurriedly raised their heads and found that Song Yuan was sitting on the branch, holding melon seeds in her hand, and she was eating deliciously. Song Yuan. When the two saw Song Yuan, they said in disbelief at the same time. Neither of the two expected that Song Yuan would appear here. You two continue, just pretend I don't exist. Song Yuan said while eating melon seeds. He had been sleeping here until Qiuqiu came back and woke him up. He found that Qiuqiu brought him back hundreds of points balls. There are 1 point in face value, 2 points, 5 points, and 10 points. Song Yuan didn't know what the biggest score ball was in the Sumeru mirror, but the largest ball brought back was only 10. Not long after he finished sorting out the points, he heard someone come here. When he saw the faces of the people who came clearly, he realized that it was Jean Zizi and Huang Tianba. However, he did not make a sound, but quietly acted as a melon-eating crowd. When Jean Zizi said, if others don't get angry, do you treat others as fools? Song Yuan finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. In this way, he was exposed. Boss, come down quickly, let's discuss what to do next. This group of old birds in the sophomore year is a bit scary. Jean Zizi hurriedly said. What's going on outside? Song Yuan asked. He had been sleeping since he came here, and he really didn't know what was going on outside. I don't know the specific situation, but I see that many students have been caught. It is estimated that less than 1/10 of the students who have not been caught now. Jean Zizi said. 10th? It seems that there are still many powerful people in our class. Song Yuan said. There were more than 2,000 people in their session this time, and 1/10 of them were not caught, that is, 200 people. 200 people is actually a lot. People who have not been caught so far either have special abilities, such as Jean Zizi, or you are very lucky. In either case, it is enough to show that the remaining people are not weak. So, the real game is just beginning. Before, it could only be regarded as a warm-up. Stretching out, Song Yuan jumped down from the branch. Enough sleep, it's time to get something. Do you know the infernal affairs? Song Yuan looked at Jean Zizi and Huang Tianba and asked. Infernal affairs? What do you mean? The two looked at each other. It doesn't matter if you don't know now, it won't be long before you know. By the way, Xiao Jin, how many points can the first place in the general freshman competition get at most? Song Yuan asked. According to past records, the first place in the freshman competition will generally get 3,000 to 5,000 points. The current highest record of the Imperial Capital Academy is 6,988 points. Judgment. This is maintained by the Space Saint, and no one has broken it so far. Jean Zizi said. Oh, the highest record in the past years is only more than 6,000 points? Hearing this, Song Yuan had a strange smile on his face. He has tried before, even if it is just a copy of a 1-point points ball. In 3 days, he can copy more than 20,000 points. He just tried it, and it took the same time to copy a scoreball with a value of 10 and a scoreball with a value of 1. In this way, in the same time, the points he copied could be increased tenfold. You too, do you dare to play a big one? Then, Song Yuan looked at Jean Zizi and Huang Tianba and asked. Play big? How to play? Huang Tianba asked. He didn't know Song Yuan, so he didn't know what he meant. Boss, just say it. What are we going to do? You know me, I don't really like to use my brain. Jean Zizi has unconditional trust in Song Yuan. This is not only because of the previous intersection, but also because he has investigated Song Yuan. The academy didn't tell us anything about the rules for entering the Sumeru mirror. That is, there are no rules in it. The sophomore old bird can deal with us, so in the same way, we can deal with them. In that case, why don't we get rid of them? Song Yuan said. The sophomore old bird? We want to, but strength doesn't allow it. Huang Tianba said. He had just fought against a few men in black in his sophomore year, and he had already used his best, but he was still no match for them. If we go head to head, we are definitely no match for them. But we don't have to go head to head with them. As long as we can kill them, we can use any means. Song Warm said meaningfully. Boss, you mean sneak attack? Jean Zizi asked. Sneak attacks are just one of the methods. We can beat in groups, frame them, set traps. At that time, we will use different methods according to different situations. Song Yuan said. It's done. When Huang Huang Tianba heard Song Muan say this, he said bluntly. He also had a breath in his heart, who stipulates that only sophomore old birds can bully them, they can also do each other's work. For the sake of our cooperation, let's each talk about our own abilities. Song Muan said, boss, you know my ability, freedom, ability. The so-called freedom is not bound by any object, I can penetrate everything, including light, enchantments, space, and other people's attack power. When I penetrate the light, I achieve the effect of invisibility. Although this is the same effect as the invisibility ability, the principle is completely different. However, my attack power is not very strong. At present, we can only attack closely. Jin Zizai said bluntly. It stands to reason that his abilities cannot be easily revealed to others, but Jin Zi said it so easily at this time. This shows that he regards Song Muan and Huang Badian as extremely trusted people. Song Muan is just that. After all, the time of acquaintance is not short. But Huang Tianba has just met him, and he can do this. I don't know if he is stupid or sincere. Seeing Jin Zizai so frank, Song Muan glanced at him meaningfully. He knew that Jin Zi was actually not stupid. However, he didn't say anything more, and turned his head to look at Huang Tianba. My ability is faith, and the stronger the belief, the stronger the strength I can exert. My ability is only suitable for frontal combat, not for sneak attacks, Huang Tianba said. After he finished speaking, he and Jin Zizi looked at Song Muan at the same time, because they are all very curious about what ability Song Muan has awakened to be able to pass the college entrance examination perfectly with 2,000 points. Seeing the eyes of the two, Song Muan slowly spoke. My ability is disguise. Under the gaze of the two, Song Muan said lightly. Of course, what he said was not the truth, but he couldn't say it anymore at this time. He didn't have the ability to awaken. If he hadn't awakened, it would be easy to think that he had a big secret. Disguise? What is this ability? Huang Tianba looked confused. As far as I know, among the top 100 in the sequence, there is no disguise ability. According to the genes of the god of war in the Yellow Springs, the boss should not awaken this ability that is not in the top 100 in the sequence. Jin Zizi said, it is well known that the stronger the parent's genes, the higher the level of the child's awakened ability. Yunde and Tang Chichi's father is not as genetically comparable to Song Huangquan, but the two of them, one awakened to the morality of sequence 16, and the other awakened to the reincarnation of sequence 10. Song Muan has no reason to be worse than them. Parents have strong genes, and children are only capable of awakening higher potential levels. Although the probability of this outcome is high, it is not 100%. There are many examples of Lao Tzu's heroic bears, and it's not surprising that I didn't awaken the abilities of the first 100 sequences. Song Muan explained. These words are not only his words to Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba, but also to the outside world. Is it because the boss's fate was once damaged? Jin Zizi guessed. Perhaps, the fate was once damaged, and now it has been repaired, but it is still not as good as the original, Song Muan said with a smile. When he said this, he also revealed a piece of information to the two of them. His fate was once damaged, but it has now been repaired. This is another lie. When a lie appears, it must be covered up with more lies. However, his fate has a little more than 9 days to completely repair it. Boss, then what is the ability of your disguise ability? Jin Zizai asked. The so-called disguise ability is to be able to disguise all characters. At the same time, it can also be disguised with everything, Song Muan explained. However, his explanation did not make Jin Zizi and Huang Tianba understand. Like this, Song Muan said, using the PS software to scan Jin Zizai. The next moment, he P himself into Jin Zizai's appearance. From appearance to figure, even clothes are exactly the same. I'm A. Seeing this scene, Jin Zizi and Huang Tianba were all stunned. Song Muan changed at the bottom of their eyelids, and they didn't see how it became at all. In just the blink of an eye, another Jin Zizi appeared. This look, even if my mother comes, I probably won't recognize it. Boss, we are good brothers, you can't stand up to me and do something bad in the future. Jin Zizai suddenly looked at Song Muan and said, I'm that kind of person. Song Muan said at a glance. Yes, Jin Zizai said with certainty. Ha ha ha, it's really accurate. That's the kind of person I am, Song Muan said with a smile. His words made Jin Zizi suddenly tighten his chrysanthemum, and he felt a bit bad. You are about the same size as Zizai, and it's easy to disguise him. But the two of us are so different in stature, it should be impossible to disguise me. Huang Tianba said at this time. Are you talking about this impossible? When Song Muan spoke, P instantly became Huang Tianba's appearance. Body and size are never a problem. Cow! Jin Zizai exclaimed. Dad, I'm convinced, and I'll show mercy in the future. When he saw another person who was exactly like himself appeared, Huang Tianba immediately relented in a very unprincipled manner. Maybe the attack power of the G disguise ability is not strong, but this ability is too defenseless. The person closest to you may be disguised by others. This kind of thing, if you think about it, is terrifying. Boss, can you disguise yourself as a woman with this ability? Jin Zizai asked suddenly. Guess what? Song Muan asked with a smile. Boss, when I see you smiling so cheaply, I know that it must just be okay. Jean Zizi said. He just said that his ability can disguise himself as any character. The focus is on everything, and women are naturally not a problem. Huang Batian said. Can it be disguised as a strange beast? Jean Zizi asked curiously. This is not good. Song Muan shook his head and said. When he was in the Bermuda forest, he thought about turning himself into a flying beast, but he found that he couldn't do it at all. Perhaps, after the computer is upgraded to the second generation, the ability of PS will also be upgraded. At that time, maybe it will be fine. If the second generation doesn't work, the third generation will definitely do. The boss also said that he can use all kinds of disguise. What does this mean? Jean Zizi asked curiously. Seeing Jean Zizi's curious eyes, Songwon casually grabbed a stone on the ground and then turned into himself. Then used the font enlargement skill to make it the same size as yourself. This scene once again stunned Jean Zizi and Huang Tianba. They found that Songwon's camouflage skill was too fancy. The two of them, the potential of SSS, suddenly felt unpleasant. Let's go, it's time for us to get down to business, Song Muan said to the two of them. Jean Zizi and Huang Tianba didn't speak either, and followed Song Muan. Unknowingly, the two were led by Song Muan. Lao Huang, can your faith ability only be used in terms of combat effectiveness? In the process of galloping forward, Song Muan turned his head and glanced at Huang Tianba and asked, what do you mean? Can it work on other aspects? Huang Tianba asked. He never thought about anything other than fighting. The pattern is small, and faith is a kind of strength, a power that is extremely firm in oneself. Since it is power, it can act on all aspects. When you open the pattern, you will find that your abilities are more powerful than you think, Song Muan said. I still don't understand it too much. Huang Tianba felt something flash through his mind, but he didn't grab it. Let me give you a chestnut, for example. If you firmly believe that you are a sixth, then you can become the most insidious sixth in the world. You firmly believe that if you have a super high IQ, you can outsmart others. You firmly believe that if you can't fall with a golden gun, you can be 13 times a night, Song Muan explained. Is this okay? Jean Zizi said with wide eyes on the side. And Huang Tianba finally caught the trace of inspiration that flashed in his mind just now. At this moment, he suddenly had an epiphany. Huang Tianba has always felt that his ability is to make him firmly believe that he is invincible in the world, so he has always been positive and strong. But he never thought that his ability could still be used in this way. I firmly believe that if the golden gun does not fall, it can be the 13th time in one night. A new door appeared in front of his eyes, and he seemed to see his future self. Seeing Huang Tianba thoughtful and enlightened, Song Muan didn't say anything more. Sometimes it's not a matter of ability, it's just a limitation of thought. When you let yourself go, you will find that your ability is far stronger than you think. Boss, you also point out me, how do you think my ability can be improved? Jean Zizi hurriedly said on the side. Yours is the freedom ability, and it is not subject to any constraints. Can penetrate other people's attacks, barriers, blockades, and even light. You said your attack is relatively weak, but you have such an ability, and many times there is no need to take risks yourself. You can use yourself as bait and rely on the environment to kill the enemy, Song Muan said. He didn't think much about Jean Zizi's ability. Boss, is there anything else? Jean Zizi asked again. Does your penetrating ability only act on yourself, or can it also act on the objects you touch? Song Muan asked. My ability can act on the objects I touch, otherwise every time I use my ability, wouldn't I be naked? Jean Zizi said. In this case, your ability will be even more powerful. Think about it, when you hold a knife and penetrate the enemy's body, halfway through, the ability is removed. Let the knife in your hand stay in the enemy's body. Isn't it equivalent to giving someone a knife? What if this knife stays in the heart? Isn't the enemy sure to die? Song Muan said. It makes sense. Jean Zizi nodded. He also suddenly discovered a new door and had a bit of an epiphany. One more thing, you can try. See if you can project the things you touch over a long distance, so that they can maintain their ability to penetrate, and you can remove the ability from them at any time. If this can be done, then your strength will change drastically, Song Muan said again. Jean Zizi didn't speak, nodded slightly, seemed to be still immersed in thought. Be careful, there are people in front of you. At this time, Huang Tianba suddenly said to Song Muan and Jean Zizi. His perception is a little stronger than the other two. You can perceive them, and they can perceive us 80% of the time. 80% of us have been exposed, Song Muan said at this time. Then what should we do? Turn around and run, or fight with it? Huang Tianba asked. It's not necessarily a bad thing that we're exposed now. We can take it and fish for law enforcement, Song Muan said, picking up 3 stones on the ground. Immediately afterwards, he made stone P into the appearance of 3 people, and then used the skills of enlarge and bold to make the stone man life-size. Subsequently, he hid the stone man in the grass and disguised himself as the 3 of them. Finally, he used color fill on the 3 of them, making them invisible. It also uses cells to isolate their breath. I'm the boss, can you also be invisible? Can we also be invisible together? Jean Zizi looked at Song Muan in disbelief and said, I am also disguised as colorless light. achieving an effect similar to invisibility. It's a bit similar to your penetrating light. Song Muan replied. Your disguise ability, I imagined it to be even more powerful. Boss, this is also SSS level potential. Jeans I asked. Yes. Song Muan pondered for a moment, and then gave an affirmative answer. Many of his abilities have been shown, and if you say that your talent is low, it will not be easy for others to believe. Shoo, the old birds are here. At this time, Huang Tianba hurriedly said in a low voice. Not long after his words fell, 6 men in black appeared where several people were hiding. They didn't have any nonsense, and pounced directly on the dummy in the grass. Insert form. Seeing this situation, Song Muan did not hesitate and did it directly. I saw a big net fall from the sky, directly shrouded in the 6 people. Be careful. The man in black was not weak, and soon found a big net above his head. Immediately, a person, with a wave of his palm, a fire dragon composed of flames roared up. However, what they didn't expect was that the fire dragon did not break the big net, and the big net still fell towards them. Earth pillars. For this situation, the man in black was not in a hurry, only to see one of them with his hands on the ground. In an instant, more than a dozen pillars made of soil grew out of the ground, blocking the big net. I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others in my life, and I am invincible. At this moment, Huang Tianba suddenly appeared, shouted, and launched an attack on the man in black closest to him. For a while, everyone's attention was drawn to him. This rookie is a bit smart, and he knows how to use a serial meter. It's a pity that the strength is a little weaker. Immediately, a man in black with silver-white light took a step forward and met Huang Badian. He has steel abilities, and his whole body is comparable to steel. Bang! Bang! Just when everyone was attracted by the combat effectiveness of these two people, a cold light suddenly flashed, and the heads of the 2 men in black next to them flew up. At the same time, there are 2 more knives in the hearts of the 2 men in black. In an instant, 4 men in black fell. Their bodies turned into a streamer and disappeared. The people who did it were Song Muan and Jin Zizai. Death in the Sumeru mirror is not real death. Therefore, when the 2 of them did it, there was no mercy. This sudden scene stunned the 2 people who were still alive. There were 6 of them in a group, and 4 of them were killed in the blink of an eye. However, the reaction of the remaining 2 people was also extremely fast. They knew that there must be invisible people around. Ice crystal snow dance. The man in black, who had been standing aside, waved his hands quickly. In an instant, countless snowflakes appeared in his hands. These snowflakes formed a raging tornado and swept away. For a time, within a radius of hundreds of meters, it was shrouded in snowflakes. These snowflakes are like sharp arrows, constantly causing all kinds of damage to the surroundings. For a time, the ground, stones, and tree trunks were full of holes. It looked as if it had been swept away by Gatling. If there are really stealth superpowers around, in the face of such an attack, although they may not be injured, they will definitely be able to show their form. The invisibility ability, once the figure is revealed, will not be feared. However, when the man in black who launched the attack looked around, he did not see anyone's presence. This made him particularly strange. According to normal logic, there is no problem with the idea of the man in black. But unfortunately, the 2 people who attacked them were not invisible superpowers in the true sense. When the attack of the man in black fell, Song Muan used the place on the lower level skill and hit underground, and Jin Zizai used his freedom ability and shuttled directly through the snowflakes in the sky. In the next second, a large knife pierced the heart of the man in black. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, the man in black looked at the knife in his heart in disbelief. He couldn't figure out how the other party attacked him. However, whether he could figure it out or not, he didn't have time to think about it. Soon, his body turned into a streamer and disappeared. Should I fill the knife with colorless as well? Suddenly, such an idea welled up in Song Muan's mind, but soon, he denied this idea. When people with special abilities face attacks, they generally do not use their eyes to see, but use perception. Therefore, whether the knife can be seen or not is not very important. With the death of this man in black, only the last of the 6 men in black remained. At this moment, he was terrified. His companions were not weak, and he didn't expect to be killed so easily. He is not an opponent in 80%. Thinking of this, he had the intention of retreating in his heart, planning to join the large army. Be careful, he's going to run away. At this time, Song Muan said loudly, don't worry, he can't run away. I, Huang Tianba, am invincible of the same age, and I suppress all xiaoxia. Huang Tianba said, jumped, raised his fist, and waved it out with all his might. Seeing Huang Tianba's attack, the remaining man in black hurriedly punched out. Bang! An earth-shattering roar came, and Huang Badian retreated more than 10 meters in a row, and the remaining man in black was directly knocked away this time. His attack this time was too hasty, and he didn't show his full strength at all. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Song Muan and Jin Zizai hurriedly dodged, one holding a knife and resting it on the neck of the man in black. Senior, I'm sorry, you're captured. Then, Song Muan used a knife to cut off the evil ghost mask on the other party's face, looked at the other party and said with a smile. However, his smile was slightly seeping in the eyes of the man in black. Junior, I have something to say. We were also forced by the academy. Please also ask a few juniors to be merciful. The man in Black said with a flattering smile on his face. He understood his situation very well at this time, and he would be tortured if he was not careful, just like they tortured those new students. Therefore, he was very sensible, did not say harsh words, and directly admitted it. At this time, he suddenly envied those team members who were killed, although the credits obtained by being killed would be very small, but at least they didn't have to suffer. It's not impossible for your subordinates to show mercy. We need to know some information. If you cooperate, everything is easy to say. However, if I don't cooperate, I can't say what will happen. To be honest, I hope you don't cooperate. In this way, a few of us can experience the joy of being sophomores in advance. Song-won continued to smile and said. However, his smile made the man in black creepy. In his opinion, this is the smile of the devil. The junior is joking. As a senior, it is appropriate to help the junior. If the junior wants to know something, just ask directly. I promise to say everything, and I will say everything, the man in black said. As soon as his words fell, Huang Tianba suddenly rushed up and gave him a fat beating. Do you want to say it? Do you say it or not? Huang Tianba asked loudly while fighting. Are you asking? The man in black curled up while rolling left and right, avoiding Huang Tianba's attack. At this moment, he was extremely aggrieved. Hearing the man in black say this, Huang Tianba stopped attacking him. Then, turning his head to look at Song-won and Jin Zizi and said, haven't you two asked yet? It's not too late. Jin Zizi said a little speechlessly. No matter how he looked at it, he felt that Huang Tianba was deliberate. Hearing Jin Zizi say this, Huang Tianba didn't have any embarrassment on his face, but turned his head and looked at the man in black with a bad face. The next moment, he beat up the man in black again. We didn't ask. Don't you know what you said yourself? We have to ask everything. Do you tell yourself or tell us? Do you know that if you delay each of us for 1 minute, you will delay the three of us for a total of 3 minutes? Do you know how many people can be killed in 3 minutes during the college entrance examination? Huang Tianba said while fighting. You can fight if you want. Why are you looking for so many excuses? The man in black naturally saw that Huang Tianba was deliberately looking for faults. Do I still need to find a reason to hit you? Can't I hit you for no reason? Huang Tianba said. He was chased and beaten by these men in black before, and he was on fire in his heart, but now he vents it, and it is much more comfortable. Roar. Okay, let's vent. It's time for us to get down to business. Hiss. Get up, senior. What do we ask now? You'd better answer honestly, otherwise you should know what the consequences will be. Song-won said to Huang Tianba and the man in black. Hearing Song-won's voice, Huang Tianba stopped beating, and the man in black also sat up from the ground. The two had a tacit understanding and did not mention what happened just now, because when Huang Tianba was fighting the man in black just now, he didn't use his ability. Therefore, the man in black only suffered a little flesh and skin injury, and there were no serious internal injuries. He knew very well that his beating was in vain. Of course, if that's the case, he won't take it to heart. Compared to their torture of freshmen, it was light to be beaten like this. He only hoped that after he finished saying what he needed to say in a while, Song-won and the others would stop torturing themselves. In that case, he would thank the 8 generations of ancestors of the 3. Whatever you want to ask, just ask. The man in black said. Tell us, how many of you sophomores are in the Sumeru mirror, and which ones are more powerful? Where are you mainly concentrated now? Also, do you have anyone in particular that you want to deal with? Song-won is also a series of questions. This is the most critical information. There are not many big 2, only about 200. Most of them are the strength of the Golden 5, or the Golden 4, and the captains of several team leaders have the strength of the Golden 1. Now it is mainly concentrated around the mountain peaks 10 kilometers away not far ahead, which is our base camp. These team leaders all want to deal with Song-won. They want to see what is special about the apprentice of the Oriental God of War, the son of the God of War of the Yellow Springs, who can perfectly pass the college entrance examination with 2,000 points. The man in black replied. Hearing the man in black say this, Song-won's eyes flashed with a hint of inexplicability. He didn't expect these people to think about dealing with him. In this way, it is very interesting. He suddenly had a plan in his heart. What is the strongest student in his sophomore year in now? Song-won asked. It has only been a year since the sophomore entered the Imperial Capital University, and it is indeed a good talent to have the strength of the Golden Realm. After all, the general age of sophomore students is only 19 years old. Our strongest sophomore students have all broken through to the Platinum Realm. As for the Platinum number, I don't know. The man in black said. How many students are there in the Platinum Realm? What are their names? Song-won asked. As far as I know, there are 4 people in total, namely Dongfang Sueki, Tang Feihong, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun. The man in black replied. Is there a relationship between Dongfang Sueki and the Oriental God of War? Song-won suddenly saw this special surname, so she had an association. Dongfang Sueki is the youngest granddaughter of the Oriental God of War. The man in black said. So it's my eldest niece. Is she also in the Sumeru mirror? Song-won asked curiously. He was not wrong about this, although he should be younger than Dongfang Sueki. But he is the apprentice of the Oriental God of War, and according to the seniority, he is Dongfang Sueki's uncle. girl. Probably not. Those who come to the Sumeru mirror are all superpowers of the Golden Realm. If the superpowers of the Platinum Realm deal with the new students, the situation will be one-sided, and the new students will have no strength to resist at all. The man in black said. Last question, what's your name? My name is Lu Mengmeng. Lu Mengmeng? Are you teasing me? A burly man with steel abilities, called Lu Mengmeng. Is this reasonable? Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? My name is really Lu Mengmeng, and my mom and dad named me Lu Mengmeng when they first named me, because everyone thought I was a girl at the time, but after I was born, I found out that I was a boy. They can't afford other names, so they keep calling me Lu Mengmeng. I've been calling Lu Mengmeng for almost 20 years. The man in black hurriedly explained. He was afraid that it would be too late for Song Muan and the others to do something to themselves. He has been ridiculed for his name since he was a child, but he didn't expect Song Muan to be so good and asked his name. Just believe in you once, Xiao Jin, send the senior back to the city, Song Muan said. As soon as his words fell, Jin Zizi took the knife in his hand and stabbed into Lu Mengmeng's heart. In this regard, Lu Mengmeng not only did not hold a grudge against Song Muan and the others, but breathed a long sigh of relief. Go back to the city, at least you don't have to be tortured. The next moment, Lu Mengmeng's body turned into a streamer and disappeared. Boss, what do we do next? Jin Zizi said a little excitedly. He suddenly found that he liked this feeling of being a hunter a little. It's even more exciting than the flower spirit stone. Next, the roles of cat and mouse will be swapped. We play a wave of infernal affairs with them. After Song Muan finished speaking, his appearance changed and became Lu Mengmeng's appearance. Boss, you are going to break into their interior. Boss, can you help me disguise myself? Jin Zizi said a little impatiently. He didn't want to miss such an exciting game. Song Muan was not stingy, and turned Huang Tianba and Jin Zizi into the appearance of the other two men in black. He didn't scan the two men, so they didn't look like each other. But fortunately, these men in black are wearing evil ghost masks. As long as you wear a mask, outsiders can't tell the difference at all. Exciting! Seeing the three completely changed people, Jin Zizi said excitedly. Boss, we can disguise this appearance, but what about the voice? Huang Tianba said it this time. He also learned from Jin Zizi's appearance and called Song Muan the boss. You two try not to talk for a while, just cooperate with me. As for my voice, it can be disguised. Hello two juniors, my name is Lu Mengmeng. Song Muan learned Lu Mengmeng's voice and said the last sentence. At the same time, he also tattered the clothes of the three people, looking as if they had just experienced a big battle. Boss, how did you do it? It's exactly the same as Lu Mengmeng's voice. Jin Zizi said in amazement. This is my talent. It's called ventriloquism. Yes, okay, let's go. Goal, the base camp of the old bird. Song Muan said, also put on an evil ghost mask and walked forward. The reason why he was able to make the same voice as Lu Mengmeng was not because of ventriloquist. It was because he recorded Lu Mengmeng's voice with a tape recorder and then used the voice changer in the penguin chat to analyze it. In this way, he was able to use a voice changer to make the exact same sound as Lu Mengmeng. This is also a function that Song Muan discovered not long ago. If he wants, he can use the voice changer to imitate any sound he has heard. Soon, Song Muan and the three of them came to the foot of a mountain peak 10 kilometers away. As Lu Mengmeng said, there are many sophomore birds gathered here. What's wrong with you? So embarrassed? Not long after they appeared, a man in black stepped forward and asked. 20 kilometers away in that direction, we found nearly 100 rookies gathered, and several of them were not weak, and their abilities were very strange. A few of us were accidentally recruited, and 3 of us were killed in a group of 6, leaving only the 3 of us to flee back in embarrassment. Song Muan looked at the man in black in front of him and said, nearly 100 rookies? Let's just say that there are still a lot of rookies hiding somewhere, and they all gathered together. It's good to get together. Let's look for it one by one. You guys take a break first. I'll go tell a few team leaders and wipe them out. The man in black said, and turned to leave. Seeing the other party turn around and leave, Song Muan winked at Jin Zizi and Huang Tianba, and then the 3 of them found an open space and sat down. At this time, Song Muan and the 3 of them looked at the surrounding environment. They found that there were a lot of new students caught on this mountain peak, and at this moment they were tortured by those perverted old birds in different ways. To be honest, Song Muan, who was more doggy, couldn't help but frown, because these new students are really miserable. Dozens of boys were stripped naked, in pairs, and their faces were tied together with rattan. Hundreds of others were thrown into the mud pit, with only their heads exposed. As long as someone made a move to escape, the man in black on the side would use his ability to press his whole person into a mud pit. Some are flown kites like birds, some are tied into balls and used as bowling balls. There are some more excessive scenes, and Song Muan can't bear to look at them. Although this action does not cause much harm, it is extremely insulting. It's simply rubbing the newborn self-esteem on the ground. This scene is destined to become a nightmare for many people. Fortunately, we weren't caught, which was too miserable. Seeing this scene, Jin Zizi whispered with fear. I'd rather die than stand this insult. Huang Tianba said on the side. After their large army leaves, we can implement our plan. After Song Muan Songwon finished speaking, he lay down directly. Sure enough, it didn't take long for several team leaders to lead 50 or 60 people to come to Songwon and the three of them. You said that 20 kilometers in that direction, there are really nearly 100 rookies hidden? The fat team leader pointed in a direction, looked at Songwon and asked hurriedly. Seeing this fat team leader, Jin's eyes shrank slightly. This fat team leader was one of the people who wanted to keep him in the first place. It's just that they didn't know what their abilities were, so they ran away by him. It's true, we've fought against them. Among them, there is a supernatural who can be invisible, and he has been hiding in the shadows to sneak attack. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't be so embarrassed. Songwon said. Invisibility superpower? Our team had encountered one before, but we didn't catch it. A man in black said. Invisibility superpower? This should be the little master of the Jin family. This kid slipped out of my hands last time, and we must catch him this time. After catching him, I must torture him well. The last time you escaped from me, you laughed at me, the fat team leader said through gritted teeth. Jin's eyes saw this scene and glanced at the other party. You'd better pray that it doesn't fall into the hands of the young master, otherwise the young master will let you know why your father's father is called grandpa. Jin Zizi said silently in his heart. Have you seen Songwon? At this time, a thin and tall team leader stepped forward and asked. No. Songwon shook her head. This kid has gone to heaven and earth. Forget it, catch those rookies back first. The thin and tall team leader said a word, and left with the others. As soon as they left, there were more than 50 old birds left on the mountain. As for the remaining old birds, they are in other places in the Sumeru mirror, catching other rookies. Boss, are we going to act? Jin's eye asked. Wait a minute, these more than 50 old birds are still a bit much. If we're not careful, we may be surrounded. Let's first find a way to rescue all the other classmates we can, and then create chaos. We fish in troubled waters. You two stay here now, act according to the opportunity, I see if you can do something. Songwon said. Understand, if the boss has something to do, you can greet us. Jin Zizi said. After nodding to the two of them, Songwon walked towards the cesspool. In front of the cesspool, there are 5 men in black, forming a 5-pointed star. Songwon glanced at a few people from a distance, and then took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, hid his figure, and came to the side of the cesspool. He first used the mouse to select the people in the mud pit and then used the skill of place on the top on them. The next moment, dozens of freshmen in the mud pit instantly appeared on top of the mud pit, and they couldn't fall down at all. Run! I don't know who it was, but I reacted very quickly and shouted. This shout also made the other people react. Without any hesitation, one by one increased their speed to the extreme, and then ran towards the surroundings. The 5 old birds guarding the mud pit did not expect that these rookies would suddenly appear on top of the mud pit. When they were about to attack, they suddenly found that countless black spears had fallen above their heads. As a last resort, they could only be forced to give up the attack on the rookie and defend. However, in just a few seconds, all the rookies in the mud pit had already escaped. The rookies ran away, catch them back. At this time, Songwon, who was hiding in the shadows, shouted loudly. With his shout, all the old birds hurriedly turned their heads and looked at the rookies who were running away. Immediately, many people began to pursue, and Songwon took advantage of this time to shuttle on the mountain peak and rescue all the other freshmen. The freshmen who escaped from the mud puddle were not all caught, and the other freshmen ran away again. For a while, the entire mountain peak was in chaos into a pot of porridge. Let's go, it's time for us to act. Pick up the lone old bird, don't show mercy, just kill it as quickly as possible. Songwon returned to Jin Zizi and Huang Tianba at this time and said. After saying that, he filled the two of them into colorless. In this way, the three of them, like elusive ghosts, began to sneak up on the old birds who were caught in the melee. As a result, the number of old birds is getting smaller and smaller. After a while, an old bird finally noticed something was wrong. Everyone gathers. The leader of the team, known as Donger, suddenly said loudly at this time. With her order, the other old birds that were originally catching new births began to gather. All of them, report the numbers. Donger said loudly. 1, 2, 3, 26. When the number came to 26, the voice stopped abruptly. Seeing this situation, the faces of all the old birds became ugly. So handsome. With their eyelids lowered at each other, half of their companions were killed. All evil spirits obey orders. From now on, there is no need to show mercy to any rookie. If you encounter it, kill it. Donger ordered. She is a very decisive person, although the strength of their old birds is not weak, but the number is only 1/10 of that of rookies. It is not superior in number, and it cannot directly kill the rookie, so it seems very passive, and sometimes, it is a little too busy. So, she made this decision. First, the rookies were completely eliminated, and as for the rest, they played slowly. Those who can be left behind in their pursuit are the masters. It's interesting for masters to play. Many freshmen and their freshmen didn't know that at this moment, outside the Sumeru mirror, there was a huge screen. Above the screen, there are 2 colors of light spots. One is white, and there are many of them, probably more than 2,000. It represents a new life like a novice. One is black, and now there are only about 160. It represents the old bird of the sophomore after a year of hard work that that is, the evil ghost in the mouth of some people. This freshman is much stronger than the previous freshman. Before the first day was over, more than 40 evil spirits were kicked out. A teacher said, "That's good." Presumably the sophomore students also reacted at this moment. Next is the real Enter the Dragon, and I'm suddenly looking forward to it. You say, is it possible that the rookie eliminated all the evil ghosts this time? A teacher asked. Absolutely not. Don't look at the evil ghosts who have been eliminated by 1/5 of the game, but that's because those evil ghosts didn't do their best to torture those rookies before. Now that the evil spirits have probably woken up, I am afraid they will not show mercy again. Once the evil spirits get serious, those rookies can't get any advantage. Another teacher said. That's right, today is only the first day, and the evil spirits are still holding the mentality of playing with cats and mice. When the cat gets serious, the mice should suffer. By the way, what do you think of the proposals of those evil spirits before? Play a vote. I think it's okay. Stimulate the mentality of these rookies and let them grow up. In that case, let's get ready. Let Dongfang Sweki and the others take action, and have a good rookie game. At this moment, in the Sumeru mirror, Song Muan, Jin Zizai, Huang Tianba and others were hidden in the ranks of the old birds, acting as evil spirits. When Donger asked all the evil spirits to gather before, they also followed. When the number was reported, they were among the 26 people. All of them, kill me, don't leave any rookies. Team leader Donger said loudly. With the order of the leader of the Donger team, all the evil ghosts, as if they were crazy, rushed frantically towards the rookies who were fleeing down the mountain. Song Muan and the three of them increased their speed to the extreme in order to barely keep up with the large army. Their strength caused them to slow down a bit. At this time, they are behind all the evil spirits. Why are you three so grinding? At this time, Donger came to the side of the three of them, looked at the three and asked, "Report, the three of us have just had a big battle, and the energy in our bodies has not fully recovered." Song Muan said hurriedly. Hearing Song Muan say this, the team leader Donger glanced at their tattered clothes, which was considered to agree with their words. Hurry up and recover, the leader of the team said and ran forward quickly. This girl is very strong and oppresses people a lot. After Donger left, Huang Tianba said with a long sigh of relief. To be able to become a team leader among the old birds, the strength is naturally not weak. Her strength has reached the golden one, and she is only one step away from the platinum realm. Don't talk about this, pay attention. If you find freshmen who are not bad, pull them into our team. The strength of the three of us is still too small, Song Muan said. Understood. Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba nodded at the same time. In the following period of time, although the rookie had tried his best to escape, many people were still caught up by the evil spirits and killed without saying a word. Most rookies, in the face of the attacks of evil spirits, can support one or two moves if they do their best, because most of the new students are now just the strength of the bronze realm. In the face of evil spirits that surpass their two great realms, it is not bad to be able to support one or two moves. Of course, there are also outstanding among the freshmen. There are some freshmen who have improved their strength relatively quickly, and they already have the strength of the silver realm. Although they are still not opponents of the old birds, they can support it for a little longer. In just half an hour, more than 300 freshmen were killed. Song Nuan and the three of them have been fishing, seemingly fighting with people, but in fact, they are paddling the whole time. One by one, they don't work. Boss, look over there. At this moment, Jin Zizai pointed to a freshman and said. Song Nuan looked up and found that a freshman had fought back and forth with an evil ghost. I saw the freshman wave his palm, and the boulders and trees on the ground all flew up and then smashed towards the evil ghost. However, for such an attack, the evil spirit raised his fist and blasted out with a punch. Suddenly, a red fireball burst out above his fist. The red fireball exploded directly in the air. Boom! In an instant, a deafening explosion sounded. A scorching flame spread towards the surroundings. Seeing this scene, the freshman was taken aback, but his reaction was not slow. He stretched out his hands and grabbed a boulder in the distance. The next moment, he flew towards the boulder, avoiding the burning of the flames a little embarrassed. Do you see what ability he uses? Song Wan said to Jin Zizi and Huang Tianba. This should be the object control ability, right? Huang Tianba said. No, if I'm not mistaken, this person's ability should be gravity. Jin Zizi said at this time. Gravity and control seem to be similar. Huang Batian said. The attack method seems to be similar, but in fact it is completely different. Object control ability is to use mental power to control the object that needs to be controlled and use it to attack. It's actually like an invisible hand holding an object that needs to be controlled, but the gravity ability is different. Everything has gravity, and the gravity ability can control the gravitational force between objects and then use these objects to attack. In your opinion, it seems to be about the same. This is true in the early stage, but when you grow up in the later stage, it is completely different. Think about it, how powerful would it be if you could control the gravitational pull between planets? Jin Zizai explained. How do you know so much? Huang Tianba looked at Jin Zizai and asked. Our Jin family is in business. Do you know what is the most important thing in business? Jin Zizai asked rhetorically. Of course it's a good good commodity. Huang Tianba said without thinking. Good goods are important, but they are not the most important. The most important thing in business is intelligence. Sometimes, all it takes is a useful piece of information to make you a lot of money, Jean Zizi said. After Jean Zizi said this, Song Muan was immediately impressed by him. Song Muan still remembers the scene when Jean Zizi first met him. It was completely a stupid owner with a lot of money. No matter how you look at it, it looked like a stupid son of a landlord's family. After a period of absence, after his ability broke through, his IQ also increased a lot. At this time, he showed a side that was different from ordinary poor children. This shows that the Jean family's education for Jean Zizi has never been left behind. It's just that in the past, with Jean Zizi's IQ, he couldn't play these things at all. Now that my IQ has improved, I am more and more integrated with these things. In addition to general goods, we also have intelligence. Big Ben Bear, if you need it in the future, mention my name, and I will give you an 80% discount. Unknowingly, Jean Zizi revealed his businessman's nature. Okay, don't talk about these things or not. This person, we want it. Let's go. You follow me and act according to the situation. After Song Muan finished saying this, he went towards the rookie with the Yi gravity ability. Feng Xiao, it turns out to be you. When several people came to the rookie, Song Muan roared. Coincidentally, he happened to know this person with the gravity ability. It was the person who had been staring at him on the flying boat that came to the imperial capital and scored 985 points. His name is Feng Xiao, and Song Muan calls him Fenger. At the beginning, Feng Xiao put down his rhetoric. With the resources of the Imperial Capital Academy, within half a year, he would definitely be able to defeat Song Muan. If you can't beat him, pour tea and wash the toilet, squeeze your shoulders and beat your back as a little brother, and have no complaints. Now it seems that he can score 985 points, which is indeed a bit of strength. Who are you? Feng Xiao looked at Song Muan wearing an evil ghost mask and asked. When you were in Phoenix, you and my sister were in front of the moon, you and me. You promised my sister that you would not marry her in this life. However, if you are admitted to the God Capital Academy, you will turn your face and deny you. You scumbag, do you really think that my sister has no one to support her? The more Song Muan spoke, the more excited she became, and the anger in her voice almost couldn't be suppressed. As expected of the boss, if I hadn't investigated the boss's information, I would have believed it. I don't know, is the boss's peak acting skills also brought by the disguise ability? Jean Zizi said silently in his heart. You fart, I've never said that. Feng Xiao said loudly. Brother, this person has a grudge against me, can you give it to me? Song Muan looked at the evil ghost who had fought against Feng Xiao before and said, okay, this kind of scumbag has to teach you a good lesson. The masked evil ghost chose to believe what Song Muan said. Feng Xiao, tell me, how do you want to die? I will definitely make you unable to survive or die today. Don't say that I am avenging you for personal revenge. According to the rules of the academy, no matter how I torture you, the academy will not care. Song Muan said loudly. His words were mainly addressed to the evil ghost who had not yet gone far. Who the hell are you? I haven't done these things you said at all. Feng Xiao frowned and said at this time, I want to say that the other party recognized the wrong person, but the other party called out his name at once, and also said that he was from Phoenix. However, if you want to say that the other party is not wrong, then he is too wronged. Fomer, I'm Song Muan, don't ask anything, cooperate with me first. Song Muan lowered his voice and said. Hearing Song Muan say this, Feng Xiao's eyes widened instantly. He didn't expect that Song Muan would become an evil ghost and break into the enemy's interior. After knowing that it was Song Muan, he didn't say anything more and didn't resist. Let Song Muan grab him and walk towards the grove. A few minutes later, Song Muan and his party walked out. However, there were originally only 3 of them in their group, but now they have become 4. Just now in the woods, Song Muan told the Wind Xiao about his plan. Feng Xiao did not hesitate and agreed directly, because he knows very well that relying on himself, it is easy to be caught and eliminated by the sophomore birds. Disguising himself as an evil ghost is his only way at present. In this way, Song Muan and the others acted elusively. Brother, did you see Song Muan? When he saw a lonely evil ghost, Song Muan hurriedly stepped forward and asked. No, many of us are looking for Song Muan, but so far, no one has seen him. This kid seems to have evaporated from the world. Even if Song Muan has the ability to stealth, no one will see him. Didn't the little master of the Jean family also have invisibility abilities before? We also saw him. He just escaped. The evil ghost who was accosted by Song Muan instantly complained. Do you think that person looks like Song Muan? Song Muan suddenly pointed ahead and said. Hearing Song Muan say this, the evil ghost hurriedly turned his head to look. However, he only saw Jean Zizi wiping his neck on him. Before he could figure out what Jean Zizi meant, he felt a pain in his body. The next moment, the head flew up. Immediately afterwards, his body turned into a streamer and disappeared. Get another one. At this time, Jean Zizi came to Song Muan's side and said excitedly. The strength of these people is not very strong. They are basically in the realm of Golden 5 or Golden 4. So if you sneak attack them, it's easy to succeed. If it were those team leaders, even if we sneaked up on them, I am afraid afraid it would be difficult for us to succeed. Song Muan said. Before he chooses to sneak up on the lone evil spirit, he will check the opponent's attributes. If the strength is not very strong, he will do it. He is called safe. Brother, we found Song Muan's trace over there. He is the apprentice of the Eastern god of war, the son of the Yellow Spring god of war, and he must be extraordinary. A few of us are not sure to take him down. You are with us. Brother, there are brothers in front of us who have been besieged by rookies. Let's go and support. Brother, I heard that the first beauty in the freshman has been caught. Do you want to go and take a look? In the following period of time, Song Muan and the others used various reasons to deceive those lonely evil spirits, because no one thought that Song Muan and the others would become like their companions. So, everyone was fooled, and every evil ghost who was deceived was killed by Song Muan's sneak attack and sent back to the city. In addition, Song Muan and the others have attracted many strong freshmen to join their team. When the night completely fell, Song Muan and his team had expanded to 15 people. The Imperial Capital Academy is still brutal, knowing that it cannot force the new students to death too much. After all, many freshmen are experiencing this for the first time and need a process of adaptation and moderation, and the dark night in the Sumeru mirror gave them time to relax. According to the rules, when night falls, all evil spirits stop chasing. At this time, all the evil spirits also return to the base camp. Among them, there is Song Muan. As for Jean Zizai and the others, they were sent out by Song Muan to find other freshmen, because sophomore students must be very familiar with their classmates. If Jean Zizai and all 15 of them came to the base camp of the evil spirits, it would be easy to see the flaws. Moreover, Song Muan still has some plans that need to communicate with Jean Zizai and other freshmen. He stayed by himself to see if he could find out the inside information. At this moment, the sophomore students gathered together, and the faces of several team leaders were not very good looking, because they had just finished counting the number of companions and found that there were only 101 people. In other words, in one day today, they lost nearly half of the people. On the first day, I lost half of the people, and it was a shame to lose it to my grandmother's house. I'm afraid that in the history of the Imperial Capital Academy, there are no evil spirits as shameful as us. It's just a shame. If we continue to do this tomorrow, we will definitely be hung on the pillar of shame of the Imperial Capital Academy. The thin and tall team leader looked at the many evil spirits and said. Someone checked his attributes and knew that his name was Ho Junlai, and his strength was golden. It is only one step away from the Platinum Realm. That's the shame of the Pillar of Shame. This was said by Song Muan. However, he didn't say it, just said silently in his heart. The others did not refute Ho Junlai's words, because when they were freshmen, the group of old birds who are now in their junior year completely played with them. Eventually, by the end of the third day, they were already being played with. The old bird in the junior year lost only 20 people. In contrast, they are simply inferior. They were still in high spirits before, and felt that it was finally their turn to act as evil spirits. Who would have thought that such a consequence would be? Monkey, now is not the time to talk about this. Let's discuss. What should we do next? The fat team leader said. I have to admit that among these rookies, there are some superpowers with very strong strength and weird abilities. So, we can't treat them like rookies anymore. We have to put them on the same level as us. We must pay attention to them both in action and tactically. Starting tomorrow, we will kill any new student directly in the face of any new life, just like Donger did today, Ho Jun said. At this time, he had already changed the name of Song Muan and the others from rookies to freshmen. From this point of view, he did begin to pay attention to Song Muan and the others. But if we kill all the freshmen, then our previous plan will not be carried out? Donger asked. We can't control so much now. We have to ensure that we people will not be eliminated. If I'm not mistaken, the current freshmen should be divided into two parts, one part of which is the one we have caught before. There is a high probability that they have been frightened, and they dare not take action against us, silently hiding in the shadows, praying for the end of the freshman competition. There are still some that have not been caught by us. This part of the freshmen is not weak, and the means are extraordinary. Such people are very confident in themselves and will definitely find ways to get more points. In that case, then we will use the points ball as bait, set up an ambush, and wait for them to throw themselves into the net. As long as this part of the powerful freshman is solved, the remaining freshmen are not to be afraid. After all, if we can catch them the first time, we will naturally be able to catch them a second time, Ho Jun said. I agree with the monkey's plan, the fat team leader said. Then how do we use the points ball as bait to set up an ambush? Donger asked it this time. Well done. Hearing Donger ask, Song Muan said silently in her heart. Because of this question, he also wanted to know. The reason why he has been hiding is to hear some useful plans. Unexpectedly, Donger asked for him. It's very simple. Let's give the freshmen an empty city plan, Ho Jun said. Empty city plan? Let's be clear, Donger asked. Let's first scatter the points balls in our hands and hang them in the most conspicuous places in the woods. Seeing so many points balls at once, as long as you are not a fool, you will guess it. This is a trap. It's a trap. They won't be easily fooled. But we just don't set up ambushes around these scoring balls. Our soldiers divided into two groups and set up ambushes on both sides of the points ball, and they sensed that there was a trap ahead and they would definitely take a detour from both sides. In that case, it just hits us. At that time, it wasn't so easy for them to escape. Ho Jun said, wouldn't that be too risky? In case you encounter a few reckless people or invisible superpowers, they either don't think so much or they feel very confident in their stealth ability. At that time, it will be easy to lose your wife and lose your soldiers, the fat man said. I thought of this too. Among the freshmen, there are indeed hidden invisible superpowers, and in the face of such temptation, they will definitely have the mentality of giving it a try and go to get points. What if it succeeds? They could be the first place in the freshman competition. So we want to keep the perceptual superpowers around the scoring ball. In this way, you can not only sense the existence of the invisible superpower but also face those emergencies. It can also prevent the kind of person with a tendon in his head from stepping forward to get the points. Once there is a conflict, it will be even more obvious that we have set up an ambush there. This makes it more persuasive, Ho Jun said. Hearing him say this, the fat team leader and Donger all nodded in agreement. I have to say that Ho Jun Lai thinks very thoroughly. If you agree to this plan, we will follow it, Ho Jun said. Seeing that both of them agreed, Ho Jun Lai began to gather the points in everyone's hands. Hang these points balls in the woods before dawn tomorrow, and their plan can be implemented. This time, they will definitely be able to wipe out the freshmen. These points balls are mine. Let you keep them for a while. Song Nuan glanced at the points ball that everyone was gathering together, then turned around and left silently. Now that he knows the other party's plan, he naturally has to make some preparations. Now that he heard the plan of the sophomore old bird, Song Nuan decided to come to a plan. So, on the way he left, he kept picking up stones and wood, then pea them into real people. He will use these things tomorrow. It's a pity that they are all dead things. If I can turn still life into motion, then my plan will be even more perfect, Song Nuan said silently in his heart. If he could make these pea dummies move, even if it was only a short minute each time, it would be enough for him to do a lot of things. But this ability, among the software he currently unlocks, is not able to do it at all. In this way, Song Nuan picked up stones and wood while turning them into dummies. By the time he saw Jean Zizai and the others, there were already hundreds of dummies he had made. These dummies are temporarily stored in his network disk. Boss, the surviving people among the current freshmen are basically here. There are about 800 people, Jean Zizai said to Song Nuan. Song Nuan glanced at the others at this moment and found that Nangong Xiaomei was also among them. Song Nuan, what are your plans? At this time, Nangong Xiaomei asked. The reason why she came was not because of Song Nuan's name, but because she chose to believe in Jean Zizai. Because she and Jean Zizi knew each other before, they were quite familiar with each other. That's right. So, Song Nuan told everyone about the plan of the sophomore student she had heard before. Using the points ball as bait and setting up an empty city plan is really insidious enough. When Nangong Xiaomei said this, she glanced at Song Nuan. If Song Nuan hadn't discovered the other party's plan, maybe they would really be fooled tomorrow. Song Nuan, what countermeasures do you have? Just say it. Then, Nangong Xiaomei continued. What we're going to do now is not get those points balls that are used as bait. What we have to do now is find a way to kick all the sophomore birds out of the game. In this way, it is a contest between us. No matter how much we compete, it is also an internal competition, and that kind of torturous thing will not happen. Since they plan to split it in two and ambush on both sides, then we are just fishing in troubled waters. Song Nuan said. What is the fishing method? At this time, a man with gloomy eyes asked. We can break them down into pieces first, disperse the breakthrough, and then, like this. So, Song Nuan told everyone about the countermeasures he had thought of before. In this regard, everyone nodded. The night passed quickly, and when the sun rose the next day, Song Nuan and his party took action. Soon, Song Nuan and the others came to a forest not far from the mountain peak. Sure enough, they saw that in the woods, there were many points balls that seemed to be hidden, but in fact they were very obvious. Xiao Jin, you go, scare the snake. At this time, Song Nuan said to Jean Zizai. Hearing Song Nuan say this, Jean Zizai's figure flashed, then disappeared, and galloped towards the woods. This is the first step they planned yesterday, to scare the snake. Although Jean Zizai disappeared, the area around the integrating ball was full of perceptual superpowers, so he quickly discovered his trace. The next moment, someone attacked him. I saw the flames in the sky, forming a big net, and went towards him. However, in the face of the opponent's attack, Jean Zizai ignored it at all, but instead showed his figure, and then continued to rush towards the points ball. In an instant, his body penetrated through the large web of flames. This scene stunned those old birds hiding in the shadows. They originally thought that after they launched such an attack, Jean Zizai would retreat. Who would have thought that Jean Zizi was not a simple stealth superpower? He could penetrate the attack. No matter what, he can't get the points ball used as bait. As a result, those old birds hidden in the shadows all appeared. Begin to block the space where Jean Zizi can hide. There are not many of them, only 6 people, in the shape of a hexagon. This should be all the members of the old birds hiding here. Let's kill them. At this time, Song Nuan said to Huang Tianba and Nangong Xiaomei Xiaomei behind him. After saying that, he used the color filling skill to fill several people into colorless. The next moment, everyone launched an attack on the 6 people who had already appeared. This is their plan for the first step. Let Jin Zizi lure them out of their hiding place and then sneak attack to kill them. The old birds still have about 100 left, and killing 6 people will reduce the threat to them. Song Muan used the hyperlink established in the woods yesterday to transfer the space. Soon, among the 6 people, he attacked and killed 2 of them. As for the remaining 4, they were killed by others. What makes Song Muan the most incredible is that there is a little girl who has been following Nangong Xiaomei with a little baby fat. She looks about 1.55 meters tall, with 2 small dimples, and she looks very shy and seems to be easily shy. But she attacked, very scary. I saw her holding 2 huge copper hammers. The copper hammers shook with her swing, and the earth shook. That's great. Good strength, Song Muan said silently in his heart. Out of curiosity, Song Muan checked her attributes. Object name, Dai Ruoro. Physical strength 524. Soul strength 314. Ability attribute, vigor, SS level potential. Comprehensive combat effectiveness, 838. There is really a supernatural ability based on pure power. Song Muan said a little surprised. It's just that the vigorous ability is combined with Dai Ruoro's image that looks soft and weak, and the sense of disobedience is really too great. Ambush, it's an ambush, run. At this time, several people shouted loudly. This is also Song Muan's plan. After killing the people hidden around the points ball, he shouted loudly. This is mainly to send a message to the old birds hidden on both sides, so that they think that their plan has succeeded. Next, they will wait in place for the freshmen to throw themselves into the trap. However, at this time, a few people in the freshman group flashed and went directly towards the points ball on the tree. They participated in the freshman competition just to get a good ranking. Students who are in the front row can receive extremely generous rewards from students. There are a lot of points in the woods, to say the least. There are thousands of points. As long as they can get it, it doesn't matter if they are eliminated immediately. These points are enough for them to get a good ranking. The sudden scene of these people was something that many people did not expect. The sophomore bird has not yet been eliminated, but I didn't expect that there would be infighting among the freshmen. However, what everyone didn't expect was that when those people put their palms on the points ball, they didn't catch them. Their palms shuttled directly over the points ball. They didn't believe in this evil and stretched out their hands to the points ball again. Naive, since the other party is going to act as bait, do you think they will use a real point ball? At this time, Song Muan stepped forward and looked at several people and said, in fact, he almost laughed out loud in his heart. What the old birds used was indeed a real point ball, but long before everyone acted, he cut the point ball in the woods, got the points ball in his hand. At the same time, the create shortcut skill was also used, leaving a phantom. Because there was no energy in these integrating balls, it was extremely easy for him to operate. For him, the more energy an object contains, the more difficult it is to operate. For example, he copies an ordinary drink and does it almost in the blink of an eye. And he copied the dragon Ganoderma lucidum, which took 3 months. He deleted a piece of paper, which was also done in the blink of an eye. But if you delete a superpower, you may drain him. Because the more energy it contains, the larger the memory of the file. A 1 kilobyte file takes completely different time to operate than a 1 gigabyte file. For this material, which is special but does not contain energy, shear, and create shortcut, are done almost in the blink of an eye. Those freshmen who had just snatched the points ball, when they heard Song Muan say this, there was no guilt on their faces. Instead, a trace of unwillingness and regret flashed. They don't regret what they just did, they just regret that they didn't judge the situation clearly. These people can't be deeply acquainted. Song Muan looked at several people and said in his heart, he didn't take this matter to heart. In fact, long before the action, he knew that there were always a few rat droppings in a team. Many people have always put interests first, and in the face of so many points, it is impossible not to be tempted. He also wants to use this to see clearly who is trustworthy and who is not. As classmates, they will have to get along with each other in the Imperial Capital Academy for several years in the future, so they naturally need to have an understanding of each other's character. Let's make the next plan, Song Muan said, and took out the dummies made yesterday from the network disk. These dummies are about the same height and weight as everyone else. At first glance, I really thought it was a real person. Xin Hui, Xiaofei, you two will control these dummies and go to the left. As we discussed, it doesn't have to be fast, just buy us time. At this time, Song Muan said to a man with dark skin and pierced ears. This is what he asked Jin Zizi to look for yesterday, a supernatural who can control things. Because so far, only the object controller can make these dummies advance in the air. All he has to do is confuse his opponent. Let the opponent think that all of them have gone to the left. Understand? Don't worry, leave it to us. Xin Hui and Xiaofei said at the same time. The next moment, the two activated their object control ability, controlled those dummies, and shuttled towards the left. Let's go to the right, Song Muan said to everyone. In this way, many freshmen galloped towards towards the right. After galloping forward for a distance, everyone stopped, because next they are going to implement the second step plan. Please put it in the jar, and then catch the turtle in the jar. Nangong Xiaomei, I'll leave it to you here. I'll go and lure them over. Song Muan said. Don't worry, we'll set traps here. Nangong Xiaomei said. When she said this, she looked at Song Muan's eyes with a hint of appreciation. To be honest, she was still a little unconvinced that Song Muan could perfectly pass the college entrance examination with 2,000 points. However, through this period of contact, it was found that although Song Muan did not show strong attack power, but the means and wisdom shown are extraordinary. However, this does not mean that she admits that she is not as warm as Song Muan. Everyone has something they are good at, and she is better at fighting than engaging in these bells and whistles. After eliminating all the old birds, she must compete with Song Muan in a dignified manner. Men in black, assemble. Song Muan didn't know what Nangong Xiaomei was thinking, but said loudly. With his call, more than 40 people walked towards him. He hurriedly used his PS skills to turn them all into evil spirits. His plan is not just to invite you into the urn and then catch the turtle in the urn. His plan is still difficult to distinguish between true and false, and it is confusing the real with falsehood. When these preparations were made, he continued to gallop forward alone. Soon, he came to the place where the sophomore old bird was ambushed on the right. Fat brother, Song Muan shouted loudly. He just used words, word count, skill to count the hidden people around him. There were a total of 47 people, of which the leader was the fat team leader. Song Muan had heard before that some people called him fat brother. So, he shouted like this. What's wrong? At this time, the fat team leader appeared in front of Song Muan and asked, Fat brother, according to our previous plan, the rookies have discovered the empty city plan we have arranged. As we expected, they chose to take a detour from both sides, but they went to the left. Brother Monkey asked me to come over and tell you, let you shoot together, we will attack from front to back. This can wipe them out to the greatest extent. Song Muan said. No problem. In this regard, the fat team leader did not hesitate. He had heard the sound of a battle coming from ahead, and guessed that the freshman had found a trap. He was still a little worried in his heart. If the freshman didn't fall for it, it would be bad. Now hearing Song Muan's words, the hanging heart finally let go. Brothers, the time has come to avenge shame. Come with me, the fat team leader said, waved to the others, and galloped forward. Shame, then good luck. Song Muan looked at the figure of the sophomore old bird galloping forward, and then said meaningfully. Then, his figure moved, he quickened his speed, and hurriedly ran in front of everyone to lead the way, because he wanted to make sure that these people would enter Nangong Xiaomei's encirclement. For Song Muan's actions, the fat team leader and the others had no doubts. After all, he came from the other side. Whether it is the movements of the freshman or the ambush sites of other evil spirits, it is very clear. In this way, Song Muan led everyone and slowly entered the trap set by Nangong Xiaomei and the others. They're here, get ready. All long-range abilities, take advantage of the old bird's dazzling, don't save all kinds of abilities. Strive for the first round of attack and kill half of the old birds. The rest of the melee superpowers, listen to my password and rush up. Punch to the flesh, quick decision. Nangong Xiaomei whispered to everyone. Although the physical strength of the ability will increase with the increase of the ability level, the physical strength of most people with the ability is much worse than that of the melee ability. As long as the level difference between abilities is not very large, it is easy to defeat it after being attacked by melee. In particular, when you are attacked, it is easier to be hit. This is also why Song Muan and the others were able to rely on sneak attacks to successfully eliminate so many old birds in the Golden Realm before. Hearing Nangong Xiaomei's words, all the freshmen were ready. Wait! After galloping forward for a while, Song Muan suddenly stopped and said, What's wrong? The fat team leader stepped forward and asked, Fat brother, what do you think that's it? Song Muan said, raised a hand and pointed to the top of his head. When the sophomore birds looked overhead, Song Muan waved her finger gently. The next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared. When the fat team leader and the others raised their heads one by one to look at the top of their heads, the ground suddenly sank, and at the same time, countless earth thorns and vines gushed out from the ground and began to attack them. At this time, everyone reacted and they were attacked. Damn, we were deceived, the fat team leader said angrily at this time. As he spoke, he hurriedly punched the ground. In an instant, the gravel splashed on the ground, and the ground collapsed layer by layer. However, not all people reacted as quickly as he did. There were many people who were stunned for a moment and didn't have time to react. As a result, many people were directly recruited. Those who were not hit avoided attacks from the ground, but soon, more attacks fell from above their heads. Each attack is not very strong, but these attacks cooperate with each other and are numerous. It caused great trouble to these sophomore birds. In the first round of attack, 25 old birds were killed. Those with melee abilities, rush with me. Seeing that the time was almost up, Nangong Xiaomei shouted and then shouted loudly. After shouting, she was the first to rush towards the many superpowers in the ambush circle. I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others in my life. Rush, kill those old birds. Miscellaneous guys, grandma grandpa is here. For a while, the other melee superpowers followed Nangong Xiaomei and rushed forward. The sudden appearance of the melee superpower once again disrupted the old birds who had finally adjusted their rhythm. Among these people, there is also Jin Z in this old six. He relied on his freedom ability to shuttle fearlessly among the crowd. When he meets sophomore students, he will silently attack them from behind. It can be said that he is the sixth child to the end. I'm the sixth, and I'm flying from the sixth to the sixth. After Jin's eye killed another old bird, he shouted excitedly. In this way, as time goes by, more and more old birds are eliminated. 10 minutes later, there was only one fat team leader left. Fat brother, what should we do? It's just the two of us left. At this time, Song Muan disguised himself as a fat team leader and came to the fat team leader and said to him, Grandmas, I didn't expect to be eaten by a group of rookies today. The kid who led the way at the beginning was not our person at all. He was a disguise for rookies. No, you have to tell the monkeys to be careful of spies. They can't have any more accidents, boss. Otherwise, we would have been wiped out, and it would really be a shame to throw it at Grandma's house. The fat team leader said, Brother Fat, I'll help you open a way. You go and tell Brother Monkey about their spies. Song Muan pretended to be righteous and said awe-inspiringly, No, they will definitely keep an eye on me. I don't leave so easily. I'll attack with all my might in a moment to help you fight your way out. You go and tell the monkey and Donger about this. Whether we can save the face of our sophomore year is up to you. The fat team leader said, Brother Fat, hold on. I will find Brother Monkey and the others in the shortest possible time and come to support you. Song Muan said with a serious face, I'm going to attack. Find your own opportunity. Rock explosion, the fat man said loudly. After saying that, he roared angrily and his body swelled rapidly. Poof! At this moment, suddenly, a waste knife stabbed into his heart. His body, which had just swelled, instantly shriveled. He turned his head and looked at Song Muan with an unbelievable look. You are, the fat team leader stammered. Sorry, I'm undercover, Song Muan said with a smile. After saying that, he pulled the waste knife out of the fat team leader's body. The next moment, the fat team leader's body turned into a streamer and disappeared. The man in black, get ready. At this time, Song Muan shouted loudly. Soon, 20 people appeared in front of him. As quickly as possible, he turned the dozen or so people inside into the appearance of the fat leader and their group. The remaining ones, pretending to fight with these people. This means that they are all alive, but trapped. Nangong Xiaomei, we will act according to the original plan. You continue to set up an ambush here. It's time for us to take the last step of planning, Song Muan said to the other 5 men in black. The last step of the plan is to confuse the truth with falsehood. Boss, this is so exciting. Just like watching a blockbuster, I was so excited that I didn't know how to describe my mood. Jin Zizi said, since he was a child, he has solved problems with money. This is the first time this kind of thrilling experience. He was a little so happy at the moment that he flew up. As a freshman, if this is done, their students will definitely become legends. And everything is because of Song Muan. In the future, Song Muan will become a legend among legends. Thinking of this, he looked at Song Muan's eyes, and he had a different feeling. It is not a basic feeling, but a feeling of admiration. The more time comes, the more we can't let our guard down. Historically, there are many plans that fail at the last step, so we must be careful at this time. Once we fail, our previous efforts will be in vain. They won't give us another chance. Song Muan said, I understand, don't worry, I won't show my flaws, Jin Zizi said, and slowly calmed his mood. At the same time, he showed a look of serious injury. It seems that he has entered the play. Soon, Song Muan took a few people and staggered to not far from the ambush of Ho Junlai and Donger. The number of people here is the same as that of the fat team leader, which is also 47 people. At this time, they heard various explosions coming from ahead. Song Muan and the others looked up and found that Ho Junlai and the others were attacking the dummies controlled by Xin Hui and Xiaofei. Under their attack, those dummies burst one after another. This made Ho Junlai's face extremely difficult to see. They had been ambushing here for so long, but they didn't expect to be waiting for a group of dummies. No wonder they didn't find out that it was really a dummy made by Song Muan, which was too lifelike. Xin Hui and Xiaofei, who were hiding in the shadows, left as quickly as possible after seeing that all the dummies they controlled had been blown up. Their purpose has been achieved, and there is no need to stay here. Damn it, we were deceived. Ho Junlai and Donger looked at the dummies that were blown up, and they knew that they had been fooled. So, they hurriedly galloped in the direction of the fat leader and the others. On the way to galloping, I happened to meet Song Muan and the 5 of them who were staggering. What's wrong with you? Ho Junlai stepped forward and asked. Brother Monkey, I don't know how our plan was exposed yesterday, and those freshmen didn't do what we expected. They snatched the points ball directly from the woods and eliminated the people who were guarding near the points ball. Subsequently, a sneak attack was carried out on us. We were unprepared, the casualties were a bit serious, and now there are only more than 20 people left. And as time goes by, this casualty continues to increase. Fat Brother and the others covered us to escape. Let us ask you for help. Please also ask Brother Monkey and Sister Donger to take action quickly. If you drag it on any longer. I'm afraid that the fat brother and the others may be wiped out. Song Muan said in an angry tone. How could our plan be exposed? It shouldn't be. Hearing Song Muan's words, Ho Junlai frowned and said, Brother Monkey, Sister Donner, you two don't know how insidious and cunning that group of freshmen is, despicable and shameless. Especially the one named Song Muan, it's shameless to the extreme, and the means are called dirty. If I have the chance, I must torture him well and let him know how powerful we are. When Song Muan said his name, he gritted his teeth. I wish I could eat his flesh and drink his blood. People who don't know think that he and Song Muan have a grudge against killing their father. The boss is worthy of being the boss, and he even scolds himself when he is ruthless. I thought I was infinitely close to the boss, but now it seems that my realm is still very different from the boss, and I have to continue to learn. Jin Zizai said silently in his heart. As for the others who came with Song Muan, they all rolled their eyes in their hearts. Now is not the time to say this, the top priority. We have to hurry up and save the fat people in them. Donger said at this time. Yes, yes, Ho Jun said, and the others hurriedly rushed towards the place where the fat man was. If the fat man and the others were wiped out, it would be a huge loss for their side. In this way, all the old birds left in the sophomore year all went towards Nangong Xiaomei and their encirclement. As for Song Muan and Jin Zizai, they galloped at the back of the line. Several people looked at each other. Song Muan nodded and then pointed to himself. What he meant was, look at me later. If I do it, you will do it immediately. Jin Zizai and the others nodded silently. 10 minutes later, Ho Jun and the others saw the fat men who were being besieged. Fat man, don't be afraid, your monkey brother is here. Ho Junlai roared and hurriedly rushed up. Divine light shoots the sun. In an instant, countless lights erupted from Ho Junlai's body. These rays turned into arrows of light and flew towards the freshmen who besieged the fat man and them. No, go back. At this moment, Nangong Xiaomei, who had been paying attention to the overall situation, said loudly. Hearing his voice, the freshmen who besieged the fat man hurriedly retreated as quickly as possible. However, there were still 5 or 6 people who were shot by flying light arrows because they were retreating too slowly. The next moment, their bodies turned into a streamer and disappeared. Ho Junlai, as the team leader, has the strength of a golden one. His full strength exploded, but it was still extremely powerful. At this time, Nangong Xiaomei and the others also stopped attacking, but hundreds of people surrounded Ho Junlai and them from a distance. In this way, Ho Jun came to their group and gathered with the fat man and his group. Are you okay? Ho Junlai stepped forward and asked the fat man. Because the fat man does not have a voice changer and does not know ventriloquism, when he speaks, he will definitely be exposed. So he didn't speak, just waved his hand gently. Song Muan took the opportunity to step forward and supported the fat man on the other side. In order for us to escape, Brother Fat used a rock explosion, which is estimated to be a bit consuming. Song Muan said. The word rock explosion was what he had heard the real fat team leader say before. It's a pity that after shouting these 2 words, before he could use his big move, he was attacked by Song Muan. Hearing the word rock explosion, a hint of realization flashed on Ho Junlai's face. He said how the fat man looked so weak, as if a gust of wind could blow it down. You take a break and leave it to us. Ho Jun looked at Song Muan and said. After he said this, he began to calculate the current strength of both sides. There were 47 people in their group, plus Song Muan, who asked them for help, and 16 fat men, for a total of 68 people. I'll go. There are about 600 or 700 freshmen in their freshman year. With their strength, even if the fat ones consume a bit a lot, on average, it is not a problem at all to fight against 10. So, overall, they have a bigger chance of winning. TSK. However, he felt that this result was full of irony. As sophomore evil spirits, they should have played with the rookie in the palm of their hand. As a result, now I actually have to calculate the size of the winning side. It's really embarrassing to open the door to the embarrassing person. It's embarrassing to get home. However, no matter what, this time, all these freshmen must be killed. In this way, I barely saved a little face. Donger, fat man, at this point, there is no other way. Ho Junlai said to the 2 of them. Fight, this is the only way. Donger said on the side. The fat man didn't speak, but nodded. Brothers, kill me. Seeing that Donger and the fat man agreed, Ho Junlai said loudly. Hearing Ho Junlai say this, all the old birds began to charge up and prepare to attack. At the next moment, when Ho Jun and a few of them attacked Nangong Xiaomei and the others, the fat man and Song Muan and their attack fell on the companion next to them. Immediately, Ho Jun came to their group, and there were more than 20 of them, who turned into streamers and were kicked out. This sudden change suddenly stunned Ho Junlai and the others. Fat man, what are you doing? Ho Junlai turned his head and looked at the fat man and asked. They seem to be controlled. Song Muan came to Ho Junlai at this time and said. At this time, he had already used his PS skills to become the person he had just killed. All this, God didn't know, Ghost didn't notice, even Nangong Xiaomei and the others didn't find out. Controlled? I don't think so, Donger said on the side. At the same time, he looked at the fat man and his group vigilantly. I understand, they are not controlled, but the real fat people are probably eliminated from the competition. They disguise themselves as our people. I think last night, someone disguised as our person, so our plan was exposed. Ho Jun said. I have to say that his mind is spinning very fast. The truth came to mind so quickly. That's right, we're camouflaged. However, can you be sure that none of you have any of us? Jean Zizi said at this time. Hearing him say this, the remaining old birds all distanced themselves from their companions at once. At the same time, they are carefully guarding each other. Seeing Ho Jun coming to them like this, Jean Zizi had a smile on his face. In a word, all the old birds are frightened. Just ask, who else? Jean Zizi said silently in his heart. If this wasn't too much for the second grade, he would have said 2 sentences at this time. Don't be provoked by him, everyone listens to my password and takes off their masks. Ho Jun said at this time. His move is indeed very clever. Because they have been living together for a year anyway, they are not easy to recognize wearing masks. If you take off the mask, it's obvious. This guy is really smart enough. At this time, Song Won said silently in his heart. He had just become the person he had killed, but only in shape. Because the other party was wearing a mask, he did not scan the other person's face. At this time, he could only gamble. In the process of taking off his mask, he once again pee himself into Lu Mengmeng's appearance. Lu Mengmeng played a crucial role in this incident, because the source of disguise started with Lu Mengmeng. It was also him who told Song Won various information about the old bird. In the process of disguising, Song Won was able to gain the trust of others in her sophomore year, also because she imitated Lu Mengmeng's voice. When everyone took off their masks, Ho Jun looked at the familiar faces and breathed a long sigh of relief. Brother Monkey, I don't think just taking off the mask is enough to prove whether there are other people among us. We should ask a few more simple questions, which only we know to each other, and the freshman rookies don't. Song Won stepped forward and said at this time, what questions do you want to ask? Ho Jun Lai originally wanted to deny it, but after thinking about it, he felt that what Song Won said made sense. Since the other party can disguise themselves as their partners, it is naturally possible to disguise their appearance as well. It is indeed a bit hasty to judge whether each other is their companion based solely on their appearance. We immediately designated one person from left to right and asked him to name another person. If you can say it, that's our companion. If you can't say it, it's a pretender, Song Won suggested. The reason why he dared to come up with such a solution was because he had the skill of viewing attributes and could easily know everyone's name. He wanted to take this opportunity to see if he could kill a few more old birds. It is best to kill it, and it does not affect if it cannot be done. Yes, Ho Jun Lai said approvingly. This is the easiest but most effective way. So, he started from the beginning and started asking one by one. Nangong Xiaomei and the others did not choose to attack at this time, and quietly watched Ho Jun come to their performance. Don't look at their numerical advantage. But in the face of a group of people with special abilities in the Golden Realm, there is really no certainty of victory. So, let them have a wave of internal friction first. She scanned around and found no trace of Song Won. She then looked at the person who made the proposal. Her intuition told her that this person should be Song Won. Otherwise, I wouldn't do things like this. In the process of asking for names, the 5 people at the beginning did not have any questions, and they smoothly said the names of their designated companions. When I asked about the 6th person, that person suddenly got stuck. Brother Monkey, I'm not very interested in people's names, and I really don't remember the name of this classmate clearly, the 6th student said. However, his answer made everyone frown. At this moment, a sudden fist directly burst the heart of the 6th classmate. It is none other than Song Won. What are you doing? Ho Jun looked at Song Won and asked loudly. Brother Monkey, we are going to fight with our backs against the wall next, and we have to hand over each other's backs to our companions. He couldn't say the name of his classmate. The suspicion was too great, so he could only kill by mistake rather than let it go. I'm not afraid of 10,000. I'm afraid of just in case, Song Won said hurriedly. Hearing Song Won say this, Ho Jun Lai did not choose to believe his words. Instead, he stared at him without blinking. He admitted that what Song Won said had some truth, but it was too hasty to kill the suspect like this. What if the other party really doesn't remember the name of his classmate? After all, some people do have such a problem and are not very sensitive to other people's names. There are also some people who look too ordinary and disappear when thrown into the crowd, making it difficult for people to remember their names. He originally wanted to ask some other questions to prove the identity of the other party. However, Song Won killed him without saying a word. He is now beginning to doubt Song Won's identity. Facing Ho Junlai's unsquinting eyes, Song Won's eyes did not flinch, but were full of firmness. What's my name? Ho Jun looked at Song Won and asked. Ho Jun is coming, Song Won said loudly. What about him? Ho Junlai asked another person next to him, who looked inconspicuous. Fong Wei Feng, Song Won said again. Seeing that Song Won answered his question twice, Ho Junlai's eyes moved away from him. If you can answer the name of your companion twice, you can't be a freshman. It's not that Ho Junlai has a low IQ, it's really that he can't think that Song Won has a skill that can check other people's attributes. So, he looked at the next person. What's his name? At this time, Ho Junlai pointed at Lu Mengmeng in Song Won's disguise, looked at a man with one eyebrow and asked. The The man glanced at Song Muan and was about to say something when he suddenly found that his mouth was open, but he didn't make any sound. Ahem. He thought it was because he hadn't spoken for too long and his throat was a little dry, so he coughed twice. When he finished coughing and wanted to continue talking, he found that he still couldn't make any sound. Seeing Yizi like this, Ho Junlai's brows furrowed again. He knew this person, his classmate. He knew that the other party was not mute. If you don't speak, I'll treat you as a spy. Ho Jun looked at Yizi and said. Yazimi opened his mouth again, but still didn't make any sound. In desperation, he hurriedly pointed to his throat. For such a situation, Ho Junlai's brows became tighter and tighter. Song Wan didn't speak, just looked at Yizi's eyebrows expressionlessly, and then looked at Ho Junlai. It is estimated that only he knew that the reason why Yazimi couldn't speak was because he had just locked him with the mouse and clicked mute. A person who is muted naturally cannot make any sound. In that case, I can only say sorry. Ho Jun said. With a wave of his palm, a light arrow flew out of his hand and shot into the heart of Izime. The next moment, the eyebrows turned into a streamer and disappeared. Next, Song Muan did not continue to use the skill of muting, because, if the same skill is used too many times, it will be suspected. However, after Ho Junlai asked a question to a Chinese face, Song Muan suddenly used the tilt skill on him. This made Ho Junlai, who was already a little nervous, reflexively attack him. Because he thought that the other party knew that he was exposed, he attacked first and wanted to sneak attack him. When all the old birds were asked again, Ho Junlai finally breathed a long sigh of relief. At this time, he can rest assured. Although there are not many people, at least for now, these people are completely trustworthy partners. Next, they can fight without distractions, without worrying that their companions will suddenly attack them behind their backs. However, there were only 24 of them left at this time. Among them is the deepest hidden Song Muan. Kill! Ho Junlai shouted and rushed towards the many freshmen. Silver light. He shot angrily at this time, and his attack power was extremely terrifying. I saw him raise his hands, and suddenly countless dazzling lights appeared in his hands. These dazzling rays turned into countless dense swords, heading towards the many new students ahead. When the other old birds saw Ho Junlai's attack, they no longer had any hands to hold back. Dark bondage, red lotus hellfire, dancing fan flame, illusion. All kinds of powerful attacks are constantly going towards many new students. Their attacks were extremely terrifying, and in the blink of an eye, they were overwhelming. Each one seems to destroy the heavens and the earth. In the face of such an attack, those freshmen did not flinch, because they also know very well that this is a decisive battle between them and the old bird. If they win, their class will be recorded in the annals of history by the Imperial Capital Academy. If defeated, they have nothing to say. Because of Song Muan's plan, the sophomore seniors have been weakened to this point. If they can't win, it's because they're not as good as others. Moreover, even if they lose such a head-on battle, they have nothing to say. It's better than being caught throwing into a mud pit or stripping naked and being tied up with male classmate Akaji. So, a big melee began. The freshmen knew that their individual strength was too low, so they always besieged one person with 30 or 40 people. Although this will not defeat the other party, they can cooperate with each other and at least hold back. Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba were still like before, constantly attacking one by one. One can only face the rigid. Huang Tianba also wanted to be like Jin Zizai, who could ignore the attack at will, but unfortunately, his belief could only act on his own combat effectiveness, not change the type of ability, and could only be tough head-on. Fortunately, he was also used to such attacks. Among them, the most amazing attack is Nangong Xiaomei. At this moment, her eyes were red, as if she was enchanted. The whole person exudes a terrifying aura. Even far away from her, you can smell the smell of blood coming from her body. When she fights, there will be no companions within a radius of 10 meters, because her companions will also fear her state. This is also why Nangong Xiaomei was able to command other freshmen before. As soon as this madness-like state opens, who dares to be presumptuous? Song Muan also saw the state of Nangong Xiaomei. To be honest, he was also shocked by the other party's state. So, he checked Nangong Xiaomei's attributes. Object name, Nangong Xiaomei. Physical strength, 623. Soul strength, 1140. Ability attribute, bloodlust, SSS level potential. Comprehensive combat effectiveness, 1763. When Song Muan saw Nangong Xiaomei's attributes, she was instantly stunned. Since the fusion of computers, he has checked the attributes of many superpowers. However, it was the first time he saw that the strength of the soul of a person with supernatural abilities was a great realm higher than the strength of the body. Nangong Xiaomei's current strength is no less than that of the average Golden 5 superpowers. No wonder she dared to face the sophomore old bird, alone and rampage. Bloodthirsty, ability, sequence 33, long before Huang Tianba's faith and Jin Zizai's freedom. These two sisters of the Nangong family, each has stronger potential than the other. Song Muan said silently in his heart. At this time, he suddenly became a little curious about Nangong Xiaomei's parents. What kind of parents can give birth to two daughters with such outstanding talents? At this time, Song Muan suddenly thought of something. When he first first met Nangong Weiyang in Phoenix, he checked the other party's attributes. At that time, Nangong Weiyang was the strength of the Golden Realm. At that time, because of his low strength coupled with the small place in Phoenix, he had not seen many strong people. Therefore, I feel that the superpowers of the Golden Realm are already very strong. But now it seems that the superpowers of the Golden Realm are nothing more than that. Of course, the most important thing is that Nangong Weiyang has the prophecy ability of sequence 35 and should have broken through to the Golden Realm or even the Platinum Realm in his sophomore year. Why was she 23 years old at that time and she was still in the Golden Realm? This is obviously unscientific. Among them, there must be some unknown secrets. The next time I meet Nangong Weiyang, ask her in person. Songwon shook his head and then put his attention back on the battlefield. At this moment, the battle between the two sides has completely entered a white-hot stage. It's time to end the battle, Songwon said. He said, looking at Ho Junlai. Among the people who are fighting, Ho Junlai is the sole figure. As long as he is killed, this melee is basically over. So, when Songwon took advantage of Ho Junlai's attack, he created a circle of hyperlinks behind him. The next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared. Then, he appeared behind Ho Junlai without any hesitation and slashed at Ho Jun's head with the waist knife in his hand. However, Ho Junlai's strength was not weak, and he felt a sneak attack from behind. I saw his body twist forward at an incredible angle, avoiding Songwon's attack. What he awakened was a light-based ability, and the fastest was speed. However, since Songwon made a sneak attack on him, he was naturally fully prepared. I saw that the next moment, countless dummies flew towards Ho Junlai. In a hurry, Ho Junlai couldn't see clearly whether it was a dummy that was attacking him, so he could only attack as soon as possible. Bang 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 bang. Soon, the dummy was blown up by Ho Junlai and turned into dust all over the sky. Seeing this scene, he suddenly felt familiar. At the same time, a bad premonition welled up in his heart. However, before he could react, he suddenly felt a pain in his heart and a dagger pierced his heart. He reluctantly turned his head and found Songwon facing Lu Mengming's face. It's you? Are you a spy? Ho Jun looked at Songwon and said in disbelief. He had obviously verified Songwon's identity before, but he still couldn't find out. Are you surprised? Are you surprised? Remember, my name is Jin Zizai, young master, Songwon said with a smile. After he finished speaking, he pulled the dagger out of Ho Junlai's heart. Just now, he used hyperlink jumps several times in a row, and at the same time used cells to isolate his breath. Therefore, he was finally able to quietly come behind Ho Junlai and attack him. Ho Junlai is dead. You should surrender quickly. At this time, Songwon shouted loudly. As his voice came out, the sophomore old bird heard it all. They were shocked, and the rhythm of the attack was instantly disrupted. The freshman took the opportunity to attack in a hurry. Soon, several more people were eliminated. It didn't take long for the only people who were still fighting with the freshman were Donger and the other three old birds. At this moment, they were surrounded by Nangong Xiaomei and the others. Senior, surrender. Songnuan looked at Donger and said, at this time, if you can, try not to fight. After all, there will be casualties in battle, and he wants to surrender without a fight. Surrender, surrender, surrender. Immediately afterwards, the other freshmen also shouted. Their voices shook the heavens and earth, constantly echoing in this space. Donger and the others heard everyone's voices, turned around to look at the survivors on their side, and a bitter smile appeared on their faces. They were basically wiped out. Even if they fight to the end, they will only eliminate a few more freshmen, and they will not be able to kill all the freshmen. This time, their sophomore face was disgraced. I only have one question. Who is the leader of your actions? Donger looked at everyone and asked. At the beginning, these rookies were vulnerable and were easily caught by them, but later, some of these rookies were suddenly rescued. Immediately afterwards, all the rookies who were caught rioted. Since then, the attacks of the rookies have become orderly and elusive. Among them, if you want to say that there is no leader, she doesn't believe it if she is killed. Then let me introduce you to our eldest sister, Nangong Xiaomei. She is the leader of our operation. From the ambush to the attack, she is in charge. At this time, Songnuan hurriedly stepped forward and said, the reason why he launched Nangong Xiaomei was to not make himself look too eye-catching. The gun shot the first bird, the matter was done, and this kind of credit without any benefit, he gave it to Nangong Xiaomei. Hearing Songnuan say this, Nangong Xiaomei glared at her. Although she led the freshmen to ambush the old bird, she also organized an attack. But the person behind the plan is Songnuan, who can only be regarded as an executor. Donger suddenly glanced at Nangong Xiaomei, and a trace of admiration flashed in her eyes. She has been in the imperial capital for more than a year, and she has heard of Nangong Xiaomei. As expected of the little princess of the Nangong family, she is really excellent. We lost unjustly. If you have the opportunity in the future, ask all the juniors and sisters for advice. Donger said and cut off herself. The remaining old birds in the sophomore year, seeing that Donger had committed suicide, did not say anything more and made the same action. Seeing the few people who turned into streamers, everyone finally breathed a long sigh of relief. Although it only took a day and a half to enter the Sumeru mirror, but they always feel like they have gone through a long long time. During this period of time, not only was he tortured physically, but more importantly, he underwent a huge transformation in his mind. Immediately, some people sat directly on the ground, gasping for breath. After so long of tense nerves, now I can finally take a good rest. Seeing that everyone was relaxed, Song Muon's face had a signature smile. If Yunde and Tang Chichi were here, they would definitely know that when Song Muon showed such a smile, it means that he is going to start cheating. Ladies and gentlemen, brothers and sisters, now the sophomore birds have all been eliminated. Then the next step is the competition between us. Song Muon looked at everyone at this time and said. Hearing Song Muon say this, everyone who had already relaxed their nerves immediately became nervous. Only then did they suddenly realize that the battle in the Sumeru mirror was not over. They are participating in the freshman competition. Since it is a freshman competition, there must be a ranking. That is, the real battle has just begun. Don't be nervous, students. I don't say this is for everyone to fight to the death. The world is so wonderful, it's not good to fight and kill. You also know the rules of the academy, that the ranking of the freshman competition this time is not determined by personal combat effectiveness. It's decided based on the points each of us earned in the Sumeru mirror. Now, let me ask you a question. You shouldn't have earned many points, right? Song Muon said with a smile. Hearing Song Muon say this, everyone fell silent. They had been chased by sophomore birds before and had no time to scavenge for points. Only a small number of lucky people found a few points not long after coming to the Sumeru mirror. However, not much. Song Muon, what do you want to say? At this time, Nangong Xiaomei looked at Song Muon and asked. She always felt that Song Muon was not at ease. I mean, very simple, although you didn't get the points, but I did. Song Muon said, took out a large handful from the network disk and showed it in front of everyone. Some of these points balls were collected by him during this period of time. Part of it is, he copied it himself. There is also a part that the old bird got when he set up an empty city plan. It is no exaggeration to say that 90% of the points in the Sumeru mirror are with him. Even if he didn't use the G-copy skill, the first place in the freshman competition this time was still his. However, his goal is not only to get the first place in the freshman competition, but also to make a small profit. Seeing the points ball in Song Muon's hand, many people's breathing intensified. Because the points ball represents not only points, but also the rewards of the academy. If you want to snatch the points ball from me, don't think about it. I may not be an opponent for so many of you alone, but if I want to escape or hide, you won't find it. Song Muon said. Hearing Song Muon say this, although everyone was unwilling, they had to admit that Song Muon's disguise ability was too weird. In terms of camouflage and hiding, no one can match it. If he really wanted to hide, it would be really hard to find. As we all know, I am a person who likes to help others and is more warm-hearted. Regarding the points goal, we can solve it in a more peaceful way. Let's do it. Let's use the fairest and most traditional way to set up a stall. Song Muon said, really took out a stall and set it up. This is the stall he used when he sold quenching body fluids and Peiyuan liquid in Phoenix. Unexpectedly, it was used again at this time. 1.100 spirit stones. Those who consume more than 10,000 spirit stones can enjoy a 98% discount. It's better to act than to be excited. What are you waiting for? Song Muon shouted loudly. Boss, I have all the points. As soon as Song Muon's words fell, Jin Zizi hurriedly stepped forward and said, the problem that can be solved with spirit stones has never been a problem for him. He didn't care about the ranking of the freshman competition before. After all, he had to work tirelessly to loot and snatch. But now it can be solved with spirit stones. He decided to fight. Don't make trouble. You bought it all. How can others buy it? Hearing Jin Zizi's words, Song Warm's face froze. He had just forgotten the silly son of the landlord's family. What he wants to pit is, no, what he has to do is to help more people, and he can't let Jin Zizi contract alone. But boss, you said it, 100 spirit stones for 1 point. I have money. Why can't I wrap it? Jin Zizi looked at Song Muon and asked, I want to be wet with rain and dew, and I can't spoil you alone. Forget it, I'll do it another way. I will take responsibility for the first place in this freshman competition. Now we are auctioning the second place in the freshman competition, with a reserve price of 10,000, and each bid must not be less than 5,000 spirit stones. Song Muon said. For things like earning spirit stones, he naturally wouldn't be stumped because of Jin Zizi's joining, and immediately changed his method. 1 million spirit stones. As soon as Song Muon's words fell, Jin Zizi said without thinking. As soon as he said this, black lines flashed on everyone's faces. As soon as he opened his mouth, he had 1 million spirit stones. How could he play this? They simply can't afford to play. And the little grandfather of the Jin family have more money. Then they are really playing a big knife in front of Guangdong. They are beyond their power. 1 million for the first time. 1 million for the second time. 1 million for the third time. Deal. Song Muon said loudly. Although I know that no one will pay a higher price than Jin Zizi, the ritual that should be there is not less at all. In this way, Jin Zizi got the second place in the freshman competition. This excited him. Let's not talk about the academy's rewards. If he lets his family know that he won the second place in the freshman competition, competition, then he will get more spirit stones. So, no matter how you calculate it, it's worth it. Next, we auction off the third place in the freshman competition, Song Muan said loudly. He was also quite excited. As soon as the auction began, he had harvested 1,000,000 spirit stones. If he had had such an opportunity earlier, his fate would have been repaired long ago. Song Muan, isn't it too unfair for us from humble backgrounds to decide the ownership of the freshman competition by using such an auction? At this time, a female classmate with fox eyes said, "What kind of wild words are you saying? Fair? When will there be fairness in this world? I don't use the auction method, so what method should I use? Would you like to give you the points I worked so hard to get for nothing? Even if I give it to you for nothing, who should I give it to so many people? Give it to you? Why? Because you are good looking? Or is it because of your strength?" Song Muan asked a series of rhetorical questions. This female classmate's question suddenly made him think of a word. Our Lady of the Virgin. What is the Virgin Mary? Refers to people who are kind on the outside but dark on the inside. Such people are usually hypocritical. Song Muan remembers that there is such a saying circulating on the earth. When the end comes, kill the virgin first. A person like the Virgin doesn't do much harm to the enemy. But for teammates, for those around them, the damage is tons and tons. Sometimes, it is simply not worth the life. That is, now it is just a freshman competition, and they play inside the Imperial Capital Academy. If he fights with the real enemy, Song Muan will definitely be the first to kill this kind of virgin. This kind of person dies early and is reborn early, and saves the people around him to death one by one. Hearing Song Muan say this, the fox-eyed female classmate stopped talking, because she had already noticed the badness in Song Muan's tone. If she spoke again, maybe Song Muan would do something to her. Come on, let's continue. The reserve price of the third place is 8,000 spirit stones, and each bid must not be less than 2,000 spirit stones. Song Muan's face instantly changed to a smile, and then he said to everyone, "The reward for the third place is naturally not as good as the second place, so the reserve price is naturally lower. 100,000. As soon as Song Muan's words fell, Nangong Xiaomei said lightly. She knew that she would definitely not be able to compete with the little lady of the Jin family, so she didn't think about competing for second place. However, this third place is none other than her. 100,000 spirit stones are definitely an astronomical amount for ordinary families, and most students cannot afford to pay it all. And those who can pay a starting price are unwilling to offend Nangong Xiaomei. Therefore, this third place was undoubtedly won by Nangong Xiaomei. Next is the fourth place. The reserve price is 5,000, and each bid must not be less than 1,000. It doesn't matter if you don't have a spirit stone for the time being. You can take credit first, Song Muan said. Speaking of which, it was the first time he gave someone a credit. He is not afraid that the other party will not pay back, but he is afraid that the other party will not bid. If the other party doesn't pay back, he has a way. Because the top 10 in the freshman competition are rewarded, Song Muan can auction all the way to the 10th place. The next competition will be much more intense. After all, the rankings are getting smaller and smaller, and some of these people, although they are not as rich as Jin Zizai and Nangong Xiaomei, but the family is also quite wealthy. In addition, Song Muan said that he could take credit accounts, so many people started bidding directly. Teachers from the outside world probably would never have thought that the freshman competition would be determined in this way. Of the highest price wins. At this moment, their faces were extremely ugly. Shameful, it's just embarrassing. A group of sophomore students were eliminated by some rookies who had just entered the school and had not yet started cultivating. A group of evil ghosts who are still sophomores. I think they are a group of dough. All the sophomore instructors deducted 2 months' salary from me, and at the same time asked all the tutors to write me a 10,000 word work report each. Tell me in detail, how do they teach students? At this time, the vice principal of the school looked at the many teachers and said, the result in the Sumeru mirror was something that no one expected. Vice principal, you are depressed. I just asked those sophomore students. It's not that they are weak. It's really a group of freshmen in the freshmen, and some of them have supernatural abilities that are too weird. They can't be guarded against at all. At this time, a teacher stepped forward and said, Vice principal, there is still a day and a half left before 3 days. Should we directly announce the end of the freshman competition, or make some other arrangements? Another teacher asked. If the freshman competition is announced to be over now, then the freshman cubs will not be over. In the future, they will feel that the sophomore seniors are just like that. I will even feel that our Imperial Capital Academy is nothing more than that. I agree too. Is this okay? Dongfang Sueki, Tang Fei Hong, Qin Mo, Yi Baiyun, and the 4 of them? The vice principal looked at several teachers and asked. They are still preparing for tomorrow's plan. It's gone today. What is there tomorrow? Go and call the 4 of them for me, the vice principal said. In less than 10 minutes, Dongfang Sueki and the 4 of them stood in front of the vice principal. Presumably, you have already heard the news of the annihilation of the sophomore evil spirit. Some people say that there are people in the freshmen who have strange abilities, which is unguardable. I don't care what ability they have, it's not a reason for sophomores to be wiped out. I asked the 4 of you to come, not to let you be a good gentleman, you have to avenge the shame of the entire sophomore group. Even if freshmen have the ability to destroy the world, you have to treat them like chicks one by one. How to do it, that's your business. I only look at the results. The vice principal shouted loudly. Yes, Dongfang Sweki and the four of them said loudly at the same time. Ha, vice principal, isn't it a bit too unethical to send a few of us to take action? Shin Mo asked in a low voice at this time. This is also something that can't be helped. The first lesson of the school is to let the freshmen know that there are people outside the world, and there is a sky outside the sky. Now they have eliminated all the sophomores, and if they don't suppress them, they won't turn around? If the mentality drifts one by one, they can't pull it back, which is not conducive to their future growth. Moreover, the four of you are also sophomores, so you can't be considered not talking about martial arts, the vice principal said. Understood, Shin Mo said with a sudden realization. Subsequently, the four of them entered the Sumeru mirror. When the auction ended, Song Muan got a total of 1.248 million spirit stones. To be honest, this income was twice as much as he expected. This is mainly because Jin Zizai gave too much. At this time, the smile on Song Muan's face was as bright as it was, and it looked extremely flat. Song Muan, I want to challenge you. Nangong Xiaomei looked at Song Muan and said, challenge me? Nangong girl is strong, and my little garbage is definitely not an opponent. I still have self-knowledge about this, I admit defeat. Song Muan said unconcernedly. There is no benefit in accepting Nangong Xiaomei's challenge, and he will not do this thankless thing. Do you still have a little dignity as a strong man? If you are a man, you will fight me? Nangong Xiaomei said loudly. Among the freshmen, there are many people with strong strength and talent, such as Huang Tianba, Jin Zizai, Dai Ruoro, and Feng Xiaoxiao. For these people, she has more or less touched the details, and she is sure of victory in her heart. But only for Song Muan, she has no bottom in her heart. Because in the previous battles, Song Muan relied on all kinds of bells and whistles to sneak attack and never fought head-on. Therefore, she couldn't see the depth of Song warmth. She wanted to know Song Muan's strength, so she could only do it herself. The dignity of the strong? How many spirit stones are in a pound? Song Muan asked rhetorically. He is the same as Xiao Chen Jian Yunda. He doesn't even have suji. Where does his dignity come from? If dignity could be sold for money, he would have sold it long ago to repair his destiny. You have to fight me today, and if you don't accept my challenge, I'll do it directly. Nangong Xiaomei said. Want to fight me? No problem. When the dog finishes licking the noodles, the chicken finishes pecking at the rice, and the fire breaks the lock, I will fight you, Song Muan said. Nangong Xiaomei didn't understand what he said at all, and she was confused. What do you mean by this? Nangong Xiaomei looked at Song Muan and asked. Look at you, you don't even understand what I say, and you want to fight me. You should kneel down. Song Muan waved his hand and said. Just when Nangong Xiaomei was about to say something, suddenly, several extremely powerful auras appeared above their heads. These breaths are far from comparable to those students in their sophomore year before. For a while, everyone's eyes were looking in the direction of the aura appearing. I saw 4 figures falling from the sky and landing on the ground. 3 of these 4 men and 1 woman did not speak, looking extremely cold. Isn't it true that the seniors and seniors of the sophomore year have all been eliminated? Why are there still people? This is the common voice of everyone. Song Muan immediately checked the attributes of the only woman. Object name, Dongfang Sweki. Physical strength, 5623. Soul strength, 6140. Ability attribute, vitality, SSS level potential. Comprehensive combat effectiveness, 11763. It's her. Song Muan was shocked, and then hurriedly said. He had heard Lu Mengmeng say before that among the sophomore students, there were 4 students who had broken through to the platinum realm. If she is Dongfang Sweki, then the remaining 3 are Tang Feihong, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun. Aren't they not in the Sumeru mirror? Is it because we eliminated the other members of the sophomore year to take revenge? The person who came is not good, Song Muan said, slowly retreated towards the back of the crowd, and then disappeared. Then, he used the, as for the bottom, skill on himself, and then used the cells to restrain his breath. He knew very well that using some conspiracies and tricks to deal with the superpowers of the Golden Realm was still useful. After all, there are a large number of superpowers in the Golden Realm, and they can disguise themselves and mix in with them, resulting in a wave of infernal affairs. But Dongfang Sweki and the others were only 4, and the infernal affairs move was not easy to use at all. This is like an anime that Song Muan saw on the earth before, a mere ghost valley, with only 3 sects, but even the net could not penetrate. With these newborn strengths, dealing with the superpowers of the Platinum Realm is tantamount to hitting a stone with an egg. Therefore, it is wisest to hide now and not be discovered by these people. As for whether other freshmen will be beaten or toyed with, it is not something he should worry about. After all, a dead Taoist does not die from a poor Taoist. On behalf of the sophomores, the 4 of us propose to all the juniors and juniors. Everyone, please teach me, Dongfang Sweki said at this time. They did not hide their identity at all. As soon as the words fell, the 4 of them turned into a phantom and rushed towards the freshmen. Everyone, cooperate with each other. Nangong Xiaomei shouted loudly. However, in the face of the 4 Platinum Realm superpowers, their cooperation seemed futile. Soon, the freshmen saw what it means to be a tiger into a flock. Moreover, the most important thing is that they are not here to kill Nangong Xiaomei and the others, but just to knock them unconscious. If it was for the sake of killing one person and one ultimate, all the freshmen would not be able to resist at all. I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others in my life, and I am invincible in the world. Huang Tianba shouted and rushed towards Dongfang Sueki. However, in the face of the menacing Huang Tianba, Dongfang Sueki slapped him casually, and Huang Tianba flew out backwards. Then he lay on the ground half dead. When Jin Zizi saw this situation, he turned around and ran away without thinking. However, in the face of Jin Zizi, who wanted to escape, Dongfang Sueki just made a grabbing gesture towards him. The next moment, Jin Zi's body flew backwards uncontrollably, and was finally grabbed by Dongfang Sueki by the neck like a kitten. Jin Zizi did not expect that his invincible ability was now invalid. Sister Dongfang, show mercy. Then, he turned his head and looked at Dongfang Sueki with a flattering expression and said, his ability is freedom in sequence 37, but Dongfang Sueki's ability is vitality in sequence 14, and he is only in the silver realm now, while Dongfang Sueki is already in the platinum realm. No matter how you look at it, Dongfang Sueki defeated him completely. Therefore, Dongfang Sueki beating him is no different from beating a child. As the saying goes, those who understand current affairs are outstanding talents. Admitting cowardice, it is not embarrassing at all. I heard that you and Song Muan are good buddies. What about others? Dongfang Sueki looked at Jin Zizi and asked. She was very upset with Song Muan. It's not because Song Muan did something that made her hateful, but because Song Muan became her grandfather's apprentice. She had an uncle younger than her for no reason, but she couldn't refute it, because the seniority was there. She originally planned to take advantage of this freshman competition to teach Song Muan a good lesson. At the beginning, because she was already a supernatural in the platinum realm, she was not allowed to become an evil ghost, so as not to be too disparity in strength between the two sides. At that time, she was still a little unwilling. Unexpectedly, all the waste in the sophomore year was eliminated. Later, it was just necessary for them to take action from these platinum realm superpowers. In this way, she will be able to get what she wants. Thinking of this, she was a little happy. I don't know where the boss is hiding. However, according to what I know about the boss, since he is hiding, you will definitely not be able to find him. When it comes to go, my boss is invincible in the world. Jin Zizi has unconditional trust in Song Muan. That's a lot. Hearing Jin Zizi say this, Dongfang Sueki slapped it, and Jin Zizi fainted. Subsequently, she stopped attacking other freshmen, so she specifically looked for Song Muan. However, she searched for a long time and found no trace of Song Muan. This made her frown. Finally had the opportunity to teach Song Muan a lesson openly, but he couldn't find anyone. She knew very well that if she missed this opportunity, if she found trouble with Song Muan again, it would be her fault to be reasonable, public and private. So, no matter what, this time, she must find Song Muan. At this time, Tang Feihong, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun had already knocked all the other freshmen unconscious, including Nangong Xiaomei. I saw Qin Mo's hands on the ground, and the next moment, the ground rolled up, swallowing all the unconscious freshmen, leaving only their heads outside. Finish work. After doing all this, Qin Mo said with a smile. Yi Baiyun, help me wake them up. I have something I want to ask them. Dongfang Sueki said. For Dongfang Sueki, Yi Baiyun is still willing to give her this face. So, he waved his palm, and suddenly the water vapor in the sky condensed. Soon, it rained in the sky and poured on the freshmen, and the freshmen instantly woke up. Looking at the freshman who had woken up, Dongfang Sueki took a few steps forward. She was about to start asking about Song Muan's whereabouts. Dongfang Sueki looked at the many freshmen buried on the ground, with only one head exposed. You should be very clear about the gap in strength between us. Any of your small means, be careful. In the face of absolute strength, look bells and whistles. I don't want to say anything superfluous. I'll just ask you one question now. Where is Song Muan? Dongfang Sueki asked. Hearing her ask, the other freshmen looked at each other, looking for Song Muan. However, they searched for a long time and did not find Song Muan's existence. Sister Dongfang, give up. It's impossible for you to find my boss. Jin Zizi said with a smile at this time. At this moment, in his heart, he called Song Muan awesome. Dongfang Sueki didn't really want to deal with Jin Zizi, but she looked around several times and did not find any trace of Song Muan. What ability did Song Muan awaken? Dongfang Sueki asked. Through the awakening ability, it is possible to judge the way Song Muan can hide. The ability of my boss's awakening is called 72 transformations. It can become big and small, change trees and stones. Maybe the grass under your feet was changed by him. Jin Zizi said with a smile. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that he is talking nonsense. Hearing Jin Zizi say this, Dongfang Sueki's face suddenly showed a smile. The next moment, she waved her palm and grabbed the place where Jin Zi was. Then, Jin Zizi's body flew towards her uncontrollably. In the next second, one of Jin Zizi's arms was directly broken by her. It is crisp and neat, without a trace of dragging in water. This made all the freshmen instantly feel cold on their backs and break out in a cold sweat. Others are afraid of the little master of the Jean family, but she is not afraid. As long as Jean Zizai is not beaten to death, the people of the Jean family will not say anything about her. Moreover, if Jean Zizai complained to the people of the Jean family, the people of the Jean family would not only not stand up for him, but would clean him up fiercely, because she and Jean Zizai belong to the same age. In the eyes of these families, it is a shame to be beaten by their peers and to find their elders to stand out. Besides, this is a freshman competition, and she is now a sophomore veteran. Did my sister not beat you up for a while? Did you forget my methods? Dongfang Sweki looked at Jean Zizi and asked, Sister Dongfang, I was wrong. I have something to say. Jean Zizai hurriedly said. He was pampered. When did he suffer this sin? It's not a shame at all to admit cowardice when it's time to admit it. It's not the first time anyway. Everyone didn't notice. At this time, Nangong Xiaomei looked at Dongfang Sweki with a look of admiration. She has always wanted to be such a heroine among women. And Tang Fei Hong and the others, when they saw Dongfang Sweki's behavior, they all grinned and looked at Jean Zizai with a little sympathy. It's not good to provoke anyone, but to provoke this female devil. Dongfang Sweki is notoriously unprovoked in their sophomore year. The child is still too young. Let me ask you again, what ability did Song Muan awaken? Dongfang Sweki asked. My boss's awakened ability is called disguise, and he can disguise himself as anyone. It doesn't matter if this person is male or female, tall or short, fat or thin. Jean Zizi did not dare to disobey anymore, and said very well behaved. What to do if the child is disobedient? Just give it a beating. If you are still disobedient, then beat it twice. Is that so? Dongfang Sweki turned her head to look at the others and asked. We don't know whether it's a disguise ability, but Song Muan can really become anyone. He is not only able to disguise himself but also disguise us as someone else. It is precisely because of this skill that we can break into the senior sisters and sneak attack them. At this time, the Fox Eye hurriedly said. Hearing Fox Eye say this, Dongfang Sweki's brows furrowed slightly. She could see that Jean Zizai and Fox Eye should not have lied. In this way, that is to say, Song Muan may be hiding in the crowd. However, he disguised himself as someone else. Therefore, everyone in the new life may be disguised by Song Muan. If this is the case, it will not be easy for her to find Song Muan. After all, they are not familiar with Song Muan or these freshmen. Song Muan, you should show up yourself. Don't implicate other students. Dongfang Sweki treated Jean Zizai's arm, then looked at the other freshmen and said. However, after she finished saying this, no one spoke. Not to mention, Song Muan was not among these people in the first place. Even if he was, he couldn't show up. Coming out at this time is asking for a dead end. Forget it, since you can't tell which one is Song Muan, then everyone will be punished together. You guys can play casually. Dongfang Sweki turned her head to look at Tang Fei Hong and the others and said. Everyone, I'm sorry. The senior has wanted to be an evil ghost for a long time, but he has never found a chance. Now the opportunity has finally come, haha. Tang Fei Hong said, showing a desolate and perverted smile. After he said this, he put his hands on the ground. The next moment, thunder and lightning flashed above his hands. Because many freshmen were watered a few minutes ago, and water can conduct electricity, so the thunder and lightning in Tang Fei Hong's hand instantly flowed into everyone's body. For a while, many freshmen all let out a miserable cry. At the same time, their hair stood on end one by one. This is the primary power. Next, let's increase the power a little. I promise to make you feel good, Tang Fei Hong said, and started the electric shock again. Once again, many freshmen let out heart-wrenching screams. Can you not be so perverted? It looks like a strange sorghum. At this time, Dongfang Sweki looked at Tang Fei Hong and said, I don't want to, but I can't help it. This is the art of current. Look at how intoxicated their expressions are, how stylish they are. TSK, simply perfect, Tang Fei Hong said excitedly. I'm a bastard, old Tang. I knew you were a bit perverted before. Agree. I agree too. But I didn't expect you to be so perverted. And such a hobby. It seems that I have to stay away from you in the future. Qin Mo said at this time. They were classmates for a year, and he didn't see that Tang Fei Hong was such a person. You ordinary people don't understand art, Tang Fei Hong said with a disgusted face. Okay, old Tang, let's play for a while. Our sophomore year has already been eliminated, and it is no longer necessary to talk about martial arts for us to make a few of our Platinum Realm superpowers. If you continue to play, you will really bully the small. Yi Baiyun also stepped forward and said at this time. Okay. Hearing Yi Baiyun say the same, Tang Fei Hong said with a regretful face. Seeing that Tang Fei Hong agreed, Yi Baiyun turned around, looked at the many freshmen and said, Are you convinced? Convinced. The freshmen nodded hurriedly and said, Can they be convinced? No one who is tortured like this will not be willing. But what can they do? I can't beat it. At this time, if they are not convinced, what awaits them is greater torture. They can only admit their frustration first, and when they find an opportunity in the future, they will these old birds. If you have a grudge and do not take revenge, you will find the opportunity to kill these old birds in the future. In that case, let's send you away, Yi Baiyun said, waving his hands. Suddenly, Suddenly, countless water arrows appeared in the sky. In the next second, these water arrows were inserted into everyone's bodies. At this time, everyone experienced the feeling of death. Let's go too. Seeing the many new students who turned into streamers and disappeared, Ibayun said to the other three. In fact, they also know that this is too cunning. But this is what the school teachers asked. What can they do? Can only be accepted. The only thing to blame is the shamelessness of the school teachers. Dongfang Sweki and the others nodded and then crushed a piece of jade slip in their hands. Then, they disappeared. When the four of them returned to the outside world, they found many teachers, frowning, looking at the screen. Because above the screen, there is also a white dot of light. In the Sumeru mirror, is there still someone? This was the first reaction of the four people. Impossible, we have killed all the freshmen? Yi Baiyun said with a puzzled face. It's Song Muan. At this time, Dongfang Sweki reacted and hurriedly said. Previously, they only suspected that Song Muan might have disguised himself as someone else and mixed in with the crowd. But it is not 100% sure. Now it seems that Song Muan is not hiding in the crowd, but finding an unknown place to hide. I'll go to Sumeru mirror again. Song Muan, don't blame me. If you want to blame my grandfather. Dongfang Sweki said to herself. Soon, Dongfang Sweki returned to the Sumeru mirror again. She was careless before and didn't search carefully. The Sumeru mirror is not big, it is not small. One person deliberately hides it, and another person wants to find it, which is really not an easy thing. However, for Dongfang Sweki, it is not difficult, because she has the vitality ability of sequence 14. I saw her flip her palm and take out countless dense seeds. Immediately afterwards, she injected the energy of the supernatural energy in her body into these seeds. The next moment, she jumped up vigorously and scattered all the seeds in her hand. She concocted this several times, and finally scattered the seeds all over the Sumeru mirror. Give vitality, all things grow. Dongfang Sweki began to activate the energy left in the seeds. Soon, all the seeds began to take root and germinate and grow rapidly. In just 10 seconds, the entire Sumeru mirror, including some desert terrain, was overgrown with a peculiar weed. These weeds grew more and more vigorously, and soon, they spread all over every corner of the Sumeru mirror. At this time, Dongfang Sweki closed her eyes and carefully felt the human breath through these weeds. It's just that as time went on, her brows became tighter and tighter, because she searched every corner of the Sumeru mirror and found no human breath. Could it be that there is a mistake in the Sumeru mirror? So there is still a white dot on the monitoring screen. Dongfang Sweki said silently in her heart. However, this idea was only fleeting and she denied it. The Sumeru mirror has never had a mistake over the years. However, if it weren't for the mistake in the Sumeru mirror, then where was Song Muan hiding? How can a freshman hide her exploration? She has the ability of vitality, and she feels the vitality of any living being. But through the exploration just now, she did not discover the vitality of others in the Sumeru mirror. Song Muan, come out. The freshman competition is over. You're the only one left now. I'll take you out of the Sumeru mirror. In desperation, Dongfang Sweki had to use the most primitive communication method. Song Muan, who was hiding in the underground cell, was eating melon seeds and drinking happy fat house water at this time, with a leisurely face. He heard Dongfang Sweki's voice, but he ignored it. If he doesn't go out until the end of the third day, he will never go out. Because he felt that Dongfang Sweki must have said this on purpose to trick him out. Anyway, it's good for him to hide here, eat and drink, and play with Xiuqiu. Just now, playing with Xiuqiu's favorability towards him increased by another 10 points. Now, Xiuqiu's favorability for him has reached 60. There is only half of the goal of 100. Xiuqiu, who has reached the favorability, has increased his spiritual wisdom a little, and has been able to communicate with Song Muan heartily. Age, 18. Dongfang Sweki on the ground had been shouting for a long time, and she still didn't see Song Muan appear. Is this kid a donkey? Oil and salt do not enter. Dongfang Sweki said, and left the Sumeru mirror a little angrily. The means she should have used have been used, but she couldn't find Song Muan at all. Not long after Dongfang Sweki left, Tang Feiyu, Qin Mo, and Yi Baiyun appeared again. They are also like Dongfang Sweki, using various means to find Song Muan's figure. But without exception, all failed. They didn't want to deal with Song Muan, they just wanted to announce the end of the freshman competition to Song Muan. But he was too doggy to find it. After a few of them left, soon, several more teachers appeared. They didn't believe that Song Muan was really hiding so secretly, without any trace. So, they also used their means to find Song Muan. After a while, several teachers looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. Could this kid have already left? It is not in the Sumeru mirror at all. The white spot we see is that the Sumeru mirror has gone wrong. A teacher also had the same idea as Dongfang Sweki. I just went to the location of the freshman to inquire, and Song Muan was indeed not there. So, he must still be in the mirror of Sumeru. I just didn't expect that this kid still has such a method, and even a few of us can't find his existence. Another teacher said with a little emotion and a little shocked. You know, they are all superpowers of the King realm, and their perception ability is not 1.5 stars stronger than Dongfang Sweki in than the others. Unexpectedly, even they couldn't perceive Song Muan's existence. If they knew that when Song Muan hid, even his father, the god of war in Huangquan, couldn't find it, they probably wouldn't have been so hit. At this point, I can only use the Sumeru mirror to forcibly kick him out. After all, the freshman opening ceremony is still waiting for him. Although it will consume some energy, there is no way to do it. Otherwise, this kid might really keep hiding. Several teachers said and left the Sumeru mirror. A few minutes later, Song Muan, who was hiding underground, suddenly felt that the cells he had arranged around seemed to be squeezed out. The next moment, the cells he laid down disappeared into the ground along with him. When Song Muan was forcibly teleported out of the Sumeru mirror, he was still eating melon seeds and drinking fat house water. When he suddenly saw the changing environment, he looked confused. However, he reacted quickly. When he saw the teacher in front of him and the surrounding environment clearly, he could probably guess what had just happened. "Do you want some?" Song Muan said, handing the melon seeds in his hand to several teachers and saying, "You little guy, you really have enough to hide. It seems that after you hide it, your little life is going well." At this time, the vice principal of the Imperial Capital Academy looked at Song Muan and said, "Teacher, you don't know, I'm naturally timid, and I'm very scared when I see the 4 seniors and sisters of the Platinum Realm." My heart was pounding, so I quickly hid. I could only eat something and drink some drinks to suppress the shock. "If you don't believe me, my heart is still beating," Song Muan said with an aggrieved face. "Nonsense, if your heart doesn't beat, people will die." At this time, a voice full of resentment came from the side. Song Muan turned his head to look and found that the person who spoke was Dongfang Sueki. At this moment, Dongfang Sueki was staring at him viciously. If it weren't for the teacher here, I'm afraid she would have already done something to Song Muan. "Who is this?" Song Muan asked, pretending to be puzzled. Although he already knew Dongfang Sueki's identity, he couldn't say it directly. "This is your senior sister, Dongfang Sueki." At this time, a teacher explained. "Oh, it turns out to be the eldest niece. Hello, I'm your uncle Song Muan. When we first met, there was nothing to give you as an uncle. I'll give you 2 bags of melon seeds. Let me tell you, these melon seeds are spiced and very delicious," Song Muan said in a long voice. After saying that, he really took out 2 packs of 5 spice melon seeds and stuffed them into Dongfang Sueki's hand. This made Dongfang Sueki hate her teeth. "You are a freshman now, and I am your senior. When we meet in the future, please be polite and call me senior," Dongfang Sueki said with a strong anger in her heart. "It's okay, let's talk about each other. I call you senior sister, you call me uncle." "Senior sister, my uncle has just arrived and is not familiar with the imperial capital. You have to do your best as a landlord," Song Muan said. "As a senior sister, I will definitely take good care of my uncle." When Dongfang Sueki said the word care, she bit extremely hard. Only she understands what kind of care she is talking about. "The eldest niece is so good. If it weren't for seeing that you have grown into a big girl, my uncle would definitely reward you too." Song Muan heard Dongfang Sueki's voice, but didn't care. As expected of Song Huanchuan's son, compared to your shameless father, he is simply better. At this time, the vice principal said, "This is called blue out of blue than blue-green. By the way, are you?" Song Muan asked with a smile. "I am Chen Bo, the vice president of Imperial Capital Academy, and I am also your father's instructor back then," the vice principal said. When he heard the vice principal say this, Song Warm's eyes lit up. This is a thigh that can be hugged at. Although, he has enough thighs now, but the thighs are naturally held as much as possible. He knew that the president of a college was usually an honorary president and didn't care much. The real power is still the vice principal. Moreover, he is his father's former instructor, and he must know a lot about Song Huanchuan's past. He could just take this opportunity to inquire about how much his father had in the emperor back then. "Since you are my father's guide, then I should call you master." Song Muan began to get close. "Don't, in terms of generation, I am the junior of the Oriental God of War. If you call me master, then the Oriental God of War will come to unload me before tomorrow. You can call me Vice Principal Chen, or Teacher Chen." Chen Bo hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Oh, calling the Vice Principal or Teacher Chen would be too rusty. If you count carefully, we are not outsiders. Seniority or something, don't get entangled. I call you Lao Chen directly. You call me Warm, so that it looks so close," Song Muan said with a smile. "I took back my previous words. You kid is completely different from your father's original. Although your father was a bit like a mad dog, he was still a bit virtuous." "I see you. Why don't you even seem to have virtue?" Chen Bo said with a helpless smile. "Lao Chen, good eyesight." As expected of the vice president of the Imperial Capital Academy, I suddenly discovered my biggest shining point. As long as I have no morality, morality cannot kidnap me. I will continue to work hard. Song Muan was not ashamed, but said proudly, "You kid, I really don't know what to say about you." "Okay, don't be poor. It's time to attend the opening ceremony of freshmen," Chen Bo said. "Yes, sir." After Song Muan finished speaking, he walked outside. After the freshman competition ends, the freshmen must participate in the opening ceremony of the freshmen. At the opening ceremony of the new students, not only the leaders of the school will give speeches, but also award the top 10 prizes for the freshmen in the competition. For the opening ceremony of new students, no student shall be absent. Other students have been eliminated for a long time and have adjusted their state. Now wait for Songwon. With Songwon's current state, there is no need to adjust at all. Therefore, the opening ceremony of new students officially began. When Songwon came to the position of the first class, everyone's eyes looked at him differently. It was a look of admiration. It was incredible to be able to completely hide himself under the noses of the 4 Platinum Realm superpowers. Boss, nothing else, 2 words, really TM. Jin Zizai gave a thumbs up and said, Boss, from today onwards, I will be your most loyal brain-dead fan. My admiration for you is like a raging river. Huang Tianba also stepped forward at this time and said, Big Ben Bear, what you said is all my words. Jin Zizi said. He suddenly felt that his position as Songwon's first brother was threatened. This is something he cannot bear. Whoever says this thing, it's whom? Huang Tianba said indifferently. The teacher is here. At this moment, I don't know who shouted. The class, which was originally a bit noisy, instantly became quiet. I didn't expect college to be in college, and this sentence still works so well. Songwon said silently in his heart. This is a saying that someone will always be fooled. However, the teacher did come. There are not only the instructors of the freshman classes, but also the vice principal Chen Bo that Songwon met before. Soon, Chen Bo stepped onto the stage and looked at the freshmen in the audience. Congratulations on finishing the first lesson of the Imperial Capital Academy. I know that among you, there must be many people, and even all of them, scolding the academy in their hearts. Saying that the academy is perverted will make you suffer in the Sumeru mirror. What I want to say is that it's not the pervert of the academy. I have to think about torturing you. It's that you are all flowers in the greenhouse and have not experienced the cruelty of this world. This world is far more cruel than you think. 10 times more cruel, 100 times. Compared with what happened to many people with superpowers in reality, the torture you suffered in the Sumeru mirror is like playing house for children. At least, your sophomore seniors still have a certain bottom line. However, in future battles, once you are caught by the enemy, you will experience many unimaginable encounters, which will be 10 times or 100 times more than in the Sumeru mirror. Speaking of which, you are all still a group of children who have just become adults, but what I want to say is, this world is not as glamorous as you think, and many corners of this world are full of dirt, and things that exterminate humanity are happening. Since you have come to the Imperial Capital Academy, you are destined not to live an ordinary life like ordinary people with special abilities. There is a saying that with great ability comes great responsibility. You are all one of the best geniuses in the Dragon Kingdom, so when the Dragon Kingdom and the people of the Dragon Kingdom need you, you have to stand up. This is the fate of the Imperial Capital Academy all alone, and it is also your fate in the future. Because, in many places that you can't see, there are many people who are silently guarding you and guarding the Dragon Kingdom. If the enemy's heart does not die, I will never let up. Students, I hope you will fight for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Shen Bo said impassionedly. Fight for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Fight for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. Fight for the rise of the Dragon Kingdom. For a while, many students under the stage of the Imperial Capital Academy all shouted. Their voices were deafening, one after another. Being in it, it is easy to get infected by it. Even Songwon felt his blood boiling at this time. When Chen Bo's speech was over, it was the award of the top 10 in the freshman competition and the distribution of prizes. The 10th to 4th places received 10 credits and 20 credits respectively. 70 credits. For each rank advanced, you will receive 10 more credits. In addition, there are single-family villas and discount cards for school cultivation resources. As for the rewards for the top 3, they are more generous. The 3rd place, that is, Nangong Xiaomei, got 200 credits, a single-family villa, and a free cultivation card for all the cultivation places of the Imperial Capital Academy in the next month. Jin Zizai, who came in 2nd place, received 500 credits, a small villa, a free cultivation card for all the cultivation places of the Imperial Capital Academy in the next 6 months, and a place to enter the secret realm. The 1st place Song Muan, who obtained 1,000 credits, a single-family villa, a free cultivation card for all the cultivation places of the Imperial Capital Academy. For the next year, a place to enter the secret realm, a set of diamond-level weapons and armor, and a set of diamond-level weapons and armor, and a set of Earth's edges. Looking at the reward in his hand, Song Nuan's brows furrowed slightly. At the beginning, the Eastern God of War told him that the 1st place in the freshman competition could get a reward worth a total of tens of millions of spirit stones. However, no matter how he looked at it, these things didn't look like they were worth tens of millions of spirit stones. The only thing that could catch his eye was a free cultivation card for all the cultivation places of the Imperial Capital Academy for the next year. Other rewards, average. Of course, the end of the world is barely half a good thing, because although the ends of the earth are used to save lives, they are too random. For example, last time, he was transported into the Bermuda forest. If he hadn't had some means, he would have died. Okay, he didn't know if it was because he was too lucky, or if it was too pitted. However, this thing is better than nothing. After the awards, it it was naturally an orientation party. The performer is a sophomore student. At this time, don't mention how depressed they are. I thought I could kill the quartet in the mirror of Sumeru, but all the other sophomore students worked hard when they rehearsed before. As a result, their classmates were killed in the mirror of Sumeru, and their sophomore year became the laughingstock of Imperial Capital University. That's fine, and now I have to perform for these freshmen. However, the performance still has to be performed. After all, this is a task given by the school. The freshmen watched the show with relish. While watching the show, they talked about which program was the most popular or which senior sister was the most beautiful. Although they are all 1 in 1,000, for freshmen, beautiful seniors are an eternal topic. As they talked about Dongfang Sueki's body. Dongfang Sueki's appearance is undoubted, not to mention the beauty of the crowd. It is also one of the best. But everyone talks about her as fearful. They all remember that when they were in the Sumeru mirror, Dongfang Sueki broke Jeans' arm expressionlessly in front of them. Although they were treated later, they couldn't forget that scene. When the orientation party was over, everyone walked towards their respective dormitories with unfinished intentions. From today onwards, they are officially members of the Imperial Capital Academy. They have heard many people say that college life is good. Therefore, they are still looking forward to their college life. At this time, Song Nuan was looking for another person in the crowd. Boss, who are you looking for? Nangong Xiaomei? Seeing Song Nuan's actions, Huang Tianba asked suspiciously. Among the freshmen, Song Nuan is more familiar with him and Jeans' eye. But at this time, he and Jeans' eye were in front of him. After thinking about it, the only thing Song Nuan can look for is probably Nangong Xiaomei. After all, Nangong Xiaomei's appearance, among the freshmen, is definitely a stunning and goddess-level figure. Do you have anything else in your head besides women? Song Nuan turned his head and glanced at Huang Tianba and asked, if you don't pretend to be a woman in your head, do you pretend to be a man? Boss, you don't have any special habits, right? Huang Tianba suddenly took a step back, looked at Song Nuan, and said with a vigilant face, my orientation is normal. You help me find Zhonghang. Song Nuan said, who is Zhonghang? Huang Tianba asked, a little confused. It's the 6th place in the freshman competition. Song Nuan replied, boss, what are you looking for him for? Huang Tianba asked, puzzled. I want money. Previously, when the Sumeru mirror was auctioned, Zhonghang chose to take credit because he did not have a spirit stone. Now the awards are over and the prizes are in hand. Then, the spirit stone owed to him should naturally be returned to him. Not much, only 12,000 spirit stones. Boss, isn't he rewarded with a small villa by the academy? Why don't we just go to the villa and wait for him? Huang Tianba said at this time. What you said makes sense. Song Nuan patted his head and said hurriedly, he may have been with Jean Zizi for too long and has been infected with stupidity. Now my mind doesn't know how to turn. Of course, Song Nuan did not go to Zhonghang's villa for the first time, but went to his own residence. After all, he will stay in the Imperial Capital Academy for 4 years in the future, so he naturally has to care about his residence. Jeans' eye said to Song Nuan and went to his villa. After coming to the villa, Song Nuan found that his single-family villa was not very large, divided into 2 floors. The total of the 2 floors is only about 200 square meters. However, if he lives alone, it is enough. Boss. Just when Song Nuan looked around the bedroom on the 2nd floor and came downstairs, Huang Tianba suddenly stretched his voice and shouted, hey, hiss, can you talk well? Do you know that a big man acting coquettishly is really disgusting? Song Nuan gritted his teeth and said with a disgusted face. At the same time, he also rubbed his arms with his hands, trying to rub off the goosebumps on his body. Think about it, a man who is about 2 meters tall and looks like a big black bear looks at you with a longing look and is coquettish. Who can look directly at this picture? Boss, look at your small villa. The decoration is luxurious and luxurious. If you live alone, it is a bit empty. Sometimes I don't even have anyone to talk to. How lonely. I'm willing to sacrifice myself and stay with you. Boss, what do you think? Huang Tianba looked at Song Nuan and asked. That's what he really did for the sake of doing this. I want to live in a villa. Are you obedient? Song Nuan asked. Of course, I'm your most loyal little fan. The boss asked me to go east. I will never go west. The boss asked me to catch the dog. I will never catch the chicken. Huang Tianba patted his chest and said. His expression seemed to be more loyal and loyal. If you are obedient, be good. We can't stay. Go back to the dormitory. Song Nuan said. Boss. No, I don't. Hearing that Song Nuan disagreed, Huang Tianba once again used his killer feature and began to act coquettishly. He didn't believe it. Song Nuan would not be disgusted by himself. Your TM, do you think I don't dare to hit you? Song Nuan asked. Boss, I admit that your disguise ability is indeed very powerful. If I fish in troubled waters, I can easily be caught. However, now in the villa, there are only the 2 of us. Your disguise is completely useless to me. Huang Tianba said without caring, and even in his words, there was a little provocation to Song Nuan. Okay, I'll let you know today why you call me boss, not me. Mommy, Ultraman, transform. Song Nuan said, slowly raising his hands. Huang Tianba stared intently at Song Nuan, wanting to see how he transformed. transformed. Snap. At this moment, suddenly, Huang Tianba felt a crisp slap coming from his head. This slap didn't hurt much, but it stunned Huang Tianba all of a sudden. Because he kept staring at Song Muan, he found that he was always standing in front of him, raising his hands and making transformation movements. A big watermelon, cut in half with a knife. Song Muan slowly put down his palm, and then began to play Tai Chi. Seeing Song Muan like this, Huang Tianba turned around as quickly as possible, but found nothing. Ah Huang, are you convinced? Song Muan asked Huang Tianba while playing Tai Chi. You slap me again? Huang Tianba said, took 2 steps back, distanced himself from Song Muan, and then stared at him without blinking. Snap. As soon as his words fell, there was another crisp slap on his head. This time, he turned back for the first time, but still nothing was found. Jin Zizai, come out for me? I know, it must be you. At this time, Huang Tianba seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly said, because Jin Zizai can penetrate light and achieve the effect of invisibility. He was sure that it was definitely not Song Muan who did it just now. Then, it is only possible that Jin Zizi is at ease. He and Song Muan cooperated with each other and played him. Big stupid bear, I haven't seen you for a few minutes, and you miss me, young master? Coincidentally, at this time, Jin Zizai happened to walk in from outside the villa. Jin Zizai, what are you pretending? Don't think I don't know. You secretly slapped me twice, and then passed through the wall of the villa. Now pretend to have just arrived? Just your little trick. Can you deceive my father? Huang Tianba said disdainfully. Boss, what is he talking about? Jin Zizi was confused by what Huang Tianba said, so he looked at Song Muan and asked, I may have forgotten to take my medicine, and now I'm starting to talk nonsense. Song Muan said, sat down on the stairs leading to the second floor, then took out a bag of melon seeds and ate them. If you forget to take medicine, then take it quickly. If you don't have money to buy medicine, just tell me, the young master will reward you with some spirit stones. Jin Zizi said and walked towards Song Muan. Snap. Just as Jin Zizi walked towards Song Muan, another crisp slap came from Huang Tianba's head. Ha! This has not taken medicine. Has he begun to abuse himself? How did I hear the sound of the big bear slapping himself just now? Was it because I was hallucinating? Jin Zizai turned his head to look at Huang Tianba and said with a puzzled face, not you? Huang Tianba looked at Jin Zizai and said in disbelief. He could see clearly just now that Jin Zizai was always in front of him. What's not me? Jin Zizai still didn't understand what Huang Tianba was talking about. Come on, Xiao Jin, ignore him. Eat melon seeds, Song Muan said. Hearing Song Muan say this, Jin Zizai didn't say anything, came to the staircase and sat down, took the melon seeds from Song Muan's hand and ate them. Ah Huang, are you convinced? Then, Song Muan looked at Huang Tianba and asked, I'm not convinced, I don't see anything. Huang Tianba said loudly. To say that Song Muan defeated him with absolute power, he had nothing to say, but he was slapped a few times, although it was not very harmful, but extremely insulting. How could he be convinced by this? Seeing Huang Tianba's unconvinced look, Song Muan handed all the melon seeds in his hand to Jin Zizai, and then stood up. Since Huang Tianba is not convinced, then defeat him. Ask you again, are you really not convinced? Song Muan looked at Huang Tianba and said, I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others in my life, and if I don't accept it, I won't accept it. Huang Tianba said extremely arrogantly, it's too late for you to regret it now. Song Warm reminded kindly, come on, there is a kind of you who will convince me today. Huang Tianba said provocatively, in that case, then let you try the dabiga technique that I have been practicing for many years. As soon as Song Muan's words fell, the living room suddenly became dark. This is his use of the color fill skill to fill the space into black. Sauvignon Blanc remembers Changsha, and short lovesickness is infinite. The first move, lovesickness. In the darkness, a dark shadow flashed by. Snap. The black shadow slapped Huang Badian on the left side of his face. This slap without any mercy. In an instant, Huang Tianba felt a hot pain in his face. For a person like Huang Tianba who is not convinced, if you hit someone, you will be slapped in the face. How much lovesickness is a one-night stand, and the end of the earth is not long. The second move, break the heart. Snap. Another black shadow flashed by and hit Huang Tianba's right face. Seeing is false, and listening is true. The third move, blind dragon. A fist landed on Huang Tianba's stomach, directly causing him to bend down in pain. The world travels all over the world, and the moon is like a hook, and it is difficult to find it. The fourth trick, romance. A fist landed on Huang Tianba's back, and Huang Tianba instantly fell to the ground. I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others in my life, and I am invincible in the world. After being beaten one after another, Huang Tianba roared angrily, wanting to fight back. How many books are there? Who in the world is worthy of white clothes? The fifth move, wushuang. A fist fell on his left leg. The gun is like a dragon and 10,000 soldiers, and life is like a yellow spring without looking back. Sixth move, white dragon. A fist landed on his right leg. At this time, Huang Tianba felt that he was in pain everywhere. Boss, I'm convinced, Huang Tianba hurriedly said. However, Song Muan did not stop. If you cultivate Buddhism first, you will have a shot of wind and snow and ice. The seventh move, see through. A fist fist landed on Huang Tianba's left arm. Boss. Huang Tianba wanted to say something, but before he could speak, his fist fell again, turning the clouds and hiding the murderous intent, sweeping thousands of troops for tens of thousands of miles. Eighth move, Kuanping. A fist fell on Huang Tianba's right arm. Boss, I am convinced, I am really convinced. At this time, Huang Tianba used all his strength and shouted loudly. In the dark, his visibility was completely zero, and he had no power to resist, so he could only be forced to be beaten. He felt that he was weak like a chick. Hearing Huang Tianba say this, Song Muan restored the room that was originally filled to black. At this time, Huang Tianba was lying on the ground with a loveless face, and his body twitched from time to time. His appearance looked extremely miserable, as if he had just played poker by 500 big men. Boss, what did you do to him? Why is he like this? Jin Zizai looked at Song Muan and asked. I didn't do anything, I just let him experience what colorful black is. Don't worry, his physical injuries are not serious. Song Muan said, took the melon seeds he handed over from Jin Zizai's hand and ate them again. Huang Tianba's physical injuries are indeed not serious, but the psychological shadow area can no longer be calculated. Boss, what was your move just now, to turn the space into dark? Jin Zizai asked curiously. The kind of darkness just now is the ultimate darkness. Although Song Muan didn't target him just now, he was quite insecure. If you faced the kind of person who was more afraid of the dark, as soon as this move is made, the opponent's combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. This is also camouflage. I can disguise myself as light to achieve the effect of invisibility. At the same time, I can also camouflage the space I am in. I camouflaged it as black. Song Muan explained. The reason why he filled the space black was mainly to prevent the existence of Qiuqiu from being exposed to Jin Zizui's eyes. The one who attacked Huang Tianba just now was Qiuqiu, who could travel through the void. Since Qiuqiu's favorability for him reached 60, he was able to use psychic communication to give orders to Qiuqiu. Speaking of which, this is the first time he has worked with Qiuqiu. It turns out that the two of them cooperate quite tacitly. Boss, it's amazing, your disguise ability is too powerful. Jin Zizai said sincerely. A small means, used to scare people. If I encounter your freedom ability, it's useless at all. You shuttle out directly from this space, and you get rid of it, Song Muan said. However, he was also quite curious in his heart about whether his cells, borders, and other things could restrain Jin Zizai's freedom ability. Although the freedom ability is powerful, it is not invincible after all. At the beginning, in Dongfang Sueki's hands, Jin Zizai was like a chick. Boss, you beat me, I can't move. I don't eat, I don't drink, I just live in the villa. At this time, Huang Tianba stood up from the ground, lay down on the sofa in the living room, and said loudly. He has always felt that Song Muan is just a little more bells and whistles. Unexpectedly, the attack power is also so strong. Fortunately, Song Muan had no ill intentions towards him, and if he had malice and wanted to kill him, he would not have much power to fight back. Not only did he underestimate Song Muan too much, but everyone underestimated Song Muan too much. Who will sweep the land in the villa in the future? Seeing Huang Tianba's appearance, Song Muan asked. I'll sweep. When Huang Tianba heard Song Muan say this, he instantly stood up from the sofa and hurriedly said, who throws away the garbage? I'll throw it. Who brushes the toilet? I'll brush. No matter what Song Muan said, Huang Tianba agreed. In that case, I will give you a 7-day probationary period first. If you don't perform well, I'll just sweep you out, Song Muan said. Don't worry, boss, Huang Tianba said. This is the end of this matter. Next, it's time to ask for the account, Song Muan said, and walked towards the outside of the villa. He always thinks about the spirit stones that others owe him. Don't come back, always feel that it is not your own. In this way, Song Muan took his two younger brothers and walked towards Zhongheng's villa. Soon, the three of them came to the door of Zhongheng's villa. Dang dang. He knocked on the door of the villa politely. Who? Zhongheng's voice came from inside the gate. It's me, the college property, to send you warmth, Song Muan said. When Zhongheng opened the door of the villa and saw Song Muan, he was stunned. This is really Song Muan. Is there anything wrong? Zhongheng looked at Song Muan and asked. I'll collect the bill, 12,000 spirit stones. Song Muan said very directly. What spirit stone? Do I owe you spirit stones? Classmate, although we know each other, you can't spit blood. I never borrow spirit stones from others, Zhongheng said with an innocent face. Why should he pay back the debt he owes with his ability? Yo, are you pretending to be stupid with me? Why, do you plan to owe the spirit stone and not pay it back? Song Muan looked at Zhongheng and asked interestingly. I repeat, I don't owe you spirit stones. You said I owe you spirit stones. Do you have any evidence? Take out the IOU and let me take a look, Zhongheng said. He had made up his mind not to return the spirit stone. Boy, you think clearly. There is only one chance for some things. If you miss this opportunity, you will pay a heavy price. At this time, Jin Zizi and Huang Badian stepped forward and looked at Zhongheng and said, what do you want to do? I tell you, in the academy, if you attack your classmates for no reason, you will be punished very severely. If you dare to do something to me, you will die, Zhongheng said. If he really made a move, move. He would definitely not be an opponent for the three. But he was not afraid. Yo, threaten me, young master? Do you think the young master is the kind of person who is threatened? You don't inquire, looking at the entire imperial capital. Who dares to threaten me? Jean's eye. Are you brave? Jean Zizi said. Xiao Jean, don't be angry. No one will replace you when you get sick. I can't be angry with this kind of person. Song Muan turned around at this time, patted Jean's eye on the shoulder and said. After he said this, he turned to look at Zhonghang. Playing with me as a scoundrel? You can. You may not know that I am an ancestor in the area of playing scoundrels. Originally, you only needed to return me 12,000 spirit stones, but let me tell you now, when you want to take the initiative to return them, please prepare 120,000 spirit stones. I don't mean anything else, and I'm not threatening you. I'm just curious. I want to see. Can you hold out for a few days and not come to me? After Song Muan finished speaking, he turned around and left. This made Jean Zizai and Huang Tianba a little confused, and Song Muan gave up like this. The two looked at each other and then chased after them. The person who can make Zhonghang take the initiative to repay the money has not yet been born. Looking at Song Muan's back as he left, Zhonghang said disdainfully. Then the door of the villa was closed. Boss, are you going to leave like this? Huang Tianba asked. The show has just begun. In this world, no one can owe me spirit stones and not pay them back. Unless that person is my father, Song Muan said. The two didn't know what Song Muan was up to, but they unconditionally chose to believe him. Night is quietly falling. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Song Muan lay on the bed and opened her attribute panel. Speaking of which, he has been practicing hard for several days because of various things. Object name, Song Muan. Physical strength, 1684, golden 5. Soul strength, 1902, golden 5. Ability attribute, none. Combat effectiveness, colon. The monk levels, from low to high, are black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and king. Each major realm is divided into 5 small realms. For example, the golden realm, from low to high, is gold 5, gold 4, gold 3, gold 2, gold 1. Each realm corresponds to the value of physical strength or soul strength, and each realm is calculated according to the lowest value of the two. Black iron realm, 1 to 50, the minimum is 1 for black iron 5, and for every 10 points increased, the strength increases by a small realm. Bronze level, 51 to 250, the minimum of bronze 5 is 50, and every 50 points increased, the strength increases by a small level. Silver realm, 251, 1000, the lowest level of silver 5 is 251, and every 187.5 points increase in strength by a small level. Golden realm, 1001 to 5000, the lowest level of golden 5 is 1001, and every 1000 points increase in strength. Age, 18. Platinum realm, 5001 to 25,000, the lowest level of platinum 5 is 5001, and every 5000 points increase in strength. Diamond realm, 25,001 to 100,000, the lowest level of diamond 5 is 25,001, and every 18,750 points increase in strength. King, 100,000 plus, for every 200,000 increase in physical strength and soul strength, it will be increased by a small level. Song Muan's current physical strength is 1684, and the soul strength is 1902, taking the minimum value of the two, that is, the value of physical strength 1684, so he is equivalent to the golden 5. The combat effectiveness of a person with supernatural abilities is the sum of physical strength and soul strength. Combat effectiveness will change according to the current physical condition of the person with the ability, the strength of the ability used, and the blessing of the noble phantasm, and is not static. Song Muan now has too many various skills, so the combat effectiveness cannot be calculated at all. His current situation is that if he uses the right skills, he can be super divine, and if he doesn't use skills, he is just an ordinary golden 5. After closing his attribute panel, Song Muan brought his consciousness to the pasture. The first thing he paid attention to was the egg of the blue flame phoenix that Xiuqiu had stolen. He found that at this time, the eggs of the blue flame phoenix had hatched. In the bird's nest of the blue flame phoenix, there were 3 little guys sleeping quietly. From the maturity period, the countdown is 31 days, 18 hours, 24 minutes, and 36 seconds. Seeing this prompt, Song Muan was a little stunned. As far as he knows, in its natural state, it will take at least 3 years for the blue flame phoenix to grow to maturity. Unexpectedly, in the pasture, this time was shortened by nearly 40 times. After Song Muan's careful observation, he found that the other strange beasts in the pasture were the same. The growth cycle has been shortened by 40 times. In the pasture, there seems to be an energy that is constantly driving their growth. Song Muan observed for a while and said to himself, Showy, where does the energy they absorb come from? Song Muan asked suspiciously. From the spirit stone, Showy replied. What? The energy they absorb is my spirit stone? Song Muan said, and opened his C drive. The 5 million spirit stones his father gave him at the beginning, he stored them all in the C drive, which was used for daily use of skills. Among them, 1 million spirit stones are used to repair the fate grid. However, looking at it now, he found that the remaining 4 million spirit stones stones were only 2 million. In just 3 days, 2 million spirit stones were gone. He originally thought that he had the 5 million spirit stones his father gave him, and he could be regarded as a rich man anyway. But at the current rate of consumption, all his belongings will last a little more than 5 days. This is still the little guys in the ranch at present, all of whom are still in their infancy. In the future, as the body size gets bigger and bigger, it will consume more and more energy. Mom, this is too scary. It seems that the reopening of the first floor is urgent, Song Muon said to himself. He originally planned to open the first floor in the imperial capital after a period of time. Now it seems that it will be too late to do so. Thinking of this, he sent a message to Dao Wuxin and Nangong Weiyang. Let them come to the imperial capital tomorrow. A few seconds later, Dao Wuxin replied with the word good. Although the reply was a bit simple, it was a response anyway. However, Nangong Weiyang did not move for a long time. Forget it, it's enough to have a knife without intention, Song Muon said. Nangong Weiyang is the eldest lady of the Nangong family, and after she comes to the imperial capital, it is really unknown whether she will show herself the store like she did when she was in Phoenix. So, it doesn't really matter whether she comes or not. Subsequently, Song Muon used the computer housekeeper to check his body. The fate is being repaired, and the countdown is 7 days, 2 hours, 15 minutes, and 37 seconds. There are still 7 days left, Song Muon said, got up from the bed, and left the villa. Zhongheng didn't pay off his debts, and now it was time for him to use some means. Otherwise, Zhongheng thought that Song Muon had suffered this dumb loss like this. Soon, Song Muon came to the outside of Zhongheng's villa. Of course, in order to prevent being photographed by surveillance, he came incognito. Are you ready for punishment? Song Muon looked at the villa and said, then used the shrinking skill to make herself smaller, and then got into it through the crack in the door. Song Muon, who entered the villa, found that Zhongheng had rested at this time. The villa was quiet, as if it was about to be haunted. After he entered Zhongheng's room, he found that Zhongheng was sleeping particularly sweetly at this time, and it looked like he was dreaming of something, and his mouth moved a few times. Song Muon also found that one of Zhongheng's hands was placed on an indescribable part of him. This seems to be a common problem for many male students. This is the horn he used to shout when he set up a stall in Phoenix, but he didn't expect to use it on such an occasion. He first filled the horn into colorless, then took the horn, came to Zhongheng's bedside, and sang softly in his ear. Listen to me, thank you, because you have warmed the 4 seasons. This sudden sound suddenly woke up Zhongheng. He sat up from the bed in an instant, then looked around. At this time, Song Muon had already stopped singing, and just looked at him quietly. Since Song Muon and the horn were invisible, Zhongheng looked around and saw nothing. Ha, am I having a nightmare? Or are there auditory hallucinations? Zhongheng said to himself. After saying this, he fell asleep again. However, in less than 2 minutes, the singing of "Listen to Me, Thank You" came to my ears again. He sat up from the bed again and turned on the light. Seeing Zhongheng turn on the light, Song Muon smiled slightly, and then put away the speaker. He opened the word, and the word space instantly enveloped Zhongheng's entire bedroom. Then, he controlled the mouse with his mind and selected all the items in the bedroom except Zhongheng. Then, he made a right alignment. In an instant, the objects that were originally placed at random all moved by themselves, neatly arranged in several rows. The sudden change in the items in the bedroom directly made Zhongheng furious. He jumped up from the bed and looked around vigilantly. Who's pretending to be a ghost? Get out of here? Don't think that if you know the ability to control things, you can scare me, Zhongheng said loudly. However, in the huge room, only his voice was constantly echoing. He scanned every corner of the room intently, but still found nothing. Seeing Zhongheng's nervous appearance, Song Muon aligned the items to the left again. The next moment, those objects moved again. Who the hell is it? Get out of here, Zhongheng said loudly. However, there was no sound in the room except him. Song Muon stood in the corner and played. He will align on the left, right, and in the middle. From time to time, he also indented the first line. Every few seconds, he fills in the colors of these items, including the lights above his head. Therefore, there was a very strange scene in the room. All the objects seemed to come to life, jumping around, constantly changing colors. The most important thing is that the overhead lights are constantly changing colors, so the atmosphere in the room looks extremely strange. Faced with such a scene, Zhongheng's whole person was almost crazy. Ah! He shouted and ran out of his room. After Zhongheng left his room, Song Muon used the revoke skill to restore everything to its original state, as if nothing had happened. Then, his figure flashed and he came to the living room. At this moment, Zhongheng was sitting on the sofa in the living room, holding a pillow in his hand, looking around in fear. Seeing Zhongheng like this, Song Muon smiled again. He hadn't played enough just now, so let's play in another way. Zhongheng sat on the sofa and looked around vigilantly. The next second, his eyes suddenly went dark and he couldn't see anything. He was taken aback, and then hurriedly ran towards the gate of the villa with his memory just now. However, as soon as he ran a few steps, he found that he seemed to have hit something, and instantly, he was dizzy and swollen. After he recovered a little, he ran forward again, but soon, he bumped into something again. He felt as if there was an invisible wall in front of him. Wherever he goes, where does this wall follow? At this time, Zhongheng seemed to finally remember that he was a superpower. So, he launched an attack. Ice storm. Above his hands, ice blue ice blades appeared, spreading around. Dang dang dang. When the ice blade flew out towards the surroundings, it seemed to collide with something, making a crisp impact sound. Subsequently, all these ice blades fell to the ground. No matter how you attack, it's useless. Zhongheng heard the sound of the ice blade falling to the ground and said in disbelief, snap. At this moment, a slap suddenly hit the back of his head. This suddenly made him dizzy, his eyes flashed with gold stars, and then he lay on the ground. I love you walking alone in the dark alley. I love you for not kneeling. I love you for facing despair, and you refuse to cry for a. At this time, a hurried singing suddenly came from above his head. If he hears this kind of song normally, he will definitely appreciate it. But at this time, the singing voice appeared too abruptly. It was really depressing. Don't sing, please, stop singing, Zhongheng said with a crying voice. He had been tortured enough for this time. When he was stripped of his clothes and tied up with a male classmate in the Sumeru mirror, he was never so desperate. I can't see anything. I can only hear this strange singing. At this time, he really wanted to die. Spit it out what you ate mine, and give me back what you took mine. At this time, another song suddenly came from the darkness. Hearing this song, Zhongheng seemed to suddenly think of something. I want to stand up and say something. However, as soon as he got up, a slap fell on the back of his head. He fell to the ground again. Song Muan, it's you, right? It must be you. I'm willing to return your spirit stone. You let me go. I know it's wrong. Zhongheng didn't get up anymore, and said loudly on the ground. When Zhongheng's voice sounded, the darkness disappeared and he could see it again. But Song Muan was not in the living room. Zhongheng looked around the living room and found no one. Then, he hurriedly looked towards the ground, and did not see the ice blade that fell to the ground when he attacked before. It was as if nothing had happened just now, and he seemed to have a dream. Is it a dream? It was definitely not a dream, otherwise I wouldn't be in the living room, Zhongheng said very firmly. Then, he hurried to his bedroom. He found that his bedroom had not changed at all. What the hell is going on? With Zhongheng's mental state at this time, he could no longer distinguish between dreams and reality. He didn't know whether what he had just encountered was true or false. With a suspicious mood, he slowly walked to his bed. He then hurriedly jumped on the bed, got into the quilt, and buried his head in it. As long as he doesn't get out of the quilt, no monster can hurt him. In the midst of fear, he finally slowly fell asleep. Listen to me, thank you, because you have warmed the 4 seasons. Just less than 5 minutes after Zhongheng fell asleep, the song that made him collapse once again sounded in his ears. He woke up from the bed and looked at his room vigilantly. At this time, the singing had disappeared. Who the hell is it? Zhongheng shouted in disarray. He didn't know how to describe his mood at this time. He thought about it and felt that this matter was related to Song Muan. After all, he owed Song Muan 12,000 spirit stones, and the last thing Song Muan said when he left his villa was very strange. You can hold out for a few days and not come to me. These are Song Muan's original words. Isn't it just 12,000 spirit stones? I'm still there. I'm not good yet, Zhongheng said, ready to leave for Song Muan immediately. However, as soon as he walked to the door of his bedroom, he felt a pain in the back of his head, and then his eyes went dark and he fainted. When Zhongheng woke up again, he found himself in a darkness. I love you walking alone in the dark alleys. I love the way you don't kneel. At the same time, it was accompanied by the familiar singing voice. So, what happened in the living room before happened again? When he mentioned the 3 words Song Muan again, the darkness disappeared. However, before he could get up, he suddenly felt another sharp pain coming from the back of his head. He fainted again. At this time, Song Muan appeared from the living room, grabbed his collar, took him upstairs, put it on the bed in the bedroom, and covered it with a quilt. After about a few minutes, Song Muan took out the speaker and sang thank you again. The next moment, Zhongheng was awakened again. Am I in the loop? Zhongheng said a little frustrated. In the past 18 years, he has never been as helpless as he is today. Dad, Grandpa, ancestors, spare me, I know it's wrong. Zhongheng knelt directly on the bed, and then kept kowtowing to the surroundings. Seeing Zhongheng like this, Song Muan turned around and left. This is the end of tonight's game. After all, he has to go back to sleep. As for whether to continue tomorrow night, it depends on Zhongheng's performance. When he came to the class the next day, Song Muan saw Zhongheng with 2 big dark circles under his eyes, and the whole person looked extremely haggard. Boss, what's wrong with this Zhongheng? It couldn't be what you did to him last night, right? Seeing Zhongheng's appearance, Jin Zizi turned his head to look at Song Muan and asked, don't wrongfully accuse people. I am a warm-hearted person, and I will not do such immoral things. You can doubt your wallet, but don't doubt my morality, Song Muan said with a righteous face. Zhongheng also saw Song Muan. He took a spirit stone exchange card and placed it in front of Song Muan. This is to return your 12,000 spirit stones, Zhongheng said. Seeing this scene, Jin Zizi and Huang Tianba both turned their heads to look at Song Muan. Song Muan also said that he didn't do anything to Zhongheng. If he didn't do anything, how could Zhongheng obediently return the spirit stone? Yesterday, both of them saw how arrogant this kid was. What Jin Zizi and Huang Tianba didn't expect was that Songwon pushed the temporary exchange card back. This classmate, are you mistaken? You didn't know me 12,000 spirit stones. Songwon bit the words 12,000 spirit stones very hard, because he said yesterday that if Jong Hang takes the initiative to repay the money, please prepare 120,000 spirit stones. For this kind of person who owes money and does not pay it back, it must be recovered twice. If it was really for 12,000 spirit stones, then what he did last night would be in vain. Seeing Songwon pushing the spirit stone exchange card back, Jong Hang didn't know what to say for a while. Last night, after Songwon left, he did not fall asleep, because as soon as he lies down, the song Thank You will involuntarily sound in his mind. Now he was stunned by that song, so he didn't fall asleep last night, and he only had 2 super dark circles under his eyes in the morning. I, Songwon, am a very virtuous person. I said that if you didn't know me 12,000 spirit stones, you didn't know me 12,000 spirit stones. You can't spit blood, Songwon said. Hearing his words, the people in the classroom were speechless for a while. They never thought that bloody people could still be used in such a situation. But Jong Hang heard it. This was Songwon reflecting what he said yesterday. Because yesterday, when Songwon went to ask him for the spirit stone, he said this: "Don't spit blood. Do you want it?" Jong Hang said, and directly took the spirit stone exchange card back. I know that Jong Hang is a good person and will not falsely accuse me of my virtue for no reason. Well, I'll sing you a song to express my gratitude. Listen to me. Thank you. Because of you, warm the 4 seasons, Songwon said, and sang to himself. This song is not inappropriate for other students to hear, but they think the melody is catchy and quite interesting. But when this singing sound heard Jong Hang's ears, it was like a magic sound, instantly pulling him back to the scene he encountered last night. For a while, he had a physiological reaction. Stop singing, Jong Hang roared loudly. His behavior made all the students inexplicable. It's just an ordinary song, and they don't understand why Jong Hang has such a big reaction. This classmate doesn't like this song, so I'll change it for you? Songwon looked at Jong Hang and said with a smile, "Shut up, shut up." Jong Hang roared loudly again. If he guessed correctly, Songwon would definitely sing Love You Alone in the Dark Alley next. Jong Hang didn't suffer any serious physical injuries last night, but the wounds in his heart may never heal in this life. After this incident, he has been able to be 100% sure that the person who punished him last night was Songwon. However, he did not have any evidence to prove that Songwon did it. He lost this mute, and no one could help him. The world is so wonderful, but you are so irritable. This is not good. Jung's condition is so bad. Why don't you go back to sleep? Maybe I'll have some sweet dreams, Songwon said with a smile. Others didn't hear this, but when they heard Jong Hang's ears, it changed, because he felt that Songwon was reminding him not to forget what happened last night. Songwon, what do you want? Jong Hang asked. He couldn't beat Songwon and couldn't beat him, and if he scolded him, he would definitely not be able to win the scolding just because he was so shameless. In addition, this is the Imperial Capital Academy, and I can't find my family to teach Songwon a lesson, so I can only admit it. Didn't I tell you yesterday? I'm just curious to see if you can last a few days without coming to me. Today is only the first day. Between our classmates, there are still days to come. Slowly cultivate feelings, Songwon replied. His words reminded Jong Hang of what Songwon said to him yesterday when he left. Songwon said at the time that if you take the initiative to go to him to pay back the money, please prepare 120,000 spirit stones. In other words, if he wanted to settle this matter, he had to take out 120,000 spirit stones. With the strength of their Zhong family, the 120,000 spirit stones could be easily taken out, so as not to hurt the bones. However, he was unwilling to give it to Songwon in vain. If he was the kind of person who could easily pay for it, things wouldn't have developed to this point. But if this matter is not resolved, his next days may not be easy. Give me some time, I'll go raise the spirit stone, Jong Hang said. I'm not in a hurry, really, I'm not in a hurry at all. You can drag it all the time, Songwon said. Jong Hang didn't speak anymore, and casually found a desk in the classroom and sat down. Boss, tell me, what did you do to Jong Hang? He just admitted it? Seeing Jong Hang leaving, Jin Zizi hurriedly asked. What you said is all the big masters. What can I do to him? I just influenced him with love and won people over with virtue, Songwon said. Boss, tell me in detail, I really want to know, Huang Tianba said at this time. Just when Songwon was about to tell the two of them in a low voice what she had done last night, their guide Ember walked in. Behind him, there was a person. A freshman doesn't want to see someone Dongfang Sweki. When they saw Dongfang Sweki, everyone frowned, including Songwon is no exception. When he was in the Sumeru mirror before, Songwon hit it early and didn't know what happened afterwards. However, later, he listened to Huang Tianba and Jin Zizai tell the story of what happened after they hit him. After listening, he had a very bad impression of Dongfang Sweki. It is even a bit annoying. Hate is a very peculiar emotion. Since childhood, there are really few people who can make Songwon hate it. Because for him, there are only two types of people in life. One is a person with a good relationship, and the other is a person who has no feelings. To be honest, Songwon doesn't hate those who kill and set fires. Because by definition they are bad people, they are criminals. For them, he was a little afraid at most. If you think about it carefully, everyone is grown up, and there are actually not many people who really hate it. For most people, it can only be said that they are insensitive. From today onwards, Dongfang Sueki is the teaching assistant of our class. Dongfang Sueki is the strongest person in her sophomore year, and you should be able to learn a lot from her. Welcome, everyone, Ember said loudly. When Dongfang Sueki found him in the morning and said that he wanted to become his teaching assistant, he was also surprised. In view of Dongfang Sueki's excellence, he did not refuse. Hearing the instructor say this, the students in the first class applauded reluctantly. If it were someone else, they would definitely be warmly welcomed. But Dongfang Sueki still forgot it, this which was too scary for them to mess with. I am Dongfang Sueki, and I will assist teacher use teaching work. Please cooperate in the future. When Dongfang Sueki spoke, her eyes looked around. In the end, her eyes were fixed on Song Nguyen's body. This shocked Song Nguyen. If he guessed correctly, Dongfang Sueki should have come for him. In the Sumeru mirror, he had already heard Jin Zizi and Huang Tianba say, and knew that the other party was deliberately targeting her. I thought it was over, but now it seems that Dongfang Sueki does not intend to let him go. I hope you really just come to be a teaching assistant, and if you do something annoying, don't blame me for not looking at master's face. Song Nguyen looked at Dongfang Sueki and thought silently in her heart. There is one thing to say, Dongfang Sueki is indeed very good. Otherwise, he would not have become the first person in his sophomore year. Many of her learning methods and many cultivation experiences are very helpful to many freshman students. Age, 19. The university's curriculum is divided into two parts. Part is theory. The so-called theory is to analyze the fighting methods of various abilities, restraint methods, and the mining of one's own abilities. There are also various abilities that work together. The future battle is the unity and cooperation of a group of people, not a single struggle. In addition to theory, it is practice. No matter how much theory you learn, it is for the final actual battle. No matter how high the theory is, if it can't be practiced, it is a scumbag. The theory class passed quickly, and many students had a feeling of epiphany after studying a few lessons. Because many freshmen are new to this kind of course for the first time. In the past, many people only knew that when they encountered the enemy, they just did the right thing. Even if there is cooperation, they are all figured out by each other. Some of the most basic cooperation. But the real battle is far from as easy as they thought. Song Nguyen listened to these courses with relish. But over time, it gets a little dozing. Because he listened for a long time and found that many of the courses taught by the teacher can be summed up in one word: dog, go. Dogs mean, get the most out of the least cost. Go refers to, seeking a way to win in a secure situation. This has always been the way he advocates. This matter does not need to be taught by a teacher at all, and there is no teacher to teach it. Therefore, when others were learning theoretical knowledge, Song Nguyen deserted. At this time, he was thinking about what he would do in the next period of time. Dao Wuxin will come to the imperial capital today, so the first floor will be able to reopen tomorrow at most. In addition to earning spirit stones, it is cultivation. He won the first place in the freshman competition, so in the next year, he could use various cultivation resources of the Imperial Capital Academy for free. This can save a lot of spirit stones. Speaking of which, he had been in the Imperial Capital Academy for several days and had not gone to practice. So, when the morning theory class was over, Song Nguyen found their instructor Ember. Instructor, I want to be exempt from theory classes. What conditions do I need to meet? Song Nguyen asked bluntly. Exempt from theory classes? There has never been such a precedent in the Imperial Capital Academy. Hearing Song Nguyen's words, Ember was stunned for a moment and said, there is no precedent? Have the students of Imperial Capital Academy ever graduated early? Song Nguyen asked a little confusedly. To be honest, all along, he only knew that the Imperial Capital Academy was one of the three major academies of the Dragon Kingdom, and it was also the one with the strongest comprehensive strength. But for other aspects, I really don't know much. This is true, the space sate of that year graduated from the Imperial Capital Academy a year early. However, it was not until my senior year that I graduated early. In the first 3 years of college, he was the same as other students, and he had a lot of knowledge to learn. Ember replied. Then I now propose to exempt the theory class. Please communicate with the instructor and the school. Because with my learning efficiency, the teaching speed in the classroom is too slow. Delay my time, Song Nguyen said again. Okay, I'll tell you the result after I report this to the above. However, if you want to be exempt from theoretical courses, at the very least, you must thoroughly master the knowledge in the textbook. Otherwise, it will definitely not be exempt from repair. Ember replied. This is natural. Subsequently, Song Nguyen returned to his villa and began to flip through the textbooks issued by the school. There are not many textbooks in the freshman year, only 4, but each one is more than 1,000 pages. It is not easy to master all the knowledge in these 4 textbooks, because a lot of knowledge is difficult to understand only by looking at the literal meaning. It must be combined with actual combat, or explored in actual combat. To do this, it takes time to precipitate. So, So, that's why, for so many years, no one has proposed exemption from theoretical classes. Because no one can completely combine theoretical knowledge with actual combat in a short period of time. Regardless of the actual combat first, write down all the theoretical knowledge first, Song Muon said to himself. After he finished speaking, he sat down in front of the book. Then he used his mind to control the mouse and selected a textbook in front of him called The Complete Collection. Subsequently, he chose to export the text on the book. Soon, these exported texts actively generated a Word document. This document is very routine and has no special capabilities. However, for Song Muon, it is enough because that's what he needs. He dragged this document into the C drive and then read it. To read this document, you need to consume a spirit stone. Do you want to read it? Looking at the prompts on the computer, Song Muon chose yes without hesitation. It is completely worth it to spend a mere spirit stone to read a book. With his determination, Song Muon felt that a large amount of information was rapidly pouring into his brain. He closed his eyes subconsciously. It took him 5 minutes to read all the contents of the document. Very good. Great, I am satisfied. After Song Muon opened her eyes, she showed a smile. Regardless of whether he has thoroughly digested and understood the knowledge in the textbook, he has memorized it all by now. As long as he wants, he can recite all the content of the book word for word. So, he concocted the same method and exported and read all the contents of the remaining 3 books. In this way, Song Muon used the textbook for the whole year of his freshman year for 20 minutes, and he memorized it all. I always feel that there is no way to integrate all this knowledge without a fusion agent. Song Muon frowned and said in a low voice. Now his situation feels like he has sand, stones, cement, water, and steel bars. But these all exist independently, lacking a kind of power, stirring these things together and turning them into concrete. Only after turning into concrete can it be indestructible. What is missing? Song Muon asked himself silently in his heart. However, there is no answer to this question for now. The afternoon is a practical class. To be honest, Song Muon is quite a headache for practical classes, because he is unwilling to expose some of his skills to everyone's noses. Only unknown skills can be surprised. At this moment, the students of the first class stood in 2 rows on a martial arts arena. There is only one purpose in actual combat, and that is to use the simplest and most effective method to defeat or kill your opponent. During this period, there is no need for 2 fancy moves, and the focus is on one-hit killing. Our freshman classmates, many of them seem to be extremely powerful in the process of attacking, but in fact, a lot of energy is wasted. The energy that can really attack the enemy may not even be half. In this case, if you encounter an opponent with rich combat experience, even if the opponent's strength is lower than yours, it will be you who will eventually fall. Next, your senior sister will guide you. Ember looked at many students and said, no matter how rich the language is, it is not as persuasive as the action. You guys attack me one by one, and I will suppress my strength to the same level as you and fight against you. Which of you will come first? Dongfang Sueki looked at the many students in the class and said at this time, I'll do it. As soon as her words fell, Nangong Xiaomei stood up and looked at Dongfang Sueki with an excited face. When she was in the Sumeru mirror before, she was caught because the other party's strength crushed her. But now Dongfang Sueki has suppressed her strength to the same realm as her, and she thinks that she is in the same realm and is not inferior to others. Nangong Xiaomei, the realm is Silver 3. Please advise the senior sister. Nangong Xiaomei said. Click. Sister, please. Dongfang Sueki stretched out her hand and made a gesture of invitation. After she finished speaking, she suppressed her realm to the Silver 3. And just like that, a big war began. Nangong Xiaomei knew Dongfang Sueki's strength, so she didn't have any hesitation, and immediately entered a state of bloodthirstiness. I saw that her eyes turned red, and her body exuded a strong smell of blood. The next moment, she moved. I saw Nangong Xiaomei's figure flash, and she ran towards Dongfang Sueki. Her speed was so fast that many people only saw a blood-red afterimage. Hell howl! I saw that when Nangong Xiaomei came to Dongfang Sueki's side, several red phantoms suddenly appeared on her body. These phantoms flew towards Dongfang Sueki from different directions like ghosts. Your attack power is indeed strong in the same realm, but your purpose is too strong, Dongfang Sueki said. Her body twisted slightly, and then a sliding step, passing under the body of several red phantoms, and then launched an attack on Nangong Xiaomei's body. However, for Dongfang Sueki's sudden arrival, Nangong Xiaomei did not flinch. She waved her fist directly, and a red light rushed towards the other party. In the face of Nangong Xiaomei's attack, Dongfang Sueki casually threw out a few seeds. The next moment, these seeds take root and sprout, forming vines. The vine began to wrap around Nangong Xiaomei. Although Dongfang Sueki is not a wood-type superpower, her ability is vitality, which can give life to plants and make these plants obey her commands. Seeing this situation, Nangong Xiaomei threw a punch and directly punched the vines that were entangled towards her. But at this time, she found that Dongfang Sueki's figure had disappeared, deprived of vitality. At this moment, she suddenly heard a cold voice ringing in her ears. Immediately afterwards, she felt that the vitality in her body was passing quickly. If this continues, it only takes a few seconds for the vitality in her body to be completely cut off. Bloodthirsty. Faced with such a scene, Nangong Xiaomei roared. Suddenly, the blood all over her body boiled. Immediately afterwards, an extremely powerful devouring force was generated on her hands, and it began to pull the blood in Dongfang Xueqi's body. Dongfang Xueqi felt that the blood in her body was no longer controlled, as if it would burst out of her veins in the next moment. She didn't care about such a scene, she just used the energy in her body to suppress the restless blood all over her body. Subsequently, a large number of vines grew under her feet. These vines condensed into a wooden dragon in front of her. Mulong opened his mouth and bit Nangong Xiaomei. Nangong Xiaomei was shocked to see this situation, and a red light erupted above her body. This red light formed a shock wave that spread towards the surroundings. Soon, the wooden dragon was cut in half by the red light. Life is cut off. At this moment, she felt a strong crisis at the top of her head. It was too late for her to escape. She felt that she was imprisoned by a burst of energy, and the vitality in her body seemed to be isolated from her, and she instantly became extremely weak. She wanted to resist, but she had no strength left. Just when she thought she was about to die, the power that imprisoned her disappeared. Everything was back to normal for her. That's it. At this time, Dongfang Xueqi said. Nangong Xiaomei glanced at Dongfang Xueqi, her face decadent. I originally thought that in the same realm, even if I couldn't win, I could be invincible. But she found that she had not survived a few moves under Dongfang Xueqi at all. Can you see what is lacking in Nangong Xiaomei in the process of attacking? Dongfang Xueqi looked at everyone and asked. Her fighting awareness, as well as the combat position, are a bit bad, and it is easy to see at a glance what she is going to do next. At this time, Huang Tianba said. That's right, letting people see at a glance what to do next in the battle is a taboo in battle, because it's easy to be targeted. When the strength is almost the same, the more unexpected the attack, the easier it is to win. Dongfang Xueqi said loudly. I have to say that her teaching is still very high level. Her words made many students start to think. Those who can be admitted to the Imperial Capital University are all one of 1,000 Tianjiao, and their understanding is good. For this, it was quickly figured out. However, thinking about it doesn't mean you can do it. Brain, I understand. Body, you bragged not to take me. So, in the next period of time, Dongfang Xueqi had one-on-one battles with the classmates in the first class one by one. While making moves, point out their problems. She didn't have any private secrets, and she seemed to be conscientious. This changed Song Wan's impression of her and other classmates a lot. However, soon, it was his turn. At this time, he found that Dongfang Xueqi looked at him with a smiling look. In his eyes, there was a sense of cat and mouse play. Song Wan, it's your turn. Dongfang Xueqi spoke. Senior Oriental, I am not good at fighting, and I think it's not good to fight and kill. Why don't we change the way? Song Wan said. Without exposing his many skills, he is definitely no match for Dongfang Xueqi. Fighting her is looking for abuse. Moreover, he had long known that Dongfang Xueqi really wanted to beat himself up. The last time I was in the mirror of Sumeru, I didn't find myself, so I missed it. This time, I became a teaching assistant and could beat myself openly. He had reason to suspect that part of the reason why Dongfang Xueqi became a teaching assistant in the first class was that he could beat himself openly. What way do you want to use it? Dongfang Xueqi asked. We can play chess. If the senior sister agrees to this method, I can let the senior sister have a car and a horse, Song Wan said. As soon as he said this, a trace of contempt flashed on many people's faces, especially Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba. They couldn't help but laugh out loud. Chess is a relatively niche game in the Dragon Kingdom, and Dongfang Xueqi may not have come into contact with it. Song Wan proposed to use this method, which is indeed a bit shameless. What do you think? Dongfang Xueqi asked. If chess doesn't work, backgammon can do it too. Gamoku, I can give you 3 pieces. Song Wan said generously. If you encounter an enemy in the future, will you also play backgammon with others? Dongfang Xueqi asked. Who knows, maybe there will be such a day. Song Wan said. He was thinking that in the future, as more and more software was unlocked, he would return to his old profession and become a programmer again. However, at that time, it was no longer code that I wrote, but some kind of rule. At that time, he will make a rule somewhere. The two sides play chess, and whoever wins lives. He thinks he still has a certain level in chess and backgammon. With such a rule, he can take out the opponent without much effort. There is everything in the dream. However, this kind of dream has to be saved for the evening. Now, let's have a discussion with me first. Dongfang Xueqi looked at Song Wan and said, since the senior sister wants to play, then the uncle will play with you for a while. Senior sister, please make a move. Song Wan looked at Dongfang Xueqi and said, he had originally planned to go for a wave, first become invisible, and then use the place at the bottom, skill to hide, so that Dongfang Xueqi would not be able to find him at all. In this way, the two sides are considered tied. However, just seconds before he did so, he changed his mind, because he suddenly felt that this was a great opportunity to test his strength. He has many skills, and he has also relied on sneak attacks to kill the superpowers of the Golden Realm. But he had never fought head-on with a person with abilities above the Golden Realm, so he couldn't say how strong his current combat effectiveness was. Now, it's just right to experiment with Dongfang Sweki. He will see how strong his combat effectiveness can be after using those commonly used skills. I will suppress my strength to the silver 3. Dongfang Sweki looked at Song Muan and said, "No, if you have any means, just use it," Song Muan said. Hearing Song Muan say this, Dongfang Sweki glanced at him a little surprised. "Since you asked for it yourself, then don't blame me for bullying the small. I'll let you take the first step." Then, Dongfang Sweki said, "The reason why she has been targeting Song Muan so much is to see what ability Song Muan has to make her grandfather take him as an apprentice. If Song Muan's talent and strength were average, she would despise her to the end. If Song Muan is strong, then she will naturally give respect. This is a world where strength is respected, and she only respects the strong. The weak are not qualified to talk to her on an equal footing." She didn't know that Song Muan was able to win the first place in the freshman competition, whether it was opportunistic by relying on the disguise ability, or whether it was really strong. Before, Song Muan always avoided fighting. Now it seems that he intends to be serious. In this way, it is exactly what she wants. She took a look at how many pounds Song Muan had. "Then uncle is welcome," Song Muan said, and immediately opened the word, enveloping the space within a radius of 300 meters. Then he fills himself into colorless. In this way, Song Muan disappeared from everyone's eyes, disguised as light to achieve the effect of invisibility. Dongfang Sweki knew something about Song Muan's ability, so she wasn't too shocked. She was not in a hurry to attack Song Muan, but waved her palm and scattered a large number of seeds around her. However, as soon as the seeds were sown, she found that her eyes instantly turned black. Roar! This surprised her, because this was the first time she had seen Song Muan's method. However, she was not flustered at all. The mere darkness did not affect her much. She hurriedly urged the seeds she had just sown, wanting to rely on the seeds to find Song Muan's figure. However, the next moment, her brows furrowed, because she couldn't even feel the existence of those seeds anymore. What she didn't know was that as soon as Song Muan filled the background black, she deleted the seeds scattered on the ground. Therefore, Dongfang Sweki naturally did not feel the existence of seeds. However, Dongfang Sweki has a lot of experience in combat, and in the face of such a scene, there is no panic at all. She flipped her palm and took out a few more seeds. However, before she could urge it, she felt the danger from above her head. I saw spears stabbing her continuously. She moved her body and dodged as fast as she could. Insert form. Seeing Dongfang Sweki dodging so quickly, Song Muan's heart moved, and a super large net shrouded her. In an instant, Dongfang Sweki was enveloped in it. Then, several spears stabbed at her. 10 years of trees. Dongfang Sweki stood in place and did not move at this time, for seeds in her hand quickly took root and sprouted. Subsequently, these seeds that took root and sprouted began to grow at an unimaginable speed. Almost in the blink of an eye, it turned into 4 towering trees. These 4 towering trees not only blocked the spears falling from the sky, but also topped up the big net that netted Dongfang Sweki. At this time, Dongfang Sweki regained her freedom. The first person in the sophomore year, really a bit level. Seeing this scene, Song Muan thought silently in his heart. "Try one of the skills I'm most looking forward to. Delete," Song Muan said, and selected Dongfang Sweki with the mouse. Speaking of which, this is the first time he has used the delete skill on a person with special abilities. Delete the target. The remaining time is 14 minutes and 59 seconds. When Song Muan saw this prompt, she was instantly stunned. He didn't expect that the supernatural could really be deleted. However, it takes a bit long, 15 minutes. In other words, as long as he can hold Dongfang Sweki for 15 minutes, let her not leave the range space of the word. After 15 minutes, Dongfang Sweki can be deleted. Song Muan didn't know that once Dongfang Sweki was deleted, there would be no more such person in the world from now on. It will still be put in the recycle bin like other things. Next time, find an enemy to try, Song Muan said silently in his heart. He then cancelled the deletion. Although he hated Dongfang Sweki for targeting him, he did not have any deep hatred for the other party, and he could not experiment with each other. In case of an accident, what face does he have to go see his master? After Song Muan cancelled the deletion, Dongfang Sweki breathed a long sigh of relief, because she felt an extremely strong danger just now, but she never found out where the danger came from. It seems to come from all directions, and it seems to come from your own body. She had never encountered this situation. This black space is too weird. I can't stay here any longer. You have to get out of here as soon as possible, Dongfang Sweki thought silently in her heart. Then, as soon as her figure moved, she galloped towards the distance. Seeing Dongfang Sweki like this, Song Muan hurriedly inserted the cell. Bang! The next moment, Dongfang Sweki hit the cell. Her body flipped over, and then landed firmly on the ground. Then, without stopping, she raised her fist and punched the place she had just hit. Boom! In an instant, the border of a cell is broken. The border of this cell is so fragile, it was so easily broken by the superpowers of the Platinum Realm. Shall we, how to increase the hardness of the cell border? Song Muan asked. Please upgrade the version of Excel, Xiaoyi replied. Hearing Xiaoyi's answer, a hint of enlightenment flashed flashed in Song Won's eyes. It's ridiculous to say, Song Won actually forgot that as a software, it can be upgraded. All this time, he only cared about improving the strength of his body and soul. This is equivalent to a computer that only improves the hardware and operating system. But forget that the software installed in the operating system can actually be upgraded. He remembers that when he was on Earth, the Word went through many versions. For example, Word 2003, Word 2007, etc. Therefore, the Word he is using now can naturally be upgraded. What are the conditions required for software upgrades such as Shoei, Word, and Excel? Song Won asked. You need to have a complete life, Xiaoyi replied. Xiao Yi's words directly choked Song Won. He also wanted to repair his fate as soon as possible. Didn't it take a process? However, it is now only a little over 6 days. At that time, he will not only be able to awaken his abilities, but he will also be able to upgrade these software to version 2.0. Song Won saw the frame of the cell and couldn't stop Dongfang Sueki's attack. So, insert the text box again. The text box is a little harder than the cell, but it still can't stop Dongfang Sueki. Let's have a combination matryoshka. So, Song Won inserted text boxes, borders, and cells around Dongfang Sueki in a row. This time, Dongfang Sueki spent a lot of effort to destroy it. Relying on this method, it is more than enough to drag her for 15 minutes. After proving this, Song Won closed the word space. He and Dongfang Sueki reappeared in everyone's field of vision. But at this time, Song Won sat on the ground very ungracefully, his face pale, gasping for breath, and the hair on his head was all soaked. Senior sister is really powerful. Uncle is willing to bow down, Song Won said panting. Of course, he pretended all this. He had already proven that he had the ability to kill the Platinum Realm superpowers, so there was no need to continue fighting. In order to act more realistically, he poured a bottle of water on his head before turning off the word just now. This shows that you are over-consuming. No wonder Grandpa would take you as an apprentice. It's really extraordinary. Song Won, you have my approval. I hope you grow up in the future. Don't let me down. Let my grandfather down. However, don't think about me calling you uncle, Dongfang Sueki said very seriously. She is a very straightforward person, and she has always said one thing and two things. If you say it, you will do it. Song Won was just an adult, so he could fight against her for so long, and it made her feel very dangerous. If Song Won had been cultivating for as long as her, she would definitely not be Song Won's opponent. The others were confused about the conversation between the two, because they didn't see anything in the battle just now. They only saw that Song Won and Dongfang Sueki suddenly disappeared in front of their eyes before fighting. However, from Dongfang Sueki's words, they could hear that Song Won must have shown great strength just now. Otherwise, he would not have been recognized by Dongfang Sueki. Today's practical class ends here. All of you go back and digest today's harvest, Dongfang Sueki said and turned to leave. Before she left, she glanced at Song Won meaningfully. Boss, amazing, it actually caused a lot of trouble to this witch. At this time, Jin Zizi stepped forward and helped Song Won up and said, because he saw it just now, Dongfang Sueki's clothes were messy. This shows that Song Won's attack fell on Dongfang Sueki's clothes. Boss, it's you. How can you hold out under the witch for so long? Boss, did you let the witch experience the colorful black just now? Huang Tianba stepped forward and asked at this time. Colorful black, he had a deep experience yesterday. It's for her to experience it, but her performance is much better than yours, Song Won said. She is in the Platinum Realm, and when I reach the Platinum Realm, I will definitely be better than her, Huang Tianba said confidently. He has the ability of faith, and he is naturally extremely confident in himself. To say that Huang Tianba's most powerful place is definitely his mouth, because, even if one day he is about to be beaten to death, he will still shout, I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others in my life, and I am invincible in the world. After Song Won stood up from the ground, he patted the dust on his buttocks. Boss, do you have any arrangements for the evening? If there is no arrangement, I will take you to the imperial capital city to relax. You and the big stupid bear are both coming to the imperial capital for the first time. As the host, I will take you to appreciate the prosperity of the imperial capital, Jin Zizi said, raising his eyebrows at Song Won. Then he showed a smile that every man understood. When I was a child, I heard my neighbors say that there are dragons in this world, but I have never really seen it. I don't know if I can see it tonight, Huang Tianba said meaningfully at this time. I can say with certainty that there are indeed dragons in this world. Not long ago, I was served by a one-stop many times, Jin Zizi said. I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others in my life, even if it is a dragon. I'll have a good fight with this dragon today. Come on, you die, Huang Tianba said. Alas! At this time, Song Won sighed, then shook her head, with an unteachable expression. Boss, what are you sighing for? Jin Zizi asked. You say, what do people live for? Song Won asked. Life is alive, eat, drink and have fun, Jin Zizi said as a matter of course. Vulgar. When people live, they should establish their hearts for heaven and earth, establish their lives for the people, continue the learning for the saints, and open peace for all generations, Song Won said with a righteous face. Ha! It's not good. The boss may have been disguised. It's definitely not him. Huang Tianba pointed at Song Nuan and said, "Boss, don't worry, no matter how much it costs tonight, I'll please." Jin Zizi glanced at Song Nuan and then hurriedly said, "You understand me. The one-stop pattern is small, give me two. I'll be a dragon slayer boy today." Song Nuan said righteously, "This is the Song Nuan I know." Huang Tianba said. So, the three of them walked outside the school. When they reached the school gate, the security personnel at the door stopped the three of them. Imperial Capital University cannot be easily allowed to enter and exit at will, and identity must be verified. Naturally, the three of them did not dare to have any opinions on this. After all, the security personnel of the Imperial Capital Academy are all the existence of the King Realm. After Songwon verified her identity, she suddenly thought that it would take 15 minutes to delete Dongfang Sueki in the Platinum Realm. How long will it take for those who delete the King's Realm? So, he used the delete skill on one of the security personnel. Delete target. The remaining time required is 99 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. When Song Nuan saw this prompt, her eyes instantly widened. It only takes 15 minutes to delete the ability of the Platinum Realm, but I didn't expect that it would take 100 days to delete the ability of the King Realm. Song Nuan didn't notice. Just after he locked on the target, the security officer felt a crisis. The next moment, an extremely violent momentum erupted from his body. At the same time, there is also an extremely strong smell of blood. This momentum enveloped Song Nuan and the three of them. In an instant, the three of them fell into an ice cave, their whole bodies cold. They seemed to see a lot of bones. Under the shroud of the momentum of the King Realm, the three of them felt very small. It is like a flat boat floating in the sea, floating on the surface of the sea with the waves of the sea. It was like a big wave coming, and they would be shattered. This frightened Song Nuan to hurriedly cancel the deletion. He didn't expect that the other party's reaction would be so big. Old Han. At this moment, a person next to him shouted, which made the security personnel who burst out of momentum come back to their senses and hurriedly put away their momentum. "Be careful, the enemy is attacking again." The security officer known as Lao Han said with a serious face, "Sober up, we are no longer in the Nine Folds." At this time, the security officer next to him said. Hearing his companion say this, Lao Han looked stunned, as if he suddenly thought of something, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. "I'm sorry, I just seemed to be in a trance, and I actually felt a crisis." Lao Han hurriedly said. "What is this Ninefold Pass?" Song Nuan asked. This is the first time he has heard of this word. As he spoke, he carefully looked at the two security personnel in front of him. They looked to be in their 60s, and the white beards on their faces were mixed with a few black ones. The security officer known as Lao Han had a wound on his face, so he looked a little hideous. He was sure that these two security personnel were definitely not ordinary people. The momentum that erupted from Lao Han's body just now, as well as the smell of blood, was definitely not something that ordinary people with the ability of the King Realm could have. "You shouldn't know, don't inquire." Hearing Song Nuan ask about the Ninefold Pass, Lao Han's companion waved his hand and said, "Okay, you three little guys go out quickly." Lao Han opened the school gate and said. In this way, Song Nuan and the three of them left the school gate. "Xiao Jin, do you know where the Ninefold Pass is?" After walking out of the school gate, Song Nuan asked a little curiously. "I have indeed heard these three words, but I don't know exactly where it is. I once asked someone to ask about this place, and those who knew about it kept silent about this place. Sometimes, even if I happen to hear someone mention this place in a conversation, as soon as they notice someone else coming, they will stop talking instantly. So, until now, I don't know where this Ninefold Pass is." Jin Zizi said. "Doesn't your family also sell intelligence? I didn't hear this?" Song Nuan asked curiously. "It's not that my family doesn't know the information about the Nine Folds, but the information about the Nine Passes, those old guys in my family, don't allow me to know. I seem to know what I said, and I will say it." Jin Zizi said a little depressedly. "It's still a family, and there is no trust between people at all." While a few people were talking, a super luxurious convoy galloped over from a distance and stopped in front of several people. Subsequently, some men wearing uniforms with the word gold printed on their chests got off the luxury car. "Hello, young master," these people said respectfully to Jin Zizi. At this time, the card of the little master of the Jin family is reflected. When Song Nuan met Jin Zizi, he was always Jin Zizi alone. Some of the things he did were like the silly son of the landlord's family. If he didn't speak, it would be difficult for others to think that this was the little master of the Jin family. And when Jin Zi got along with him, he did not have the arrogance of the children of the family. So all along, although Song Nuan knew that Jin Zizi's family was very powerful, he did not regard him as a child of a wealthy family. Jin Zizi called him the boss, and he also used the other party as a little brother. But now seeing this kind of scene, I suddenly felt a little guilty. I don't need a guilty conscience. My father is the god of war in the underworld, and my master is the god of war in the east. If it comes to identity, I'm no worse than him. Song Nuan thought of this and suddenly stood up. "Get out." In the past, he always thought that his parents were ordinary people. Therefore, he has always felt that the background has always always been his shortcoming. He is also used to relying on himself for many things. Now, his identity has changed, it's just that he hasn't gotten used to it for a while. Boss, let's go. At this time, Jin Zizai turned his head, looked at Song Yuan and Huang Tianbai and said. He did not change his attitude towards Song Yuan because of the arrival of the Jin family. After getting into the car, Song Yuan looked at Jin Zizi with a calm face. Xiao Jin, I've always heard that you are the little master of the Jin family. What the hell does your Jin family do? Song Yuan asked curiously. It's just to do some small business and sell some intelligence. I don't know if the boss has heard of the Four Seas Pavilion, which was opened by my family. Jin Zizai said lightly. I'm a. Hearing Jin Zizi say this, Song Yuan and Huang Tianbai exclaimed at the same time. Of course, they knew that there were thousands of stores in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Thousands of stores, it doesn't sound like a lot, but this is almost monopolistic. It can be said that the Four Seas Pavilion is definitely one of the most profitable shops in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Xiao Jin, I knew you were a big dog before, but I didn't expect you to be a bit outrageous. With your Jin family's assets, you should be able to rank in the top 5 in the Dragon Kingdom, right? Song Yuan asked again. Barely rank first. I don't know if it's specific, I've heard other people say it. I'm only responsible for spending money, and I don't pay much attention to these things. Jin Zizi said. Barely ranked first? It's really reluctant. My pattern is small, what I just said is too conservative. The consumption in the future will not be paid for by the Golden Master, which is unreasonable. Song Yuan said. If he was as rich as Jin Zizai, he would still work tirelessly to open the first floor. He lay down directly. He had tried before, using the copy skill. If he copied a spirit stone, he would need to consume a spirit stone, which would take a second. Taking a step back, if the replication of the spirit stone does not need to be consumed, he will get a spirit stone in 1 second. Then he can get more than 54.8 million spirit stones a year. This is definitely not as good as the profit of the Jin family for a year. At this time, Song Yuan suddenly thought that when he was on Earth before, someone had calculated. If you win 5 million every day and don't pay taxes, it takes 76 consecutive years to catch up with a boss surnamed Ma who is not interested in money. He didn't know if the Jin family's assets were so much. At this time, he suddenly felt that his god of war father was not fragrant. He really wanted his father and master to rob the Jin family. I don't know if the power of the two gods of war can do this. Soon, the convoy came to a bustling street in the imperial capital. There are many high-rise buildings here, and the lights are brilliant before it is completely dark. At this moment, at the door of a bathing center called Donghai Dragon Palace, there were 2 rows of women wearing red cheongsam. These women have extraordinary appearances, and each of them can be regarded as one of 100 beauties. Unexpectedly, it was just a welcome here. Hello, little lady. After Jin Zizi and the others got out of the car, the 2 rows of welcome girls hurriedly shouted in a delicate voice. It can be seen that Jin Zizi is not the first time he has been here. Of course, this is normal. After all, he said that he had been served by a one-stop shop. Boss, big stupid bear, relax today, all kinds of services here are top-notch. I promise to make you want to die. Jin Zizi said. Dead. Die well. Song Yuan said suddenly. After saying that, he looked at Huang Tianba. So, invincible. Huang Tianba thought for a moment and said hurriedly. Why idiom solitaire? Jin Zizi asked puzzled. Yes, I don't know. Why did you suddenly use idiom solitaire? Huang Tianba also looked at Song Yuan and said. Do you know that Lao Tzu wrote the Tao Te Ching? Song Yuan looked at the 2 and asked. Why? The 2 asked suspiciously. Because I am willing. After Song Yuan finished speaking, he took the lead in walking into the East Sea Dragon Palace. I'll ask more. Huang Tianba said. As expected of the boss, he is still the same dog as always. Jin Zizi said a word, and walked in with Huang Tianba. In the next period of time, Song Yuan and Huang Tianba saw what a dragon called the imperial capital city. After the 2 entered, they were surrounded by all kinds of warblers and swallows. Of course, the 2 of them did not start the excavator and carry out construction. They are just simple massages. The service of the East Sea Dragon Palace is indeed thoughtful, especially when facing a top-rich child like Jin Zizi. Next to each of the 3 of them, there were 6 women in cheongsam waiting. Take Huang Tianba as an example. At this moment, his head was resting on the thigh of a beautiful woman, and the beauty gently pressed his head. At his feet sat a beautiful woman pressing his feet. There were 4 beauties kneeling on both sides of his body, 2 massaging his arms and 1 feeding him. The remaining one wiped the food residue from the corner of his mouth. This kind of emperor-like enjoyment is so comfortable. Huang Tianba's face was enjoying, like a satisfied fool. The same is true for Song Yuan and Jin Zizai. However, although the expressions of the 2 of them were relaxed, they were not as exaggerated as Huang Tianba. This is the maximum they can enjoy at the moment. It's not that there are no other projects, but because Jin Zizai can't do anything else. The Jin family allowed him to spend money lavishly and also allowed him to be greedy for pleasure. But he was never allowed to mess with the relationship between men and women. It's not that I'm afraid that he will suffer, but I'm worried about his life. Once there is a child, then the Jin family admits this child or not. If you admit admit it, it's not the right way. After all, this was born after Jin Zizong's romance. Moreover, it may be the result of being used by some scheming people. If you don't admit it, after all, it is the blood of the Jin family. In this way, it is not a good thing for the Jin family. Therefore, in order to put an end to this kind of trouble, the family rules of the Jin family will never allow the children of the Jin family to mess with men and women outside. If you really fall in love with a woman at first sight, or if you can't extricate yourself from love, then bring it back to the Jin family. Jin Zizai likes to be free, and it is impossible to bind himself because of a certain woman or a certain child. Therefore, he, like Song Muan and Huang Tianba, is still a boy chicken so far. Many people may not believe this. However, this is the truth. After experiencing the one-stop service of the East Sea Dragon Palace, Huang Tianba felt that he walked lightly, as if he would fly in the next moment. I announce, starting today, I don't share the same thing as gambling and drugs. Huang Tianba said righteously. You don't mention the yellow word. Song Muan said with a smile. I am a pornographer, and I have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. Huang Tianba said again. Big stupid bear, you're just giving a massage once. If you really ask a few young ladies to play poker, wouldn't you be a daydreamer? Jin Zizai looked at Huang Tianba and said, that's not necessary, my first time, naturally I have to leave it to my beloved girl. Lao Jin, what are we going to do next? Huang Tianba asked a little impatiently. We have relaxed physically, so let's relax mentally. Let's go, I'll take you to eat, drink and have fun. Jin Zizi said. Eat, drink, and have fun. I like to eat, drink and have fun. Huang Tianba said. Let's go underground. At this time, Jin Zizai said to a staff member of the East Sea Dragon Palace on the side. So, the three of them took a special elevator and came to the third basement floor. Then in an underground passage, I took a rail car. Several people went through layers of tunnels and finally came to a huge manor. This estate covers an area of nearly 1,000 acres. In the imperial capital, every inch of land is precious, even in remote suburbs. In the imperial capital, there is such a manor of nearly 1,000 acres. Bang! You can imagine how much energy the owner of this manor has. There are countless things to play with in this manor. Coliseum, gambling house, restaurant, theater, arena, gambling stone. Jin Zizi said. Bang! His words made Jin Zizai and Song Muan's eyes widen. They originally thought that this East Sea Dragon Palace was just a place for massage and relaxation, but they didn't expect that this was still an industrial chain. Does this official of the Dragon Kingdom care? Song Muan asked suddenly. These are all legal. Why should they be cared about? Jin Zizai asked. Legal? Hearing Jin Zizi say this, a hint of surprise flashed on Song Muan's face. Bang! He didn't expect that these things could be legal. Not only are they all legal, but behind this manor, there are official people. This manor is fighting gold every day. Before Jin Zizai finished speaking, he was interrupted by Huang Tianba. Bang! Which gold? Is it spiritual? Huang Tianba asked with a curious face. Big stupid bear, have you unlocked any new buffs? Can you think about this crookedly? Song Wan also looked at Huang Tianba with an incredulous face and asked. What Jin Zizi said just now was normal. He didn't expect that Huang Tianba could drive. Ha ha, casually, Lao Jin, you continue. Huang Tianba also knew that he wanted to be crooked, so he smiled and said, this manor is getting better every day. It is a money-making machine, and the spirit stones earned every day are an astronomical amount. Bang! I'm afraid our family's Four Seas Pavilion can't compare to this. However, there are many big guys behind the manor, and the forces inside are intricate. Whose pocket did these spirit stones fall into? Few people know. There are many big bosses in the imperial capital, but not all families will open shops and do business like our Jin family. Bang! In order to maintain the family's expenses, many bigwigs choose to support such places behind their backs. Jin Zizai explained. This manor is like a chicken that can lay golden eggs. Didn't your Jin family participate? Song Muan asked. This kind of money-making business, the Jin family has no reason not to participate. Because our Jin family has earned enough spirit stones, the people behind the manor will not let us get a piece of the pie again. After all, no matter how big the cake is, the more people participate, the less it will be in the hands of individuals. Therefore, if you cannot let others participate, try not to let others participate. Jin Zizi said. Hearing him say this, Song Muan understood. The cake that the Jin family eats is big enough, and if they go to eat other people's cakes, others will naturally protect their food. Boss, big stupid bear, where do you want to go first? Jin Zizi looked at the two and asked. The two of us are not familiar with this place, so you can watch the arrangement. Song Muan said. In that case, I will arrange all the next itinerary. Let's go to the gambling stone first. Every time I come here, I try my luck. Jin Zizi said. Gambling stone? What gambling stones are used? What can be opened in it? Song Muan asked suspiciously. While on Earth, he had heard of gambling stones. When jadeite is mined, it is wrapped in a layer of weathered skin, and it is impossible to know the quality of the jadeite. The so-called gambling stone is to buy rough stones and then dissolve them. Sometimes, you can cut up and get 10 times 100 times the profit. However, sometimes, it will also be cut down. In that way, the rough stones purchased by millions or tens of millions will become worthless. This is what many people often say, one knife to heaven, one knife to hell. However, what surprised Song Muan was that there was such a thing as gambling stones in Blue Star. What he was sure of was that the gambling stones here were definitely not jadeite, because jadeite can basically be said to be worthless in this world. At most it is slightly better than the stones that can be seen everywhere. In Blue Star, many people use jadeite to make some decorations, including some imperial green, which is very rare on Earth. Blue Star is a world full of superpowers, where all items pay attention to practicality. The rough stones here are all dug out from the elemental stone mines. It may contain an elemental heart. Jean Zizai explained. What is an elemental heart? How come I've never heard of it? At this time, Huang Tianba asked. You should all know that elemental stones are resources used by elemental superpowers to cultivate, and the heart of the element is an essence formed by the condensation of elemental stones over a long period of time. A fist-sized elemental heart is worth at least 100,000 spirit stones. Jean Zizai explained. Song Muan and Huang Tianba didn't have much concept of elemental hearts, but as soon as they heard that a fist-sized elemental heart was worth 100,000 spirit stones, they instantly realized the preciousness of elemental hearts. If you have the ability to awaken perspective ability, wouldn't it be the same as following up on the goods if you come here to gamble on stones? Song Muan thought of the key at this time. This is the world of supernatural people, and if you can't keep it, you can know the situation inside the rough stone. This rough stone is wrapped in a large number of elements, and these elements do not have any rules. It can isolate perception and abilities such as clairvoyance. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as it is not the Holy Venerable, no person with special abilities can check the situation inside the rough stone. Jean Zizi said. What if the Holy One comes? Isn't it equivalent to buying goods? Huang Tianba asked at this time. The Holy Venerable has extraordinary strength and a transcendent status. If he really wants an elemental heart, or a spirit stone, all you need to say is that someone will rush to send it to them. There is no need to use this method of price drop at all. Take a step back and say, even if the Holy Venerable puts down his shelf and is willing to come to this kind of place, the owner behind the manor knows about it and is absolutely willing to give him all the rough stones free of charge. Jean Zizai said again. Hearing Jean Zizai say this, Huang Tianba nodded with a sudden realization. There is such an extremely special kind of person in the world. This kind of person seems to be very inconspicuous, and the family does not have many assets. However, when they need something, they only need to say a word, and someone will rush to deliver it. This kind of person is more compulsory than the kind of person who has trillions of assets and buys whatever he wants. Boss, big stupid bear, you two also pick a rough stone. Let's see how lucky it is. After coming to the gambling stone, Jean Zizi looked at the two and said, Then I'm welcome. Huang Tianba said and began to turn among the many rough stones. He didn't know how to choose rough stones, let alone what kind of rough stones were more likely to open elemental hearts. However, when you turn around, it always looks a little more professional. Song Muan was not polite and began to look at many rough stones. Is there really no way to check the situation inside the rough stone? He thought silently in his heart. When Song Muan was talking in his heart, he screamed the skills he currently had one by one. Among his many skills, there seems to be no such thing as perspective. I don't know if the color filling skill can make the stone on the outer layer of the rough transparent, Song Muan said, looking around. When he found that no one noticed him, he hurriedly selected the most inconspicuous rough stone and used the color filling skill to fill it into colorless. However, with the use of his color fill skill, the rough stone became completely invisible and disappeared in front of his eyes. This skill is not good. You can't select the surface. Hey, why do I have to struggle? Can I see the situation inside the rough stone? It's a bit of a horn. Suddenly, Song Muan seemed to think of something and patted her head. People are sometimes like this. No matter how smart a person is, he will occasionally walk into a dead end and get into a horn. Song Muan wanted to know whether these rough stones contained elemental hearts, and there was no need to see the scene inside, because each elemental heart is condensed from the essence of elemental stones. That is to say, any rough stone with an elemental heart contains a huge amount of energy. Therefore, as long as you can know which rough stone contains the most energy, it means that the volume of the elemental heart contained in which rough stone is larger. Other people with special abilities wanted to explore the energy contained in the rough stone, but except for the Holy Venerable, they couldn't do it at all. However, he can, because he has a different golden finger. So, Song Muan controlled the mouse with his mind, randomly selected a rough stone, and used the copy skill. This copy, you need to consume 10 spirit stones. The estimated time will take 2 minutes. Do you want to continue? Seeing this prompt, Song Muan's face showed a satisfied smile. The rule of replication is that the more energy it contains, the longer it takes to replicate and the more spirit stones it consumes. Using this skill, a rough stone is copied one by one. The longer it takes to copy which rough stone, the more energy it contains in which rough stone, and the larger the volume of the elemental heart it contains. In this way, Song Muan used this skill to start copying and viewing. This copy, you need to consume 9 spirit stones. The estimated time is 1 1 minute and 40 seconds. Will it continue? This copy, you need to consume 16 spirit stones. The estimated time will take 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Will it continue? Different hints have always appeared in front of Song Muan. However, he never found the rough stone that would make his eyes shine. At this time, Huang Tianba had already chosen. He knew nothing about rough stones, so he chose the largest of them. For him, big is good. As long as it's big enough, skill doesn't matter. Jin Zi had already chosen at this time. Now it's just Song Muan. Song Muan did not give up and was still choosing. This copy, you need to consume 99 spirit stones. It is estimated to take 15 minutes. Should you continue? When Song Muan saw this prompt, her eyes finally lit up. He took a step forward, intending to pick up the rough stone. However, just as his hand was holding the rough stone, the other hand also hugged the rough stone. He looked up and found a young rich boy. His eyes are not big, his eye sockets are a little sunken, and he has dark circles under his eyes, looking like he is overindulging. Let go. Do you dare to grab what this young master likes? Who gave your dog gallbladder? At this time, the rich boy looked at Song Muan and spoke. Among the younger generation in the imperial capital, he knew anyone who was a little famous. Age, 18. But Song Muan looked raw and dressed in a rustic way. Therefore, he didn't pay attention to it at all. Your dad called you. Hearing the other party say this, Song Muan suddenly looked at the other party and said, this rich child may be more afraid of his father. Hearing Song Muan say this, she hurriedly turned her head to look, but saw nothing. At this moment, Song Muan pressed his palm hard and took the rough stone into his hand. Boy, are you the birthday star who eats arsenic? Are you impatient? Dare to use my dad to lie to me? The rich boy turned his head, looked at Song Muan and said, stupid. Song Muan glanced at the other party and said casually. He really didn't want to pay attention to this kind of rich child. He always felt that these people were more or less seriously ill. Their brain circuits are particularly strange, and if you have been in contact with them for too long, you will be infected with stupidity. He has read a lot of books both on Earth and on Blue Star. It is not difficult for him to scold people without swearing, but in this case, he felt that it was too cool to use the word stupid. No matter what the other party says, he can fight back with these two words. You are the first to dare to scold me like this in person. Boy, who are you? This rich child did not rashly attack Song Muan. Instead, he asked about his origins. The rich second generation is not without brains, and they know very well that in this world, there are always some people they can't afford to provoke. Therefore, in accordance with the rules of the imperial capital, he asked the other party about the origin. If Song Muan can't afford to mess with him after he reports his name, then he deserves to be scolded. Even if he was slapped twice, he had nothing to say. However, if Song Muan's background is not as good as his, I'm sorry, he will bully people today. Big fish eat small fish, and small fish eat dried shrimp. This is the rule of the imperial capital since ancient times. However, Song Muan was not from the imperial capital, so naturally he didn't know what the rules of the imperial capital were. However, even if he knew, he probably wouldn't pay attention. He was never a rule-abiding person. Want to know who I am? Do you think you are qualified? You can ask the steward of the manor to see if he will tell you. Song Muan turned her head and looked at the other party with a contemptuous look and said. After saying that, he turned and left. The first time he came to the manor, it was naturally impossible for the steward of the manor to know who he was. Even if this rich child asks, he knows nothing. He just said this, just pretending. It depends on whether you can bluff the other party. If you can't bluff, then open the door and let go of the gold. If Jin's eye can't stand it, then call master for help. With the face of the eastern god of war, it must be able to withstand it. Sure enough, as soon as Song Muan's words came out, the rich boy frowned. Song Muan dared to say such arrogant words. He should not be an ordinary person. So, he began to speculate about Song Muan's identity. However, he screened out the young generation of the Dragon Kingdom in his mind, and found no one who matched. It can't be a descendant of some saint, right? The rich son said silently in his heart. But soon, this idea was denied by him, because, if Song Muan was a descendant of a certain saint, it would never be possible to come here. Could it be that this kid has a pig's nose in his nose, pretending to be an elephant? I thought I was a character, but in fact I was a bitter tea pretending. After figuring this out, the rich children took 2 steps forward and stopped Song Muan. Boy, did you run to this young master and pretend to be here? Do you want to dance? The rich boy looked at Song Muan with a cold look and said, he hates others pretending to be in front of him the most. My condition has just improved. Go back and take medicine. If you get sick for a while, it's not good to bite. Rabies vaccine is quite expensive now. Song Muan patted the other party on the shoulder and said, UTM looking for death. The rich children said, ready to do something to Song Muan. Son thief, do you try to move my boss? At this moment, a slightly excited voice came. The only one who can call Song Muan like this, and who has such an arrogant tone, is Jin's eye. Song Muan and the rich children turned their heads at the same time and looked in the direction where the sound came from. Sure enough, I saw Jin's eye and Huang Tianba walking towards this side. Jin, this silly? Who should I give this kid confidence? It turns out to be you. When the rich children turned their heads heads and saw Jean's eye, a hint of realization flashed in their eyes. In his words, there was not much fear of Jean's eye, but with a kind of provocation. Son thief, the young master was still thinking just now. Will he meet you here? I didn't expect you to be here. The young master has been thinking about you for a long time. Jean's eye looked at the rich children and said. At this time, he had a feeling that his enemies were extremely jealous when they met. Jean de silly, you are promising. Speak neatly, have you eaten too much Viagra? The rich boy looked at Jean Zizi and said. Son thief, the young master will let you know today. What does it mean that there is a way in heaven and you don't go, and if there is no door to hell, you break in? When Jean Zizi said this, he put his hand in his pocket. Under the gaze of several people, he took out a small notebook from his pocket. Then, he opened the small notebook and a hint of arrogance flashed in his eyes. For this day, he prepared for more than 3 months. Shen Yang Lai, you have lacked a lid since you were a child, and you have lacked love when you grew up, with a hemp rope around your waist and a pot lid on your head. You were born a cucumber, you owe it. The day after tomorrow is a walnut, and it is not beaten. A lifelong motorcycle breaker, oh a kick. Find a daughter-in-law who is a screw, and she owes screws. Originally, when I saw your treacherous and cunning face, I wanted to slap you to death, but when I got closer, I saw that your face was shiny, and I really couldn't do it. Your innate coquettish temperament determines that you can only be a bitch in your life. Jean's eye took a small book and faced the rich children, which was a crazy output. Don't give the other party a chance to fight back at all. Songwon almost laughed out loud when she saw this scene. The first time he saw someone quarreling, he took a small notebook and read it carefully. He always knew that Jean's eye had a small notebook by his side that would record what he thought was a classic. Unexpectedly, he would use it in this situation. He had a feeling that Jean Zizi had recorded so much in the small notebook before, and it was for this rich child. And so, quickly, 3 minutes passed. Jean's eye kept flipping through the small books, scolding all kinds of non-repeating national quintessence. And the more he scolded, the more excited he became, and the faster he scolded. At this moment, he seemed to have activated the quintessence buff. The rich boy wanted to interrupt him several times, but Jean Zizi was like a machine gun and didn't give him a chance to speak at all. After another 2 minutes, Jean's eye seemed tired of scolding, and then stopped. How about the package that the young master prepared for you? I haven't heard enough. It doesn't matter. The young master still has a lot. Jean's eye looked at the rich children and said, you. At this time, the rich boy wanted to say something, but he never interjected, so he didn't know what to say for a while. You can't understand what you say, and you still learn to come out and mess around. Quick, go home and find your mother to breastfeed. Mom, I want to eat grandma. Eat melamine and make it. Jean Z played out the last 2 sentences. This made Songwon almost laugh again. I have to say that Jean Zizi is much more expressive than when he first met him. Seeing Jean's eye's proud appearance, the rich boy took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The first time he was deflated under Jean's eye, which made him feel as uncomfortable as eating ollie. Jean's eye, you still have to be shameless, and you even take notes. The rich boy gritted his teeth and said loudly, who could have thought of this operation? Do you know why Lao Tzu wrote the Tao Te Ching? Jean's eye suddenly looked at the rich children and asked. Poof. Hearing Jean Zizi ask, Songwon couldn't hold back anymore and burst out laughing directly. He didn't expect that as soon as he said this before, Jean Zizi would use it. I have to say that Jean's eye's learning ability in this area is really strong. However, he also knew that he didn't laugh well, so he hurriedly turned around and left his back to everyone. However, it can still be seen from his shaking shoulders that he is still laughing at this time. He has practiced and generally doesn't laugh unless he can't help it. Why? There is no doubt that the rich children asked. Because I am willing. I want to take notes, but I scolded less than 1/10 just now. Do you want to listen to the rest? Jean's eye said in an arrogant tone. Jean de silly, since we met today, do you dare to play a big game with me? The rich boy looked at Jean Zizi and said, what do you want to play? The young master will accompany you to the end today. I'm afraid you're not your father. Jean Zizi said. Jean de silly, if you don't have a doorkeeper on your mouth, I will beat your mother and don't know you. At this time, the rich children no longer knew what words to use to refute Jean's eye. His previous sharpness was a bit impossible to show in the face of Jean's eye's shameless behavior. I have a question. Jean Zizi is your father, do you know? At this time, Songwon finally stopped laughing, turned around, and looked at the rich boy and asked, I don't know. The rich child didn't react for a while, so he replied, then you know now. Call Dad. If he is your father, then I am your uncle. I'm so happy for you. I have such a wonderful uncle as me. Songwon said. From the conversation just now, he also heard that Jean's eye was not dealing with the other party. In this case, he would naturally stand on Jean's eye's side unconditionally. As a good brother, he naturally has to contribute. Then I am your third uncle, but I think it's unfortunate to have a nephew like you. It's better to let your dad kick you out of the house. It's a shame. Huang Tianba stepped forward and said at this time. Jean's eye and Songwon both made moves, so he naturally couldn't be indifferent. I'm sorry, I made you two laugh. I should have cummed him in the toilet in the first place. Jean Zizi said. Songwon also heard this familiar. When he first met Jean's eye, he was was scolding Lu Jiao and said this. Unexpectedly, Jin Zizai also learned. I haven't seen you for a few months, and my mouth has indeed become a lot sharper. I don't talk nonsense with you. Do you dare to gamble with me with rough stones? The rich boy looked at Jin Zizi and said. The young master just said. What do you want to play? The young master will accompany you to the end. Jin Zizi said. Hearing Jin Zizi say this again, the corner of the rich boy's mouth hung a smile of successful conspiracy. If you really have the kind, just wait for me here for a few minutes and see if I don't play you to death today. The rich boy said and turned to leave. Lao Jin, who is this hollow pickle? So arrogant? Song Muan asked at this time. The reason why he calls each other hollow pickles. That's because he could see at a glance that the other party was emptied by the wine. On the surface, it seems that there is no big problem, but in fact, it is already undecent. His name is Qian Yonglai, and he is the second young master of Longting Wanli. Dragon Tang Wanli is the second largest business alliance in the Dragon Kingdom, second only to our Four Seas Pavilion. But I have been crushed by our Four Seas Pavilion, and I can only be the second child of 1,000 years. Therefore, for a long time, the people of the Qian family and our Jin family have not been able to deal with each other. The Four Seas Pavilion and the Dragon 10,000 Miles are both existences of the Dragon Kingdom, so naturally they cannot fight as fiercely as the underground forces. You can't secretly attack the other party's people, because no matter which side, you can't afford the other party's desperate retaliation. Once a party decides to retaliate, there is only one final result, that is, both sides will lose. This is the sandpiper and the clam fighting, and the fisherman benefiting. Therefore, the two sides have agreed to form a rule that the competition between the two sides can use any means in business, but not by any shameful means. However, Longting Wanli's commercial means have always been one move worse, and they have been crushed by our Four Seas Pavilion. So the people of the Qian family just want to press me and then get some face back. More than 3 months ago, when Qian Yonglai and I were fighting, we fell behind because of our stupid mouths. He said a lot of unpleasant things at the time. Boss, you know me, I definitely can't bear this. So, I left the imperial capital and went to various parts of the Dragon Kingdom to find people who quarreled more awesome to study. Then I recorded some golden sentences in a small notebook, thinking that when I met Qian Yonglai again, I would find the field. Later, I met the boss you in Phoenix, so I have been studying with you. I didn't expect to meet Qian Yonglai here today, and finally let out a bad breath. This long list of outputs just now made me so happy that I didn't want it. Even if it is served by a one-stop service, it is not so comfortable. To be honest, I don't know how to describe my current mood at this time. To sum it up, it's really cool. The more Jin Zizai spoke, the more excited he became. It can be seen that he is really happy. You are all young masters of business giants. Why do many people call you little master? And he doesn't have that title. Is it because the strength of the Four Seas Pavilion is stronger than that of Longting 10,000 Miles? Huang Tianba asked doubtfully at this time. Not for this reason. Although the Four Seas Pavilion is a little stronger than Longting Wanli, its strength is also limited, and it has not reached that level of crushing. The reason why outsiders call me little master is because we are the only man in my generation in the Jin family. I have absolute inheritance. And Longting is different. There are many men of the same generation as Qian Yonglai. Because he is the second in the family, many people call him the second young master of Qian. Jin Zizai explained. Xiao Jin, I found that you have always fallen into a misunderstanding. You are the little grandmaster of the Jin family, the only heir of the Jin family, and have the absolute right to speak. And Qian Yonglai is just a young master of the Qian family, and you two are not equal. The second young master is everywhere. The second young master in the imperial capital, there are not 100, but 80. But the little master has only one. If you meet Qian Yonglai again, or meet other people in the Qian family, you don't have to argue with them, you just use your identity to crush them. Just say that with their identity, they are not worthy of talking to you. As soon as these words came out, they were directly pinched to death. From now on, no matter how they make a move, you will be invincible. Song Nuan said at this time. Boss, show. To the point, why didn't I expect it? You're right, they are not equal to me. Thank you boss for your guidance. Jin Zizai said with a suddenly enlightened face. While several people were talking, Qian Yonglai finally came back. Coming back with him was an old man with a mustache. Jin de silly, I'm back. We are here to pick a random rough stone now. Who solves the large size of the elemental heart? Who wins? The one who loses to the other party 1,000,000 spirit stones. Qian Yong looked at Jin Zizi and said arrogantly. The reason why he is always called Jin Zizai Jin de Fool is because Jin Zizai's performance in the past was like the silly son of the landlord's family. Garbage, just 1,000,000 spirit stones, I'm embarrassed to take it out. Sure enough, my status is not on the same level as me. Compared to a poor man like you, it's simply an insult to my identity. Jin Zizai's previous reminder to Song Muan instantly learned and used it. However, his words not only made Qian Yanglai's face ugly, it also made the corners of Huang Tianba's mouth twitch. Although he knew that Jin Zizai did not say anything about him, these words sounded particularly harsh, because he is not even poor. Not to mention 1,000,000 spirit stones, even 100 spirit stones, he had to make up for half a day. say. Then how much do you say? Qian Yonglai said. Hollow Kimchi, let's do this. If you can take out 5 million spirit stones, I will play with you. If you can't take it out, hurry home and feed. Jin Zizi said. He felt that the nickname given to Qian Yonglai by Song Muan was very appropriate, so he used it. Hearing Jin Zizi say this, Qian Yonglai's eyes flashed with a hint of concern. He is different from Jin Zizi. Jin Zizi can squander the spirit stones of the Jin family at will, but he can't, because he was not the only man in the Qian family. If he lost 5 million spirit stones, it would be enough for him to hurt for a long time. However, when he saw the mountain beard behind him, he was suddenly full of confidence. A mere 5 million spirit stones, this young master still doesn't pay attention to it. Go and call your steward and notarize it for us, Qian Yonglai said to a staff member of the manor. Please wait a few, young masters. The staff of the manor said in turn to leave. Such things are not uncommon in the imperial capital, and it is even very common, because in the imperial capital there are all characters with heads and faces, and it is impossible to encounter conflicts and fight like scoundrels like in other places. So, betting on certain things, it happens often. And betting on this kind of thing, there is no evidence, and someone needs to be a witness. In this manner, the steward of the manor is the most suitable candidate as a witness. Soon, a burly man who looked like he was in his 40s followed the staff of the manor and came to several people. Song Muan looked at this burly man and immediately checked the other party's attributes. Object name, Jiang Qi. Age, 48. Physical strength, 161884, King V. Soul strength, 149002, King 5. Ability attribute, controlling objects. Combat effectiveness, 310886. Looking at the attributes of the manor steward, Song Muan's brows furrowed. He suddenly thought of something. Although Phoenix is a small place, it cannot be compared with the imperial capital. But in Phoenix City, a person with the ability of the king realm can almost walk sideways and belong to the top wave of powerhouses. But in the imperial capital, it is too common to have supernatural powers in the king's realm. There are hundreds of teachers in the imperial capital academy alone. Now a steward of a manor has emerged casually, and it is also the realm of kings. Although it is only the king 5, it is also the existence of the king realm. These are all things he sees, and in places he can't see, I believe there are still many kings of the realm. Isn't this supernatural person of the king realm a bit of a rotten street? As the top superpowers of a country, shouldn't the king realm be a rare existence? In Zyajianki, I saw 2 guests. If the 2 guests want to gamble, please ask me to be a notary, then please take out their respective gambling items. Jiang Qi looked at Jin Zizai and Chen Yanglia. He actually knew these 2 people and knew their identities. However, he will not flatter and please the 2. What he represents now is the manor. For him, he treats every guest here equally. Jin Zizai and Qian Yonglai each took out 5 million spirit stones. However, what Qian Yonglai took out was a spirit stone exchange card, and what Jin Zizai took out was a Qiankuan bag. The Qiankuan bag was filled with spirit stones. In that case, please start choosing rough stones. 2 guests. After getting the gambling items of the 2, Jiang Qi said to them, Master Hu, please do it next. Qian Yonglai said to the horoscope behind him. Don't worry, second young master, I, Lao Hu, have been in this line of work for decades. I still have a certain amount of eyesight. After saying nonsense, he walked towards the pile of rough stones with confidence. Qian Yonglai turned his head at this time, looked at Jin Zizai, and followed. When he turned around, a hint of pride flashed in his eyes. Xiao Jin, what are you going to do? Song Muan asked at this time. It's time to try your luck. I have always believed that invincible strength is not as good as the luck of defying the sky. It's like fighting the landlord. No matter how good you play, no matter how good you are, you can't count cards. It's not as good as me taking 2 kings and 4 bombs. Jin Zizi said. Then don't worry, choose whatever you want, and I will be your most solid backing. Song Muan patted Jin Zizi on the shoulder and said. He doesn't know if Jin Zizai has any luck against the sky, but he has his own and can help him cheat. No matter how invincible the strength is, can it still be compared to the hanging force? Soon, both sides chose the rough stone. Song Muan immediately copied the rough stone chosen by Batzi Hu. This copy, you need to consume 39 spirit stones. The estimated time will take 7 minutes. Will it continue? Seeing the prompt, Song Muan couldn't help but take a look at the mustache. I have to say that Bazihu does have a certain attainment in selecting rough stones. The rough stone he chose was definitely of the highest quality among the many rough stones. Subsequently, he copied the rough stone chosen by Jin Zizai. Copy completed. However, before Song Muan had time to look at the time, the copy had been completed. This shows that the rough stone chosen by Jin Zizai is an ordinary stone. There was no energy in it, so in the blink of an eye, the replication was complete. Xiao Jin, I don't know what to say about your luck. If you weren't the little master of the Jin family, you would probably have starved to death long ago. Song Muan said a little funny. There are thousands of rough stones here, to say the least, and most of the rough stones in them more or less contain some elemental hearts. He had copied so many rough stones before, and none of them could be copied in the blink of an eye. However, Jin Zizai was among the many rough stones, and this one-of-a-kind treasure was selected. Boss, Do you think I've won? I think so too. Hollow Pickles, come on, come forward and fight me. Jean Zizi looked at Chen Yonglai at this time and shouted loudly. At this moment, a heroic momentum gushed out of his body. This made Song Wan look helpless. However, as a good brother, he naturally couldn't watch Jean Zizi lose like this. So, he took the rough stone he had selected before to Jean Zizi. Use this, Song Wan said. Why, boss, didn't you think I was sure to win just now? Jean Zizi asked suspiciously. If you let me use this, you can use this. Why do you talk so much nonsense? Do you think I can still harm you? Song Wan said angrily. He couldn't explain this, so he could only use anger to make Jean Zizi stop asking. Okay, boss, I believe in you. Jean Zizi glanced at Song Wan and then took the rough stone in his hand. After settlement, Jean Zizi and Song Wan spent a total of 2,200 spirit stones on the rough stones they chose. Chen Yonglai asked Botsy who to choose the rough stone, which cost 1,800 spirit stones. Since you have already chosen the rough stone, let's explain it, shall we? At this time, Chen Yong looked at Jean Zizi and said, wait. At this moment, Song Wan suddenly spoke. This made Jean Zizi and Chen Yonglai confused, not knowing what he was going to do. Jean de Silly, take care of your dog legs. The master speaks, how can he interject? Chen Yong glanced at Song Wan and then said to Jean Zizi, let your mother's bullshit go, this is my boss. It's your honor for him to talk to you. Jean Z stood up for the first time to defend Song Wan. Boss? Ha, I didn't expect that the little grandfather of the Tang Tang Jean family would also become someone else's little brother. Jean de Silly, you really live more and more and go back, Chen Yonglai said with a laugh. However, he was guessing Song Wan's identity in his heart. With Jean Zizi's identity, he will never recognize ordinary people as the boss. Master, I am willing, can you control it? Boss, what did you want to say just now? Say. Jean Zizi said, you gambled 5 million spirit stones, I think it's quite fun. I happen to have 3 million spirit stones here, so I want to add a bet. Hollow Pickles, do you dare? Song Wan looked at Chen Yong and said, the reason why Song Wan did this was because he was sour. He knew very well that this was a bet that would be won. In other words, when the rough stones of both sides are unlocked, Jean Zizi can get 5 million spirit stones. In just a short time, he got 5 million spirit stones. This kind of money-making speed is envied by no one. He worked hard in Phoenix at the beginning and only earned more than 200,000 yuan. In the Sumeru Mirror, the ranking of the auction freshman competition only earned more than 1 million. 1 million of this was consecrated by Jean Z in this local tyrant. Now that there is this opportunity to make quick money, he naturally doesn't want to miss it. Raise? You believe this Jean de fool like this? Chen Yonglai asked. Nonsense, my boss doesn't believe me. Do you still believe you? In a word, can you take this raise? If you are cowardly, just say it directly. I'll hurry up and brew it up and see how it is more appropriate to laugh at you. Jean Zizi said. His words sounded like a provocative method, but for Chen Yonglai, it works very well. Master Hu, are you sure? Chen Yonglai asked. Naturally, the old man has been in the rough stone world for decades. Can he still be compared to other people's luck? Botsy Hu said confidently. Seeing the appearance of the 8-character beard, Chen Yonglai also gained confidence. Since you want to raise, then I will accompany you to the end. I'll give you 3 million spirit stones. Steward Jiang, it's up to you to witness it. Chen Yonglai turned his head to the steward of the manor and said, no problem, Jiang Qi said. When Song Wan and Chen Yonglai handed over the bet of 3 million spirit stones to Jiang Qi, a smile appeared on Song Wan's face. Earning 3 million spirit stones so easily is faster than grabbing money. Song Wan was thinking that he should not open a store in the future and come here directly to find someone to gamble. People are not rich without windfalls, and horses are not fat without weeds. If you want to get rich, you still have to find another way. The master of the stone solution is in this gambling field, so soon, he began to understand the stone. The first thing to solve is the rough stone selected by Bazihu. This rough stone is very hard, and if you want to untie it, you have to have a special person do it, and you have to have the strength of the diamond realm. Soon, Chen Yanglai's rough stone was completely unraveled. It's rising, it's rising. At this time, Master Shirshir shouted loudly. Subsequently, he handed the untied rough stone to Chen Yonglai. This elemental heart is not less than 50 cubic centimeters, and is worth at least 50,000 spirit stones. At this time, a very knowledgeable staff member next to him said, when this rough stone was purchased, it only cost 1,800 spirit stones, and it directly skyrocketed nearly 30 times. It's really a big rise. The other personnel also discussed. Master Hu, you really have yours, no break. At this time, Chen Yonglai said appreciatively to the 8-character Hu, completely expected by the old man. When Botsy said this, he breathed a long sigh of relief. To be honest, he also had no confidence until the rough stones were all unraveled. He only roughly judged based on his past experience that there was a great possibility that this rough stone contained a large elemental heart. However, he is not 100% sure. Now that the results have come out, he naturally has to pretend to be small. Jean de Silly, it's your turn. Chen Yonglai turned his head to Jean Zizi and said. At this moment, His eyes were full of pride. "Boss, what should I do?" Jin Zizi turned his head to look at Song Yuan and asked. He didn't care about the mere 5 million spirit stones. He really didn't want to lose face in front of Qian Yonglai. "I don't even want to see him as a villain. I chose this rough stone, and I also added it. I've been very lucky since I was a child. I always pick up money when I walk on the road, and when I take the high school exam, I can get the first place in my grade. So, you have to have faith in my luck," Song Yuan said. He knew that this gamble would be won, so he made up some things randomly, and there was no problem at all. "Okay, I believe you," Jin Zizi said, and handed the rough stone that Song Yuan had handed him before to Master Shiji. "I'm still confident in my luck. I'll see if your face hurts after all the rough stones are solved," Qian Yonglai said disdainfully. "I don't know if my face hurts or not, but I know that your heart is going to hurt." Song Yuan turned his head to look at Qian Yong and said back and forth, "Pretending to be who doesn't, let's wait and see," Qian Yong said, and turned to look at Master Shi. Soon, with the efforts of the stone solver, the rough stone handed over by Jin Zizi was untied. It's up, Master Jiesher shouted excitedly. He was excited because in this time, he solved 2 rough stones that had risen sharply. This volume is not less than 120 cubic centimeters, a big explosion, an absolute big explosion. At least 100,000 spirit stones are worth it. A staff member next to him shouted, 120 cubic centimeters, how is this possible? Qian Yonglai said in an unbelievable tone at this time. As soon as the words 120 cubic centimeters came out, it meant that he would lose a total of 8 million spirit stones to Jin Zizi and Song Yuan. 8 million spirit stones, even for him, were enough to hurt his flesh for a long time. As Song Yuan said just now, Qian Yonglai was so distressed at this time. Ha ha ha, 120 cubic centimeters. Who else? Jin Zizi stepped forward and took the rough stone from the hand of the stone dissolution master, raised it above his head, and said in an extremely arrogant tone. At this time, his expression was happier than eating ginseng fruit. What he cared about was not that he had won 5 million spirit stones, but that he slapped Qian Yonglai in the face. This is the first time he and Qian Yonglai have won since they have been for so many years. Song Yuan was also very happy at this time. He was not happy because he slapped Qian Yonglai in the face. Instead, he entered 3 million spirit stones into his own account. Hollow pickles, these spirit stone masters will accept them. If there is such a good thing again, continue to call me. Jin Zizi took the bet from the manor steward and said to Qian Yong. Qian Yonglai stared at Jin Zizi viciously, did not speak, but his face was extremely gloomy. If the ice can kill, I am afraid that Jin Zizi has been cut 1,000 times at this time. Boss, big stupid bear, make a lot of money today, let's go. Please go to the restaurant in the manor for a meal. If you don't eat the best, you will eat the most expensive. There is no other reason, it's just rich, it's willful, Jin Zizi said loudly. Wait. Seeing that Jin Zizi and the others were about to leave, Qian Yonglai shouted loudly at this time. Hearing Qian Yonglai's shout, Jin Zizi turned to look at him. Hollow pickles, why, are you not convinced? Want to take the spirit stone back? Jin Zizi asked. My money is not so bad, I can afford to lose a mere 8 million spirit stones. Do you dare to bet with me again? Qian Yonglai said. Another game? Do you still have spirit stones? Jin Zizi said. There is no spirit stone, but I still have a dragon 10,000 miles of shop under my name. Worth 10 million spirit stones, I will calculate it according to 8 million spirit stones. Bet with you again, Qian Yonglai said. At this time, he was like a gambler who gambled on red-eyed, and he was desperate to win. If he loses to someone else, he may admit it. But losing to Jin Zizi, he was unwilling and not convinced. Because in the past years, in addition to his identity, he has suppressed Jin Zizi everywhere. Jin Zizi is with him, deflated countless times. Now that Jin Zizi is riding on his head, how can he be willing? Hearing Qian Yonglai say this, Jin Zizi did not talk to him immediately, but turned his head to look at Song Yuan. He is no longer the golden freedom he used to be. If he had been so provoked by Qian Yonglai in the past, he would definitely agree without even thinking about it. But now he has an IQ of 102, which is not as reckless as in the past. A lucky win was enough for him to be happy for a while. If this second game is lost, it will not only be the spirit stone, but also the face that was finally earned back before. Anyway, our money is all in vain, and if we lose, we will lose. Besides, I'm very confident in my luck, Song Yuan said. There is a bargain that does not take advantage of the bastard. People are in a hurry to send money to themselves, don't do it in vain. Who doesn't want it? Then come on, the young master can still be afraid of you. Go, let your master who choose a rough stone for you. Seeing that Song Yuan agreed, Jin Zizi did not hesitate. In this game, we don't bet on rough stones, we bet on beasts, Qian Yonglai said. What does it mean to fight beasts? Song Yuan looked at Jin Zizi and asked. If he didn't gamble on rough stones, he wouldn't have been able to cheat. Beast fighting is to go to the Colosseum and find 2 strange beasts with equal strength. Then let them fight in the Colosseum. The others can bet on who will win the final victory between these 2 strange beasts. Jin Zizi explained. Is this strange beast chosen by ourselves, or is it chosen by the manor after we have chosen it? Song Muan asked. After the manner has been selected, we will choose. In this way, the possibility of cheating is prevented. In the manner, what is paid attention to is fairness. Jean Zizi replied. Okay, then let's have fun. Song Muan suddenly thought that he could use the skill of viewing attributes to know the combat effectiveness of strange beasts. Once the combat effectiveness is known, then which strange beast will win is basically determined. Kimchi, then we'll play with you. I hope you don't cry for a while, Jean Zizi said. In this way, Song Muan and his party came to the Colosseum. At this moment, in the Colosseum, a beast fight is taking place. These are two strange beasts of the Silver Realm, the Raging King Kong and the Iron-Tailed Monkey. When they entered, they happened to see that the Raging King Kong grabbed the tail of the Iron-Tailed Monkey and pulled it hard. In an instant, the Iron-Tailed Monkey lost control of its body and flew backwards. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Raging King Kong grabbed both of the Iron-Tailed Monkey's legs and tore them apart directly. Okay. At this time, the spectators who bet on the Raging King Kong to win roared excitedly. However, Raging King Kong was also covered in injuries and panting at this time. He was equally strong with the Iron-Tailed Monkey, and this time it was just a narrow victory. Just in time, the next beast fight is coming, Zhang Qi said at this time. He also followed the two to the Colosseum, because next, he would continue to be a witness. Soon, a three-tailed night wolf and a purple electric civet were brought out. They were the same as the previous Raging King Kong. They were all strange beasts in the Silver Realm. It's just that at this moment, these two strange beasts are both imprisoned in cages. Jean de Silly, these two strange beasts are both Silver 3, and their strength is equal. Then I'll choose first, Qian Yonglai said. Why did you choose first? Jean Zizai asked. Then you choose first? Why should I choose first? Then who do you think will choose first? Why do I say that whoever chooses first will choose first? Jean Zizai, can you not be so shameless? Qian Yonglai said angrily. He found that he hadn't seen each other for more than 3 months, and Jean Zizai was like a different person. Not only his IQ improved, but also became eloquent. Most importantly, it has become extremely shameless and extremely difficult to deal with. When a person has no lower limit, he is invincible. This is what people often say. If a tree does not need bark, it will surely die. People don't want skin, the world is invincible. Boss, which one do we choose? Jean Zizi turned his head to look at Song Muan and asked. Just choose the purple electric civet, Song Muan said at this time. Just now, when these two strange beasts were brought out, he had checked the attributes of these two strange beasts. Object name, three-tailed night wolf. Age, 5. Physical strength, 701, silver 3. Soul strength, 618, silver 3. Ability attribute, body of steel. Combat effectiveness, 1319. What Song Muan didn't expect was that the strange beast in the Silver Realm was only 5 years old. When humans were 5 years old, they were still children. Many people can only awaken their abilities when they are about to become adults. Object name, purple electric CIT. Age, 5. Physical strength, 607, silver 3. Soul strength, 715, silver 3. Ability attribute, thunder and lightning. Combat effectiveness, 1322. Compared with the two, the combat effectiveness of the purple electric civet cat is 3 points more. The gap between the two is really very small. To be honest, the combat effectiveness of 3 points is basically negligible for strange beasts with combat effectiveness of up to thousands. Therefore, even if the combat effectiveness of the purple electric civet is 3 points higher than that of the three-tailed night wolf, this does not mean that the purple electric civet will definitely be able to win. The reason why Song Muan chose the purple electric civet cat is not only because the combat effectiveness of the purple electric civet is a little stronger. More importantly, the purple electric civet cat has thunder and lightning abilities. Thunder and lightning ability, a bit of a steel ability that restrains the three-tailed night wolf. However, what Song Muan didn't notice was that when he made this choice, the corners of Qian Yanlai's mouth rose slightly. Moreover, I breathed a sigh of relief in my heart. When the two sides chose the strange beasts, the two strange beasts locked in cages in the Colosseum were released. As soon as the three-tailed night wolf and the purple electric civet came out of the cage, they stared at each other viciously with their eyes. They are all strange beasts that survived after fighting, so naturally they are very clear. There is only one way to continue to live. That is to kill the other party. Ants are still greedy for life, let alone strange beasts that already have spiritual intelligence. As soon as the three-tailed night wolf appeared, he raised his head and let out a long howl. Roar! Although the purple electric civet cat is a cat, it made a cry similar to a tiger at this time. It's just that the cry is not as strong as that of a tiger, and it looks a bit immature. The next moment, the three-tailed night wolf and the purple electric civet cat moved at the same time. I saw a burst of metallic luster erupting from the body of the three-tailed night wolf, and then, its body became like steel, especially its 3 tails. The 3 tails were like 3 huge steel knives, swinging back and forth. It moved on all fours, leaving a few deep scratches on the ground of the Colosseum, and then pounced on the purple electric civet. The reason why the purple electric civet is called this name is because its body shape is particularly dexterous. I saw its body move, its body turned into a purple thunder and lightning and disappeared in front of the three-tailed night wolf. The next moment, it appeared behind the three-tailed night wolf and waved its claws. I saw purple thunder and lightning flashing on its claws, making a crackling sound. Immediately afterwards, these purple thunder and lightning turned into two arrow feathers and headed towards the three-tailed night wolf. The three-tailed night wolf felt the crisis and flicked its steely tail. When its tail struck the arrow feathers formed by two bolts of lightning, it made two loud roars. At this moment, the arrow feathers exploded and dissipated into the air, and the body of the three-tailed night wolf also retreated several meters. However, it did not suffer any damage. The combat effectiveness of these two strange beasts is equal, and it is really not an easy task to determine the winner or loser in a short period of time. As time went by, the three-tailed night wolf and the purple electric civet cat had more or less a little wound on their bodies. The two sides have been fighting fiercely for so long, and their combat effectiveness has dropped a lot. However, the fighting spirit on the two of them did not weaken in the slightest. On the contrary, it is stronger than before. Everyone stared intently at the ring and didn't notice. On the stands not far from Song Nuan, Xian Yonglai flipped his palm and took out a few silver moon nan flowers. Silver moon nan flower is a very peculiar flower. It has no effect on most superpowers or most strange beasts, but for the three-tailed night wolf it is equivalent to a stimulant. The three-tailed night wolf who smelled the silver moon nan flower would become restless, and then the blood in his body would begin to boil. It doesn't take long for the body to change. Sure enough, the three-tailed night wolf in the Colosseum began to become restless. Its eyes were originally brown, but slowly turned red, and as time went by, its eyes became redder and redder, as if they were about to bleed. The momentum on its body slowly became violent. The purple electric civet cat clearly sensed the danger and kept retreating. And the next second, the three-tailed night wolf let out a long howl, and its body quickly grew larger. Moreover, it has another tail growing behind it. The strength of the three-tailed night wolves is directly proportional to the number of their tails. At this moment, the three-tailed night wolf has become a four-tailed night wolf, and its strength has changed dramatically. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Song Nuan was also the first to check the attributes of the three-tailed night wolf again. Object name: four-tailed night wolf. Age: 5. Physical strength: 999, silver 1. Soul strength: 618, silver 3. Ability attribute: body of steel. Combat effectiveness: 1617. Seeing the change in the attributes of the three-tailed night wolf, Song Nuan's face became serious. With the current strength of the four-tailed night wolf, the purple electric civet cat is definitely not its opponent. In other words, if there is no miracle, Jin Zizi and Xian Yonglai's bet will lose. When he took out the gambling items before, Song Nuan also took out 3 million. In other words, if the purple electric civet loses, he will also lose 3 million. The spirit stone is already in his hands. Let him take it out again. This is absolutely not possible. He can lose his feelings, but the spirit stone must not lose. The king of heaven is here, and it can't be done. The three-tailed night wolf will not change like this for no reason. I remember that in the textbook issued before my freshman year, there was an explanation of the strange beast. Song Nuan thought silently in his heart. At the same time, he began to search in his mind for knowledge related to the three-tailed night wolf. Soon, he searched for everything about the three-tailed night wolf. It's the silver moon Manhwa. In the blink of an eye, he understood the reason why the three-tailed night wolf would change. Normally, in the Colosseum, there will be no silver moon Nan unless someone deliberately brought it in. Thinking of this possibility, Song Nuan immediately looked at Qian Yong. Sure enough, he saw Qian Yonglai holding a few silver moon nan flowers in his hand. Steward Jiang, using the silver moon Nanhua to stimulate the transformation of the three-tailed night wolf. Is this kind of thing allowed in the Colosseum? Song Nuan looked at Zhang Qi and asked. Hearing Song Nuan say this, Zhang Qi frowned. Because this kind of thing really hasn't happened in the Colosseum before. After all, the people behind the manor are amazingly powerful, and no one dares to make a mistake here. Therefore, the Colosseum has no regulations in this regard. Unexpectedly, someone took advantage of the loophole today. It's just that to do this, you must know that among the strange beasts that appear today, there are three-tailed night wolves. This requires inside information. Why, the Colosseum still has to care about what people eat. I'm hungry. Get some food. What's wrong? Xian Yonglai also heard what Song Nuan said, and he didn't wait for Zhang Qi to say anything, and directly stuffed the silver moon Nanhua in his hand into his mouth. This thing is not poisonous to humans, and it tastes sweet. Therefore, eating it does no harm to him. Although Zhang Qi has not yet expressed his position, it will not be easy to do it in case it is investigated, so he preemptively strikes. He had gotten inside information before and knew that in today's Colosseum, there were 3 night wolves, so I had already prepared the silver moon Nanhua and planned to take the opportunity to make a fortune in the Colosseum. Who would have thought that today I happened to meet Jin Zizai and the others? That's why he proposed to gamble in the Colosseum. To be honest, when Jin Zizi and the others made their choices before, his heart was always carrying it. I was afraid that they would choose the three-tailed night wolf. If Jin Zizai and the others chose the three-tailed night wolf, then he really could only rely on luck. In this way, whether you you lose or win, it is not necessarily. Chen Yanglai's approach made Songwon not expect it. People directly ate the silver moon Manhwa. What can he say? At this time, it is useless to question whether humans can eat this thing, and whether it should be taken out on this occasion. I can't control people eating and farting. Not to mention that people eat silver moon Nanhua, even if they eat Ali, it is the freedom of others. And now, it is not to pursue Chen Yanglai for doing things that do not comply with the Colosseum's regulations. The top priority is to find a way to make the Xidian civet win the game. So, Song Nuan began to think about countermeasures. Unfortunately, there were too many people around this Colosseum, and he couldn't use the color fill skill to fill the background black. If he can do this, then he has a lot of means to help the purple electric civet win the game. For example, let the ball out. Xiuqiu can travel through the void. Defeating the four-tailed night wolf is not a problem. But now, in public, with hundreds of eyes staring at the Colosseum, he did so, and it was easy for the ball to be exposed. So, this method definitely won't work. The rest, what inserts into the table, enlarges, boulders and other skills, also cannot be used. When Song Nuan was thinking, in the Colosseum, the purple electric civet cat was already bruised. It goes head-on and is no match for the four-tailed night wolf at all. At this time, you can only rely on your agile speed to barely deal with it. However, it is only a matter of time before it loses. Jin Zi's face also became ugly at this time, and his eyes stared at Chen Yonglai viciously. At this time, he was thinking about whether to block this guy with Song Nuan and the others after leaving the manor. With his identity, as long as this guy is not killed and crippled, there will be no problem. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was feasible. He has already begun to plan whether to use a sack or a brick. If not, take a trash can full of garbage and put him in it. Even if you don't hit him, you will disgust him. Thinking about it, Jin Zi's eye couldn't help but laugh out loud. Hearing Jin Zi's laughter, Song Nuan turned her head and glanced at him with inexplicable eyes. If you lose, you can still laugh out loud. This kid is funny. It seems that he can only come forward in this matter. 3 million spirit stones, he didn't want to throw them away in vain. So, he used the mouse to select the four-tailed night wolf in the Colosseum and used the delete skill on it. Delete the target, 10 seconds remaining. When Song Nuan saw this prompt, her eyes lit up. A strange beast in the silver realm, it only takes 10 seconds to delete it. For him, this time basically passed as soon as his eyes were closed and opened. The four-tailed night wolf in the Colosseum instinctively felt the crisis. But it doesn't know where the crisis it feels comes from. So, it ran frantically in the Colosseum, trying to get out of the crisis. However, no matter how it runs, the crisis is like a shadow, like a maggot. The people watching outside the Colosseum were also confused by the sudden scene of the four-tailed night wolf. What's wrong with these three-tailed night wolves? Because the transformation was backlashed? Huang Tianba said at this time. Has something changed? Oh, it's good. Boss, then we still have a chance to win. Jin Zi's looked at Song Nuan and said excitedly. At the same time, Chen Yonglai became worried. He didn't expect that at this time, accidents could happen. The purple electric civet in the Colosseum naturally discovered the change of the four-tailed night wolf, so it took the opportunity to attack. I saw it condense the thunder and lightning all over its body, and attacked the four-tailed night wolf. 100,000 volts. This voice was shouted by Song Nuan in his heart, because he felt that the purple electric civet cat at this time looked very much like the little yellow mouse. Soon, the thunder and lightning emitted by the purple electric civet cat fell on the four-tailed night wolf. Boom! Only a roar was heard, and in the Colosseum, gravel was splashed and smoke and dust were everywhere. And at this time, it happened that the 10 seconds it took Song Nuan to delete the four-tailed night wolf had passed. Therefore, the figure of the four-tailed night wolf completely disappeared into the Colosseum. When the Colosseum returned to peace, no one in the stands found any trace of the four-tailed night wolf. Won't it? The three-tailed night wolf was blown up to ashes? Someone couldn't help but say. Because the three-tailed night wolf was called that before, even if he became a four-tailed night wolf, many people's name for it still did not change. Is the purple electric civet so powerful? If you want me to say, there must be a problem with the three-tailed night wolf itself, and the purple electric civet cat is just a leak detection. I also agree, the state of the three-tailed night wolf just now is really not right. I bet on the victory of the three-tailed night wolf, and it's over. The crowd in the stands was talking. Jin Zi's eye was also stunned by this sudden scene. Boss, we won, haha, we won, Jin Zizi said excitedly. For this scene, it was already expected by Song Nuan. After all, this thing was his masterpiece from start to finish. I'll just say, my luck has always been good. Song Nuan also pretended to be happy and said. At this time, his attention was not on the Colosseum, but in his recycling bin, looking for the figure of the four-tailed night wolf, because he wanted to see where the strange beast that he forcibly deleted had gone. He searched in the recycle bin for a long time, but found no trace of the four-tailed night wolf. Could it be that after being forcibly deleted, it will be completely erased? Song Nuan thought silently in his heart. The more I think about it, the more I feel that it is possible. Because whether it was Dongfang Sweki before, Lao Han at the gate of the Imperial Capital University, or the four-tailed night wolf just now, they all looked extremely panicked after being locked by themselves with the delete key. This shows that they really feel the breath of death. If it was just stored in the recycle bin, there should not be such a big reaction. If I select myself and delete it, I don't know what it feels like. Suddenly, Song Muon had a strange idea. He really wanted to experiment with this idea, but he felt that he was more or less brainsick when he did this. His idea is equivalent to a person wondering if he can be rescued through pull-ups if he hangs himself. If you are not afraid of 10,000, you are afraid of just in case. In case it is too late to undelete it, or for some reason, it is not possible to undelete it. In that case, he would be a tragedy. It's better not to die. Normally, people who like to die generally do not end well. Just like when I was on Earth before, people in some countries always liked extreme sports and all kinds of deaths. Therefore, the population of their country is growing negatively every year. Winning the game, Song Muon and Jin Zizai almost simultaneously looked at Qian Yonglai on the side. At this time, Qian Yonglai sat paralyzed in the stands, his eyes dull, like Shanglin's sister-in-law, and he was muttering words. How can you lose? Why lose? This shouldn't be? His appearance looked like he was being played poker hard all night by 800 big men. And during this period, he experienced many baptisms. Seeing Qian Yonglai like this, Jin Zizai was happy. Thank you Qian Ershao for sending me a Longting Wanli store. To express my gratitude, I'll sing a song to Qian Ershao. Listen to me, thank you, because you have warmed the 4 seasons. Jin Zizi said, and sang. His singing voice made Song Warm speechless for a while. He found that Jin Zizai had almost finished learning some of his memes and behaviors. If this continues, his boss will be hollowed out. Subsequently, several people took the various procedures of Qian Yonglai's store from the steward of the manor and then turned around and left. Only Qian Yonglai was left alone, sitting in the stands without love. Boss, these are for you. After walking out of the Colosseum, Jin Zizai gave all the procedures for Qian Yonglai's store to Song Muon. You won this, why did you give it to me? Song Muon asked. This store was won by the two of us, and the strange beast just now was also chosen by you. If it weren't for you, we would definitely not have been able to win Qian Yonglai. At that time, it is inevitable that he will be ridiculed. To be honest, I thought about it just now. If I really lose, I will go to the Black Hand and beat him. For me, it's enough to see Qian Yonglai lose face. It doesn't matter whether money is money or not. Besides, this store is useless to me. I can't run it. Boss, aren't you planning to reopen the first floor? Just right, no need to look for a shop. Jin Zizi said. Okay, then I'll accept it. I'll give you 10% of the shares. Song Muon thought for a moment and said. In the future, the value of 10% of the shares on the first floor will definitely be higher than these millions of spirit stones. What he fancy is the 4 Seas pavilion behind Jin Zizai. Although he has a source of goods, he is still a little cute newcomer in business. Giving Jin Zizai 10% of the shares is equivalent to the label of the Jin family's little grandfather on the first floor, and it will be much more convenient to do many things in the future. I can do it too. Jin Zizai did not refuse this. For the next period of time, the 3 of them went to the restaurant of the manor to have a big meal. The meat eaten is not only delicious, but also enhances the strength of the body after eating. Many strange beasts die in the Colosseum every day, and these dead beasts will be sent to restaurants to serve as ingredients. This is an industrial chain. When leaving, Song Muon suddenly thought of Dao Wuxing, so he took a few jars of wine called white jade made in the restaurant. He found that this white jade wine also contained a lot of energy. To replicate an altar, it actually takes 100 spirit stones, and the price is ridiculously high, 10,000 spirit stones per altar. Showy, this white jade wine and the previous rough stone replication require 100 spirit stones. Why does white jade wine sell for 10,000 spirit stones, while elemental heart can sell for 120,000 spirit stones? Song Muon asked in confusion. The replication process only depends on the amount of energy contained in the object, and has nothing to do with the effect. Xiaoyi explained. Xiaoyi explained like this, and Song Muon understood. There is only so much energy contained in the elemental heart, but it has other effects, so it is more expensive. It's like the same potato, buy it in the supermarket, it's only about $1. If you fry it into shredded potatoes and sell it in an ordinary restaurant, a plate can sell for more than 10 or 20 yuan. But if you put it in a 5-star hotel and make a dish, it will cost hundreds of plates. When leaving the manor, Song Muon and the others still took the rail car and returned to the East Sea Dragon Palace as they did when they came. Subsequently, Song Muon called Dao Wuxing and asked him to go to his newly acquired store. Yesterday, Song Muon sent a message to Dao Wuxing, so today, he has come to the imperial capital. Senior Wuxing, I still have to go to school and don't have much time to run a store, so this store is temporarily left to you. Starting tomorrow, we will close the store first, and the shelves inside will be furnished according to our first floor in Phoenix. At the same time, hang a banner outside. Wangpu 100 million spirit stones transfer. Song Muon said. 100 million spirit stones? Boss, are you wrong? This store only has 10 million spirit stones at most. 100 million spirit stones, which fool would want it? Jin Zizai asked puzzledly. Of course I know no one wants it. I'm doing it to build momentum. Think about it, if I hang a transfer transfer fee of 100 million spirit stones, will everyone think like you? Which fool will want it? I'm afraid it won't be long before such news spreads throughout the imperial capital. If there are really fools to transfer, then we will sell it. I'll go. In this way, you can earn 90 million spirit stones by changing hands. If no one comes to buy it, then in a few days, the first floor will officially open, which will definitely attract attention, because many people will regard the first floor as a fool who paid 100 million spirit stones. At that time, there will definitely be many people who are curious about what the first floor does. In this way, the fame of the first floor spreads. At that time, coupled with our alternative publicity, the first floor will be a household name in the imperial capital in a short period of time. The most important thing in business is fame. The fame on the first floor is out. Are you still worried about not having a business? Song Muan said. Boss, you're really a genius. You can think of such an idea? If you are focused on doing business, then what else is there to do with our Four Seas Pavilion? Jean Zizi said in amazement. Boss, if you want to talk about dogs, you are really invincible in the world. Admire, admire. Huang Tianba also looked at Song Muan with admiration. Even Dao Wuxin, who has never been very interested in the outside world, nodded repeatedly. To do business is to find another way. Senior Wuxin, do what I said first, and close the door for 3 days. In these 3 days, you should first familiarize yourself with the imperial capital. Xiao Jin, about the information about the major families in the imperial capital. How much does your Jin family sell? Give me a copy. Song Muan said. Boss, if you say this, you're slapping me in the face. How can I take your money? If you want, I'll just ask someone to send you one tomorrow. Jean Zizai said with an unhappy face. Brothers belong to brothers, business belongs to business. These are two different things. Song Muan didn't really want to take advantage of Jean Zizi in this regard. I'm the little master of the Jean family. I'll have the final say. Besides, isn't there still 10% of my shares on this first floor? I can always do my part. Jean Zizi said. Hearing Jean Zizi say this, Song Muan didn't say anything more. He explained a few words to Dao Wuxin, left a few jars of white jade wine, and went back to school with Jean Zizai. When Song Muan returned to the villa of the Imperial Capital Academy, he found Zhong Heng standing at the door of the villa at the moment. It was already past 11 o'clock in the evening, and I didn't expect Zhong Heng to be waiting for him here alone before he went to bed. Suddenly, Song Muan felt a burst of emotion in his heart, and he wanted to sing a song. Thank you. Express your gratitude to Zhong Heng. There are 120,000 spirit stones in it. From now on, you and I will be clear. Don't talk to me if you have anything to do. After Zhong Heng saw Song Muan, he hurriedly stuffed a spirit stone exchange card in his hand into his hand and said, the reason why he hasn't rested so late is because he is worried that after he falls asleep, he will experience what happened last night again. He had collapsed all night yesterday and didn't want to experience it at all today. Zhong Heng, you are a good person. I'll sing a song to express my gratitude to you. Song Muan looked at Zhong Heng and said, in the future, if you mention the word singing in front of me, I will definitely die with you. After Zhong Heng finished speaking, he hurriedly left as quickly as possible. He was afraid that he would be slow, so he heard the sounds that made him collapse. It's not difficult to ask for an account, you see, he will pay it back 10 times if he is reasonable. Song Muan turned his head to Huang Tianba and said, Jean Zizi had already returned to his villa at this time. Boss, you really can't be too doggy. You will be beaten sooner or later like this. Huang Tianba looked at Song Muan's sullen appearance and couldn't help but say, looking at the entire imperial capital, who dares to touch me? Song Muan. Let's go back to sleep. I'm tired after playing for a day today. Good night, Igubigu. Good night, Mom. Song Muan said and went up to the second floor to rest. Lying on the bed, he calculated what he had gained today. 3,120,000 spirit stones, a shop worth 10 million spirit stones, and an elemental heart worth 120,000. I have to say that it was really a rewarding day. Then, he glanced at his fate repair prompt again. The fate is being repaired, and the countdown is 6 days, 1 hour, 45 minutes, and 53 seconds. There are still 6 days left. Song Muan said to himself. He couldn't wait a little longer. These 6 days are too long. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. First province, am I more knowledgeable today than yesterday? Second province, am I stronger today than yesterday? It's so powerful. Third province, am I richer today than yesterday? It must be dripping. Okay, you can sleep peacefully. Good night, readers in front of the screen. The next day, Song Muan went to find his instructor and asked about the exemption from theoretical classes. Amber also gave feedback to the school. The school's opinion is that it is not impossible to exempt from theoretical classes, and in the final exam, the theoretical score must reach more than 450 points. If you can't reach it, you will repeat the grade for a year. Amber looked at Song Muan and said, the final perfect score of Taito University is 480. It is definitely not an easy task to get above 450. No problem, Song Muan said. Without thinking about it, he agreed. He had read all the knowledge in the 4 textbooks and only needed to verify them. In this way, Song Muan left the classroom. There is no need to spend spend time learning theoretical knowledge, but in terms of cultivation, you must not relax. So, Song Muan went to find his chief master. As your own master, you can't just occupy a title, you must always guide yourself in your cultivation. Dongfang Xiao is a consultant to the Imperial Capital Academy and also lives in the Imperial Capital Academy, but usually, he doesn't show his face. In addition to his own cultivation, he studied some strange objects. For example, the college entrance examination level of Imperial Capital University over the years, or some objects and places used to assist in training. Song Wan inquired about Dongfang Zhao's residence and walked in. Dear, beloved, dear master, I am your lovely, beloved disciple Song Muan. I came to see you. Song Muan had not yet entered, and the voice had already arrived first. The door is unlocked. Get in by yourself. Soon after Song Muan's voice sounded, Dongfang laughed. Hearing Dongfang's laughter, Song Muan smiled and pushed the door in. After entering, he saw Dongfang Xiao holding an unknown stone in his hand, studying it. Master, I brought you a gift, Song Muan said, placing the 2 jars of wine in his hand on a table in the room. White jade wine. You stinky boy is quite a bit of a heart. The moment he saw the white jade wine, Dongfang Xiao swallowed his saliva subconsciously. During this period of time, he was busy researching, and he didn't bother to drink, and he was talking about it not long ago. Unexpectedly, Song Muan understood him so well that she brought him 2 jars. So, he put down the stone in his hand and walked to the wine altar. As an apprentice, it is appropriate to honor the master. My teachers have taught me since I was a child to respect the old and love the young, be honest and friendly, Song Muan said with a smile. When he said this, a hint of cunning flashed in his eyes. When Dongfang Xiao heard this, he suddenly put down the white jade wine in his hand and stared at Song Muan motionless. Speaking carefully, this is the second time he and Song Muan have met, but he already knows something about Song Muan's character. This is an existence that is more dog than his father Song Huangquan. He will never say such words as respecting the old and loving the young, being honest and friendly for no reason. To sum up, Song Muan must have something to do. Although this wine is good, I am afraid it is not so easy to drink. If you have something to say, just say it. Dongfang smiled and looked at Song Muan and said, look at what you said. What can I do? It's just yesterday that I suddenly saw a few words. What do you say about people who are honest and live by faith? Every bit is about integrity. A small thing, an inadvertent breach of trust, may ruin our reputation for the rest of our lives. At this time, I suddenly thought that Master had promised me at the beginning. If I can win first place in the freshman competition, I will be rewarded with 100,000 spirit stones. I think, with the Master's high moral reputation, high moral integrity, and virtue and ability, he shouldn't be able to speak, right? After Song Muan said this, she looked at Dongfang and smiled with a very simple look. You stinky boy, when you come to the Imperial Capital Academy to meet Master for the first time, you will ask for an account. My old man has a word of 9 tripods, can I still owe you spirit stones? Dongfang smiled and threw a Qiankuan bag at Song Muan. He has already heard his granddaughter say that Song Muan won the first place in the freshman competition. Therefore, the spirit stone has been prepared for a long time. I know Master's golden mouth and jade words, and I will not go back on my word, Song Muan said, opening the Qiankuan bag as quickly as possible and taking a look. It's not that he can't trust his master, it's just that he's used to doing it. He must know how many things he has, and only by doing so can he have a bottom in his heart. You are such a dog, who are you following? Although your father Song Huangquan was called a mad dog at the beginning, he was more crazy. Why are you more of a dog? Dongfang Xiao opened the white jade wine and took a sip, looked at Song Muan's actions, and said with a curious face, maybe the gene has mutated. Master, I came to you today, but I asked you to guide me in my cultivation. You master can't be in vain, Song Muan said. You should indeed point out your cultivation. I heard that you have repaired your destiny and awakened your disguise ability. What is this disguise ability? Dongfang Xiao didn't joke with Song Muan at this time, and said very seriously, my disguise ability can disguise anyone, no matter how tall or short, fat or thin, whether it is male or female, old or young. Song Muan said. Under Dongfang Zhao's gaze, he became the appearance of the other party. Dongfang smiled at the other self that suddenly appeared in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, because even he didn't see any flaws. Those who are not very familiar with him are even more indistinguishable. In addition, I can also disguise myself as light to achieve the effect of invisibility, Song Muan said, using the color filling skill on himself, filling himself into colorless. His secret was not even told by his father, and naturally he would not tell Dongfang Xiao. Therefore, he can only carry out this lie to the end. Your disguise ability is more powerful than I imagined. Now you can camouflage light, so with the increase in strength in the future, can you disguise everything? Dongfang smiled and thought for a moment. He sensed it carefully just now, and he could still perceive Song Muan's existence. Song Warmth's invisibility is only visual invisibility for him. What he valued more was the potential of this ability. What he didn't know was that Song Muan didn't use cells to isolate the breath, so he could perceive it. I have a hunch that if my strength continues to break through, I can disguise myself as a strange beast. Song Muan replied. So, your ability is indeed extended in the direction of disguising all things. In the early stage, it can be disguised as a concrete object, but in the later stage, I don't know if it can be disguised as an abstract or conceptual thing. For example, disguised as time, disguised as cause and effect. Dongfang laughed and guessed. Hearing Dongfang Xiao say this, Song Muan's eyes suddenly widened. Xiaoyi said before that software can be continuously upgraded. He didn't know if PS could derive extraordinary abilities after the continuous upgrade. For example, creation out of thin air, P1 side of space, or even P1 world. If you can, then the skill of PS is equivalent to the creation ability. Master, what kind of ability do you have? Song Muan suddenly asked curiously. He only knew that his master was the god of war, but he knew almost nothing else. My ability is war, in sequence 53. Dongfang replied with a smile. At his current strength, he is not afraid that his abilities will be known to others. Sequence 53. Song Muan repeated a little softly. He found that almost all of the superpowers who could become the top powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom had their abilities in the top 100 of the sequence. Master, is this top 100 ability sequence ranked? Also, must the ability at the back of the sequence have worse potential than the ability at the top of the sequence? Song Muan asked in confusion. Let me tell you first how the first 100 ability sequences appeared. This is not something that one person or organization imagined out of thin air. Instead, it is arranged according to the strengths that have appeared in human history, the abilities awakened, and the strength shown after growing up. They refine the strength shown by the strong in human history, and then score them one by one. The highest score is sequence 1, followed by sequence 2, sequence 3. Of course, this ranking is not static, but will be refreshed according to the change in the strength of the ability master, and then re-ranked. For example, the Yefir ability in sequence 54 was not ranked in the top 100 at the beginning. More than 300 years ago, there was a person with superpowers who awakened the Yefir ability and showed amazing strength to amaze the world. Therefore, the ranking of the Yefir ability has been ranked from 100 to 54 in the sequence. Dongfang smiled and explained. That is to say, the ability of sequence 100 is not necessarily weaker than the ability of sequence 1. It just depends on the degree of development of the ability master and the height of growth. Song Muan said. That's true. However, after countless people have proven that the higher the ability ranking, the greater the potential. Abilities like the Yefir ability that have increased significantly are only a few. Dongfang replied with a smile. Are there any abilities that have never appeared in history before? Song Muan asked again. Of course, there is. There are some abilities with great potential that may have appeared, but because the owner of the ability died before growing up, their abilities cannot be recorded. There are also some abilities that have never really appeared. For example, your disguise ability. There are many abilities that can change appearance, and there are also many abilities that can be invisible. But the ability to change appearance, become invisible, and disguise itself as other objects, as far as I know, does not exist. So, your ability may be a new ability. The name of this disguise ability was named by yourself, right? Dongfang smiled and looked at Song Muan and asked. Yes, after I awakened my ability, I didn't find an ability that could correspond to my ability, so I named it disguise. Song Muan replied. It's really appropriate. Then what is the secret you tried your best to hide before you awakened your ability? At this time, Dongfang Xiao suddenly looked at Song Muan and asked. Hearing Dongfang Xiao ask, Song Muan didn't panic at all, but smiled and said, Master, do you want to know my secret? It's also easy, plus money. Hearing Song Muan say this, Dongfang smiled and kicked out. Song Muan seemed to have expected Dongfang Xiao to do this, so he hurriedly dodged away. You stinky boy, are you looking for money? Dongfang said with a smile. Forget it, who made you my master? Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. Song Muan looked at Dongfang and smiled, and suddenly said, for this scene, he has actually rehearsed it countless times in his heart. At the beginning, his father mentioned him and said that he was too angry during that time. It is easy to guess that he has other secrets. At that time, he broke out in a cold sweat. So, since then, he has been thinking about how to make up a secret that is easy for others to believe. After thinking for so long, he planned to tell others his 1/10,000th secret. Some things are easier for others to believe only by telling the truth. What he has been hiding will arouse the suspicion of others. Just like his ability. Ever since he said that he had the disguise ability, no one had mentioned his destiny again. Hearing Song Muan say this, Dongfang Xiao stopped drinking and looked at him. Curiosity is something that everyone has, and sometimes if curiosity is not satisfied, it is easier to arouse the person's desire to explore. The more Song Muan hid his secret, the more curious Dongfang Xiao was about his secret. That's right, my physique is different from others. The energy I can absorb and the speed at which my body purifies impurities are 5 to 6 times that of ordinary people. For example, Peiyuan liquid and quenching body fluids. Ordinary people can only take it once a month because once you take too much, it will accumulate into impurities in the body, which is not good for the body. But because my physique is different, I can take it 5 or 6 times. Because of this, my physical strength and soul strength are much stronger than those of people of the same age. That's because I take a lot more Peiyuan liquid in quenching body fluids than them, Song Muan said very seriously. Hearing Song Muan say this, Dongfang Zhao's eyes flashed with a hint of realization. He said that he had sensed that Song Muan's physical strength and soul strength had reached the golden 5. What about other than this? What else is special about your physique? Dongfang Zhao continued to ask. Also, my recovery ability is extremely strong. For example, after someone has exhausted the energy in their body, it takes 5 hours to fully recover, and I only need an hour. Song Muan replied. What he said was already very conservative. As long as the spirit stones were sufficient, he was able to fully recover in a very short period of time. Is there anything else? Dongfang Zhao asked again. Also, the speed of my flower spirit stone is 5 or 6 times that of others. Even more than a dozen times. Song Muan said with a smile. You kid, as you talk, you don't have a proper shape. At this time, Dongfang Zhao finally understood why Song Muan liked to engage with spirit stones so much. It is impossible to cultivate without resources. He cultivates and consumes many times more spirit stones than others. If you have money in your pocket, you cannot panic. The more spirit stones the better. Maybe at some point, a lot of money will be needed, Song Muan said. He had previously discovered a law that whenever he saved some money, something would suddenly happen and he would spend all the money he had saved. This kind of thing is not once or twice. You won the first place in the freshman competition and can use the resources of the Imperial Capital Academy for free to practice for a year. This can save you a lot of money. In the future, I will also prepare all kinds of items for you to use for cultivation, and try not to let you spend money yourself, Dongfang said with a smile. Thank you, master. In the next period of time, Dongfang Zhao began to instruct Song Muan to practice cultivation, which is divided into 2 parts. Part of it is the tempering of physical strength and soul strength. The other part is to enhance practical experience. No matter which of these two, Song Muan is more lacking. With the guidance of Dongfang Zhao, the god of war, his progress can be described as divine speed. Soon, 6 days passed. In the past 6 days, in addition to letting Dongfang Zhao guide his cultivation, Song Muan went to the first floor. 3 days ago, the first floor finally opened. Because of the gimmick of the 100 million spirit stone transfer fee, and Song Muan's original publicity in Phoenix City moved to the imperial capital. Therefore, the opening of the first floor is extremely hot. It can be described as a real gong and drum noise, firecrackers sounding, red flags waving, and crowds. According to Song Muan's rough statistics, the flow of people that day exceeded 10,000. At first glance, the flow of 10,000 people seems to be small. But you know, the first floor is just a store after all. Although, this store has several floors. Song Muan's main items sold include elemental stones, various levels of quenched body fluids, elemental hearts, natural materials and earth treasures, and strange beast cubs. Among them, the strange beast cubs are the most expensive, because the cubs that Song Muan and Xiuqiu stole in the Bermuda forest were all descendants of some kingly realm beasts. Their bloodline and potential are not comparable to other strange beasts. On the first day of opening, although there was a lot of foot traffic, the turnover was not very large. There are less than 200,000 spirit stones. Because many people didn't know what the first floor was for before, on this day, they just came in with curiosity to take a look. However, after the fermentation on the first day and the publicity of Song Muan's various channels, the fame of the first floor was completely launched. So, by the next day, the turnover doubled, reached 500,000 spirit stones. On the third day, it doubled again, reaching 1 million spirit stones. Song Muan roughly calculated the cost of the things he sold, about 1/5 of the turnover. In other words, with a turnover of 1 million, he can make a net profit of 800,000. That night, Song Muan lay on the bed, counting the harvest of the third day, with a smile on her face. The daily consumption of farms and ranches is about 670,000 spirit stones. Now you can make a net profit of 800,000 yuan a day, excluding the consumption of farms and pastures, as well as some other consumption. You can still store 100,000 spirit stones every day. The future is promising, Song Muan said happily. In the previous 5 days, he almost consumed all the spirit stones he had obtained before, because farms and ranches are too laborious. Fortunately, now we can finally have a surplus. And in the future, as time goes by, the business on the first floor will get better and better. At this time, Song Muan was lying on the bed and began to count down with an expectant face, because, after a long wait, his fate was finally going to be completely repaired. In the last few minutes after the complete repair of the fate was completed, Song Muan felt great suffering. He felt that the longest time in life was just like that. Fate restoration completed. Finally, such a hint appeared in front of Song Muan's eyes. With the appearance of this hint, Song Muan suddenly felt that an extremely powerful devouring force was generated in his body, devouring the surrounding aura. However, this devouring power was too strong, and the surrounding spiritual energy was obviously insufficient. However, before Song Muan had time to take any measures, he suddenly found that a huge energy poured into his body, allowing the devouring power to devour it to his heart's content. Songwon knew that this sudden influx of energy should be the spirit stone he had stored in the sea drive. At this time, it was not the time to feel sorry for the spirit stone at all. He was worried that there were not enough spirit stones in the sea drive, so he hurriedly put all the spirit stones he stored in the network disk into the sea drive, because he knew that the reason why this devouring power was produced was because he was awakening his ability at the moment. The more energy is absorbed, the more powerful the awakening ability is. Time passed minute by minute, and Songwon felt that at this moment, his whole body, every inch of his muscles, was full of strength. I don't know how long it took, but there was a sudden loud noise in his body. Poof! In an instant, Songwon spat out a mouthful of blood, and the whole person fainted. Huang Tianba, who was sleeping downstairs, slept too much and didn't know what was going on with Songwon. Therefore, Songwon's dizziness was all night. The next day, it wasn't until 10 o'clock in the morning that Songwon slowly woke up. I'm sorry, it's 10 o'clock? Songwon glanced at her phone and was instantly stunned. He has never slept until 10 o'clock all these years. Especially in the past few days, I get up at 5 o'clock. Because, he still insists on practicing the sunflower treasure book every day, absorbing the first ray of sunlight in the morning. Although the amount of solar energy absorbed now is very little help for him. However, he felt that this was a good habit, so persevered. In the past, after absorbing the first rays of sunlight in the morning, he would go to Dongfang Shao and ask him to guide him in his cultivation. Unexpectedly, I slept until 10 o'clock today. However, soon, he thought that he fainted yesterday because he had repaired his fate and awakened his abilities. So, his heart trembled instantly, and then he opened his attribute panel. Object name, Songwon. Physical strength 3146, golden 3. Soul strength 3521, golden 3. Ability attribute, strength, potential plus infinity. Combat effectiveness, colon. The first thing Songwon saw was his physical strength and soul strength, which had increased a lot compared to before, and had reached the level of the golden 3. However, when he saw his ability attributes, he was instantly stunned. Ha! Strength? What the heck? Are you mistaken? My TM pants are all off. You made me awaken such a superpower? Songwon said a little broken. He had thought about the ability he might awaken before, and the lowest expectation in his heart, even if it was not as good as Xiao Qian's, morality, and Tang Qiqi's, reincarnation, it should be at least the top 100 in the sequence. Unexpectedly, a power ability was awakened. What is this called? This is like, obviously knowing that he married the world's most beautiful woman as his wife, but when he entered the bridal chamber, his pants were taken off, and his wife became Zhong Wuyan. He directly collapsed in mentality. Songwon admitted that she had never been so speechless in her life. At this time, there were 10,000 grass mud horses whizzing past in his heart. At hashtag yen hashtag percent hashtag at hashtag yen at hashtag. In the next second, countless wonderful national quintessence spurted out of his mouth. If Gene Zizi were here, he would definitely be able to record a lot of golden sentences in his small notebook. Songwon pointed to the sky for a while and the ground for a while, like an angry person. Fortunately, there was no one in the villa at this time, otherwise, it would be easy to treat him as a neurotic. After venting for a while, Songwon calmed down. So, he turned his gaze back to the attribute panel. How he wished that what he had just experienced was just a dream. However, when he looked at it again, he found that his ability was still the same as what he had seen before. However, at this time, he suddenly saw that the potential behind his power ability was actually infinite. Ha! Isn't this power the same thing as the power I imagined? Songwon suddenly seemed to be resurrected with full blood and was instantly energetic. What he thinks of as power is literally a manifestation of power, similar to Dai Ruoro's vigorous ability. But if this is really the case, then the potential shown behind it should not be infinite. So, Songwon began to wander on the ground, thinking about the meaning of the word power. What is strength? Such a question popped up in his mind. Unity is strength. Thinking and thinking, Songwon couldn't help singing. However, soon, he shook his head, put the thought behind him, and thought about it seriously. What exactly is power? Language is a power. Eyes are a power. Faith is a power. Courage is a strength. Hate is a power. Knowledge is also a power. It can be said that all concrete, abstract, and conceptual things in the world may be a kind of power. Take his father, the god of war in the Yellow Springs. Isn't the judgment ability he uses also a kind of power? Similarly, isn't Xiao Qian Jianyunda's moral ability and Tang Qiqi's reincarnation ability also a kind of power for themselves? No, is it really what I think? Songwon's heart beat violently at this time. If it is really as he imagined, then his ability is simply handsome, cool, and incomparable. However, whether it is what he imagined still needs to be verified. So, Songwon tried hard to calm himself down. He looked around the room and finally turned his gaze to a beautiful vase placed in the room. Sister vase, don't be afraid, brother will experiment with you, Songwon said a little nervously. After saying that, he didn't move and kept staring at the vase with his eyes. At the same time, the energy in his body began to run slowly. Snap! The next second, the exquisite vase exploded directly. Seeing the vase that suddenly exploded exploded. Song-won immediately jumped up excitedly. It's really possible. It's the power of the eyes. In other words, as long as I want to, my eyes can kill. Song-won said loudly. In the past, many people would say that if the eyes could kill, so-and-so would have died countless times. Now, Song-won can really kill people with her eyes. Then, Song-won looked at another vase. Your mother exploded. As soon as his words fell, the vase he was targeting exploded to pieces in an instant. I'm awesome, broken. This is the power of language. Song-won said loudly. This kind of unpredictable power is unguardable. It's simply a shady person. The best ability to help others have fun. Ha 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 ha. Who else? Song-won said loudly. It's just that at this time, he was the only one in the villa, and no one saw him pretending to be successful. Try the power of faith. I, Song-won, am not weaker than others in my life, and I am invincible in the world. Song-won roared. Suddenly, he felt that his body was full of strength. This force continued to rush towards his limbs, and at this time, he had a confidence that he could overturn the blue star. No wonder Ah Hwan usually roars. It can really strengthen his faith. Yelling like this is equivalent to self-hypnosis and having absolute confidence in yourself. I believe I can. Song-won said to himself. In this way, Song-won was excited for a while before finally calming down. He lay on the bed, looking contented. How can I be so good? I shouldn't call it Song-won, I should call it Song Excellent, Song Tiwa Jisho, or Song Creation Jongshinsho. Since then, there has been one less ordinary beautiful man in this world, and one more beautiful man who is amazing, outstanding, wise and brave, and unparalleled. I don't know how many people will be jealous of me, and I can't sleep at night because of jealousy. If excellence is also a mistake, then I am already guilty. Song-won said very narcissistically. Jingle bell. Just when he was narcissistic, suddenly, his phone rang. He took it out and saw that it was his master Dongfang Xiao. Hey, master, is there something wrong with your old man? Okay, I'll come over now. Within 5 minutes, I will definitely appear in front of you. Song-won said, jumped up from the bed, and then began to put on her shoes. He was overwhelmed just now and forgot his agreement with master. Dongfang Xiao thought something had happened to him, and he hadn't arrived for so long. After hanging up the phone, Song-won deleted the fragments of the vase that he had broken as quickly as possible. Then, he ran outside. Although his ability has awakened, what he knows now about his power ability is only a scratch. Therefore, he has to continue to investigate. However, he was sure that his ability had not yet reached the realm of invincibility in the world. This is like he and Jean Zizi are all elementary school students, and Jean Zizai and the others only study one subject each. Some people study Chinese, and some people learn mathematics. Only Song-won studied multiple subjects. However, this does not mean that he has reached the level of a junior high school student. He just has a lot more means now than his peers. That is to say, although he has awakened the awesome power ability, it does not mean that he can now defeat the superpowers of the King realm. If you want to continue to improve your strength, you have to work hard to cultivate. Song-won, who was running on the road, suddenly thought that knowledge is a kind of power, so can he improve his strength by reading books all the time? In the same way, money is also a kind of power. If you continue to make money, can you enhance your strength? Can you stop my punch of 10 million spirit stones? Thinking of this, Song-won couldn't help but laugh out loud. Then, he opened the C drive, wanting to see how much of his spirit stone was left. Ha, I read that right? 150 yuan? Not 1.5 million? Song-won rubbed her eyes and said, damn, my spirit stone. After determining the balance of the spirit stones in the C disc, Song-won let out a heartache roar. You know, yesterday, in order to awaken his ability, he deposited all the spirit stones on his body into the C drive. He remembered the number of his spirit stones very clearly, and after excluding the expenses of the past few days, there were still about 4.03 million. But now there are only 150 yuan left. He spent 670,000 yuan on the farm and ranch every day. Not to mention, when copying items, he also spent spirit stones. In just one night yesterday, he went from a millionaire to a pauper. Let me just say it, when I just saved a little money, something always happened and I spent all my money. Indeed, it is. Song-won said a little helplessly. Fortunately, the first floor has already opened, and it can still earn 1.8 million spirit stones every day. Otherwise, he would really have to borrow money to live. Soon, Song-won came to Dongfang Zhao's residence. Why are you so late today? But what happened? Dongfang smiled and looked at Song-won's unhappy face and asked with concern. Master, the disciple has become a pauper again. Now there are only 150 spirit stones left in my body. How can I live this life? Master, can you give me some pocket money? Song-won looked at Dongfang and said with a smile. Poor? Are you embarrassed to cry to me about poverty? I've heard about your first floor. It's overcrowded every day. I think the business won't be bad. Are you still poor? What about the spirit stones you earned? Dongfang asked with a smile. The more you earn, the more you spend. After buying some goods and cultivating a little, millions of spirit stones will be gone. Master, if you don't sponsor me a little, your beloved, lovely apprentice will starve to death on the streets. Song-won said with a miserable face. At this time, he had a handful of snot and tears. Saying that, he also had to rub Dongfang Zhao's body. Get away, I just changed my clothes today. Give, just 10,000 spirit stones, do you want to love it? Dongfang smiled and threw over a Qiankuan bag. Yes, of course I want it. Songwon hurriedly caught the Qiankuan bag thrown by master and said with a smile. For him now, 10,000 spirit stones is a huge amount of money. And this is for nothing, don't do it in vain. Okay, I made another set of cultivation plans for you yesterday. You will practice according to this today. Dongfang said with a smile and handed Songwon a piece of paper. Songwon took a look and found that although this cultivation plan was different from the previous one, it was all used to enhance the physical soul. It's just a little more detailed. However, he now felt that he should not only focus on physical strength and soul strength now. So, Songwon put the planner in his hand on the table. Master, my current physical strength and soul strength are temporarily sufficient. I accidentally took the heavenly treasure yesterday, and now I have broken through to the golden 3. I think the most important thing for me now is to enhance my combat experience. Master, is there a place similar to the Sumera mirror where you can fight but you won't really die? Songwon looked at Dongfang and asked with a smile. Didn't you just break through the golden 4 yesterday morning? Why did you break through to the golden 3 so quickly? Didn't I tell you, the natural treasure of the earth cannot be taken often. It will cause instability. Dongfang Xiao said very seriously. I know master, I was just accidental yesterday, so I want to consolidate my realm now. Songwon said. He broke through yesterday because it was associated with his awakening ability. It really should be consolidated. How could there be so many? This is not scientific. There are indeed places similar to the Sumeru mirror, but this will not open until the second semester of your freshman year. If you want to hone yourself with combat, you can only follow the sophomores. Dongfang said with a smile. Let's go with the sophomores. I'm fine. Songwon said. You also have the realm of the golden 3 now, and you can keep up with the sophomore students who fight together. In that case, come with me. Dongfang smiled and led Songwon away. In this way, Dongfang Xiao took Songwon to the place where the sophomore was located. Oriental God of War. I've seen the Eastern God of War. Along the way, the school teachers who saw Dongfang Xiao all greeted respectfully. The God of War is not only a symbol of strength but also a symbol of military exploits. It is precisely because of the fighting of these people that there is now a stable dragon kingdom. Such a person is worthy of respect wherever he goes. Soon, Dongfang Xiao took Songwon to the foot of a mountain in the Imperial Capital Academy. To be precise, I came to a stone gate at the foot of the mountain. Master, what is this place? Songwon asked curiously. Sumeru Abyss. This is the same scene you experienced during the college entrance examination. However, compared to the scene in the college entrance examination, it is more complex and huge. There are not only strange beasts in this, but also various levels and types of superpowers. Of course, they are all made using sealing stones, not real. However, it is infinitely close to the outside world. In addition to not dying, pain, injury, are all real. So, you have to be careful when you enter it. Don't leave sequelae because of your injury. Dongfang smiled and advised. This is a special study by Imperial Capital University in order for students to adapt to future battles and improve their combat experience. The spirit stones spent on this every year are definitely an astronomical amount. It's all worth it, though. With the tempering of the Sumeru Abyss, the mortality rate will be greatly reduced after the students of the Imperial Capital Academy go to the battlefield in the future. Compared with the spirit stone, the Tianjiao of the Imperial Capital Academy is priceless. Every Tianjiao who grows up will be the pillar of the Dragon Kingdom in the future. Don't worry, master, I know it in my heart. Songwon said. After he finished speaking, he walked towards the stone gate. What does this mean? As soon as he walked to the door of the stone door opened automatically, and Dongfang Sweki walked out of it. Big niece, so coincident? Songwon said hello. However, Dongfang Sweki ignored him and walked directly past him. The eldest niece is rude. When Uncle Song has time one day, teach you how to respect the old and love the young. Songwon said and walked into the stone gate. Grandpa, why did you bring Songwon to the Sumeru Abyss in the 2nd grade? Dongfang Sweki looked at Dongfang Xiao and asked suspiciously. Freshmen in their freshman year, who have only been practicing for a few days, come to the sophomore area to fight. Isn't this asking for trouble? He has broken through to the 3rd gold. Many of you sophomores are still wandering in the 4th and 5th of the gold, right? Dongfang asked with a smile. Hearing her grandfather say this, Dongfang Sweki's eyes widened instantly. Although, from the time she fought with Songwon before, she found that Songwon's strength was not low. But she never expected that within less than 10 days of the start of freshman, Songwon had broken through to the golden 3. In terms of realm alone, he has surpassed 50% of the students in his sophomore year. Grandpa, did you open a small stove for him? Dongfang Sweki asked. I just made some cultivation plants for him. He can have the strength he has now, mainly on his own. His physique is relatively special, so in terms of realm, he improves faster. Dongfang Xiao thought of what Songwon said. In the same time, he could absorb the amount of Peiyuan liquid in quenching body fluid, and the recovery speed was 5 or 6 times that of his peers. Therefore, his cultivation speed is naturally 5 or 6 times that of his peers. Is this why you took him as an apprentice in the first place? Dongfang Sueki asked again. I guess so, Dongfang replied with a smile. In fact, he accepted Song Yuan as his apprentice just because he perfectly cleared all the levels of the college entrance examination. At that time, he didn't know what was special about Song Yuan. By the way, Sumeru Abyss, what level have you reached? Dongfang Xiao then asked. I broke through to level 13, but I couldn't get through level 13. Dongfang Sueki replied. There was a hint of disappointment in her tone. You are just a sophomore, and you can break through to the 13th level, which is not weak. Your goal is to pass 15 levels before the end of your sophomore year, Dongfang said with a smile. I'll work hard. Grandpa, what level do you think Song Yuan can break through this time? Suddenly, Dongfang Sueki asked. Although Song Yuan's current realm is much lower than hers, she suddenly has a strong sense of crisis in her heart. Because she had a hunch, I am afraid it won't take too long for Song Yuan to catch up with her. There is no doubt that it is possible to break through the 10th level after passing the 8th level. Dongfang smiled and thought for a moment. Grandpa, are you so optimistic about him? You should know that normally, if you want to break through to the 10th level, you must at least have the strength of the golden one. If you want to say that he crossed a small realm and broke through to the 9th level, I still believe it. But it's too difficult to cross 2 small realms, Dongfang Sueki said. She failed when she broke through the level and crossed 2 small realms. Therefore, she knows very well how difficult it is to fight across 2 small realms. This stinky boy seems out of tune, but in fact, his mind is much more mature than his peers. It cannot be measured according to common sense. His disguise ability is very weird. I can see that he should still have some abilities, even I hide it. Maybe because of some past experiences, this stinky boy is very wary. Even I don't fully trust it, Dongfang Xiao said a little helplessly. Although Song Yuan usually hides it very well, he still sees that Song Yuan has reservations about him. However, he didn't care about this. Young people don't have any secrets. Is that still young people? The same was true when he was young. Some things he didn't want his elders to know. However, the issue of completely gaining Song Yuan's trust can only be left to time. After all, the road knows the horsepower, and over time, it will see people's hearts. To be precise, he and Song Yuan have only been together for less than 7 days. It is understandable that Song Yuan does not fully trust him. In his opinion, it is a good thing not to trust a person. Because you trust a person too much, it is easy to be killed. After Song Yuan walked into Sherman, he experienced the same situation as in the college entrance examination. On his wrist, there was an extra bracelet that could teleport. Once he is fatally attacked, the bracelet will teleport him. In this way, after Song Yuan prepared everything, he walked into the first level. Because he has taken the college entrance examination, he is quite familiar with this scene. When he came to the first level, he saw several silver 5 strange beasts. As soon as these strange beasts saw him, they rushed towards him. The strange beast of silver 5 no longer poses any threat to Song Yuan. However, the main purpose of his visit here today is not to break through as many levels as he wants, but to explore and develop his own power ability, the power of the eyes. He stood still, staring at the strange beast galloping towards him. At this time, there was murderous intent in his eyes. Soon, he felt that a burst of energy in his body had quietly disappeared. At the next moment, the silver 5 strange beast he was staring at burst directly into pieces. This feeling is peculiar. Even if Song Yuan looked at it from her own point of view, she didn't notice how the attack happened. The power of his eyes was not an attack from his own eyes. Instead, part of the energy in his body disappeared, and then the attack appeared naturally. Even if the Eastern God of War stood here, I am afraid he would not be able to see that the death of the strange beast was related to Song Yuan. Song Yuan felt like he was transmitting some energy into something, and then this thing attacked and killed the strange beast. It's like he gives money, energy, to the store, some unknown being, and the store gives him the item he bought, attack. However, this process is very short and completed in an instant. Therefore, it gave him the feeling that he had launched an attack directly on the strange beast. I don't know if the power of the eyes is a single attack or a group attack, Song Yuan thought in his heart at this time. Subsequently, he began to experiment again. He stared at 2 strange beasts that were relatively close at once. However, a long time passed and nothing happened. It seems that you can only lock in one target at a time. In this way, he has an extra layer of understanding of the power of his eyes. Try the power of language again. This should be a group attack, Song Yuan said to himself. I said, you have pus on the top of your head, sores on the soles of your feet, and you fall like a dog eating when you walk, Song Yuan said loudly. As soon as he said this, the energy in his body directly decreased. At the next moment, the many strange beasts that were galloping towards him all fell to the ground in an instant. At the same time, their bodies began to rot. Isn't the power of this language an alternative version of words or words? Song Yuan saw this phenomenon and suddenly said, he didn't know if words and words could be like this, but the abilities of the two were indeed very similar. As soon as this move came out, all the strange beasts in the first level level were directly killed. Song Muan easily came to the second level. Next, what to verify? Song Muan looked at the strange beast in the second level and asked himself silently. There were too many things he wanted to verify, but for a while he didn't know which ones to verify. Verify the power of knowledge. Question: if you use the electric eel's electric eel, will the electric eel be electrocuted by the electric eel? Song Muan looked at the strange beasts and asked. Hearing his question, those strange beasts exploded in an instant. Ha! Why did he die so easily? I haven't done anything yet? This sudden scene made Song Muan look confused, because, even before he could figure out what was going on, these strange beasts died. This death is a bit bizarre. So, Song Muan began to think, why did these strange beasts die directly after he asked the question? After thinking about it, he felt that there was only one possibility. These strange beasts are all made of sealing stones, not real strange beasts. They are not flesh and blood, and they have no brains. Without a brain, you naturally cannot think. If there is no way to think, naturally it will not be possible to answer the questions he asks. So, they are killed by their own knowledge. This is the power of knowledge. Of course, this is just Song Muan's guess, and he doesn't know whether it is true or not. However, he has not thought of other possibilities at the moment. He plans to verify it when he encounters a real strange beast or a person with special abilities in the future. However, even if the truth of the matter is really as he guessed, he still has an uncertainty. What is the highest level of the strange beast or supernatural person that can act on this question? If it was just an ordinary silver realm, it would have no meaning at all. Because of the strange beasts or superpowers of the silver realm, he can kill them easily. This still needs to be verified. So, for the next period of time, Song Muan hurriedly started clearing the customs as quickly as possible. At this time, he didn't think about verifying his various powers anymore. Only after passing the level of the silver realm can he continue to verify. In less than half an hour, Song Muan came to the 8th level. The 8th level corresponds to the Golden 3. That is his current state. He wanted to see if his riotous operations had any effect on the strange beasts of the Golden 3. However, what Song Muan didn't expect was that there were no strange beasts in the 8th level. Some are just 2 in superpowers. If you look closely, these 2 superpowers look a bit like him. Looking at the 2 superpowers who were somewhat similar to himself, Song Muan thought to himself, is it true that in the abyss of Sumeru, there will be people with abilities close to their own strength? Is it a mirror copy of yourself, or is it an image left by Tianjiu before? For example, Song Muan is the strength of the Golden 3, so he will copy the ability of the Golden 3. If he is the strength of the second Golden Man, there will be a supernatural person of the second Golden Man. Of course, he didn't know if it was exactly. The next moment, the 2 superpowers moved. They attacked themselves left and right. One of them, with a wave of his palm, appeared an ice arrow all over the sky. The other one, with a wave of his palm, appeared a rocket all over the sky. This is a real ice and fire heaven. I said, your attack will be ineffective immediately. Song Muan used the power of language. As soon as he said this, the energy in his body plummeted again, and then the ice arrows and rockets in the sky slowly dissipated. This process took about 3 seconds. To be honest, this time took a bit of time, because, for many strong people, 3 seconds is already able to do a lot of things. For example, some men can create a new life in 3 seconds. It seems that the stronger the opponent, the less power the language has on them. Song Muan said silently in his heart. This was also expected by him. After all, he currently only has the realm of the Golden 3, and it is impossible to exert superpower. However, the next moment, Song Muan used the power of eyes and the power of words at the same time. He stared at one of the superpowers and said, your body muscles are weak. As Song Muan's words fell, the person with the ability he was staring at did not immediately collapse to the ground, but his body trembled violently. It looks like they are fighting against something. Needless to ask, it is naturally fighting against the power of language. However, at this time, the power of Song Muan's size had already fallen on him. The 2 forces were superimposed on him at the same time, and he finally couldn't bear it anymore, and his body exploded. However, his body was far less completely blown up than the previous Silver Realm's strange beasts. It's just a superposition of 2 powers. What if you use 3 powers? Song Muan thought in his heart. Question: oysters are cooked. Is it still called oysters? In addition to asking questions, he continued to use the power of words and eyes to target another superpower. This time, the supernatural person didn't last for 2 seconds before it completely exploded. When the power he uses stacks, the power that the opponent needs to bear will naturally stack. This is also an extremely bug ability. When a power can't kill the opponent, you can stack 2, 3, 4, 10 kinds of 20 powers. I feel like I'm going to be invincible, Song Muan said excitedly. However, he found that when the power he used was stacked, the energy he consumed was also constantly superimposed. Therefore, using the strength ability all the time, with the existing energy in his body, it won't last long. Fortunately, he still has a golden finger. So, when he reached the 9th level and the energy in his body was about to run out, he used the computer butler, fixed abnormal state of the body. However, this time, time, repairing the abnormal state of his body cost him a full 5,000 spirit stones. The 10,000 spirit stones he asked for at Dongfang Zhao's face were enough for him to repair the anomaly twice. As the strength became higher and higher, there were more and more spirit stones needed to repair the anomaly. If he arrived at the king's realm and repaired the anomaly once, wouldn't it cost hundreds of thousands, or even more? He had long heard that it cost money to fight, but he didn't expect it to be so expensive. In the following period, Song Yuan continued to break through. The power of eyes, the power of words, the power of knowledge, the power of money, the power of belief. These powers that he could think of or understand were constantly exerted by him. He didn't stop until level 14. If there are enough spirit stones, he can continue to break through the level. It's a pity that the 10,000 spirit stones that Dongfang Zhao gave him had already been lost by him. He could only be forced to give up. However, he also probably knew his strength. Under Platinum 1, he should be invincible. As long as the spirit stone is enough, he is not unable to kill the supernatural person of Platinum 1. However, with Platinum 1 or above, that is, the ability of the Diamond Realm, he should not be an opponent at the moment. But if you protect yourself, there is still no problem. If he can't beat it, he has the means to run away. In this way, without any casualties, Song Yuan himself teleported out of the abyss of Sumeru. When Song Yuan walked out of the Sumeru abyss, he found that Dongfang Zhao had not left, still waiting for him at the door. The time you took to break through the level was a little shorter than I thought. What level have you reached? Dongfang smiled and looked at Song Yuan and asked. With my strength, of course I have cleared the level. Song Yuan said with a proud face. You can't brag, will you die? If you want me to say, you will break through to the 10th level. Dongfang smiled and looked at Song Yuan and said, Master, did you install surveillance on me? Song Yuan did not answer Dongfang Zhao's question directly, but searched for it on his own. It's the first time I've broken through the level, and it's already very good to be able to break through to the 10th level. I hope you can pass the customs when you graduate from your freshman year. Dongfang said with a smile. The sophomore Sumeru Abyss has a total of 15 layers, and the corresponding highest level is Platinum 1. Because the strength is higher than that of Platinum 1, that is, after reaching the Diamond Realm, it is necessary to contact the real battle, instead of simulating combat in such an environment. No matter how good the simulation battle is, it is just a simulation after all, far from being as good as the real battle. If you want to grow into a strong man, you must go through the baptism of blood. When you go back, take a good look back on today's battle. I believe you will gain a lot. You go back and rest, I'm leaving. After Dongfang Zhao finished speaking, his figure flashed and disappeared. Looking at the departing Dongfang Zhao, a trace of warmth flashed in Song Yuan's heart. Although he is a person who does not trust others easily, he is a person who knows what is good and bad. He could naturally see that Dongfang Zhao's concern for him came from the heart. Whether a person is good or not can feel it. After Song Yuan left the Sumeru Abyss, he did not return to his villa immediately. Instead, he went to the library of the Imperial Capital Academy. Because he was able to use the power of knowledge as a means of attack. Therefore, he wanted to see if he could enhance his strength if he learned knowledge. Soon, Song Yuan came to the door of the library of the Imperial Capital Academy. When he was about to walk into the library, an old man who looked 70 or 80 years old suddenly stretched out his crutches and stopped him. Please show your student ID. The old man looked at it with a book in his hand and said without raising his head. A student ID card is a must-have for students at Imperial Capital College to enter and exit various venues. Song Yuan flipped his palm, took out his student ID card, and respectfully swiped it on a machine in front of the old man. In the next second, all his information appeared on the electronic screen in front of the old man. Freshman, what type of books are you ready to borrow? The old man looked at Song Yuan and asked. It's my first time here, so let's take a look first. Song Yuan said. He just came to do an experiment today, and he really didn't know what kind of books he should borrow. Go in. If you can't find the type you want, you can ask me at any time. The old man said. Thank you, old man, Song Yuan said politely, although this old man looked very ordinary from head to toe, even trembling. However, for the other party, Song Yuan did not dare to slack off. According to my previous experience of reading novels on Earth, old men who read libraries are often unfathomable. His polite greeting can leave a good impression. In case this old man is really super strong, he may be able to give himself a lot of help. It doesn't matter if it's not, he won't lose a piece of meat if he is polite. Song Yuan walked in the library of the Imperial Capital Academy with a look of amazement. According to his understanding, the collection of books in the library of the Imperial Capital Academy exceeded 10 million volumes. Among them, there are not only the history of the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years, but also the biographies of the strong in history, and some folk tales and legends. In addition, there are countless books about supernatural abilities. Different people's works have different understandings, different uses, and different uses for the same ability. However, there are not many books like pure knowledge. There are books like physics, chemistry, biology, etc., but they are all superficial. Because in this world dominated by abilities, it is impossible for anyone to calm down and study study these things. Most people in this world study how to enhance their strength and develop their abilities. Moreover, abilities can replace science in many ways. These are not what Song Won should worry about. He casually took a book on ability development and read it. He watched as he paid attention to the energy in his body. It's too slow to look at it this way, and you can't observe the changes in the energy in your body at all. Song Won thought silently in his heart. Then, he took a few books from the shelf, then selected them with the mouse and began to import them. Just like he had imported the textbooks of his freshman year before, he began to import the books from the previous few books into his computer, and then read them on the C drive. Soon, he finished reading all these books. At this time, he clearly felt that a force poured into his body. This force is small, but it is indeed a new influx. In other words, Song Won can enhance his strength by absorbing new knowledge. This discovery made him happy. Reading can enhance his strength, but the process of his reading can still be open. This doesn't give others a way to live at all. So, for the next period of time, Song Won stayed in the library and began his own sweep. Just now, he set a small goal in his heart, to read all the tens of millions of books in the library. Normally, it is indeed impossible, but he can hang up. Of course, even if it is open, it is quite difficult. It takes almost 3 minutes for him to read a book, from import to reading. That is, he can read 20 books in an hour. Staying in the library for 10 hours a day is only 200 books. If you want to read all 10 million books, you need at least 50,000 days, that is, more than 160 years. This time, for Song Won, is too long. What he is praying now is that as his strength improves, or the computer software is upgraded, he can perform batch operations. Now the computer works single-threaded. If it can become 2-threaded, 4-threaded, 8-threaded, 128 threads, 256 threads, then his efficiency in all aspects will be greatly improved. Soon, a few hours passed. When the time came, 11:30 in the evening, Song Won had to go back. When he returned to the villa, he found that Huang Tianba had not rested. At this moment, he was sitting on the sofa in the living room, with a deep face. "What's wrong, Ah Huan? How to be a contemplator?" Song Won asked curiously. "Boss, what do you think people live for?" At this time, Huang Tianba turned his head to look at Song Won and asked. These words are too familiar to Song Won. "Yo, I don't have any money." So, he hurriedly said. His voice instantly changed from a rough old man to a certain father-in-law, and his voice became sharp. He remembered very clearly that he had asked Jean Zizai before he and Jean Zizi went to the East Sea Dragon Palace to experience a dragon. Huang Tianba wanted to use these words to trick him, but it was impossible. If he can be given a routine by the routine he has used, he is not Song Won. It's not that he's stingy, and he doesn't want to invite Huang Tian to experience the top service again. Really, he really has no money now. He now has only 150 spirit stones left all over his body. The 10,000 spirit stones that finally came to Dongfang Xiaoxiao were also used up in the Sumeru abyss. It is no exaggeration to say that he is now a clean face. "Boss, what are you talking about? Am I the one who cheated my brother like that?" Seeing Song Muan's reaction so big, Huang Tianba said in a very hurtful tone. "Yes." Song Muan nodded seriously. Based on his understanding of Huang Tianba, this guy has no lower limit to his integrity. For free prostitution, anything can be done. He can use his face as the sole of his shoes. He hasn't forgotten what means this guy used to live in his villa at the beginning. At that time, even the coquettish moves of the fierce man were used. "Boss, you don't understand me, I don't blame you. However, through my thinking, I finally thought about what people live for." Huang Tianba said with a serious face. "Then tell me, what do people live for?" "As for what I said, establish a heart for heaven and earth and establish a people for the people. Don't say this." Song Muan asked. "People live to engage in yellow color." Huang Tianba stretched his voice and said in a decisive tone. Hearing Huang Tianba say this, Song Muan sprayed out the water he had just drunk. He saw Huang Tianba's serious expression and thought that this guy would say something thought-provoking. "Chicken soup. I didn't expect to hold it for a long time, and then I came to such a sentence. It's really not amazing to die." "Boss, I'm serious, listen carefully to what I tell you. From birth, people are yellow. The urine of pea is yellow. If the fruit you buy is left for a long time, the surface will turn yellow. The clothes I usually wear will slowly turn yellow once they are piled up for a long time and not worn. When a person dies, it will become a handful of loss. So, from birth to death, we are doing yellow." Huang Tianba said word by word. "Ah Huang, as expected of you, you can come up with this theory. Your surname is not Bai's surname." Song Muan showed an admiring look. "I have long said that I am Huang and have nothing to do with gambling and drugs. In order to implement this point of view to the end, boss, tomorrow night, you will arrange the East Sea Dragon Palace. Okay?" Huang Tianba finally revealed his true purpose at this time. "Hey, what did you say? I put my ears on the second floor, and I can't hear it clearly. You wait for me to go up and look for it, and I'll come down right away," Song Muan said, and walked towards the second floor. "Boss, make so much money without spending. Do you keep cubs? No matter how much money you save in the end, when you die, you will only have 2 boards. We are good brothers, I'll help you spend some. Look at you, don't fall into a good place. It's so stingy. Huang Tianba stood up from the sofa and shouted loudly towards the stairs on the second floor. Forget it, let's go find Lao Jin tomorrow. Lao Jin is rich and not stingy, Huang Tianba said and walked towards his room. After Song Muan returned to the room on the second floor, she did not rest immediately, but sat on a chair and looked at the screen in the sea of consciousness. At this time, he found that on the back of Word, Excel, and other software, the word upgrade was written. In other words, these software can finally be upgraded from version 1.0 to version 2.0. Previously, the 1.0 version could not stop Dongfang Sueki of Platinum 5 at all. After this upgrade, the performance of all aspects will definitely be greatly improved. Showy, do you need to use spirit stones for these software upgrades? Song Muan asked. No need, Showy replied. Hearing that he didn't need 3 words, Song Muan breathed a long sigh of relief. He was really worried that these software upgrades would require a large amount of spirit stones. He is now a pauper, and if he needs spirit stones again, he can only sell himself. However, if you really want to sell yourself, you should be able to sell it for a good price based on his appearance and physique. It would be nice if there was a fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged rich woman to take care of me. I don't want to work hard, Song Muan said in a low voice. When he was talking, he upgraded the basic software. The upgrade didn't take long, and it was completed in less than 10 minutes. These 3 software are integrated. After carefully feeling the upgraded software, a hint of surprise flashed on Songworm's face. In the past, when he used Word, he had to open Word first. If you want to use Excel again, you must turn off Word before you can open Excel, because only one software is allowed to cover a certain range in the same area. The range covered by Word is 300 meters, and Excel is also 300 meters. Within this 300-meter range, these two are like 2 tigers and cannot coexist. Now after the upgrade, Word, Excel, PPT3 software are integrated into one software. The area they covered also changed from more than 300 meters to 1000 meters. Within this kilometer range, Song Muan can use the functions of any software. It's definitely a qualitative leap. Even if Song Muan did not repair his fate and did not have the ability to awaken, relying on this alone, it can also completely abuse many superpowers. Finally fused and turned into concrete. It turns out that what is missing in this is the fate grid, Song Muan suddenly said inexplicably. In the past, he felt that he had many abilities, but these abilities were like sand, stones, steel bars, cement, water. Each of them is essential, but they all exist independently. A power is missing to fuse these materials. Only when fused can it become solid concrete. Before, he had been thinking about what this missing power was. Only now do I know that the missing thing is his destiny. He also felt that he had a golden finger, so it didn't matter whether his fate could be repaired or not. Now it seems that the destiny is essential. People without destiny are incomplete. An incomplete person cannot reach the top. After the software integration, Song Muan's strength will skyrocket again. If he establishes a hyperlink, he can move within a radius of 1000 meters at will. In this way, once you fight the enemy, then the enemy can only be passively beaten, unless the enemy has the speed or skill to appear 1000 meters away at once. Logically speaking, my golden finger is also a kind of power, so I should be able to fuse my golden finger into my ability. Suddenly, such a thought came to Song Muan's mind. As soon as this thought came out, it was like mushrooms after a rain, and it couldn't be suppressed at all. So, he didn't think much about it and tried it directly. He manipulated the energy in his body and rushed towards his brain. Poof! The next moment, he directly spewed out a mouthful of blood and his whole face instantly turned pale. Just now when he tried to wrap the computer in his mind with energy, the energy just touched the computer, like a mouse seeing a cat, and retreated as quickly as possible. In the process of retreating, he was backlashed by energy, so he was injured. If you don't die, you won't die. Song Muan wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said helplessly. He just tried it and didn't expect such a big reaction. To fix this anomaly, you need to consume 3000 spirit stones. Is it repaired? Looking at the prompts on the computer, the corners of Song Muan's mouth twitched. His spirit stones had been spent, and he wanted to use the spirit stones to repair his physical abnormalities, but he couldn't do it now. Unexpectedly, Song Muan would one day be embarrassed by a mere 3000 spirit stones. Repair the 150 spirit stones first and talk about the rest. After thinking about it, Song Muan said. In this way, the only 150 spirit stones left on his body were gone. The repair of 150 spirit stones made his body slightly better. However, there are still injuries. Can I use the power of repair? Song Muan said and began to treat himself. However, things did not go as he had thought and his body was not repaired. This made him very puzzled. The power of eyes, the power of words, and even the power of belief could be used. Why is the power of repair now unusable? The abilities are awakened, can't they be equipped with a manual? I still have to study it myself, it's not silvery enough. I'm going to give a bad review, Song Muan said a little angrily. So, he sat down in his chair and thought about his so-called power ability again. It took a long time for Song Muan to find an answer that she felt was correct. Whether it's eyes, language, knowledge, or belief, these are all my own. And the ability to repair is something I don't have myself. Although it can be repaired with a computer butler, it belongs to the power of the golden finger. In a sense, although I can use the golden finger, the power of the golden finger does not belong to me. Song Muon made his own guess. He didn't know whether his guess was accurate or not, but the more he thought about it, the more likely it became. So, he started experimenting again. The power of flames. He stretched out his hand and tried. However, a few seconds passed, and nothing appeared in his hand. Flame is the most common power in ordinary life, but now Song Muon can't use it. This shows that his guess just now is indeed correct. I'll try the power I have again. The power of anger. Song Muon roared in his heart. At the same time, think about the things in the past that allowed you to become angry. Sure enough, soon, a huge force poured into his body. At this moment, his eyes were red, as if there was boundless anger that was about to explode. He wants to destroy everything. So, Song Muon quickly calmed her mood. Then, the power in his body slowly receded. Once again, this verified Song Muon's guess. Anger is his own. Therefore, if you want to develop the power ability, you must first have a clear understanding of yourself. So, this power ability doesn't seem to be as powerful as I thought. Song Muon said to himself. Before, he thought that his power ability had no limit, but now it seems that this is not the case. But soon, he seemed to think of something. Xiaoyi, I remember you said before that when the computer is upgraded to the second generation, you can copy some abstract things. For example, other people's abilities, isn't it? Song Muon asked. Yes, Xiaoyi replied. Hearing Xiaoyi's affirmative answer, Song Muon was excited. If you can copy other people's abilities, then in this way, these abilities will be transformed into your own power. Then his own power ability will continue to grow, thus including all phenomena. He suddenly discovered that his abilities were complementary to his golden fingers. Moreover, his golden fingers are constantly making him stronger. Xiaoyi, you said before that if you want to upgrade to the second generation, you must have a physical strength and soul strength of 100,000. I can understand that. Then in addition, why should the military merit reach 1 million? Song Muon asked. This is something he doesn't quite understand. After all, how you look at the military exploits has nothing to do with computer upgrades. What military exploits represent is not military exploits, nor is it a number. It represents the number of enemies or beasts you kill. For example, every time you kill a black iron 5 beast, you will get a little combat merit. But in fact, what you get is a little blood from this strange beast. The reason why you can only get a little blood by killing the strange beast of the black iron 5? That's because their strength is low, and the blood and chi contained in their bodies can only be extracted a little. And if the computer wants to upgrade to the second generation, it needs to replenish at least 1 million blood. Xiaoyi explained. Hearing Xiaoyi's explanation, he suddenly looked at the honor bracelet on his wrist. If what Xiaoyi said is true, then this honor bracelet is not simple. Xiaoyi, will this honor bracelet have an impact on me? Song Muon asked suddenly. Computer butler can repair all abnormalities in the body. Xiaoyi replied. Hearing Xiaoyi say this, Song Muon breathed a long sigh of relief but kept an eye on it. The goal for the next year is to reach 100,000 physical strength and soul strength. 1 million military exploits. Song Muon set a small goal for herself. The strength of the body and soul have reached 100,000, which has reached the minimum of the king realm. In other words, Song Muon will reach the realm of kings within a year. It's not an easy thing to do. Soon, he was lying on the bed. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. First province, am I more knowledgeable today than yesterday? Of course. Second province, am I stronger today than yesterday? Of course. Third province, am I richer today than yesterday? What if not? It doesn't matter, sleep peacefully, tomorrow will be better. Early the next morning, Song Muon went to the library. He didn't stay in the library for long, and after borrowing 200 books, he went to the first floor. Yesterday, there was no spirit stone for a day, and he had had enough. So, he was going to the first floor to get some spirit stones. At the same time, put some things in the farm and ranch on the first floor. Fortunately, when the first floor was not open before, he stored a lot of inventory. Otherwise, the first floor would not be able to open. Hello, boss. When Song Muon came to the first floor, a woman in red looked at him and said respectfully, Nangong Weiyang, why are you here? Song Muon asked in surprise. He contacted Nangong Weiyang before, but he didn't get in touch. Of course, I came to help the boss look at the store. When I was in Phoenix, the boss paid me a month's salary. As a result, the first floor of Phoenix was open for less than a month at that time, and I couldn't get a month's salary for nothing. But I didn't work. Nangong Weiyang looked at Song Muon and said, you follow me to the office. Song Muon said, is there anything wrong? Nangong Weiyang said, I'm the boss, you're the employee. I called you to the office, of course, for the unspoken rules. Are you ready? Song Muon said teasingly. Song Muon asked Nangong not to go to the office, naturally not for the sake of unspoken rules for her. It's for a showdown. When he was in Phoenix, his understanding of Nangong Weiyang was very limited. At that time, 1,000 spirit stones were used for a month and she was was hired. For a normal Golden Realm superpower, 1,000 spirit stones a month is not less. However, after coming to the imperial capital, he learned more about Nangong Weiyang. Nangong Weiyang is Nangong Xiaomei's sister and the eldest lady of the Nangong family. At the beginning, Nangong Xiaomei casually took out 100,000 spirit stones in order to win the third place in the freshman competition. He didn't believe that Nangong Weiyang would be short of money. Therefore, it is enough to see from this point that when Nangong Weiyang approached him, there must be some ulterior secret. Since he can already be 100% sure of these, he will naturally have a showdown. Unspoken rules me? Stinky brother, you've only been in the imperial capital for a few days, and you've learned badly? Although Nangong Weiyang said this, he still followed Song Muan and walked towards the office. She could guess what Song Muan was going to say to her. Coincidentally, she returned to the imperial capital this time and came to the first floor again, also for a showdown. When the two came to the office, Song Muan naturally sat in his boss's chair unceremoniously. You are the daughter of my aunt, so I won't beat around the bush on some things. Tell me, what the hell is getting close to me? Song Muan said bluntly, in order to find an answer. Nangong Weiyang replied, what answer are you looking for? Song Muan frowned and said, when there are 9 out of 10, are you the one who is missing? Nangong Weiyang said. Her answer directly made Song Muan confused. Can you speak human language? Song Muan said angrily. He could understand every word Nangong Weiyang said, but when put together, he couldn't understand it. My ability is not numerology, but a prophecy of sequence 35. Originally, my strength had broken through to the diamond realm, but then by chance, I saw the past and the future. The past picture shows that there are 10 bright jade plates in a space. Suddenly, one was broken, and there were only 9 jade plates left. Shut up! And the broken jade plate melted into the darkness. The picture of the future is a world falling into extreme darkness, and people have lost their light. At this time, a small jade plate slowly rose into the air, illuminating the surroundings. I looked closely and found that it was a man holding the trumpet jade plate. It's just that all I see is his back. Nangong Weiyang said. With a back, you can conclude that I am the man holding the jade plate? Aren't you talking nonsense? Song Muan said. After I saw those two pictures, I used my ability to look at other pictures. I saw that in a few years, the sky of the blue star collapsed. There were a large number of invaders, and we blue star people rose up to resist. Among them, one of them performed extremely dazzlingly, killing countless enemies. That person's back is the same person as the man's back I saw before. At the cost of all my cultivation, I worked hard to see the man's appearance clearly. In the end, I locked you up. Later, after my deduction, I found out that you are from Phoenix. In the end, we will meet at the Phoenix Psychic Guild, so I will go to the Phoenix Psychic Guild to wait for you. It can be said that the encounter between us was planned by me for a long time. Nangong Weiyang said. Let's not talk about what you just said. Is it true? Even if that man is really me, then what's the use of you following me? What should happen will still happen, and I have no power to prevent it from happening. Song Muan said. He was speechless for a while at this time. Why did he suddenly pull out the plot of the savior? No, I know, you may not be able to prevent this from happening, but that doesn't mean you can't put an end to it. Nangong Weiyang looked at Song Muan and said firmly. Then can you see that I ended all this? Song Muan asked. I haven't seen this, but when disaster strikes, you are the one who shines the brightest. If anyone else can end it all, it's very likely that you, just like I saw at the beginning, you held a jade plate and illuminated the darkness. Nangong Weiyang said. You've said so much, but you still haven't made it clear. Why follow me? Song Muan asked again. I want to help you. If disaster does come, I hope to share a little pressure for you, even if it's really just a little bit. There is a saying, those who carry firewood for everyone should not let them freeze to death in the wind and snow, and they should not be trapped in thorns. I can do very little, but I will do my best, and what I can do is a little. Nangong Weiyang said with firm eyes. What do you want to do this? Song Muan asked. There are people in this world who care about me, my parents, my sister, my friends. This is the world that gave birth to me and raised me, and I don't want to see it encroached upon. I have to do something. Nangong Weiyang said slowly. Even if you know that you are a moth to a flame and bring about your own destruction, you still have to do this? Song Muan asked. If I don't fight this battle, my relatives will fight. So, even if I know it's a centipede shaking the tree, I have no regrets. Nangong Weiyang said. Hearing her say this, Song Muan's heart suddenly felt a sense of admiration. Compared with Nangong Weiyang, he suddenly felt that his moral cultivation was not worse than her. He is a relatively selfish person, far from being so dedicated. It's just that there are two kinds of people who can say such things. The first is the virgin, the second is the virgin. When the virgin speaks, she is righteous and awe-inspiring, but when she wants to do it, she expects others to come forward. But the virgin is different. They can really sacrifice themselves for many unrelated people. They are truly kind people. Song Muan couldn't judge which kind Nangong Weiyang belonged to now. However, since Nangong Weiyang plans to stay by his side all the time, then he would secretly observe Nangong Weiyang's every move and draw a conclusion. If he finds out Nangong Weiyang Yang is a virgin. When disaster really comes, he will kill her by any means as soon as possible. The harm of the virgin is unimaginable. Let me ask you a question. There is a train running normally, and you find 5 children playing on the train running normally, and 1 child playing on the abandoned track. There's a lane change switch next to you, and if you don't pull it, the train will hit and kill the 5 children playing on the normal track. If you pull it, the train will go into the abandoned track, and then the children on the abandoned track will die. What would you do if it were you? Song Wan was not sure whether Nangong Weiyang was a virgin, so he asked this question that tested morality. This problem was famous when it was on Earth. You can only flip the switch, but you can't use the ability, right? Nangong Weiyang asked. Although she didn't know why Song Wan suddenly asked her such an inexplicable question, she felt that Song Wan would not ask for no reason, and there must be his deep meaning. Perhaps, this question is the key to determining whether she can stay by Song Wan's side in the end. Yes, you have 2 choices, or do nothing, or flip the switch. After Song Wan said this, he stared at Nangong Weiyang tightly. I choose to do nothing. Nangong Weiyang replied. Reason: the mistakes of 5 people should not be borne by 1 person. I am not qualified to take a person's life. Besides, once you flip the switch and let the train enter the abandoned track, not to mention that the child on the abandoned track will die. In case the abandoned track cannot be used normally, there may be casualties among other passengers on the train. You can't ignore the safety of others because of the mistakes of the 5 children. Nangong Weiyang replied. Hearing him say this, Song Wan stood up instantly. Are you sure you want to do this? That's 5 lives. You only need to sacrifice 1 person to save 5 people, which is understandable no matter how you look at it. Song Wan said with a serious expression. Life is never measured by quantity. Everyone has only 1 life. No one stipulates that the lives of 5 people are more precious than the lives of 1 person. Everyone has to bear the consequences because of their choices, and if those 5 children die because of this, it will be the result they deserve. I can't blame others. It's all cause and effect. Nangong Weiyang replied firmly. For her answer, Song Wan is actually very satisfied. This proves that Nangong Weiyang should not be a virgin. Then what if not 5 people, but 10,000, 100,000, or even 1,000,000 people? How do you choose? Song Wan asked again. My choice is still the same. Nangong Weiyang said. What if it's everyone in that world? If one of those 5 people is Nangong Xiaomei, how do you choose? Song Wan continued to ask. At this time, the questions he asked were already additional questions. Hearing these 2 questions, Nangong Weiyang hesitated, because she didn't know how she should choose. Seeing Nangong Weiyang's hesitation, Song Wan's face showed a smile. Nangong Weiyang was able to hesitate, which showed that she still had her own little selfishness in her heart. Song Wan has always felt that there is nothing wrong with a person who is a little selfish. A person who is a little selfish, which shows that he still cares. If Nangong Weiyang still chooses to do nothing without hesitation as before, then he will have to worry instead. A person who only distinguishes right from wrong and doesn't talk about feelings is also very scary. It's still like in Phoenix, 1,000 spirit stones a month. What you have to do is sort out the shelves and then sell them according to the pricing. Song Wan said, then turned around and walked out of the office. Nangong Weiyang, who was still thinking, heard this and had a smile on his face. She suddenly reacted at this time, and in the conversation with Song Wan just now, she was actually pinched. You know, Song Wan is 5 years younger than her. After Song Wan walked out of the office, he came to the hall. He found that there were not many people in the store at the moment, but not few. He saw someone walking around the area of the beast cubs, admiring the beast cubs. Next to them was the newly hired clerk Song Wan. This store was originally under Qian Yanglai's name, and the original employees naturally could not stay. Therefore, Song Wan made a major change in this store. This is the cub of the blue flame phoenix, right? At this time, a fat man and a noble lady said to the clerk, this gentleman has good eyesight. This is indeed the cub of the blue flame phoenix bird. The clerk said, how much is this one? The lady asked. 1,080,000 spirit stones. The clerk said with a smile. So expensive? The lady said in surprise. Its blood is extremely pure and is brought from the Bermuda forest. If you keep growing, you will definitely grow into a strange beast in the king realm. A strange beast in the king realm only needs 180,000. Does the lady still think it is expensive? The clerk looked at the lady with a smile on his face and said, my son is about to awaken his abilities. If he fails to awaken his more powerful talents, letting him raise a strange beast with great potential is also a good choice. At this time, the chubby middle-aged man spoke. I want this cub of the blue flame phoenix bird. At this moment, a voice suddenly came. Hearing this sudden voice, whether it was the chubby middle-aged man, the clerk and Song Wan, he looked at the person who spoke at the same time. What people didn't expect was that the person who spoke was a very young and beautiful little girl. She has dyed blue hair and is wearing a short JK skirt. Behind her, there were several men. I saw this young bird of the blue flame phoenix first. Girl, you have to pay attention to what you do. First come, first served. At this time, the chubby middle-aged man said lightly, what if you take a fancy to it first? Did you pay? What you said comes first. first and then I understand, and the first comes later. So, this blue flame phoenix bird is mine, the JK group girl said in a very arrogant tone. How can there be such a reason? I can still afford a mere 1,080,000 spirit stones. However, in the face of the competition for JK girls, middle-aged men are unyielding. Today's blue flame phoenix cub, this lady is going to decide what Miss Ben wants. There is never something she can't get. If you dare to rob me of something, I will find someone to kill you directly. The JK girl started threatening directly. Hearing the JK girl say this, the middle-aged man looked at the clerk. There are too many strong people in the imperial capital, and there are countless children of big families. The middle-aged man is just a small boss with a little money, and there are too many people he can't afford to mess with. This JK girl is not easy to mess with at first glance. She must be a junior of a big family. However, he finally fell in love with the blue flame phoenix cub and could buy it for his son, but now he was threatened. Facing the middle-aged man's eyes, the clerk didn't know what to do. After all, she has only been on the job for a few days. At this time, Songwon naturally couldn't sit idly by anymore. You take this gentleman to the side to pay, and leave the rest to me. Songwon stepped forward and looked at the clerk and said, "Yes, boss." Hearing Songwon say this, the clerk breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. Hearing the clerk say this, everyone looked at Songwon. They didn't expect that the boss on the first floor was so young. Please come here," the clerk said to the middle-aged man and the lady. Miss Ben put her words here. If you dare to buy this blue flame phoenix bird today, I will let you not see the sun tomorrow. The JK girl looked at the middle-aged man and said. As soon as she said this, the middle-aged man hesitated. He really wanted to buy the blue flame phoenix, but he didn't want to put himself in it. You go to the checkout, everything is with me, Song Muan said to the middle-aged man. In my shop, threatening my guests. The girl's approach is not authentic. Then, he turned to the JK girl and said, little brother is so handsome, do you have a girlfriend? However, in the face of Song Muan's question, the JK girl looked at Song Muan with a nymphomaniac face and said, Qian Shudao, the youngest daughter of the Qian family, is stubborn on the surface, but actually extremely smart. Am I wrong? At this time, Song Muan looked at the JK girl and said slowly. From the first time he saw the JK girl, he recognized the other person. Because this store was owned by Qian Yanglai, he and Jean Zizai want it like this, and the Qian family would definitely not give up. After all, this is a shop worth 10 million spirit stones. Therefore, he asked Jean Zizi for information from everyone in the Qian family. To be honest, in the past few days, he has been waiting for the Qian family to come. Unexpectedly, what was waiting was Qian Shutao. In the imperial capital, there are 3 girls of the younger generation who cannot be messed with. The first person who can't be messed with is Nangong Xiaomei, because Nangong Xiaomei is the girl that Nangong family loves the most. The Nangong family is one of the top families in the imperial capital, and no one wants to provoke the Nangong family. Nangong Xiaomei has 4 cousins, each with great talent. She has been loved by thousands of people since she was a child, especially by her 4 cousins. Therefore, when she chose her name, she was directly named according to the love of her 4 cousins. Therefore, her name is very strange. Her name is Nangong Xiaomei. If that's all there is to it, it's just that she is like fire and jealous of evil. If you don't agree, you will fight. If you can't beat it, go home and call your cousin. If my cousin can't beat me, call me my mother. Her mother, who is Song Muan's more curious aunt, is also a violent temper and not very reasonable. Particularly short protection often stands up for Nangong Xiaomei. After a long time, the imperial capital was a younger generation, and no one dared to provoke her. The second person who can't be messed with is Dongfang Sueki. She is the granddaughter of the Eastern God of War, and with the identity and seniority of the Eastern God of War, almost all the people in the imperial capital have to give him a little thin face. Although Dongfang Sueki is not like Nangong Xiaomei, she is jealous of evil, but she is more reluctant to die. Once something is identified, it must be done. Once there is someone who wants to teach a lesson, they must teach it no matter what. Sometimes, she doesn't even give her parents' face. It is also possible for the Eastern God of War to calm her down, and others are not easy to use. The third person who can't be messed with is the little princess of the Qian family, Qian Shutao. People in the imperial capital call Nangong Xiaomei a violent woman. Dongfang Sueki is called a witch, and the money is written in the peach, and it is called a demon girl. There are 2 main reasons why it is called this way. First, she never cares about worldly rules, never plays cards according to common sense, and likes to be a monster. Second, she is more intelligent and close to demons. These 2 somewhat contradictory points appeared on her at the same time, which seemed very unreasonable. But it just so happens that she is such a person. Many people in the imperial capital only know that he does not play cards according to common sense and often acts as a demon. But there are few people who know how smart she is to the demon. Many people regard her as a daughter who is unruly and brainless. If it weren't for the extraordinary intelligence system of the 4 Seas Pavilion, Song Muan would probably not have known this. Chen Shutao was slightly stunned when she heard Song Muan say her identity. However, her reaction was not slow. Little brother is really smart, Jean Zizai, that big fool fool, told you. In an instant, Qian Shutao thought of the reason why Song Muan could recognize her at a glance. Come for money, Yong Lai? Song Muan looked at Qian Shutao and asked. Brother Warmth, where are you talking about? You are so handsome, you are the type that people like. They are here specifically for you. When Qian Shutao said this, he stared at Song Muan with a pair of big innocent eyes. Really? Song Muan said in surprise. Of course it's true, people like you very much. Qian Shutao said meaningfully. Since you like me so much, let's go have a child with me now. Give your dad a big surprise next year. Song Muan said, directly took Qian Shutao's wrist and walked towards his office. Qian Shutao does not play cards according to common sense, and Song Muan is the same, and he is not a person who plays cards according to common sense. Song Muan's sudden scene directly blinded everyone who noticed here, especially Qian Shutao. She thought about Song Muan's various reactions after she said this. For example, directly scolding her for being unruly and scolding her as a demon girl, or all kinds of cynicism. After all, Song Muan already knew that she was from the Qian family, and now the relationship between the two sides was obviously hostile. But she didn't expect that Song Muan would pull her to have a child without saying a word. However, she didn't panic at all, because, behind her, there are others following. Song Muan, let go of the book, Peach. At this time, a man jumped out and pointed at Song Muan and said. Hearing this sound, Song Muan stopped, but his palm did not let go of Qian Shutao's wrist. Which green onion are you? What do you call a dog? Song Muan looked at the other party and asked. I'm a friend of Shutao, you let her go for me. The man who stood up said. You're so arrogant, I thought you were her father. You also heard it just now, this Miss Yao said it herself, she likes me very much. Coincidentally, I fell in love with her at first sight. I'm going to have an in-depth exchange with her now. What's in the way of looking for you? If you force Lai again, I will beat you crookedly. Song Muan said mercilessly. After he said this, he continued to pull Qian Shutao towards the office. Song Muan knew very well that since he and Jin Zizai became friends, he was destined to stand on the opposite side of the Chen family. This world is like this, with all kinds of stakes. To be friends with some people is destined not to be friends with some people. Since the two sides are destined to be hostile, Song Muan doesn't need to be polite. Song Muan, we are guests are gods, do you dare to treat us with such an attitude? Treat the book, Peach? The man who stood up looked at Song Muan and said loudly. Some guests, he is a guest. But some guests are just hooligans. If there is a rogue here acting as a god, I will let him know what the twilight of the gods is. Dao Wuxin, if they bark again, they will hit me directly. I'll bear the consequences. Song Muan said. Yes, boss. At this time, a low voice came from the corner. At the same time, the person who spoke just now felt that he was locked by an aura. He had no doubt that as long as he spoke again, I was afraid that someone would take action against him. No one is bothering us now, let's go. Song Muan said to Qian Shutao and pulled her to continue walking forward. In this regard, Qian Shutao still did not panic or resist. On the contrary, a funny smile hung from the corner of her mouth. Soon, in front of Song Muan, a man dressed in black suddenly appeared and blocked his way. On the chest of the man in black, there is a word money printed on it. Let go of my young lady. The man in black spoke. The Qin family's shadow guard. Looking at the man in black who suddenly appeared, Song Muan raised his head and said, the Qin family's shadow guard is a superpower specially designed to protect important people in the Qin family. As the young lady of the Qin family, Qian Shutao cannot be without the existence of the shadow guard by her side. Song Muan naturally knew this, and the reason why he pulled Qian Shutao towards the office was to lure the other party out. He immediately checked the other party's attributes. Object name, Qian Ba. Age, 69. Physical strength, 126323, King 5. Soul strength, 115744, King 5. Ability attribute, Shadow, S-level potential. Combat effectiveness, 242167. Sure enough, he is a supernatural person in the king's realm. For these big families, the superpowers of the king realm are really like Chinese cabbage, Song Warm said in his heart. However, most of the superpowers in the king realm he had seen so far were all King 5 realms. There are not many superpowers in the 4 realms of kings. This shows that it is not an easy thing to break through from the 5 realms of kings to the 4 realms of kings. What if I don't let go? Song Muan looked at the first 8 and said. Facing the supernatural of the king realm, he did not flinch. If you don't let go, you will die. Qian Ba said in a murderous tone. Ha ha ha, if you don't let go, you will die? Master Dongfang laughed. Do you dare to kill me? Song Muan looked at the other party and asked rhetorically. Age, 18. Although he said so, he was vigilant in his heart. Although he is also a person with a backstage now, it is difficult to guarantee that the other party will not go crazy. If the other party does not talk about martial arts and shoots directly at him, then he will be tragic. Therefore, it is right to be on guard. Once you find that the situation is wrong, slip away first. He didn't dare to report his father's name, because he remembered that his father had said that in the imperial capital, almost all the people with superpowers who were about the same age as him and had good strength had been beaten by him. He reported his father's name, and in case his father was targeted, he would cry without crying. trying. After thinking about it, it is better to report master's name more reliably. After all, his master, the Eastern god of war, was the oldest of the 8 gods of war and had a high status in the imperial capital. There are few people who dare not give him the face of his master. Of course, he also planned it. If his master can't deter the other party, then it's not too late to report his father's name. You are the apprentice of the Eastern god of war? Xianba glanced at Qian Shutao, then looked at Song Yuan and said he didn't know about this. Qian Shutao knew why. She would come to the first floor in person. She wanted to see what kind of person the apprentice of the Eastern god of war was. At the beginning, Xian Yonglai heard Jin Zizi calling Song Yuan the boss, so he specifically investigated Song Yuan's information. At that time, he knew that Song Yuan was actually the son of Song Huangquan and the apprentice of the Eastern god of war. In this background, although the people of the Qian family are not completely afraid, but I also know that it's not easy to mess with. This is also why Song Yuan has been on the first floor for so long before the Qian family came to him. If Qian Shutao hadn't wanted to see what kind of person Song Yuan was, the people of the Qian family probably wouldn't have planned to pursue it. Because the Jin family has already overwhelmed their Qian family, if they provoke Song Huangquan and the Oriental god of war at the same time, then their Qian family will be in danger. It seems that you don't dare to kill me. If you don't dare, get out of the way. Song Yuan looked at Qianba and said. When Qianba heard Song Yuan say this, he did not act. He really didn't dare to do anything to Song Yuan, but he couldn't watch his young lady be brought into the office by Song Yuan. Although I don't dare to kill you, I want to take my young lady away. If you stop me, don't blame me for being rude. Qianba thought for a moment and said, you're welcome? Are you welcome to me? If I get hurt a little today, I will take my master to the Qian family tomorrow to ask for an explanation. Song Yuan said, although the Eastern god of war is powerful, my Qian family may not be afraid of him. Qianba suddenly said loudly. According to research, suddenly raising the volume when speaking is a sign of guilt. My master, you are not afraid. It doesn't matter. My father Song Huangquan, are you afraid? If you're not afraid, it doesn't matter. Let me introduce Nangong Weiyang, the eldest lady of the Nangong family. Her mother is my aunt. You should be very familiar with Jin Zizai, the little master of the Jin family. He is my brother. Chen Bo, the vice president of Imperial Capital College, is my old friend. You say, if these people go to the Qian family together to ask for an explanation for me, how will your Qian family deal with it? Song Yuan looked at Qianba and said. At this moment, he moved out all the people who had something to do with him. It's a pity that he knew too few people when he came to the imperial capital, and he felt that there were not enough people who moved out. However, when he heard these words in Qianba's ears, he made the other party break out in a cold sweat, because any of these people mentioned by Song Yuan can make the Qian family feel like a great enemy. Not to mention, these people come together. For a time, Qianba was in a dilemma. In the past, it was the Qian family who relied on their power to suppress people, but unexpectedly, today they were also suppressed once. However, they still can't refute it. What do you want? Qianba looked at Song Yuan and asked. Hearing Qianba ask, a smile appeared on Song Yuan's face. He said so much before, and he was waiting for this moment. He pulled Qian Shutao not really to have a child with her, but to negotiate conditions. It's very simple. Qian Shutao threatened the guests on my first floor, which damaged the credibility of the first floor. If it goes out, it says that my first floor cannot guarantee the safety of guests. How can I do business after I get the first floor? So, you have to compensate for the loss of reputation on the first floor. Song Yuan said. He did not value other compensation. For him, it was more affordable to come with spirit stones. How many spirit stones do you want? Qianba was not stupid, and naturally heard the subtext in Song Yuan's words. Not much, 1,080,000. Snap. This matter started with 1,080,000 strange beast cubs, and ended with 1,080,000. Song Yuan said lightly. You are blackmailing, Qianba said. Although for the Qian family, 1,080,000 spirit stones is not much, but just giving it to Song Yuan in vain, how could he be willing? You can choose not to give it. Either you directly injure me and forcibly take Qian Shutao away. Either you leave Qian Shutao and let her give birth to a child for me. With my genes, I think this child will be very good in the future. Two options, you choose one. Song Yuan looked at Qianba and said. A person like Qianba, who focuses on the interests of the family, is easy for him to handle. Today's matter, after all, is Qian Shutao's rudeness first. As long as he is reasonable, the people of the Qian family will take him without a trace. After all, the Qian family didn't dare to send someone to kill themselves, because they can't afford the consequences of killing themselves. There is another option. I can take the young lady away without injuring you. Qianba spoke at this time. He felt that with the strength of his king's realm, it should not be difficult to save Qian Shutao without hurting Song Yuan. Let's not say if you can do it, even if you can really do it. Then guess if I will hurt myself and then say that you hurt me. Do you think my master and the others believe what I say more, or what your Qian family says? Song Yuan asked rhetorically. Shameless. Hearing Song Yuan say this, Qianba said angrily. Thank you for the compliment. Shamelessness is one of my few strengths. ranks. For Qianba's abuse, Songwon didn't take it to heart at all. At this time, Qianba was helpless. He met a person who didn't eat soft and hard and didn't eat oil and salt. It's okay to say it, but I can't do it yet. This made him extremely aggrieved. 1,080,000 spirit stones, I gave it. At this moment, Qian Shutao spoke. In the confrontation between Songwon and Qianba just now, she didn't speak, she just stared at Songwon blankly. Of course, not because of nymphomaniacs. It's because she is observing Songwon up close. Only such close observation can have a deeper understanding of him in the shortest possible time. Hearing Qian Shutao say this, Songwon let go of her wrist and put her hand in front of her. Qian Shutao didn't play tricks, took the spirit stone exchange card, went to the front desk on the first floor, and swiped 1,080,000 spirit stones. Songwon, you have successfully aroused my interest. I also said before that the Emperor has no opponents, and he is a little lonely. I didn't expect you to give me such a big surprise today. I, Qian Shutao, recognized you. However, my money is not so easy to get, so be careful with it. After brushing 1,080,000 spirit stones, Qian Shutao said harsh words to Songwon. Coincidentally, I am born with rough skin and thick flesh, and for me, the more spirit stones, the better, and I am not afraid of being hot at all. Welcome to visit next time, but prepare more spirit stones. Songwon said with a smile. He didn't take Qian Shutao's threat to heart at all, because he really has no place to be threatened by the Qian family. What ordinary people can be threatened with is nothing more than their parents, his friends, his career, and his own life. His father is Song Huangquan, and it is already good not to threaten the Qian family, and it is impossible for the Qian family to threaten them. Among his friends, Yunde and Tang Qiqi are the two people who have the best relationship with him. However, after knowing some things about Yundashan and Tang Zio, Songwon couldn't be foolish to think that these two people were ordinary. Use Yunde and Tang Qiqi to threaten him to see if his eldest father and second father will go crazy at the first time. As for Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba, they are now considered his friends. But Jin Zizai is the little grandfather of the Jin family. If the Qian family can use him to threaten, then the Qian family will have become the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. As for Huang Tianba, he is a student of the Imperial Capital Academy, and if he is killed, the Imperial Capital Academy will never give up. The only thing that can threaten is the first floor. However, he didn't need to buy goods from other places, and the Qian family could not rely on relationships to cut off their own supply channels. As for smashing the first floor, or destroying the first floor, Songwon wished so. In this way, he has another large income. Therefore, to sum up, the people of the Qian family have no way to deal with him at all. Qianba, help me find out the supply channels of all the goods on the first floor. At the same time, find out the background of all employees on the first floor. After walking out of the first floor, Qian Shutao's face darkened and he said to Qianba, she has grown so big and suffered losses, but she has never been as weak as she is today. She observed Songwon up close and found that Songwon was like a ball, and at first glance it seemed to be full of flaws. But if you look closely, the ball is rotating, and any external force that approaches will be bounced off. Songwon did not eat soft and hard, and did not eat oil and salt. The most important thing is not to value face, to be extremely shameless, and to have no lower limit. You never imagine what he will do next. Such people are the most difficult to deal with. However, this also aroused Qian Shutao's competitive spirit. She has always felt that many of the younger generation in the imperial capital are very talented, but they are all a group of barbarians with simple minds and well-developed limbs. There is no one who can fight with her wit. This time, she saw in Songwon's body a mind that could attract her attention, so she decided to have a good time. Yes, Qianba said respectfully at this time. He was also very upset when he saw Songwon, but he knew that he had no way to deal with Songwon at all. Therefore, I can only pin my hopes on my own lady. I haven't used my brain for a long time. Songwon, I hope you don't disappoint me. After Qian Shutao said this, he raised his head and glanced at the signboard on the first floor, then turned and left. What Songwon didn't expect was that after Qian Shutao left, soon, another guest came that he didn't expect. Lu Long. It is the eldest son of the Lu family in Phoenix, that is, the eldest brother of Lu Mang and Lu Jiao. I heard from a friend that you have Dragon Ganoderma lucidum here? After Lu Long entered the first floor, he asked directly. Hearing this, Songwon almost laughed out loud, because the Dragon Ganoderma lucidum he sold here was stolen from the Lu family. However, he has been growing it on the farm for a while, and the Dragon Ganoderma has changed a lot. Moreover, seeds are also left. Yes, sir, please, the clerk said at this time. Songwon originally planned to leave, but after seeing Lu Long, he stayed. To be honest, although Songwon's own strength is not very strong, he no longer cares about the Lu family. However, he sent a message to the clerk. Dragon Ganoderma lucidum doubles its sale. The clerk glanced at his phone with his eyes, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Although he didn't know why Songwon said this, as an employee, obedience is the first priority. When Lu Long came to the front of Long Lingji, his eyes widened, because the Dragon Ganoderma lucidum he saw was extremely vivid and full of vitality. With this dragon-killing Ganoderma, his grandfather will definitely be able to break through to the realm of kings. kings. How many spirit stones does this dragon Ganoderma lucidum? Lu Long looked at the clerk and asked. 3.2 million. The clerk said with a smile. Song Muan in the distance heard the clerk quote this price, and his eyes widened instantly. Previously, Long Lingji was on the first floor, and had sold 800,000 spirit stones. He just sent a message to the clerk asking her to double the sale of Long Ganoderma. What he meant was that it would be doubled and sold for 1.6 million. But he didn't expect that the clerk would quadruple directly. After all, he has a small pattern. Lu Long was also surprised when he heard the price quoted by the clerk. Why is the dragon Ganoderma on your first floor so expensive? Lu Long asked. His psychological price is up to 1 million spirit stones. Dragon Ganoderma has always been priceless. Looking at the entire imperial capital, except for our first floor, I'm afraid there may not be any Four Seas pavilion. Moreover, what we pay attention to on the first floor is equality. Dragon Ganoderma lucidum with such a quality is rare to see in 100 years. Using this dragon-killing Ganoderma, the certainty of breaking through from the diamond realm to the king realm is a little greater. You should know that even if it's just a little more certainty, it's hard to exchange, the clerk said with emotion and reason. After the cultivation of the farm, the quality of the dragon Ganoderma lucidum is indeed much higher than before, and the vitality contained in it is also more intense. Lu Long had to admit that what the clerk said was indeed reasonable. If you want to break through from the diamond realm to the king realm, even if there is only a trace of grasp, it is difficult to exchange for 1,000 gold. For example, the success rate of 98% is completely different from the success rate of 90%. Can it be cheaper? Lu Long asked without giving up. I think the gentleman really wants to buy it, so let's do it. A fixed price, 3 million spirit stones. This is the last dragon Ganoderma lucidum on our first floor. If you don't buy it today, next time you come, it may not be there, the clerk said. Hearing the clerk say this, Lu Long fell into deep thought. 3 million spirit stones may not be much to a family like the Jin family and the Qian family, but for their Lu family, this is most of the family property. If it is used to buy dragon Ganoderma, it is enough to make the Lu family hurt. If you can let grandpa break through to the realm of kings, it's all worth it, Lu Long said silently in his heart. In the end, he made up his mind. 3 million, I want it. Help me wrap it up, Lu Long said. Okay, sir, please wait a moment, the clerk said with a smile. Soon, Long Ganoderma was wrapped, and Lu Long also paid happily. This time, he took almost all of the assets of the Lu family to look for Long Ganoderma lucidum all over the country. In order to let his grandfather break through, the Lu family can be described as desperate. May I ask, what is the name of the boss on your first floor? When he walked to the door, Lu Long suddenly looked at the clerk and asked. Because he suddenly thought of the first floor of Phoenix, he felt that there might be some connection between the two. Our boss's name is Song Muan. The clerk didn't think much and said Song Muan's name. This shocked Song Muan, who was hiding on the side. He was careless and forgot the most basic thing about walking in the rivers and lakes. Open the vest. It seems that in the future, I have to tell you that the boss on the first floor can't call Song Muan. Let's call it Song Li, as Song Muan thought silently in his heart. This name fully expresses one of his wishes, and he wants everyone to give him a gift. It is best to send spirit stones. Song Muan. When Lu Long heard this name, a hint of inexplicability flashed in his eyes, because he had heard the name more than once. When investigating the cause of death of Lu Mang and Lu Jiao, it was found that Song Muan had friction with his younger brother Lu Mang. However, Song Muan was very weak at that time, so he did not associate him with the murderer who killed his brother. However, seeing that the first floor is so large, and there was also Long Ganoderma lucidum for sale on the first floor, he didn't know why, so he suddenly thought of Song Muan. He doesn't have any evidence, just a sixth sense. It seems necessary to check Song Muan. I don't know if this Song Muan is the Song Muan I know. If so, then it means that this person is not what I imagined. The college entrance examination is perfectly cleared with 2,000 points, and the boss on the first floor, Long Lingji, there must be a relationship between these three. Song Muan is indeed very suspicious, Lu Long said silently in his heart. Soon, he left. Seeing Lu Long leave, Song Muan walked out of the hidden corner. What's your name? Song Muan looked at the clerk just now and asked. My name is Xue Menglan, the clerk said. From today onwards, you will be the deputy store manager on the first floor. Every month, I will give you 500 spirit stones. In the future, the trivial matters on the first floor will be handled by you. Do you think you can do it? Song Muan looked at Xue Menglan and said. Through what happened just now, it can be proved that Xue Menglan is a talent. It just so happened that there was a shortage of a steward on the first floor, and he was willing to give the other party a chance. As for Dao Wuxin and Nangong Weiyang, these two people are not business materials, and they have no intention of doing business. I can, thank you, boss, Xue Menglan said excitedly. She didn't expect that she would become the deputy store manager just a few days after she came. The dragon Ganoderma lucidum just now was sold, and I still have one here, Song Muan said, took out another dragon Ganoderma and handed it to Xue Menglan. After harvesting dragon Ganoderma lucidum on the farm, the seeds were left. The ripe ripening time of seeds is 10 days. In other words, Songwon can get a dragon Ganoderma every 10 days. Today, it is exactly the 10th day since the harvest of dragon Ganoderma. When Xue Menglan saw the dragon Ganoderma in Songwon's hand, she was instantly stunned. She also told Lu Long before that the one just now was the last dragon Ganoderma lucidum in their store. Unexpectedly, as soon as Lu Long left, Songwon took out another one. People who don't know will definitely feel that the first floor is pitting people when they see this scene, but she was also wondering when long Ganoderma became so common. You order as the deputy store manager, starting today, if someone asks my name. If you want to unify the caliber, just say my name is Songli. Gift. Songwon advised. Yes, boss. Although Xue Menglan doesn't know why Songwon said this, as an employee, she must understand that what the boss says is what she says. Don't ask so much why. After telling all this, Songwon left the first floor, because he was going to solve some small troubles. Songwon was in such a hurry to leave, naturally to follow Lu Long. Originally, when he saw Lu Long, he only wanted to pit him with a spirit stone, but when Lu Long left, he asked for his name. His name is so characteristic that it is easy to remember. Although he did not leave any evidence when he killed Lu Mang and Lu Jiao, for superpowers, sometimes, evidence is not needed. Because they are not judges, they do not need all kinds of proofs. For some superpowers, just one reason to doubt is enough. In the final analysis, although the Dragon Kingdom has laws, it is ultimately the weak and the strong. Songwon disappeared and followed Lu Long from a distance. He had checked Lu Long's attributes at the beginning and knew that he was the strength of the Platinum Four Realms. Such strength for the former Songwon can only be looked up to, but for the current Songwon, it is vulnerable. Following Lu Long, Songwon found that Lu Long took a taxi and was about to go to the airport. Snap! Because he couldn't wait to bring the Dragon Ganoderma back to Phoenix City, let his grandfather take it, and then break through to the realm of kings in one fell swoop. He naturally understood the principle of extraneous branches, so he did not linger without any delay. At this time, Songwon also shrank his body and took a taxi with Lu Long. Now the location of the car is in the downtown area. If he is killed here, if he misses a hit, Lu Long has the possibility of escaping. Moreover, fighting in the bustling city can easily injure others. Although Songwon does not have the heart of the Holy Mother, she is not an indiscriminate killer of innocent people. Since Lu Long is going to the airport, he will definitely leave the downtown and go to the suburbs. Therefore, after the car arrives in the suburbs, it is the best time to do it. As a hunter, patience is the least thing you should lack. In this way, as time goes by, the car is getting farther and farther away from the downtown area. It's time, Songwon said silently in his heart. At this moment, Lu Long was sitting in the back of the car, holding his arms in his hands. Under his palm, he was holding a Qiankuan bag. The Qiankuan bag contained some of his items, as well as the Dragon Ganoderma lucidum purchased on the first floor. The next moment, he suddenly felt that his surroundings had become dark and the car seemed to stop. He felt a crisis, and the energy in his body automatically protected his body. After the strength broke through to the Platinum Realm, not only was the physical strength greatly improved, but it could already be invulnerable. Most importantly, the energy in the body can automatically protect the Lord. Therefore, those with abilities below the Golden Realm can be killed by a sneak attack, but those with the abilities of the Platinum Realm are difficult to be killed by a sneak attack, unless the strength of the sneak attacker is much stronger than that of the sneak attacker. But if that's the case, there's no need to sneak attack. It can directly kill head-on. Songwon did this in order to knock Lu Long out of the car. Because the space in the car is too small, it is not easy to do it. Soon, Lu Long, who was attacked by Songwon, flew out of the car. During this period, the door of the car was smashed. Cell isolation. Songwon did not use her power ability, but used the ability after the basic software upgrade. He remembered very clearly that when he fought against Dongfang Sueki burst the cell space with a punch. He now wanted to see if the upgraded cells could block the attacks of the Platinum Realm superpowers. Water Dragon surrounds. Although Lu Long couldn't see it, he didn't sit still. He launched an attack as soon as possible. I saw a water dragon roaring out of his body and spreading around. Bang! Soon, the water dragon hit the space wall of the cell and made a loud noise. The space wall of the cell trembled violently, but it did not break. It's not broken. It's very nice. In that case, then you can hit the road. Insert the center vertical line. At the next moment, a large number of black spears appeared above the cells, falling towards Lu Long. The water dragon roars. Lu Long felt the crisis, and hurriedly controlled the water dragon around his body, whistling towards the top of his head. Clear the cell. Songwon originally wanted to use this move to end the battle, but the next moment, he stopped, because he suddenly thought that Lu Long still had long Ganoderma lucidum in his arms. This is millions of spirit stones, and they cannot be wasted in vain. Xiuqiu, go, bring me what is in his arms. At this time, Songwon summoned Xiuqiu. However, Xiuqiu did not act immediately. Instead, he wrote a crooked number 2 on the ground. Now Xiuqiu's spiritual intelligence is not low, and he has actually learned numbers. His meaning meaning is very clear: 2 packs of spicy dried fish. Xiao, I'm not the same person I used to be. In the future, the pattern will be enlarged, and I will give you 5 packs, Song Muan said to Xiao. As soon as his words fell, Xiao's body disappeared in an instant. He was afraid that Song Muan would suddenly regret it, so he didn't give him a chance to say anything else at all. Soon, Xiao came back and he had an extra Qiankuan bag in his hand. Song Muan opened it and found that there were 2 spirit stone exchange cards, hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and some miscellaneous things. Of course, Dragon Ganoderma lucidum is also among them. Song Muan took out the Dragon Ganoderma and the hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, and deleted all the other things. Although if these things are exchanged for spirit stones, they should be able to exchange a lot. But Song Muan didn't want to take this risk, because he couldn't guarantee that there were any special marks on Lu Long's things. Just like when he got the God of War order, he was sensed by the Eastern God of War. In case there is, he will leave these things in the Qiankuan bag, which is the Bane. Although Song Muan likes spirit stones, she will not take such risks because of spirit stones. Be careful, don't make a big mistake. Therefore, Song Muan has never had the habit of touching corpses. If you calculate carefully, Song Muan has killed 5 people so far. The seniors in the Sumeru mirror don't count, because they killed them, they were just eliminated. Coincidentally, these 5 people are all from the Lu family. Lu Mang's 3 brothers, as well as 2 servants of the Lu family. He did not touch the bodies of the first 4 people he killed, so no one has ever suspected him. And Musa Rue, I am in the fate of the Lu family, Song Muan thought to himself. Then, he looked at Lu Long, who was still resisting the black spear. The things are here, you can hit the road. Cell clear. Soon, Lu Long was deadlocked in the cell for more than 10 seconds and disappeared. Kill Lu Long in this way without any trace. No one can find out that Lu Long was killed by him, because, from beginning to end, he did not get close to Lu Long, and it was impossible for his body to be stained with his breath. Of course, in order to prevent accidental situations, he also used the computer butler to test himself, and after making sure that there was nothing abnormal in his body, he left with confidence. When Song Muan left, the taxi driver was finally able to see it again. At this time, he gasped heavily, looking like he was going to live the rest of his life. He knew what had happened to him just now, but he didn't know what happened at all. He only found that one of the doors of his car was completely damaged, but soon, he discovered that there were 10 spirit stones in the back seat of his car. These 10 spirit stones are more than enough to repair the car door. Thank you, the driver said loudly to the surroundings. Song Muan thinks that he is not a good person, but he is definitely not a heinous bad person. In order to kill Lu Long, he broke the door of someone else's car and should be compensated. To be a human being, you still have certain principles. He remembers watching a movie about a group of superheroes. One of the superheroes, in order to deal with the so-called villain, lifted a car that an ordinary person had just bought and smashed it at the other party. As a result, the car was avoided by the villain, and the car that flew out smashed the house where ordinary people had not yet paid off their loans. Maybe the superhero will defeat the villain, but the ordinary man who lost his house and car suffered a devastating blow. Song Muan didn't think he would become a superhero, but he didn't want to let some ordinary people suffer unwarranted disasters because of him. After killing Lu Long, Song Muan did not go back to the first floor, but went to the Spirit Stone Exchange office and took out all the spirit stones in the exchange card, a total of 6.22 million. Among them, Lu Long contributed 3 million, Xian Shutao contributed 1,080,000, and the middle-aged man who bought the Blue Flame Winged Bird contributed 1,080,000. Yesterday's turnover was 1.06 million, a total of 6.22 million. With money in his pocket, Song Muan's confidence was instantly sufficient, and he walked with his head held high. Not long after the exchange card came out, Song Muan suddenly received a call from Huang Tianba. Boss, I have a way to earn 2 or 3 million spirit stones, and I need your cooperation. This is what Huang Tianba said on the phone. If it is something else, Song Muan may not be interested. But for things like earning spirit stones, he will never miss it. So, he hurriedly returned to the Imperial Capital Academy as quickly as possible and found Huang Tianba. What do you have to earn spirit stones? Just say it directly. Song Muan looked at Huang Tianba and said, I came up with this idea, which is a technical investment. After earning spirit stones, let's divide the account. Huang Tianba hurriedly said, tell me what your idea is first. If it's really feasible, it's okay to divide the account with you. Song Muan said, that's right, the school has promulgated a new school rule today, and students in the lower grades can challenge the seniors in the upper grades, and the senior's sister must not refuse. The challenge is lost, and the younger students are not punished. Of course, it doesn't matter if you are beaten by the senior sister, but if the seniors in the upper grades lose, they will deduct 20 credits and reward the challenger. Huang Tianba said a little excitedly. Hearing Huang Tianba say this, at first, Song Muan was a little unimpressed, but suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes gradually brightened. 1 credit is in the school's black market, and you can sell 100 spirit stones. 20 credits, that's 2,000 spirit stones. Boss, if you want to challenge the seniors, you only need need to discuss with them and pay 10 credits to avoid the challenge. In this way, you can earn 10 credits, which is equivalent to 1,000 spirit stones. One person earns 1,000 spirit stones, and the sophomore senior sister has more than 2,000 spirit stones, then he can earn more than 2 million spirit stones. Huang Tianba said. The more he spoke, the more excited he became, as if he had seen the spirit stone fly into his pocket. Are you kidding your brain? There is a premise for all of this, that is, to be able to defeat the senior or senior sister who is challenging. If you can't beat it, you can only be beaten up for nothing. Song Nuan looked at Huang Tianba and said, Boss, I think you can. When you were in the Sumeru mirror, you killed many seniors and sisters. Huang Tianba said, in the Sumeru mirror, I was able to kill them because I became their accomplice through disguise and surprised them. But if you want to challenge them, you must go head to head. Do you think that if we go head to head, am I their opponent? Song Nuan looked at Huang Tianba and asked, I didn't expect this. Is this excellent plan to earn spirit stones that I thought of going to waste? Huang Tianba frowned, looking distressed. What he was distressed about was not that his brain was not good, but that he felt sorry for the spirit stone that was about to fly into his pocket, and it flew away like this. Nothing. Next time, after thinking about the feasibility, say something like this to me. I'm very busy, hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. Song Nuan said, and turned to leave. What Huang Tianba didn't notice was that after Song Nuan turned around, a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Speaking carefully, Huang Tianba's idea is actually still possible, because only he knows very well that with his current strength he can defeat those seniors in the sophomore year. However, he would not admit it in front of Huang Tianba, because, once you admit it, you have to give the spirit stone to the other party. Why should the spirit stones he worked so hard to earn be given to Huang Tianba, based on the size of the kernel in his brain? Or does he look like a big black bear? Moreover, after Huang Tianba proposed this idea, he was inspired. A better idea came to mind. Since you want to play big. How could a mere 2 million spirit stones satisfy him? After returning to the villa, Song Nuan carefully recalled the new plan she had just thought. At the same time, improve it. He made sure that there were no other problems before making a decision. He voted, give it a try, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Take a bet and the motorcycle will become a Land Rover. This time, he wanted to enter at least 10 million spirit stones. Thinking of this, Song Nuan was very happy. Early the next morning, Song Nuan opened her eyes after absorbing the first ray of sunlight in the morning. He found that the speed at which he absorbed sunlight increased. Now, he can increase his physical strength by 0.1 points in 1 minute. In this way, he can increase his physical strength by 6 points in an hour. Based on 10 hours of light every day, he can increase his physical strength by 60 points a day. In this way, after a year, more than 20,000 points of physical strength can be increased. This is already a very scary number. But at this time, Song Nuan had no time or mind to pay attention to this, because he is going to do something big now. In this way, Song Nuan left the villa and walked straight to the martial arts arena of the school's sophomore year, because every morning, sophomore students will do morning exercises in the martial arts arena. This is specifically requested by the school, and no one can be absent without a valid reason. When Song Nuan came to the sophomore martial arts arena, he found that many students in the sophomore year were practicing in the morning. Their morning exercises are very simple, running and feeding each other. Doing so does not improve their strength in any way, but it can adjust their state. Remind them that a new day has begun. In this way, the next whole day, the state will be much better. Whether it is learning theoretical knowledge or cultivating, it will get twice the result with half the effort. At least, that's what the school teachers think. After Song Nuan saw this scene, she was not in a hurry, but found a place to sit down, took out a pack of melon seeds and ate it. Time passed minute by minute, and soon, the morning exercise of the sophomore year was over. At this time, all the sophomore students gathered. A counselor in the sophomore year gave an extremely short speech and said to break up. Just as the sophomore was about to leave, a huge voice suddenly came. Everyone is not allowed to move. You are surrounded by me. This sound came from a speaker. Hearing this sudden sound, everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction the voice came from. Song Nuan, what are you doing? At this time, a person Song Nuan didn't know said loudly. Song Nuan is in school, although he always sees the beginning and the end. However, he is known to everyone in the sophomore student group, because everyone in the sophomore year knew that the reason why they were defeated in the Sumeru mirror before was because of Song Nuan. His photo was sent to every student's cell phone in their sophomore year. Therefore, the sophomore knows Song Nuan. Unfortunately, you were chosen by me. Now I announce that the robbery has begun, and everyone will hand over 2,000 spirit stones. Song Nuan looked at the many sophomore students and said, crazy, is this a broken brain? A silly fork? Sweki, your grandfather's apprentice is a bit abnormal. For a while, all the sophomore students said disdainfully. They all felt that Song Nuan's brain was funny. Song Nuan is awesome, dare to say such a thing. I announce that from today onwards, Song Nuan will be my idol. He's so arrogant, isn't he afraid of being beaten? At the same time, several freshman students also saw this scene and were were all stunned. Subsequently, someone hurriedly sent a message in the group. Astound. Songwon singled out the entire sophomore group located in the sophomore martial arts arena. Attached to it is a photo of Songwon holding a loudspeaker and looking at a sophomore student. Everyone who saw the news all rushed towards the sophomore martial arts arena at the fastest speed. They were afraid that they would miss such a good show if they were late. When they were in the Sumeru mirror before, they were tortured by the sophomore old bird. If they hadn't been able to beat it, they would have found a way to take revenge. But unfortunately, now I can only endure. If you want to say that others are in trouble with the sophomore old bird, they will scoff at it. However, if this person is Songwon, it will be different. You know, it was Songwon who led them and overturned the sophomore bird. If it weren't for the fact that the teachers in the school did not talk about martial arts and sent people with special abilities from the Platinum Realm, they would have been the final winners. However, despite this, Songwon did not suffer. Therefore, they want to believe that Songwon can once again overturn these sophomore birds. In this way, there are more and more freshmen around the sophomore training ground. Songwon naturally heard what the sophomore students said, but he didn't care, because that's the effect he wants. I gave you a chance, you don't cherish it, then don't blame me. According to the new regulations of the college, junior students can challenge senior students, and senior students may not refuse for any reason. Songwon said loudly with a speaker. Songwon, listen to what you mean, are you planning to challenge us? At this time, a sophomore student with long hair looked at Songwon and said, guess right, it's a pity that there is no prize. Since you have stubble, then I will start with you. Now, Songwon, a freshman in college, challenges the senior. I hope the senior will teach you. Songwon looked at the long-haired man and said, Niechu, the juniors are challenging you, you can't refuse. Lanya, it will be a smoke flattening for a while. It was because of him that our sophomore year was collectively humiliated and became a disgrace to the Imperial Capital Academy. Songwon's ability is disguise, and he is good at fishing in troubled waters, but the challenge is one-on-one, and he can't be your opponent. Lanya, the opportunity to avenge shame has arrived. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. For a while, all the sophomore students said excitedly, because in their opinion, Songwon took the initiative to challenge their sophomore students to ask for trouble. It just so happens that they can take this opportunity to teach Songwon a good lesson. As long as Songwon is taught a lesson, no one will make mistakes in the freshman year. Since the junior sincerely asks for advice, as a senior, it is also appropriate for me to teach my younger brother. Junior, let's go, get into the ring. Niechu looked at Songwon and said with a smile, Senior, please. Songwon was also smiling at this time. It's just that the smiles of the two look like they have a needle hidden in their smiles, a little malicious. Soon, Songwon and Niechu came to the school ring. According to the regulations of the Imperial Capital Academy, students are not allowed to fight in private. All challenges must be carried out in the ring under the witness of the teacher. At this moment, except for Songwon and Niechu, the sophomore and freshman students are not in class. They were divided into two parts, standing behind Songwon and Niechu to cheer them on. Because this battle is not only related to the victory or defeat of Songwon and Niechu, but also to the honor of the freshman and sophomore years. If Niechu wins, it means that the freshman students will never come out in front of the sophomore students and can only be suppressed. If Songwon wins, it means that the sophomore students are just like that. In the future, in school, sophomore students will not be able to raise their heads even more. This incident not only attracted the attention of the freshman and sophomore students, but also the counselors and vice presidents of the freshman and sophomore years came. Even the Eastern God of War appeared. He also wanted to see what confidence Songwon had to dare to rob the entire sophomore group on his own. Boss, this is too boring. I denied my idea and got on it myself. Huang Tianba said from the bottom of the ring. If you are not convinced, you can also challenge the sophomore seniors. As long as you can be like the boss, the spirit stone is within your reach. Jin Zizai said on the side. Forget it, although I am confident, I am not conceited. Boss, come on, beat him up. Huang Tianba shouted loudly. Songwon, come on. After Huang Tianba's words fell, the freshman students shouted loudly at the same time. The only thing they can do now is to support Songwon mentally. Senior Dongfeng, do you think Songwon can win? Chen Bo, the vice president of the Imperial Capital Academy, looked at the Oriental God of War and asked, From what I know about this stinky boy never does anything unsure. Dongfeng said with a smile, then I'm really looking forward to it. Chen Bo looked at Songwon in the ring and said, At this moment, on the ring, Songwon and Niechu stood facing each other. Senior, I advise you, it's too late to regret it now. At this point, I'm not afraid to tell you that I plan to kill chickens and monkeys, and the senior is the chicken that came out. Once the battle starts, losing is not just a matter of 20 credits, and the consequences will be serious. It's really not that I'm alarmist. This consequence, the senior may not be able to afford it. Songwon said with a smile. What he said was all heartfelt words. Kill chickens and monkeys? With such a loud tone, I'm not afraid of breaking your knife. Niechu said with a disdainful face. There is a saying, listen to persuasion and eat enough. enough. The senior is so disobedient, he shouldn't have eaten a few meals since he was a child. Senior, as a junior, I will teach you a lesson today. Songwon looked at Niechu and said, coincidentally, I also want to teach my juniors a lesson. This lesson is called respecting seniors. You are a junior, let you take the first step. Niechu said, in that case, be careful, senior. Songwon said, his figure seemed to have disappeared from the ring. Know that your disguise ability can disguise itself as light to achieve the effect of invisibility. But it's a pity that you met me, because my ability is gale. The wind is rising, Niechu shouted. Suddenly, a strong wind rose on the ring, blowing every corner. However, the next moment, Niechu found that his surroundings instantly fell into extreme darkness. The wind he had just launched dissipated. How is that possible? What kind of space is this? Niechu thought in shock. You know, wind is different from other substances. As long as there is a slight gap, the wind can penetrate. However, he couldn't feel any wind at all now. When the wind gathers together, it can destroy the world, but when it is dispersed, it is vulnerable. Songwon unfolded the cells and dispersed the wind on the ring into countless small spaces. Just when Niechu was in a brief confusion, Songwon used the hyperlink to instantly appear in front of him, and then simply punched out. Niechu hurriedly laid a wind shield in front of him, but he was instantly punched by Songwon. Then, his fist landed on Niechu's chest. Niechu flew out directly, and at the same time spewed out a mouthful of blood in the air. Am I a little too bullying? Seeing Niechu who fell out, Songwon said a little to himself. This Niechu is just the strength of the Golden Four Realms, and he is already the strength of the Golden Three Realms, which is a small realm higher than the other party. In the battle just now, he also used cells to hyperlink the power of these golden fingers. He himself felt that he was a little too bullying. However, this feeling is really cool. Soon, Songwon closed the word space. The people under the ring, at this time, finally saw the situation in the ring clearly. When they saw clearly that the person who fell on the ring was Niechu, they were all stunned. This took less than a minute from the start to the end of the battle. It hasn't started yet, it's over. Boss, awesome. At this time, Huang Tianba shouted loudly under the ring. Songwon, awesome. Sophomore old bird, garbage. Then, all the freshmen shouted. Their shouts were full of excitement. This can be regarded as a kind of revenge for what happened in the original Sumeru mirror. Among the freshmen, there was only one person, clenching his fists and looking painful. This person is Feng Xiaoxiao, because he threatened to defeat Songwon within half a year. However, only 10 days after the start of school, Songwon was already able to defeat the sophomore senior, and he had just broken through to the Silver Five Realms. At this time, the words that Songwon had said to him suddenly appeared in his mind. Songwon said at the beginning, maybe the college entrance examination is the closest you are to me, and in the future, you won't even be able to see my back. He now suddenly felt that this sentence could become a reality. His challenge after half a year, if he loses to Songwon, he will pinch Songwon's shoulders and beat his back to brush the toilet. Giving warmth as a little brother is a bit unacceptable to him. How is that possible? Lao Nye actually lost, and he lost so completely. Wouldn't Lao Nye have just accepted Songwon's benefits and acted with him, right? Impossible. Lao Nye is not that kind of person. Moreover, this matter is related to the collective honor of our sophomore year, and Lao Nye can't be ignorant. The sophomore students all talked about it, and they couldn't accept Niechu's defeat. Senior Dongfang, you are a great disciple. It's only been a dozen days since the start of school, and I can beat the sophomores. At this time, Chen Bo said with a sigh on his face. This is all expected. Dongfang Xiao said lightly. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that Niechu was only in the Golden Four Realms. If Songwon had the strength of the three Golden Realms, he would not be able to defeat it. Then he might have to think about whether to expel Songwon from the school. He came to see today how far Songwon could do this. At the same time, the freshmen and sophomore instructors were also stunned by this scene. Among them, the happiest is the Embers. Because he is Songwon's instructor, Songwon's achievements are his honor. Compared with Embers, the faces of the sophomore instructors are ugly. In the Sumeru mirror before, they had already lost people once. This time Niechu was defeated head-on by Songwon, and they lost even more people. Senior, as the saying goes, good words are hard to persuade damn ghosts. If it is a life and death duel, the senior will be dead at this time. Songwon looked condescendingly at Niechu who fell in the ring and said, my skills are not as good as others, isn't it just 20 credits, I can afford to lose. Niechu said, indeed. After he was defeated by Songwon, he was not convinced. Songwon defeated him in a dignified manner, and did not use any despicable means. Being able to afford to lose is also a valuable virtue. Senior, you want to settle this matter in 20 credits, are you thinking too simply? I told you before the battle, you are the chicken used to kill chickens and monkeys. I said at the time that losing is not just a matter of 20 credits, and the consequences will be serious. Songwon said, showing a devilish smile. This made Niechu's back cold, and a bad premonition welled up in his heart. Then what do you want? Do you dare to kill me? Although he had a bad premonition, Niechu was not afraid. This is the school, and his life cannot be in danger. Moreover, if Song Muan wins the challenge like this, he can no longer continue to challenge. He was not afraid that Song Muan would use him to brush his credits. Where did the senior say this? My wish, but world peace, how can I kill people? The senior quickly knew how serious the consequences of this incident were. After Song Muan said these few words, he turned his body and looked at the many sophomore students under the ring. What I said in the morning at the training ground, let me say it again, you were robbed by me. At this point, I won't hide it from you. I have now broken through to the Golden Three Realms, and a large part of you will not be my opponents. So it is destined that many of you will be defeated by me like this senior. However, in order to show my love for all the seniors and sisters, I will lower some of my requirements. From now on, the first person to take the initiative to send me spirit stones, 10 spirit stones will do. The second 20 spirit stones, the third 30 spirit stones. By analogy, the person in the back will have 10 more spirit stones each time than the one in front. I have a roster of sophomores here, and I'll count them one by one. There is only one chance, seniors and sisters, don't miss it. Song Muan said with a smile. As soon as his words came out, many people were shocked. Who would have thought that Song Muan had already broken through to the Golden Third in just 10 days after entering the school? Did this fucking eat Stanley? At the same time, many people are angry. Because Song Muan asked them to take the initiative to send spirit stones, it was an insult to them. However, there were also some students whose strength was in the Golden Five Realms and the Golden Four Realms, and their hearts were shaken. Song Muan can defeat Nia Chu, and naturally he can defeat them. Once they are defeated, 20 credits will be deducted. These 20 credits are equivalent to 2,000 spirit stones. If they took the initiative to send spirit stones, the people in front of them would only have dozens of spirit stones. They can still afford this little spirit stone. It's just that no one is taking the lead now, and whoever comes out first is expected to become the target of public criticism from the sophomore group. I know many of you haven't thought it through. I'll give you some time. During this period, you should pay more attention to the senior Nia Chu. Let's see if you can afford such consequences. Song Muan pointed to Nia Chu, who had already stood up from the ring and was about to step down. This made Nia Chu speed up his pace, because he represented shame at this time. Seeing Nia Chu jumping off the ring, Song Muan's face showed a bright smile. Then, he also jumped off the stage and walked towards Huang Tianba and the others. Boss, you're so boring, you actually abandoned me and ate alone. Seeing Song Muan, Huang Tianba said angrily, don't talk nonsense yet, you help me do something first, the benefits are indispensable. Song Muan said, what's the matter? Huang Tianba asked subconsciously. No, don't talk for the next period of time, because next, you have to play me, don't show your stuffing. Song Muan said, opened the word, and shrouded him and Huang Tianba in it. In less than 3 seconds, he closed the word. At this time, Huang Tianba had become Song Muan, and Song Muan disguised himself as Huang Tianba. The next moment, Song Muan looked like Huang Tianba, and then ran in the direction Nia Chu left. Soon, he caught up with Nia Chu. Senior Nia Chu, freshman Huang Tianba, came to challenge the senior. Please teach me, senior. Song Muan said to Nia Chu like Huang Tianba. As soon as he said this, the freshmen and sophomore students who had not yet left were all stunned. Who would have thought that Song Muan had just finished challenging Nia Chu, and Huang Tianba was here again? Song Muan studied the school's new regulations and did not say that the same person can only accept one challenge. Therefore, 2 classmates challenged Nia Chu one after another, which was completely in line with the regulations. Why, do you think I lost to Song Muan? Just think that Nia Chu is a soft persimmon, and everyone wants to challenge me? Nia Chu said with cold eyes. Forget about losing to Song Muan. He didn't believe that all the freshman students were so perverted that they could win him. Senior, please teach me. Huang Tianba said unmoved. Okay, since you are looking for death yourself, then I will fulfill you. I accept your challenge. Nia Chu said loudly. He lost to Song Muan, and he was depressed, so he took Huang Tianba to vent his anger. Soon, the two came to the ring again. Once again, the ring was surrounded by freshmen and sophomore students. On the tall building in the distance, Chen Bo and the Oriental God of War stood together, looking at the ring. Senior Dongfang, do you think this Huang Tianba has a chance of winning? Chen Bo asked. He should win. Dongfang Xiao said lightly. This stinky boy, he almost deceived me. I have to say that this disguise ability is really powerful. Even I don't see any flaws. Dongfang smiled and thought to himself. The reason why Dongfang Xiao was able to recognize Huang Tianba as Song Muan's disguise was not because he saw through his disguise. On the surface, he didn't find any flaws. He could recognize it at a glance, because some time ago, when he instructed Song Muan to practice, he spent a period of time with him day and night. He could tell from Song Muan's demeanor and tone of voice. Although they are all the same words, others say it not as much as Song Muan said. Dongfang Sr. is so optimistic about Huang Tianba? Chen Bo asked a little surprised. He and Song Muan had met once, so they didn't see through Song Muan's disguise. You'll understand when you look at it. Dongfang smiled in front of Chen Bo, not breaking Song Muan's disguise. In the ring, Song Muan and Nia Chu stood facing each other again. Senior, Junior is welcome. I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others. others in my life and I am invincible in the world. Songwon shouted out Huang Tianba's signature slogan, and at the same time, the momentum on his body soared into the sky. At this time, the power of faith is reflected. This made the real Huang Tianba under the ring widen his eyes. He didn't expect that Songwon could not only disguise himself but also imitate his abilities. This is simply off the beating. The wind is howling. Niechu shouted, and the wind roared around him, forming countless sharp blades. Seeing Songwon's actions, Niechu controlled those wind blades and roared towards him. Countless wind blades cut through the air and came to Songwon's face. This time, he has to strike first. I have a punch, which can be called invincible and defeat all living beings. Songwon roared again, and then rushed towards Niechu. At the same time, he raised his fist and swung it at the countless wind blades. He is now playing Huang Tianba, so he should use Huang Tianba's abilities as much as possible. His punch had a devastating momentum, and those wind blades were scattered by his fist wind before they came to him. Then, in an extremely rough posture, he smashed the protective shield in front of Niechu. Then, a punch hit Niechu's chest. Poof! Niechu spat out a mouthful of blood, and then the whole person flew out backwards. That's not the case. In the end, he fell out of the ring. Who else? Then, Songwon looked at the world with a domineering spirit, looked at the sophomore students around him, and roared loudly. At this moment, his forcing reached its peak. I've never felt so handsome in TM, if only it was me. Sooner or later, one day, I will be so handsome. I also want to shout in the spotlight. Who else? Huang Tianba under the ring saw this scene and thought silently in his heart. I didn't expect that this kid really did it. Chen Bo looked at Songwon in the ring and said to himself. The instructors of the freshman and sophomore years also widened their eyes. In just a short time, the sophomore lost twice. Senior Niechu, I accept it. Huang Tianba stood in the ring, looked at Niechu who fell under the ring and said. After saying that, he jumped off the ring very dashingly, and then walked towards Jin Zizi and Huang Tianba. Without any hesitation, he opened the word again and swapped identities with Jin Zizi. This matter did not end with him, so, he looked like a golden man and walked in the direction of Niechu again. It's coming, it's a familiar recipe again. Seeing Jin Zizi's movements, the onlookers said silently in their hearts. At this time, Niechu looked devastated. His self-confidence was hit hard, and he didn't expect that he would be defeated twice by his juniors in one day. Senior Niechu, freshman Jin Zizi, challenged the senior. Please give advice. Songwon looked at Niechu and said, don't bully people too much. Niechu looked at Songwon and suddenly became angry. This is too obvious to challenge others? Senior, my boss Songwon asked me to tell you a word. When you were in the mirror of Sumeru, you bullied our freshman students, and we dare not forget this. We're just asking for a little justice now. May I ask you, do you regret doing whatever you want in the Sumeru mirror now? Songwon said, I regret your grandma's comb legs. If you want to fight, can I still be afraid that you won't succeed? Niechu said. He didn't believe it. Freshman students, everyone is really so powerful, they can defeat him. Soon, the two came to the ring again. However, the result of the battle was still the same as before, ending with Niechu's defeat. It's just that the way of defeat is a little different from before. At this moment, Niechu was lying on the ground in a large font, his face full of lovelessness and disbelief. His expression at this time was as if he had been washed by 3 rich women with a wire ball. He still couldn't believe that in a while, he had lost 3 times in a row. Many other sophomore students also looked at him sympathetically. Comparing hearts to hearts, if they were Niechu, I am afraid they would have the heart to die at this time. I announce that from now on, each senior student will be challenged no more than 3 times a day. At this time, the grade director of the Imperial Capital Academy stood up and said, he really couldn't see it anymore. If this continues, Niechu will have to collapse his mentality. Leave some time to buffer. They listed such rules. The original intention was to give the senior students a sense of crisis, seize the time to practice, and not be surpassed by the lower students. Not to let the mentality of senior students collapse. However, he deliberately asked the vice principal just now if he wanted to stop it. However, the vice principal made it clear that there was no need to stop it. The senior students were defeated by the lower students, which was because they were inferior to others, and it was no wonder that others were not as good as others. Only by knowing shame can we be brave. Sometimes you have to be a little bullied to practice harder. It is better to be bullied by your juniors than to be bullied by your enemies in the future. Seniors, we will come tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. There are still 3 years left before you graduate, and there is still a long time. What we have is time to play. Songwon came out and said. At this time, he had regained his appearance. Hearing Songwon say this, many sophomore students trembled in their hearts. Kill people. Songwon did this, a little too ruthless. If you just lose 60 credits, it's still acceptable. But being spurred on the pillar of shame again and again is too hurtful to people's self-esteem. Immediately, many sophomore students made a decision. Isn't it just a spirit stone? They can't give it. Seniors, today, I will read at the door of my villa. If any of you think clearly, come to me quickly. Let me say the rules again. The first one who comes to me only needs to give me 10 spirit stones. The people people behind will increase 10 yuan in turn. As for those seniors who don't want to come, don't blame me then. After Song Yuan finished speaking, he turned around and left. Sophomore old bird, garbage. Subsequently, many freshmen shouted to the sophomore students and hurriedly left. Only left, and many sophomore students looked at each other. For a while, no one among the sophomore students spoke. Are you going? Finally, a student from the Golden Five Realms looked at the others and asked, how can this go? As sophomores, how can we give in to students who have just entered school for more than 10 days in their freshman year? We are already ashamed. Do we have to carry the shame to the end? His grandmas, why are we so unlucky this time? When we were freshmen, we were bullied by the sophomore old bird. Now that we are finally in our sophomore year, we are actually bullied by freshmen. What's going on? We have to find a way not to let the freshmen continue to be arrogant. For a while, many sophomore students said indignantly one by one. Their faces were full of unwillingness. Dongfang Sweki, Qin Mo, Yi Baiyun, Tang Fei Hong, the four students of the Platinum Realm, looked at each other, shook their heads, and then turned to leave. It's not that they don't want to do something for sophomores. Really, a few of them couldn't do anything. According to the school's regulations, only lower students can challenge older students, and older students cannot take the initiative to challenge lower students. After all, the upper students practiced for one more year than the younger students. If the upper students take the initiative to challenge the lower students, it is considered a bully. They have no reason to take action against Song Yuan. In this case, they simply disappeared and were not upset. Being defeated by freshmen is indeed because they are not as good as others, and it is no wonder that others are not to blame. In this way, it is actually a good thing for them. If you are stimulated, no shame and then be brave. You will practice harder in the future. Boss, are you sure someone will take the initiative to send you spirit stones? On the way back, Wang Tianba looked at Song Yuan and asked, don't worry, someone will definitely come. They all saw Nia choose fate today. If they were smart enough, they would come. Take a step back and say, even if you don't come, we will continue to do it tomorrow. I don't believe it. They are not afraid. Song Yuan said confidently. What he did before actually happened when he was on Earth. Something similar happened. A group of people encountered a robber and said, I rob with rules. The first one pays 100, the second 150, the third 200, and so on. So, after the first person paid the money, he said to the others, look, I paid less than you guys, and I only lost 100 yuan. Hearing him say this, others rushed to line up to pay the money, pushing each other for fear that the more money they would pay, the more money they would pay. The bandits maintain order while collecting money. Boss, since you have already done it, why don't you ask for more money? The first one asked for 10 spirit stones. Huang Tianba said suspiciously. Do you know what an equal difference sequence is? Song Yuan asked suddenly. Equal difference sequence? What is it? Is it a powerful ability? Huang Tianba asked with an innocent face. With your IQ, it's hard for me to explain it to you. There are more than 2,000 students in the sophomore year, and we will calculate it according to 2,000. The first person will receive 10 spirit stones, the second person will receive 20 spirit stones, and so on. In the future, each person will receive 10 more pieces, and the second person will give me 20,000 spirit stones. Do you know how many spirit stones are added up like this? Song Yuan looked at Huang Tianba again and asked. It doesn't seem like there are many. Huang Tianba frowned and said he couldn't calculate this number. This is called the difference series, and the calculation method is also very simple. Add the first term to the last term, multiply by the number of terms and divide by 2. That is, 10 plus 20,000, multiplied by 2,000 divided by 2, and finally equals 2,000 and 1,000. Song Yuan said after calculating. What? 2,000 and 1,000? So much? Huang Tianba was shocked by this number. He said to Song Yuan before that he was very satisfied with earning 2 million. Who would have thought that Song Yuan would directly double this number tenfold? This is faster than grabbing money. Boss, is this too much? Many students may not be able to take out so many spirit stones. On average, each person has 10,000 spirit stones. Huang Tianba thought for a moment and said, 10,000 spirit stones for sophomore students, that is 100 credits, which is also a lot of money. It is not an easy task to earn 100 credits in the Imperial Capital Academy. That's why I used this method of increasing the spirit stones in turn. The people who rush to give me spirit stones at the beginning, their strength is definitely not high, and the spirit stones they earn are also limited. Therefore, they have to pay fewer spirit stones. And the more people go to the back, the stronger they are, and the more confident they are in their own strength. The stronger the person, the easier it is to earn spirit stones and credits. Therefore, it is also appropriate to collect more spirit stones from them. Song Yuan said with a smile. He believed that only a small part of those who took the initiative to hand over the spirit stone. There are also some people, especially those whose strength is above the golden 3 realms, should not come, because they don't feel that their strength can surpass them. So, this matter is not over. On the contrary, it has just begun. Boss, I feel that you have 8,000 minds. You are too good at calculating. Huang Tianba said from the bottom of his heart. He didn't expect that Song Yuan would even think of this. I have 8,000 hearts, but we only have 7,999 combined. Do you know why? Song Muan looked at Huang Tianba and asked, Boss, I know this, because the big stupid bear lacks heart. Ha. At this time, Jin Zizi suddenly said, Lao Jin, do you want to fight me? Huang Tianba looked at Jin Zizi and said, when you make up your mind, I can't bully people with disabilities. Of course, the premise is that brain damage can also be considered disabled. Jin Zizi said, Xiao Jin, you have grown up, and you will already make your own stocks. Song Muan looked at Jin Zizi with a little surprise and said, with the influence of the boss, growth is a must. Jin Zizi said with a proud face. In this way, the three of them returned to the villa while chatting and laughing. Song Muan asked Huang Tianba to move a table out of the villa and put it at the door of the villa. Then, he took out a book, put it on the table, and began to import it. At the same time, he is also waiting for the arrival of his sophomore senior. Reading can become stronger, and basking in the sun can also become stronger. Therefore, Song Muan now starts reading and basking in the sun whenever he has time. Object name, Song Muan. Physical strength 3465, golden 3. Soul strength 3798, golden 3. Ability attribute, strength potential plus infinity. Combat effectiveness, Song Muan reads books, which enhances the strength of the soul. Bask in the sun, absorb the energy of the sun, and enhance the physical strength. Plus some other cultivation, as well as taking Pei Yuan liquid and quenching body fluids. Normally, on average, every day, he can increase his physical strength by 240 points and his soul strength by 260 points. In 3 days, he will be able to break through to the second gold. When he awakened his ability, he broke through from the golden 4 to the golden 3, and it had only been 3 days, and he was about to break through again. If others knew that Song Muan was so easy to break through, I am afraid they would be jealous beyond recognition. A life that seems to be rotten is actually as stable as an old dog. Soon, an hour passed, but there were still no sophomore seniors coming to Song Muan. In this regard, Song Muan was not in a hurry, and the books on the table changed one after another. At this moment, suddenly a head poked out from behind the wall on the right side of Song Muan's villa and looked at Song Muan. When he saw that there was no one else around Song Muan, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, he hurried towards Song Muan. At the same time, on the other side of the villa, there was also a person running towards Song Muan. The two met right in front of the table placed by Song Muan. Chen Ergu, why did you appear here? The man who appeared from the left asked. I'm just here to see. Do you want to secretly give the spirit stone behind our back? The man who appeared from the right asked. Whoever wants to secretly carry the spirit stone, I'm just here to take a look. At this time, neither of them was willing to admit that they were here to pay the spirit stone. After all, this is not a glorious thing. Dang dang dang. At this time, Song Muan tapped the table with her fingers, attracting the attention of the two. You two are the first to come. If you don't hurry, you may be behind others in a while. At that time, how many more spirit stones you have to hand over, you can't say. Song Muan looked at the two and said. Hearing Song Muan say this, the two people in front of the table looked at each other. We keep each other's secret. Confidential. The two people said at the same time. Seeing that they said the same thing at the same time, the two smiled at the same time. Let's do this. We have 15 spirit stones each, and no one needs to grab the first place. How about it? The man called Chen Ergo said. In this way, after the two discussed, they came to the table, and each person took out 15 spirit stones. Ah Huang, name it. Song Muan said. Put away the spirit stones on the table, and then said to Huang Tianba who was holding the roster on the side. Huang Tianba took the roster of the sophomore and asked for the names of the two, and then began to look for them. Soon, under the gaze of the two, their names were crossed out. This made the two breathe a long sigh of relief. Boss, someone is really coming. After the two left, Huang Tianba said in surprise. This is just the beginning. Today is destined to be a day of counting spirit stones and hand cramps. Song Muan said. Sure enough, not long after his words fell, 3 people came together. Are we the first? A person looked at Song Muan and asked. No, there are already 2 people in front of you. Song Muan replied. These animals, they can't come when they say it, and they run faster than anyone else. The 3 of us should hurry up. For the 3rd, 4th and 5th places, a total of 120 spirit stones, 40 spirit stones per person. Fortunately, it's not too late. If it's 40 spirit stones, it's still acceptable. In this way, those people finished handing over the spirit stones and left happily, because at this time, they not only feel that they have not lost, but feel that they have earned. After all, each of them only handed over 40 spirit stones. If you are defeated, you will lose 20 credits, that is, 2,000 spirit stones. So, for the next period of time, people kept coming to hand over the spirit stone. When the 200th person came, the spirit stones handed over had already reached 2,000. Why do I have to pay 2,000 by the end of the war, and it is only 20 credits if I am defeated? The man said unconvincingly. Are you sure you only need 20 credits? Song Muan looked at the other party and asked. I'll give it to you. The man originally wanted to say something, but when he saw Huang Tianba on the side, he suddenly thought that Niechu had been challenged 3 times and lost a total of 60 credits, that is, 6,000 spirit stones. In this way, although there were various episodes in the process of handing over spirit stones to sophomore students, many people handed over spirit stones in the end. Boss, so far 800 people have handed over the spirit stone, and about 1,400 people have not handed it over. Huang Tianba counted the roster and said, 800 people, a total of 3,200,000 and 4,000 spiritual stones. The people who came today are all people of average strength, and people who are really rich and powerful are still waiting. They are full of confidence in their strength and feel that they will not lose to me. So, tomorrow, we're going to play again. Song Muan said, Boss, you see that I have been helping you all day, no credit, and there is hard work. You have more than 3 million in your account, don't share a little with me? Huang Tianba looked at Song Muan and said, What you said makes sense, give it, these 4,000 spirit stones for you. Song Muan thought for a moment and gave Huang Tianba 4,000 spirit stones. If you want the horse to run, you have to eat more grass. Boss, if you have more than 3 million in your account, give me 4,000? Huang Tianba said, I have more than 3 million in the account, that's my ability. If you think you can also challenge the seniors, and when the time comes, I will keep the accounts for you. Song Muan said, Boss, you're not embarrassed. Huang Tianba muttered in a low voice, I saw too many spirit stones, and I can't even look down on 4,000 spirit stones? Tell me yourself, is 4,000 spirit stones really less? If you rely on yourself, how long will it take you to earn 4,000 spirit stones? You have 4,000 spirit stones in your account for most of the day now, and you are still not satisfied? Song Muan looked at Huang Tianba and asked. Hearing this, Huang Tianba suddenly fell silent. In real life, Huang Tianba's mentality at the moment is something that many people have. Doing things with capable people, seeing that people are making money every day, you can only earn 1% or even 1,000th of others. I feel psychologically unbalanced. However, he forgot that the 100th he earned, or 1,000th, was many times more than he could normally earn. However, in contrast, the gap between them is huge. As a result, resentment and jealousy arose in my heart. As everyone knows, if it weren't for others, he might not even be able to earn this 1% or a fraction of a thousandth. Don't take the platform as your job. There is still some truth to this sentence. Boss, I know, Huang Tianba said very seriously. He found that he had been following Song Muan and Jean Zizi for a while, and he was a little floating, because these two people squandered hundreds of thousands or millions of spirit stones at every turn. Therefore, in his heart, unconsciously, he regarded hundreds of thousands and millions of spirit stones as small money. As everyone knows, he took out hundreds of spirit stones by himself, but it was all difficult. If in the past, let alone earning 4,000 spirit stones in most of the day, even if he earned 40 spirit stones, he would be happy. The most important thing in being a person is to recognize your position. When buying and selling blue and white porcelain, in order to prevent the blue and white porcelain from colliding and breaking, some newspaper or foam will be stuffed into the box. Over time, those newspapers and bubbles thought that they were the same price as blue and white porcelain. As everyone knows, once they are separated from blue and white porcelain is still blue and white porcelain, and newspapers and bubbles will be worthless. In the same way, there are crabs and hemp ropes for tying crabs. Many people think they are blue and white porcelain or crabs, but in fact, they are nothing more than newspapers and hemp rope. Therefore, only if you are strong, you can be considered truly strong. Ah Huang, if you can really figure this out, your future is limitless. If you don't understand, if you keep getting into the bull's horns, even if you have SSS level potential abilities, you will be like this for the rest of your life. Maybe you'll be better off than most people, but you'll never get to the top of the mountain. Song Muan suddenly said earnestly. He really regarded Huang Tianba as a friend, so he told him this. Although Huang Tianba and Jin Zizai are not as good as Yindi and Tang Chichi in his heart, they are already very close. If it were someone else, he wouldn't bother to say this. After all, whether the other party is good or bad has nothing to do with him at all. Don't look at Song Muan trying his best to earn spirit stones, but in fact, he really doesn't value spirit stones. He worked hard to earn spirit stones, which was also what Goldfinger needed. It can't be helped. Thank you, boss, Huang Tianba said very sincerely. He is no longer a child, so he naturally understands the truth. There are many people in this world who compliment you, but there are very few people who can really give you advice. When you meet such a person, don't hate him, on the contrary, cherish him. Let's go, that's it for today, continue tomorrow, Song Muan said, turned around and walked towards the villa, and Huang Tianba moved the table back. The next day, after Song Muan finished practicing the Sunflower Treasure book, he went to the sophomore martial arts arena again. When the sophomore finished his morning exercise, he held a loudspeaker and blocked their way. Yesterday was just an appetizer, and today it's time to serve hard dishes. Seniors, I'm sorry, you were stopped by me again. I'm here today mainly for one thing. There are only 800 people who took the initiative to hand over the spirit stone yesterday. In other words, there are still more than 1,400 people who have not been handed over. I went back and thought about it, and I felt that the person I didn't have in touch might not agree with my approach yesterday. So, I deliberately changed my approach today. today. From now on, the first 500 people each need to pay me 10,000 spirit stones. The 500 people in the middle need to pay me 20,000 spirit stones. The more than 400 people in the back need to pay me 30,000 spirit stones each. Places are limited, first come, first served. Song Muon looked at the sophomore crowd and said, in this way, for the remaining 1,400 people, he could collect 27 million spirit stones. Compared with the 20 million he calculated before, it was a lot more. Song Muon, do you really think you are invincible in the world? The strength of the mere golden 3 realms, do you really think we can't beat you? A student of the golden 2nd realm said, my strength is indeed not invincible in the world, but it is more than enough to deal with you. By the way, I'm not just targeting you, I mean, everyone here is garbage. Song Muon said in an arrogant tone to the extreme. I'm so arrogant. Song Muon, awesome. It's so relieving. I want to be so arrogant too. Hearing this scene, many freshmen boiled. Although Song Muon's previous actions were a bit domineering, he spoke quite politely. But today, it is really arrogant to the extreme. Song Muon, do you dare to fight me? At this time, a sophomore student said loudly, you are too weak to fight me. Why, among the sophomore old birds, are there no stronger students? Stand up and let me challenge you. Song Muon said loudly. Arrogant, the sophomore student Tu Tian is willing to lead his younger brother to make a high move. At this time, a man wearing a black sweatshirt came out, looked at Song Muon and said, Tu Tian is the best among sophomores. Although it is not as good as Dongfang Sueki and the other 4 people in the Platinum Realm, it can definitely be regarded as one of the best beings in the Golden Realm. Shin Mo, a sophomore student, is willing to lead his younger brother to recruit high. At this time, another person came to the front of Song Muon. His appearance made the freshmen and sophomore students all widen their eyes, because Shin Mo is a supernatural person in the Platinum Realm. If he did it, it would be a bit of a bully. Just like when I was in the Mirror of Sumeru, it was an overwhelming victory. Senior Shin Mo, your students in the Platinum Realm are at a different price. You can't be confused with them. Don't worry, I'll find you. Song Muon looked at Shin Mo and said, before, he couldn't beat a few of them at the end of the Qin dynasty, so when they appeared, he could only retreat and hide. However, to this day, everything is different. What was in the Sumeru mirror at the beginning should also be settled. Okay, I'll wait for you. When Shin Mo heard Song Muon say this, he glanced at him and retreated. Seeing Shin Mo retreating, Song Muon looked at Tu Tian. At this moment, Tu Tian's body was full of momentum and his fighting spirit was high. Seeing Tu Tian's appearance, Song Muon smiled. Senior Tu Tian, I have to make some things clear. Now I'm going to challenge you, but it's not you who challenge me. If you lose, you have to give me 20 credits. Song Muon said, it doesn't matter who challenges whom. Now, you and I will fight. Tu Tian said indifferently. In that case, please go into the ring. Song Muon said. Soon, the two stood on the ring. Like yesterday, the side of the ring was full of freshmen and sophomores and instructors. Dongfang Xiao and Shenbo also stood on the tall building not far away, looking at the ring. Senior Tu Tian, before I fought with Senior Nie Chu yesterday, I persuaded him a few words, but unfortunately he didn't listen. Today, I also advise you, take the initiative to admit defeat now. Because if you lose, the consequences will be more serious than that of Senior Nie Chu. Song Warm said kindly, there's so much nonsense. Darkness is coming. Tu Tian roared. Suddenly, a large amount of black light was released around his body. These black lights were like the mouth of a giant beast devouring the light. Soon, the darkness swallowed Song Wan in. Dark, ability, it's a bit interesting. I'm just trying to see if I can illuminate your darkness, Song Wan said. He didn't plan to fill the space around him with black, nor did he plan to use Golden Finger, but planned to use other abilities to defeat Tu Tian. The sun is shining, Song Wan said, raising his hands. The next moment, a dazzling golden light erupted above his hands. For a long time, Song Wan has been cultivating this sunflower treasure book and absorbing a large amount of solar energy. However, he had never used this energy against the enemy. At most he would scare people, but today, he plans to give it a try. How strong can he exert by simply using the power of a warrior? When a dazzling, sun-like light erupted from his hand, the darkness shown by Tu Tian's darkness ability was slowly retreating. How is this possible? Tu Tian saw this scene and exclaimed in disbelief. His ability was not unrestrained. After all, among the sophomore students, there were those with light-based abilities. However, there has never been a superpower that can make the darkness he shows retreat so quickly. It feels like a mouse meets a cat. What kind of ability are you? Tu Tian couldn't help but look at Song Wan and asked. This is not a superpower, this is martial arts. Sunlight appears, darkness recedes. This is the law of all things. No matter how extreme the darkness is, how can it withstand the sun's rays? Sun Fist, Song Wan said, mobilizing the power of the sun in his body, and then punched out. I saw a beam like a laser cannon flying towards Tu Tian. Dark Shield. In the face of such an attack, Tu Tian hurriedly arranged layer after layer of black protective shield in front of him. However, when the sun fist fell on the black shield, those layers of black shield were instantly shattered. Subsequently, the sun fist fell fell on Tu Tian's body. Poof! Tu Tian spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Immediately afterwards, his head tilted and he fainted. At this moment, not only was he injured on his body, but more importantly, the wounds on his body were scorched black as if they had been burned by flames. At this time, Song Nuan looked at her fist and a trace of clarity flashed in her eyes. Many people have said before that the upper limit of warriors is too low, not as good as supernatural ones. He was wondering why this was happening, because when he was on Earth he had heard too many stories about entering the Tao with martial arts. Those mythical and legendary gods actually practice a kind of martial arts. But why is the upper limit of warriors so low in Blue Star? It is okay to say that there is no warrior in Blue Star. After all, it can still be attributed to the rules of each world in each world. However, since Blue Star has the path of warriors, but the upper limit is so low, it shouldn't be. In other words, it's unscientific. Therefore, this is one of the reasons why he has insisted on cultivating the Sunflower Treasure Book for so long. He wanted to figure out why the upper limit of the warrior was low. However, since he began to practice the Sunflower Treasure Book until now, he seems to have encountered no bottlenecks. Moreover, so far, he has not felt the upper limit of a warrior. Otherwise, he would not have defeated the Golden Realm's Tu Tian with one punch today. When others practice, why do they feel that the upper limit of martial artists is low? Is it a matter of exercises or physique? Song Nuan doesn't understand this at present. Senior, do you understand? What kind of ability did Song Nuan use just now? On the high-rise building in the distance, Chen Bo looked at Dongfang and asked with a smile, "Didn't you hear what he just said? This is not a supernatural ability, but a martial art." Dongfang Xiao said with a shocked look on his face at this time. To be honest, at this moment, there had been stormy waves in his heart. He likes to study some strange things, such as noble phantasms, cultivation methods, and natural treasures. As long as the Dragon Kingdom exists, he has studied everything. Among them, it naturally includes the exercises practiced by martial artists, referred to as martial arts. However, he found that with his God of War's strength, vision, understanding of combat, and application skills of energy, it was still extremely difficult to practice martial arts, because, in the process of cultivation, he could never find the right path. It's like standing in the endless desert and not knowing which direction to go from. Or rather, he was like standing on a cliff surrounded by cliffs, unable to move forward, because the way forward is broken. If he wants to move forward, he can only build the road by himself little by little. However, building a road on the cliff is too slow. That's why many people say that the upper limit of a warrior is too low. Because, in such a situation where there is no way forward, the progress is naturally slow. And cultivating abilities is more like walking on a road that has been repaired. The speed of these two is naturally incomparable. Dongfang Xiao never thought that this law did not apply to Song Nuan. Is your physique really so special? Dongfang Xiao said silently in his heart. The only possibility he can think of now is that Song Nuan tells himself that his physique is different from ordinary people. Or, this is an important reason why he was able to practice martial arts. It is also possible that it is the only reason. If Song Nuan knew Dongfang Xiao's thoughts, he would definitely show a hint of embarrassment, because things about his physique were all made up by him. Song Nuan put away the amount of solar energy in his body at this time, and then looked at Tu Tian, who had fainted. Senior Tu Tian, I'm sorry. Next, it's time for you to bear the consequences, Song Nuan said, turning on PS. About a minute later, he showed a smile and turned to look at the other sophomores. It's still the same as yesterday. I'm waiting for you at the door of the villa. Again, the top 500 only need to pay 10,000 spirit stones. The 500 in the middle need to pay 20,000 spirit stones. And the rest, but you have to pay 30,000 spirit stones. Everyone, see you later. After Song Nuan finished speaking, he jumped out of the ring and walked into the distance. At this time, several students in the second year jumped into the ring, wanting to see what Song Nuan had done to Tu Tian just now. Tu Tian has become a girl. One person said a little incredulously. What? You said that Song Nuan castrated Tu Tian? Someone couldn't help but say. If so, then Song Nuan is too much. How important the root of life is to a man, this naturally goes without saying. If Song Nuan really wants to do this kind of thing, then the two sides will not die. Tu Tian was not castrated, but became a girl who looks like a woman. Someone explained. Hearing his words, more people jumped into the ring and looked at Tu Tian. They found that Tu Tian at this moment had pink hair, exquisite makeup, and a very sexy set of women's clothing. Most importantly, his chest was bulging and staggering in scale. Am I still saved? Why do I suddenly feel that Tu Tianmei is beautiful? You say, has there been any change under Tu Tian? I'm a sword, brother. You have found a blind spot. Can your focus be normal? Didn't you notice that Song Nuan's move is a bit too scary? He can turn a man into a woman. At this time, the sophomore students came back to their senses, and then they all gasped. Tu Tian turned into a woman, which was even worse than Niechu's fate before. Think about it, a big man, after a battle, turned into a woman. Who can bear this? Fortunately, at this time, Tu Tian had already fallen into a coma. Otherwise, he would have to vomit blood. This Song Muan's strength is so strong, he actually defeated 2 Tian. At this time, Yi Baiyun, who was standing aside, said to Dongfang Sueki, Qin Mo and Tang Feihong, yes, he only has 3 golden S, but he can fight by leapfrogging. If he breaks through to the golden one, won't he be able to fight with the platinum realm? At that time, I'm afraid none of us will be his opponents, Tang Feiyu said. A few of our talents are considered the top beings in the Imperial Capital University. But compared with Song Muan, it's too different. To be honest, I have never seen a superpower whose strength has progressed so quickly, Qin Mo said with a look of amazement. Among the 4, only Dongfang Sueki did not speak, because she suddenly thought that the last time she fought with Song Muan, she felt a crisis. At that time, Song Muan's strength was not as strong as it is now, which gave her a strong sense of crisis. Now Song Muan's strength has improved, and his combat effectiveness has also improved. What she didn't know was how many chances she had of winning if she fought Song Muan again. As expected of someone that grandpa values, Dongfang Sueki thought silently in her heart. Song Muan and Huang Tianba returned to the villa and just moved the table out and put it at the door. I found that many sophomore students came to the door of the villa. Song Muan, this is 10,000 spirit stones, I admit it. You can't challenge me again in the future. This is mine, 10,000 spirit stones. For a while, the sophomore students pushed and shoved and made noise at the door. They were really afraid. Song Muan's move to turn the defeated into a woman was too ruthless. They had to admit it. Isn't it just 10,000 spirit stones? They just have to work hard for a while longer to earn it. It's better than being insulted like that. In the sophomore year, those students who had handed over the spirit stone early, at this time, they all snickered in their hearts. They felt that they had made a lot of money. Because there are many of them, they only paid a few dozen spirit stones. Compared to having to hand over 10,000 spirit stones now, they have saved too much. At this time, they had forgotten that this matter was caused by Song Muan. This is also Song Muan's brilliance, using this method to transfer contradictions. People have always looked for comparisons that are inferior to themselves, and will not look for the most intuitive external causes. Just like during the exam, some people are very unhappy when they score 50 points, but when they see their deskmates score 40 points, they instantly become happy. Looking at it again, the back table only scored 30 points, and the smile became even brighter. This is typical. As long as I'm not the worst, I'm happy. For a long time afterwards, Song Muan and Huang Tianba sat at the door of the villa to collect money. They really experienced what it means to count money. However, their harvest is also extremely rich. Among the sophomore students, except for Dongfang Sueki and the other 4 students of the Platinum Realm, the others all handed over the spirit stones. After all, Song Muan even killed the sky in seconds. The others really didn't have the certainty of defeating Song Muan. A total of more than 27 million spirit stones, combined with the 3.2 million received yesterday, the total exceeded 30 million. This is an astronomical amount. Boss, I finally realized that counting money to hand cramps is not a good thing. In particular, it's not your own money that counts. Huang Tianba leaned on the chair and said with a loveless face, come, Huang, this is 1,000,000 spirit stones, take it and spend it. It doesn't mean anything else, it's just rich. Song Muan handed Huang Tianba a Qiankuan bag and said. This made Huang Tianba, who originally had a loveless face, instantly resurrected with full blood, and hurriedly took the Qiankuan bag handed over by Song Muan. Boss, really give me 1,000,000? Huang Tianba asked in disbelief. This can still be fake, it's your hard work in the past 2 days. Song Muan said with a smile, if you eat meat yourself, you have to let your brother drink some soup. Moreover, this idea was indeed come up by Huang Tianba. I just derived it from the processing, and then carried it forward. Therefore, it is also appropriate to give Huang Tianba a little hard money. Boss, I love you. Come on, let me kiss you. Huang Tianba said, turned his head and kissed Song Muan. Song Muan didn't hesitate at all, and with a sidekick, Huang Tianba flew out. In this regard, Huang Tianba was not angry at all, stood up, and gently patted the soil on his clothes. The next moment, he took advantage of Song Muan's inattention and pounced on him again. At this moment, the embers suddenly appeared in front of the villa. When he saw Huang Tianba's actions, he was instantly shocked. Song Muan had been guarding against Huang Tianba and saw him pounce on her again. He didn't hesitate and twisted his body. Immediately afterwards, a rabbit kicked the eagle, and Huang Tianba flew out again. Ahem. At this time, Ember coughed twice. Instructor, you're here. Song Muan turned around and looked at Ember and said with a smile. However, he was wondering in his heart why his instructor suddenly appeared here. Is it because he has collected too many spirit stones from sophomore students? Although I have a little suspicion of extortion, it is all within the rules. Moreover, I am a student in the lower grades. If you beat the senior students, you can only blame the senior students for not being as good as others. After all, when this rule comes out, it is a kind of stimulation for seniors. Otherwise, the senior students will live too comfortably. Moreover, sophomore students can also challenge junior students. Although the school does not prohibit certain deformed relationships in broad daylight, you too should also pay attention to the impact. If you really want to have have some intimate behavior or some special habit, it's better to go back to the room and close the door. Ember looked at Song Muan, then looked at Huang Tianba and said. Hearing Ember say this, Song Muan and Huang Tianba were stunned at the same time. Huang Tianba, you are a dead pervert. Lao Tzu's reputation has been ruined by you. Song Muan didn't say a word and kicked Huang Tianba away again. This time, he showed no mercy and directly kicked Huang Tianba out more than 10 meters away. Instructor, things are not what you think. I have nothing to do with that dead pervert. His brain is funny. Immediately afterwards, Song Muan hurriedly turned his head to Ember and explained. You don't need to explain this to me. It doesn't matter. You just have to be happy. Ember said. Hearing Ember say this, Song Muan had the heart to kill Huang Tianba. He really fell into his crotch at this time. Not Ali but Ali. It's not clear. I came to you this time mainly to tell you about going to the secret realm in 3 days. Ember looked at it and then said. Secret realm? When you said this, I suddenly thought that among the rewards for winning the first place in my freshman competition, there was a place in the secret realm. Is this ready to open the secret realm? Song Muan said a little excitedly. It is said that in the secret realm, there are countless opportunities for treasures. Go in, and you will definitely have unimaginable gains. The secret realm I am talking about is not the same as the secret realm you are talking about. The secret realm you mentioned is a secret realm that our Imperial Capital Academy has mastered by itself, and it is suitable for freshmen to enter and experience it. And the secret realm I am talking about is a secret realm located in the Sea of Death. Ember said. The secret realm of the Sea of Death? Hearing these words, Song Muan's brows furrowed. He had never heard of this place, but just by hearing the name, he knew that it was not a simple place, and it must be full of dangers. The Sea of Death is not in the Dragon Kingdom, but a place thousands of kilometers away from the Dragon Kingdom. There is an endless desert, and the desert is full of all kinds of crises. In the very center of the desert, there is a secret place with the most special secret place in the whole Blue Star, called the Roof of Yellow Sand, Mengershing. The Yellow Sand Roof is opened every 3 years, and this year is exactly the 3rd year. Ember explained. What does this have to do with me? Instructor, you don't want me to go to the Yellow Sand Roof, do you? Song Muan asked tentatively. Yes. Ember nodded affirmatively. If you don't go, you won't go. Director, you should find someone else. Song Muan said hurriedly. He had heard Ember say just now that there were many crises in the desert, not to mention the secret places in the desert. He has no ambitions. He opens a shop, earns some spirit stones, basks in the sun every day, and reads books, which is quite satisfying. There is no need to risk your life to go to a place like that. You listen to me first. Ember said. Don't listen, don't listen. Wang Ba recites scriptures. Don't look, bastard. No, I seem to have a bad stomach at noon. No, I have to go to the toilet. Song Muan said, and was about to run away. However, as soon as he took 2 steps forward, a figure suddenly appeared and stood in front of him. You must go to this Yellow Sand Roof. The visitor looked at Song Muan and said. Song Muan raised his head and glanced at the other party, and found that the person who spoke was his master. Why? Song Muan asked. Because the Roof of Yellow Sand is not a personal matter for you, but also related to the entire Dragon Kingdom. The Eastern God of War said. What do you mean? Be clear. Song Muan looked at the Oriental God of War and said. In the Yellow Sand Roof, there is something called the National Fortune Stone. The so-called National Fortune Stone is a stone that can enhance a country's national fortune. Therefore, every time the Yellow Sand Roof is opened, the countries of the Blue Star will fight for their heads. The Eastern God of War said. There are many powerful superpowers in the Dragon Kingdom, the 4 saints, the 8 gods of war. Just let them go. I'm a scumbag of the Golden 3 realms, so I won't just become cannon fodder. Song Muan said. If you want to enter the Yellow Sand Roof, there are great restrictions. Not all people with special abilities can enter. Those with the ability to enter the Yellow Sand Roof cannot be more than 19 years old. Generally, those who meet this age are freshmen. With your current strength, you can already compete with sophomore students. So, you have to go. The Eastern God of War said. Am I going alone? Song Muan asked. That's not the case. Our Dragon Kingdom has 10 places to enter the Yellow Sand Roof. As the college with the strongest comprehensive strength, our Imperial Capital Academy wants to produce 4 people. In the other 2 colleges, there will be 3 people. At that time, the strong men of our 3 colleges will send you to the entrance of the Yellow Sand Roof. The Eastern God of War explained. In other words, my real opponent is a person with superpowers of the same age as me from other countries, right? Song Muan asked. Yes. The Oriental God of War gave Song Muan a positive answer. After hearing the Eastern God of War's affirmative answer, Song Muan breathed a long sigh of relief. As long as he is not fighting those old monsters, he is not afraid. He was not afraid of people of the same age. Don't take it lightly. We got the news that this time several countries are ready to send seeded players. It is said that several of them have awakened the top 10 abilities in the sequence. The Oriental God of War saw Song Muan, who was relieved, and couldn't help but remind. Master, don't worry, I know it in my heart. Song Muan said. You prepare well these days. We will set off in 3 days. The Eastern God of War said. Yes, Song Muan said. Seeing Song Muan nodding, the oriental god of war and ember left. Ah Huan, go call Xiao Jin, let's discuss the matter of the yellow sand roof. After the eastern god of war left, Song Muan said, boss, but why don't we give Lao Jin a direct call? Huang Tianbao looked at Song Muan and asked tentatively, let you go, so much nonsense? Song Muan raised his voice and said, according to research, suddenly increasing the volume of speech represents a guilty conscience. Boss, you are angry, Huang Tianbao said as he ran into the distance. Seeing Huang Tianbao leave, Song Muan's old face turned red. Because he was thinking about the yellow sand eaves just now, he really forgot about making a phone call. Soon, Huang Tianbao took Jin Zizi to the villa. Boss, did you ask the big stupid bear to come to me? Do you want us to go to the yellow sand roof together? After Jin Zizi saw Song Muan, he asked straightforwardly. Yes, it seems that you know the yellow sand eaves very well. Song Muan asked. I still understand. There is information about the yellow sand roof at home. In the yellow sand roof, there are many crises. There are all kinds of ferocious beasts, harsh environments, and traps that people can't guard against. Of course, this is still secondary. The most dangerous thing is that they come from other countries. Because the national fortune stone is too important, it is destined that this is a battle with death. The human heart is the most sinister, and no one can say what dirty means those players will use in order to get the national fortune stone. According to statistics, less than 1/10 of the members who go to the yellow sand roof finally come out alive. Jin Zizi said, that means we can also kill people? Song Muan asked. Naturally, it's possible. Anyone who enters the roof of yellow sand must have an awareness, kill someone, or be killed. For the members who enter the yellow sand roof, in addition to their own people, people from other countries are all opponents. After encountering it, even if there is no national luck stone as bait, you will die and die. Jin Zizi said, since this is the case, then whether you go to the yellow sand roof or not, you two decide for yourself. If you don't go, what should you do? If you go, you will have to compete for a place. Song Muan said to the two of them, boss, I'm definitely going. Although the yellow sand roof is dangerous, it is said that it is like a fairyland inside. I've wanted to see it for a long time, and this time I just caught up. Jin Zizi said a little excitedly. Even the little old lady of Lao Jin dares to go. How can I back down? I'm no worse than him, Huang Tianbao said. In that case, there are still 3 places in the Imperial Capital Academy, and you two will take 2 of them. Song Muan said. Isn't there a total of 4 places in the Imperial Capital Academy? Jin Zizi asked curiously. I'm sorry, I'm escorted, Song Muan said with a smile. This can be guaranteed. Is there any royal law? They are all human beings. Why is the gap so big? Jin Zizi said with a jealous face. However, he thought about it and felt that it was reasonable for Song Muan to be escorted. After all, he had already defeated sophomore Tu Tian. He is now competing with those 18-year-old freshmen for a place. Isn't that bullying? Song Muan, get out of here. At this moment, suddenly an angry voice sounded outside the villa. Listen to the voice like Senior Tu Tian. Huang Tianbao said. If I'm not mistaken, Senior Tu Tian must have come to thank me. After all, I let him experience what it was like to be a big eagle cute girl. After Song Muan finished speaking, he walked towards the outside of the villa. After he walked out of the villa, he found a tightly wrapped person standing at the door of the villa. It is the slaughter of the sky. After he woke up from the coma, when he saw himself, he wanted to die. He heard from the people next to him that his appearance was entirely due to Song Muan. He knew that this was the consequence of what Song Muan said. To be honest, he thought about the possible consequences of his defeat, and he didn't care about deducting credits or anything. But he never thought that he would become a cute girl. What made him unbearable the most was that he found that the male classmates around him looked at him a little wrong. That kind of look sent chills down his back. So, the injuries on his body were not completely healed, so he came to Song Muan. Since Song Muan can turn him into this, he can naturally change him back. He was also ready, and Song Muan was ready to open his mouth. Oh, which beautiful senior sister is this? Sister, have you been conquered by my previous heroic posture and came to me to confess your love today? Song Muan looked at Tu Tian and said, Song Muan, you are less yin and yang here. Quickly change me back. How many spirit stones do you want? Just say it. Tu Tian said bluntly. Senior, in the future, you must listen to persuasion. Listen to people's advice and eat enough. Song Muan said, using PS to change Tu Tian back to his original appearance. There is no grudge between him and Tu Tian, so there is no need for you to live or die. Now, he had already obtained the spirit stone, so naturally he couldn't let Tu Tian stay like this. As for the spirit stone, it is not necessary. He is not bad for these 3 melons and 2 dates now. Seeing that he had changed back to his original appearance, Tu Tian frowned and looked at Song Muan. Don't you mention some conditions? Tu Tian asked. He was ready to bleed heavily, but Song Muan turned him back without saying a word. This made him not react for a while. Senior Tu Tian, your injury is not healed yet. Go back and rest. Song Muan said and turned back to the villa. This made Tu Tian feel very unreal. However, he has indeed changed back. People are like this. They are a little cheap. It's like, if a person slaps you every day, you will hate that person to the bone. One day, he gave 2 slaps, and you think it's reasonable. But suddenly one day, this person didn't slap you, but gave you a piece of candy. You will feel that this person must be calculating something else. In fact, this person may just give you a piece of candy because he is in a good mood today, and there is no other calculation. This is the difference in a person's expectations, and the attitude will also be different. When a person has done a good thing all his life and has done a bad thing, many people will say that this person has pretended to be a lifelong person and his true form has been revealed. When a person does a bad thing all his life and does a good thing, many people will say that the prodigal son will not change his money. This is because of different expectations, resulting in different attitudes. Because many people's expectations for bad guys are already very low. If you feel that if you don't do bad things, you are already doing good deeds. Therefore, to be a person, you must be a bad person who does good deeds, instead of being a good person who can't do bad things for the rest of his life. Next, the freshman year of the Imperial Capital Academy began to select personnel to go to the yellow sand roof. Of course, the notice is not so informed. The notification is a quiz inside the freshman year, followed by a ranking. Let the freshman students have a clear understanding of the strength of themselves and their classmates. The quiz is a 2-by-2 confrontation. Who is stronger and who is weaker, you can see at once. Song Muan naturally didn't have to participate in the selection, but he still went to the arena. While other students were very nervous about the competition, he ate melon seeds, read books, basked in the sun, and cheered for many students. That one in white clothes, attack faster, you haven't eaten? Do you know, what is the martial arts of the world, only fast and not broken? And the one in black, can you not be cowardly, go up and be tough? Do you know, what does it mean to reduce 10 meetings with 1 force? Song Muan was eating melon seeds while shouting to the students who were competing in the ring. His expression looked very serious, as if he hated iron but steel. Song Muan, what are you doing? Ember looked at Song Muan and asked at this time, Instructor, can't you see it? I am inspiring my classmates and pointing out their shortcomings by the way. Song Muan said, Go, what should you do? Don't make trouble here. Ember said angrily, if Song Muan is not so doggy, he is willing to admit that Song Muan is the best student he has ever brought. However, every time he saw Song Muan's appearance, he felt that the best words, he couldn't say it. Where are you making trouble? I'm caring about my classmates. Song Muan said unconvincingly. Although he said so, he left. Because, he just came to see it, and he didn't plan to stay here forever. There are still 3 days left, and he can make another breakthrough within these 3 days. In 3 days, we will go to the yellow sand roof, and the stronger the strength the better. So, Song Muan began a retreat. He went to the gravity field of the Imperial Capital Academy, which was the same as the gravity field of the Veterans Building. It's just that in the gravity field of the Veteran Building, he still wants to spend spirit stones. However, he could use these cultivation sites of the Imperial Capital Academy for free for a year. In this way, Song Muan was cultivating, and soon, 3 days passed. Within these 3 days, the members who went to the yellow sand roof were also chosen. Jin Zizai, Wang Tianba, and Nangong Xiaomei. Without exception, they are all students with SSS level potential. From this point, it can be seen that there is a gap between students with SSS level potential and students with non-SSS level potential. In this world, there is not so much waste counterattack. Many times, talent already determines everything. Many things, not hard work, are useful. No matter how hard you work for 50 yuan, you won't be liked by 100 yuan. The reason why the ugly duckling can become a white swan is because it is a white swan itself. 30 years in Hedong, 30 years in Heshi, do not deceive the young and the poor. Many times, it is just a slogan. Don't deceive the young and poor, don't bully the middle-aged and poor, and don't bully the old and poor. Ordinary people have lived an ordinary life like this. Song Muan went to the first floor to explain, and then went to the school playground, because they are leaving. When Song Muan came to the school playground from the first floor, he found that everyone was waiting for him. Sorry, I'm late. Song Muan said embarrassedly. This was not intentional by him. It was really when he was on the first floor, he was pulled by Nangong Weiyang and told a lot of things. Nangong Weiyang had the ability of prophecy, and this time he prophesied about him. This prophecy is divided into 2 main parts. The first part is a prophecy about the outcome of what he will do next. For example, prophesy that he will return safely. Such prophecies may seem useless, but sometimes, they can play an unimaginable role. It's not easy to understand from the front, but you can lift a chestnut from the negative. If Nangong Weiyang predicts that a person will not be able to return if he goes to the yellow sand roof, then as long as the opponent's strength is not particularly outrageous, it is easy to trigger a butterfly effect in the yellow sand roof. During this period, because of the power of prophecy, the force of the force is very small, but the ending is often terrible. For example, Nangong Weiyang predicted a bad outcome for Song Muan, so in the yellow sand roof, Song Muan sneezed, which could cause an avalanche. If you throw a stone, you may hit the strange beast, causing a tide of beasts in dying. The power of prophecy, when facing each other, the combat effectiveness is not strong, but you can kill people with the butterfly effect, which is the most unguardable. The second type of prophecy is is to see what will happen in the future where a person is going to go through the power of prophecy. Thus, remind the whole person how to deal with it. Now that everyone is here, let's go. At this time, the Eastern god of war spoke. After he finished speaking, he turned around and entered a flying boat parked on the playground. Song Muon didn't say any more nonsense, and hurriedly followed behind the Oriental god of war. Soon, the flying boat took off. After boarding the airship, Song Muon discovered that in addition to Jean Zizi and the three of them, there were more than 30 people walking together. He could feel that the weakest of these people were all the 5 realms of kings. Master, isn't it too exaggerated to go to so many teachers together? Song Muon looked at the Oriental god of war and asked. The 4 of them actually needed so many teachers to escort them. Only more than 30? Is it a lot? Wadu Academy and Modu Academy, this time, there will also be more than 30 teachers. If it weren't for the need for strong people to sit in the ninefold pass, there would only be more people who went to the Sea of Death. Maybe, even the Holy Venerable will go in person, the Eastern god of war said. Hearing the Oriental god of war say this, Song Muon suddenly felt that the burden on his shoulders had become heavier. He originally thought it was just a small event. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Kingdom attaches so much importance to it. Hundreds of superpowers from the King realm were dispatched at once, and it was his master, the god of war, who personally led the team. The importance of the National Fortune Stone is far more important than you think. However, the most dangerous thing is not in the yellow sand roof, but after coming out of the yellow sand roof. Because after you come out of the yellow sand roof, all countries will snatch the National Fortune Stone. At that time, it will be the real war, the Eastern god of war explained. We keep the National Fortune Stone in the Chinkuan bag. How do they know if we have gotten the National Fortune Stone? Song Muon said suspiciously. Didn't you read the introduction I gave you 2 days ago about the yellow sand roof? Hearing Song Muon say this, the Oriental god of war suddenly looked at him and asked. Hearing the Oriental god of war ask, Song Muon was stunned. I've been busy these past 2 days, so I didn't take care of it. Then, he smiled and said, now look at it immediately, before entering the yellow sand roof. Remember every sentence above. It's about whether you can survive the yellow sand roof, the Eastern god of war said with a very serious expression. Seeing the serious expression of the Oriental god of war, Song Muon flipped his palm, took out a pamphlet of about 20 pages, and flipped through it. The first few sentences of this pamphlet answered his question just now. The yellow sand roof is a very special secret place. In the process of entering this secret realm, all the items on the body will disappear. This is true for both clothing and storage items. In other words, after entering the secret realm, there was nothing on his body. In this way, after finding the National Fortune Stone, there is naturally no way to put the National Fortune Stone into the storage items. Because of this, many people bring nothing when they enter the yellow sand roof. Then don't I want to be seen? Song Muon said in a low voice. Shut up, the female doll didn't say anything. Why are you doing so much? The Eastern god of war couldn't help but say. Hearing Master say this, Song Muon looked at Nangong Xiaomei. Nangong Xiaomei has a hot figure. If she enters the yellow sand roof, it will definitely be a very beautiful scenery. If possible, Song Muon would be willing to appreciate it. He thinks that he is not a decent gentleman. At this time, Nangong Xiaomei seemed to feel Song Muon's eyes, and she knew what he was thinking, so she glared at him viciously. When you enter the yellow sand roof, you will be randomly teleported to a certain place. So, after you enter the yellow sand roof, the first thing you have to do is find a way to get together. In the yellow sand roof, unity is the most important thing. You can never do anything by yourself alone. Song Muon, this is for you. Don't think that you have some strength. Just do whatever you want, the Eastern god of war advised. Don't worry, Master, I know it in my heart. Song Muon nodded and said. Seeing Song Muon nodding, the Eastern god of war didn't say anything more. He still knows Song Muon quite well, although the stinky boy usually has no form, but in business, he is never ambiguous and has a sense of proportion. Master, what is the ninefold pass you just mentioned? At this time, Song Muon suddenly looked at the Eastern god of war and asked. He had heard the security officer named Lao Han from the Imperial Capital Academy talk about this word, but he never figured out what this ninefold pass was. You shouldn't know, don't inquire. When your strength reaches the king realm, you will naturally know, the Eastern god of war said. Hearing the Oriental god of war say this, Song Muon didn't ask anymore, because he also knew that his master would not tell him if he asked him. However, his master inadvertently leaked a piece of information. After the strength reaches the king's realm, he is qualified to know about this. Soon, everyone from the Imperial Capital Academy came to the airport of the Imperial Capital on a flying boat. Haven't the personnel from Huadu and Modu come yet? After the Eastern god of war stepped off the flying boat, he looked at a strong man and asked. I've seen the Eastern god of war. They're already on their way, and in 5 minutes at most, they can be there. The strong man looked at the Eastern god of war and said. How are you prepared? The Eastern god of war asked. Everything is ready. Once we find your help, the Dragon Guard army will be dispatched as soon as possible. The Thunder god of war said that he would personally lead the team to support. The strong man said. That's fine. How is this Sky Thunder doing? Is everything okay? The Eastern god of war asked. It's quite moist, and the Ninefold Pass has been much more stable recently, the strong man replied. While the two were chatting, two cars suddenly came from a distance. This is the car of the Jin family and the Nangong family, the strong man said after seeing the two cars. Soon, the car came to everyone. At this time, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a noblewoman who looked 27 or 8 years old walked down from under the two cars. Jin Zun, Wu Yinin, what are these two doing? After the strong man saw the two people getting out of the car, he frowned and said, I guess I'm here to see you off, the Eastern god of war said. Under the gaze of the two people who got out of the car walked towards Song Yuan and the others. Dad. At this time, Jin Zizai and Nangong Xiaomei said a little surprised at the same time. Jin Zun is Jin Zizai's father, and Wu Yinin is Nangong Xiaomei's mother. Dad, why are you here? Jin Zizai looked at his father and said, Can I not come? If you little rabbit never returns, I won't even see you for the last time. How can I be worthy of your dead mother? Jin Zun said as he slapped Jin Zizi on the head. Dad, don't worry, I'll be fine. I'll protect myself. Jin Zizi said. You have also grown up and have your own pursuits. You have to go to the yellow sand roof, and Dad will not stop you. Dad only has one request for you. Meet the little Baga of the Sun Kingdom, and do it to the death for me. Did you hear that? Jin Zun said loudly. I remember. Jin Zizi nodded obediently. Then, Jin Zun looked at Song Yuan. Big nephew, I am your Uncle Jin. At the beginning, your father and I were classmates, but I didn't expect you and my little rabbit cub to be classmates. It's all fate. Jin Zun looked at Song Yuan and said with a smile, Hello Uncle Jin. Song Yuan said politely. Bang. Poof. Uncle Jin knows that you are a capable person, and this time you go to the yellow sand roof. This little rabbit will trouble you to take care of it. When you come back, my uncle will hold a celebration banquet for you. From now on, you are my nephew, in this imperial capital. As long as the Jin family can do it, you can open your mouth. Jin Zun looked at Song Yuan and said, The Jin family sells information, so they naturally know what Song Yuan did in the Sumeru mirror in 3 days ago. That's why he said that. Don't worry, Uncle Jin. Xiao Jin and I are good friends, and if he has something to do, I will naturally not stand by. Song Yuan said. He heard Jin Zun's voice. What Jin Zun said is that when you come back, you will have a celebration banquet. This is what you mean by him and Jin Zizai. What he said later was more like a deal. If he helped Jin Zizai in the yellow sand and let him come back alive, then the Jin family owed him a favor. As long as he speaks, he will never shirk what the Jin family can do. As the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom, the Jin family has a favor that is very valuable. Both sides are smart people and instantly understand each other's meanings. With your words, my uncle is relieved. Jin Zun looked at Song Yuan and said with a smile, Little Songzi, come quickly, let the eldest An hug you. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from Song Yuan's side. Before Song Yuan had time to turn her head and look in the direction where the sound came from, she felt that she was being held into a soft embrace, although this soft embrace made him enjoy it more. But in public, it is a bit embarrassing to be held like this. Auntie, let me go first. Song Yuan struggled for a moment, and found that the other party's strength was extremely strong, and he did not break free, so he hurriedly said, The person who hugged him was Nangong Xiaomei's mother. That is, the person who made his eldest father and second father afraid when they mentioned it, his eldest aunt who had been curious for a long time, Wu Yinin. You little guy is still shy, completely different from your mad dog father, Wu Yinin said after letting go of Song Yuan. Although the Nangong family does not sell intelligence, it also has its own sources of intelligence. Therefore, Wu Yinin knew the existence of Song Yuan. Moreover, Song Yuan's mother called Wu Yinin and asked her to take care of Song Yuan more in the imperial capital. Auntie, your greeting gift makes me a little suffocated. Are there any other greetings? Song Yuan said and stretched out his hand. You want to meet me? No problem, this is for you. Wu Yinin said, suddenly took Nangong Xiaomei's hand and put it in Song Yuan's hand. This sudden scene surprised Song Yuan and Nangong Xiaomei at the same time, and hurriedly let go of each other's hands. You two little guys are still shy. I told your mother that if we give birth to people of the same sex, we will let them be brothers or sisters. If you give birth to the opposite sex, let them be husband and wife. How is it? Are you satisfied with your future daughter-in-law? Wu Yinin said. Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? Nangong Xiaomei couldn't help but say, although she also admitted that Song Yuan was actually quite good, but too doggy, not the type she likes. Auntie, if you marry hundreds of millions of spirit stones, I am quite willing. This little money, the Nangong family should be able to take it out. Song Yuan said with a smile. Nangong Xiaomei is indeed very beautiful, and her appearance appearance is the type that Song Muon likes, but his personality is too strong, and he still likes to be gentle. He prefers girls who look like kittens. You guy is even more shameless than your mad dog father. If you want a dowry of hundreds of millions of spirit stones, there is no problem, the Nangong family will take it out. However, why do you have to give a bride price of 1 billion spirit stones? Wu Yining said. The doctor said that I have a bad stomach, so I can only eat soft rice. Why don't I go to Nangong's house to be a door-to-door son-in-law? Song Muon said with a smile. As long as you can persuade your mad dog father to come to Nangong's house as a son-in-law. I don't want a penny of the bride price, and I will stick hundreds of millions of spirit stones upside down, Wu Yining said. While the two were joking with each other, the airships of Huadu Academy and Imperial Capital Academy landed. Everyone's eyes were attracted to the past. Brother dog. At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came out of the crowd. Little cheap. After hearing this voice, Song Muon said in surprise. At this time, Yunde squeezed over from the crowd and gave Song Muon a big hug. Brother dog, long time no see. You want me to die? Yunde said excitedly. I was still wondering if you would be selected to go to the yellow sand roof, but I didn't expect it to really come. Song Muon said excitedly. Yunde has the morality ability of sequence 16 and should have a place among the freshmen in the Magic City. Therefore, it is reasonable that he was chosen. Brother dog, little cheap. Soon, another voice came. Hearing this voice, Song Muon and Yunde turned their heads at the same time. They found that Tang Chi-Chi was standing in front of them. Chi-Chi, seventh brother, the two said in surprise at the same time. At this moment, the three musketeers of Phoenix No. 6 Middle School gathered again. Chi-Chi, it's become a lot more beautiful. Come, let brother dog kiss you, Song Muon said and walked towards Tang Chi-Chi. He didn't lie about this. Tang Chi-Chi did become much more beautiful. Although Tang Chi-Chi was originally a big beauty at the school flower level, she was a little worse in terms of dressing up in high school before. She is now a college student and has improved a lot in terms of dressing. Moreover, she also put on light makeup today, which looks even more glamorous and moving. Get out! Tang Chi-Chi raised his leg angrily. However, although the leg was raised, it was not kicked out, just to scare Song Muon. Ha ha ha. This time our three swordsmen gathered. Absolutely, God blocked the killing of the god, and the Buddha blocked the killing of the Buddha, Song Muon said with a laugh. When Jin's eyes saw this scene, a trace of envy flashed in his eyes. Because of his identity, there are many people who flatter him. However, he had no real friends. He felt that his relationship with Song Muon was already very good, and he could be regarded as a friend. However, seeing the feeling of Song Muon and Yunde and Tang Chi-Chi getting along, he knew that this was something he couldn't compare. Come on, little cheap Chi-Chi, this is my mother's eldest sister. Although she is not pro-life, but she is better than her relative. At the same time, she is also a friend of the eldest father and the second father. You can just call her Aunt Wu. Song Muon introduced Tang Chi-Chi and Yunde. Hello Aunt Wu. Tang Chi-Chi and Yunde said respectfully at the same time. Although they are the three musketeers, they still respect their elders. Auntie, this is my dad's son, Yunde. This is my second father's daughter, Tang Chi-Chi. Song Muon gave another introduction to Wu Yining. Yun Dashan's son? Exactly like his father. He looks honest at first glance, and his heart is full of bad water, Wu Yining said. Aunt Wu, you look at people so accurately. Yunde was not angry, but said with a smile. He knew Song Muon, and since Song Muon took the initiative to introduce him and Tang Chi-Chi, it showed that the relationship between the elders was extraordinary. I took back what I said just now. You are even cheaper than Yun Dashan, and you are worthy of being a little cheap. Subsequently, Wu Yining looked at Tang Chi-Chi again. Tang Zio's pointed mouth and monkey cheeks, with a refined scum appearance, how could he give birth to such a beautiful daughter? That guy is really blessed. After you come back from the yellow sand roof, you must come to your house and sit down. Auntie will pick up the dust for you. Wu Yining looked at several people and said. Although she didn't seem to have a good face for Yunde and Tang Chi-Chi just now, the way she looked at the two of them was also full of worry. After all, the yellow sand roof is too dangerous. In any case, the two are the sons of friends, and she doesn't want anything to happen to anyone. Auntie, don't worry, when we come back, we will definitely be guests at your house, Tang Chi-Chi said. Shout Chi-Chi, when you come back, your aunt will recognize you as your goddaughter. These stinky boys look too bad. It's better to be a girl. Auntie likes her daughter. When Wu Yining was talking, suddenly the oriental god of war greeted everyone and was ready to go. Little Songzi, help me take care of my little sister. Also, you must come back alive, definitely. At this time, Wu Yining hurriedly said to Song Muon. She revealed her true feelings at this time, looking at several people with worried eyes. Don't worry, I'll take care of her. Auntie, Uncle Jean, you are ready for the celebration banquet, waiting for us to return victorious, Song Muon said to Wu Yining and Jin Zun, then turned around and left. Dad, the boss is right, waiting for us to return victorious, Jin Zizi said, turned around and followed Song Muon. In this way, in the worried eyes of Jin Zun and Wu Yining, Song Muon and the others boarded the airship. Airships are higher-level flying objects than airships, both in terms of safety level and speed. They are much higher. At this moment, everyone was sitting on the airship looking a little dull. well. This time, just like the Eastern God of War said, Wadu Academy and Demon Capital Academy also had more than 30 superpowers from the King realm each following. I won't say anything superfluous, I believe you all know the precautions. Now, you need to choose a captain. In the Yellow Sand Roof, everyone must unconditionally obey the captain's orders. Even if this order is stupid and can put forward different opinions, it must be carried out when it is time to carry it out. Once your team gathers, you must not be separated, the Eastern God of War said at this time. He had once entered the Yellow Sand Cave and knew the situation inside. He knew very well that in the Yellow Sand Roof, only by uniting and working hard in one place could he live as much as possible. I choose brother dog. Yunde was the first to say. Me too. Tang Chichi followed closely behind. The two of us too. I also choose Song Wan. At this time, Huang Tianba, Jin Zizai, and Nangong Xiaomei also expressed their positions. Nangong Xiaomei chose Song Wan, that's because, when she was in the Sumeru mirror, Song Wan's ghost ideas were very good, and the command was also extremely good. What about the four of you? The Eastern God of War looked at the other four people who had not expressed their position and asked. As soon as he said this, the four people looked at each other, because they didn't know Song Wan at all. They didn't know him at all. Da Jiang, old cow, believe me, it's right to choose brother Go. At this time, Yunde looked at the two students of the Magic Capital Academy and said, we have no objection. Hearing Yunde say this, the two students of the Magic Capital looked at each other and showed their attitude. We both agree. Two students from Huadu Academy said. Others supported Song Wan, and they knew that they had no choice. Can only agree. In that case, Song Wan, from now on, you will be the captain of the Yellow Sand Roof Squad. I hope you can bring them all out alive. Seeing his master's serious expression, Song Wan nodded. Now, get acquainted with each other. The Eastern God of War said a word and left, handing over the time to Song Wan and the others. Now we have to do two things. First, say your abilities and names. Song Wan looked at everyone and said, Yunde, the moral ability of sequence 16. Tang Chichi, the reincarnation ability of sequence 10. Jin Zizai, the freedom ability of sequence 37. Huang Tianba, the faith ability of sequence 57. Nangong Xiaomei, the bloodthirsty ability of sequence 33. Jiangshan, the phantom moon ability of sequence 38. Bull War, sequence 82's grumpy ability. Zhao Yuan, the Kunping ability of sequence 20. Hua Knows, the ice ability of sequence 80. Hearing the introduction of others, everyone's eyes widened. All of them are the top 100 abilities in the sequence. Nangong Xiaomei stared at Tang Chichi even more. Tang Chichi is not inferior to her in terms of beauty, and the sequence of supernatural abilities is in front of her, and it turned out to be a top 10 sequence. She suddenly felt like she was being crushed. Captain, what kind of ability do you have? Zhao Yuan looked at Song Wan and asked. My ability is disguise. Disguise? This doesn't seem to be in the first 100 sequences? Zhao Yuan frowned and said. He thought before that Song Wan would be the top 10 abilities in the sequence. It's really not the top 100 in the sequence. What's the problem? Song Wan looked at Zhao Yuan and asked. It's not even the sequence of the top 100. Why should you be our captain? Zhao Yuan said very unconvincingly. If Tang Chichi, who had awakened the reincarnation ability, became their captain, he would not have any opinions. Probably by appearance. I've always won by looks. It's not that I look down on you. You ask yourself, who can surpass me in terms of appearance? Song Wan said with a smile. He was not angry at Zhao Yuan's questioning, because it is a good thing to have doubts. If there are no doubts, it means that these people have no opinions. The people who can go to the Yellow Sand Roof are all peerless geniuses, 1 in 10,000, arrogant and normal. Hearing Song Wan say this, the corners of Zhao Yuan's mouth twitched. There were 10 people who went to the Yellow Sand Roof, 7 men and 3 women. In terms of appearance alone, Song Wan is definitely the top among the 7 boys. My boss is the first among our freshmen in the Imperial Capital, which is recognized by everyone. Whether it is in terms of combat effectiveness or resourcefulness, my boss is the best. Jin Zizai said aloud. Song Wan, are you the one who passed the college entrance examination perfectly with 2,000 points? At this time, the student named Niuzhan from the Magic Capital Academy suddenly asked. That's right, it's him. Then I have no objection. Zhao Yuan also stopped talking. The existence of the number 1 combat power among the freshmen of the Imperial Capital Academy is not weak. Now, let's talk about the second thing. Each of you tore off a corner of close-fitting clothing for me. Song Wan continued. Boss, what are you going to do? Jin Zizai asked. Just when Jin Zizai asked this, Yunde and Tang Chichi tore off a corner of their clothes without hesitation and handed them to Song Wan. Their expressions were full of trust in Song Wan. Seeing this scene, a hint of strangeness flashed in Jin Zizi and Huang Tianba's eyes. Jin Zi finally understood at this time why the relationship between himself and Song Wan was not as good as Yunde and Tang Chichi. Because of what Song Wan said, he would subconsciously question it. Although he didn't do it, he always wanted to figure it out. But Yunde and Tang Chichi will not hesitate to do what Song Wan said, which is the biggest gap between them. him. Yunding and Tang Chichi wouldn't think about what the reason Song Yuan did was at all. They knew that since Song Yuan said this, they naturally had their reasons. All they have to do is trust him unconditionally. I want the corners of your clothes to remember the smell on your body. After entering the yellow sand roof, I will rely on your scent to find you. In this regard, Song Yuan gave everyone a reasonable explanation. Hearing him say this, the others suddenly realized. Brother dog, have you really become a dog? Got a dog nose? Yunda looked at Song Yuan in surprise at this time and asked. It's just a small skill. Song Yuan actually doesn't have the skill to find people based on smell, but Chocho does. This was something he had accidentally discovered before. When he was in the villa before, he put some snacks in some places at will. Every time, Chocho can rely on his sense of smell to find these snacks very accurately. This is another skill of Chocho, finding people and things. Soon, several other people also tore off a corner of their clothes and handed them to Song Yuan. Song Yuan put these corners of his clothes in the pasture and asked Chocho to remember their smell first, because he was worried that in case he was in the yellow sand roof for some reason, these strips of cloth would be damaged. Therefore, make preparations in advance. Senior Dongfang, I heard that this Song Yuan is your disciple? At this time, an old man with a beard next to the Eastern God of War looked at him and asked. Yes, the apprentice I just received this year. The Eastern God of War nodded. His mind is much more mature than his peers. I was worried that their team had just come into contact and there was a lack of cooperation between the players. I didn't expect him to take all the problems into account in such a short period of time. Rare. Luo Qi who said. He's just a little clever. Although the Oriental God of War said this, he had a bright smile on his face. His apprentice was praised by others, which made his face naturally light as a master. In the midst of everyone's chatter, they finally came to the outskirts of the Sea of Death. The Sea of Death is not a sea, but a desert. At this time, they found that in front of them, yellow sand was full of sand and the wind was raging, forming spectacular sandstorms. These sandstorms are overwhelming and give people a strong sense of oppression. Eastern God of War, are we here waiting for the sandstorm to stop, or do we continue to move forward? At this time, the airship pilot asked the Eastern God of War. The opening time of the yellow sand roof is not fixed, and it will fluctuate before and after. No one knows how long this sandstorm will last. If we miss the opening time of the yellow sand roof, it will be bad. Leave 10 people to protect these little guys, and the others will follow me to open a passage for the airship. The Eastern God of War gave the order. Those superpowers of the King Realm on the airship followed the Eastern God of War and left the airship. Soon, they appeared outside the airship. In front of the power of nature, human beings seem a little small. However, the Eastern God of War and the more than 90 King Realm superpowers behind him were not afraid at all at this moment. I saw them forming a cone-shaped team, with the Eastern God of War at the forefront and the others following him in pairs. In the next second, these more than 90 superpowers of the King Realm launched an attack at the same time. A shockwave like a sharp sword flew out of the conical formation. After this sword flew out, it got bigger and bigger. In the blink of an eye, the sword body exceeded a kilometer. Boom! Then, the sword fell in the sandstorm. The original sandstorm was opened up to a vacuum zone. At first glance, it looks like the sky has been cut open. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the airship and the Oriental God of War flew forward from this opening at the fastest speed. In this way, many superpowers of the King Realm opened up the way, and the airship followed them forward. This lasted for more than an hour before everyone rushed out of the sandstorm. At this time, even the Eastern God of War was tired enough. Competing with the power of nature, they were still much worse. This was still the power of more than 90 King Realm superpowers. If it were an individual, it was estimated that he would die of exhaustion. If you want to use your personal strength to compete with the power of nature, I am afraid that only the Holy Venerable can do it. Let's take a break here and move on, the Eastern God of War said. 10 minutes later, the team set off. Half an hour later, Song Yuan and the others saw through the glass of the airship that an oasis appeared in the most central part of the desert. At this moment, outside the oasis, there were 2 airships parked that were very similar to the airships they were riding on. This is the Maple Leaf Country and the Big Stick Country. I didn't expect them to come so early. The beard on the airship said to the Eastern God of War. Don't pay attention to them, we'll land on the other side. Coming to the oasis, a teacher of Huadu Academy waved his palm. Suddenly, countless tree trunks appeared on the ground. These tree trunks quickly formed several tree houses. I'm going, the art of 3 bedrooms and 1 living room. Seeing this scene, Song Yuan said silently in his heart. He is still quite envious of this ability. After all, this ability is very practical, and if you go out in the future, you don't have to worry about having a place to live. Eddie, all Eddie. This is Song Yuan's heart. He had already thought that after the computer was upgraded to the 2nd generation, he would definitely copy this ability first. Maple Leaf Country and Big Stick Country only glanced at the arrival of the Dragon Kingdom from a distance, and did not make any other moves. It didn't take long for these countries such as the Beautiful Country, the Sun Country, the Bear Country, the Sun Never Set, and the Hexagon Country all came to the oasis one after another. In every country, except for the players who entered the yellow sand roof, there were dozens or hundreds of superpowers in the king realm. It seems that each one is very well prepared. There was no greeting between everyone. They all looked for a place and waited quietly. Time passed minute by minute, and soon, the sun set and dusk came. The opening of the yellow sand roof this time is much later than before. The Eastern god of war said to Luo Hu, according to past experience, the later the yellow sand roof is opened, the more complicated the situation will be. As soon as Luo Qi whose words fell, suddenly the sunset in the sky slowly condensed. Eventually, it turned into a red light and fell in the lake of the oasis. Attention, the roof of yellow sand is about to open. The Eastern god of war stood up and said. At the same time, people from other countries all stood up and walked towards the lake in the middle of the oasis. When the red light fell on the lake shook. Soon, the lake swelled as if the pot had been boiled. Immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot out from the lake. The beam of light rose into the sky and slowly unfolded in the air, forming something similar to a mirror. The entrance to the yellow sand roof has appeared. You guys, get ready to enter, the Eastern god of war hurriedly said with a serious expression. As soon as his words fell, Song Muan and the others clearly felt that their bodies were grabbed and thrown out. Then, a few of them flew uncontrollably towards the mirror. The same is true for members of other countries. Those who entered the roof of yellow sand, like dumplings, were thrown into the mirror one after another. After Song Muan and the others came into contact with the mirror, they were like a small pebble falling on the calm lake, creating a little ripple and then disappearing. Seeing that Song Muan and the others had all entered the yellow sand roof, the Oriental god of war and the others breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, they sat down in the tree houses and began to recharge. Now recuperate. After Song Muan and the others come out of the yellow sand roof, they will start fighting. The same is true for people in other countries. After Song Muan and the others were thrown into the mirror, they felt a powerful force tearing their bodies. They couldn't care about anything else at this time. They could only use the supernatural energy in their bodies to protect themselves. However, the clothes on their bodies were not so lucky. They were all broken. Age, 18, including the noble phantasm worn by some people. It stands to reason that the noble phantasm on some people's bodies cannot be shattered by the power under the king's realm. However, at this time, it was still broken, and their bodies, even if they are protected by the supernatural energy in their bodies, are not as strong as noble phantasms. But in fact, their bodies were not harmed in any way. This is very strange. Of course, at this moment, Song Muan and the others had no intention of thinking about these things at all. They felt as if they were in a drum washing machine at the moment, being shaken wildly. I don't know how long it took. Song Muan suddenly felt that she was thrown out of the drum washing machine, and then began to do free fall exercises. Before he could react, he felt that he had fallen to the ground. The ground is hard and a bit cool. This is Song Muan's first feeling, but fortunately, because the place where he fell was not high, he just fell a little painfully and was not injured. After falling to the ground, Song Muan slowly got up and opened his eyes after more than 10 seconds. He found that he was in a world of ice and snow at the moment. At a glance, the surroundings were not only lonely, but also devoid of vegetation. Song Muan stood up, and when the cold wind blew, he suddenly felt a hint of coolness. At this time, he realized that he was naked. This point, long before entering the yellow sand roof, he already knew that such a thing would happen, so he didn't find it strange. He tried to open the network disk and found that there were no restrictions. So, he hurriedly took out a piece of clothing and a pair of shoes from the net disk. Because it is very convenient to store objects on the network disk, so many of his daily necessities, there are backups. I don't know where Xiao Qianxian and Chi-Chi fell. Copy, paste. Subsequently, Song Muan copied and pasted the clothes and shoes. After consuming less than one spirit stone, he had 2 more sets of clothes exactly the same as his body, 2 pairs of identical shoes. Subsequently, he opened the interface of Penguin Chat. As before, the Penguin Chat interface is still for people. He first clicked on Tang Chi-Chi's chat box. Chi-Chi, don't be surprised to hear my voice. It's me, your dear brother dog. I will teleport you a set of clothes and a pair of shoes. Please pay attention to checking. After Song Muan finished speaking, he clicked on the file transfer, and then selected a set of clothes and a pair of shoes in his hand. Yes, soon, the chosen thing disappeared. Immediately afterwards, Song Muan concocted the same method and sent warmth to Yunda. At this time, Tang Chi-Chi was in a woods. After she got up, she immediately planned to use the leaves and rattan in the woods to make a chest guard and a short skirt. In this way, she will not be naked. It's okay for boys to be naked, but girls are not very elegant like this. Tang Chi-Chi has no exposed habits. Just as she was about to act, Song Muan's voice sounded in her mind. This made her stunned in an instant. She didn't expect that Song Muan entered the yellow sand roof and had this ability similar to 1,000 miles of sound transmission. Before she could finish her amazement, there was a sudden spatial fluctuation above her head. Immediately afterwards, a set of clothes and a pair of shoes appeared in front of her. Brother dog, I love you. After going out, I will definitely give you a momota, Tang Chi-Chi said in surprise. As she spoke, she put on the fallen clothes and shoes as quickly as possible. Although it is a bit big, it is better than the the red strip. After putting on her clothes, she felt an inexplicable sense of security. I'm in a patch of ice and snow at the moment. If you're nearby, please pay attention to the movements around you. Immediately afterwards, Song Warmth's voice sounded in Tang Chi-Chi's mind again. When Tang Chi-Chi heard this, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. She was surrounded by a forest, not ice and snow, so it was destined that in a short period of time, she would not be able to join Song Muan. But it doesn't matter, as long as you work hard to survive in the yellow sand and join Song Muan, it will be a matter of time. So, Tang Chi-Chi shuttled through the woods. She was not moving fast and looked at everything around her vigilantly, because the yellow sand roof is full of danger. She had to be careful and careful. At the same time, Yundi also received the clothes transmitted by Song Muan in a valley. Brother dog, YYDS. Then, he shuttled through the valley. He had just taken a few steps when he saw a golden stone on a branch in front of him. This is National Luck Stone. After seeing the golden stone, Yundi said in surprise. His luck was a bit too good, and as soon as he came to the yellow sand roof, he found the National Fortune Stone. However, he did not act rashly, because according to the information given to him by the Magic Capital Academy, there is a guardian beast in front of every National Fortune Stone. If you want to get the National Fortune Stone, you must first kill the guardian beast. After Yunda's careful observation, he found that a green giant python was wrapped around the tree trunk under the National Fortune Stone. If you don't look closely, you will think that this green python is a vine that accompanies the tree. If it weren't for the relevant information about the yellow sand leaves before, Yunda might have rushed up at this time. Lu Mang, see how your grandfather Yunda surrenders to you. Yunda said and began to circle around the tree trunk from a distance. He was looking for flaws in Lu Mang, and at the same time he was thinking of a way to kill Lu Mang. After following Song Muan for so long, he already knew what impulse was the devil. If you want to kill a person, or a strange beast, you don't have to go head to head. Hiding it, secretly catching it off guard, and attacking it when it's unprepared is also a very good way. On the snow-capped mountain, Song Muan conveyed clothes to Tang Chi-Chi and Yunda, and then summoned Xiuqiu. As for the rest of the Dragon Kingdom, he was not on his friend list, so he can only say sorry. Song Muan felt that Xiuqiu, as a penguin, should like it very much. Your pet likes the current environment very much, with a favorability of +10 and a current favorability of 70. Seeing the prompt that suddenly appeared, a smile appeared on Song Muan's face. His guess was correct, and Xiuqiu really liked such an environment. At this time, the ball began to roll in the ice and snow on the top of the mountain, and it was very happy. Song Muan didn't stop the ball and let him play for a while. After all, there are not many such opportunities. Taking advantage of this time, Song Muan observed the surrounding environment. He found that he was on top of a snow-capped mountain, surrounded by a vast expanse of white. If you talk about the scenery alone, the snowy scenery here can be said to be beautiful. In the entire Dragon Kingdom, such beautiful scenery may not be found. After enjoying the snowy scenery for a while, Song Muan looked down at her clothes. His clothes were black, and in the white snow, he looked particularly eye-catching. So, he hurriedly filled his clothes with white. It has become a snow polar suit. In this way, at least visually, it is not so easy to discover yourself. Xiuqiu, enough fun. It's time for us to get down to business, Song Muan said, turning a stone next to him into a sled. When he was on Earth before, he would invite a few friends to ski every winter. So, his skiing skills are still good. As soon as he moved, wearing a sled, he jumped down from the top of the mountain. Then, like a snow elf, he was speeding fast on the snow. Seeing Song Muan like this, Xiuqiu also jumped, using his stomach as a sled, and then followed Song Muan. Although Song Muan hasn't skied for a long time, because of his current physical fitness, it is far from comparable to what he was on Earth. Therefore, in the process of skiing, there was no rustiness. Song Muan and Xiuqiu twisted left and right, and quickly galloped down from the top of the snow-capped mountain. Ha! Saushuria! In the process of sliding down, Song Muan saw a delicate white flower blooming. He recognized it at a glance. It was the legendary snow lotus. This snow lotus is the size of a football and has an orange stamens in the center. The age of the snow lotus is directly proportional to the size, and the snow lotus the size of a football is at least 400 or 500 years old. Legend has it that the vintage snow lotus can not only live the dead, but also flesh and bones. What's more, taking it can increase strength. In the face of this kind of good thing, Song Muan naturally didn't want to miss it. But at this time, he was sliding on a sled and rushed down quickly under the snowy mountain, unable to stop at all. Xiuqiu, go pick that snow lotus back for me, and I'll give you 10 packs of spicy dried fish. Song Muan hurriedly communicated in the depths of his heart. Xiuqiu heard the words 10 packs of dried fish, didn't say a word, twisted his body, and disappeared into the void. 10 packs of spicy dried fish. Song Muan has never been so generous. In the past, a maximum of 5 packs were given. Song Muan gave too much, and he hesitated for a second more, which was disrespectful to himself. When Xiuqiu appeared again, it was directly in front of Shuelian. Just as he stretched out his hand and was about to grab Shuelian, suddenly an ice arrow flew from the side. This startled Xiuqiu, and his figure flashed and he hid. However, in the next second, a small black and white claw claw stretched out from the rhizome of the snow lotus and grabbed the snow lotus. Then, with a hard pull of this little claw, Shuelian was uprooted and disappeared into the void along with Qiuqiu. Roar! After Shuelian disappeared, an angry roar came from the side. With this roar, the entire snow-capped mountain shook. Song Yuan, who was sliding forward with a rumbling, heard a huge roar behind him. He turned his head to take a look and found that all the snow on the snow-capped mountains was surging. No, it's an avalanche. Song Yuan was shocked. Such a big avalanche, if he was crushed underneath, it would be over. The power of faith. I'm the fastest man in the world. When the power of belief spread throughout his body, Song Yuan's skiing speed suddenly skyrocketed. It's like behind the body, boosters are added. Roar! Seeing that Song Yuan's speed suddenly increased, another angry roar came from above the snow-capped mountain. This roar was even more angry than before, and it quickly spread throughout the snow-capped mountains. This time the snow-capped mountains did not shake, but on the snow monsters kept coming out, and the rolling snow slowly turned into a snow monster. These snow monsters rode the same snow-white mounts, frantically chasing Song Yuan. At this time, Song Yuan found that there were a large number of snow monsters blocking his way in front of and behind him. He was already unavoidable. What did this fool do? How did he provoke the fury of the snow monster on the snowy mountain? Song Yuan thought to himself. However, at this time, it is not about what Qiuqiu has done. Instead, you should think about how you can get out of the encirclement of the snow monster. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to the snow monster, Song Yuan still didn't think of any way. There is no way, at this point, I can only break through. The power of faith. Sun Fist. In order to break out of the encirclement of the snow monster at once, Song Yuan used two powers. The power of faith and the amount of solar energy. I saw him raise his fist and punch the snow monster blocking his way in front of him. Suddenly, a fist seal like an energy cannon flew out from above his fist. The snow monsters in front of them that blocked Song Yuan's way, after touching this huge fist mark, were like snow meeting the scorching sun, and they melted instantly. With this punch, he opened a gap in the numerous snow monsters that surrounded him in front of the bread. Song Yuan slid on the sleigh and rushed out of the gap that was blasted out. Roar! Seeing this situation, another roar came from above the snow-capped mountain. Along with this roar, there were countless huge ice spikes. These ice spikes spread from the top of the snow-capped mountain to the bottom of the mountain. Soon, he caught up with Song Yuan, placed on the top floor. Faced with such an attack, Song Yuan hurriedly used this skill. Therefore, when the ice spikes emerged from the snow and stabbed at him, his whole body instantly rose high. In the end, he stood on an ice spike. In this way, his sliding body was also forced to stop. At the same time, he saw that the snow in front of him was churning. It didn't take long for a huge snowman to appear in front of him. Behind this snowman, there are also a large number of snow monsters. The snowman was about 3 meters tall, with a round body, an icy blue crown on his head, and a blue and white scepter in his hand. Song Yuan immediately checked the attributes of this snowman. Object name, Snow King. Age, 124. Physical strength, 24,381. Platinum 1. Soul strength, 23896. Platinum 1. Ability type, Ice and Snow. Combat power, 48277 plus 20%. When Song Yuan saw that you had the attributes of the Snow King, his eyes widened. He found that the strength of this Snow King had reached Platinum 1. Most importantly, he found that in the combat effectiveness column, there was actually a plus 20% mark. This is the first time he has seen such a situation in such a long time. Showy, what does the last 20% of this combat effectiveness mean? Song Yuan hurriedly asked Showy. This is the Ice and Snow world, and this 20% is the combat effectiveness bonus of the Snow King. Hearing Xiaoyi's answer, Song Yuan's face became ugly. He knew that people with different attributes of superpowers could exert different combat effectiveness in different environments. For example, a person with water attribute abilities will have a surge in combat effectiveness in a place full of water. Fire attribute superpowers, in the sea of fire, their combat effectiveness will skyrocket. The strength of the Snow King Platinum 1 is already very strong. Now due to environmental factors, there is still a 20% combat effectiveness bonus, which has reached the Diamond Realm. It is said that there are many dangers in this yellow sand roof, but this is too dangerous. As soon as I entered the yellow sand roof, I met this perverted guy. If others encounter this situation, wouldn't it be certain that they would die? Song Yuan thought so in his heart. In fact, what he didn't know was that he brought on the current situation. If he hadn't let Qiuqiu take away the snow lotus on the snowy mountain, the Snow King wouldn't have been furious. Because, the Snow King is now the strength of Platinum 1, as long as he continues to take Snow Lotus, he can break through to the Diamond Realm. However, Snow Lotus was taken away by Qiuqiu. Can he not be angry? The growth of the Snowman clan is already extremely slow, and the Snow King is now 124 years old before he breaks through to the Platinum 1. Finally about to break through to the Diamond Realm, the key to the breakthrough, Shuelian, was cut off. The Snow King couldn't find Qiuqiu, so he could only open the knife with Song Yuan. After all, Song Yuan stayed with Qiuqiu before. Roar! At this moment, the Snow King opened his mouth and let out a roar. Accompanying it, countless countless winds and snows hit Song Wuan. At this point, there is only one battle. Speaking of which, I have never fought with all my might. Today, just try where your limits are. Song Wuan said and began to fight back. He said, swinging his fist and scattering the ice and snow that was whistling towards him. Seeing this, the Snow King raised the scepter in his hand. The next moment, he waved his scepter quickly. In an instant, countless dense ice arrows, ice picks, and ice spikes attacked Song Wuan overwhelmingly. Insert the border. Insert cell. In the face of such an attack, Song Wuan first inserted a border on the outside of his body and then inserted countless cells outside the frame. Bang 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 bang. When the Snow King's attacks landed on the space wall of the cell, they kept making a loud sound. During this period, those ice arrows and ice picks continued to disappear. However, the space wall of the cell is also constantly broken. The number of cells placed on the outside of Song Wuan's body was decreasing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing this situation, the Snow King waved his scepter again. This time, a layer of white light appeared above his scepter. Wherever the white light went, everything was frozen. It's like absolutely frozen, Song Wuan said, mobilizing the amount of solar energy in his body, and at the same time mixed with the energy of faith, he waved his fist. A huge fist mark went towards the white light. However, when the fist seal came into contact with the white light, it was only stalemate for less than 2 seconds, and it was actually frozen. This was something Song Wuan didn't expect. The Snow King could even freeze the attack composed of this kind of energy. He didn't have time to dodge at all, and the white light crossed over his body as quickly as possible. Song Wuan felt a strong cold air hitting her. The next moment, he felt that his body was frozen and he couldn't move at all. What a powerful frozen power, Song Wuan exclaimed. At this time, the Snow King raised his scepter and saw the ice and snow on the snowy mountain converge, forming an iceberg 34 meters high above Song Wuan's head. Then he smashed it down at Song Wuan. If this is hit, Song Wuan will definitely be smashed to pieces, like ice breaking. At this critical moment, Song Wuan hurriedly shrank her body, and then there was enough space. Immediately afterwards, he used the place on the top skill. Therefore, when the iceberg fell, his body automatically passed through the iceberg and appeared on top of it. Ha! Song Wuan, who appeared on the iceberg, breathed a long sigh of relief. It is no exaggeration to say that just now he passed directly by death. If he moves a little slower, I'm afraid he will be cold. This is the closest he has been to death in so long. You attacked for a long time, and next, it's my turn, Song Wuan said, opening the word. Suddenly, the space within a radius of a kilometer was all in his hands. Next, it was time for him to fight back. After opening word, the first thing Song Wuan did was to establish as many hyperlinks as possible in a space within a radius of 1,000 meters, because hyperlinks are the most effective whether they are used to attack or dodge. Subsequently, Song Wuan placed tens of thousands of cells around the Snow King. Although these cells cannot always resist the Snow King's attacks, they can prevent him from escaping. Insert form. Insert the center vertical line. Delete. Song Wuan used some bells and whistles to harass the Snow King while using the delete skill on him. Delete this target. Remaining time 149 hours, 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. As expected of the strong man of Platinum 1, it took 150 hours to forcibly delete it. After seeing the prompt, Song Wuan thought to himself, 150 hours, a little more than 6 days. If Song Wuan did nothing and waited quietly for 6 days, it was obviously impossible, because once the Snow King runs out of the space covered by his word within a radius of 1,000 meters, the deletion skill will lose its effect. However, Song Wuan is not worried about this. 150 hours means that it will take so much time for the Snow King to delete it without external force. If attacked by external forces, the time required for this deletion will be continuously shortened. His attack has just begun. Immediately afterwards, he used his own ability. Question: if a person commits suicide, is there one more suicide person or one less person in this world? This is the power of knowledge. Delete this target. 138 hours, 46 minutes, and 52 seconds remaining. As the power of knowledge fell on the Snow King, the deletion time was instantly reduced by 11 hours. You have sores on the top of your head, pus on the soles of your feet, and you fall and eat when you walk. This is the power of language. At the same time, Song Wuan also used the power of his eyes. Delete this target. Remaining time 115 hours, 50 minutes, and 47 seconds. Sun Fist. Me too. The power of faith. The power of anger. The power of grumpy. The power of jealousy. Hiss. The power of greed. The power of kindness. Next, Song Wuan was able to gather all the power he had used. However, these forces have been converging in his body, and he has not played out, because he is still holding back his big move. If you don't hold your ultimate for a while, it doesn't deserve to be called a big move. Finally, when nearly 20 forces converged in Song Wuan's body couldn't bear it a little. Unity is strength. At this moment, Song Wuan roared and threw a punch. The powers he used before were all single, although they could be superimposed, but the individual powers were not strong. But after uniting, these forces are fused, and the power they can exert increases geometrically. It's like, if one person's strength is 1, 1, he punches another person 20 times, and the damage that person takes may not be very serious. Because of the 20 punches you throw, he can withstand the power of each punch. However, at this time, if it is a person with a strength of 20 and throws a punch, this person may not be able to bear it. In a simple word, a person with a strength of 20 can break the defense. Boom! When the united punch fell on the Snow King's body, in an instant, the Snow King's body was mutilated. Delete this target, 10 minutes and 51 seconds remaining. It's not dead yet. When Song Nuan saw the prompt, she was a little surprised. His powerful punch just now only seriously injured the Snow King. After this punch, the energy in Song Nuan's body had been exhausted. He didn't hesitate at all, and spent 7,500 spirit stones at the first time to make abnormal repairs. Previously, when he was in the third golden year, he only needed to spend 5,000 spirit stones to replenish energy and mind. He closed the door 3 days before he came to the yellow sand roof and broke through to the second gold. Unexpectedly, it cost 7,500 spirit stones to replenish energy. Fortunately, Song Nuan is not short of money now. The Snow King dragged his mutilated body at this time and wanted to leave. He never thought that he would be beaten like this by an inconspicuous ant. Because Song Nuan is still using delete on him, he can still feel a strong sense of crisis. He knew that if he didn't leave quickly, he might die today. However, Song Nuan naturally couldn't let him leave so easily. Insert the histogram. At the next moment, several stone pillars rose above the ground, pushing the Snow King up. Immediately afterwards, countless black spears fell from the sky. Because the Snow King was already seriously injured, this time, it was too late to dodge. The next moment, more than a dozen black spears were inserted into his huge body. Delete this target, 3 seconds remaining. 2 seconds, 1 second. Delete successful. With the appearance of the prompt that the deletion was successful, the huge body of the Snow King disappeared. It's really powerful enough. When Song Nuan said this, she breathed a long sigh of relief. It is still quite difficult to go all out to kill a Platinum 1-1 Snow King. At this time, Song Nuan suddenly discovered that his military exploits had increased by 50,000 yuan on his honor bracelet. Coupled with his original 100,000 military exploits, as well as the snow monsters he had just killed, his total combat merits now are nearly 160,000. Kill the strange beasts of the Platinum Realm, and you can get 50,000 military merits. Then it's not very difficult to get 1,000,000 military exploits. You only need to kill 20 strange beasts in the Platinum Realm. After the death of the Snow King, the surrounding snow monsters suddenly became leaderless and fled frantically in fright. For them, Song Nuan did not kill them all. It is not that he is benevolent, but it is really unnecessary. Xiuqiu, come out. Seeing that the snow monster had fled, Song Nuan called Xiuqiu out. Soon, Xiuqiu appeared, holding 4 snow lotus trees in his hand. One of them is about the size of a basin. This is a 1,000-year-old snow lotus. After Song Nuan saw the 4 snow lotuses in Xiuqiu's hand clearly, her eyes widened instantly. He said why the Snow King was so irritable, and this guy Xiuqiu had raided his house again. It is estimated that these 4 snow lotuses are all the snow lotuses on this snowy mountain. Xiuqiu took a snow lotus and placed it in front of Song Nuan, and then wrote the number 10 on the ground. His meaning is very clear: 1 snow lotus, exchange for 10 packs of spicy dried fish. Give it all to me, I'll give you 40 packs of spicy dried fish, Song Nuan said. Hearing Song Nuan say this, Xiuqiu did not hand Shuilian to him. Instead, he looked at Song Nuan, as if he was thinking about something. Seeing Xiuqiu's thoughts, Song Nuan took out 10 packs of spicy dried fish and placed them in front of him. Forget it, come one by one, addition and multiplication of more than 10, it's too difficult for you. After Xiuqiu put away 10 packs of spicy dried fish, he took out a snow lotus again and placed it in front of Song Nuan. This is repeated a total of 4 times. The reason why he hesitated just now was because he didn't understand. 1 snow lotus can be exchanged for 10 packs of spicy dried fish, and those 4 snow lotuses can be exchanged for a total of how many dried fish can be exchanged. Have you found anything else on this snowy mountain? Hearing Song Nuan ask, Xiuqiu fell into deep thought again. After about 3 seconds, his figure flashed and disappeared into the void. After more than 10 seconds, Xiuqiu appeared, holding a golden stone in his hand. This is the National Fortune Stone. After seeing the things in the ball player clearly, Song Nuan exclaimed. He didn't expect to get a National Fortune Stone so easily. He hurriedly took the National Fortune Stone from Xiuqiu's hand. I'll go. At the moment of receiving the National Fortune Stone, Song Nuan stumbled and almost fell, because he originally thought that a fist-sized stone weighed only 1 or 2 pounds. Who would have thought that this National Fortune Stone weighed hundreds of pounds? Such a small stone, so heavy, how dense is this? While Song Nuan thought so, he chose the National Fortune Stone and clicked to copy. This reproduction, it takes 100 years, 100 million spirit stones are required. Will it continue? When Song Nuan saw this prompt, she was stunned. This is the longest duplicated item he has ever encountered. The required spirit stones are also the most. No wonder it is called the National Fortune Stone, which contains such a huge amount of energy. However, how can this thing increase the national fortune? Song Nuan Song-won looked curious. He observed it over and over again for a while, and then planned to upload the National Fortune Stone to the network disk for preservation. This upload is expected to take 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Xiaoyi, can you improve the upload speed of the network disk? For every 5,000 spirit stones consumed, it can be shortened by 1 minute. Xiaoyi replied. Damn, I know that I have to open a VIP with those software on the earth. 5,000 spirit stones in 1 minute, 60 minutes, a total of 300,000 spirit stones, I spent it. Song-won said a little angrily. Now he has more than 30 million spirit stones stored in the C drive, so he is not short of money. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. After putting away the National Fortune Stone, Song-won slid on the sled and continued to gallop forward. Xiaoqiu followed him while eating dried fish. In this way, after more than 20 minutes, Song-won finally came to the snow-capped mountains. One knife, lion elegy. At this moment, Song-won suddenly heard a voice coming from a distance. He hurriedly hid his figure and let himself put on the top floor so that he would not leave footprints. Then he walked in the direction where the sound came from. Soon, he discovered that a man who was no more than 170 tall, naked, was fighting with a snow fox. At this time, this man already had the upper hand. Song-won immediately checked the other party's attributes. Target name, Cool Fukawachi. Physical strength, 780, silver 3. Soul strength, 764, silver 3. Ability type, airflow, SSS level potential. Combat effectiveness, 1544. Ant was Little Baga. When Song-won saw the other party's name clearly, he said silently in his heart. Although the other party is called the Sun Kingdom, in his opinion, it is the Ant Country. If you meet me, you will be unlucky. Song-won did not come forward, still hiding in the dark. At this moment, he stared at Fukawa Naiku with his eyes. Poof! The next moment, Fuchuan Ichiko directly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale, because the power of Song-won's eyes fell on him. His strength was too weak, and he couldn't bear the power of Song-won's eyes at all. How come? Fuchuanuchi exclaimed coolly. Please ignore the problem of different Chinese dialects. He didn't understand why he was suddenly attacked. At this time, the snow fox, who had been fighting with Fukuichiku, took the opportunity to pounce on him. Fuchuanuchi-ku didn't react for a while, and was pounced on by the snow fox and bit on his neck. At the same time, he also used 2 sharp claws to insert into Fuchuan's cool body and break his heart. In this way, the cruel death of Fuchuan can no longer be killed. Seeing this situation, Song-won smiled slightly and floated away. After the matter is over, I leave in a huff, hiding my achievements and fame deeply. He has no grudge against Buchuan Naiku, but Buchuan Naiku is a person from his aunt's country, so he deserves to die. There is some hatred. Even if Song-won travels from Earth to the Blue Star, he will still not forget. He didn't want to, but it was engraved in the DNA. Come on, Xiaoxiu, smell these strips of cloth and look for the person closest to us. At this time, Song-won took out the corners of Tang Chi-Chi and the others that had been torn off from the net disc before, and shook them in front of Xiaoxiu. Xiaoxiu was very happy to eat dried fish at this time, so he didn't mention any conditions to Song-won. He sniffed his nose on the cloth strip, then turned around twice in place and galloped in one direction. Seeing this, Song-won hurriedly followed. In this way, the two galloped forward for nearly 10 kilometers, and finally walked out of the range of the snow-capped mountains and came to a grassland. The grassland was full of dangers, and when Song-won was far away, he heard the roar of a strange beast. In addition, he saw a red ball of light appearing not far away. At the same time, there was a faint smell of blood. At this time, Xiaoqiu pointed to the place where the red ball of light appeared. Song-won didn't hesitate at all, and hurriedly galloped in the direction of the red ball of light as soon as his body moved. About a kilometer forward, Song-won saw that Nangong Xiaomei was fighting with more than a dozen strange beasts. She was wearing clothes made of weeds, which wrapped important parts. However, as she exercised vigorously, the weeds on her body were constantly scattered. Song-won has been able to see some small outlines. This girl, she's in good spirits, she actually plays with strange beasts. Song-won appeared behind Nangong Xiaomei, eating melon seeds and saying, Song-won. Hearing the familiar voice, Nangong Xiaomei turned her head and said in surprise. However, when she saw Song-won's look of not being too busy, she got angry. Hurry up and help. Nangong Xiaomei said angrily, you beg me, and I'll help. Song-won said, and actually sat down behind Nangong Xiaomei. Song-won could see that although Nangong Xiaomei was a little flustered, her life was not in danger. So, it's fun to tease her. After all, such opportunities are not usually available. Not to mention, sitting on the grass and eating melon seeds, while admiring Nangong Xiaomei fighting with strange beasts, it was a different taste. I beg you. Size. Nangong Xiaomei said, hurriedly forced the strange beast that was fighting with her, and then ran towards Song-won. She wanted to bring disaster to the east and let these strange beasts attack Song-won. In this way, her pressure is naturally less. When Song-won saw Nangong Xiaomei's actions, she naturally understood her thoughts. At this time, he did not continue to play, but stood up and was ready to do it. Naturally, he couldn't really watch Nangong Xiaomei have an accident. However, just when Nangong Xiaomei came to him, suddenly the the clothes made of weeds on her body were instantly scattered. This made Nangong Xiaomei scream, and hurriedly covered her chest with her arms. Song Nuan did not take advantage of the danger and closed her eyes for the first time. He still understands the principle of not being rude. Don't look at how often he talks high, but in fact, he also talks about it. Because, whether it is on the earth in the previous life or on the blue star in this life, he has never had a girlfriend. He was a pure man. Put it on, Song Nuan said, threw a set of clothes to Nangong Xiaomei, and then moved his body and rushed towards those strange beasts. After Nangong Xiaomei caught the clothes, she hurriedly put them on as quickly as possible. Then, she looked at Song Nuan. She found that Song Nuan was like a tiger entering a flock at the moment, and the strange beast that had made her in a hurry before could not hold out in Song Nuan's hands. Every time Song Nuan swung his punch, a strange beast died. More than a dozen strange beasts were all killed in less than 20 seconds. Is this the gap between me and him? Nangong Xiaomei saw this scene and said silently in her heart. She had always wanted to compete with Song Nuan before, but she never found a chance. Later, when Song Nuan challenged the sophomore students, she knew that the gap between her and Song Nuan was already very big. At this time, before the real life and death, Song Nuan's combat effectiveness was beyond her reach. Where did you get your clothes? After Song Nuan came back, Nangong Xiaomei asked suspiciously. Savings items cannot be brought into the yellow sand roof. Have you forgotten my ability? My disguise ability can disguise many things. This dress is disguised by something else. By the way, there are shoes, Song Nuan said, and threw a pair of shoes to Nangong Xiaomei. Is your disguise ability so powerful? Can anything be conjured? When she was in the Sumeru mirror, although Nangong Xiaomei had seen Song Nuan's ability, but that was just turning a person into someone else's, and I didn't expect to be able to disguise clothes out of thin air. Disguise ability is not as powerful as you think. The disguise ability can only camouflage items that do not contain energy, Song Nuan explained. Hearing Song Nuan say this, Nangong Xiaomei suddenly realized. Grunt. At this time, there was a sudden grunt in Nangong Xiaomei's stomach. From the time I entered the yellow sand roof, it has been several hours now. In addition, she had experienced a battle before, and her physical exertion was a bit heavy, and she was indeed a little hungry. You go find some firewood, I'll go have some barbecue, Song Nuan said, and walked towards the strange beasts he had killed just now. These strange beasts are real, and most of the meat on their bodies is very delicious. Soon Song Nuan cut off some strange beast meat and then cleaned it. Song Nuan, I looked around, there is no firewood on this grassland at all, it's all grass. After these grasses were lit, they quickly burned out and could not be grilled. Moreover, neither of us is a fire-type superpower, so we can't make a fire at all. Nangong Xiaomei said. Xiaoqiu, go help me pick up some thicker branches and come back. Song Nuan glanced at Nangong Xiaomei and then said to the void. You, who are you talking to? Nangong Xiaomei turned around and didn't find anyone else around them. My pet. Pet? When did you have a pet? Picked up in the yellow sand roof? Song Nuan said this, which can be regarded as explaining the origin of Xiaoqiu. After all, Xiaoqiu will definitely follow him in the future, and it will definitely not be possible to appear too abruptly. In the yellow sand roof, it is indispensable to ask for Xiaoqiu's help, and he can't hide it all the time. It's time for him to appear in the public eye. Soon, Xiaoqiu came back. He carried a tree directly, and it looked like it had just been cut down. What kind of beast is this? After Nangong Xiaomei saw Xiaoqiu's appearance, she looked puzzled. Let's say it's like a bird, without wings. Like a fish, but it can go ashore. Let's say they live on land, but their legs are too short to run at all. She had never seen such a strange beast before. Don't you know penguins? Song Nuan asked suspiciously. Penguin? He doesn't look like a goose either, Nangong Xiaomei asked. Hearing Nangong Xiaomei say this, Song Nuan suddenly frowned. At this moment, he was searching for the complete list of strange beasts he had imported in his head. At this time, he found that there was no record of penguins in the complete collection of strange beasts. In other words, Blue Star does not have the presence of penguins. This is a strange beast unique to the yellow sand roof, and if you fall in love with me, it will follow me. Song Nuan didn't explain too much. It's just that the fact that Blue Star doesn't have a penguin is remembered by him. In the following period, Song Nuan and the others started barbecuing. Although he and Nangong Xiaomei didn't know how to use fire-type abilities, he went up with a sun fist, and the big tree that Xiaoqiu carried back burned instantly. Song Nuan's net tray also did not store the seasoning needed for barbecue, but fortunately, the animal meat itself was very delicious, and the grilled meat, even without seasoning, was delicious. Nangong Xiaomei and Xiaoqiu ate very happily. Song Nuan took advantage of Nangong Xiaomei's inattention and teleported some of the barbecue to Tang Chichi and Yunde. Why is it getting dark? While eating, suddenly Nangong Xiaomei raised her head and looked at the sky and said. Hearing Nangong Xiaomei say this, Song Nuan also hurriedly raised her head. He found that in the sky directly in front of them, there was a large amount of yellow sand and wind and sand. These yellow winds and sands swallowed up the light in front of them. No, the night sand is coming. I didn't expect it to start from our side. Let's go. Song Nuan stood up and said to Nangong Xiaomei. The two of them didn't hesitate. Without any hesitation, hesitation and hurriedly galloped in the opposite direction of the dark night sand at the fastest speed. In the information about the yellow sand roof given by the Imperial Capital Academy, there is a record of dark night sand. Dark night sand is just the name given by the people of the Dragon Kingdom, and they don't know what it is. The so-called dark night sand is not a kind of sand, but a yellow mist. From a distance, it looks like a yellow sandstorm in the desert. When the dark night sand comes, it will not only devour the light but also the lives of all outsiders. In other words, the dark night sand is mainly aimed at Song Muan and the others who came to the yellow sand roof to find the national fortune stone. According to the data, there are some extremely terrifying strange beasts in the dark night sand. They are elusive, and once an outsider appears in the dark night sand, they will be attacked by these strange beasts. Under normal circumstances, a person can hold out for up to 10 seconds in the dark night sand. If it exceeds 10 seconds, death is certain. Fortunately, the night sand does not move fast. If you run with all your might, you can run away before the night sand falls. After running for more than an hour, seeing that the dark night sand behind them did not chase them, Song Muan and Nangong Xiaomei stopped. The arrival of the night sand is not a bad thing. At least, we know where we should go. If we gallop forward in the opposite direction to the dark night sand, we will definitely be able to join the others. Nangong Xiaomei analyzed at this time. In this regard, Song Muan did not speak, but frowned, because he always felt that this dark night sand gave him a sense of déjà vu. He seemed to have seen it somewhere, but for a while, he couldn't remember a little. Song Muan, I'll talk to you. Ha, what did you just say? I said, should we rush to the center in one go, search for the national fortune stone, and look for our teammates at the same time? Hearing Nangong Xiaomei say this, Song Muan suddenly realized. Nangong Xiaomei just mentioned a few key words. Central location, search, teammates. This TM is a live-action version of eating chicken. Isn't this dark night sand a poisonous circle? Song Muan said to himself. Let's go find our teammates first, encounter buildings, caves and other places, and search for supplies as quickly as possible. Song Muan made a decision immediately. In his previous life, as a programmer, eating chicken was a game he often played. At this moment, he suddenly felt like a fish in water. He hadn't experienced this kind of exciting game for a long time. Unexpectedly, this time there was a live-action version. What is the most important thing about eating chicken? First, the cooperation between teammates. Second, the strength of the gun. Third, learn to be a sixth. As for materials, they are actually not the most important. A great man once said, there are no guns, no cannons, the enemy makes them for us. If you want to get rich, robbing other people's supplies is the fastest way. After galloping forward for a while, Song Muan and the others found a red box in a small pool. There are really supplies, which is too similar to eating chicken. When she saw the box, Song Muan didn't have any excitement, but her brows became tighter and tighter. The secret realm they are in now is definitely not what a normal secret realm should look like. Under normal circumstances, a normal secret realm is an independent space. What exists in the secret realm is either taken away or always exists. Except for the organs laid down, there is generally no change. But this secret realm gives Song warm feeling, just like a computer program, with various settings. Just like when eating chicken, the poison circle will shrink at a certain time. After all, in the past, people from various countries on the Blue Star had entered the roof of yellow sand. Presumably, what can be had in it has been rummaged by them more than once. However, when these people entered the yellow sand roof, another treasure chest appeared. Treasure chests do not disappear for no reason, let alone appear for no reason. In this way, there are only two possibilities. First, there are managers in this yellow sand roof. He will regularly drop some objects. It's like the zookeeper feeds them regularly. Second, this yellow sand roof is similar to a game designed. Every time someone enters it, it refreshes. Therefore, whether it was the people who came in before them, or them, in the yellow sand roof, what they encountered was similar. This is also why the information compiled by the Imperial Capital Academy records many things in it. If it's the first one, that's fine. After all, it's not too surprising to have someone managed. However, if it is the second type, that's crazy. If yellow sand roof is a game designed, who is the designer behind it? What are these living people? For a while, Song Wan suddenly felt that his mind was so messy. After Nangong Xiaomei on the side saw the box, she looked excited, and she didn't have these troubles at all. It's rare to be confused, Song Wan said silently in his heart. Sometimes, knowing too much is not a good thing. The more you know, the more you will appear incompetent and ignorant. Xiaoqiu, you go and help us get the box in the pool. Xiaoqiu ate Song Wan's barbecue and is now very obedient. I saw his figure flash and come to the top of the pool. The next moment, he stretched out his little hand and waved it vigorously. The box on the pool was slapped away. The box crossed a parabola and flew towards Song Wan and Nangong Xiaomei. Wow! At this time, in the pool, a bloody mouth was biting towards Xiaoqiu. Xiaoqiu's figure flashed and disappeared. The blood basin took a big mouth and bit it empty. Song Wan and Nangong Xiaomei saw that the owner of the bloody basin was a crocodile with a body length of more than 5 meters. The crocodile that missed a blow fell back into the pool, and then, it twisted twisted its body and pounced on Song Muan and the others. It has at least the strength of the Platinum Realm. Let's go. Nangong Xiaomei picked up the box and hurriedly said to Song Muan, "It's okay, it's just a little crocodile." In this regard, Song Muan did not have any nervousness. A crocodile in the Silver Realm really didn't deserve to be taken seriously by him. When the crocodile pounced on him, he raised his arm and punched out. The next moment, the crocodile flew backwards at a faster speed. A large hole appeared above its body. Song Muan's merciless punch, the crocodile in the Silver Realm couldn't bear it at all. Seeing this scene, Nangong Xiaomei remembered that Song Muan's combat effectiveness could not be measured according to common sense. She ignored Song Muan and opened the red box excitedly. And Song Muan seemed to suddenly think of something, turned on the Bluetooth on her computer, and searched. Drop Bluetooth connection is successful. Soon, such a prompt popped up on the computer screen in Song Muan's mind. When Song Muan saw this prompt, her eyes whitened instantly. Bluetooth will not be successfully connected for no reason. He must have an object that can be connected. This shows that in the yellow sand roof there is another computer or mobile phone. All the items on Nangong Xiaomei's body were gone when she came in. Although he has a mobile phone on his body, it is stored in the network disk by him. Therefore, it was not his mobile phone that was successfully connected to the computer in his mind, but another electronic device. It's really successful. It's really successful. How is this possible? How is this possible? The Bluetooth connection was successful, and Song Muan was not very happy. On the contrary, he instantly lost his soul and became depressed. The reason why he suddenly used Bluetooth for scanning just now was because he just tried it casually. There is no mentality of success, because many people have always said before that the yellow sand roof is an extremely special secret place. After previous observations, Song Muan felt that this secret place was like a game program. Therefore, he wanted to try whether there was any other equipment in this secret realm. As a result, the connection was really successful. At this time, he remembered the previous question again. If this secret realm is a game program, then are they, living people, real? Or is it just a bunch of data? And he is a bug in this pile of data, so there is an extra computer in his mind. At this moment, he thought a lot. For example, he felt that the world they lived in was actually virtual. They are nothing more than virtual characters created by gamers. It's like a game life. Everyone will have different tasks, then follow some settings and keep going. The specific fate of everyone is actually predetermined. And the reason why he thought of this was just because his pile of data produced bugs and gave birth to his own spiritual wisdom. Just like the AL robots in the movie, one of them is different from the others. Thinking of this, Song Muan only felt that his worldview had collapsed. So the more than 20 years he lived on Earth in his previous life really existed? Is Earth real? Or is it just a memory imposed on him? In fact, he did not travel through, but was inserted into a memory that was different from others. Or rather, he is just a test subject or a puppet. Therefore, he wants to enhance the strength of his body and soul, that is, to upgrade the hardware and software. At this time, the more Song Muan thought about it, the more terrifying she felt. He felt like his brain was about to explode. "Mom, Song Muan, look, what did I find in the box?" At this time, Nangong Xiaomei's voice suddenly sounded next to him. In an instant, Song Muan's thoughts were pulled back to reality. He looked at Nangong Xiaomei and found that Nangong Xiaomei was holding a black bow and crossbow in her hand. Under Song Muan's gaze, Nangong Xiaomei pulled the trigger. The next moment, a black arrow feather shot out from the crossbow. Boom! When the arrow feather fell to the ground, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, dust and smoke rose above the ground, as if it had been attacked by a missile. What a powerful power! Nangong Xiaomei said excitedly. However, Song Muan didn't feel anything about this, because in his opinion, since this secret realm is a game program, then no matter how bizarre the props appear, it is normal. It depends on the creator's brain. He used to be a programmer and developed a lot of games. Therefore, it is possible to understand this kind of prop. Song Muan, what's wrong with you? Nangong Xiaomei turned her head to look at Song Muan and found that there was no smile on his face, but a little pale, so she asked with concern. In this regard, Song Muan just shook his head, because he didn't know how to tell Nangong Xiaomei what he had just conjectured. If you say it yourself, I'm afraid Nangong Xiaomei will also treat herself as a neurotic. At this moment, he suddenly felt loneliness like never before. When he is the only one awake in this world, it is not something to be happy about. On the contrary, it is extremely painful. What's wrong with you? Did you find something? Are there members from other countries who have appeared? Or is there a fierce beast appearing? When Nangong Xiaomei spoke, she looked around vigilantly. Can you slap me? The harder you work, the better. Hearing Song Muan say this, Nangong Xiaomei frowned and looked at him and asked, Are you sick? I said, Can you slap me? The harder the better. Song Muan said again. Seeing that Song Muan didn't look like a joke, Nangong Xiaomei raised her palm. Then I hit? Fight! Nangong Xiaomei really slapped Song Muan's face hard. Song Muan took a step back, then closed her eyes, because he felt the pain. What is the biggest benefit of pain? That is to prove that a person is still alive and still has flesh and blood, because the dead cannot feel pain. Song Muan closed closed her eyes and felt the pain on her face carefully. The pain was very real, and under this pain, he could feel that he was a living person. It doesn't matter what I am, it's a person, it's it's a program, or something else. The road you should take must always continue. Now that it's at this point, it's impossible to stop, Song Muan said to himself in his heart. After thinking about this, he opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes became bright again, and a smile appeared on his face. Many times, people like to drill the tip of a bull's horn, and then they can't get out and push themselves to death. When I figured it all out, I found that there was no need to worry about many things at all. Because, no matter what this thing looks like, life has to go on. There is a saying, life is full of tastes, and life needs to be laughed at right. Let's go, brother Dog will take you to eat chicken. I've decided on the MVP of this one, Song Muan said to Nangong Xiaomei with a smile. The change in Song Muan's attitude before and after made Nangong Xiaomei look confused, because she really didn't understand what happened to Song Muan just now. She slapped Song Muan back to her soul? When did she become so powerful? Inexplicable. Although Nangong Xiaomei said so, she still followed Song Muan. Next, the real battle is about to begin. Song Muan took Nangong Xiaomei towards the center. At this time, a pop-up window suddenly appeared on the computer screen in his mind. At 1 o'clock, 2 kilometers away from you, there is a treasure chest. Because of the Bluetooth connection, is there a plug-in on the computer? Subsequently, Song Muan looked in other directions. At 11 o'clock, 5 kilometers away from you, there are 2 humans. Seeing these 2 hints, Song Muan was a little entangled. Whether to get the props in the treasure chest or kill people, it's a bit of a bad choice. In the end, Song Muan chose to kill someone, because these 2 people at 11 o'clock may be members of other countries, but they may also be from the Dragon Kingdom. The most important thing for Song Muan now is to find other members of the Dragon Kingdom. Taking a step back, even if these 2 people at 11 o'clock are not members of the Dragon Kingdom, he can also eliminate it. In this way, the safety of other members of the Dragon Kingdom will be guaranteed. Xiao, if you find the person I asked you to find before, let me know as soon as possible. Just in case, Song Muan also told Xiao. At this moment, in a valley, Yunde was holding a golden stone in his hand and running forward vigorously. Behind him, 2 men and a woman followed. However, Yunde was not very good at speed, and the golden stone in his hand weighed hundreds of pounds, and he did not run fast. It didn't take long for him to be caught up by the 3 people behind him. Why are you chasing Grandpa Song Muan? Your grandfather Song Muan doesn't like men. This sister, did you like your brother after chasing him? If you like your brother, just say it. My brother is willing to explore the origin of life with you. Being caught up, Yunde simply didn't run away, but turned his head to look at the 3 people and said, he did not report his name, but Song Muan's name. When you go out, try not to say your real name. The 3 people who chased him had no clothes on their bodies. They all used the leaves that could be seen everywhere to weave leaf skirts to block their important parts. Hand over the national fortune stone. At this time, one of the blonde men looked at Yunde and said, isn't it the national fortune stone? I said it earlier, I thought you were robbing sex. Here you go. Yunde said, really threw the national fortune stone in his hand towards the 3 of them. Yunde handed over the national fortune stone so simply, which none of the 3 of them expected. So, they watched as the national fortune stone fell to the ground. Bang! When the national luck stone fell to the ground, it smashed a pit out of the ground and then embedded it in the ground. You want the national fortune stone? I've already given it to you, why don't you go up and pick it up? Yunde looked at the 3 of them and asked. Hearing Yunde say this, none of the 3 of them spoke. They had always felt that if they wanted to take the national fortune stone from Yunde's hands, they would definitely have to fight with Yunde. Now Yunde handed over the national fortune stone extremely simply, giving them a very unreal feeling. After observing for a while, it was determined that there were no traps or anything like that around the national fortune stone. The blonde man slowly walked towards the national fortune stone. Beware of traps, the only woman said. However, after the blonde man picked up the national fortune stone, nothing happened. This made him breathe a sigh of relief in his heart. Oh, I didn't expect the 3 of you to have such a habit. You like to be naked. Barbarians are barbarians, it's really indecent. Yunde did not leave, but looked at the 3 of them and said. Hearing him say this, the 3 of them noticed that Yunde was actually wearing clothes. This made their eyes widen. Clothes cannot be brought in from the outside world. This is everyone's consensus. Why, Yunde will have clothes. Where did your clothes come from? At this time, the woman asked. In such an environment, for a woman, clothes are more important than the national fortune stone. I want to know. Have an in-depth communication with my brother, and my brother will tell you. Or it's okay to give you one. Yunde said, also showing a look of a pig brother. If I kill you, the clothes will naturally be mine. The woman said coldly. Saying that, she actually rushed directly towards Yunde. It's the first time I've seen a girl like you who takes the initiative. Come on, as long as you catch up with me, I'll let you he. After Yunde finished speaking, he turned around and ran forward. Seeing this, the woman hurriedly chased after her. Let's keep up. At this time, among the 3, the black-haired man said to the blonde man, okay. The blonde man said, and galloped forward. However, he was holding holding hundreds of pounds of national fortune stones in his hand, so the speed was not very fast. When the black-haired man saw the blonde man like this, his eyes slowly narrowed. He found himself suddenly in a dilemma. If he chased Yunde and the woman, only the blonde man would be left. What if the blonde man leaves with the national fortune stone during this period? A few of them were not teammates, but because they met by chance, they decided to form an alliance for the time being. Deep down, between them, neither of them believed in anyone. Thinking of this, a hint of murderous intent suddenly flashed in his eyes. At this time, the woman was not there. If he killed the blonde man, then the national fortune stone would be his. At that time, he left directly with the national fortune stone, unaware. Hurry up, Vivian is gone. She is our ally, and we can't let her suffer. The black-haired man said to the blonde man. The words were full of concern for that woman. How sincere his tone should be. This national fortune stone is too heavy. Help me hold it, the blonde man said, and handed the national fortune stone in his hand to the black-haired man. The moment the black-haired man saw the national fortune stone, his eyes widened. With this national fortune stone, the strength of my big stick country will definitely be greatly improved. It won't be long before my big stick country can become one of the 5 major countries of Blue Star. Maybe there is a chance to become the #1 Blue Star power. The black-haired man thought silently in his heart. At this moment, his breathing intensified. Then I'll help you hold it first, the black-haired man said. He had already decided that after getting the national fortune stone, he would sneak attack the blonde man. However, the moment he got the national fortune stone, the blonde man's attack had already fallen on him. Poof! In the next second, the black-haired man spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out backwards. The national fortune stone, which he had just obtained, also fell to the ground. Why are you sneaking up on me? We are allies, the black-haired man said. He only thought about sneaking up on others just now, but he didn't expect that he would also be attacked by others. Faced with the black-haired man's questioning, the blonde man sneered. Naive. After he finished saying this, he continued to attack the black-haired man. The black-haired man wanted to hide, but he was attacked just now, and he was seriously injured. I could only endure the injury and fight back, but it didn't help at all. In less than 10 seconds, the brunette was by the blonde. Then, the blonde man picked up the national fortune stone that fell to the ground and chased in the direction where Yunda left. He wants to see if he can be a fisherman once. It's best if Yunda and Vivian are both injured, and then he secretly attacks and kills the two. In this way, their competitors who never set the sun are two less. At the same time, Yunda continued to gallop forward, and the woman named Vivian pursued him relentlessly, wanting to kill Yunda and get his clothes. In this way, the two kept running for a long time, and Yunda was exhausted and stopped helplessly. It's the first time in my life that a woman has chased me for so long, and you really love my brother so deeply. Yunda looked at Vivian and said, hand over your clothes, I can let you go. Vivian said. The reason why she dared to chase her was not brainless. She had been constantly observing Yunda before and found that Yunda's strength was not strong. Otherwise, the national fortune stone would not be handed over directly. And in the process of chasing just now, she was still observing Yunda. In the end, she came to the conclusion that her strength was above Yunda. Therefore, she kept chasing Yunda. Isn't it just 1 or 2 clothes? It's nothing. Even if you take sperm from me, I will agree. Why, do you want to have an in-death exchange with your warm brother? Yunda said with a smile. Vivian didn't talk nonsense anymore and attacked Yunda directly. You are guilty, and you should wash away your sins with your blood, Vivian shouted loudly. With her words, a peculiar energy shrouded Yunda. In an instant, Yunda felt that a feeling of heinousness welled up in his heart. He felt that he was guilty of robbing a neighbor's child lollipop when he was a child. Not to mention, he also stole the big duck pear from his neighbor, which was even more heinous. Unconsciously, he wanted to apologize with his death. The sin ability of sequence 50 is a bit interesting. It's a pity that morality can't restrain me. What can evil do to me? Moral judgment. Eat my moral first style, patriotism. Yunda roared, and an arrow-like attack shot at Vivian. Vivian hurriedly used her sin ability and fought back. With a loud bang, Vivian took 2 steps back. You have awakened the moral ability of sequence 16? Vivian asked in shock. Yunda ignored Vivian and launched another attack. The second style of morality, dedication. The third style of morality, prosperity and strength. The fourth form of morality, democracy. 3 sharp arrows in a row, in the shape of a pin, flew towards Vivian. Yunda's attack was very interesting. He used these moral standards against Vivian, and if she didn't have any morality, she would be hurt exponentially. In the face of Yunda's attack, Vivian became particularly serious at this time. She could feel the strong pressure that Yunda brought her. I stain the world with sin, heinous crimes. At this time, circles of red shockwaves erupted from Vivian's body, sweeping towards the surroundings. When the shockwave and the 3 sharp arrows in the shape of a pin collided together, 2 of them were instantly shattered. But one of the sharp arrows passed directly through the shockwave and landed on Vivian's body. Boom! At this moment, this sharp arrow burst into Vivian's body. However, Vivian was not injured. However, Yunda was very happy. Hey, you don't have democracy in your morality. Moral restraint restraint, democracy, Yundi said, and a huge arrow appeared above his head. Immediately afterwards, with a wave of his palm, the huge arrow flew towards Vivian. Raise an army to ask for forgiveness. Vivian mobilized all the energy in her body and launched a counterattack. In the next second, a red shockwave, like a laser beam, met a huge arrow flying in. Boom! Only an earth-shattering roar sounded. For a while, sand and stones flew on the ground, making people unable to open their eyes. Moral deprivation. With this sound, countless sharp arrows shot out of the dust. Slightly hurriedly retreated, she wanted to mobilize the sinful energy in her body, but she found that her body seemed to be bound by a huge energy. This is Yunda's deprivation of Vivian's morality, so in the face of the attack of moral ability, Vivian has no way to compete with it. Faced with such a situation, although Vivian had a hint of panic in her eyes, she did not sit still. What crime? Vivian forcibly breaks through morality's constraints on her, and then launches a counterattack. Boom 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 was another deafening collision sound. Originally, Vivian was hit by a shockwave because she forcibly broke through the constraints of morality, and a mouthful of blood spewed out. This collision seriously injured her. However, Vivian didn't care about her injuries at all. She looked around vigilantly to prevent Yunde from sneaking up on her. However, at this time, she suddenly found that Yunde seemed to have disappeared out of thin air. She looked around, and Yunde was not in her sight at all. At this moment, she suddenly felt a crisis from under her body. She hurriedly looked down and found that Yunde appeared at her feet at some point. Before she could dodge, Yunde's fist had already landed on her. Poof! She spat out a mouthful of blood again, and the whole person flew out backwards. Taking advantage of this time, Yunde rode on Vivian's body at the fastest speed. He showed no mercy, raised his fist, and smashed it at Vivian's temple. Vivian hurriedly raised her arm and blocked it in front of her temple, blocking Yunde's fist. Yunde waved his fist quickly, but every time Vivian was able to block it. Although Vivian's injuries continued to worsen during this period, Yunde was always unable to attack her vital parts. Faced with this situation, Yunde directly tore off the clothes woven from leaves on Vivian's upper body. Suddenly, the two snow-capped mountains were exposed to the air. Faced with such a situation, Vivian subconsciously wanted to protect her chest, so he moved his arm in the direction of his chest. However, she soon realized that it was a life-and-death duel and she shouldn't care whether her body was seen or not. Unfortunately, she realized that it was too late at this time. From the leaves being ripped off Vivian's body, to her arms moving down, and then realizing that she was in a life-or-death duel. The whole process takes only 1 second. Vivian did this, completely subconsciously. However, for Yunde, this time is enough. He raised his fist and swung it at Vivian's temple again. At the critical moment of life and death, Vivian burst out with amazing speed and hurriedly protected her temples again as quickly as possible. However, when Yunde's fist was about to collide with Vivian's arm again, it suddenly changed direction. In the end, Yunde's fist landed on Vivian's throat. Her throat was not protected at all. Click! A crisp sound of bones cracking came. Vivian's throat was shattered by Yunde, and blood flowed all over the floor. Yunde's arms and clothes were full of blood. At this time, the life characteristics in Vivian's body had completely disappeared. Her eyes bulged out, like a fish-eyed monster. Ha! Seeing that Vivian was dead, Yunde breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, he made up a few more punches, and then he got off Vivian's body and lay on the ground on all fours. Speaking of which, this is his first real killing. The Magic City Academy also has a place similar to the Sumeru Mirror, and Yunde has killed people in it, but it is the first time in reality. When he fought to the death before, he didn't feel anything, but now, he felt a little nauseous and wanted to vomit. However, he didn't spit it out, but his body seemed to be a little weak. In fact, this is not a physical weakness, but a psychological self-protection. After resting for about 2 minutes, Yunde sat up from the ground and looked at Vivian, who was already dead. It's a little disgusting, Yunde said, and stood up. At this time, he felt a hint of pain coming from his fist. He raised his fist and glanced at it, and found that there was a wound on his fist that was cut by the bone in Vivian's throat. Oh, people are injured, I'm afraid. Is there anyone? Call me an ambulance. Suddenly, Yunde pinched his nose and said in a frightened tone. At this time, he seemed to be possessed by eating peaches. So cool. If Song Nuan is here, he must give him 2 feet. After Yunde said these 2 words, he turned around and ran back in the direction he had run before, because he wanted to see if he could get back the National Fortune Stone he had lost before. In fact, from the time he was pursued by the 3 superpowers, he had thought of various plans. He knew very well that he was alone, and he was certainly not an opponent for the 3 of them. However, if he was asked to directly leave the National Fortune Stone and run away, he would be a little unwilling. So, he threw the National Fortune Stone out. He could see that the 3 people who pursued him were not from one country. Therefore, he thought of using the National Fortune Stone as bait to cause infighting among the 3. In this way, he can reap the benefits of the fisherman. However, he did not expect that after he threw the National Fortune Stone out, the 3 of them did not snatch it. So, he had a plan again and showed off his clothes. He knew that in such an environment, the attractiveness of clothes to a woman may be above the National Fortune Stone. Sure enough, when Vivian saw the clothes on his body, her heart moved. He had deliberately shown weakness before, making Vivian think that her strength was only like this, and she could eat herself. So when he ran away, Vivian chased after him. Yunda wasn't worried about the three people chasing him at the same time, because he knew very well that the other party couldn't do this. The National Fortune Stone has hundreds of pounds, and if you hold it, it is equivalent to carrying a load, and the speed will definitely decrease. In this way, the person who took the National Fortune Stone would definitely not be able to catch up with him. The one left has two options except for Vivian. First, like Vivian, pursue yourself together. The consequences of this choice were also expected by Yunda. The worst ending is that he is 1 against 2. However, this ending is much better than 1 against 3, and he has a hint of the possibility of counterkilling. However, he felt that it was unlikely that the person would choose this way. If that person pursued him with Vivian, then the person holding the National Fortune Stone would act alone, and he might run away. Since these three people are not from the same country, they must not have very much trust in each other. It is possible to be harmonious on the surface and guard against each other on the inside. Therefore, this may create a second option. Vivian is on her own pursuit. This possibility is relatively high, so Yunde pretended to run away while turning back to observe the pursuers behind. After a long period of observation, he was convinced that Vivian was the only one who was chasing him. So, he stopped, because he planned to kill back. Like Vivian, Yunde also has enough confidence in his own strength. He is indeed not an opponent with 1 against 3, but 1 against 1, he is not afraid. The final result proved that Yunde's plan was successful. He killed Vivian alone. When Yunde went back along the way he came, he only found the body of the black-haired man. As for where the blonde man went, he didn't see it. He actually had a plan. If these three people didn't separate anyway, then he would run away first. After finding Song Nguyen and the others, he will come back to take revenge. Sure enough, there was infighting, but unfortunately, only one died. Yunde looked at the black-haired man's body and said silently. In fact, what Yunde didn't know was that the blonde man had chased him before. However, when the blonde man chased after him and Vivian, he happened to see that he punched Vivian in the throat. The blonde man had fought against Vivian before and knew that Vivian's strength was not much different from his. Since Yunde can kill Vivian alone, he can naturally kill him. So, he chose to run away as soon as possible. Anyway, the National Fortune Stone has already arrived, and he doesn't need to fight Yunde to the death. The top priority is to find Brother Go first. Brother Dog, brother, I was bullied, you have to help me take revenge. Yunde suddenly roared, pulled his crying voice and galloped forward. As soon as his words fell, something suddenly fell from above his head and it hit his head impartially. This made him spit out the fragrance directly. But soon, Song Warmth's voice sounded in his mind again. Little Chien, this bow and crossbow are extremely powerful, you keep it for self-defense. Live well for me, don't die. Hearing Song Nguyen's voice, Yunde hurriedly picked up the bow and crossbow that fell to the ground. He subconsciously pulled the trigger. Boom! A crossbow arrow flew out, blowing up a large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters 50 meters in front of him. This power is awesome. If I had this thing earlier, I wouldn't be afraid of the three of them. Ha ha ha, I'm going to hit 10. Yunde laughed and ran forward. People who don't know him, seeing this scene, think that the neuropatient has been discharged from the hospital. At the same time, Songwon teleported a crossbow to Tang Chichi. This was something he had snatched from them not long ago, following a hint, going to a place with 2 humans and killing 2 enemies. He didn't need it himself, so he gave it to the 2 of them along with the bow and crossbow that Nangong Xiaomei took out of the treasure chest. At this time, Tang Chichi's hand was in addition to the bow and crossbow transmitted by Songwon. There is also a National Fortune Stone. She hid in the woods, motionless, because she had just seen other people haunting the woods. Compared with the caution of others, Jin Zizai is more cautious. He relied on his freedom ability to shuttle through the light, and after achieving the effect of invisibility, the waves flew up. He seemed to have no scruples, looking left and right, and sneak up as soon as he encountered someone. If you miss a hit, turn around and run. Because he knew very well that the people who could enter the yellow sand roof were all the pride of all countries and had very great talents. Among them, there is no shortage of people whose ability sequence is in front of him. Therefore, no matter what kind of opponent he faces, he only attacks once. So far, he has only injured one person. Niuzhan, Zhangshan, did not encounter the enemy, and the 2 of them advanced very slowly while observing their surroundings. Zhao Yuan relied on his Kunping ability and had a speed that far exceeded others, even more than Jin Zizai. He directly played guerrilla warfare. Hua Ji was chased by the 2 at this moment and kept running away. However, she was lucky and soon saw a lake. She hurriedly used her ice ability to freeze the lake into ice, and then ran up. Then, she smashed the ice behind her. In this way, the enemy who pursues him from behind has no way to chase. Sure enough, when the 2 people who were chasing Hua Ji chased to the lake, they stopped. Because the 2 of them are not water-type superpowers, nor earth-type superpowers, they can't go to the lake. After Song Nguyen killed 2 people from other countries, he and Nangong Xiaomei continued to move forward. As he walked, suddenly a golden pillar of light rose into the sky. This pillar of light, within a radius of 100 miles can be seen clearly. Song Muan and Nandong Xiaomei naturally looked at the golden pillar of light for the first time. 15 kilometers ahead, there is a supply station, and there are several treasure chests inside. The computer gives such a hint. Let's go, hurry up, Song Muan said to Nandong Xiaomei, and then galloped forward at the fastest speed. The golden light rose into the sky and could be seen within 100 miles. Therefore, Song Muan concluded that there would definitely be many people going to this supply station. If he can capture this supply depot, then he can fish for law enforcement. At that time, all the people who came to the supply station would be killed, and maybe other people in the Dragon Kingdom may also come here. Nandong Xiaomei also knows this, so she also increases her speed to the extreme. It's a pity that her speed is still a bit too slow compared to Song Muan. Little sister, I'll go over first. Xiao, protect your little sister, I'll give you 10 packs of dried fish, Song Muan said to Xiao. However, Xiao shook his head and made a skewer motion. Subsequently, the number 3 was written on the ground. Okay, 3 small barbecues. However, I said ugly things in front. If my little sister is hurt a little, there will be no dried fish in the future barbecue. Hearing Song Muan say this, Xiao nodded hurriedly and then patted his chest with his short hand. You go quickly, I'm not as weak as you think. I'll protect myself. At this time, Nandong Xiaomei said to Song Muan, when I occupy the supply depot, I will ask Xiao to inform you. Song Muan said and galloped forward. I'm the fastest person in the world. He used the power of faith. My feet are windy and my back has wings. He used the power of words again. The two forces are superimposed. Song is warm. The speed increased more than 3 times at once. At a distance of 15 kilometers, Song Muan took less than 5 minutes to reach the door of the supply station. He found that this supply station was not very large, and it was about the same size as an ordinary primary school. Inside is not a high-rise building, but a huge labyrinth. To get to the innermost part of the supply depot, you must first go through the maze. In the supply station, there are 2 humans, several strange beasts, and some materials. Looking at the prompt, Song Muan's brows furrowed. He was fast enough, and he didn't expect anyone to be faster than him. It is possible that these 2 people came here before, and in this maze, there are actually strange beasts. If you want to go through the maze, please turn left at the entrance in front of you. After turning left, go a few tens of meters forward, and you will see a man without hair and 2 cave scorpions of the Golden 5 Realms. After looking at the prompts on the computer, Song Muan did not do it immediately, because what he wants to do is not to enter the maze as quickly as possible, but to occupy this supply depot. Song Muan opened the word directly. In an instant, the scope of the word encompasses the entire maze. The 3-dimensional maze is like a plane, displayed on the computer display screen in Song Muan's mind. This allowed him to see the route into the maze at a glance. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that Song Muan has a panoramic view of everything in the entire maze. It was as if he opened the perspective of God. Whether it was the 2 people walking through the maze or the strange beasts in the maze, he knew the location of them all. He found that there were a total of 4 maze entrances around the supply station. In other words, there are 4 routes to enter the supply station. People who come here, no matter where they appear, need to break through the maze. He also found that at every exit after breaking through the maze, there was a chest and a national fortune stone. This is a reward given to those who successfully enter the maze. In the very center of these 4 chests, there is also an oversized round table with a huge golden box on top of it. At this moment, this golden box exudes a faint golden light. Song Muan had reason to suspect that the golden light that rose into the sky before was emitted by this golden box. I'm sorry, these things, from now on, belong to me, Song Muan said with a smile. After he said this, he immediately established a hyperlink in front of the golden box. Subsequently, the hyperlink was activated, and Song Muan's body disappeared in place. The next moment, Song Muan appeared in front of the golden box. However, he did not open these boxes in the supply station immediately. I didn't put away those national luck stones either. The game has begun. This time, I am the master. Song Muan smiled slightly, and then opened the penguin ranch. Come out, my little babies, he then said in a villainous tone. As his voice fell, a large number of marching ants appeared from the pasture. These marching ants began to shuttle through the maze. Previously, Song Muan collected about 50 million marching ants in the Bermuda forest. During this period, marching ants have reproduced in pastures, and the number has already exceeded 100 million. Moreover, after the subtle influence of the pasture, Song Muan can command these marching ants. At this moment, under the command of Song Muan, these marching ants went to all corners of the maze. As for the strange beasts that originally existed in the maze, they were not enough to see in front of hundreds of millions of marching ants. Soon, all the strange beasts in the entire maze, including the members of the 2 other countries, were all killed under the army of marching ants. They didn't even leave a bone slag. In just a few minutes, Song Muan used marching ants to control the entire maze. Next, it's time to wait for the prey to fall into the trap. Subsequently, he sent a message to Xiao, asking him to bring Nandong Xiaomei to the maze. After doing all this, Song Muan looked at the box in the supply station. At this time, it is like a lottery. The draw naturally starts with the smallest prize. He first put away 4 national fortune stones, and then, just in case, spent 1.2 million spirit stones to store them in the network disk. Subsequently, he opened the first chest. It was a red chest with a green outfit inside, just like the polar suit. After Song Muon put it on, she found that this polar suit could achieve the effect of invisibility very perfectly, not only visually, but also sensory, because this polar suit can even hide its breath. A must-have for the 6th child, Song Muon said with a smile. In addition to this thing, there are 3 throwing knives. Song Muon pinched a throwing knife and threw it towards the wall of the maze. In an instant, the throwing knife directly penetrated the walls of the maze. Moreover, the whole process was exceptionally silky, without making the slightest sound. With the polar server, you are directly invincible. It's a pity that the number is a little less, only 3. Now there are only 2 left. Song Muon observed that the throwing knife he threw out disappeared after penetrating a wall of the maze. From this point of view, this thing is a disposable consumable. Subsequently, Song Muon opened 4 more boxes. 1 glider, 3 immobilizing beads. The so-called immobilization beads, as the name suggests, after being thrown out, all objects within a radius of 10 meters cannot move that small space, as if time had stood still. In addition, there are 3 thunderbolts. The action is similar to that of grenades commonly found in the game. In addition to these things, there are 2 other things that Song Muon finds very interesting. One is something similar to a rope, and Song Muon is not clear what it does. The last piece is a coin-sized gold coin. On this golden coin, there are 2 big characters written, Resurrection. This can't be a resurrection coin, right? Song Muon said in an unbelievable tone. If it is really this thing, it is equivalent to the person who owns it has 1 more life. He really didn't expect that such a thing could be opened in the treasure chest. Pushing himself and others, since he can open resurrection coins from the treasure chest, then in the same way, others can also open resurrection coins. It seems that after killing others in the future, you must observe and observe carefully, but you can't be overshadowed by Lao Lu. Song Muon reminded herself like this. He can already think about how intense it will be when the finals come. At that time, I'm afraid all kinds of props will appear. To be honest, Song Muon felt that with the strength of his golden second realm, he could easily sweep away people from other countries. However, after seeing these props, he didn't have such confidence. Subsequently, Song Muon looked at the largest box on the round platform. I hope you don't let me down. Amatba, possessed by the European Emperor, Amen. Song Muon prayed for a second, then walked towards the round platform. At this time, he realized that there was actually a layer of barrier around the round platform. He didn't think much and punched out. He planned to reduce the 10 meetings with 1 force. When Song Muon's fist landed on the transparent barrier, it did not make any sound. On the barrier, there was only a slight ripple. It was like a calm lake that fell into a grain of sand. However, soon, 4 pillars rose around the enchantment. On each pillar, some words are engraved. I saw that the first pillar read, "The program is the algorithm. Behind are 4 empty seats." Why is there such a question? Song Muon looked puzzled. However, he stepped forward and began to write the answer on it. For a programmer, this is the submission. The program is an algorithm plus a data structure. Anyone who has ever studied programming knows this sentence. When he was on Earth, there was a man who won the Turing Award for this sentence. The Turing Award is the highest award in the computer world. Song Muon didn't understand why this sentence appeared here. Could it be the bad taste of the person who designed this secret realm? Song Muon said to himself, because he suddenly thought that the yellow sand roof was a secret place designed by people. When Song Muon completed this sentence, the pillar fell again. So, Song Muon walked towards the second pillar. I saw that this pillar reads, "There are kinds of people in the world, one understands binary and the other does not." Song Muon did not hesitate and wrote 10 in parentheses. Subsequently, the pillar also fell. Song Muon walked to the third pillar and saw that the pillar read, "Programmer Schooling, 1024. He wrote at the back, 1 megabyte. Soon, the third pillar also sank. When Song Muon came to the fourth pillar, her eyes widened instantly, because the fourth pillar reads, "Opening the sky, creating man, ruling the world." Song Muon looked at these words on the fourth pillar, and her brows became tighter and tighter. It's not that he doesn't know the answer, but because he knows the answer too well, he can't understand it. The problem on the fourth pillar is believed to be known to every Earthling. However, these questions will not be known to the people of Blue Star. Of course, even if you know, you only know about it this year, because, when he was promoting the first floor, he used the mythology of the Earth to make a gimmick. However, such a problem should not appear in the yellow sand roof. After all, the yellow sand roof has existed for many years. Could it be that the person who designed this secret realm is also from the Earth? Song Muon's heart couldn't help but have such an idea. In addition, he also had a black question mark face on the other 3 pillars. Why ask about programming? Bad taste? What is the deeper meaning? After taking a deep breath, Song Muon raised his hand and wrote on the fourth pillar, "Pangu opened the sky, Newwa created man, and Tai ruled the world." As these words words fell, the fourth pillar slowly descended. In the next second, the barrier on the round platform disappeared instantly. Welcome home. At this time, a slightly old voice sounded in the supply depot. There was a little excitement in his voice, and a hint of anticipation. However, Song Muon looked around for a long time and didn't find where this voice came from. After this voice was spoken, there were no other voices. What does welcome home mean? Is it a slogan of design? Or did you really say it to me? Song Muon was confused at this time. Without finding anyone else, Song Muon looked at the golden box on the round platform. He was a little looking forward to what would be opened in this big golden box. Soon, the box was opened by him. What appeared in front of his eyes was a golden barret. I'm sorry, this TM is golden barret. Cow pie, broken. When Song Muon saw the contents of the box, he directly hit the quintessence of the country 3 times in a row. He had guessed the contents of the golden box before, but he didn't guess about the firearms. Because, although this secret realm is very similar to eating chicken, the things he opened from other boxes are all cold weapons. For example, bows and crossbows, throwing knives. Who would have thought that this golden box would give him such a big surprise? Song Muon took the golden barret out of the box and weighed it in his hand. This thing is very heavy, hundreds of pounds. After Song Muon played for a while, he lay on the ground and began to aim his gun. At this moment, he transformed into a sniper. Will this shot go like a nuclear bomb? Song Muon thought to himself. After playing for a while, Song Muon received it on the network disk. The energy contained in the golden barret was not much, so in a second, he stored barret in the network disk. Then, Song Muon looked at the box again. He had just seen that there were other things in the box. A Barrett's magazine with 10 bullets inside. In addition to this, there is a basketball-sized box. When Song Muon opened the box, he found that there was a piece of purity-looking shards inside. This fragment looked like a jade product, but there were some extremely mysterious and ancient carvings on it. What is this? Song Muon said silently in his heart. He wanted to check the properties of this thing, but he found that he couldn't pick it up with the mouse at all, as if it didn't exist. This was the first time he had encountered this situation. Forget it, put it away first. At this time, he found that someone had entered the maze. So, he plans to store the fragments in the network disk. However, at this time, he was in trouble again. This thing cannot be selected by the mouse, so there is no way to upload it to the network disk. Just when Song Muon was thinking about what to do with this thing, suddenly, the fragment moved by itself. It turned into a streamer and went directly into Song Muon's mind. Song Muon clearly felt that after this fragment entered his mind, it was integrated into the computer. The next moment, on his computer screen, there was a fragment-like pattern. Other than that, nothing happened. It stands to reason that after getting the secret treasure, shouldn't I skyrocket in strength? Why hasn't the strength of the body increased, and the strength of the soul hasn't increased? Song Muon said to himself. No matter how he observed, he still didn't find anything different. Forget it, let nature take its course. Song Muon did not force it, but focused on the people who entered the maze. He found that there were still many people entering the maze, in all 4 directions. There are 7 people in total. One of them is Huang Tianba. So, Song Muon controlled the marching ants and asked them not to harass Huang Tianba. As for the others, Song Muon is not welcome. After these people walked a certain distance into the maze, Song Muon controlled the marching ants and launched an attack on them. Entering the maze from the front is a fat man with long hair. He has a big belly, small eyes, and sways when he walks. This is the supply station, I announce. Everything in it belongs to me, and no one can take it away. When the fat man said this, greedy flashed in his eyes. Although he was obese, he moved quickly, because he couldn't wait to get the contents of the supply station. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that a group of white ants appeared in front of him. A swarm of ants also wants to block my way? He said, opening his mouth directly. Suddenly, all the ants that appeared in front of him were swallowed into his stomach. Since there is a strange beast here, it means that my route is correct, the fat man said in a low voice. Song Muon saw this scene and narrowed her eyes. Sequence 17's Devour ability. Then I'll take a look. Where is the limit of your devouring ability? Song Muon said, commanding many marching ants frantically towards the fat man. The fat man didn't expect that he had just devoured hundreds of ants, and a large swarm appeared so quickly. He looked around and found that his surroundings were all densely packed with ants. This is a marching ant. Suddenly, the fat man seemed to recognize the marching ant and was instantly shocked. Marching ants are inexhaustible. This is the consensus of all the superpowers of Blue Star. When you encounter marching ants, you must turn around and run, because once entangled by marching ants, there is only one consequence, and that is to die of exhaustion. The fat man naturally knew this, so he planned to return the same way while attacking the marching ants. However, when he returned the same way, he suddenly found that there was no way back. The fat man's way back was naturally blocked by Song Muon. He inserted a few stone pillars and changed the original path. Break it for me. At this moment, the fat man suddenly raised his fist and smashed it against the maze wall in front of him. Since there is no way out, then he will open up a road. Boom! Only a deafening roar was heard. The walls of the maze shook slightly, and a little little dust fell, but there was no damage in the slightest. Break it for me and devour everything. When the fat man saw this, he was not discouraged and continued to attack the walls of the maze. Unfortunately, his attack still failed to shake the wall. At this time, he had to face many marching ants. So, he used his previous move again and began to devour the marching ants that were pouring towards him. In this way, time passed minute by minute. The fat man's belly is getting bigger and bigger, like a huge ball. Hiccup, hiccup, he burped twice in a row. Devouring tens of thousands of marching ants, he has already made it. Although the devouring ability can devour everything, because the fat man has not yet grown up, the things he can devour are limited. At this time, he had completely reached his limit. If he continues to devour, then there is only one consequence that awaits him, and that is to explode and die. At this time, the fat man could only use his body to attack the marching ants. But after lasting less than 10 minutes, he was exhausted and collapsed to the ground. At this time, many marching ants rushed up. Soon, the fat man was swallowed up by the marching ants. Who would have thought that a person with the ability to devour would be devoured? In this way, a peerless Tinjo of Awakening Sequence 17 fell. If he doesn't die, he will definitely become one of the top powerhouses of Blue Star in the future. But unfortunately, there are no ifs. At the same time, in the other three directions of the maze, the people who broke in, except for Huang Tianba, all became the rations of the marching ants. At this moment, Huang Tianba was carefully advancing through the maze. Suddenly, several stone pillars rose around him, trapping him in a boxy space. This is truth or dare. Serious answerer, award. Those who perfunctory things will be punished. Do you choose the truth, or do you take a big risk? Just as Huang Tianba was vigilantly examining the space he was in, an old voice sounded. Do you have to choose? Huang Tianba asked. If you don't choose, you will die. Then I'll choose the truth. Huang Tianba also has his own little 99 in his heart. If he chooses to take a big risk, if he is asked to do something dangerous, it may be in danger of his life. After all, this is a big adventure, not playing house. Who did you give your first time? The voice in the dark asked. Hearing this question, Huang Tianba's eyes widened. He didn't expect that the other party would ask such a question. Do you have to answer? Huang Tianba looked around and asked. If you don't answer, you will die. My first time is still there. No girl like me since I was a child. They all think I look like a big bear. Who would like a big bear? Huang Tianba said with a bitter face. The answer is not accurate enough. Give you another chance to answer. Answer wrong again, and you will die. The voice suddenly became much colder, giving people a chilling feeling. Huang Tianba really wanted to say that what he said was the truth, but this answer is obviously wrong. I remember, my first time gave me the fifth girl. Since I was 12 years old, I have often peeked under the covers after stumbling upon some love action movies. Every time, it will be solved by the fifth girl. Sometimes, you can come 3 times a day. So far, it has been more than 6 years. Huang Tianba also gave up, and in order to survive, he told all his things. This is the truth. Reward a set of polar services. A voice in the darkness sounded. However, this voice seemed to be mixed with a hint of laughter. When this sound fell, a polar suit fell above Huang Tianba. What a reward! Huang Tianba said excitedly. He said, hurriedly putting on the polar suit. Because at this moment, his body was only wrapped in a few layers of leaves. When Huang Tianba found that the polar suit could still restrain his breath and become invisible, he looked happy. Are there any other questions? Then asked. Huang Tianba said, there are benefits, and if the problem is embarrassing, it will be embarrassing. No one here knew him anyway. Do you have someone you like now? Song Nuan held back a smile and asked. He did a series of things before. His voice is also disguised. I like Nangong Xiaomei. Her long legs are greedy. Huang Tianba said. Hearing Huang Tianba say this, Song Nuan's eyes widened. Then, he turned his head and looked at Nangong Xiaomei beside him. Previously, Xiuqiu had already taken Nangong Xiaomei to join him. This melon is a bit big, and it was burst out like this. I also like Dai Ruoro, although she is only a little over 1.5 meters, she is a little lowly. It is said that lowly has 3 good things, light and soft and easy to push down. Seeing her soft and cute appearance, I especially want to hold her in my arms. And Dongfang Sueki, I also like it, it's very cold. Huang Tianba said with a foolish face. I'm a big radish with a flower heart. Why didn't I see it before? I think so much alone. Beast, beast. Song Muan said to himself. Dai Ruoro Song was warm and impressive, and he was in the same class. Awakened to the vigorous ability, with dimples on his face, he looks very cute. If Huang Tianba just likes someone, whether it is Nangong Xiaomei, Dai Ruoro, or Dongfang Sueki, Song Muan feels normal. After all, everyone has a love for beauty. Age, 18. However, he didn't expect Huang Tianba to be thinking about 3 people. However, Song Muan still sent Huang Tianba a fixation bead. Come on, keep going. Huang Tianba got the benefits and was extremely happy. Who do you most want to see right now? If you want to say that the person you want to see the most now, it must be my boss Song Muan. It's too dangerous here. If the boss is here, I can be a little transparent with peace of mind. These fights and killings will be left to him. Huang Tianba said naturally. In other words, Song Muan is just a tool man in your eyes? Almost, anyway, with him, I don't have to worry about everything. Who made him the boss? The capable work hard. Huang Tianba said with an indifferent face. He answered all the previous questions, and he didn't care about this kind of question. Your wish will come true. At this time, all the stone pillars around Huang Tianba disappeared. On the ground under his feet, several arrows also appeared. Huang Tianba followed the arrow and walked forward. Soon, he walked out of the maze and came to an open space. At this time, he found that Song Muan was eating melon seeds and looking at him with a smile. The most important thing is that next to Song Muan, Nangong Xiaomei still looked at him viciously. Scumbag, scum, pervert. Nangong Xiaomei looked at him and said coldly, "Boss, it's you." Then what I just said, you all hear it all? Huang Tianba looked at Song Muan and asked a little incoherently. Don't worry, we didn't hear very clearly. I heard someone say that he likes 3 girls. Hearing Song Muan say this, Huang Tianba glanced at Nangong Xiaomei and his face instantly turned red. Then he ran to the side and at the same time buried his head in the polar suit. He has never died like this in his life, especially in front of Nangong Xiaomei. Now if there is a crack in the ground, he will get in without hesitation. Song Muan can't be blamed for this, he just wants to ask casually. Who would have thought that Huang Tianba would directly say all the thoughts in his heart? Roar! Tianba is really a shy boy. Big stupid bear is shy. You haven't seen it, have you? How cute. Song Muan turned her head to Nangong Xiaomei and said, Bah, men don't have a good thing. If you stay with him all day, you must be a raccoon dog. Nangong Xiaomei rolled her eyes and said, Song Muan, you go and inquire. I have been called a pure little lord since I was a child. You can insult my character, but you can't insult my purity. If you do this again, I will sue you for defamation. Song Muan said righteously, if you want me to say, the reason why Huang Tianba is so shameless is because he learned from you. Yes, I'm all from the old university. When it comes to shamelessness and perversion, I will learn for another 10,000 years, and I won't be as good as 1% of the boss. I think at the beginning, when I first entered school, I was such a pure young man. As a result, I only lived with the boss for a few days, and I became what I am now. To be honest, I don't even look down on myself the way I look now. It's disgusting. Huang Tianba stood up at this time and suddenly said loudly, how aggrieved that look is. People who don't know think that Song Muan has done something to him. All he could do at this time was to splash the dirty water on his body. Otherwise, he would not be able to face Nangong Xiaomei in the future. Ah Huang, be a person. You can't be too arrogant. You can't be too smart, because generally people who are smart will not end well. I'll give you a chance to admit your mistake to me now, and I'll let you go. Hearing Song Muan say this, Huang Tianba frowned. He was thinking about whether he had any handle in Song Muan's hands, but after thinking about it for a long time, it seems that there is no more. What is wrong with me, Huang Tianba? People like you, I'm ashamed to be with you. From now on, you and I will go to each other. You will never again defile my pure soul with your filthy thoughts. Huang Tianba said righteously. Seeing him like this, Song Muan smiled. Why are there always people who just don't listen to persuasion? After Song Muan said this, she suddenly took out her mobile phone and began to play what Huang Tianba said when he was playing the truth just now. He asked Huang Tianba so many questions before, just to grasp some of his handles. Therefore, Huang Tianba's previous performance was recorded all with his mobile phone. At this moment, Huang Tianba was like a thunderbolt, and his body froze directly in place. How can you have a cell phone? In the yellow sand roof, nothing can be brought in, but how can Song Muan have a mobile phone? It's none of your business. Song Muan continued to play the picture on his mobile phone. Snap. At this time, Huang Tianba gently slapped himself in the face. Then he looked at Song Muan with a flattering look and said with a smile, Boss, I can't do it. You say, what am I fighting with your old man? It's not a lantern in the toilet, looking for death. I've realized my mistake deeply, so just treat me like a fart. You're fine, you're doing nothing wrong. You are very noble and pure, and I am just a tool person for you. You don't need to think so much about a tool person. Song Muan said. He never held a grudge, because he avenged it on the spot. Boss, where are you talking about? No matter when, no matter where you are my dearest boss. Boss, I've been busy for so long, I'm tired, I'll pinch your shoulders. Huang Tianba said, came behind Song Muan, and began to squeeze his shoulders. I'll save this video first, and then I'll see how you perform. If the performance is not good enough, then after it goes out, this video will appear in various groups of the Imperial Capital Academy. I promise that in a day at most, everyone in the Imperial Capital Academy will see this video, especially Dai Ruoro and Dongfang Sueki. Don't think about snatching the phone from me. Don't say if you can do it. Even if you do it, delete the video. I can also disguise myself as you and record it again. You can explain to others that I am disguised as you. You see that other people don't believe you. Song Muan seemed to see through Huang Tianba's plan at a glance, and said with a smile, Boss, how could it be? Don't worry, you let me go east, I will never go west. Don't treat me as a human being, use me as you want. This made Huang Tianba's mouth twitch, because this was indeed what he planned just now. Okay, then you take off my pants and fart for me first. As soon as Song Muan's words came out, the corners of Huang Tianba's mouth twitched again. He couldn't wait to slap himself twice. Song Wan was such a dog, he could come up with any strange ideas. Isn't he making a promise now, just digging a hole for himself? Okay, you two don't be poor. Tell me, what are we going to do next? Nangong Xiaomei said it this time. She didn't want to see Huang Tianba take off his pants and fart, it was simply spicy. Hearing Nangong Xiaomei say this, Huang Tianba cast a grateful look at her. Yes, however, Nangong Xiaomei didn't pay attention to him. There is only one thing we have to do now, and that is to wait. Wait? What are you waiting for? Hearing Song Wan say this, Huang Tianba and Nangong Xiaomei looked at him with puzzled expressions at the same time. We are here in the maze, waiting for others to fall into the trap. In this way, you can kill some people. Secondly, we don't know much about the situation outside, and if we go out rashly, we are easily ambushed by others. After the night sand falls, we will follow the dark night sand. In this way, the safety has been greatly improved. Song Wan explained. If you want to eat chicken, you have to run with the poison circle. However, we still have teammates outside. Nangong Xiaomei said. We don't know where they are now, so there is no way to join them. What we can do now is to ensure our own safety first. Hearing Song Wan say this, Nangong Xiaomei didn't say anything more. At this moment, Xiao suddenly ran out and pointed in one direction of the maze. You mean, did you find out who I asked you to find? Xiao nodded. You two stay in the maze first, I'll go out and take a look. Song Wan said a word and ran outside with Xiao. When he came to the outside of the maze, Xiao pointed ahead again. 8 kilometers in front of you, there are 4 humans. At this time, the computer gave such a hint. Xiao, how many people did you find? Song Wan asked. The ball has a number 1 written on the ground. If there is only one person, then the other 3 may be chasing him. As he thought, he inserted a few stone pillars. Then, he took out Barrett directly, lay down on the stone pillar, hit his figure, and turned on the magnifier. He used the magnifier as a telescope and looked for his teammates. As soon as he came up, he used an octfold mirror, but saw nothing. Subsequently, he used a 16th mirror. Fortunately, Barrett's magnification is adjustable. At this time, he saw the figure clearly, but he couldn't see the face clearly, so he continued to adjust and used a 24x lens. This time, he finally saw the figure 8,000 meters away. It's the flower that knows. Song Wan immediately judged the identity of the other party. At this moment, Hua Zishu was being chased by 3 men. Song Wan did not go to the rescue immediately, but took Barrett and began to aim at the 3 men. He had checked Barrett's attributes before, and its effective range was 10,000 meters, that is, 10 kilometers. Some military fans should not take advantage of Barrett's range in reality, which is the setting in the novel. Now Hua knew that they were only 8 kilometers away from him, within the effective range. It's just that it's the first time he's using this thing, and he doesn't know if he can hit it accurately. At this moment, Hua Jiji's face was particularly ugly, because the 3 men who were chasing him were not just going to kill her. What's even more frightening is that they want to plot against themselves. She was not afraid of death, because before entering the yellow sand roof, she already had the consciousness of death. However, she didn't want to be insulted. In fact, according to the aesthetics of the Dragon Kingdom, Hua Ji is not very beautiful, and can only be regarded as decent. However, her facial features are 3-dimensional, which may be in line with the aesthetics of some people in Western countries. And Hua Jiji's figure is particularly hot. You can't run away. In this yellow sand roof, there is no morality, no law, and all strength is king. If you serve the 3 of us well, maybe we will relentless and let you go. Otherwise, you should know the consequences. Even if you die, the body will not be peaceful. A bald head looked at Hua Zishu and said, I may die, but I will definitely take one of you with me. You can try it and see if I have this ability. Hua Ji said in an extremely cold voice. Ha ha ha, threatening us? You think too highly of yourself. Let me introduce you. My name is Gray, and my awakened ability is the seal of sequence 11. I will seal all your ability energy. It's a dream that you want to die with us. 6-pointed star, seal. When Gray spoke, his body moved, and suddenly, a large number of hexagrams appeared around Hua Jiji. These 6-pointed stars converged towards her. Hua Zishue knew very well that she must not let these hexagrams fall on her, otherwise she would be completely sealed. At that time, she will be the lamb to be slaughtered. So, as soon as her figure moved, she wanted to escape from the hexagram. However, as soon as she started to act, she was beaten back by Gray's 2 companions. Frozen World. At this time, she hurriedly launched her most powerful attack. Heaven is on fire. One of Gray's companions also attacked. Countless flames fell from the sky, surrounding Hua Zishu and competing with the ice she emitted. The 2 of them are equally strong, and no one can do anything about it. However, Hua knows the 6-pointed stars around her and is getting closer and closer to her. At this time, Hua Jiji's heart became more and more desperate. She knew that she was probably really going to die today. Death is possible, but it must not be insulted, not even a corpse. She began to mobilize the energy in her body, intending to blow herself up before she was sealed. Bang! At this moment, suddenly Gray's head exploded directly. It's like a watermelon hit by a bullet. Blood, brain, minced meat, splashed everywhere. With Gray's death, the six-pointed star around Huaji also disappeared. This sudden scene stunned everyone around. They didn't find out at all how Gray died, and he died so tragically. After Hua Zhixiao saw Gray's death, he hurriedly stopped self-destructing. No matter how slow she was, she knew that someone was secretly helping her. So, she hurriedly increased her attack. In an instant, the blue ice froze the flames. Poof! Immediately, the person who used the flame attack spewed out a mouthful of blood. He lost his mind because of Gray's death and was seized by Huaji to fight back. Gray's other companion increased his speed to the extreme at this moment, looking for people who secretly attacked while moving around various snakeskins. In any case, they could not have imagined that the person who killed Gray was 8 kilometers away at the moment. The first time I used it, it killed me with one blow. I knew I had the potential to become a sniper. When I first played Chicken, I was a sniper, and now it's no exception. Song Muan said with a proud face. The first shot was a surprise, which was considered to hit a fixed target, which was not a skill. Now that the target is moving, it depends on whether he can hit it. Song Muan calmed down and carefully observed the movement of the target. It's just that he found that the target was also very smart, and when it moved, it was not regular. 3, 2, 1, shoot. Bang! The next moment, Song Muan pulled the trigger. Because the distance between the two sides is too far, a full 8,000 meters apart. Therefore, it takes 5 seconds for a bullet to be fired from the Barrett to hit the target. For a person with constantly moving abilities, in 5 seconds, he was already able to run far. Although Song Muan is a sniper in the game, it is different in reality from the game. Therefore, his shot, obviously, missed. There are only 10 bullets in total, and now there are only 8 left. Why don't you use Barrett first? Such a long distance is really a bit too wasteful of bullets. Song Muan is weighing the pros and cons. He killed Gray and had already helped Hua Zhixiao get out of trouble. Moreover, Hua Zhixi also took the opportunity to injure an enemy, and the other enemy was like a startled bird, and there was not much threat. At his speed, he was now rushing towards Hua Zhi's location, completely in time. Bang! Just when Song Muan was struggling with whether to continue using Barrett, suddenly the superpower who was moving in the snake's skin suddenly blossomed his head. He followed in Gray's footsteps. This made Song Muan, who was observing several people through the mirror, look confused. He was sure that his shot just now did miss. Is it self-aiming? Song Muan suddenly thought of a possibility. After thinking about it, this is the only possibility. If that's really the case, then this golden Barrett is too awesome. Unfortunately, the only bad thing is that there are too few bullets. Why did I suddenly become stupid? There are few bullets. I can copy it. Song Muan suddenly slapped his head and hurriedly began to copy. This copying takes 10 minutes, consuming 10,000 spirit stones. Is it copied? I'll go. This TM is too dark. A bullet. It takes 10,000 spirit stones. It's faster than me to grab money, Song Muan said scoldingly. However, he chose to copy. If you look at it from another perspective, 10,000 spirit stones for a bullet, it is very cheap. Think about it. A bullet can kill a peerless Tianzhou with SSS level potential and awaken the top 100 sequences of abilities. If this were in the outside world, there would definitely be many people rushing to take out the spirit stone. Not to mention 10,000 spirit stones, even 10 million spirit stones, or even 100 million spirit stones. There are many people who are rushing to pay for it. Thinking about it this way, Song Muan suddenly became transparent. After figuring this out, Song Muan did not save any more bullets. He pulled the trigger again, ready to kill the man who was injured by Hua Zhi. But soon, he stopped again. This won't accidentally hurt your teammates, right? He pondered this question as he began to study Barrett. Soon, he discovered that there was a locking function on top of the magnifying mirror. After locking onto the target, he fired a shot into the sky, because he wanted to verify whether Barrett had the ability to aim for himself. Bang! The target was 8,000 meters away, and after a few seconds, the head exploded. Sure enough, it's self-aiming. Qiuqiu, go and bring Hua Zhixiao here. Hearing Song Muan's voice, Qiuqiu flashed away. Since Song Muan gave him a barbecue, he is now obedient to Song Muan's words. When Hua Zhixiao followed Qiuqiu to the front of the maze and saw Song Muan, he immediately understood. It was Song Muan who saved her just now. Thank you, Hua Zhixiao said very gratefully. If it weren't for Song Muan, her fate would probably be miserable. You're welcome, it's all your own people. Song Muan smiled at Hua Zhixiao. Seeing Song Muan's smile, Hua Zhixiao suddenly felt a very strong sense of security. Although it is cliché for heroes to save beauty, it is the most effective way for the parties to gain favor. Anyway, you saved me. If you come to Huadu in the future, you must tell me. I'll treat you to dinner to express my gratitude. Hua Zhixiao looked at Song Muan and said, okay, let's go in. Huang Tianbai and Nangong Xiaomei are still waiting for us. After Song Muan finished speaking, he walked towards the maze. Hua Zhixiao hurriedly followed him, looked at his back, and a smile appeared on his face. At the same time, in the yellow sand roof, in the other 3 directions, there are also 3 mazes that are almost identical to this one. Others do not have marching ants, so the competition for the maze is extremely fierce. In one of them, Jin Zizai used his freedom ability to pass directly through the wall and and reached the maze. With lightning speed, he opened 4 red boxes and then swept away the props in the boxes. The props in these boxes are roughly the same as the props that Song Wan opened before, but there are some small objects that are different. I'm a mother. Why is this national fortune stone so heavy? When Jean's eye picked up the national fortune stone, his eyes widened instantly. This was the first time he had come into contact with the national fortune stone in such a long time since he entered the yellow sand roof. If he held all 4 national fortune stones, it would be equivalent to more than 400 pounds of weight. Once he had a load, it would be a bit difficult for him to use the freedom ability to come and go without a trace like before. However, he was really unwilling to give up the national fortune stone that he was going to get. For a while, he was in a dilemma. When he was in a dilemma, he heard footsteps and speech coming from the exit of the maze. Listening to the sound, there was more than one person coming. These 3 national fortune stones, the young master won't take them. You help the young master keep it first, and the young master will get it back later. Jean Zizi said, only picking up a national fortune stone. If he only carries 100 pounds, his speed will not be affected too much. At this time, he discovered that there was a huge golden box at the very end of the supply station. He hurriedly headed towards the golden box as quickly as possible. He did not encounter an enchantment like Song Wan. He quickly came to the golden box. However, when his hand touched the golden box, he suddenly found that his hand had passed through the golden box. The next moment, the golden box disappeared directly. Ha! Is it an illusion? Jean's eye was puzzled and said to himself. Hearing the footsteps at the exit of the maze getting closer and closer, he didn't think about it. Then at the fastest speed, with a piece of national fortune stone, he left quietly. There are too many people here, not suitable for staying, so he slipped away first. The other 2 golden boxes in the maze, after being touched, also shuttled directly from the top with their palms, just like Jean's eye before. Just like the moon in the water. Then, the box disappeared. In other words, in the entire yellow sand roof, only Song Wan was the one who obtained the contents of the golden box. When all the things in the 4 supply stations were taken by someone, the dark night sand came again. So, Song Wan and the others had to leave the maze and start running drugs. In order to prevent the old 16 from being hidden in the dark, Song Wan also released more than a dozen fast strange beasts from the pasture and galloped in front of them for a kilometer. In this way, if there is a problem ahead, Song Wan will know as soon as possible. His caution proved to be useful. They left the supply depot and galloped forward for less than 20 kilometers, and Song Wan sensed that a strange beast in their direction at 1 o'clock was dead. Be careful. At the first time, Song Wan made a stop gesture to the 3 people beside him. What's wrong, boss? Have you found an enemy? Huang Tianba asked. Well, at 1 o'clock, someone exists. Snap. You move forward slowly. I'll go to the front first. After Song Wan finished speaking, he disappeared and went towards 1 o'clock. At this time, he released a large number of marching ants to explore the way, and he hid among the marching ants. Soon, he found that there was a man fighting with the marching ants. He hid in the dark and looked at the other party's attributes. Object name, Carl. Physical strength 1258, golden 5. Soul strength 1112, golden 5. Ability type, space, SSS level potential. Combat effectiveness 2370. When Song Wan saw the type of Carl's ability, a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. He didn't pay attention to other kinds of abilities, but the space ability in the 4th sequence must die, because among all the abilities, only those with space-based abilities can come and go without a trace. The Saint Venerable had several in each country, but only the Space Saint of the Dragon Kingdom gave all the countries a headache. The combat effectiveness of the Space Saint Venerable was not the strongest among many Saint Venerables, but he was the most defenseless. If Carl grows up, then he will definitely become the next Space Saint. At that time, it will be the Dragon Kingdom that will have a headache. Song Wan is not a big man who cares about the country and the people, but since he has met this space superpower who has not yet grown up, then even if he is unlucky, Xiuqiu, if there is a fight, you can help me stop that person as much as possible. Don't let him run away, but if you can't do it, don't force it, Song Wan advised. Xiuqiu nodded. In order to be foolproof, Song Wan opened the word space as soon as possible. In this way, he can also use hyperlinks to transfer space within a radius of 1,000 meters. Moreover, he can use some other means to limit Carl's movements. However, Song Wan had just opened the word space, and Carl seemed to feel a great crisis. At the first time, he tore the space and planned to escape. This sudden scene made Song Wan not react. Before he could use his methods, Carl was about to flee. He hurriedly laid out many cells around Carl. Cells are also small spaces, which can suppress space-based abilities to a certain extent. However, what Song Wan didn't expect was that these cells didn't stop Carl. Carl easily passed over the cell without causing any damage to the cell. The next moment, Carl tore the space. In desperation, Song Wan hurriedly took out Barrett and shot him. Because Barrett has a self-aiming function, he pins his hopes on his self-aiming ability. When the bullet came to Carl, Carl's body had disappeared and entered the space torn apart by him. Along with the bullet, there was also the bullet. At this time, Xiuqiu poked his head out of the void void and shook his head at Song Nuan. Although he was able to shuttle through the void, his speed was too slow to catch up. Song Nuan glanced at his honor bracelet and found that there was no change in the column of military achievements. In other words, Carl did not die from Barrett's bullets. It's a pity. If I give me 3 more seconds, I will definitely be able to kill him, Song Nuan said with a regretful face. With 3 more seconds, he can arrange a lot of means. At that time, even if Carl had space ability, he would not be able to escape. Speaking of which, this is the first time that Song Nuan has been deflated for so long. In the past, he was crushed in the face of his peers. Even in the face of the Snow King of the Platinum Realm, he finally won. If you meet again, I will kill you, Song Nuan said silently in his heart. Next, he concocted the same method again, letting the strange beast open the way in front, while he and Nangong Xiaomei followed behind. Soon, an hour passed, and several people came to the foot of a mountain. The mountain, towering into the sky, is covered with lush trees. During this period, Song Nuan killed 4 people. Song Nuan, did you notice that we are meeting more and more people? Nangong Xiaomei looked at Song Nuan and said, it's getting more, you have to be more careful. I have a hunch that our final battle will probably be held on this mountain. Hearing Song Nuan say this, several people all nodded. So, several people hid their figures and slowly began to climb the mountain. At this time, they are very slow because they have to pay attention to the movement around them at all times, in case the old sixth hidden somewhere sneaks up. After several people walked a distance towards the mountain, Jochio suddenly appeared. He pointed in a direction and wrote the number 2 on the ground. In other words, in the direction that Jochio pointed to, there were 2 people from the Dragon Kingdom. 2 kilometers ahead, there are 11 humans. When Song Nuan looked in the direction Jochio was pointing, such a hint appeared. Our team members are in danger. Let's go. Song Nuan turned his head and said to Huang Tianbai and the others, and galloped forward as soon as possible. When they climbed over a small hill, they saw 9 people besieging Niuzhan and Jiangshan in a mountain hollow at their feet. These 2 people are from the Magic Capital Academy. At this moment, the 2 were besieged by many people, scarred. The 2 leaned back to back, looking sharply at the people surrounding them. Old cow, I'm afraid the 2 of us are going to explain here? Do you regret it? Jiangshan asked in a low voice. There is nothing to regret. We are fighting for the Dragon Kingdom. It's just that these miscellaneous pieces actually united to target us. If you want to kill me, you will definitely make them pay a heavy price. I will never give in. Okay, let these chopsticks pay the price. Niuzhan and Jiangshan roared angrily at the same time, and launched an attack on the people around them. Angry flames, Niuzhan roared, and red steam gushed out of his body. Although these red vapors are steam, they have the property of burning everything. In the end, it turned into fireworks and spread out towards the surroundings. From a high vantage point, the red steam forms a red fire lotus with the bull battle as the center. The phantom moon is without a trace. On the other hand, Jiangshan also launched an attack. I saw that his eyes instantly turned red. Immediately afterwards, the red in the eyes condensed into a red moon. The most incredible thing is that the red moon jumped out of his eyes and slowly rose into the sky. This is the phantom moon of sequence 38. Everyone be careful of illusions. Immediately, one of the people surrounding the 2 reminded. Snow is all over the world. At this time, a white-haired woman stood up and began to fight back. I saw her hands scattered, and suddenly, snowflakes rose from above and below the sky. Under the snowflake, the light emitted by the red moon in the sky gradually became dim. At the same time, the red fireworks around Niuzhan seemed to be about to go out. She awakened to the drifting snow ability of sequence 79. Vacuum. Soon, another man also took action. He waved his hands, and the air around Niuzhan and Jiangshan quickly became thinner. In just a few seconds, the space within 10 meters around the 2 of them became a vacuum zone. He awakened the gas ability of sequence 90. Shadow World. Immediately afterwards, a huge black shadow instantly enveloped Niuzhan and Jiangshan in it. Subsequently, a large number of black villains appeared in the shadows and launched an attack on the 2 of them. He awakens the shadow ability of sequence 55. In this way, everyone around them launched an attack on the 2 of them. At this time, the person who suddenly awakened the shadow ability, his head exploded directly. This sudden scene stunned everyone. Bang! After the thunder sounded again, another person's head exploded. At this moment, everyone panicked and hurriedly ran towards the surroundings. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared. It was Huang Tianba. He held 2 beads in his hand and threw them at everyone. When the beads touched the ground, suddenly, everyone within a radius of 10 meters was motionless. This is exactly the effect of the immobilization beads. Bang! There was another thunderclap, and a person's head blossomed. I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others in my life. Huang Tianba threw the immobilization bead, did not slip away, and launched an attack on the person closest to him. He threw a punch, and a huge punch seal flew out of his fist and landed on the man's body. The man felt the danger, but unfortunately, he couldn't move at all, so he could only watch the fist prints fall on his body. Frozen World. At the same time, Hua Zhixiao also launched an attack. In an instant, a layer of blue cold air appeared. Immediately afterwards, a layer of ice appeared on on the ground, and the person who was immobilized by the immobilization bead was directly frozen. The next moment, a large number of ice spikes appeared on the ice. Those who were frozen were directly stabbed by ice. However, the woman who awakened the drifting snow ability was not pierced by the ice. When Han Bing came into contact with her, he disappeared directly. Most importantly, no one else attacked her. It's not because she's special, it's just that because there are too many people on their side, and she happens to be the last one to kill one by one. At this time, the failure of the immobilization beads disappeared, and with a wave of her hands, a large number of snowflakes appeared in the sky again. Her figure flashed and disappeared under the snowflakes. However, at this moment, a red light with a smell of blood flashed. Just now, the woman's head flew up directly, turned into a parabola, and landed on the ground. It also rolled 2 times on the ground. At this time, Nangong Xiaomei's figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. Just now, when Song Muan and the others saw that Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan were besieged by many people, they immediately discussed a countermeasure. Huang Tianba, Nangong Xiaomei, Hua Ji knew that the three of them took advantage of the chaos to approach everyone. Song Muan stood on a high place and attacked with Barrett. When his attack fell, Huang Tianba, who was wearing a polar suit, threw a fixation bead, and then Hua Jixia launched a ranged attack. Nangong Xiaomei hid in the dark to prevent anyone from escaping. In this way, with the least loss, the people who besieged Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan could be killed. Song Muan's plan proved to be effective. There were a total of 9 people who besieged Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan, and none of them ran away. Are you okay? At this time, Huang Tianba and Hua Jixia stepped forward to support Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan and asked, "Looking for death? I was saved, but fortunately, you came in time. If you come a little later, the 2 of us will die." Jiang Shan looked at Huang Tianba and Hua Jixia and said, "Great kindness is self-grateful. Where the 2 of us need help in the future, just say it." Niu Zhan followed suit. "I think the 2 of them are seriously injured and must recuperate for a while. It's a pity that Song Muan and his group did not have a person with medical skills. You eat some snow lotus, it should get better." At this time, Song Muan took out a 100-year-old snow lotus and handed it to the 2 of them and said, "As for the 500-year-old and 1,000-year-old snow lotus, he was reluctant to take it out. It's not that he's stingy, but he feels that the 100-year-old snow lotus is enough for them to heal." Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan were not polite. The 2 took the snow lotus, shared half of it, and ate it. The 2 people who ate the snow lotus, although their injuries would not heal immediately, but they could feel that there was a warm current in their bodies that was repairing their bodies. In a maximum of an hour, their bodies will be back to normal. Boom! Do you see the rest of the Dragon Kingdom? Song Muan looked at the 2 and asked. For some reason, he suddenly had a not-so-good premonition. No! Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan shook their heads. "We can't wait here. We have to find someone else in the shortest possible time. Song Muan, this national fortune stone is too heavy, and we are not easy to take." At this time, Nangong Xiaomei, who had finished cleaning the battlefield, stepped forward and said, "2 of the 9 people they killed just now had national fortune stones. There are also 3 with crossbows and throwing knives. It's a pity that before they had time to use these things, they were killed by Song Muan and the others. Leave the national fortune stone to me. As for the other things, you have divided them. If you encounter an enemy later, don't be stingy and use these props as soon as possible." Song Muan took the 2 national fortune stones and pretended to put them in a backpack made of crocodile skin on his back. In fact, he stored it in the network disk space. When Song Muan and Nangong Xiaomei encountered the first treasure chest, they encountered an attack from a crocodile. After he killed the crocodile, he received it on the net. On the one hand, to eat meat, on the other hand, to peel the skin. Crocodile leather is a good material for making backpacks, leather shoes, etc. When Song Muan was waiting in the maze before, he made a crocodile backpack. This is what he uses to confuse others. In this way, whether it is storing things or taking them out, there is an excuse. Even if it was a huge Barrett, he had thought of an excuse. Barrett in the yellow sand roof is more peculiar, with the ability to become bigger and smaller. Anyway, no one else has this thing, and it is not up to him to decide what ability he has. Moreover, this excuse of his will not be goofy, because he himself has the ability to increase and shrink. Let's go up the mountain. The night sand is here again. At this time, Huang Tianba said to everyone, "It is always more difficult to go up the mountain, but the sand of the dark night sand shrinks and moves horizontally." Therefore, everyone increased their speed to the extreme and did not dare to neglect in the slightest. Little Baga, stop the young master. The young master wants to hit 10. Just after Song Muan and the others galloped forward for some distance, they suddenly heard an arrogant voice. No need to ask, there will be no one else who can speak in this tone except Jean's eye. "Miscellaneous guys, your grandfather Song Muan wants to challenge you." Immediately afterwards, another voice sounded. Hearing this voice, Song Muan's face was black. Poof! Because such a cheap person must be a little cheap Yunda. So, everyone raised their eyes and found that Jean Zizi and Yunda were chasing 7 or 8 people together. Poof! I'm going, these 2 people are too fierce, right? Huang Tianba saw this scene and said in disbelief. 2 people chased 7 or 8 people, and he suddenly couldn't understand it. Didn't you see it? What? The equipment on these two people is armed to the teeth. To be honest, Song Nuan was also quite surprised, because he had only teleported a crossbow, 2 throwing knives, and 2 immobilization beads to Yunde before. After only throwing knives and immobilization beads were opened from the treasure chest, they tried to copy them. It's totally doable. So, he spent a lot of spirit stones and copied a lot. During this period of time, he has not stopped copying. At this time, the number of various props in his network disk was already very considerable. He alone monopolized all the supplies of a supply station to have so many props. He was curious about where Jin Zizai and Yunde got so many props. Let's go up and help too, Song Nuan said to a few people, and then began to intercept the people who were chased by Yunde and Jin Zizai. He also found out just now that the people who were chased by these two people were all from the ants country. Jin Zizai really remembered his father's advice. At the beginning, Jin Zi's father said to Jin Zizi, after entering the yellow sand roof, he met Xiaobaga and went to death. Jin Zizai really did this. Die for the young master. Jin Zizi held a bow and crossbow in his hand and shot frantically. Boom boom boom. Then, countless crossbow arrows rained down on everyone in front of them. Immediately, 2 people were injured. Look at me thunder. At this time, Yunde threw out 2 black balls in his hand. Boom. Rumble. There were 2 more earth-shattering roars. The 2 injured people were blown to pieces before they could hide it all. Baga, when you run out of props, you too will definitely die. At this time, a little Baga turned his head and said to Jin Zizai, bang. However, as soon as his words fell, his head suddenly exploded. This shocked Jin Zizai and Yunde. Damn, there is a sniper. Lao Jin, dodge quickly. Yunde reacted extremely quickly and hurriedly began to move the snakeskin, looking for various covers at the same time. And Jin Zizi penetrated the light at the first time and disappeared from his figure. At the same time, 2 immobilization beads fell in the crowd of little Baga. I, Huang Tianba, am not weaker than others in my life. Subsequently, Huang Tianba, Nangong Xiaomei, Huazhixiao, Niuzhan, and Jiang Shan launched an attack at the same time. Little chief, don't run away, it's our own people. Let's kill, Jin Zizai said loudly to Yunde. Then, he rushed towards those little Baga. Yunde heard Jin Zizai shout and followed closely behind. Soon, under the front and rear attacks of the 2 sides, as well as Song Nuan's sneak attack, the group was killed. Ha ha ha, refreshing, Jin Zizai shouted loudly. Brother dog, I have found you. After Yunde saw Song Nuan and the others, he said loudly, boss. Jin Zizai also stepped forward and said, you two are really wild enough. Lao Jin, where did you two get so much equipment? Huang Tianba asked suspiciously. Some of them were opened out of the box. Some of them were snatched. Jin Zizi told his previous experience as quickly as possible. After he opened the boxes at the supply station, he hurriedly left. Coincidentally, he met Yunde shortly after he got out of the maze. He gave some of the equipment to Yunde, so the 2 became the 6th. Yunde came up with an idea, and by the way, as a bait, Jin Zi used his ability to sneak attack. In this way, the 2 fished and enforced the law and intercepted and killed many people. As a result, the 2 of them had more and more equipment. In the back, even if they encounter enemies several times larger than them, they can rely on equipment armed to the teeth to harden them. Gradually, the 2 became bolder. 20 minutes ago, after meeting Xiaobaga of the Sun Kingdom, the 2 suddenly added some kind of mysterious buff, and in total, they directly chased and killed many Xiaobaga. Awesome! After listening to Jin Ziji's story, Huang Tianba couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Brother dog, haven't you met Brother 7? Yunde asked at this time. Not yet. As soon as Song Nuan's words fell, suddenly Chocho appeared in front of him again, pointed in a direction, and then wrote the number 1 on the ground. Let's go! Seeing Chocho like this, Song Nuan hurriedly galloped forward. At this time, there were already 8 members of them together. Only Tang Qiqi and Zhao Yuan have not yet converged. Now Chocho has found another player in the team, and there is a high probability that it is Tang Qiqi. To be honest, Song Nuan has always been worried about Tang Qiqi. When several people climbed over the mountain pass and came to the mountainside, they found a group of people. At this moment, this group of people is chasing Tang Qiqi. Tang Qiqi looked seriously injured, and his clothes were tattered. The body that galloped forward swayed, as if it would fall at any time. Grass mud horse, who dares to touch my 7th brother? Grass mud horse, who dares to touch my family Qiqi? After seeing this scene, Song Nuan and Yunde roared at the same time and galloped forward at the fastest speed. When he saw Niuzhan and Jiangshan being besieged, Song Nuan simply arranged a plan. However, now seeing Tang Qiqi being besieged, he rushed out directly without saying a word. In contrast, it is treated slightly differently. At this time, whether it was Song Nuan or Yunde, both of them contained thunderous anger in their hearts. The 2 of them grew up together with Tang Qiqi, and their relationship is by no means comparable to others. Now seeing Tang Qiqi being injured like this, how could the 2 of them bear it? Both of them increased their speed to the extreme and headed towards Tang Qiqi. However, Song Nuan is still too slow. I'm the fastest man. The wind is under my feet and I have wings on my back. I'm 1 step away from a kilometer. Soon, Song Nuan's speed increased several times, and behind Tang Qiqi Chi-Chi, the people chasing her are getting closer and closer to her. At this moment, Song Nuan's feet stepped the ground, and then the whole person took off into the air. The power of faith, the power of anger, the power of friendship. Sun Fist, unity is strength. When he was in the air, Song Nuan fused all the powers that appeared on his body. When he was about to hit the ground, he swung this punch containing multiple powers. This punch fell right in front of those who were chasing Tang Chi-Chi. Boom! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar sounded. For a time, flying sand and stones were moving, and the ground collapsed. At the same time, an extremely violent shockwave rushed towards those who were chasing Tang Chi-Chi. Immediately, some of those who rushed to the front were directly blown away by the huge shock wave. At the same time, their bodies spewed a mouthful of blood in the air. There are a few people who are relatively fragile, and after flying out, their heads tilt and they cool off. This sudden scene frightened everyone who was chasing Tang Chi-Chi. Not only did they stop advancing, but they began to retreat. It's just that at this time, dust and smoke were everywhere, and they didn't know what the attack was just now. Bang! When the smoke and dust cleared a little, they saw clearly. In front of them, a man appeared. At this moment, Tang Chi-Chi was lying in his arms. Dog, brother dog, there you are? Tang Chi-Chi looked at Song Nuan and stammered. As she spoke, blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. Chi-Chi, don't talk, with brother go here, you will be fine. Song Nuan flipped his palm and hurriedly took out the 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Without any hesitation, he tore off the heart of the 1,000-year-old snow lotus and stuffed it into Tang Chi-Chi's mouth. The snow lotus heart is the most essential part of the snow lotus, and with Tang Chi-Chi's current situation, it can be treated in the shortest possible time. Sure enough, Tang Chi-Chi, who took Shualianxin, had a much smoother breath. Brother dog, give. At this time, Tang Chi-Chi handed Song Nuan a small token 10 centimeters long and 3 centimeters wide in his hand. Yellow Sand Order. Seeing what Tang Chi-Chi was holding in his hand, a trace of shock flashed in Song Nuan's eyes. The so-called Yellow Sand Order is actually a token that needs to be used when leaving the Yellow Sand Roof. Without tokens, even if you get a large number of national fortune stones, you can't leave the Yellow Sand Roof. No wonder Tang Chi-Chi was chased by so many people. Thinking about it, it was because of this Yellow Sand Order. Brother dog, how is the seventh brother? At this time, Yunde came to Song Nuan's side and asked. Although he had done his best, his speed was much slower than Song Nuan's after all. There is no danger to life, you take care of Chi-Chi. After Song Nuan entrusted Tang Chi-Chi and the remaining 1,000-year-old snow lotus in his hand to Yunde, he stood up. At this time, he looked coldly at the more than 20 people who had chased and killed Tang Chi-Chi just now. You all deserve to die, Song Nuan said in an extremely cold voice. After so many years, he has never been as angry as he is today. If he came later, I am afraid he would not even see Tang Chi-Chi's last face. After his voice fell, he opened the word space. Subsequently, he created countless cells for the first time. At the same time, outside these cells, numerous black borders, stone pillars are inserted. Finally, he also bolded the borders of these cells to fill the entire space in black. He completed this series of actions almost in the blink of an eye. He did this not to use these means to kill those who were chasing Tang Chi-Chi. He did this simply because he didn't want them to escape easily. None of the people who heard Tang Chi-Chi want to leave alive. After doing all this, Song Nuan's figure moved and rushed directly towards those people. After those people fell into darkness in an instant, they panicked directly. They used all kinds of means to escape. However, they found that they were surrounded by walls of all kinds. No matter which direction they fled from, they would crash into the wall. In desperation, they had to use various means to attack these walls. Some used props, others used their own abilities. When they smashed a wall, they hit the wall again before they could gallop forward a few meters. When they wanted to continue attacking, they suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. Because at this time, Song Nuan used hyperlinks to come to them. Song Nuan's attack at this time was very simple and rough. He raised his fist directly and blasted at one of them. This punch contains the power of sunlight, the power of faith, and the power of anger. He himself has the strength of the golden two. Coupled with the superposition of these powers, the person he attacked was directly blown up. The first person had his head blown up. The second person had his heart burst. The third person, his body was all shattered. The power of anger and belief in Song Nuan's body, as he attacked, not only did not decrease, but became stronger and stronger. This means that his attack power is getting stronger and stronger. So, when the attack reached the back, those who were killed by him disappeared their entire bodies. Song Nuan seems to be able to vent his inner anger only in this way. In less than 20 seconds, those who chased Tang Chi-Chi were all dead. After trying to calm down a little, Song Nuan turned off the word space and reappeared in everyone's field of vision. It's just that now he has blood on his clothes and face. This made him look particularly hideous. Of course, the most terrifying thing is the terrifying murderous aura on his body, as well as his cold eyes without any emotion. Seeing Song Nuan's appearance, Nangong Xiaomei and the others actually felt a kind of fear welling up from the bottom of their hearts. Nangong Xiaomei, Jin Zizai, Wang Tianba, they have known Song Nuan for a while. Normally, Song Nuan is always giggling, likes to play tricks on people, and plays some very childish pranks. However, I have never never been angry with anyone. He didn't blush, and no matter what jokes everyone made, he didn't seem to care. Even if you scold him for being shameless, he accepts it calmly. But today, Song Nuan's appearance completely subverted their inner perception of him. At this time, they knew Song Nuan is not without a temper, but all the time, nothing has touched his bottom line. The dragon has reverse scales, and if you touch it, you will die. When they saw the scene behind Song Nuan clearly, a kind of fear welled up in their hearts again. Song Nuan was too ferocious, and the people he killed behind him did not have a complete body. At the same time, they were also shocked by Song Nuan's strength. You know, the people who chased Tang Chi-Chi just now were all the top Tianjiao among the 18-year-olds in various countries. Everyone's strength is not much different from them. However, in less than 30 seconds, more than 20 Tianjiao were all killed by Song Nuan. This strength, who can match the strength in their age group? Brother dog, it's okay, I'm fine. Tang Chi-Chi saw that something was wrong with Song Nuan at this time, and hurriedly said. Although her face was still a little pale and looked weak, her breath was already very stable. After taking the 1,000-year-old snow lotus, I am afraid it won't take long for her to be completely cured. After all, a 500-year-old snow lotus can live the dead, flesh and bones. Not to mention, the 1,000-year-old snow lotus. Hearing Tang Chi-Chi's voice, Song Nuan seemed to come back to his senses. He breathed a long sigh of relief, and then the terrifying murderous aura on his body slowly receded. Once again, he became his usual appearance. Chi-Chi, you can eat the rest of the snow lotus as well. Song Nuan took the remaining 1,000-year-old snow lotus from Yunda's hand and said to Tang Chi-Chi, Brother dog, no need. I know my physical condition, and I have the medicinal effect of the 1,000-year-old snow lotus heart, plus my ability. At most, another hour will take me to recover. Eating too much at one time is not good, Tang Chi-Chi said. In that case, let's rest here for an hour first. Others have no opinion on Song Nuan's decision. Not to mention that Song Nuan himself is the captain of their team, and after seeing Song Nuan's strength, they did not dare to have any objections. After all, for those with special abilities, the strong are king, and strength is respected. Song Nuan and the others were resting. On the other side of the mountain, Zhao Yuan and Carl fought together. Zhao Yuan awakened to the Kuanping ability of sequence 20. Among all the abilities, in terms of speed alone, the Kuanping ability is a well-deserved first. However, what Carl has is the space ability. In terms of speed alone, he is indeed not as good as Zhao Yuan. However, he can perform space jumps. This is equivalent to taking shortcuts when running. Therefore, when Zhao Yuan and Carl fought together, he found that the speed he was proud of was vulnerable in front of Carl. Space blockade. After Carl stopped Zhao Yuan, he directly blocked the space around him. At this time, Zhao Yuan found that no matter which direction he fled from, he would hit the space barrier. Carl's attack method is very similar to Song Nuan's cell. In desperation, Zhao Yuan had no choice but to launch his most powerful attack. His body twisted slightly, and a very small Kuanping appeared on the outer layer of his body. The Kuanping twisted its tail and crashed into the space barrier. Boom! Only heard a roar. Kuanping was dizzy when he was hit, but there was no crack in the space barrier. Only when the speed is increased can the strength be increased. Zhao Yuan was blocked by the space barrier in a small space, and his speed could not be increased at all. The speed cannot be increased, so the attacks sent out are extremely limited. Space cutting. At this time, Carl launched another attack. At the next moment, a space blade appeared in the space barrier, cutting at Zhao Yuan's body. Faced with such a situation, Zhao Yuan hurriedly mobilized all the energy of his body to resist this space blade. However, such an attack is not so easy to resist. He only fought for 3 seconds before the space blade slashed through his body. At this time, Zhao Yuan's eyes were dull, and his eyes were full of disbelief. Eventually, his body slowly collapsed. When he fell to the ground, his body split in half. The incision on his body is quite flat, and I'm afraid that even the sharpest noble phantasm in the world can't be cut like this. Vulnerable. Carl saw the fallen Zhao Yuan and said disdainfully, "The people who secretly ambushed me before, as well as the children of time, I am looking forward to our competition." Carl said lightly, then turned around and left, heading towards the top of the mountain. For Zhao Yuan's death, Song Nuan and his party did not know. At this moment, they dug a cave in the mountain wall and hid in it to rest. Niu Zhan and Jiang Shan's previous injuries were not completely healed, and Tang Chi-Chi was seriously injured, so he should indeed have to recuperate for a while. Song Nuan did not stay in the cave, but shuttled back and forth on the mountain. In his hand, he was holding a notebook. The notebook was marked with many marks that only he could understand. This is a hint he saw in his own eyes, and he roughly marked the location of the people on this mountain. Because people are constantly moving, Song Nuan can only roughly judge the next course of action of these people based on the existing information. Not all of them are accurate, but at least you can see a rough idea. Soon, more than an hour passed. Within this more than an hour, Tang Chi-Chi and the others had healed from their injuries. Even, Tang Chi-Chi has made a breakthrough in strength because he took the 1,000-year-old Snow Lotus heart. Now she is already the existence of the Golden Five Realms. It is the strongest member of the Dragon Kingdom team except for Song Nuan. As for the others, they were all wandering entering in the silver second realm, or the silver one realm. It's not that they are weak, but that their strength is normal among the Tianjiao of the same age. Like the strength of Song Muan's golden two realms, it is really too perverted. Shortly after Tang Qiqi and the others healed from their injuries, Song Muan also returned. So, their group galloped towards the top of the mountain again. After several people galloped forward for a distance, Xiuxiu jumped out again. Our last team member has been found, Song Muan said with a little joy. About 10 minutes later, Song Muan and his party looked at Zhao Yuan, who fell to the ground, his body broken in half, and his eyes were extremely ugly. No one expected that Zhao Yuan would die like this. How come? Even if Zhao Yuan couldn't beat him, with his Kunping ability, if he wanted to escape, no one should be able to stop him. Why was he killed? Hua Ji said incredulously at this time. She and Hua Zhixiao are from the same academy, and they know each other's strength, especially each other's speed. In the yellow sand roof, she never worried about Zhao Yuan's safety. However, I didn't expect that Zhao Yuan would die like this. There are space fluctuations left on his body. If I'm not mistaken, he should have been killed by a space superpower. After Nangong Xiaomei squatted down, she observed Zhao Yuan's body for a while and said, "Space superpower? Cal, you should have killed him at all costs," Song Muan said to himself. After he finished speaking, he put Zhao Yuan's body away. In any case, Zhao Yuan entered the Yellow Sand Ridge and fought for the Dragon Kingdom, and he was considered a hero. The hero's body should be brought back. It can be regarded as an explanation to Huadu Academy and Zhao Yuan's family. Let's go, we still have a lot to do. Song Muan turned his head and said to everyone, and then moved on. The battle is not over yet, so now is not the time to be sad. The people who followed Song Muan did not speak. At this moment, their mood suddenly became very painful. Although, Nangong Xiaomei and Zhao Yuan are not very familiar with each other, but entering the roof of yellow sand together, that is comrades in arms. They are all young and have not experienced life and death before. Speaking of which, this is the first time they have experienced such a scene. At this moment, each of them found that they seem to have really grown. Perhaps, this is the cruelty of the battle. This is the case for supernatural people. The weak eat the strong. Nangong Xiaomei and the others are so well protected that they don't know the cruelty of war at all. With a heavy heart, everyone finally climbed to the top of the mountain. At this time, they found that there were at least 700 or 800 people on the top of the mountain. The previous strategy was done in vain, Song Muan said in his heart. At this moment, these 700 or 800 people were not fighting together. They were divided into several small groups, guarding each other, because they are all waiting for the appearance of the ladder to heaven. The so-called ladder to heaven is actually the exit to the outside world. When the ladder to heaven descends, there will be several yellow sand orders. There are two ways to obtain the yellow sand order. First, it depends on luck and whether you can pick it up elsewhere. Second, snatch when the ladder of heaven descends. Only those who have the yellow sand order will be teleported to the outside world after climbing the Tongtian ladder. People who do not have the yellow sand order, even if they climb the ladder to heaven, will not help. Therefore, when the yellow sand order came, it was when the war really began. Let's find a place to stay first, Song Muan said to several people. So, everyone walked towards a place on the edge of the mountain. Along the way, everyone they met looked at them. Some people, looking at the crocodile bag Song Muan was carrying behind their backs, had a hint of greed in their eyes, because they knew very well that if Song Muan and his party got the national fortune stone, they would definitely put it in their backpacks. After all, holding it in your hand is too eye-catching. It can be said that everyone who stays at the top of the mountain has a ghost in their hearts. Boss, look at the red-haired man at 2 o'clock in our direction. His name is Frank, and he is called the Son of Time. Awaken the third time ability in the sequence. At this time, Jin Zizi stepped forward and came to Song Muan's side and said, "The Jin family sells intelligence, not only the information of the Dragon Kingdom. There is also a lot of intelligence from other countries. Time, ability?" When the other people heard Jin Zizi say this, their eyes widened. Then is this Frank the most powerful of the younger generation? Huang Tianba asked. This is not the case. It can only be said that the most powerful group of people, because there are a few people with similar strength to him. For example, the person in our 11 o'clock direction, Carl, has awakened the space superpower of the fourth in the sequence. He is called the Son of Space. And at 3 o'clock, the black-haired man on the edge of the mountain, Orenda, has awakened the sixth destruction ability of the sequence, known as the Destroyer. Jin Zizai explained. Why isn't Orenda called the Son of Destruction? Huang Tianba asked curiously. How do I know? Jin Zizi said angrily. These titles were not given by him. He just said what he knew. Then don't we in the Dragon Kingdom have the top 10 superpowers in the awakening sequence? The one at the top of the sequence among us is the seventh brother's reincarnation ability. Reincarnation ability is ranked in sequence 10, which is a little worse than third, fourth, and sixth. Yun Dis said. He originally thought that he had awakened the moral ability of sequence 16, which was already very remarkable. However, when these Tianjiu gathered together, he realized that he seemed to be very ordinary. The first person in the awakening sequence is in our Dragon Kingdom. kingdom. It's just that our dragon kingdom is not very lucky. When the yellow sand roof was open 3 years ago, he hadn't awakened his ability yet. This time it's open, but he's over 18 years old. Jin Zizi said, "Are you talking about the stars?" Nangong Xiaomei suddenly asked at this time. Tianxing? I haven't heard of it. Song Muan and his group were very unfamiliar with this name. That's right, it's him. His real name is not Tianxing. This is the name he later changed. Heaven is made of chessboard stars. Who dares to play? He took this name, which means that the heavens made the chessboard star as the sun, and he is the chess player. It is said that he once said, "The world is arranged by fate, and he arranges fate." What an arrogant person. Niuzhan couldn't help but say. Arrogant? Maybe. However, he does have the qualifications to be arrogant. He is only 20 years old this year, but he has already broken through to the realm of kings. As for breaking through to the king's realm, no one knows about this. If you can break through to the realm of kings at the age of 20, I'm afraid you are even more arrogant than him. Jin Zizai glanced at Niuzhan and said. As soon as he said this, Niuzhan was instantly speechless. He has good talent and has awakened the grumpy ability of sequence 82. However, he did not have any confidence to break through to the realm of kings at the age of 20. Not to mention the king realm. If he could break through to the diamond realm, he would probably be complacent. Many people say that Tianxing will become a saint in the future. Once he can become a saint, he must be the most powerful one among several saints. At that time, he may become the strongest player in the blue star. Jin Zizi said. In his words, there was a hint of admiration for this star. Tianxing, I remember the name. If I have the opportunity in the future, I will meet him. Song Muan said in a low voice. It is indeed remarkable that Tianxing can break through to the realm of kings at the age of 20. However, he had previously predicted his strength. According to his previous cultivation, he was able to break through to the king realm at the age of 19. In contrast, he is only stronger than this star. Boss, I believe in you. You will be able to overthrow this star in the future. Huang Tianba expressed his loyalty to Song Muan at this time. Why should I kill him? If you are both from the dragon kingdom, can't you make a friend? Song Muan only appreciated this star, but did not have any hostility. After all, people don't do anything just because of their talent. He is full of hostility for no reason, which will only make him look a little seriously ill. Then in other countries, are there still commendable Tianjiao? Zhang Shan looked at Jin Zizi at this time and asked. In addition to the people I just told you about, there is another person named Mario. Speaking of which, he is the same age as Tianxing and has awakened the ability of the second in the sequence. From the current point of view, among the younger generation, he is the only opponent of Tianxing. Mario? Is the name serious? Song Muan said with a surprised face. Ha, what happened to the name? Jin Zizai looked puzzled. He didn't think there was anything special about the name. It's okay. Song Muan hurriedly waved her hand. Mario's meme is probably known to himself. It's not like I don't know. It's better than we are all garbage. Niuzhan said. There is no garbage or garbage. There is never a shortage of geniuses in this world. Genius who doesn't grow up is a stepping stone. Only when you stand on the top of the mountain can you be considered a real winner. Song Muan looked at several people and said, Brother Dog is right. Only when you laugh to the end can you laugh the sweetest. Over the years, there have been countless geniuses of all kinds in the Dragon Kingdom, but so far, there are only 4 saints, and there are only 8 god of war. The other Tianjiao are all bleak. Yun De followed suit. After his words fell, suddenly, the entire top of the mountain shook. The Tongtian ladder is about to appear. Let's pay attention to snatching the yellow sand order. Song Muan said to everyone, the yellow sand order must be one for each person, so everyone must have it. After Song Muan said this, she whispered in Tang Chichi's ear, and then disappeared in a flash. Everyone was attracted by the movement on the top of the mountain, so Song Muan suddenly disappeared, except for Hua Jishi and Tang Chichi, who had been paying attention to him, including Jin Zizai and a few. Under the gaze of Jin Zizi and the others, a huge vortex appeared in the sky. Soon, hundreds of golden streamers flew out of the whirlpool. Every golden streamer is a yellow sand order. Boss, shall we do it now? Huang Tianba said. Everyone, don't move. Brother Go just told me. Let's stay where we are and don't move. Everything is under his command. Tang Chichi hurriedly said. Ha, where's Brother Dog? Hearing Tang Chichi say this, everyone looked at the place where Song Muan was standing just now. Only then did they realize that Song Muan was no longer in place at some point. When hundreds of streamers flew out of the whirlpool and fell to the top of the mountain, there was not a big battle as many people imagined. On the contrary, everyone treated each other coldly, letting those yellow sand orders fall to the ground. Because those who can enter the roof of yellow sand are all Tianjiao. Not only is Tianjiao in talent, but likewise, his mind is far better than others. Almost everyone knows that once one of them starts to snatch, they will definitely become the target of public criticism. After all, they had nearly 1,000 people, while Huan Shaoling only had 100. At that time, it will inevitably be besieged by everyone. In that way, it may not be clear how the besieged person will die in the end. Even if a few stunned young people didn't think this clearly, their companions would hold them back. Just like Tang Chichi stopped attacked Huang Tianba just now. Therefore, an extremely eerie sight appeared on the top of the mountain. The yellow sand order fell to the ground, and no one took the initiative to snatch it. They just looked at the others around them very vigilantly to prevent themselves from being attacked. At this moment, the entire top of the mountain fell into a dead silence. You don't want it, then I want it. At this moment, a voice sounded. The person who spoke was Carl, the son of space. I saw his figure flash and disappear in place. Others are afraid of sieges, but he is not afraid, because he can use space abilities to travel through space. Besieged? It doesn't exist. However, just after Carl disappeared in place, suddenly, the entire mountain top fell into darkness. This made everyone start to be on guard, mobilizing the energy in their bodies. Once anything is wrong, it will be the first to take action. Please close your eyes when it's dark. At this time, an old voice came. This voice came to everyone's ears very clearly. I'm a jerk. This familiar voice again. At this time, Huang Tianba couldn't help but say. When he was in the maze before, it was because he heard this voice that he was caught by Song Yuan. Unexpectedly, under such circumstances, this voice appeared again. With Huang Tianba's almond-sized brain, at this time, I still didn't expect that when I was in the maze before, that voice was disguised by Song Yuan. He also thought that Song Yuan only happened to be in the maze when he discovered the scene of his death. Werewolf, please open your eyes. Ha, what is it? Suddenly, a person screamed. With his screams, the top of the mountain instantly became noisy, because more and more people feel that something around them has begun to attack them. Naturally, these people will not sit still, so they also began to attack. Because they can't see and can't feel the breath of others, everyone can only attack with their own perception. In this way, it is inevitable to attack others, and those who were attacked hurriedly began to fight back. Because it is invisible, the attacks of the people on the top of the mountain are not only the abilities of others, but also various props opened from the treasure chest of the yellow sand. Once the props are added, the battle intensifies. All of this is naturally Song Yuan's masterpiece. He took advantage of everyone's attention to be attracted by the Babel ladder, and hurriedly left the top of the mountain. After leaving, he did a total of 3 things. First, around the top of the mountain at the fastest speed, a large number of marching ants were released. Second, open the word space, fill the entire space on the top of the mountain in black, and at the same time, let many marching ants attack the people on the top of the mountain. Third, use the find skill to pick up all the yellow sand orders that fell on the ground. When the marching ants attacked these people, the melee naturally began, because no one thought that in addition to them, there would be strange beasts on the top of this mountain. After all, they had been to the top of the mountain for a long time and had not seen the existence of strange beasts. Of course, during this period, Song Yuan was not idle. He kept throwing various props he had copied before, such as thunder, throwing knives, immobilization beads, etc., towards the top of the mountain. Because there were so many people on the top of the mountain, he didn't need to aim. As long as these things can be thrown out, then someone will definitely be tricked. As the saying goes, if you are poor, you will strike accurately, and if you are rich, you will be covered by firepower. At this time, Song Yuan was playing with a firepower cover. While surrounding the top of the mountain, he kept releasing marching ants, while constantly throwing out various props. He clearly saw that the military merit value on his honor bracelet was constantly rising. In other words, there were not a few people killed by him. Moreover, in order to prevent everyone from escaping, he also laid a large number of borders and cell barriers on the outermost side of the mountain. In this way, it is not easy to run out of the top of the mountain. In this way, Song Yuan threw out all the props that had been copied and stored in his network disk. Coupled with the melee of others, it is destined that the people on the top of the mountain will suffer countless casualties. As for Tang Chi-Chi and the others, if they were isolated by Song Yuan with a cell, they would not be attacked. Now is the time to hunt. Song Yuan smiled and took out his Barrett. The firepower coverage is over, and the next step is to strike with precision. In the dark, others cannot see, but Song Yuan can see it very clearly. The first person he locked on was Frank, who had awakened his time ability. Without any hesitation, he took less than a second to lock it and then pulled the trigger. After a thunderclap, a bullet came to Frank in the blink of an eye. This sniping is different from the sniper killing when the flower was saved before he knew. When he saved the flowers before, the two sides were 8 kilometers apart. The bullet will fly in the air for a while, but now, he was only a few hundred meters away from Frank. It only takes half a second at most, and the bullet can come to him. Frank in the dark felt a fatal crisis, and his face instantly became serious. Time stops. He immediately stopped time in the space within a meter radius of himself. Barrett's bullet stopped in front of him. He stretched out his hand and took it in his hand. At this moment, the time he had stopped within a radius of 1 meter was restored. The threat of a bullet comes from the speed of high-speed operation, and when it is held in the hand, it is not to be feared. When Song Yuan saw this scene, her face became serious. As expected of the Son of Time, it is really not an easy task to kill him by such means. Song Yuan did not attack Frank again, but turned the tip of the gun and aimed it at the others. Since he couldn't kill the other party in such a way, he didn't need to waste time. After all, a bullet costs 10,000 spirit stones. And most importantly, to copy a bullet, it takes 10 minutes. Before, 10 minutes was nothing. But now, 10 minutes is very critical and may affect the outcome of the battle. Bang! Another shot rang out. This time, Song Nuan aimed his gun at Orenda, who had awakened the destruction ability. Orenda, who was in the midst of the melee, felt the danger coming from behind. He waved his palm, and a black light flashed. A black light shield appeared behind him. When Barrett's bullet landed on the black light shield, it melted quickly. It's like a piece of wood, like a grinder, disappearing little by little. When Barrett's bullet disappeared completely, the light shield propped up behind Orenda also disappeared. Since one shot can't be used, then two shots. Song Nuan fired two shots in a row. The two shots are one front and one back, only a second apart. When the bullet was about to fly to Orenda's body again, another black light shield appeared. Still like before, the bullet in front disappeared quickly. However, when the second bullet landed on the light mask only lasted for a second and then shattered directly. After the bullet shattered the light shield, it headed towards Orenda. At this time, it was too late for Orenda to dodge. When the bullet landed on Orenda, he did not die, but was seriously injured. In such a situation, once injured, death is not far away. Song Nuan controlled many marching ants and rushed towards Orenda. Orenda sensed the crisis, hurriedly increased her speed to the extreme, and then galloped towards the distance. At this time, he had only one thought, to leave the mountain first. Soon, he came to the edge of the word space, blocked by the borders and cell barriers on the edges. Without the slightest hesitation, he hurriedly launched his most powerful attack. However, Song Nuan fired again. When the gunshot rang out, Orenda actually made a big hole in the frame. However, Barrett had a self-aiming function, and when he rushed out of the word space, Barrett's bullet also landed on him. Orenda's body did not explode directly like those who had been hit by Barrett before. He just has a big hole in his heart. His body did not shatter, but his heart shattered. He took his last breath and glanced at the world full of light, then closed his eyes. In this way, the supernatural who awakened the sixth in the sequence died completely. However, in order to prevent him from being resurrected with resurrection coins, Song Nuan chose to delete his body as soon as possible. He didn't believe that people who didn't even have corpses could be resurrected even if they had resurrection coins on them. If this is the case, then you will see a ghost. At this time, Song Nuan looked at the word space. Under the bite of many marching ants, as well as the firepower of many props before, the people on the top of the mountain were basically dead. Now, there are only Frank, the son of time, and Carl, the son of space. These two people are not very easy to deal with. However, he had made up his mind today to kill these two people here. Of course, Song Nuan did not intend to make an immediate move. He plans to be a fisherman and come to a wave of sitting on the mountain and watching the tiger fight. So, he took Tang Chi-Chi and a few of them, left the top of the mountain, and hid. Subsequently, he closed the word space. At this time, the sight of the top of the mountain appeared in Frank and Carl's field of vision. The two frowned at the same time when they saw this situation. They didn't expect the battle to be so fierce. There were broken arms and remnants everywhere, and the top of the mountain was filled with a strong smell of blood. Moreover, except for the two of them, there was not a single living mouth. Good means, worthy of being my opponent. Frank looked at Carl and said, before the space went dark, only Carl was in action. Moreover, he is a space-based superpower, and he is the only one who has the means to make space lose its light. I didn't do this, Carl explained. Although he didn't need to explain, he didn't want to take the blame inexplicably. To be able to pick up all the yellow sand orders on the ground in such a short period of time, no one can do it except you, a space superpower. There are also some people who have lost their national fortune stones. You can't bring storage items in the yellow sand roof, and only you can effortlessly fit these national fortune stones into the space you have opened up. On the top of the mountain, there are still some corpses of strange beasts. Similarly, only you can transfer them here without warning. Then borrow a knife to kill. Frank looked at Carl and said word by word, I said it wasn't me, then it wasn't me. Whether you believe it or not, it's true. This is not a trial, so Carl doesn't need to explain it particularly clearly. Now on the top of the mountain, it's just the two of us. I'm pretty sure I didn't deploy any plans. Then who else can there be besides you? Hand over a yellow sand order, and I won't pursue this matter, Frank said. He said this thoughtfully. He knew about Cal's abilities, although he never thought the other person was better than him. However, he also admitted that Carl is not weak. If the two sides fight, even if he can win, I am afraid he will pay a certain price. Now that it has happened, even if he kills Carl, his companions, and the others, he won't survive. There are hundreds of yellow sand orders in total, and he asked for one, and it was not too much to leave the yellow sand roof. I repeat, what happened on the top of the mountain has nothing to do with me. I don't have yellow sand. Another thing you said is wrong. There are indeed only the two of us on the top of the mountain, but under the top of the mountain, there are other people. Hearing Carl say this, Song Nuan was surprised. His first reaction was that they were discovered. It made him feel a little unbelievable. When he hid it, his father Song Huanquan didn't find it, but Carl actually found it. Is it because the space superpower's perception perception of space is relatively subtle? Get out of here. I saw Carl wave his hands. Immediately, with Carl's body as the center, ripples appeared in the space. Then it went up and down quickly in the distance. This feeling is like a stone thrown into a calm lake. On the surface of the water, circles of water patterns appeared. Soon, Frank felt that the breath of more than a dozen people appeared at the bottom of the mountain. Of course, among these people, Songwon and the others are not included. Because, when the space vibrates, Songwon strengthens the space wall of the cell. Carl's wide-ranging shock did not allow them to show their forms. Frank's figure flashed, and he came to the edge of the mountain and looked at the dozen or so people hiding below. He found that in the hands of these dozen people, each of them was holding a piece of yellow sand order. Moreover, some people still have national fortune stones in their hands. So you did it, Frank said angrily. His words made these dozen people look confused. The yellow sand order in their hands, like Tang Shichi, was found elsewhere in the yellow sand roof. When they came here, they hid for the first time. Because they no longer need to snatch the yellow sand order, they just need to wait for the ladder to heaven to descend, and then leave. Are there so many people around me? At this time, a short man said with a shocked face. He had been hiding here and did not dare to act. I don't know that there are so many Lao Lu hidden around me. The same was true for the others, all of whom looked shocked. Some people know that there are other people hidden around them, but they don't expect that there are more than a dozen people hidden. The same is true for Song Muan, who has been focusing on Carl and Frank and forgetting to look around. He has always regarded himself as the sixth child, but he didn't expect that the sixth child was far more than he imagined. In order to prevent there from other old six, Song Muan hurriedly checked it with a hint. It doesn't matter if you don't look at it, it's really terrible to look at. More than 500 meters away where they were hiding, there was still a person hiding. Carl's space shock just now did not shake him out. Hand over the yellow sand order, I will spare you from death. Frank looked at one of them and said. He was just alone now, so he only needed a yellow sand order. Therefore, he did not target everyone, but only one of them. In this way, it will not be besieged. Don't think about it, the man said. If you don't hand it over, you will die. Frank said, moving his body and heading towards the man. Quicksand whirlpool. Seeing Frank coming towards him, the man's palm immediately fell to the ground. Suddenly, yellow sand rolled on the ground. These yellow sands swept towards Frank like giant beasts. Time stands still. When the yellow sand spread to Frank's feet, it came to a standstill in an instant. From Song Muan's point of view, those yellow sands seem to have been made into a suspended work of art. It looks like a large pot of fried egg fried rice, stagnant in the air. And Frank's figure moved at this time, and he instantly came to the person and threw a punch. The man struggled with all his might, trying to break free from the shackles of time. However, everything he did was in vain. He could only watch as Frank's fist landed on his heart. Poof! The next moment, he spat out a mouthful of blood and flew out. Then, with a tilt of the head, the whole person lost his life characteristics. Seeing this scene, the people around all gasped. Time ability, terrifying. They are also superpowers, and the person's superpowers just now were vulnerable in front of Frank. At this time, even Song Muan, who was hiding in the shadows, and Carl frowned, because both of them were thinking about what means they should use to resist such an attack. Frank came to the dead man and took the yellow sand order from his hand. At the same time, a backpack made of animal skins was removed from his back. There happened to be a national fortune stone inside. Seeing the national fortune stone in Frank's hand, a trace of greed flashed in the eyes of the others. However, after seeing the strength of the Franks, they did not dare to act rashly. At this moment, Carl moved, and his body disappeared directly in place. When he reappeared, it was behind a man with triangular eyes. His set of combos directly cut the triangular eye's body in half. Song Muan saw this scene, and his eyes froze. He had previously guessed that Zhao Yuan was killed by Carl. Now that he saw the other party's same killing method, he was 100% sure that it was him. Carl, like Frank, picked up the yellow sand order and a national fortune stone from the hand of the triangle eyes. The others could only watch all this, and no one dared to act rashly. The difference in strength was too great, and they did not have the courage to fight. I originally wanted to sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight and reap the benefits of the fisherman. But looking at the current situation, I can only take action myself. After Song Muan had a plan, he found Yunde and handed him the golden barret. Little cheap, you will use barret later, cooperate with Chi-Chi and the others, and kill the remaining people. I'm going to find a way to kill Carl and Frank. Brother dog, this is too risky. These two people are not good stubble. Yunde said a little worriedly. If it was other superpowers, Yunde was not worried at all. After all, Song Muan had killed more than 20 people with superpowers before. But Frank and Carl's abilities, one is time and the other is space. No matter which one, it is not easy to deal with. Don't worry, I have a number. If I really can't kill them, I also have the ability to protect myself. To be honest, Song Muan is not 100% sure whether he can kill Frank and Carl, because he was also facing the time and space powers for the first time. Their methods are not particularly clear. However, many of his skills are enough to make him invincible. Brother dog, let me help you hold Carl. If you can kill Frank, come and help help me? Tang Chichi stood up and said at this time. She wasn't sure if she could beat Carl, but she had awakened the reincarnation ability of sequence 10 anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem to hold him back. Boss, and me. My freedom ability can shuttle through space barriers. I will cooperate with Tang Chichi's words, and you can rest assured to hold him back. Hearing Jin Zizai and Tang Chichi say this, Songwon pondered for a moment and agreed. If he faces two people at the same time, the pressure is really high. If Tang Chichi and Jin Zizi share it, his winning rate is indeed much greater. Okay, if I don't kill Frank, I'll summon you. At that time, you will go to the Tongtian ladder first. We used the yellow sand order to leave the yellow sand roof. Hearing Songwon say this, everyone nodded. Songwon did not forget the sixth child who was still hiding in the shadows. This is left to Yunda. That old sixth is not Frank and Carl, and he has no ability to avoid Barrett. Dealing with him is just a shot away. At this time, Songwon and the others saw that Carl and Frank were not ready to do anything to others, but walked towards the ladder. The rest of the people only dared to follow the two of them from a distance. Bang! At this time, a gunshot caught everyone's attention. Immediately afterwards, countless props were thrown at Frank and his group. Songwon's props were lost before, but Nangong Xiaomei and the others still had some. Time stands still. Space transfer. Frank and Carl used the ability at the same time and ran out of range of the prop. However, others are not so lucky. They didn't expect that it was already this time, and there were still people hiding in the shadows. They were directly caught off guard. Immediately afterwards, Nangong Xiaomei and the others fell like raindrops of various attacks. In a few seconds, the dozen or so people were killed. This time, there were really only Songwon and his gang left, as well as Frank and Carl. There are still people, Carl said to himself in shock. He didn't expect that his previous space vibration did not shake out everyone's hidden people. At this time, three pillars slowly rose in front of Carl and Frank. On these three pillars, Songwon, Tang Chichi and Jin Zizi stood respectively. Welcome to my world, two strong men. Can you borrow your head? Songwon stood on the stone pillar and looked at Carl and Frank condescendingly. Regardless of his attack power, at this moment, his pressure was full. Dragon Kingdom people? If you want my head, just come here. Frank raised his head to look at Songwon and said, it was you who attacked me in the first place, right? Carl looked at Songwon and said, not much nonsense, the game is over here, you two please hit the road. The power of faith. Songwon's body jumped and went towards Frank. At this time, he gave people the feeling that he was a person with the ability to fight in close combat, because, above his body, there is a terrifying power. Of course, he deliberately gave Frank the illusion that he had misjudged his own strength. Tang Chichi and Jin Zizai also followed Songwon, and the two of them went towards Carl. No, we are the three musketeers, and Brother Dog and Brother Seventh have all gone up. The other person should be me. How could it be Lao Jin? No, I have to go up and help. You guys are too far back. Don't rush forward. It's easy to be killed in seconds. After Yunda saw this scene, he frowned. Then, he turned his head and said to Nangong Xiaomei and the others. After saying that, he rushed up to himself. His words made Nangong Xiaomei and the others have a black line. Although Yunda said the truth, this sounded particularly harsh. It is not very harmful and extremely insulting. What they can do now is to focus on Songwon and the others, looking forward to the battle. If Songwon and the others can win, then this time the Yellow Sand Roof Journey, the Dragon Kingdom will win a big victory. Soon, a big battle began. Songwon versus Frank. Tang Chichi, Jin Zizai, Yunda vs Carl. Songwon raised his fist directly and attacked Frank. Waste of time. Seeing Songwon's movements, Frank said disdainfully. A close attack could not cause any damage to him at all. Time stands still. I saw Frank wave his hands, and suddenly, a strange energy spread in the space, enveloping Songwon. However, at this time, Songwon suddenly disappeared. At the moment when he was about to be fixed, he made a hyperlink jump. The next moment, countless black spears fell from the sky. Time stands still. Not surprisingly, Frank used this trick again. Songwon found that Frank had done it countless times before, and each time he only used this move. A trick is fresh, and it eats all over the world. Then play with you. The power of the eyes. The power of language. Since the attack was visible, Frank was able to use time to stand still to dodge. So, how should he avoid these invisible forces? Sure enough, Frank, who was moving, suddenly felt that two extremely strange powers had landed on his body. This power caused trauma to his body. Although not particularly serious, the injury will continue to worsen over time. Go back in time. This time, Frank used a different method. In an instant, time began to flow back in the space around him, and the injuries on his body disappeared quickly. In the blink of an eye, he was back to his peak form. It's really difficult. It's too difficult to kill Frank by ordinary means. Songwon found that after going back in time, Frank's injuries not only improved. What's more, he had already consumed a lot of energy, but he was completely restored. In a sense, this time ability is a bit buggy. No problem. In that case, then I can only use the only means. Delete. After Songwon chose Frank, he deleted it. This deletion takes 9 minutes and 59 seconds. As soon as this skill came out, Frank Frank suddenly felt a strong sense of crisis. However, he did not find out where this sense of crisis came from. Go back in time. He immediately turned back time, because once time goes back, all aspects of his body will return to their previous peak appearance, including unknowingly, curses, toxins and other attacks will also disappear. However, after this time reversal, the crisis he felt did not disappear. At this moment, Frank panicked. This is the first time in his history that he has felt this crisis. The most important thing is that he has no idea how he got it. The unknown is dangerous. You have to get out of here. This was the thought that came to Frank's mind. He thought of it and did it, and he decided not to entangle himself with Song Muon anymore. Now that the ladder to heaven has descended, he has also obtained the yellow sand order and can leave the yellow sand roof. So, his figure flashed and he headed towards the ladder. You can't go. Song Muon dodged and used the hyperlink to transfer, blocking Frank's face. The next moment, more than a dozen forces gathered above his fist and swung it at Frank. He wanted to see if the time ability could still work in the face of absolute power. Time stands still. Seeing Song Muon's attack, sure enough, Frank used time to stand still again. However, this time the time did not freeze Song Muon's fist 100%. Song Muon's fist, with the blessing of many forces, continued to swing towards Frank. However, the speed is very slow, as if it is slowed down several times in slow motion. Although the time ability is powerful, it has a limit after all. After all, Frank's realm is not very high. It was like if Song Huanquan came to kill Frank, his time ability would not be able to withstand such a strong attack. He will still be killed in seconds. However, Song Muon's movement slowed down several times, enough for Frank to escape. I saw him dodged Song Muon's fist, and continued to gallop towards the ladder. The time ability is nothing more than that. This time, he didn't hit Frank, and Song Muon's face didn't have any pity, but a smile hung on his face, because he had just thought of a way to deal with Frank's time freeze. Once again, he used the hyperlink to jump, came to Frank, and threw a punch at him. As last time, Frank once again used time to stand still. However, this time, he did not gallop forward. He planned to kill Song Muon directly. After all, Song Muon was like slow motion in his eyes at this time. As long as Song Muon was killed, he believed that the fatal crisis he felt would definitely disappear. Therefore, he also raised his fist and waved it towards Song Muon's heart. As long as it hits Song Muon's heart, Song Muon will surely die. However, at this time, Song Muon, who was originally in slow motion, instantly regained his original speed and punched Frank. The punch, in Frank's disbelief eyes, landed on his body. The next moment, there was a loud bang, and Frank flew out backwards. Most of his body was shattered. Time is. Frank, who still has his last breath, wants to completely recover his body through time reversal. However, before his ability was displayed, countless black spears suddenly fell from the sky, nailing his two arms to the ground, making his hands immobile. If you can't move your hands, you can't cast your abilities. Age, 18. Give me death. The next moment, Song Muon made a big jump, then raised his fist and smashed it into Frank's body with all his might. Boom! Another earth-shattering roar sounded. This time, Frank's body was directly smashed into meat paste. Immediately afterwards, his body was deleted. So weak, to be honest, I'm disappointed. Song Muon looked at the place where Frank disappeared and said, the reason why he was able to hit Frank directly in his incredible eyes just now was because he only used one skill. Revocation. The so-called undo is to restore the data in the document to the previous step. When Frank used time to freeze time on Song Muon used the revoke skill. In this way, the time freeze that Frank cast on him disappeared. This is equivalent to the time ability losing its effect in front of Song Muon. When Frank's time ability had no effect on Song Muon, he would be weak and vulnerable. In this way, after Song Muon discovered this, Frank was killed in seconds in just one round. Subsequently, Song Muon looked at Tang Chi-Chi and the others' battle. Tang Chi-Chi and the other battle with Carl fell into a stalemate. The three of them stood in a zigzag shape, and no matter who was attacked, the other two would step forward to help as soon as possible. Therefore, Carl's attack has never been able to cause damage to Tang Chi-Chi and the others. Of course, Tang Chi-Chi and the others couldn't attack Carl either, because every time Carl is about to be hit, he will shift the space at the first time. With Tang Chi-Chi's speed, they couldn't keep up with Carl at all. However, for Tang Chi-Chi and the others, their goal has been achieved. After all, the reason why they fought with Carl was to help Song Muon hold Carl. When they saw Song Muon killing Frank, a trace of joy flashed in their hearts. Frank is dead, and next, it's Carl's turn. Carl naturally saw the scene of Frank's murder, and his heart was shocked to the extreme at this moment. To be honest, if he fights against Frank, he is not sure of winning. After all, Frank's time ability, he couldn't find a way to restrain it. Unexpectedly, Frank died at the hands of Song Muon. I can't drag it on any longer. I have to leave. Carl fought silently in his heart. Then, his figure flashed and he headed towards the ladder. Song Muon had fought with Carl before, but he escaped. This time, Song Muon had already started the arrangement. The same thing cannot happen again in front of him. He had guessed before, thinking that Carl must have found a way to get to the ladder to heaven. So, he arranged a large number of cells around the ladder of Babel. The cells are all bolted, and the space space barriers are very thick. Even if Carl had space abilities, he couldn't pass through these space barriers in an instant. In addition, he also created a number of new PPTs in the space in front of the ladder. Each PPT is an independent space, and it is a large space. Its space walls are much thicker than the space walls of cells. Even if Carl is lucky enough to tear through the space wall of one PPT space, he will appear in another PPT space, just like a nesting doll. In this way, even if Songwon didn't do anything, it would not be easy for Carl to escape. Of course, if he had fled directly down the mountain from the beginning, Songwon would have no way to deal with him. After all, now his word space also includes a radius of 1,000 meters. Unfortunately, Songwon calculated that he would go to the Tongtian ladder. Soon, Carl appeared in a PPT space. At this time, Songwon also followed him through the hyperlink. Since you're here, don't go. Good master, you won't let guests leave. Songwon looked at Carl and said. Seeing Songwon appear in front of him, Carl looked incredulous. He appeared here using space jumping. Why did Songwon appear so quickly? Without any hesitation, he continued to tear through the space and then fled. However, soon, he found that Songwon appeared in front of him again, looking at him with a smile. At the same time, he also ate some melon seeds. Continue. Songwon was not in a hurry to do something to Carl, but looked at him with a playful face. Songwon's expression is too familiar to Carl, because in the past, when he met people who were good at speed, he would treat them with this attitude. He often has a cat and mouse mentality, allowing those who are good at speed to run away to their heart's content. Then he used his ability to jump in space and followed them unhurriedly. He didn't expect that one day he would encounter such a scene. You have also awakened your space ability? That's impossible? Carl roared frantically as if he had been stimulated. Blue Star's luck is limited, and within a certain period of time, the seeds of supernatural abilities that can be bred are also limited. The abilities of superpowers are not produced out of thin air, but are bred by the luck of the Blue Star. Ordinary abilities, such as F and E, can give birth to countless ability seeds a year. These ability seeds were randomly scattered among the crowd of Blue Star. That's why they awaken to these potential abilities. The more potential the ability seed, the smaller the number of bred seeds. Like the top 100 ability seeds in the sequence, it may take a year to conceive one. Kill. These people with abilities obtain these ability seeds due to various factors, such as bloodline, chance, or some other reasons, so as to awaken this potentially powerful ability. And the ability like the top 10 in the sequence may take 5 or 10 years to give birth to a seed of ability. In other words, within 5 years, or possibly within 10 years, there will be no two people on the Blue Star who awaken a certain ability in the top 10 of the sequence at the same time. This is also why Carl will shock Songwon and awaken the space ability. Impossible? How do you know that some things must be impossible? Did you dream? Or, did you tell you after the ability became a spirit? Songwon asked with a smile. Hearing Songwon say this, Carl was speechless. These are the conclusions reached by some experts on Blue Star through hundreds of years of research. Whether this is the case or not, no one dares to guarantee 100%, because the conclusions of many experts are based on big data and have not been proven. It's not that they don't want to prove it, it's that they don't have the ability to prove it. Space blockade. At this time, Carl didn't talk nonsense with Songwon. Since you can't run away, then confront it head-on. Soon, the space around Songwon was completely blocked. Space cutting. Carl used this move to kill Zhao Yuan again. However, the next second, Songwon disappeared in place. Thus, Carl's attack failed. Do you have this little strength? It seems that it is nothing more than that, Songwon said. He found that when the abilities they relied on the most didn't work, they would be vulnerable. Frank is like this, and so is Carl. Space banishment. Carl attacked Songwon again. I saw that the space around Songwon was collapsing rapidly, and if Songwon didn't move, he would be banished into the void. And there are no coordinates in the void, and there is void turbulence, so it is impossible to come back. The move of space banishment does not directly kill the enemy, but banishing the enemy into the void can also be regarded as indirectly killing it. Bang! It's like, you didn't kill people directly, you just throw him into the wolf's den and the result is the same. In the face of Carl's attack, Songwon once again made a space jump through the hyperlink. If you only have this little means, then the battle will end here, Songwon said, launching an attack. This time, he didn't even use the delete skill, because it's completely unnecessary. When Songwon's powerful punch came in front of Carl, Carl immediately shifted the space. Songwon followed closely. At this time, Songwon was like a maggot attached to a bone, like a shadow. No matter how many times Carl used space transfer, Songwon could always follow him. Space shield. Seeing that he couldn't run away no matter what, Carl had no choice but to start defending. Boom! An earth-shattering roar sounded in the space where Songwon was. In an instant, the space shield condensed by Carl directly shattered. The shattered energy dissipated into the air. Poof! Carl was hit by the remaining energy, and the whole person spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Songwon used the hyperlink again and came to him. He didn't give Carl any respite at all, and his fists kept falling. Soon, Carl also turned into a pile of meat puree. At this time, Song Muon used the delete skill. Phew, it's over. Time ability, space ability, can also be regarded as having experience against the enemy. After doing all this, Song Muon breathed a long sigh of relief. The reason why he was more promising just now and didn't kill the two of them by any means at the first time was not because he didn't know about the capsize in the gutter, but because he has resurrection coins. Even if he is really accidentally knocked over by the waves, he has a chance to start over. He asked Frank and Caldo to use some offensive methods, and his experience against the enemy could be enhanced. After all, although only two of them in the younger generation have time and space abilities. However, the entire Blue Star, there are others who have such abilities. No one knows if he will fight those people in the future. It's always good to gain a little more experience now. This trip to the Yellow Sand is over. For the time being, the Dragon Kingdom is the winner. As for why it is temporary, it is because outside the Yellow Sand roof there are also strong people in the King realm of various countries, eyeing it. If they go out like this now, they will definitely become the target of public criticism. You guys come here, we're ready to go back, Song Muon said to Tang Chichi and the others. Soon, Nangong Xiaomei and his group appeared in front of Song Muon. You should know that outside the Yellow Sand roof there are a large number of strong people in the King realm waiting. If we go out like this, there is a good chance that we will be attacked by them. Song Muon looked at several people and said, Brother Dog, if you have any ideas, just say it, we will all listen to you. Yun Dis said. He understood Song Muon, and since Song Muon said this, it means that there is already a plan. Now everyone obeys my orders, goes to the bloody ground on the top of the mountain, rolls themselves dirty, and looks as embarrassed as possible. Also, take off all your clothes and replace them with animal skins. Then, you attack each other and injure each other. However, be careful, don't affect the action. The injury looks a little more serious. Song Muon said loudly. Why are we doing this? Niu Zhan asked puzzled. Do what I say first, and I'll explain it to you later. Song Muon looked at Niu Zhan and said. Yunde and Tang Chichi did not hesitate and went to change their clothes first. Then he lay on the ground and rolled up. Many people died on the top of the mountain, blood flowed into rivers, and after they rolled around like this, their bodies were already stained with blood. Subsequently, they launched attacks on each other. In just a few minutes, everyone looked particularly miserable. It's like being hunted for a long time. While Tang Chichi and the others were busy, Song Muon took out Zhao Yuan's body from the network disk. Then, he took out the resurrection coin and placed it on Zhao Yuan's body. Originally, this resurrection coin was left by him just in case. Now everyone else is dead, and I don't need it anymore. To be honest, he didn't know if this resurrection coin could resurrect others. It's just that I'm going out soon, so I always have to give it a try. If it succeeds, then Zhao Yuan can be resurrected. It doesn't matter if you don't succeed, there is nothing to lose anyway. This is the real thing. Dead horses are living horse doctors. Tang Chichi and the others also saw that Song Muon was treating Zhao Yuan. However, a question mark appeared in their hearts. Can people be saved when they die? However, Song Muon has created too many miracles in the Yellow Sand, so they are also looking forward to the miracle happening again. Under everyone's gaze, the resurrection coin slowly integrated into Zhao Yuan's body. Subsequently, a dazzling light erupted on Zhao Yuan's body. After about 5 seconds, the light dissipated, and Zhao Yuan opened his eyes. Welcome to hell. Song Muon looked at Zhao Yuan and said in a hoarse voice, Are you dead too? Zhao Yuan slowly sat up, looked around, and then looked at Tang Chichi and asked, Alive? Really alive? Boss, awesome, broken. Brother Dog, awesome class. Seeing that Zhao Yuan was resurrected, everyone shouted loudly. Dead and resurrected, what a heaven-defying ability. Song Muon, are you still human? This kind of thing can be done against the sky. Zhang Shan said in shock. At first glance, your words sound like scolding me. It's not that I went against the sky, but I got a prop against the sky before. I just tried it, but I didn't expect to really save him. Song Muon hurriedly explained. He didn't want to be spread by these people. He had the ability to resurrect others. This ability is too against the sky, and it is not good for him to spread it out. If you can get such props, you are very strong. Zhang Shan said. There are so many people in the Yellow Sand roof. Only Song Muon got the resurrection props. Zhao Yuan heard everyone's conversation and finally understood what was going on. He didn't speak, just hugged his fist at Song Muon. Great kindness is self-thankful. This is no longer a life-saving grace, but a grace of regeneration. Such kindness seems pale no matter what is said. Okay, I'll tell you about my plan now. Song Muon waved his hand to everyone and began to tell his plan. Everyone nodded while listening. When everyone understood Song Muon's plan, they took the Yellow Sand Order and walked towards the ladder. At this moment, by the lake of the Sea of Death, the powerhouses of the King realm of various countries were still sitting as they were at the beginning. However, from time to time, someone glanced at the mirror above the lake. They are all waiting for the return of their respective countries. At this moment, suddenly a ripple appeared on the mirror. It's out. Seeing this scene, everyone stood up in an instant and looked at the mirror. At this moment, suddenly, a figure dressed in animal skins and covered in blood fell out of of the mirror and fell to the ground. After him, there were 9 figures. These people all have one thing in common: they are all covered in blood. Because his face was dirty, he couldn't see his appearance clearly at all. And he was empty-handed, not holding the national fortune stone. "Master, save me, there is an earth-shattering beast." At this time, a miserable voice sounded from the ground. The person who spoke was Song Yuan. He was the first to fall, and at the same time, he was also quickly looking for the direction where everyone in the Dragon Kingdom was. "Help, there is a strange beast." Behind Song Yuan, Tang Chichi and the others shouted like crazy as they ran towards the location of the Dragon Kingdom. Their voices sounded so frightened. How frightened? It was as if I was frightened. Hearing this voice, Dongfang Xiao immediately judged that this was Song Yuan and the others. His face changed, and he dodged and hurriedly came towards him. At the same time, figures are constantly falling outside the mirror. 10 people, 20 people, 30 people. Just like dumplings, when they fell to the ground, there were hundreds of people. In addition to these people, there was also a huge strange beast that looked extremely ferocious in black and white. For a while, everyone's attention was attracted by the huge strange beast. All of this, of course, is Song Yuan's masterpiece. He used the stones, wood, and other things in the yellow sand roof to make them look like other people. Subsequently, these dummies were rolled several times on the bloody ground on the top of the mountain, making it impossible to distinguish their appearances. He also placed the remaining yellow sand orders on the bodies of these dummies, and then released a few strange beasts from the pasture. When he left the yellow sand roof, he gave orders to these strange beasts to throw these dummies into the exit above the ladder. Among them, there is also a strange beast tens of meters long. This strange beast is black and white, with long fangs. If an earthling sees it, they will recognize its identity as a giant panda for the first time. However, this giant panda is not naive, but fierce. Of course, this is all intentional by Song Yuan. This is an artificially created beast. His plan was also very simple, that is, to pretend to be chased by the shocking beasts, and they fled in embarrassment, so the whole body is dirty and covered with wounds. In this way, it can be temporarily confused. After all, there were not only a few of them who came out of the yellow sand roof, but also many dummies. These dummies can distract others for a short time. Sure enough, when people from other countries saw the strange beast tens of meters long, their faces changed and they hurriedly launched an attack. They had never seen a strange beast tens of meters long, and they subconsciously felt that this strange beast was extraordinary. However, when their attack fell on this strange beast, the strange beast suddenly shattered into a pile of stones. This made everyone look inexplicable. Why is such a ferocious beast so vulnerable? Is it because the strange beasts in the yellow sand roof can't come to the outside world, erased by the rules? This is the first thought of many people. However, they were only stunned for a moment, and then looked at the others who fell to the ground. They saw that this time, as before, only about 1/10 of the people came out of the yellow sand roof alive. They wanted to see who got the national fortune stone. I don't know if I don't see it, and I was shocked when I saw it. They found that at least 1/3 of them were holding golden national fortune stones in their hands. Without saying a word, these people began to snatch the national fortune stone. When Song Yuan's miserable voice sounded for less than 3 seconds, Dongfang Xiao appeared in front of him. "Warmth, master is here, don't be afraid," Dongfang Xiao hurriedly said. When he saw Song Yuan's appearance, he thought he was stimulated by something. "Master, don't ask anything, take 10 of us quickly, and then leave here with the others as fast as possible." Song Yuan smiled at Dongfang in a low voice and said. He deliberately emphasized the word 10. Dongfang Xiao was stunned for a moment when he heard Song Yuan say this. However, his reaction was also exceptionally quick. At the first time, he held up Song Yuan and Nangong Xiaomei behind Song Yuan, and headed towards the place where many strong people in the Dragon Kingdom were. "Oriental god of war, how are they?" The bearded man of the Dragon Kingdom stepped forward and asked. "Don't ask this yet, let's go," Dongfang said with a smile. Although he didn't know what happened, he chose to believe Song Yuan. So, they got on the airship of the Dragon Kingdom as quickly as possible and left. As they left, the fighting between those from other countries intensified. However, when someone grabbed a piece of national fortune stone, they found that these national fortune stones were as heavy as ordinary stones, and they did not weigh hundreds of pounds at all. As soon as they exerted force, they found that these national fortune stones were shattered. Because this is what Song Yuan looked like using ordinary stone P to become a national fortune stone. This is not a national fortune stone at all. These are all dummies. At this time, others also found that those who fell to the ground had no living characteristics. With a single blow, these dummies turned into powder. Everyone was not stupid, and they instantly figured out that this was someone messing around. "It's a dragon countryman," someone couldn't help but shout, because someone saw that the people of the Dragon Kingdom had already left by airship. This is a typical 300 taels of silver here. If it weren't for the Dragon Kingdom, why would they be in a hurry to leave? Others didn't even think about whether their country's Tianjiao was still alive. As soon as they got on their respective airships, they chased in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom airship. All this seems to be a long story, but there was a gap of more than 2 minutes between Song Yuan and the others falling to the people from other countries, and the people people who began to pursue the Dragon Kingdom. In other words, Song Nuan arranged so much, and after removing the time spent by Dongfang Xiao and the others, he also bought an extra minute and a half of time for everyone in the Dragon Kingdom. A minute and a half, sometimes very inconspicuous, but sometimes, it can determine the head of a battle. After Song Nuan and the others got on the airship, the speed of the airship was increased to the extreme, heading in the direction of the Dragon Kingdom. On the airship, Song Nuan, who originally looked half dead, sat up after the airship took off. "Are you not hurt?" At this time, the bearded man looked at Song Nuan and Nangong Xiaomei and asked in surprise. "Poof, poof, injured, but not serious. Master, this time things have become a big deal. I don't know if the Dragon Kingdom can stand it." Song Nuan looked at Dongfang and asked with a smile. "How big?" "More than 1,000 people who entered the yellow sand roof, except for 10 of us, are all dead." Hearing Song Nuan say this, everyone on the airship was instantly stunned. After Song Nuan's words fell for several seconds, everyone on the airship came back to their senses. "How many of you did it?" Dongfang asked with a smile. Song Nuan nodded. "Frank and Carl are dead too?" Luo Qi who asked at this time. "Yes." Song Nuan nodded again. "Good boy, you can actually kill Frank and Carl." Seeing Song Nuan nodding, Luo who said excitedly, "We killed all the Tianzhou of other countries, and they will definitely not give up. This time, it is possible that those countries will unite against the Dragon Kingdom. That's why I asked, can the Dragon Kingdom withstand it? It cannot be said that Song Nuan is an afterthought, and he only thought of this now. Give him another chance, and he will do it. If the Tianzhou of other countries kills one more, then these countries will have one less strong person in the future. This is equivalent to the strength of the Dragon Kingdom increasing by 1 point. However, the work of this aftermath will be handed over to Dongfang Xiao and them. After killing so many of them, how many pieces of the national fortune stone did you get?" Dongfang asked with a smile. They did not see the existence of the national fortune stone from Song Nuan and the others. "I haven't had time to count it carefully. It may be more than 20 yuan, or it may be more than 30 yuan. Song Nuan replied. "What? More than 20 yuan? You are talking about more than 20 yuan?" Hearing Song Nuan say this, Luo Qi who was stunned. In the past, when people from the Dragon Kingdom entered the yellow sand roof, they could get 2 national fortune stones, which was already an amazing gain. Unexpectedly, Song Nuan and the others got more than 20 yuan. "It's unbelievable." Luo Yong immediately informed the Thunder God of War and let him lead the Dragon Guard army to come to support immediately. At the same time, pass on my God of War order. Let all the members of the King Realm of the Veteran Building come to meet us. Send another message to the other gods of war, as well as the 24 9-star generals, if they have time, come together. The Dragon Kingdom has been silent and low-key for so long, so it's time to be high-profile once. Dongfang smiled and said to Luo Hu. "Yes," Luo Qi said with a slap in the face, and turned to leave. "As expected of my apprentice, you did a good job." Then, Dongfang Xiao turned around, looked at Song Nuan and said, "Master, seeing you so confident, I feel much more at ease." Song Nuan breathed a sigh of relief. "Our Dragon Kingdom is no longer the Dragon Kingdom of the past, and the current Dragon Kingdom is not afraid of any country. In the future, everything that is beneficial to the Dragon Kingdom will be done with your hands and feet. Even if you pierce the sky, the Dragon Kingdom can be your strong backing." Dongfang smiled and advised. "Domineering." Song Nuan gave a thumbs up. "Okay, you little guys have worked hard this time. Go wash, change your clothes, and then rest. As for the rest, leave it to us." Hearing Dongfang Xiao say this, Song Nuan and the others nodded. Now they are covered in blood and have injuries on their bodies, so they really should rest. In this way, Song Nuan and the others walked into a small cubicle. "Report to the God of War, 20 kilometers behind us, there are airships from other countries chasing us. Don't pay attention to them, go full speed. Our first task now is to rush back to the Dragon Kingdom." In the following period, airships from various countries launched a pursuit of the airships of the Dragon Kingdom. Although there was only a difference of about 20 kilometers between them and the airship of the Dragon Kingdom. In normal times, a distance of 20 kilometers can be speeded by in less than a minute. But when both airships are moving at full speed, it is equivalent to relative stationary. The motion of objects is relative, so the distance of 20 kilometers is like a mote, and it cannot be caught up. After all, this airship of the Dragon Kingdom is one of the top airships of Blue Star. Of course, the same is true for airships from many other countries. That's why they can't catch up. Report to the God of War, 50 kilometers ahead of us, there is a small airship that wants to intercept us. Luo Yon, don't show mercy, shoot them down. You guys, come with me, Luo Cheek said, and the superpowers of the 10 King realm appeared on the top of the airship. Because it is oriented, the distance of 50 kilometers is reached in less than a minute. Luo Qi and the others had already seen the small airship that appeared in front of them. On the small airship there were several superpowers of the King realm. In the world of superpowers, all flying tools are used for transportation and have no attack function, because all attacks will come from the superpower. Flame explosion, thunder arrow. At this time, 2 attacks came towards Song Nuan and their airship. Luo Qi and the others also hurriedly launched a counterattack. Chaos fire rain. Sword of dome light. Silver shield. Frozen for thousands of miles. More than a dozen attacks fell from the airship, not only defusing the opponent's attack but also continuing towards the small airship without diminishing. Just heard two roars, and the two small airships were blown up. And the few superpowers of the King Realm on the airship could only abandon the boat and flee. Then, they could only watch the airship of the Dragon Kingdom go away. Although the superpowers of the King Realm can already fly, their speed cannot be compared with that of airships. After killing the small airship intercepted in front, the airship of the Dragon Kingdom continued to move forward without being affected in the slightest. However, soon, an intercepting airship appeared in front of them. In fact, everyone knows that it is difficult to stop the airship of the Dragon Kingdom by relying on the small airship. But at this time, they have no choice. They couldn't watch the airship of the Dragon Kingdom fly back to the Dragon Kingdom, so even if they used their lives to intercept it, they had to try to see if they could stop the airship of the Dragon Kingdom. Because as long as it can be stopped for a minute and a half, the airship behind can catch up. But unfortunately, in a hurry, it was difficult for people from other countries to mobilize a large number of personnel to intercept the airship of the Dragon Kingdom. What they did at this time was like a gourd baby saving their grandfather, one after another. In this way, after more than an hour, the airship of the Dragon Kingdom finally came to the border of the Dragon Kingdom. On the border of the Dragon Kingdom, a man with a national face led tens of thousands of troops wearing red armor, standing on standby. When everyone on the border saw the Dragon Kingdom's airship appear, the man with a Chinese face spoke. All of them have it, ready to fight. For a while, all the personnel burst out with super momentum. These momentum condensed together to form a sharp sword. When the Dragon Kingdom's airship flew past their heads, the sharp sword suddenly rose into the sky and stopped the airship flying from behind. At the same time, there was also a majestic voice. Dragon country ahead, everyone is forbidden. With this sound, the national face soared into the air, standing on the sharp sword condensed by everyone's momentum, and looked coldly at the flying airship. He is the thunder god of war mentioned by Dongfang Xiao before. Those soldiers wearing red armor are the Dragon Guards. Although the individual strength of the Dragon Guard army is not very strong, they cooperate all year round and have a tacit understanding with each other, forming a special way of fighting. This fighting style is somewhat similar to Song Yuan's unity is strength. It can fuse everyone's attacks together. Tens of thousands of Dragon Guards less than the King Realm cooperated with each other and could resist thousands of superpowers in the King Realm. Coupled with the Thunder God of War as the leader, his outstanding command ability and excellent commanding ability can bring the combat effectiveness of the Dragon Guard to the extreme. The Thunder God of War is called the Thunder God of War, not because he awakens to thunder and lightning related abilities, but because he commanded the Dragon Guard to fight. Like thunder, he could smash everything. The Thunder God of War, together with the Dragon Guard army, is known as the Protector Sword of the Dragon Kingdom. The airships of other countries did not stop moving forward because of the shouts of the Thunder God of War. They were still moving forward quickly on the airship as before. Cut. Seeing that the other party had no intention of stopping, the Thunder God of War did not have any nonsense. He controlled the sword under his feet and slashed directly at the flying airship. At this time, a protective shield appeared on the outside of the airship trying to block the flying sword. Boom! When the huge sword fell outside the airship, there was an earth-shattering roar. The protective shield on the outside of the airship was only stalemate for a moment and then completely shattered. The sword was undiminished, and it was directly slashed on the airship. The huge airship, under the sword, was directly split in two. At this time, the personnel in the airship, like bees coming out of the nest, flew out, floated in midair, and confronted the Thunder God of War. Subsequently, those superpowers of the King Realm and other countries also flew out of the airship one after another, floating in the air, looking at the Thunder God of War. What are you doing when you come to my Dragon Kingdom? The Thunder God of War looked at everyone and asked, do we want an explanation? Our country's Tianjiu entered the yellow sand roof, and no one came out. On the other hand, none of the 10 people in the Dragon Kingdom who entered the yellow sand roof were missing. We have reason to suspect that our country's Tianjiu was killed by the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, a man with a golden beard in the beautiful country stepped forward and said, the same is true for our country's Tianjiu. No one survives. There are thousands of Tianjiu who entered the yellow sand roof. Only the people of the Dragon Kingdom came out, and the Dragon Kingdom must give us an explanation for this. Otherwise, I will never give up. For a while, the superpowers of the King Realm of various countries all shouted loudly. Their so-called letting the Dragon Kingdom give them an explanation is not really asking for an explanation. Instead, they felt that the national fortune stone of the yellow sand roof might be obtained by the Dragon Kingdom. If this is the case, then with the blessing of these national fortune stones, the Dragon Kingdom's future strength will definitely skyrocket. In this way, it is not a good thing for other countries. After all, the Dragon Kingdom is now one of the 5 major powers of Blue Star. If the strength skyrockets, then the future result may be the dominance of the Dragon Kingdom. This is something they absolutely cannot allow. This can be imagined by people in other countries. Therefore, they came to the Dragon Kingdom with a tacit understanding without consultation. They had only one purpose: if they couldn't let the Dragon Kingdom hand over the national fortune stones they had obtained, then they would take advantage of this opportunity to kill as many strong people as possible in the Dragon King realm. In this way, the Dragon Country must be greatly injured. As for whether the Dragon Kingdom was wronged, it didn't matter. They didn't care at all. Over the years, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom has grown too fast, and they have long been unaccustomed to it. It's just that in normal times, there is really no excuse to go to war with the Dragon Kingdom, and if only one country goes to war with the Dragon Kingdom, it will definitely pay a heavy price. This time, so many of their countries united, and they didn't believe that they couldn't hit the Dragon Kingdom hard. Joke: after entering the roof of yellow sand, life and death are fated. Your country's Tianzhou is dead. That can only mean that their skills are inferior to others. Why do you say that people from my Dragon Kingdom did it? If according to your logic, in the past, my Dragon Kingdom Tianzhou entered the yellow sand ridge and died a lot, then should I, the Dragon Kingdom, also ask you for an explanation? The Thunder God of War said disdainfully. He had only received a message from Dongfang Xiao asking for support before, and he didn't know what was going on. Now when I hear these people say this, I am also shocked in my heart. There were thousands of people who entered the yellow sand roof, and only the people of the Dragon Kingdom came out alive. This is the first time in so many years that something like this has happened. He just wanted to say, well done. The little guys in the Dragon Kingdom did this beautifully, and naturally they couldn't be manipulated. Therefore, his attitude is very tough. To be honest, he didn't want the two sides to go to war. After all, if there was a war, it was destined to lose a lot. However, if war must be started, the Dragon Kingdom is not afraid at all. Long Kingdom was ready to go to war with any country at any time many years ago. The Dragon Kingdom is no longer the Dragon Kingdom it used to be. My Dragon Kingdom Tianzhou was chased by a strange beast, and now I am delirious. If you want to explain, go to the yellow sand eaves to find those strange beasts. At this time, Dongfang Xiao took hundreds of King Realm superpowers on the airship and came to the side of the Thunder God of War. He asked a few people to escort Song Yuan and the others to the imperial capital, and they naturally want to stay and fight with the Thunder God of War against the King Realm superpowers of other countries. Why is our country's Tianzhou dead and the Dragon Kingdom's Tianzhou still alive? Since you can't give us an explanation, then we'll ask for this explanation ourselves. If you want to go to war, you always have to have an excuse. No matter how lame the excuse is, it doesn't matter. The important thing is that there is. Just like a certain little Baga on the earth, a soldier from his country who claimed to have gone missing. Subsequently, war broke out under such an excuse. My Dragon Kingdom does not want to have a war, but when the war comes, the people of my Dragon Kingdom are not afraid at all. If you want to ask for an explanation, just come. I put it here: if you dare to cross the border of my Dragon Kingdom, it will be an invasion of my Dragon Kingdom. My Dragon Kingdom will fight you to the death. The Dragon Guard army obeys orders and is ready to fight. The Thunder God of War said sonorously and powerfully. Yes. Tens of thousands of members of the Dragon Guard shouted at the same time. Their voices pierced the sky and echoed across the border. I just want to ask for an explanation for our country's Tianzhou, since you are so arrogant and unreasonable. Then don't blame me for waiting. Kill! Goldenbeard shouted and rushed towards the people of the Dragon Kingdom. At this time, there is no point in arguing about who is right and who is wrong, because the battle has begun. Dragon Guard, kill the enemy with me, the Thunder God of War shouted. Suddenly, the sword under his feet skyrocketed dozens of times, and the length of the sword body exceeded a kilometer. This sharp sword turned into a cold light and slashed down at those superpowers of the King Realm. Kill! Dongfang laughed and they also moved at this time. I saw a halo welling up from Dongfang Zhao's body. This aura enveloped all the powerful people of the Dragon Kingdom's King Realm. For a while, the momentum on the people of the Dragon Kingdom skyrocketed a lot. This is a skill of Dongfang Zhao's war ability called War Aura. All companions shrouded in a halo of war will have at least 10% increased in strength. The person with the largest increase can reach 20%. The Dragon Guard army can fight against thousands of King's Realm with the strength of tens of thousands of King's Realm, and the principle is to refer to Dongfang Zhao's war aura. In this way, a great war began. Normally, the battles between the two King Realms were earth-shattering, but now the battles of thousands of King Realms were simply like destroying the heavens and the earth. All kinds of powerful attacks were constantly flashing in the air. Fire and rain all over the sky. Thunder, curse, cross slash, boom boom. When these attacks landed on the ground churned and cracks appeared. In less than a minute, all the objects that existed within 100 miles were destroyed. The ground was a mess and there were potholes everywhere. In some places, fireworks are endless, in some places there is thick smoke, and in some places there are rubble splashing. However, this is only the beginning of the battle. When the battle comes to an end, no one knows what will become here. As time went by, the people of the Dragon Kingdom slowly fell behind, because, after all, they are much worse in terms of quantity. However, even so, neither the Eastern God of War nor the Thunder God of War had any retreat. These two people were already crazy at this time. Everyone everyone is 1 against 10. The King Realm's superpowers who died in the hands of the two of them also reached double digits. People who can become gods of war may not have the highest realm, but they kill the most. Every god of war is an honor piled up with bones. Dongfang Xiao, I have long wanted to fight you. Today I will kill you. At this time, a thin man came to Dongfang Xiao and said, the Dragon Kingdom has the god of war, and other countries naturally have the same level of abilities as the god of war. This person's name is Mick, and speaking of which, his ability sequence is still in front of Dongfang Xiao's war. He awakened to the catastrophe, ranked 52 in the sequence. In a way, disasters are similar to wars. Therefore, Mick and Dongfang Xiao have always been each other's imaginary enemies. However, the two sides did not really fight to the death. If you want to fight, then fight. In this regard, Dongfang Xiao naturally did not have any fear. I saw that a horn of war suddenly sounded on his body. Immediately afterwards, the momentum on his body skyrocketed, and a large amount of murderous aura also gushed out of his body. The next moment, his figure moved and attacked Mick. Grass and trees are soldiers. The stones, trees, and fallen corpses around him all seemed to have been given new life and headed towards Mick. The catastrophe, the flood. Mick also launched a counterattack at the same time. A large river more than 100 meters wide gushed out behind him, and the trees slapped against the stones that came towards him. Those stones, wood, crashed directly into the river. It gives the impression that it has taken the initiative to attack. When the river was completely photographed, the stones and wood were directly destroyed. However, the great river was also split and began to divert. In this round, the battle between the two sides was basically indistinguishable. Wrapped in horsehide, disaster is coming, the sky is collapsing. As a result, a new round of fighting between the two sides began again. The battle of the strong, especially when the strength of the two sides is almost the same, it is basically impossible to determine the winner or loser in a short period of time. It is destined that the battle between Dongfang Xiao and Mick will last for a long time. On the other side, the thunder god of war was also entangled by one person. In the sky, a meteorite fell. Behind the thunder god of war, a starry sky rose. His ability is firmament in sequence 45. In the sky, all phenomena are included. Soon, a large number of meteorites appeared in the sky behind him, smashing towards his opponent. Space is chaotic. The opponent of the thunder god of war was also the first to launch a counterattack. I saw that within tens of kilometers in front of him, objects were turned upside down. Those meteorites that fell from the sky were also transferred to the ground. His ability is not space in sequence 4, but chaos in sequence 49. The so-called chaos ability is the ability to change the position of objects within a certain range at will. Among them, there are those with special abilities. However, the thunder god of war is not just fighting himself. The next moment, he controlled the sharp sword condensed by the Dragon Guard army and slashed down at the chaotic space in front of him. Boom! After a loud bang, the chaotic space was completely shattered. His opponent spat out a mouthful of blood and his face turned pale. Under the sky, all things wither. The next moment, the thunder god of war launched another attack. I saw that the space behind him flew out of a ray of light and landed on his opponent's body. Immediately afterwards, his opponent's body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Of course, it is not the reduction of the bones, but the reduction of the flesh and blood of the whole body. It was as if a very brilliant flower in full bloom suddenly withered. The thunder god of war did not look at his opponent twice, but looked at the battles of others. He found that the hundreds of superpowers who followed Dongfang Xiao were only 2/3 left at this time. The remaining half is also constantly retreating. The losses of the Dragon Guard army also reached 1/10. For the loss of battle, even the thunder god of war was helpless. It's not that they are not strong enough, but that the number of enemies is too large. Kill. At this time, suddenly hundreds of foreign people with the ability of the King Realm went towards the Eastern God of War in unison. They planned to use the method of siege to kill the Eastern God of War. The fall of a God of War would be a huge loss for the Dragon Kingdom. Moreover, as long as the Eastern God of War is killed, the Thunder God of War will be left alone, and it will be difficult to make a sound. At that time, the Thunder God of War will undoubtedly die. At this moment, the Oriental God of War was entangled by Mick and had no time to clone at all. Dongfeng, be careful. The Thunder God of War hurriedly reminded loudly. He wanted to step forward to support, but he found that the remaining King Realm superpowers abroad were actually coming towards him and the Dragon Guard army, obviously, not ready to give him a chance to rescue. Seeing that those people's attacks were about to fall on Dongfang Xiao, at this critical moment, suddenly a huge yellow wave fell from the sky and stood in front of Dongfang Xiao. Doomsday, accompanied by a cold voice. After that yellow huge wave fell from the sky, it suddenly burst out, turning into countless yellow thunder and lightning, and swept towards the hundreds of superpowers of the King Realm. In the face of this sudden attack, the hundreds of superpowers of the King Realm worked together to barely resolve these yellow thunder and lightning. At this time, these people hurriedly looked in the direction of the yellow wave. They saw a figure slowly descending from the sky, looking at them coldly. Song Huangquan, seeing the comer, one of them couldn't help but say, "The shadow of the tree, the name of the person. Not to mention Song Huanchuan's previous record. Just say that some time ago, he went to Mimi alone, killed dozens of King Realm superpowers of the beautiful country, and then floated away. Not everyone can do it. Song Huanquan, do you think you can stop this battle by yourself? Why, there is no one in the Dragon Kingdom who bullies me. Song Huanquan looked at the hundreds of King's Realm superpowers who had attacked the Eastern God of War just now and said, who dares to say that there is no one in my Dragon Kingdom? You and these young people, on the land of my Dragon Kingdom, kill my compatriots in the Dragon Kingdom. Today I will make you hate here. Those who offend our Dragon Kingdom will be punished even if they are far away. Today, I will definitely chop up your chopped chops. Since you're here, don't leave. As Song Huanchuan's words fell, one voice after another sounded. Every time a voice sounded, a person appeared. White Slash, Nangong Che, Xiang Feiyu, Shen Bai Bao, Jin Sihai. The 8 gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom are here? Seeing the figures that appeared one after another, those foreign people with the superpowers of the King Realm were all stunned. The god of war who came out of the sea of blood, everyone was enough to make people fearful. Who would have thought that this time, the 8 gods of war of the Dragon Kingdom would arrive together? Soon, behind these people, one figure after another appeared. These are the 24 9-star generals of the Dragon Kingdom, and they are all here. Although the 9-star generals are not as good as the god of war, they are all second only to the god of war. Unexpectedly, they all came. Soon, there were powerful roars on the other side of them. Everyone raised their eyes and found hundreds of King Realm superpowers wearing treasure armor, lined up in a neat queue, galloping over. The general in the Dragon Kingdom Veteran Building. The generals in the Veterans Building are a group of superpowers who have experienced countless wars, but have to retire from the battlefield due to injuries or other reasons. Although they are physically disabled, if anyone underestimates their combat effectiveness, they are definitely the biggest fools in the world. Every Veteran Building general deals with people with supernatural abilities in the same realm like cutting melons. Although these people who came to support the Dragon Kingdom were still not as many as those abroad in terms of number, but in terms of individual combat effectiveness, it can crush them. At this time, the battle between Dongfang Xiao and Mick also had to stop. You guys are here? He looked at the people of the Dragon Kingdom who came to support and breathed a long sigh of relief. They were outnumbered before, and if the support of the Dragon Kingdom did not come again, they would probably have to explain it here. Aren't you guarding the Ninefold Pass? At this time, Mick looked at the 8 gods of war of the Dragon Kingdom and asked. The reason why they dared to attack the Dragon Kingdom so blatantly was that it was expected that the Dragon Kingdom would not have too many strong people to come to support, because the strong of the Dragon Kingdom need to guard the Ninefold Pass. Who would have thought that this time, most of the people guarding the Ninefold Pass in the Dragon Kingdom would come? This has nothing to do with you chopsticks. You bitches, how dare you slaughter the people of my Dragon Kingdom? I will chop you dog mongrels and feed them to the dogs. Bai Zhan's god of war took a step forward at this time and said loudly. Although he has read a lot of books, he still likes to swear. Aren't you too irresponsible? How can you leave the guard without authorization? Mick looked at the people of the Dragon Kingdom and said, don't be responsible for your mother's head, keep your mother's big toe. Why didn't you say it when you slaughtered the people of my Dragon Kingdom? Hearing this, Bai Zhan exploded directly on the spot, and the exit was the quintessence of the country. The next moment, his figure moved, and he rushed directly towards Mick. With Bai Zhan's actions, the battle that had just stopped kicked off again. The rest of the Dragon Kingdom also launched an attack. Seeing the movements of the people of the Dragon Kingdom, many foreign King's Realm superpowers all changed their faces. They know very well that although they still have a certain advantage in numbers, however, if they do fight, they will not get the slightest benefit. It is even possible to drink and hate this. Thinking of this, most people have the intention of retreating. They came to the Dragon Kingdom in a group this time, just to weaken the strength of the Dragon Kingdom, but they didn't want to leave their lives here. However, before many people had time to make a decision, everyone in the Dragon Kingdom had already killed in front of them. In desperation, they could only fight. Soon, a shocking battle began. As soon as the battle began, the faces of many foreign King Realm superpowers changed, because they clearly felt how powerful the superpowers of the Dragon Kingdom were. They faced the superpowers of the Dragon Kingdom, and a trace of cold air welled up in their hearts, because every person with supernatural abilities in the Dragon Kingdom has an almost substantial murderous aura. This is the condensation of killing countless people. Under the shroud of these murderous aura, their combat effectiveness was greatly reduced. Soon, 10 minutes passed. In just 10 minutes, the number of deaths of the superpowers of the foreign King Realm reached 200. On the contrary, on the side of the Dragon Kingdom, no one died. Only a small percentage of people were injured. Everyone knew very well that if this continued, all of them would probably stay here forever. So, everyone no longer had the intention of fighting, turned around and ran away. Bang! If you want to run, can you run away? Seeing the crowd who turned around and ran away, Longhua chased after him directly. For the next period of time, the battle between the two sides can no longer be called a battle. It should be called the escape operation. He chases, he runs away, he can't escape. Soon, another hour passed. At this time, the people of the Dragon Kingdom stopped chasing. More than half of the foreign king's realm superpowers were killed, no less than 800. If they hadn't run fast enough, there would only be more people left. These bitches are raised, their combat effectiveness is not good, and they run quite fast. If it weren't for the time shortage this time, I would have to chase them to their grandma's house. Bai Zhan said, scolding as he flew back. Lao Bai, why are you all here? You are gone. What should we do with the ninefold pass? At this time, the Eastern god of war stepped forward and asked. The 4 saints of the ninefold pass will help us guard for the time being, but they have other things and cannot always guard the 9 pass. So, we have to go back soon, Chen Baipao said. At this time, several other gods of war also came to Dongfang Xiao. In that case, we won't keep you. When we go up to the ninefold pass again, I will bring you a few bottles of good wine. The thunder god of war said. There will be a period later. Several gods of war said a word, and then left with the 24 9-star generals. They come and go in a hurry. In a few breaths, the people who came to support disappeared without a trace. If it weren't for the corpses of more than 800 people with the ability of the king realm left at the scene, many people would have felt that it was just a dream. Dragon guards, clean and repair the battlefield and send your comrades back, the thunder god of war said loudly. The next moment, tens of thousands of dragon guards took action. They mainly do 2 things. First, find the bodies of the killed comrades, collect them, and take them back for burial. Second, repair the ground and woods destroyed by the battle. After all, it is the land of the Dragon Kingdom and cannot be destroyed like this. The dragon guards then buried the bodies of those who were beheaded to serve as fertilizer. Soon, the ground, which had become potholed due to the battle, became flat after being repaired. Bang! Bang! After doing all this, the Dragon Guard army in Dongfang laughed at them and turned to leave. Song Muan and the others have been riding the airship and returned to the imperial capital University. When they stepped down from the airship, they all breathed a long sigh of relief. Although it has only been a few days since they went out, each of them has a feeling of being in another world, especially Zhao Yuan. He is a person who has experienced life and death once, and he has a lot of insights. There is really a feeling of being a new person. Tang Qiqi, Niuzhan, Zhang Shan and the 3 of them, although they did not die like Zhao Yuan once, but they also experienced life and death, and if it weren't for Song Muan's timely appearance, they would probably have died. Therefore, their state of mind has also been improved. After Song Muan and the others returned to the Imperial Capital Academy, they were invited to the office by Chen Bo, the vice president of the Imperial Capital Academy. Thank you for your hard work. Chen Bo looked at several people and said, Lao Chen, what's the use of just talking about hard work? It's better to be more practical. Song Muan looked at Chen Bo and said, of course, there are rewards. Let's talk about what rewards you all want. As long as it's not particularly excessive, the country can satisfy you. Bang! Hearing Chen Bo say this, everyone pondered, because they didn't think for a moment what they wanted. My wish is world peace. At this time, Song Muan spoke. Hearing him say this, a black line flashed on Chen Bo's forehead. World peace is said lightly. If the Dragon Kingdom can do this, I am afraid that it will have unified the Blue Star long ago. Above the Blue Star, there are more than 200 large and small countries. Almost every moment, there is a battle in the country. Not to mention the distance, it is said that the Dragon Kingdom and other countries have just finished a war. You talk to me well, otherwise your reward will be cancelled directly. Chen Bo looked at Song Muan and said angrily, well, if this kind of medium meaning wish can't be realized, forget it. I will change my wish to a little smaller. You can just reward us with 1 billion and 8 billion spirit stones. If we want something, buy it ourselves. As soon as Song Muan's words came out, Tang Qiqi's eyes lit up. If they rewarded a little more spirit stones, they also thought it was feasible. Small meaning, I will directly reward you with 80 billion spirit stones. Lao Chen, are you kidding me? Song Muan didn't believe that the Dragon Kingdom could reward him with 80 billion spirit stones. You joked with me first. 1 billion and 8 billion spirit stones, why don't you grab them? Chen Bo blared at Song Muan and said, is 1 billion and 8 billion a lot? If I sell the national fortune stone to other countries, let alone 1 billion or 8 billion, even 10 times more, they are willing to buy it. If you hear this from the senior Dongfang, don't you think he will shave your big ears? Although Chen Bo said this, he also knew that what Song Muan said was the truth. Why don't we want nothing? You give us a pennant each and give 20 dragon coins. Hearing Song Muan say this, Chen Bo's eyes lit up, and he just wanted to nod in agreement. But seeing Song Muan's slightly playful eyes, he knew that Song Muan must have said this on purpose. Ahem, you are all meritorious ministers this time, and the Dragon Kingdom will not be so stingy. Well, reward each of you with 1 million spirit stones, that's a lot, right? Chen Bo pretended to cough and said, 1 million. When Yunde and the others heard this number, a hint of excitement flashed on their faces. This is already an astronomical amount for them. Only Jin Zizai and Song Muan were expressionless. Vice Principal, there are many ways to insult me, but you chose to use spirit stones. If I don't give you 1 million spirit stones, we will pretend that this has never happened. Jin Zizai said lightly. 1 million spirit stones stones for him, the little master of the Jean family, are gone after washing his feet a few times and going to the manor a few times. Giving him a reward of 1 million spirit stones was indeed a great insult to him. Then what do you two think? Shenbo also saw that everyone else was easier to handle, but Jean Zizi and Song Muan were the most difficult to deal with, especially Song Muan. My request is very simple. I want to be the same as the boss, no theory class. If I want to participate in the school's combat training, I will participate, and if I don't want to participate, I will not participate. Jean Zizi expressed his wish. He awakened to the freedom ability, and he was troubled by these things every day in school, and he was not comfortable at all. Yes, it's okay, but at the end of your semester, all exams must meet the standards. If you don't meet the standard, you have to repeat the grade. Shenbo said. Yes, Jean Zizi said without thinking. What about you? What are the requirements? Shenbo looked at Song Muan again. I don't ask for too much, 2 million spirit stones. Hearing Song Muan say this, Shenbo looked at him with a little surprise. To be honest, he was ready for Song Muan Lion to open his mouth, because, according to his understanding of Song Muan, he knows that Song Muan is a person who has fallen into the eyes of money. Unexpectedly, Song Muan only asked for 2 million spirit stones. No problem. Shenbo agreed without thinking. He was afraid that Song Muan would suddenly regret it. Oh, by the way, I'm talking about a national fortune stone, 2 million spirit stones. Song Muan pretended to think of this herself. Yes. Shenbo glanced at Song Muan and said. He could hear that since Song Muan dared to say this, it meant that the national fortune stone obtained was not just one, but two. Two pieces were only 4 million spirit stones, which did not exceed his psychological expectations. Thinking of this, Shenbo suddenly became happy. He felt that Song Muan was playing tricks on him and wrapped himself around him, and he pinched Song Muan. Space shock. Shenbo did not go to the Sea of Death this time, so it is not clear how many national fortune stones Song Muan and the others obtained. But Tang Chichi and the others had heard Song Muan say on the airship that the national fortune stone obtained this time was a full 20 or 30 pieces. If each piece is 2 million, it is a total of 40 or 50 million spirit stones. It's too easy to make money. Seeing Shenbo agree, a smile appeared on Song Worm's face. Lao Chen just agreed. A national fortune stone of 2 million spirit stones. You have to testify to me. Lao Chen, if you are cheating, don't blame me for smashing your glass with cow dung. When the time comes, I will go to your house and rob your grandchildren's lollipops. Then use an eraser to erase all your grandchildren's homework. Song Muan said in an evil voice. After he said this, his palm flipped, and a crocodile skin backpack appeared in his hand. Lao Chen, you count. 1, 2, 3. Under Shenbo's gaze, Song Muan kept taking out the national luck stone from his backpack and placing it on the ground. The reason why it is placed on the ground is because a piece of national fortune stone weighs hundreds of pounds. If all these 20 or 30 national fortune stones are taken out, there will be 2 or 3,000 pounds. At that time, it is estimated that the table will collapse. 21, 22. Seeing Song Muan constantly taking out the national fortune stone from his backpack, Shenbo was stunned. He never thought that Song Muan and the others would get so many national luck stones. And it seems that Song Muan hasn't finished it yet. 25, 26, 27. Lao Chen, a total of 27 national fortune stones, that is to say, you have to give me 54 million spirit stones. Please give it to me in cash, small business, no credit. Song Muan said, stretching out his palm to Shenbo. In fact, the cost price of Song Muan Nuan is tens of millions of spirit stones. At the beginning, a national luck stone was stored in the network disk and it cost 300,000 spirit stones. If you take it out, it will also cost 300,000 spirit stones. Although it is not a race against time now, it takes an hour for each national fortune stone to be downloaded from the network disk. He didn't have so much time to wait. In this way, a national fortune stone will cost 600,000 spirit stones, and 27 will cost a total of 16.2 million spirit stones. Counting inside and out, he also earned 37.8 million spirit stones with tears. A small business is nothing. These are all national fortune stones? Shenbo said and took a step forward and began to weigh it. If you want to change it, don't bully the old man. Lao Chen, as the vice president of the Imperial Capital Academy, you should be a good person. What you just said will definitely count, right? Song Muan stared at Shenbo tightly and said, if the other party doesn't say anything, then he will lose 16.2 million spirit stones. Thinking about it this way, the risk of doing this business is quite high. If I had known, I would have traded piece by piece. This should be learned from Chiu. Don't worry, I will count what I say. 54 million spirit stones, one piece will not be bad for you, Shenbo said in a firm tone. Compared with the 27 national fortune stones, 54 million spirit stones are nothing at all. With these 27 national fortune stones, the strength of the Dragon Kingdom will skyrocket in no time. After Shenbo put away these national luck stones, he left in a hurry. He asked the others of the Imperial Capital Academy to take Song Muan and the others to receive the reward. Song Muan received a total of 54 million spirit stones, and Tang Chichi and the others each received 5 million spirit stones. Speaking of which, Tang Chi-Chi and the others also followed Song Yuan. In this way, nearly 100 million spirit stones acted as a reward. However, Chen Bo didn't care at all. It's going to be less. After getting the 54 million spirit stones, this was Song Yuan's first thought. The Imperial Capital Academy was far more wealthy than he imagined. 100 million spirit stones, I gave them when I said I would give them, without blinking an eye. Let's go, let's come back from a big victory and celebrate. I'm treating you today, whatever you want to eat, whatever you want. After all, he also earned 37.8 million spirit stones, and Song Yuan naturally would not be stingy. Let's go, let's play with him in the dark. The sun and moon are gone. So, everyone excitedly walked towards the outside of the Imperial Capital Academy. The news of Song Yuan's safe return was known to many people in the Imperial capital. For example, Jin Zizai's father Jin Zun, space blockade, space cutting, Nangong Xiumei's mother, Wu Yining. There is also the little princess of the Qian family, the demon girl Qian Shutao. To say that the happiest person to know that Song Yuan and the others returned safely was not Jin Zun and Wu Yining, but Qian Shutao. The reason why she is so happy is naturally not because of her deep love for Song Yuan, but because after she was taken advantage of by Song Yuan on the first floor last time, she asked people to investigate all the information about Song Yuan in the first floor. Needless to say, Song Yuan's background naturally doesn't dare to do anything about him. Because of this consequence, they really can't afford it. Therefore, you can only start from the first floor. However, through the information channels of the Qian family, there was no investigation of the source of the goods on the first floor at all. Everything on the first floor seems to have been conjured out of thin air. This made Qian Shutao very distressed. However, she thought about it for a long time and finally thought of a way to deal with Song Yuan. However, at that time, she suddenly learned that Song Yuan and the others had gone to the Yellow Sand Roof. She still knows more about the Yellow Sand Roof, and those who go in will die 9 times. Qian Shutao wants to deal with Song Yuan, and what he wants to see most is that the first floor is closed under Song Yuan's helplessness. If Song Yuan died in the Yellow Sand Roof, her plan would be meaningless at all, because Song Yuan didn't know at all. Now, hearing that Song Yuan has returned safely, Qian Shutao doesn't mention how happy she is, because in this way, she will be able to implement her plan. Although Song Yuan shouted to treat him, he did not treat him in the end. Of course, this is not because Song Yuan is stingy, but because Jin Zizai's father invited everyone to Jin's house as guests. Before going to the Yellow Sand Roof, Jin Zi's father said it when he came to send Jin Zizai. When they return victorious, they will be given a big celebration banquet. He naturally talks and counts. Jin Zizai also tried his best to invite everyone to go to Jin's house. In this regard, everyone did not refuse. Soon, the Jin family sent a convoy and left with Song Yuan and the other 10 people. It didn't take long for everyone to come to the Jin family. The Jin family does not occupy a very large area, only more than 400 acres. This is not the biggest for the Dragon Kingdom, but the imperial capital has every inch of land, and it is not possible to have money to own such a large private house. Nangong Xiaomei also came to the Jin family for the first time, and she was amazed by the buildings, designs, and furnishings of the items here. The reason why only Nangong Xiaomei was amazed was because Song Yuan and the others were all a group of turtles, and they couldn't recognize good things at all. In their opinion, these things are just pretty good looking. The Jin family is not the richest man in the Dragon Kingdom. Why do they still use this kind of gray floor tiles? There are not many people in our village who use this kind of floor tiles. Looking at the floor tiles on the ground, Wang Tianba couldn't help but say, this is called a spirit brick, not just warm in winter and cool in summer. The most important thing is that you can absorb the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The market price of such a spirit gathering brick is about 100 spirit stones. Nangong Xiaomei explained. What? 100 spirit stones? Hearing Nangong Xiaomei say this, everyone was stunned. This spirit brick covers an area of about 0.25 square meters, and 1 square meter contains 4 pieces. The Jin family covers an area of more than 400 acres, and according to the calculation of 400 acres, 1 acre is about 667 square meters. The Jin family covers a total area of 266,800 square meters. 1 square meter of 4 spirit bricks, 1 spirit brick 100 spirit stones. In other words, Jin Jiaguang spent 266,800 times 4 and then multiplied by 100, which is about 100 million spirit stones. I'm a dragon. When everyone calculated the account, they were all stunned. It's really more damn than people, and it's better to throw it away. Song Yuan has made money very quickly, but the spirit stones he has earned so far are less than 100 million, not to mention others. Who would have thought that the Jin family would spend hundreds of millions of spirit stones just by paving the ground? Is there still a royal law here? No wonder Jin Zizi never took the spirit stone as a spirit stone. The family background was so rich, the spirit stone was a burden to him. When Song Yuan and Jin Zizai first met, Jin Zizai gave him 1,000 spirit stones every day in order to learn to scare others. At that time, Song Yuan already felt that it was a sky-high price. But now that I think about it, those 1,000 spirit stones are probably indispensable in Jin's ice heart. Give Songwon 1,000 spirit stones a day and only 365,000 spirit stones a year. In this way, for 300 years in a row, it was just enough for the Jin family to lay the spirit stone. What is how? This is how. Looking at the entire dragon kingdom, there can be several such generous families. Boss, when we leave, dig a few floor tiles and take them away. Huang Tianba said to Song Nuan in a low voice. It's you. I said, can you be a little promising? You are still a person with millions of spirit stones now. Why do you still do such a thing? I'm ashamed to be with people like you, Song Nuan said, distancing himself from Huang Tianba. However, he was planning something else in his heart. The Jin family used such precious things just to lay the floor, and the things furnished in the house must be more expensive. After drinking some wine for a while, pretend to drink too much, go to Jin Ziji's house, and take the baby away. Thinking about it, Song Nuan almost laughed out loud. While everyone was talking, suddenly a pot-bellied man walked out of the house. It is Jin Zizai's father Jin Zun. Ha ha ha, big nephew, you guys are here. Uncle Jin has been waiting for you for a long time. Jin Zun laughed and said to Song Nuan, Uncle Jin, I'm sorry. Hey, we're all family, what are you talking about? Comfortable, greet your friends to come in. Jin Zun looked very hospitable. Don't be restrained when you arrive at my house, just say what you want to eat and drink. It's like going to your own home. Jin Zizi said, and greeted Song Nuan and the others into the Jin family's villa. At this time, Song Nuan and the others were a bit like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, full of curiosity about everything about the Jin family. This is astrological Amakusa. There is also a boy vine. Don't move Ganoderma. After entering the villa, everyone saw the potted plants in the villa. Without exception, they are all extremely precious natural materials and earthly treasures. And these natural materials and earth treasures all have one thing in common: long-term contact, can be bright, alert, and close to aura. All in all, it will be of great benefit to cultivation. Staying in such an environment as the Jin family, even if you don't take the initiative to practice, your strength will improve every day. This kind of thing is not envied by ordinary people, because ordinary families do not have such capital at all. The celebration banquet is naturally indispensable for eating and drinking, and the food that the Jin family uses to entertain Song Nuan, and there is not an ordinary thing. 100,000 spirit stones and an altar of 9 curves brood and the strange beast meat of the king's realm. These two things are not something that can be bought with money. Often there is a price but no market. Song Nuan and the others ate one by one with satisfaction. At this time, they know where the gap between them and the really rich is. Everyone ate and drank until late before the celebration banquet ended. During this period, Jin Zun only said a few words at the beginning and then left. The juniors' gatherings are always uncomfortable with the elders. In the evening, Song Nuan and the others stayed at Jin's house. At this time, Song Nuan was lying on the bed, holding a golden stone in her hand and playing with it. It is the National Fortune Stone. He had previously obtained a total of 28 National Fortune Stones in the Yellow Sand Roof, but he only handed over 27 to Chen Bo and kept one for himself, because he wanted to study and find out what was special about this National Luck Stone. What kind of stone can enhance a country's national fortune? What is its principle? As a programmer, exploring the unknown is his occupational disease. However, after studying for a long time, he didn't understand what was special about this National Luck Stone. So, he checked the attributes of the National Fortune Stone. Only, nothing was shown. Xiaoyi, do you know this thing? Things that cannot be viewed by the attributes, Xiaoyi doesn't recognize. Hearing Xiaoyi's answer, Song Nuan looked helpless. Pregnant with a baby, but don't know how to use it. This feeling is fucking. It's like you are guarding a beautiful woman, but you can only watch. I can't find the entrance. As a result, Song Nuan began to derive ideas. When you want to know something very thoroughly, you just need to keep asking why, what, and how. In this way, you can get infinitely close to the answer. What is national fortune? The fortune of a country. What is the enhancement of national fortune? Strengthen the country. How to increase? Enhancing the strength of the people of this country can increase the strength of this country. In other words, in the final analysis, what the National Fortune Stone increases is actually human strength. As for why it can increase people's strength, Song Nuan is not clear. It doesn't matter, though. It's like, you have a computer, you just need to know how to use it. You don't need to know how the computer works. Since it can enhance its strength, it will be easy to do. Thinking of this, Song Nuan sat up directly from the bed, put the National Fortune Stone on his hands, and began to run the energy in his body. He wanted to try to see if he could use this method to absorb it. Soon, 10 minutes passed. He found that no matter how much he ran the energy in his body, he could not absorb it. Do you want to try to recognize the master? Suddenly, Song Nuan had such an idea. He took out a dagger and cut his finger. However, when Song Nuan's blood dripped onto the National Fortune Stone, nothing happened. I don't believe it. There's no way to deal with you at all. Song Nuan said, opened his mouth directly and bit the Guiyun stone. He can't absorb it with energy, so he absorbs it with his body. However, when his teeth bit on the National Fortune Stone, he almost broke his teeth. If I had known to ask Master, he should have known how to use the National Fortune Stone. Why don't you call and ask now? No, if you ask now, the old man may guess that I still have the national fortune stone in my hand. If he asks me to turn it in, it won't be easy. Song Muan denied his idea. After he said this, he slowly lay down and continued to think. At this moment, suddenly, there was a very faint sound in his door. This startled Song Muan, and he hurriedly stuffed the national fortune stone in his hand under the pillow. He didn't want others to know that he still had the national fortune stone on his body. To store the national fortune stone in the network disk instantly, it costs 300,000 spirit stones, and Song Muan was reluctant to do so. After he hid the national fortune stone, he hurriedly closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. However, his heart was vigilant. He wanted to see who it was who slipped into his room in the middle of the night. Is it to plot against yourself, or is there some other ulterior secret? Soon, the door of Song Muan's room opened, and a figure quietly walked in and came to Song Muan's bedside. Hua knows? What does she want to do? At this time, Song Muan saw the person who came in with his peripheral vision and thought in his heart a little surprised. Under Song Muan's gaze, Hua Zhixiao suddenly took off his coat and then came towards him. Seeing this situation, Song Muan hurriedly twisted her body and avoided the other party. Boom! Hua Zhixiao, what are you going to do? Song Muan asked loudly. Hua Zhixiao didn't expect that Song Muan would wake up, which made her face flash with a hint of panic. However, soon, her eyes were full of firmness. Song Muan, I like you. I've liked you since you saved me in the yellow sand roof. You are also the only person I have liked since I was a child. But I know, I'm not very beautiful. Whether it's Tang Chichi or Nangong Xiaomei, I can't compare. I don't expect you to like me. I'm going back to Huadu tomorrow. I just hope that before I go back, I will have an unforgettable night with you. I don't want you to be responsible, and I won't disturb your future life, let alone talk to anyone about tonight. Just this once, okay? Hua Zhixiao looked at Song Muan and said, but I don't like women. As soon as Song Muan said this, Hua Zhixiao was stunned for a moment. It's not that she didn't think that Song Muan would reject her, but she never thought that Song Muan would say such a thing. For a while, she didn't know what she should say. You lied to me, didn't you? After a few seconds, Hua Zhixiao asked, do I need to lie to you? Women only affect how quickly I draw my sword. Haven't you heard a word? There is no woman in the heart, and the sword is drawn naturally. Hearing Song Muan say this again, Hua Zhixiao fell silent. I don't care whether you like women or not, I just hope that we can have a night that I will remember. After Hua Zhixiao struggled for a while, he said something like this, but I care, I can't accept the level in my heart. You put on your clothes and go back. I won't tell anyone what happened tonight. I also wish you to find the other half you like and like as soon as possible. Song Muan said. This time, Hua Zhixiao didn't say anything more, silently retreated from Song Muan's bed, picked up his coat and put it on. Then, she glanced at Song Muan with an extremely resentful look. She made such a bold move today, God knows how many times she cheered herself up and how many decisions she made in her heart. I didn't expect it to be like this in the end. After Hua Zhixiao left, Song Muan breathed a long sigh of relief. Boys must protect themselves when they go out. There are too many female hooligans now, and they are greedy for my body. Song Muan naturally doesn't like women, but he doesn't like Hua Zhixiao. After all, he and Hua Zhixiao had only known each other for a few days. For a person who has only known each other for a few days, he will not have a relationship with the other party. Although Hua Zhixiao said very clearly, he was not responsible. In the future, it is estimated that we will not meet again. However, he still wouldn't do this kind of thing. He thinks he is not a decent gentleman, and he also has a hooligan living in his heart. However, he will only play hooliganism with his future partner. Alas, my damn charm. This person, being too handsome is not necessarily a good thing. If handsome can be eaten as a meal, then I alone will be enough to feed the entire Blue Star. Song Muan said, then lay down again and closed his eyes. Because of the sudden appearance of Hua Zhixian, Song Muan forgot that he put the national fortune stone under his pillow. He fell asleep with the national fortune stone on his pillow. After waking up the next day, Song Muan remembered that he had put the national fortune stone under his pillow. However, when he picked up the pillow, he found that the national fortune stone was missing. How come? I put it under my pillow last night. Song Muan is extremely convinced of this. Was it secretly taken away yesterday? Being able to take the national fortune stone from under my pillow so quietly is at least the strength of the king realm. Could it be that someone from the Jin family did it? However, the Jin family can't know that I still have the national fortune stone on me. How is that possible? Could it be that the flower knows? She deliberately did something like that last night just to take the opportunity to take away the national fortune stone? This is unlikely. With her strength, it is impossible to take the national fortune stone from my nose. For a time, Song Muan made all kinds of speculations. However, after guessing around, there is no accurate answer. At this time, Song Muan suddenly found that there was an extra golden stone on the computer screen in his mind. No, the national fortune stone has drilled into my mind? Song Muan said in shock. Subsequently, he put all his attention on the computer screen in his mind. He found that the golden stone on the computer screen was slowly moving towards the fragment he had obtained in the yellow sand roof before. They are all things taken out of the yellow sand roof, and there should should be some relationship between the two. Songwon suddenly thought that in the labyrinth of the yellow sand roof, this fragment was in the same place as the national fortune stone. It's just that one is inside the box and the other is outside the box. Under Songwon's gaze, the golden stones and fragments finally came into contact. At this time, the golden stone melted quickly. Soon, the stone that was originally the size of a fist shrank rapidly like a scorched snowball. A few seconds later, the fist-sized stone was gone. What appeared in front of Songwon's eyes was a fragment smaller than a fingernail cover. The material of this newly appeared fragment is exactly the same as that of the original larger fragment. The next moment, these two fragments of different sizes actually fused together. Immediately afterwards, the fragments burst out with a dazzling light, and Songwon clearly felt that a powerful energy suddenly gushed out of her body. This energy strengthens his body and soul. He could clearly feel that his physical strength was constantly increasing. This situation lasted for more than a minute, but Songwon found that his physical strength had increased a lot. He hurriedly checked his attributes. Object name, Songwon. Physical strength, 8664, Platinum 5. Soul strength, 9527, Platinum 5. Ability type, strength, infinite potential. Combat effectiveness, : When Songwon saw clearly that his physical strength and soul strength were, his eyes widened instantly. He didn't expect that he would suddenly break through from Gold 2 to Platinum 5, and it is not far from the 4th Platinum 4. His progress in strength in just over a minute is comparable to a year of penance for ordinary people. He is now on par with Dongfang Sueki in terms of realm. Now if the two sides fight again, he can easily kill Dongfang Sueki in seconds. However, Songwon didn't care too much about this. Once again, he focused on the fragments of the computer screen in his mind. He found that the fragments at this time were like stars, twinkling and flickering and darkening. As he looked at the shard suddenly changed. It turned into an arrow and then pointed to the right. What does this mean? Songwon looked puzzled. As he spoke, he got out of bed and began to circle around the house. He found that as he circled, the arrow was constantly changing. However, soon, Songwon discovered a common denominator. No matter how you turn in circles, how that arrow changes, it always points in the same direction. Is this me going in this direction? It seems that somewhere in this direction, there is something. Songwon didn't know what it was, but his sixth sense told him that this thing was related to this fragment, and it was especially important to him, or rather, to his golden fingers. Therefore, Songwon must find this thing. Not now, though. If I had known that the National Fortune Stone could activate this fragment, I would have kept a few more pieces, Songwon said with a little regret. He really didn't know that this National Luck Stone also had such a function. Now I regret it. It's a little late. Chen Bo had already left with the National Fortune Stone. Songwon didn't know exactly where he went. When Songwon walked out of his room, Tang Chichi and the others all got up. Brother Dog, good morning. Tang Chichi smiled slightly at Songwon and then greeted. Are you going back today? Yes, the school informed us yesterday that the secret realm of Huadu Academy is about to open. Let's go back quickly. Once you miss it this time, you will have to wait for next year. Hearing Tang Chichi say this, Songwon suddenly thought that he had won the first place in the freshman competition and was awarded a place to enter the secret realm. But all this time, the secret realm of the Imperial Capital Academy has not been opened. Among the three colleges, each college has a secret realm that is used to train the freshmen of the three colleges, and the opening time of each academy's secret realm is different. This time, the first thing to open was the secret realm of Huadu Academy. I was supposed to take you to have fun in the Imperial Capital for a few days, but I didn't expect you to leave in such a hurry. Forget it, we'll make an appointment next time. When he said this, Hua Zhixia walked out of another room. When she saw Songwon, she glanced at him with extremely resentful eyes. People who don't know think that Songwon has done something to her. Brother Dog, we're going back too. At this time, Yunde came out and said, in that case, I'll send you off. Subsequently, Songwon asked the Jin family to drive and send them to the playground of the Imperial Capital Academy, because the airships of Huadu Academy and Modu Academy are waiting here. Xiao Chen, I heard that at the end of each semester, the three colleges will have friendly exchanges. You have to seize the opportunity. When Yunde was about to leave, Songwon suddenly looked at Yunde and said, what opportunity? Yunde looked dazed, not knowing what Songwon said. At the beginning, when I was in Phoenix, I told you that as long as you can defeat me within a year, I will willingly call you Brother Yun or Brother De. The friendly exchanges between the three major hospitals are a good opportunity. I give you the opportunity to challenge me. Hearing Songwon say this, the corners of Yunde's mouth twitched. They did have this agreement at the beginning, but after seeing Songwon's strength in the yellow sand roof, he had already put this idea behind. He is just a little cheap but not stupid, has no masochistic tendencies. Knowing that Songwon's strength is so strong, he naturally will not take the initiative to find unhappy. Let's talk about it then. Take care of yourself, Brother Dog. Take care of yourself, Brother 7. Yunde said and turned to the airship. Brother Dog, take care. Tang Chichi also said to Songwon, don't Won't you give a hug to someone else? Song Muan said in a joking tone. Tang Chichi didn't twist, came to Song Muan's face generously and gave him a hug. If someone bullies you at Huadu Academy, just tell me. I'm going to avenge you, Song Muan said after letting go of Tang Chichi. Tang Chichi nodded and turned to the airship. Soon, the airships of the Magic Capital Academy and the Flower Capital Academy disappeared in front of everyone. There is no banquet in the world, and when you grow up, the reunion of friends is no longer as easy as when you were a child. This is inevitable, and no one is exceptional. It's time for us to return to normal life. Song Muan turned his head and said to Jean Zizai and the others. When a few people returned to class, they happened to hear their instructor Ember talking about the secret realm of the Imperial Capital Academy. The annual secret realm will open in 2 days, and this time, there are a total of 50 places to enter the secret realm. Huang Tianba, Nangong Xiaomei, Jean Zizai, the three of you have been decided. Others still need to fight for themselves. Ember looked at the people in the class and said. As soon as he said this, everyone looked at Song Muan, because Song Muan is the strongest among them. But the quota set is actually not as good as Song Muan. Instructor, are you sure you don't have me? Song Muan was also confused, so he asked. The reward for the first place in his freshman competition was a place to go to the secret realm. Now that the secret realm is about to open, there is no reason not to determine him. That's right, after discussion between many of our instructors and the school, this time you can't enter the secret realm of the Imperial Capital Academy, because your strength is much higher than others. If you go in, the situation will be one-sided. In this way, the sense of participation of other students is very low. The main role of the secret realm is to experience, so as to improve strength. We feel that entering the secret realm with your current strength does not have much effect, so it's better not to go in. Ember explained. It's also a mistake that I'm too good? Then what about the reward places I won in the freshman competition before? You can't just waste it like this, right? If I am really not allowed to go in, I think the academy should give me a certain amount of compensation. Otherwise, I will protest. Instructor, you know me, if I protest, I am not sure what I will do. It's not impossible not to enter the secret realm, but you always have to give some benefits. The academy can compensate you with 100,000 spirit stones. Ember said. Just 100,000 spirit stones want to take away my quota? That's what I got with my life. If you want to take away my quota, you have to add money. Song Muan said righteously. 100,000 spirit stones are a lot, be content. Director, I have heard that there are elixirs everywhere in the secret realm, and there are countless strange beasts. If I go in, I will definitely gain more than 100,000 spirit stones. A mere 100,000 spirit stones, it is impossible for me to give up the quota. I can't make the decision on this matter. My authority can only give you 100,000 spirit stones. However, I can react to the school. After the reaction of the embers of the school, and considering that Song Muan is more prickly, if the money is less, I really don't know what kind of moth will be created. So the school added money. In the end, Song Muan was compensated with 500,000 spirit stones. To be honest, 100,000 spirit stones are still not a lot. But Song Muan was satisfied and did not dwell on this matter anymore. At noon, when he returned to the villa, Song Muan looked at Huang Tianba with a smile. Boss, you have something to say, don't look at me with such an expression. I'm afraid. Huang Tianba always felt that today's Song Muan was a bit abnormal. Xiao Huang, look at you, you are now worth more than 6 million. Song Muan looked at Huang Tianba and said with a smile. He had given Huang Tianba 1 million spirit stones before, and this time he came back from the Yellow Sand Roof, and the Dragon Kingdom rewarded Huang Tianba with 5 million spirit stones. Therefore, the current Huang Tianba is also a little rich. Boss, please, can you be normal? You speak with such an attitude, I'm panicked. Look at what you said. The two of us are good brothers. You know me, I'm the most loyal. I have a place in my hand that allows me to use all the resources of the Imperial Capital Academy for free within a year. You know this thing, it's worth tens of millions of spirit stones. You only need to spend 5 million spirit stones now, and I'll transfer it to you. How about it? Song Muan explained his purpose. Hearing him say this, Huang Tianba frowned. If you can really spend 5 million spirit stones, it is indeed a good deal to get this place to use all the resources of the Imperial Capital Academy for free for 1 year. However, when these words came out of Song Muan's mouth, he always felt that there was a pit. After all, according to what he knows about Song Muan never does loss-making business. Boss, what you said is true. No other conditions? Huang Tianba asked tentatively. Boss, are you planning to leave the Imperial Capital Academy? At this moment, Jean Zizai suddenly asked. Hearing Jean Zizai ask, Song Muan glanced at him a little surprised. He hadn't revealed the news to anyone yet, but he didn't expect Jean Zizai to see it. Yes, now that Jean Zizi saw it, Song Muan didn't hide it anymore. Boss, why did you leave the Imperial Capital Academy? Is it because of the secret place? Huang Tianba asked puzzled. It has nothing to do with the secret realm. With my current strength, staying in the Imperial Capital Academy really doesn't have much effect. I have also learned all the theoretical knowledge that should be learned. so I decided to go and practice. It is better to travel thousands of miles than to read 10,000 books. Song Muon expressed her thoughts. These thoughts that Song Muon said were not the whole reason for his departure. The reason why he went on a trip was in addition to the reasons just mentioned. One of the most important reasons is that he wants to go to the place pointed by the arrow in his mind to see. When Jin Zizai and Huang Tianba heard Song Muon say this, they all fell silent. The two of them are already 1 in 10,000 geniuses, and their strength progress is not slow. But compared with Song Muon, the two of them are no different from standing still. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to admit that the gap between them and Song Muon has widened. Although no one has said this, they can feel it. Boss, how boring it would be if the Imperial Capital Academy didn't have you, Jin Zizai said, a little nostalgic. Although he has known Song Muon for a long time, he has experienced many interesting things. If Song Muon was gone, he would probably be empty and lonely. I'm just going to practice, not never going back. When I want to come back, I'll come back. You two practice well, and we will have more time to fight side by side in the future. Although I don't know where the Ninefold Pass is until now, but I have a hunch that we will all go to the Ninefold Pass in the future. When the time comes, you two can't be ashamed, Song Muon said with a smile. Boss, don't worry, I will definitely practice hard. Although I may not be able to catch up with you, I will definitely be better than Lao Jin. You're thinking about farts, want to surpass me, next life. Huang Tianba and Jin Zizi unknowingly began to bicker again. Their bickering has become a daily routine, and Song Muon has long been surprised. In the end, Song Muon gave Huang Tianba a place for free training at the Imperial Capital Academy for 1 year. Huang Tianba was moved, and under the pressure of Song Muon's eyes, he took out 5 million spirit stones as a gift. Subsequently, Song Muon went to find his master again, tell him about his experience. Dongfang Sha did not object to this, but just told him a few words, and then gave him something. After settling everything, Song Muon went to the first floor again. He was leaving the Imperial Capital, and then, the first floor naturally could not continue to open, because, as soon as he left, the supply channel on the first floor was cut off. Without the supply of goods, the first floor naturally cannot continue to open. Fortunately, the spirit stones stored on Song Muon's body now have exceeded 80 million. These spirit stones were enough for him to use for half a year. Moreover, Jin Zizai also gave him a supreme black card of the Four Seas Pavilion. If Song Muon lacks spirit stones, even if he goes to the shop of Sihai Pavilion to advance, the upper limit of this black card is 100 million spirit stones, which is enough to solve Song Muon's urgent need. It can be said that Song Muon is ready for everything. The first floor of the Imperial Capital is also temporarily closed. What are your plans? Song Muon looked at Nangong Weiyang and Dao Wuxin and asked. I haven't been home for a long time and plan to go home for a while, Nangong Weiyang said. Her home is in the Imperial Capital, so she doesn't need to worry about Song Muon. I'll go back to Phoenix, Dao Wuxin said lightly. Although the first floor of Phoenix is closed, the property rights of the house are still there. If Senior Wuxin doesn't dislike it, he can reopen the first floor of Phoenix. Not enough, there is no need to sell elixirs, strange beasts. Didn't I publish a lot of novels and comics before, and I have no intention of selling books. The novels and comics that Song Muon mentioned were published into books in order to come up with a gimmick when he was in Phoenix, and many mythological stories that occurred after the opening of the sky. He still has a lot of inventory that has not been sold, which is just right for Dao Wuxin to find something to do. I don't expect him to make money, and it's good to pass the time. After all, Dao Wuxin has been following him for a period of time, and it can be regarded as hard work. Yes, in this regard, Dao Wuxin did not refuse. It's better to have something to do than to stay idle. By the way, is there really no way to solve the curse on you? I still know a lot of strong people in the Imperial Capital. If you think someone can help you lift the curse, I can help you find him. After contacting Dao Wuxin, Song Muon had a certain understanding of him. The previous Dao Wuxin was very strong, but a few years ago he suffered a curse and his soul was constantly weakening. Now, the strength of his soul is only in the Platinum Realm. No one can solve my curse, not even the 8 gods of war. Dao Wuxin shook his head and said, What kind of curse are you? Why is it so scary? Song Muon frowned and asked. In the past, he was weak and didn't know many strong people, so I have always felt that when my strength improves, it will be easy to help Dao Wuxin lift the curse. But I didn't expect that the curse on Dao Wuxin would be so terrifying. If you climb the 9 passes one day, you will naturally know. Do you also know the 9 passes? What exactly is the Ninefold Pass? Song Muon's eyes widened and she asked this question again. He remembered that his master had said that if you want to understand the 9 barriers, you must have the strength of the King Realm. At the beginning, when he was in Phoenix, he heard that when Dao Wuxin was the strongest, it was just a diamond realm. But now it seems that this is not the case. When you should know, you will naturally know. When you break through to the realm of kings, if I am not dead at that time, remember to find me. There are some things I need to tell you, Dao Wuxin said very seriously. Okay, Song Muon nodded. Then, several people packed up the contents of the first floor and left. Nangong Weiyang went to Nangong's house. Dao Wuxin went to Phoenix. Phoenix, and Song Muan went all the way west, because he was going to the Great Lain Temple in the west to ask for the true scriptures. Not long after Song Muan and the others closed the first floor, Qian Shutao took the two of them towards the first floor. One of them was a woman in her 20s. In terms of appearance alone, it can definitely be regarded as captivating, especially her eyes, as if they can talk, are seductive, and she looks soft and weak on the surface, which can easily arouse a person's desire to protect. Any man who sees her can't help but look at her again. This is Qian Shutao's plan, a beauty plan. She did not find the source of the goods on the first floor, so she could not commercially sanction the first floor. In the end, she thought for a long time and decided to use a beauty trick against Song Muan. Of course, she didn't do it herself. She had to choose thousands of times to find such a peerless beauty. She believes that as long as the beauty plan is successful, whether it is the first floor or Song Muan, she will be pinched. Beauty planning is a science. It's not that any beautiful woman takes the initiative to seduce a man with her body. That's called a beauty trick. That's a sellout at most. The real beauty trick is to create all kinds of coincidences, such as chance encounters, heroes saving beauty. It's like a natural acquaintance between a couple. Thus, let a man fall in love with this beauty, and love cannot be extricated. In this way, this man can be controlled through this beauty. Of course, the other way around. Attracting women with beautiful men is also considered a beauty trick. Love blinds people, and many people are usually witty. Yes, but once you meet love, your IQ will plummet. This is also the main reason why the beauty trick can be successful. Qian Shutao investigated Song Muan and found that he had grown so big that he had never been in love. For such a man, the beauty trick is the easiest to succeed. It can be said that Qian Shutao is full of confidence in his plan. Soon, Qian Shutao took the beauties he had selected from thousands of times to the first floor not far away. She hid in the dark and watched the beauty of her choice walk towards the first floor. What she wants to create is the chance encounter between the beauty and Song Muan. It's just that, soon, the beauty is back. You said the first floor was closed, and even the plaque was taken off? Yes. Hearing the beauty's report, Qian Shutao's eyes widened. Yes, the beauty nodded. What is this Song Muan doing? How can the first floor be closed? Qian Shutao said, took out his mobile phone and dialed a call. Please help me find out what happened to Song Muan and the first floor in the past 2 days. Song Muan's leave of absence from school and leaving the Imperial Capital Academy is not a secret. So, soon, Qian Shutao found out the news. Ah, Song Muan, you bastard, shameless, scumbag. When Qian Shutao got the news, he was so angry that he spat out the fragrance. No wonder she was so angry. She really tried all kinds of ways to deal with Song Muan during this period of time. Finally, she came up with an excellent plan, thinking that she could handle Song Muan and even let the first floor close. However, she didn't expect that before she could implement her plan, Song Muan would close the first floor by herself. Even, he left the Imperial Capital Academy. This made her feel that her punch hit the cotton, which was very crazy. Song Muan, you wait for me. If one day you fall into my hands, I will definitely. Boom. Qian Shutao said for a long time, but didn't say anything. Let Song Muan do anything. I will definitely let you kneel in front of me and lick my toes. Subsequently, she added. After venting the distress in his heart, Qian Shutao kicked the door on the first floor fiercely, then turned around and left. After Song Muan left from the first floor, he went all the way west. He didn't know where the arrow was pointing and how far away he was from the emperor, because the arrow only points in one direction and does not show the distance. Therefore, he had no way to take transportation such as airplanes. Fortunately, he was prepared and bought a bicycle. The reason why he didn't buy a car was naturally not because Song Muan couldn't afford a car, but because he didn't have a driver's license. The place he went to this time was special, and there was no way to hire a driver. If you hire a driver, it is easy to expose your position. Moreover, he thinks it's good to ride a bicycle, and you can see a lot of scenery along the way. Most importantly, it is very free, some country roads, and there are no restrictions. At this moment, Song Muan, with the face of another person, rode a bicycle and shuttled through the streets of the city. Even a person who is very familiar with Song Muan will not recognize him even if he passes by him. The experience has begun. Song Muan shouted softly, then pedaled his bicycle and galloped forward. The Dragon Kingdom is very large, covering an area of nearly 10 million square kilometers. However, Song Muan has grown so big that he has only been to Phoenix and the imperial capital. The Sea of Death is abroad, not counted. He planned to take advantage of this opportunity to travel all over every inch of the Dragon Kingdom. As he said before, read thousands of books and travel thousands of miles. Song Muan had read a lot of books. After all, he could import 200 or 300 books the day before. After a period of time, I have read thousands of books. So, it's time for him to travel thousands of miles. Traveling thousands of miles can not only increase knowledge, but more importantly, enhance the state of mind. The state of mind may feel useless when you are weak, but when the strength is strong, the state of mind is crucial. Song Muan can be regarded as starting to cultivate his state of mind from a young age. Moreover, Song Muan could also cultivate his power ability. Language is a force, so is action. Riding my beloved little motorcycle, I will never get stuck in traffic. Song Nuan was in an excellent mood at this time. Without cultivation as pressure, he was like a monkey without a tight curse. In a few days, Song Nuan rode a bicycle and came to Jinling City. Jinling City is a city with a lot of stories and cultural backgrounds in the Dragon Kingdom. In the history of the Dragon Kingdom, too many tragic things have happened in Jinling City. Not to mention the distance, just say 85 years ago. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom was very weak because of internal and external troubles. Click. Many countries want to divide the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, the most blatant is the Ant country. At that time, a huge human tragedy occurred in Jinling City. This is why Jin Zizai's father was so angry when he mentioned Xiaobaga. This shame, this bloody hatred, should not be forgotten over time. Every Dragon country person should remember history and not forget the national humiliation. Song Nuan rode a bicycle through the streets of Jinling City, looking at the bustling Jinling City, and sighed in his heart. Jinling has been prosperous since ancient times, and this is not false at all. Although it has experienced calamities, after these years of cultivation and development, the current Jinling City is not much worse than the imperial capital. Song Nuan walked through a street and came to the door of a convention and exhibition center in Jinling. At this time, he found that an event was actually being held in this convention and exhibition center. Of course, if it was just a general activity, Song Nuan would not make a fuss. However, he found that this event turned out to be a festival in his aunt's country. This is a shame, a great shame. Thinking of this, Song Nuan put away his bicycle and strode towards the convention and exhibition center. He has already decided to be a nosy person today. When Song Nuan walked into the convention and exhibition center, he found that most of the people in it were wearing Xiaobaga clothes, and their faces were full of bright smiles. Song Nuan was already a little angry, and when he saw this situation, he instantly became furious. In the land of the Dragon Kingdom, especially in the city of Jinling, it is enough to hold such an event, and so many people come to participate. This is a shame, a great shame. Song Nuan came to the central location of the convention and exhibition center and looked at the various small bag items displayed there. Without any hesitation, he threw a punch. In an instant, those items were scattered all over the floor. Who is it? Immediately, a person looked around and shouted loudly, "It's me!" Song Nuan didn't hesitate and walked out directly. Just an ordinary Dragon Kingdomer. However, I want to ask you, are you from the Dragon Kingdom? When Song Nuan said this, a stone pillar suddenly rose under his feet, and he looked at everyone in the convention and exhibition center condescendingly. Do you know that forgetting history means betrayal? The Dragon Kingdom has been standing for decades, but I didn't expect that in a city full of misery like Jinling, there would be servile people like you. You are all wearing little bag clothes and smiling like flowers. Aren't you afraid that your once dead ancestors will dig up the graves and jump out and slap you with big ears? You are the closest group of people in the Dragon Kingdom to the Holocaust Memorial Hall, and many of you walk past the door of the memorial every day. Isn't such a reminder enough for you to remember the tragedy of the world? If this is the case, then what is the meaning of the existence of the memorial hall? You should demolish the memorial now, because its existence is a decoration for you. Each of you does not deserve to be called a dragon countryman. Your existence is a great shame for the Dragon Kingdom. The more Song Nuan spoke, the more excited he became, and he had too much anger in his heart to express. That's just history. The past is in the past, and we should let go of the hatred of the past. At this time, a woman wearing a small baga costume stood up and looked at Song Nuan and said. Hearing her say this, Song Nuan's figure flashed and instantly came to her. Without any hesitation, he directly pulled over with a big ear scraper. In an instant, the woman was blown away, and blood flowed from the corners of her mouth. She got up from the ground and looked at Song Nuan with a fiery look. Why are you hitting me? The woman roared angrily. What right do you have to be angry? The incident of me beating you is just past. Why are you looking at me like this? You tell me? Why don't you let go of the hatred in your heart? Tell me, why don't you let go of the hatred in your heart? Song Nuan asked loudly. The woman was obviously frightened by Song Nuan and didn't dare to speak at all. I just slapped you, and you wish you could kill me. Xiaobaga slaughtered hundreds of thousands of our citizens, and you treat them like this? This is your backbone? Hate is hatred and should not be forgotten over time. It doesn't matter if a year, 10 years, or 100 years have passed. I really feel worthless for those who died fighting in Jinling, and none of you deserve to do this. I have never been afraid to speculate on the Chinese people with the worst malice, but seeing you like this, I just want to say that you are all a bunch of garbage, a group of spineless soft eggs. Song Nuan said as he scanned the crowd in the convention and exhibition center. Why do you say that about us? At this time, a man stood up and looked at Song Nuan with angry eyes and asked. Not only can I say it, but everyone in the Dragon Kingdom can say it. Since you have done such a shameful thing and are scolded, you should suffer it. What qualifications do you have to refute? Because of your group of spineless garbage, the whole of Jinling is humiliated. In the future, if someone mentions it, they will say that Jinling people are garbage. When Song Nuan said the last sentence, he deliberately raised his voice. I fought with you. We Jinling people are not not garbage. The man who spoke just now roared and rushed towards Song Yuan. It's just that his strength is too different from Song Yuan's, and Song Yuan knocked him down with just one move. For this man who rushed up, Song Yuan actually appreciated it quite a bit. After all, it was a bit bloody. So, he just knocked him down and didn't hit hard. You're a little bloody. As for you, you still say that you are not spineless garbage? I was pointed at the nose and scolded, and I didn't see anyone dare to come forward to argue with me. If you really have backbone, it will be convenient for me to go forward to fight so that I can still look up to you. If the Dragon Kingdom were all people like you, it would have perished long ago. Thousands of sons and gentlemen undressed together, but none of them are men. After Song Yuan said this, he strode out of the exhibition center. The reason why he said tens of millions of sons is because as far as he knows, Jinling's local registered population is more than 7 million, and the floating population is more than 3 million. In total, it is a population of tens of millions. So, when he said this, there was no problem at all. Although Song Yuan scolded those wearing Xiaobaga costumes at the convention and exhibition center, his anger did not dissipate. He still felt unhappy and wanted to find a place to vent. So, he took out his mobile phone and continued to check the things related to Jinling and Xiaobaga. Soon, he found out that in the Sanzang Temple in Jinling City, there was actually a tablet of Xiaobaga. It is hard to imagine that in the Dragon Kingdom, especially in a city like Jinling City, which should be the most hateful to Xiaobaga, there is more than the existence of the Chicken Day. There are even people who worship the small Baga tablet. In the Dragon Kingdom, there are more people who bow down than I imagined. Song Yuan put away his mobile phone and went to the Tripitaka Temple alone. He wanted to see what kind of monsters were hidden in the Tripitaka Temple. When Song Yuan left the imperial capital and planned to practice, he joked that he was going to the Great Lain Temple in the west to worship the Buddha and ask for the true scriptures. Unexpectedly, he met a temple so quickly. If Hua Tuo were alive, Chongyang would have been healed. Blue Star doesn't have Hua Tuo, so I'll be Hua Tuo once. Some cancers always have to be cut off. Next, Song Yuan rode his bicycle and headed towards the Tripitaka Temple. What he didn't know was that the scene where he scolded the garbage of Jinling people in the exhibition center was filmed with his mobile phone and posted on the internet. This person's original intention was to let everyone in Jinling City see that someone was scolding them for being from Jinling. He wanted all Jinling people to unite and denounce Song Yuan. However, when the rest of the Dragon Kingdom saw the scene, they were all angry. They did not scold Song Yuan, but scolded the people of Jinling City. This is in Jinling, how dare you? If it is the day of the rooster today, there will be no man in Jinling for 100 years. Every Dragon Country person should not forget that we can live a stable life now, all of which our ancestors exchanged for their blood. This is a silent cultural infiltration that we should resist. Don't forget the national humiliation. We are self-reliant. No one is qualified to choose forgiveness for their ancestors. A ragged senior covered in blood looked at the street full of ants' national costumes and asked the people around him, "Where is this?" Jinling. He was stunned for a while and knelt on the ground, repeating in his mouth, "If you don't hold it, you still don't hold it." For a time, the matter about Jinling Chicken Day was quickly fermenting on the internet. A sentiment of resistance to foreign culture also began to spread inexplicably. Many people jokingly said, "It's time to let our soldiers get lost too." With the current strength of the Dragon Kingdom, it is easy to beat Xiaobaga. The Dragon Kingdom is no longer the Dragon Kingdom it used to be. The Oriental Dragon has begun to take off. Song Yuan didn't know about these. After he came to the temple, he put away his bicycle and walked towards the temple. This temple is built very magnificently, and it is full of a sense of history at a glance. The temple reflected in the green trees, the apricot-yellow courtyard walls, the blue-gray temple ridge, and the pale-green towering ancient trees, are all bathed in the rose-red morning glow. If you look at it from an architectural point of view alone, this temple is indeed a place worth visiting. When Song Yuan came to the backyard of the temple, he was stopped. "This benefactor, the backyard of our temple is not open to tourists. Please go back." A monk in the temple said to Song Yuan. Hearing the monk say this, Song Yuan did not entangle himself, turned around and left. However, after turning the corner, he disappeared and walked back again. Under normal circumstances, the more closely guarded the place, the more secrets are hidden. Song Yuan came to the temple this time just to see what kind of monsters were hidden in it. Song Yuan, who had disappeared, was not discovered by the monk at the door of the backyard. He easily entered the backyard. So, he began to explore in the backyard. Soon, he came to the door of a room, and he heard a voice coming from inside. "The outside world already knows about us. What are we going to do next? If you know, you know, I have my own way to deal with it. I have a clear conscience." After hearing only these two sentences of dialogue, Song Yuan couldn't help it. He kicked open the door and walked in. "Have a clear conscience? Are you really embarrassed to say it? So how to have a clear conscience? Or are you a spy sent here by your aunt?" Song Yuan looked at the person who spoke just now and asked. He was not carried away by anger. He had checked the strength of the two people inside before he came in. The strongest is only the strength of the Golden One. With his current strength, it would be easy to deal with them. "Who are you?" Wu Mumu looked at the sudden appearance of Song Wan and asked, "It doesn't matter who I am, the important thing is, tell me, how do you have a clear conscience?" "Poof, this has nothing to do with you. In the backyard of the temple, idle people are not allowed to enter. Hurry up and get me out." Wu Momu shouted loudly. "Give you a chance, you don't want to explain, then I can only treat you as a spy of Xiaobaga." "As a spy, who gave you the courage to be presumptuous in the land of my dragon kingdom?" When Song Wan said this, he opened the word space and established a hyperlink. The next moment, he suddenly appeared in front of Wu Momu and punched her. In the face of Song Muan's sudden attack, Wu Momo was not slow to react and hurriedly greeted him. After the attacks of the two sides collided together, Wu Momo flew out directly and crashed into the wall. Poof! The next moment, she spat out a mouthful of blood. Song Warm can defeat the Snow King of Platinum 1 when he is in the second Golden 2. Now, he is already a Platinum 5, and his strength has increased tremendously. Not to mention that Wu Momo only has the strength of a Golden 1, even if he has the strength of a Platinum 1 like the original Snow King, nor will it be his opponent. Therefore, with just one move, Wu Momo became Song Muan's defeated general. Just when Wu Momo was struggling to stand up, suddenly, several black spears fell from the sky. However, these spears did not fall on Wu's body, but crossed them and landed on both sides of Wu's neck, stuck in her head. The remaining spears caught her body. There was another one, which fell in front of Song Muan. Song Muan pulled it up, came to Wu Momo, and pressed it against her heart. This frightened Wu Momo. "You, what do you want to do? It is illegal to kill casually in the Dragon Kingdom. If you kill me, don't think about it." Although Wu Momo's head was stuck, he could still speak. "You're right, it's indeed illegal to kill casually in the Dragon Kingdom. But if I kill a spy from my aunt's country, then not only will I not break the law, but I will be rewarded." For Wu's threat, Song Muan didn't take it to heart at all. "I'm not a spy from my aunt's country, I'm a native of the Dragon Kingdom." "A native of the Dragon Kingdom? Then tell me, what are you doing this for?" Song Muan's tone at this time was very cold. To be honest, if Wu Momo was a spy sent by his aunt country many years ago, he didn't think there was anything. Because as people in the aunt's country, no matter how they treat the people in their country, it is reasonable. However, the most hateful thing is that even though he is a dragon countryman, he does not do what the Dragon Kingdom should do. This is 10,000 times more hateful than the people of the ant country themselves. Absolutely unforgivable. If you want to do such a thing in this place, it is not something that ordinary people can do. Roughly calculated, in just 1 year, I am afraid it will cost 30,000 to 40,000 spirit stones. After so many years, the total amount of spirit stones spent should not be less than 400,000. To say that this Wu Momo has nothing to do with the ant country, it is absolutely impossible. And, most importantly, he calls himself a friend. The word friend is not something that can be said casually. I have no choice but to worship them. I have my own difficulties. A few years ago, I had a lot of nightmares, anxiety, and insomnia. I found someone to treat it many times, but there was no improvement. Inadvertently, I learned that offering war criminals can relieve grievances and get rid of suffering. That's why I worship them, hoping that I won't have nightmares anymore. I can't help myself," Wu Buping said with a crying voice. When Song Muan heard Wu Buping's reason, she was instantly stunned. Killing him, he didn't expect that Wu Buping would say such a jaw-dropping reason. If what Wu Buping said is translated, it can be understood as, "Those little Baga killed her parents, and she had nightmares every day, so she offered a tablet to the murderer." Who can believe this TM? Kill, kill, kill. An extremely ridiculous reason. Let's not talk about whether what you said is true, and even if it is true, what about your conscience as a Dragon Kingdom person? For my own selfish interests, but in vain of history and conscience, how can I let more than 300,000 compatriots die in silence? Are you worthy of being a dragon countryman? Song Muan said, raising the black spear in his hand. War, war, war. What's wrong with me doing this? The matter of the Dragon Kingdom and the Ant Kingdom has been almost 100 years old, and it is the matter of our previous generation, or even the previous generation. We have never experienced a war with my aunt's country. Why do we have to hold on to this matter like an enemy of life and death? I only know that the ant country after 1950 is a peaceful, prosperous, democratic country with a low crime rate, a small gap between the rich and the poor, and developed science and technology. I worship the personnel of such a country. It's none of your business? Seeing that Song Muan was ready to do something to herself, Wu Buping shouted in a hysterical voice. No wonder you will enshrine Xiaobaga's tablet. It turns out that from the bottom of your heart, you are a close friend of Xiaobaga. With someone like you, I feel sick to say one more word. Since you like Xiaobaga so much, let's be reincarnated as Xiaobaga in the next life. Song Nuan said and raised the spear in his hand and stabbed Wu Buping hard into her heart. Although Wu Buping wanted to dodge, with her strength she had no resistance in front of Song Nuan. Not surprisingly, the spear in Song Nuan's hand pierced her heart. The next moment, Wu Buping cut off her vitality. For Wu Buping's body, Song Nuan did not choose to delete it, but stayed here. However, he put away the black spear stuck in Wu Buping's body. Then, he looked at another person in the room. This is a monk. At this moment, the monk was already frightened. He didn't expect that Song Nuan would dare to really kill someone. Wu Buping was killed under his nose. You and Wu Buping are in the same group, right? Song Nuan said lightly. This matter has nothing to do with me. I just took a little of her spirit stone and helped her put the tablet into the Tripitaka temple. I'm not a spy in my aunt's country. Spare me, I'll never do this again. The monk hurriedly said. For some spirit stones, can you do such a thing? Then Xiao Baga will give you some spirit stones and let you kill the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Will you do it without hesitation? As a Dragon Kingdom person, you don't even have the minimum bottom line of principles for being a person. What use do you have? Remember, if you are reincarnated in the Dragon Kingdom in your next life, remember to be a good person. Song Nuan said, punching out. The monk wanted to run, but he didn't run away. Looking at the fallen monk and Wu Buping, Song Nuan's anger in his heart decreased slightly. However, he knew that these two people were not the only people involved in this matter. Wu Buping has been enshrined in the Sanzang Temple for more than 3 years, and it is impossible for others not to notice it. So, Song Nuan wrote a sentence on the ground in the room. If you do too much injustice, you will kill yourself, and you will do it for the sky, Lei Feng. To be honest, Song Nuan is not a person who cares about people's lives. On the contrary, he is a man who is in awe of life. He is unwilling to take a person's life at will. It's just that people like Wu Buping can no longer be called human. Such garbage. He saw one and killed one. After leaving the room of the two, Song Nuan did not leave the Tripitaka temple, because he also had to look for other clues. Disappearing from his figure, Song Nuan searched in the Sanzang temple. Xiaoqiu, you go look around here and see what is unusual. Xiaoqiu's figure flashed and disappeared. 10 minutes later, Xiaoqiu was back. He pointed in a direction to Song Nuan. So, Song Nuan followed Xiaoqiu and went in that direction. Soon, the two came to one of the most spacious rooms in the backyard. There was no one else in this room. Under normal circumstances, such a spacious room must be a high-rise room of the Tripitaka temple. The highest status of the Tripitaka temple is the abbot. This room gives people a sense of elegance and purity, which is never the case in ordinary monks' rooms. Xiaoqiu, what are you doing here for? Song Nuan asked in confusion. Xiaoqiu pointed to a cabinet in the room. Is there anything special about this cabinet? Song Nuan said and walked towards the cabinet, and he found that this cabinet was an ordinary cabinet. However, since Xiaoqiu took him to look at this cabinet, it means that there must be something unusual about this cabinet. After researching, he found that there was a small scratch at the bottom of this cabinet. Moreover, this cabinet is not next to the wall, leaving a gap. This cabinet can be moved. This was Song Nuan's first thought. Xiaoqiu, do you want to say that there is something behind this cabinet? Hearing Song Nuan ask, Xiaoqiu nodded. Delete. Without any hesitation, Song Nuan deleted the cabinet directly. Because this cabinet is just an ordinary object, it was deleted in an instant. In this way, the scene behind the cabinet completely appeared in front of Song Nuan. He found that behind the cabinet was actually a passage. After he walked into the passage, he revoked. Soon, the cabinet that had disappeared reappeared. Everything is exactly the same as the original, without any flaws. Then, Song Nuan walked forward along the passage. He found that the steps of this passage were downward, so it should lead to a space like the basement. Song Nuan went all the way down, about 3 stories high, and came to the front of a door. Song Nuan was just about to push open the door, but seemed to suddenly think of something and let go of his outstretched hand. If he pushes the door in rashly, it is easy to startle the snake. After thinking about it, he decided to go in quietly. So, he hurriedly shrank his body and squeezed in through the crack in the door. When Song Nuan saw the scene in the room clearly, she instantly became angry, because he found that there were 7 or 8 women imprisoned in the room. These women were all undressed, their eyes were dull, and they couldn't see any vitality. Needless to ask, they must have been violated. He tried hard to calm down the anger in his heart, but he found that the anger in his heart was getting bigger and bigger. The so-called experience is the heart. Song Nuan admits that he is not a person who particularly likes to meddle in other things, but in the face of such a thing, his anger is a bit difficult to suppress. Since it cannot be suppressed, there is no need to suppress it. Experience and experience, some things can't be ignored. If you encounter something and take a detour, then there is no need to come out and practice, just stay in school. Song Nuan warned himself in his heart. His previous motto was, see the road uneven, take a detour. Now he found that sometimes, the road can be bypassed, but his heart can't. If he sees something like this, he does nothing, and he will live in self-condemnation for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Song Nuan let his body return to its original size and show his figure. Song Nuan's sudden appearance startled several girls in the basement. They all stepped back in horror, their bodies bodies curled together. Don't be afraid, I won't hurt you, I'm here to save you. Relax, trust me. When Song Muon said this, he used the power of words. The power of language can be used not only to fight but also to calm the emotions of others. It turns out that the power of language is very strong. Hearing Song Muon's voice, the fear in the eyes of the girls in the basement slowly dissipated. The dullness in their eyes has also decreased a lot. Are you really here to save us? At this time, a girl asked. Yes, I'm here to save you, Song Muon said, took out a set of clothes, and then copied them. Soon, all the girls were dressed. After putting on the clothes, the girls finally regained some of their anger. Who imprisoned you here? Song Muon asked. It is the true inheritance of the abbot of the Tripitaka Temple. When I came to Sanzang Temple to pray for blessings, I happened to meet the abbot of Sanzang Temple. He said that I have a lot of faith with their Tripitaka Temple, and I can enter the backyard and worship. Because the true inheritance is famous, I didn't think much about it and followed him to the backyard. He talked to me a lot about me. Later, after I drank the tea he poured me, I fainted. When I woke up, I appeared in this basement. I later realized that the reason why he talked to me so much and inquired about me was to determine my identity, and I had no companions. When he found out that I came to Sanzang Temple alone, he attacked me. A girl explained. I knew that there was dirt hidden in the Sanzang Temple. Give some spirit stones to enshrine Xiaobaga's tablet, and other things, there is nothing else you can't do. The upper beam is not right, the lower beam is crooked. This abbot is the source. Come with me, I'll take you out. At this moment, those girls seemed to have grasped the last straw, and they had unconditional trust in Song Muon's words. Hearing Song Muon say this, they hurriedly followed Song Muon. Because Song Muon had not yet met the abbot of Sanzang Temple, he did not know how strong he was. Therefore, he did not dare to swagger out of here with these girls, but helped them hide their figures. Then, several people quietly walked outside. However, it was a coincidence that when Song Muon deleted the cabinet at the exit, he suddenly saw a big monk in his 50s or 60s, looking ahead with a stunned face. Because Song Muon and the others were invisible, the great monk did not see them for the first time. He just looked at the cabinet that suddenly disappeared, stunned. Because, just as he was about to open the mechanism of the cabinet, he found that the cabinet had disappeared from under his nose. At this moment, the girl who was hidden by Song Muon suddenly let out a frightened cry, because they found that the demon that imprisoned them suddenly appeared in front of them. Therefore, some girls couldn't hold back and screamed. It's broken. After Song Muon heard this scream, she couldn't help but think in her heart. He immediately checked the attributes of the great monk. Object name, true biography. Age, 61. Physical strength, 26,984, diamond 5. Soul strength, 25471, diamond 5. Ability type, wood, A-level potential. Combat effectiveness, 52455. When Song Muon saw the attributes of the true inheritance clearly, he breathed a long sigh of relief in his heart. During this period of time in the imperial capital, the older people he met were all kings. This made him feel that people of old age were very likely to be kings. However, this is not the case. Although the number of king realm is a lot, it is a very small part of the dragon kingdom after all. The strength of the true inheritance diamond 5 realms was not enough to make him fearful. If he uses all his strength, he should be able to cope with it. As for the A-level potential of the true inheritance, Song Muon was a little shocked when he saw this just now, because he found that he hadn't seen someone with such low potential for a long time. When he was in the Imperial Capital Academy before, the people around him were all peerless Tianzhou. Not to mention Jin Zizai, Huang Tianba is a person like Huang Tianba who has awakened the top 100 in the ability sequence. Even other people who are a little worse have SS level potential. No matter how bad it is, it also has S-class potential. People with A-level potential are indeed rare. In Imperial Capital Academy, it is not easy to find someone with A-level potential. He spent too much time with the genius, and he almost forgot that there are still more ordinary people in this world. If you don't compare it with the people of the 3 major colleges, the talent of A-level potential people is actually not bad. It has exceeded 90% of the people in the Dragon Kingdom. Spirit snake entangled. Jinchuan heard the exclamation coming from in front of him, and also reacted instantly. There may be an invisible person in front of him. So, the attack was launched as soon as possible. I saw countless vines rushing towards the passage. These vines blocked the passage tightly, giving Song Muon no room for them to hide. At this time, the girls fell into despair again. They didn't know Song Muon's strength, but it could be seen from his appearance that Song Muon was no more than 30 years old. How can a person who is less than 30 years old be the opponent of the true inheritance? I don't blame them for thinking they are all ordinary people, and they don't understand how big the gap between ordinary people and geniuses is. Sun Fist, the power of faith, the power of justice. This time, Song Muon superimposed 3 powers, and then punched out. This punch directly smashed all the vines spreading in the passage. At the same time, his attack continued unabated, and he continued to move towards the true inheritance. The true inheritance did not expect that the people in the passage had such a strong attack power. However, his reaction was not slow, and he hurriedly retreated retreated 7 or 8 meters, twisting his body at the same time, avoiding Song Muan's attack. It's just that the room behind him is not so lucky. Song Muan's punch mark directly hit the wall of the abbot's room with a huge gap. At the same time, there was a loud roar. After hearing the roar, the people in the Sanzang temple hurriedly came in the direction where the sound came from. At this time, Song Muan did not hide his figure anymore, but swaggered out of the passage. Behind him, 7 or 8 women followed. True inheritance, as the abbot of Sanzang temple, you are so bold. At this time, Song Muan looked at Jinchuan and said loudly, "Where are you from, Xiao that you dare to break into our Sanzang temple? Now, I dare to question the old man. If you can't give an explanation to the old man today, don't think about walking out of the Tripitaka temple." When Jinchuan saw Song Muan's youthful appearance, a trace of joy flashed in his eyes. He thought that Song Muan was a powerful person just now. However, now that I see it, Song Muan looks like he is only in his 20s, and such a person is not too strong. Compared to this punch just now, it was already his most powerful attack. Although this punch just now caught him off guard, with his strength he could handle it. Therefore, he didn't take Song Muan's questioning to heart at all, but instead raked it up. True inheritance, you are indeed shameless enough. However, if you do something wrong, you always have to pay a price. You go on your way. Song Muan was too lazy to talk to such a person. There is no point in arguing with someone who has no moral bottom line, who is right and who is wrong. Besides, what if he wins the argument? Today's matter, after all, depends on strength to speak. If you have the energy to argue with the true tradition, it is better to keep the strength and use the power of words. Don't worry, with me here, you will definitely be able to leave safely. You guys wait for me outside first, I'll be done soon. Then, Song Muan turned her head again and said to the girls. Those girls were still a little worried just now. They were taken back to imprisonment by the true inheritance again. But after hearing Song Muan's gentle voice, their hearts slowly settled down. At this moment, Song Muan's image slowly became taller in their eyes. It seems that with him, everything is not a problem. Be careful, a girl said to Song Muan, and then slowly walked out of the room. Where are you going? Seeing this situation, Jinchuan flashed his figure and wanted to stop them. However, at this time, Song Muan moved. He directly used the hyperlink, came to the back of the true transmission, and punched out. With this punch, he fused a total of 10 powers. The power was more than twice as powerful as the previous punch. Sure enough, in the face of this punch, Jinchuan felt the crisis and hurriedly turned around. Wooden dragon shield. Countless vines appeared in front of true inheritance in an instant, and these vines converged together at the fastest speed, and then formed a huge round wooden shield. This wooden shield protected his entire body. Boom! Song Muan's fist landed on the wooden shield, making an earth-shattering roar, and the wooden shield was shattered in an instant. In addition, there was a powerful shock wave that spread towards the surroundings. The shock wave quickly swept across the room. The items furnished in the room were shattered one after another. In the blink of an eye, the whole room was in disarray. Boom! The next moment, the room of the true inheritance collapsed directly. At this moment, the girls had not yet left the room, and the collapsed room smashed directly towards them. Song Muan's figure flashed and stood in front of them. For those beams that were smashed down, roofs or something, he directly punched them. Boom! Another shockwave appeared, and all those things that were smashed down were knocked away in an instant. At this moment, suddenly, a large number of wooden thorns appeared under Song Muan's feet, coming towards him. Jin Chuan took advantage of the moment when Song Muan saved these girls and launched a sneak attack. However, in the face of such an attack, Song Muan used the put on the top skill. His body stood directly above the wooden thorns. This simple physical attack was now difficult to cause harm to him. The sea of flowers is coming. Seeing that the wooden thorns couldn't hurt Song Muan, Jin Chuan roared, and in an instant, extremely thick vines gushed out from the ground. These vines instantly occupied the space within 100 meters of Song Muan. Immediately afterwards, many colorful flowers grew on these vines. When these flowers open, a large amount of pollen is released. These pollen of different colors have different effects. For example, pink pollen is hallucinogenic, and green pollen is spores, which will begin to take root on human skin when they get on human skin. Yellow pollen has an aphrodisiac effect, and purple pollen is highly toxic. Few people can escape this skill of his. However, in the face of such an attack, Song Muan only built a cell and isolated himself in a small space. In this way, it is impossible for those colorful pollen to get close to him. Subsequently, Song Muan created a large number of cells within a radius of 100 meters, dividing all these pollen and flowers into several parts. Cell, clear. Subsequently, he used the clear cell function. In just a second or two, the pollen all over the sky, as well as the flowers and vines everywhere, all disappeared. You just have this little means? Well, that's it. After Song Muan said this, his body disappeared in place. After a short period of temptation with Jin Chuan, Song Muan had basically figured out the strength of the other party. He found that regardless of the true inheritance, it was the strength of the 5 realms of diamonds, but when it came to combat effectiveness, it was even worse than the Snow King of the Platinum realm. In the same realm, the potential of the ability is different, and the combat effectiveness exerted is is also different. Songwon instantly came behind Jinchuan and punched his body. His punch didn't have any bells and whistles. It's just that there are more than 20 kinds of power superimposed on it. Wooden dragon cone. I saw countless spikes growing on Jinchuan's hands. These spikes come together to form a huge wooden cone. He controlled the wooden cone and smashed it towards Songwon. When the wooden cone fell on Songwon's fist, it directly turned into a pile of wood scraps. The attack of the true inheritance is vulnerable. Bang! After breaking the wooden cone, Songwon's fist landed on the body of the true inheritance. In an instant, the true pass was knocked out. However, he did not die, but was seriously injured. Moreover, the energy in his body at this moment was actually quickly repairing his body. The vitality is quite tenacious. The power of the eyes. Songwon stood there without moving, but her eyes fell on the true inheritance. Poof! The next moment, Jinchuan spat out a mouthful of blood and fell directly to the ground. For him, the power of Songwon's eyes was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. He was already seriously injured and could not resist this force at all. So, he died like this. In a sense, Songwon killed him with his eyes. From the battle between Jinchuan and Songwon until his death, the whole process took less than 2 minutes. At this time, Songwon frowned and looked at the body of the true inheritance. He found that his attack power was stronger than in the past. This strength is not because his strength has broken through from gold 2 to platinum 5. Instead, he found that when he used the power of his eyes just now, his attack was strengthened. There was another power that was integrated into his attack. In the past, his power, ability, every time he used it, it was like a transaction. He traded the power in his body for a copy and returned an attack. But just now he found that after he traded out a piece of energy, the cashback attack almost reached 1.2 copies. In other words, his attack was increased by about 20% for no reason. It stands to reason that his attack has increased, which is a good thing. However, Songwon didn't understand the reason for the sudden increase in attack power, which made him feel a little uneasy. He likes the feeling that everything he is under his control, whether these things are good or bad, at least he understands. Now that this situation suddenly appeared, it was a bit empty for him. I have to find a time to study it. Because at this time, the other monks of the Tripitaka temple heard the sound and had already come to the backyard. Thief, how dare you kill our abbot? We fought with him to avenge the abbot. At this time, a monk shouted loudly. After shouting, he really rushed towards Songwon. Get out! Faced with such a situation, Songwon roared. In an instant, the monk who rushed towards him flew out backwards. Your abbot imprisons young and beautiful women and does beastly things. Do you know this? After Songwon asked this, she stared closely at the monks around her. He wanted to see how many of these monks in the Sanzang temple were involved in this matter. When many monks heard Songwon say this, most of them were dazed and looked at each other. But there were two people who hurriedly lowered their heads. You are talking nonsense. The abbot is a high monk. How could he do such a thing? Most of us are orphans he picked up, and he raised us. He is the best person in the world. At this time, a little monk stepped forward and said, that is, the host is a good person, and it is impossible to do such a thing. He killed the abbot and framed the abbot. We want to avenge the abbot. At this time, many monks were about to rush towards Songwon. These monks are not very old. Some are in their 20s, some are teenagers. There are also 7 or 8 years old. Then you tell me, why is there an underground secret room in the abbot's room? And in the secret room, so many women are imprisoned? Songwon asked loudly. Hearing Songwon say this, the monks were suddenly speechless, because they couldn't explain it. After all, those women were standing behind Songwon. Seeing that these monks stopped talking, Songwon suddenly moved and pulled out 2 monks who were about 40 years old from the crowd. You two should know very well, right? Not going to give them an explanation? We don't know anything. Yuan Tong, forget it. The host is dead. We don't have to hide it anymore. I've had enough of these years. Alas. In the end, the monk known as Yuan Tong sighed and did not intend to hide it. So, the 2 monks began to talk about the true biography one by one. Jinchuan is 61 years old this year, and he became the abbot of Sanzang Temple at the age of 35. At the beginning, everything was fine, and Jinchuan treated people kindly and solved problems. Therefore, in just 2 years, he has become famous. Therefore, more and more people came to Sanzang Temple to pray, including some wealthy businessmen and some young and beautiful women. Power and fame can make people lose themselves. Slowly, the true inheritance is not satisfied with its current situation. However, he also knew that his talent was not top-notch, and if he did other things, he might not be top-notch. As a result, evil thoughts grew in his heart, and he put his mind on the wealthy businessman who came to the Tripitaka temple to pray. He was very smart, otherwise he would not have become the abbot of the Tripitaka temple at the age of 35. He came up with many ways to squeeze spirit stones from wealthy merchants who came. For example, under the pretext of repairing temples, praying for blessings, offering tablets, forming good relationships with Tripitaka temple, etc. Many times, rich people don't care about that little money, they just want peace of mind. Therefore, the use of these methods can be said to be a lot of money. After having money, he put his mind on those young young and beautiful women. He met a young and beautiful woman who came to pray for blessings, and he stepped forward to chat with her. Because he is the abbot of the Tripitaka temple, many women are unprepared for him. In the process of small talk, Jinchuan will make clichés to women. Understand the woman's family situation and family members, as well as relatives and friends. If he meets the kind of rich and powerful woman who has a strong family at home, he will let the other party leave after chatting. However, if he encounters a woman from an average family background and the members of the family are some ordinary people at the bottom, he will extend his claws to the other party. Because such a woman, even if things are exposed, cannot do anything to him. They have no backers. Moreover, he has a lot of tricks. If the other party is short of money, he will use money to tempt him. If the other person lacks fatherly love, he will use his experience to move the other person. If the other party worships the strong, he shows his strength. Although the strength of the true inheritance cannot be compared with the strong people of the imperial capital, for the vast majority of people, the strength of the platinum or diamond realm is already very strong. If none of the above methods succeed, he resorts to tough means, drugging, overlord strong bow, etc. In short, as long as the woman who is targeted by the true inheritance, there is no one who can escape his clutches. Those women he obtained by obscene means were generally imprisoned in the underground secret room below his room, doing beastly things. If those women resisted hard, they would be killed by him, then bury the body in the back mountain. So far, in more than 20 years, the number of women killed by him has exceeded 3 digits. Many women who have disappeared in Jinling City over the years are related to true traditions. In addition to these, the true biography has also made many women pregnant. Some women aborted their children, but some women gave birth to their children. The true biography divides the children born to those women into 2 parts, and the boys are raised in the Sanzang temple, claiming to be orphans adopted by themselves. If it's a girl, give it to someone else. In this way, he has another label of kindness and benevolence. What did you say? Are we all the children of the abbot? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. The abbot is such a person with a human face and a beast heart? For a time, a large number of monks in the Sanzang temple seem to have lost their minds and gone crazy. They always thought they were orphans, children abandoned by their parents. But now they are told that they are all the children of the abbot, and they were born that way. The abbot they had always respected turned out to be such a guy with a beastly face. These monks couldn't accept it for a while. Quiet. Seeing the appearance of these monks, Song Muan shouted. He used the power of words to calm the emotions of these people. He only knew that this true inheritance was not a good thing before, but he didn't expect it to be such a beast. In the past 20 years, hundreds of women have been brutally killed. Now there are more than 30 monks in front of him, 90% of whom are his sons. Not to mention, the girl he sent out. In the past 20 years, the women he has obtained by various means are probably a very astonishing number. This evil beast is dead, but your life will go on. I hope you all live well. Song Muan didn't say much. Even if he could speak, he didn't know how to comfort these people at this time. Because he had never felt empathy in this world, he couldn't understand the mood of these people at this moment. He didn't know how people were feeling, and why he comforted them. Then, Song Muan turned his head to look at the girls he rescued. He took out some spirit stones and handed them to a few people. You all go home and live well. After doing all this, Song Muan turned around and left the Tripitaka temple. To be honest, he had the intention of burning down the Tripitaka temple with a fire, but after thinking about it, he didn't do it. The temple is clean, and the dirty ones are the people in the temple. After walking out of the Sanzang temple, Song Muan raised his head and looked at the blue sky. At this moment, his mood was slightly depressed. Hell is empty, and the devil is on earth. This applies both on earth and on the blue star. Where the sun can shine, it is full of glamour. But in the cold and dark corners, it is always full of sin and dirt. Song Muan has always felt that the blue star is different from the earth, because the blue star is a world of superpowers. But now it seems that human nature is common. Whether it's a blue star or an earth, it's the same. Experience is to let your heart experience all kinds of hardships, hatreds, and human suffering. When you see this, your heart will slowly harden. The state of mind will naturally be sublimated. This may be the price of growth. After Song Muan left the Tripitaka temple, he continued to walk forward. He glanced at the arrow on his computer screen and found that it was still pointing to the west. I don't know how far it is. Grunt. At this moment, suddenly, a signal of hunger came from Song Muan's stomach. Only then did he remember that he hadn't eaten for almost a day. He looked around and found a random restaurant and walked in. Boss, a fried noodle with eggs and chicken thighs. Song Muan glanced at the menu on the wall and said loudly. He is not a person who cares more about food, in his opinion, as long as it is not particularly unpalatable, and then it can fill his stomach. He has always had a requirement for himself, to be able to enjoy the best and to withstand the worst. Enjoy the best, good to understand. Just like Jean Zizai, he lived a luxurious life, and being able to withstand the worst is a mentality. Many people are easy to go from frugality to luxury, and it is difficult to go from luxury to frugality. Enjoying the best, once the standard of living drops, it is unacceptable. No one's life is smooth sailing. There will be be peaks, there will be troughs. Only by accepting the lowest self can we be worthy of the peak self. There is a saying that I could have endured the darkness if I had never seen the sun. And Song Nuan's mentality is that even if I have seen the sun, I can still endure the darkness. Soon, the boss brought a bowl of noodles. "Boss, what's wrong with you?" At this time, Song Nuan looked at the boss with a little surprise, because he found out that this boss was wearing a cotton suit in the summer. And even wearing a padded suit, Song Nuan could find that the boss's body was trembling slightly. It can be seen that he is really very cold. "Alas, it's hard to say." The boss glanced at Song Nuan, sighed and said, "Do you mind telling me what exactly is going on?" The boss's symptoms, Song Nuan had seen in a book before. However, he didn't know if this was the case, so he wanted to verify it. The boss may have kept this matter in his heart for too long, or it may be because there will be no one else in the store, so he sat down next to Song Nuan. "This symptom occurred 3 days ago. I'm not sure what happened. However, I thought about it for a long time and thought it might be related to what happened 3 days ago. That night 3 days ago, the business in the store was very good, so I was busy until late before closing. After closing the door, I walked towards home. When I was walking through an alley, a black cat suddenly jumped out of it. Because of its sudden appearance, it startled me a lot, so I used my ability to scare it. So, it ran up and grabbed me. The wound is not big, it is just a small wound, and I didn't take it to heart. When I got home and went to bed, I found it a little cold. However, I didn't care at the time, I just took out the quilt and covered it. As a result, in the next 2 days, I found that my body was getting colder and colder, and I couldn't go out without wearing cotton clothes. To this day, even if I wear cotton clothes and lean against the flame of the stove, I still feel cold. During this period, I also found some powerful superpowers to help me see it, but after examination, they found that my body was healthy in other aspects except for a little weakness." Hearing the boss say this, a trace of clarity flashed in Song Nuan's eyes. "Is that cat a strange beast? It shouldn't be. It's just an ordinary wild cat. It's just black. Can I help you take a look? Maybe I have a way." Song Nuan asked. "As long as you can help me cure this sudden cold, you can do anything you ask me to do." When the boss heard Song Nuan's words, he hurriedly said, although it was only 3 days, he was already tormented by this symptom and went crazy. Age, 18. His current mentality is that dead horses are treated as living horse doctors. Song Nuan put her hand on the boss's chest and entered the solar energy into it. At this moment, suddenly the boss let out a very shameful moan. This also made the boss a big red face. "My body suddenly warmed up. I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it." The boss hurriedly explained. He didn't explain. It would be bad if Song Nuan misunderstood that he was a person with special hobbies. He is not the kind of person who likes men on men. Song Nuan actually understands the boss's reaction. A person whose body has been cold for 3 days will definitely react when he suddenly encounters the scorching energy he inputs. It's like when most people soak in a hot spring in winter when their bodies are stiff from the cold. At this moment, suddenly 2 hoarse roars came from the boss's body. Immediately afterwards, a black shadow floated out from above his body, dissipated in the air, and turned into a cloud of black smoke. This shocked the boss. He didn't understand why there was such a terrible thing in his body. However, as the black shadow dissipated, his body could no longer feel the slightest bit of coldness. "Okay, my body is completely healed. Benefactor, what exactly was that black shadow just now?" the boss asked while taking off his cotton clothes while looking at Song Nuan. "If I'm not mistaken, it should be a necromancer." "What is a necromancer?" For necromancers, the boss has never heard of it. The so-called necromancer is the formation of a new life form after death of a person or a strange beast. Under normal circumstances, after a person or a strange beast dies, the soul will dissipate between heaven and earth even if it is a relatively powerful superpower. However, there are special circumstances. If after the death of a person or a strange beast, the geographical location is relatively peculiar, causing the soul not to dissipate, these souls can condense and form a new life form. This life form is called a necromancer, which means a creature born after death. Under normal circumstances, it is difficult for necromants to pose a threat to humans, because the necromancer has no spiritual wisdom. Although most people's abilities are weak, they are enough to deal with necromancers. Hearing Song Nuan's explanation, the boss suddenly realized. However, he still didn't quite understand. "Although I am not strong, I also have the strength of the bronze realm. Why am I possessed by a necromancer?" The necromancer just now is relatively weak. Under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible for it to possess you. However, it is not absolute. There are 10 kinds of people with heavy yin energy, and it is easy to provoke necromancers. The first type is people with kidney qi deficiency. Qi deficiency weakens the body, and when yin comes, the feet are cold. The second type is to be a person with a nauseous heart. Grass and trees become ghostly shadows, and a weak heart brings all kinds of disasters. The third type is people who stay up late for a long time. Yin and yang are often reversed, and qi and blood will be out of balance. The fourth type is lustful and lewd people. A knife on the color will lead to kidney qi loss. The fifth type is a person who has been in panic for a long time. Panic can damage the kidneys, and kidney deficiency can lead lead to damage. The sixth type is a person with excessive greed. Greed kills people, damages spirit, and weakens the heart. The seventh type is overworked people. When fatigue is weak, she is deficient. When she is deficient, pathogenic she enters. The eighth type is an overly sad person. The sorrow is like the death of the heart, and the death of the heart comes from the shadows. The ninth type is a person who is often in a dead place. The dead land gives birth to energy, and the energy is evil to young people. The 10th type is a person with difficult fortune. When a person is weak, their spirit is weak. When their spirit is weak, their fortune is weak. You can compare it and see how many you have been recruited. If I'm not mistaken, this necromancer was originally attached to the black cat, but after seeing you, I felt that you also met the conditions for attachment. That's why it controlled the black cat to attack you and scratch you. Then through that small wound, it is attached to your body. Necromancers need to absorb a lot of energy, so you feel cold. After Song Won finished speaking, he lowered his head and began to eat noodles. At the same time, I also peeled a few cloves of garlic and ate them together. Eat noodles without garlic, and the aroma is half less. And the boss lowered his head and began to break his fingers, counting the points he was more comfortable with. I have a little kidney chi loss, and I often stay up late, and my greed is not heavy, but there are still some. I get up early every day to open a store, and I am tired. The fortune is not very good, and there has been no much improvement in opening a store over the years. I don't know if this is counted. You said a total of 10, and I was caught in 4 or 5. No wonder the necromancer is attached to me. Suddenly, the boss said with a bit of a scream, like a cat with his tail stepped on. Know this, try to avoid it. Hearing Song Won say this, the boss began to struggle. The boss was entangled and muttered something in his mouth. Staying up late and being tired is unavoidable. I have to support my wife and children, and I have to afford to be greedy early. I can't change my fortune. Greed can be harvested and be content. However, I am a little greedy, and this proportion is not heavy. Then you can only abstain from sex. If you think about it carefully, there are many benefits after quitting sex. Your waist will not hurt, your legs will not be sore, and you will not have to eat goji berries. That's it, I'll start abstaining from sex tomorrow to recuperate. Hearing the boss's self-talk, Song Won couldn't help but laugh. 99% of men are lustful. There are only 2 types of men who are not lustful. The first is that the body is defective and cannot be lifted. The second type is traumatized. Except for these 2, most of the other lustful people are pretending. Many people are not lustful just because they don't have a lustful object. Benefactor, if I quit color, can I prevent necromancers from possessing me? The boss asked. I can't say it's 100% avoidable, but it's really useful. By the way, boss, where was the alley where you met the black cat before? Go out, walk more than 100 meters forward, the alley on the right. After asking the place clearly, Song Won left the restaurant. Of course, the boss confiscated his money. After coming to the alley that the restaurant owner said, Song Won observed carefully. After a person or a strange beast dies, it is not easy to form a necromancer. First of all, a place full of energy is needed. Secondly, it also needs to be attached to a treasure of the most in. In this way, after a long period of accumulation, the necromancer can be formed. And if the necromancer wants to attach to a person's body, it must absorb a large amount of energy. Although necromancers are a kind of life form that is different from humans and strange beasts, they are one level lower than humans and strange beasts in terms of life level. Necromancers are not static, though. Impossible, absolutely impossible. They can complete their evolution by absorbing a large amount of energy, and their life levels can be transformed. Once they transform into spirits, then their life level will be elevated. Of course, with the improvement of the level of life, the strength will also increase. Even if it is the lowest level of spirit, its strength is equivalent to that of a human silver realm. Song Won asked the boss about the whereabouts of the black cat, just to see if there were any spirits around here. If 1 or 2 spirits can be subdued, it will be very perfect. Through Song Won's observation, he found that there was nothing unusual in the alley. So, he went deep along the alley. Soon, he came to a dead end and still found nothing. Do you want to climb over the wall? Song Won suddenly thought. He hesitated slightly, and as soon as his figure moved, he jumped over the wall. He found that on the other side of the wall, there was a dense grove. It seems that there is nothing special about it. There is no strong energy, and there are no necromancers and spirits. Song Won looked at it carefully and was ready to leave. However, at this moment, he suddenly heard a choppy sound. Because the distance was too far, he couldn't hear what this sound was. However, he could probably tell that this voice came from a relatively hidden corner. Let's go and take a look. If there is any danger, I will turn around and run. After Song Won made a decision, his figure flashed and went in the direction where the sound came from. As he moved forward, the voices he heard gradually became clearer. The sound was painful and oppressive. No, why does this sound so much like a fairy fight? Song Won said and stopped. Although he has never operated with real ammunition, when he was on Earth, he was also a sage who had read countless films. Such a sound is generally not misheard. Isn't it so exciting? Do I want to go and find out? Song Won began to entangle again. If it's just a goblin fight, it's really not not interesting. But if this sound is coming from something else, it's magical. It's all here, just go over and take a look. After Song-won finished speaking, he continued to go in the direction where the voice came from. As he continued to go deeper, the voices ahead became clearer and clearer. But at this moment, the voice suddenly stopped. The next moment, 8 men in black jumped down from the tree and surrounded him. This made Song-won frown. When he was in the imperial capital, he offended several people. But when he left the imperial capital, he had already disguised himself as someone else. Moreover, the people in the imperial capital know their own backgrounds, and it is impossible to kill themselves. Because of this consequence, they cannot afford it. The most important thing is that the people he offended, both sides are far from dying. So, after thinking about it, there is only one possibility. These men in black either came to find themselves because of the matter of the next chicken day, or because of the true transmission. Perhaps, these two things are the same thing in themselves. In addition, Song-won couldn't think of other reasons. Who are you? Still, he asked. Then, he checked the attributes of these people as quickly as possible. Without exception, they are all superpowers of the 5 realms of diamonds, just like the true inheritance. Those who meddle in their own affairs deserve to die, one of the men in black said, and then they rushed towards Song-won together. And these 8 people cooperated quite tacitly, instantly blocking all the space where Song-won could hide. Strict discipline, decisive shots, tacit cooperation. At first glance it is after a long period of training. 8 people shooting at the same time should be enough to fight against any supernatural under the king realm. When Song-won thought about this, he hurriedly used the place at the bottom skill. The next moment, he disappeared under the eyelids of the 8 people and came to the ground. He then used the cells to restrain his breath and hid. Where are the people? Seeing Song-won suddenly disappearing, the men in black were stunned. It may be an invisibility ability, one of the men in black said. Then, the 8 men in black quickly distanced themselves, and then let go of their perception and looked for Song-won's trace. However, no matter how they perceive it, they did not discover Song-won's existence. You can still go to heaven and earth. Heaven can't do it, but it's really possible to enter the ground. Since it is not an invisibility ability, it may be a hidden ability. We dig 3 feet into the ground, and we must find him, the man in black said, and he really started digging the ground. For powerful superpowers, digging the ground is easy. Any ability can crack the ground. Song-won naturally heard the voice above his head, but he didn't care. Placed at the bottom. This skill is very interesting. Once placed at the bottom, as long as he did not take the initiative to appear, even if those men in black kept digging the ground, it would be impossible to find him. Because, when the ground above his head was dug up a few meters, his skills actively dropped a few meters. In other words, he always maintains an unchanging distance from the ground above his head. It was simply impossible for these men in black to find him in this way, unless they can dig through the blue star. Sure enough, after digging for a while, those men in black did not find Song-won's figure, so they stopped digging. Where are the people? A man in black said angrily. We didn't kill him. How should we explain to the president? The president hates others lying the most, so we can only explain the truth. Let's go back. Several men in black said, and turned to leave. Song-won heard the movement of several people leaving and did not go out immediately. Instead, he was still hiding in the cells underground, waiting with melon seeds. Dodge, be patient. Soon, half an hour passed. At this time, the 8 men in black who had already left appeared again. Is he really not here? There is no spatial fluctuation, and it can disappear from below our eyelids. We must report to the president immediately and find out the identity of this person. The 8 men in black said, turning around and leaving again. 5 minutes later, the man in black came back. Their previous guess, Song-won was hiding somewhere here, and their previous words were deliberately told to him. How? When they left, they also deliberately acted for Song-won to see. Under normal circumstances, if Song-won really hid here, after they left, Song-won would definitely appear, and then leave in a hurry. So, they turned back after leaving. This was repeated twice, but Song-won's figure was never found. At this time, they could be sure that Song-won had left by some means before and was not here. So, they turned around and left completely. Song-won didn't know that the man in black left and came back. He hid in the cells below, eating melon seeds. Eating and eating. I feel a little sleepy. In this way, he fell asleep on the ground. If those men in black knew that Song-won was sleeping under their feet, they would have to vomit blood angrily. Soon, the night passed. I don't know how long I slept. Song-won slowly opened her eyes. He took out his phone and took a look at it and found that it was already past 9 o'clock in the morning. This sleep, I slept a little comfortably. Then, he disappeared and reappeared on the ground. He looked around and didn't notice the presence of the man in black. So, as soon as his figure moved, he galloped towards the distance. Song-won has never been a person who likes to suffer, and he was assassinated yesterday, so he naturally won't let this matter go. Therefore, he planned to shake people and avenge himself. The previous appearance has been known by that unknown organization, and it is very unsafe to appear with such a face. Therefore, Song-won disguised himself as a strong man of more than 200 pounds and reappeared in the public's field of vision. In this way, he swaggered down the street, and then walked walked into the veteran building of Jinling City. The veteran building is the same as the Extraordinary People's Guild, and every city has a branch. This gentleman, what services do you need? After Song Muan walked into the veterans building, a staff member came up and asked, I have something important to do. I want to see your building chief. Please report it. The so-called building chief is the leader of the veteran building in Jinling City. It is inconvenient for our building manager to meet guests. If you need anything, you can tell me. I will help you with it as much as possible. Or you show your honor bracelet too, the staff said. The head of the veteran building, even if he is just the head of the branch, does not mean that anyone who wants to see it can see it. If you want to see the building commander, the combat merit value must reach the war sect. You can't blame the veteran building for having such a rule, otherwise anyone who comes in will ask to meet the building manager, and the director of the veteran building doesn't have to do anything. I don't have an honor bracelet, but I have this thing. You show this thing to your building chief. I believe he will naturally meet me, Song Muan said, handing over a small box. The box is not big, just a little bigger than a human palm. Song Muan is not without an honor bracelet, but he doesn't want to expose his identity because of the honor bracelet. Long before leaving the imperial capital, he took off the honor bracelet and stored it in the network disk. Okay, please wait a moment. The staff took the box handed over by Song Muan and turned to leave. Soon, he came to the top floor of the veterans building and knocked on the door of a room. The door is unlocked. Come in. In the room, a breathful voice came out. The staff pushed the door in, and inside was an old man about 172 tall. He was thin and his eyes were not big, but there was a sparkle of wisdom in his eyes. Being able to become the building manager of the Jinling branch is naturally not a simple character. Chief, someone wants to see you. He said that after showing you this thing, you will go to see him, the staff said and handed the box in his hand to the building manager. The building chief took the box and opened it directly. When he saw the contents of the box clearly, his eyes widened instantly. However, after only 2 seconds of looking, he closed the box. Where is he now? Waiting in the lobby on the first floor. Take me to see him. In this way, the building manager followed the staff and hurried towards the first floor. Soon, he came to Song Muan. The building chief is this gentleman. At this time, the building manager looked at Song Muan and thought hard. However, he thought about it for a long time, and he didn't find any information about Song Muan in his memory. Guan Tianxiang, the building chief of the old Jinling City branch. What is this gentleman's name? Li Yuanbai is below. Song Muan naturally reported his pseudonym. The appearance of the pseudonym Lei Feng has been exposed before, and now that he has changed his appearance, he naturally wants to have a new name. Is this thing yours? Guan Tianxiang pointed to the box in his hand and asked. It's mine. Sir, please come with me. So, Guan Tianxiang took Song Muan and left. Song Muan followed Guan Tianxiang to a secret room. Sir, please sit down. Is this thing sirs? As soon as he sat down, Guan Tianxiang looked at Song Muan and asked. At the same time, he put the box in his hand on the table. Is it mine? Does it matter? It's really not important. Then I don't know what the gentleman did when he came to the veterans building this time? I came to the veterans building this time, not for myself. The reason why I took out the God of War order was just to see the building commander in the shortest possible time, Song Muan said, putting away the box that Guan Tianxiang put on the table. The contents of the box are the God of War order of the Oriental God of War that he obtained when he took the college entrance examination. With the God of War order, you can make a request to the veteran building. However, Song Muan did not intend to use the God of War order this time. If you used the God of War order just because of this little thing, it would be too wasteful. Moreover, if he goes to the veterans building in other cities in the future, he can continue to show the God of War order. Song Muan's actions made Guan Tianxiang look at him with a surprised face. The God of War order was taken out, and it could still be taken back. What kind of operation is this? I don't know if the building manager knows about the Tripitaka temple. Naturally, I know. So, Song Muan told the building manager about the previous Tripitaka temple and his own experience. You mean that the abbot of Sanzang Temple is actually a member of a mysterious organization? If I'm not mistaken, the abbot of Sanzang Temple is responsible for helping this organization collect wealth. This conclusion was only figured out by Song Muan after he was assassinated. According to the accounts of the 2 monks of the Sanzang Temple, the true transmission has used various means to accumulate money frantically for more than 20 years. But when he searched the Tripitaka Temple before, he didn't find any spirit stones. Of course, this cannot fully explain that the true inheritance handed over the collected spirit stones to others. It may be hidden in an unknown place, or it may be stored in an exchange bank. However, Song Muan thought about it carefully and felt that there was something strange about it. The true inheritance only has the potential of A level, and the strength is not very strong. Such a person generally cannot become an abbot when he is only 35 years old, even if he is smart. Moreover, in the Tripitaka Temple, there seem to be no other strong people except for the true inheritance. This is clearly problematic for a prestigious temple. Obviously, there are other people behind the true transmission. Those original powerhouses of Sanzang Temple may have been assassinated. assassinated. Therefore, the Tripitaka Temple is the hall of true transmission, coupled with the pursuit of himself by those men in black, as well as the strength of the Diamond Five, and the sentence, nosy people deserve to die. A coincidence is a coincidence, but when there are more coincidences, it is the truth. I'm not 100% sure, so I hope the veteran building investigates. With the intelligence system of the veterans building, if you have the heart to investigate, you can always find out something. If this is true, then it will be a huge cancer for the Dragon Kingdom. Song Won continued. I'll investigate clearly. In that case, then this matter will be left to you. I'm taking my leave, Song Won said and left. He fully believed in the veteran building, because the existence of the veteran building was to maintain the safety of various cities in the Dragon Kingdom. He believed that the veteran building would definitely uproot the mysterious organization behind the true inheritance. After Song Won left, Wan Tianxiang gave the order. For Song Won's words, he chose to believe it. Not because of anything else, but because Song Won was holding the God of War order in his hand. Soon, everyone in the veteran building took action and began to investigate. The intelligence system of the veteran building is extremely terrifying. Even the Gene family, which sells intelligence, is inferior to it. Outsiders don't know how many members there are in the veterans building. I don't even know who the members of the veteran building are. It may be a small vendor setting up a stall on the street. It may be the security guard who looks at the gate in the community. It may be the person next to you who seems to be submissive. It may be a celebrity who is high above. The scariest thing is that it could be your boyfriend, girlfriend, or someone who shares the bed with you every day. When the huge gear of the veteran building is running, all hidden evils will be exposed to the sun. After Song Won left the veterans building, he found a corner and changed into a vest. This time, he became a very thin man who was only 1.6 meters tall. He found a corner not far from the veterans building and silently observed everything in the veterans building. This time, he came to the veterans building, nominally to shake people, but in fact, he borrowed a knife to kill someone. The enemy is in the dark, he is in the light, and he doesn't know where the organization that attacked and killed him was hiding. Therefore, this can only be done. Of course, he did this, and it was indeed a cancer for the Dragon Kingdom. It's a win-win situation. The efficiency of the veteran building is indeed very fast, and in just over 2 hours, it seems that everything has been found out. Song Won saw with his own eyes that dozens of generals had left the veteran building one after another. These people went straight in one direction. Seeing this situation, Song Won did not hesitate, hit his figure, and quietly followed. In this way, Song Won followed the people of the veteran building all the way to a village. This village is very ordinary, whether it is the buildings or the furnishings in the village. It is the kind of village that can be seen everywhere. When Song Won approached the village, he heard the sound of battle coming from the village. Soon, he saw the soldiers in the veteran building fighting with a group of people dressed as villagers. Among them, 8 people are very conspicuous. They are 8 in 1, and they work together quite tacitly. Who are you? Song Won recognized at a glance that these people were the 8 men in black who attacked and killed him. At this moment, 8 people were besieging the 2 generals of the veteran building. Although these 2 generals have rich combat experience, they are also superpowers in the diamond realm. The 2 fists are hard to beat the 4 hands, and they look a little overwhelmed. Seeing this situation, Song Won did not sit idly by. In any case, this matter has something to do with him, so he used the power of his eyes. The man in black, who was originally attacking a general, suddenly felt a huge force fall on him. Poof! He was unprepared for a while and directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His sudden injury made the 8 people who had a very tacit understanding that they had cooperated with instantly reveal their flaws. The 2 veteran generals of the building had extremely rich combat experience, and for such a flaw, they naturally seized it at once and counterattacked. In the duel of masters, many times, often between 1 or 2 moves, the winner can be determined. Once there is a flaw, then what awaits them is a thunderous attack. The 2 veteran generals seized the opportunity and directly killed the 2 people. In this way, the tacit cooperation of the 8 people disappeared in an instant. Without the cooperation of 8 people, they would not be afraid of the 2 generals of the veteran building. So, soon, the battle situation, which was originally at a disadvantage, was directly reversed. When Song Won saw this scene, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she turned around and left. Of course, it was not that he left the village, but walked towards the village. Since this is the base camp of this mysterious organization, then there must be treasures, spirit stones and other things in this base camp. Taking advantage of the fact that the 2 sides were fighting, he happened to fish in troubled waters. See if you can get some spirit stones or something. Although, he now has no less than 80 million spirit stones on his body. However, no one will have too much of a spirit stone. Song Won is not only focused on spirit stones, in the process of looking for spirit stones, if he sees that there are members of the veteran building who are at a disadvantage, he will secretly help. Either use the power of the eyes or delete it to make the other party explode. In this way, he will sell his opponent the flaw. In a few minutes, Song Won had already helped several people. When Song Won went deep into the center of the village, he suddenly felt an extremely powerful energy wave. He hurriedly looked around and found two figures fighting in the air. One of them is the building manager of the Jinling branch. Song Nuan had checked his attributes before, which was the strength of the 3 realms of kings. So, he hurriedly checked the attributes of another person. Did I say something wrong? Target name, Mt Hikawa. Age, 58. Physical strength 542157, King 3. Soul strength 523671, King 3. Ability type, Shadow, SS level potential. Combat effectiveness, 1065828. The strength of the 3 realms of kings is indeed terrifying. I just didn't expect that a person with SS level potential can also become the king of the 3 realms. Song Nuan had always thought that if he wanted to become the strength of the king realm, his potential would be at least SSS level. A person's cognition is limited, and as he grows older and his knowledge increases, he will overturn some of his original cognitions. When he was in Phoenix, Song Nuan always thought that the king realm was already the strongest, and it was rare. Even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, there are not many. But after going to the imperial capital, he found that there were many more superpowers in the king's realm than he had imagined. Cultivation is a pyramid. The higher you go, the fewer people, the stronger the strength. When there are many people in a realm, it only means one thing: a bunch of garbage. This realm is not the highest realm. There will never be so many people who really stand at the top of the pyramid. No matter which field, the number of people who can stand at the top of the pyramid is very rare. Now that I think about it, the Holy Venerable should not only be an honorific title, but also a new realm. I don't know what this realm is called, Song Nuan said to himself. For the battle between Guan Tianxiang and Hikawa Dashan, his current strength could not help at all. Therefore, he was very sensible and did not mix it, but avoided it from a distance. The distance was too close, and if it was affected by the aftermath of the battle between the two, it would be an unwarranted disaster. Xiao, go help me find it. Are there any spirit stones around here? Or is there anything special about it? Song Nuan released the ball. He had forgotten the existence of Xiao because he had been tense before. Xiao's figure flashed and disappeared, and Song Nuan hid in the shadows, using the power of his eyes to attack the people of the mysterious organization. This person who was fighting with Guan Tianxiang should be the leader of this organization, and it is not difficult to see from the name that he is Xiao Baga. In other words, behind this organization, it is actually Xiao Baga who is in control. Their purpose should be more than just to make money. Song Nuan analyzed. Soon, Xiao came back. He pointed in a direction to Song Nuan, indicating that he had made a new discovery. So, Song Nuan followed the ball and galloped forward. Soon, the two came to an inconspicuous small courtyard. Then, Xiao pointed to a well in the yard. Is there anyone else in this yard? Xiao shook his head. Seeing Xiao shaking his head, Song Nuan jumped directly into the well without any hesitation. Just as his feet touched the water, his body suddenly stopped. He uses the skill placed on the top floor, so it will be suspended above the water. At this time, Song Nuan raised his eyes and found that this was just a very ordinary well. The water inside is not deep, just over 2 meters. Song Nuan has 100% trust in Xiao. Since Xiao can point to this well, it means that there must be something peculiar in this well. At this time, Xiao's figure suddenly poked its head out of the void and pointed to his left. Seeing Xiao's actions, Song Nuan raised his hand and punched out. Boom! Only heard a huge roar, and the wall in front of Song Nuan was directly punched by him with a huge gap. Behind the notch, there is an extremely spacious cellar. This cellar is 3,000 or 4,000 cubic meters. Song Nuan's figure flashed and he jumped into the cellar. Only then did he see clearly that this cellar was full of spirit stones. Song Nuan had a lot of spirit stones, but those spirit stones were all stored in the C drive. In the past, when trading, they used Qiankuan bags or spirit stone exchange cards. He had never seen so many spirit stones intuitively. It's like some people have 1 million in their cards, but they haven't necessarily seen 1 million in cash. This kind of impact is unimaginable to ordinary people. Eddie, it's all foreheads, Song Nuan shouted excitedly. Then, he collected the spirit stone as quickly as possible. If you hesitate for one more second, it is disrespectful to the spirit stone. It took Song Nuan several minutes to collect the mountain-like spirit stone. According to the statistics of the C-Disc, the total amount of spirit stones received this time is more than 120 million. From today onwards, I have also entered the ranks of billionaires, and I am also a 100 million yuan household. Song Nuan smiled from leg to leg from the beginning of collecting the spirit stone. No, it's a mouth-to-mouth affair. This time, the harvest has exceeded all his past deceptions. Now he has more than 200 million spirit stones on his body. You can lie flat, no need to work hard. If he were an ordinary person, with these spirit stones, he would not worry about eating and drinking for the rest of his life, and his daily life would be happy. At this moment, Xiao came to him and pointed in another direction. Seeing Xiao's movements, a hint of joy flashed on Song Nuan's face. Let's go, take me there. Then, he urged impatiently. Horses are not fat without night, and people are not rich without windfalls. Song Nuan got this windfall and became rich directly, and he liked this feeling. It's addictive. If this kind kind of thing happens, do it 5 or 6, 7 or 8 times, he will lie down directly. After leaving the well, Songwon followed Chocho to another courtyard. At this time, Songwon sniffed his nose, because he smelled a faint smell of blood. There are people in this yard. This was Songwon's first thought. He immediately unfolded the word space, enveloping the space within a radius of a kilometer. However, he carefully observed all the rooms in the yard and there was no one else. So, he looked at Chocho. Chocho understood what Songwon meant, so he pointed to the basement and pointed to a utility-like room in the corner. You mean, there is also a cellar underground? Songwon looked at Chocho and asked. Chocho nodded hurriedly. Then, Songwon walked towards the utility room-like room that Chocho pointed to just now. When he opened the door, he found that there was nothing in the room. However, he could see clearly that there was a huge stone slab on the floor of this room, and it was a little loose. Delete. Boom. Bang. He directly selected the slate and deleted it. When the stone slab disappeared, an underground passage like a staircase appeared in front of Songwon, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. This made Songwon frown subconsciously. When he was on the top of the mountain of the yellow sand roof, he killed all the participants from other countries. At that time, the top of the mountain was filled with a strong smell of blood. However, that river of blood is just an exaggerated rhetorical device. At this moment, Songwon was standing at the door of the cellar, smelling the smell of blood many times stronger than the smell of blood on the top of the mountain. In other words, in this cellar, there are many times more dead than on the top of the mountain. Songwon stood at the door for a few seconds, then hid his figure, used the put on the top floor skill, and walked towards the cellar. This way, he will not leave footprints on the ground, and others will not be able to find his tracks. In this way, his safety is greatly guaranteed. As Songwon continued to go deeper into the cellar, the smell of blood he smelled became stronger and stronger. Let him feel nauseous. However, he still endured the discomfort and continued to walk towards the cellar. Soon, he came to the bottom of the cellar and saw everything under the cellar clearly. This cellar was not like the cellar he had encountered before. It contained mountain-like spirit stones. In this cellar, there was only a huge pool of blood. This blood pool is half the size of a basketball court. The pool of blood was filled with blood. Songwon roughly calculated that if he wanted to fill this blood pool, he would need at least tens of thousands of adults with all the blood. In other words, at least tens of thousands of people died in this cellar. Needless to ask, this kind of inhumane thing must have been done by the organization of Xiao Baga, who was fighting with the generals of the veteran building. Normally, if there is a large number of missing people, it will definitely attract the attention of others. Unless you find out all the relationships of a person like the true legend, and then attack him. At the same time, kill his family together. In this way, no one will find those missing in a short time. Of course, there is another way to do it. That is to massacre the villagers in those remote areas. Just like this village now, Songwon believes that in the past, there were villagers in this village. It is estimated that later, he was quietly slaughtered by this little Baga organization. Then they occupied the magpie's nest and used the village as their base camp. I will remember this in my heart, always remember, Songwon said in a decisive tone. Then, he looked at the pillar in the pool of blood. In total, there are 6 of these pillars, on which ancient textures are carved. At this moment, these 6 pillars were already soaked in blood and flashed with red light. Looking at the textures on these 6 pillars, Songwon's brows slowly furrowed. He always felt that he had seen the texture on these pillars somewhere, but he couldn't remember it for a while. So, he closed his eyes and began to look for it in his mind. He remembers that one of them describes various textures. Soon, Songwon found the texture pattern on the pillar in the computer in his mind. This is the blood sacrifice summoning array. After careful comparison, Songwon said affirmatively. The so-called blood sacrifice summoning array is to use blood as a medium to depict a peculiar summoning formation. Once the formation is activated, it will summon some evil creatures from some unknown space that only know how to kill. Once these evil creatures appear, they will attack all the living beings they encounter frantically. So far, there are only 2 outcomes. First, everyone worked together to kill the evil creatures. Second, the evil creatures killed all life forms on Blue Star. If evil creatures appear in Jinling City will definitely become a purgatory on Earth. At that time, Jinling City will suffer and injure countless people. At that time, even if the strong people of the Dragon Kingdom made a timely move to kill the evil creatures, there will also be countless people dying in Jinling City. Because, when evil creatures appear, everyone has to report upwards and then summon the strong. This series of operations will definitely take a lot of time. During this period of time, the number of people killed by this evil creature will definitely be astronomical. From this point of view, it is enough to see Xiao Baga's wolf ambition. Boom! At this moment, suddenly there was a loud bang from above the cellar. Immediately afterwards, Songwon saw a figure stumbling towards the bottom of the cellar. He raised his eyes and found that the person who came turned out to be Hikawa Dashin. At this moment, he was covered in rags, his clothes were soaked with blood, and he looked injured. His expression was particularly hideous. Little Baga, where are you going? Soon, another voice sounded. Song Muan saw that Guan Tianxiang chased the Sun River Mountains into the cellar. However, when he saw the situation in the cellar clearly, his pupils contracted fiercely. Ha ha ha, if you want to kill me, I will let you all Jiling City bury me. Hikawa Dashin looked like he had lost his mind at this time, and he looked particularly crazy. Then, he sealed his hands and began to manipulate the pillar in the blood pool. Soon, the blood in the blood pool seemed to boil, frantically rushing towards the 6 pillars in the center of the blood pool. And above the 6 pillars, red light erupted. You dare! Guan Tianxiang roared angrily and rushed towards the mountains of Hichuan. Although he didn't know what Hikawa Dashin was going to do, he could see that the other party was absolutely uneasy and kind. To quote a big guy surnamed Ding, don't care what he wants to do, even if it's a birthday worship, you can't let him succeed. What the enemy wants to do, just choose to block it. Ha ha ha, want to stop me? Evil spirits come to the world. Hikawa shouted loudly, and the light on the pillars skyrocketed. Poof! At this time, Guan Tianxiang came to Hichuan Dashin and hit him. However, Hikawa Dashin didn't care about this at all. He knew very well that he couldn't run away today no matter what, so he had already put aside his life and death. As long as the evil spirit can come into the world, his death is worthwhile. After he was knocked away by Guan Tianxiang, he fell next to the pool of blood. He ignored his injuries and just stared at the 6 pillars with his eyes fixed on them. The red light on the pillar lasted for less than 3 seconds, like a dead flashlight, and the light slowly dissipated. At this time, Guan Tianxiang and Hichuan Dashin were all staring at the pillar tightly, wanting to see what would happen. However, as time passed, nothing happened. The evil spirits imagined by Hikawa Mountain did not descend either. How come? Hikawa Dashin asked incomprehensibly. He is ready for everything. Why the method of summoning evil spirits will not work? Guan Tianxiang didn't know what happened, but seeing the disappointment on Hikawa Dashin's face, a trace of joy flashed in his heart. Then, as soon as his figure moved, he killed Mount Hichuan. Immediately afterwards, he destroyed the pillars in the blood pool and the blood pool in the cellar as quickly as possible. At this time, Song Muan had already left. It was he who removed 2 pillars before. However, in order to prevent Hikawa Dayama from discovering that the pillars were missing, he used the create shortcut skill to leave the phantoms of the 2 pillars in the 2 pillars that were deleted. In this way, the blood sacrifice summoning array lost its effect. Since Song Muan has been hiding his figure and restraining his breath, no one knows that this matter has anything to do with him. After coming outside, Song Muan found that the battle in the village had basically come to an end. The ending is naturally the victory of the veteran building. However, the veteran building also suffered a lot of losses. This is the battle. As long as it is a battle, there will definitely be casualties. This mysterious organization has also collapsed, and whether the veteran building will continue to dig deeper is not something that Song Muan should be concerned about. He came out this time to find the place pointed by the arrow. This thing in the middle is completely a mistake. Adjusting his mood, Song Muan rode his bicycle and continued to drive in the direction pointed by the arrow. This time, he had only been forward for half a day, and suddenly found that the arrows in his mind began to flash. This made Song Warmth, who was originally in a slightly low mood, instantly shocked. He knew that the place he was looking for should be not far away. So, he put away his bike and went at high speed. After constantly adjusting the direction, Song Muan finally came to the foot of a mountain. He found that it was full of people. There are also various small vendors. This big brother, what is this place? Song Muan stopped a man and asked, "You're not a local, are you?" The man who was stopped by Song Muan looked at Song Muan and said, "Yes, my brother is from out of town, and I accidentally passed by here and saw that it was full of people, so I came up curiously to take a look." This is Tianjiao Mountain in our Ziguang city. Is there anything special here? Tianjiao Mountain, as the name suggests, is a place where Tianjia gathers. Here, don't look at strength, only talent. And there is only one thing to do, and that is mountaineering. The stronger the talent, the more steps you climb Tianjiao Mountain, the more generous the rewards you will get. This morning, a Tianjiao with S-level potential climbed the 348th rank and obtained an undefeated poisonous fruit. After taking it, it has been immune to all poisons, and its strength has also been greatly improved. Hearing the explanation of passers-by, Song Muan suddenly realized, "So far, how many steps have you climbed to the highest step?" As far as I know, the current record holder of Tianjiao Mountain is a young man named Tianqing. He broke the record of 869 ranks that the Space Saint had held for decades more than a year ago. Tianqing finally ascended to the 912th order. The passerby said with a longing face. The name Tianqing, Song Muan heard Jin Zizi say it at the beginning, awakened the ability of the first in the sequence. At the age of 20, he broke through to the realm of kings, known as the first person of the younger generation. Many people assert that he will become a saint in the future. Moreover, once he becomes a saint, he will be the first among the saints. How many steps does Tianjiao Mountain have in total? Song Muan asked. It's not clear, because so far, no one has ever boarded it. Hearing passers-by say this, Song Muan looked at the people who were climbing the mountain. He found that among these people, men, women, old and young, tall, short, fat, and thin. Among these climbers, why are there still people who look 40 or 50 years old? Song Nguyen was very curious. This Tianjiao mountain is more peculiar, and the climbers are not limited to age or strength. However, everyone can only log in once. If you want to climb a mountain, you must be fully prepared. Many people just don't prepare, so they miss the opportunity to climb to a higher step. What do you need to prepare? Song Nguyen didn't understand how to make perfect preparations for this kind of place that requires talent. After all, after the talent is born, it has already been determined. There are many interfering factors on the steps of Tianjiao mountain. For example, gravity, illusion, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. As you climb higher and higher, there are more and more interference factors. At the beginning, it may be 1 or 2. In the future, it will increase to 7 or 8. If you want to climb to a higher level, you must at least go through this training. In this way, grasp a little bigger. For the story of passers-by, Song Nguyen did not take it to heart. However, Song Nguyen did not listen to the persuasion, but in his opinion, even if it was aimed at the interference factors of the steps of Tianjiao mountain, a training simulation was conducted. The effect is not very large. It is nothing more than raising from level 100 to level 110, or level 120. The influence of these steps is not very large. This is equivalent to 20% profit when you make 2 yuan with 10 yuan. But when you use 100 yuan and make 2 yuan, there is only 2% profit. After saying goodbye to passers-by, Song Nguyen also went to the steps of Tianjiao mountain. He planned to try how many steps he could climb. Of course, the most important thing is that the arrow in his mind points to the destination here, which means that there is something he needs here. So, no matter what, he has to go to this Tianjiao mountain. Song Nguyen is naturally full of confidence in her potential. Because the 3 words infinite are not just playing. In order not to attract the attention of others, Song Nguyen hid his figure and walked towards the steps of Tianjiao mountain. I'm afraid that over the years, he was the first person to climb the mountain invisibly. When Song Nguyen climbed the first step, he found that he didn't feel anything. This made him frown. Doesn't it mean that there will be interference factors such as gravity, illusion, wind, rain, thunder, and lightning? So, Song Nguyen continued to climb upwards. Soon, he climbed to the 100 steps. During this period, he exceeded a dozen people. However, he still didn't feel anything. In this way, Song Nguyen kept climbing upwards. 100 steps, 200 steps, 500 steps, 900 steps. It wasn't until he climbed the 900 steps that Song Nguyen felt a little. At this time, he had already broken the original record of the Space Saint. Now, compared to Tianqing's record, there are only 12 steps left. Without thinking much, he continued to climb. At this time, his speed was slightly slower than before. However, it is not too slow. In less than a minute, he reached the 912th step. This is about to break the record of Tianqing? It's too easy, right? Song Nguyen said to himself. When his steps reached the 913th step, suddenly a purple light rose from the top of the steps under his feet. This purple light was thousands of meters high, and even people from a long distance could see it. This is also the origin of the name Ziguang City, because every time someone breaks the record left by the predecessors, this kind of purple light will appear in the sky. At this time, the people who were climbing Tianjiao mountain and everyone under Tianjiao mountain all widened their eyes. The record of Tianjiao mountain has been broken. Who is it? Who is it that can break the record of Tianjiao mountain? This is incredible. The 912th order is already very scary, and someone has surpassed the 912th order. The 869th order of the Space Saint has been maintained for more than 30 years. I thought that this record of the 912th order could be maintained for at least 50 years. I didn't expect that in less than 2 years, it would be broken. Tell me, who broke the record of Tianjiao mountain? For a while, everyone was talking about it, speculating about the identity of the record breaker. However, no one can guess that this person will be Song Nguyen. Some people hurriedly began to tell others what happened in Tianjiao mountain, and Song Nguyen looked at the purple light rising into the sky. Her body moved, and she hurriedly increased her speed to the extreme, and then continued to climb up. The purple light soared into the sky, and others would definitely know. Maybe there will be strong people to find out. He didn't want himself to be exposed, so he must climb Tianjiao mountain and find what the arrow pointed to before those strong people came here. Time waits for no one, and he must hurry now. In this way, Song Nguyen quickly climbed up the stairs from the 913th step. His speed at this time was actually much faster than when he first started. The interference factor of the steps of Tianjiao mountain seemed to him not to exist. In about a few minutes, Song Nguyen saw the end of the steps. 9979989991000. When Song Nguyen climbed the 1000th step, he came to the top of the mountain. There is nothing else above the top of the mountain, only a cave. Song Nguyen looked around and entered the cave as quickly as possible. This cave is not large and has a gourd shaped. Outside is a smaller cave, and further inside, through a stone arch, is a larger cave. When Song Nguyen came to the larger cave, suddenly the fragments in his mind burst out with a dazzling light. Immediately afterwards, these lights converged and shot out from Song Nguyen's head. The beam eventually landed on the ground. Immediately Immediately afterwards, everything on the ground seemed to come to life, and streamers continued to appear. Soon, these streamers formed a huge circular pattern. On top of the circular pattern, there is a black and white Tai Chi diagram. On the outside of the Tai Chi diagram, there is a six-pointed star. Songwon felt that there was a huge suction on this pattern. Before Songwon could react, he was sucked in by this huge suction. At the same time, in several unknown places, several identical patterns appeared. Subsequently, several people disappeared. After Songwon was sucked in by the huge suction, she once again felt the feeling of falling into the drum washing machine. After a while, he felt that he was grounded. When he came back to his senses and looked around, he found himself in a huge ring at the moment. Above his head, there were 3 huge rings. 2 are at the same height, while the remaining one is higher. In addition to this, he also found that at a height parallel to him, in addition to this ring under his feet, there were 3 identical rings. Soon, in front of him, a light flashed, and a figure appeared in front of him. In addition, figures appeared one after another on the 3 rings at the same height as him. No more, no less, including Songwon, a total of 8 people. Like him, the other 7 people were also at a loss at this time. Apparently, none of them knew what was going on. Welcome to the Southern Tang Dynasty, Tianjiao Arena. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly came. Hearing this voice, Songwon's eyes widened, because he had heard this voice when he was in the yellow sand roof. It was the voice that said welcome home. However, after the voice finished speaking, it disappeared. Unexpectedly, he would hear this voice here again. When the other 7 people heard this sound, their eyes widened one by one. I didn't expect that after so many years, the Tianjiao ring of the Southern Tang Dynasty still exists. At this time, a red-haired man opposite Songwon said to himself. Listening to it, he still had a certain understanding of the Southern Tang Tian mentioned in the mysterious voice. Southern Tang Tian? What is it? Songwon was confused. He had never heard of this name. Songwon looked at the other people in the ring again, and he found that these people seemed to know more about Nantang Tian. It's just that these people gave him a very peculiar feeling, as if they were different from some of the people he had seen before. But what is different, he can't say. Then, he glanced at the red-haired man in front of him and checked the other party's attributes. Object name, unknown. Age, unknown. Physical strength, unknown. Soul strength, unknown. Ability type, unknown. Combat effectiveness, unknown. When Songwon saw the red-haired man's attributes, her eyes widened instantly. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation where no information was known. In the past, looking at the properties of an object only had 2 results. Bang bang bang. First, it is normal display. Second, there is no way to choose at all. Just like the fragment he got before, he could hold it in his hand, but he couldn't pick it up with the mouse at all. Unexpectedly, today, there was a situation where all the information was unknown. There is a saying that the unknown is the most terrifying. It is a very irrational behavior to do it without knowing the details of your opponent. Are you from the Southern Tang Dynasty? At this time, the red-haired man looked at Songwon and asked, guess what? Songwon didn't know what the other party meant by the Southern Tang heaven, so he can only answer like this. I hope your strength can make up for your temper. The red-haired man was not angry, but sneered and said, Tianjiao Arena, life and death are up to fate. The winner advances, the loser dies. The mysterious voice sounded again. Hearing this voice, Songwon's expression slowly became serious. He had already seen that this was a life and death ring, and there could only be one winner on both sides. Speaking of which, he felt very fucked. He was obviously following the instructions of the fragment to find something related to the fragment. Why did he suddenly appear here, and he had to fight with a group of people he didn't know, in a life and death ring? Could it be that this is also a secret realm? Suddenly, Songwon thought of the yellow sand roof. The yellow sand roof is a game space similar to eating chicken. In a sense, this space is also like a game space. It's just that the rules of the game are different. One is to brush the drug circle, and the other is to advance to the ring. Those who enter the yellow sand roof enter from the sea of death. They are all the pride of all countries. Songwon was very curious. Where did these people in the ring come from? The game has started. Have you thought about how to die? The red-haired man looked at Songwon and asked. He didn't seem to take Songwon seriously. I want to choose to die of laughter. Tell me a joke. Please start your performance. Do you think you can escape death by pretending to be stupid? Naive. The red-haired man didn't waste his words with Songwon anymore. His figure moved, and he rushed directly towards Songwon. Lightsaber slash. Soon, the red-haired man had 2 more lightsabers on both sides of his body. Die. These 2 lightsabers, one in front and one behind, came towards Songwon. Songwon was not in a hurry to fight back, but carefully observed the strength of the other party. Only by knowing oneself and knowing one's opponent can one win every battle. There is no stipulated time for the winner or loser in this ring, so it doesn't matter if you delay it for a while. When he understands the opponent's weaknesses, he can hit it with one blow. Most importantly, his opponent is not just this one red-haired man, but also other people in the ring. I saw Songwon's palm flipped, and a big knife appeared in his hand. Bang! He swung it at the 2 lightsabers. When the broadsword and lightsaber lightsaber collided together, there was a loud noise. Songwon stepped back 7 or 8 meters directly, because he found that the big knife in his hand had been scrapped with just one move, and the other party's lightsaber was intact. The strength is very strong. After this confrontation just now, Songwon found that without using the ultimate, the opponent's strength was similar to his own. Perhaps, this is the rule of the Southern Tang Dynasty's Tian Pride Arena, and only people of equal strength can compete with each other. If the difference in strength is too large, then it is not a fight but a slaughter. After thinking about this, a smile appeared on Songwon's face. In the case of similar strength between the two sides, if you want to distinguish the winner, then it depends on each other's skills. For competition skills, Songwon is never afraid of anyone. Cross Holy Light Slash. At this moment, the red-haired man shouted, only to see his two lightsabers cross together and waved quickly. With the swing of the two lightsabers, a large number of cross-type attacks appeared in the air. These attacks were like a big net shrouded in Songwon. In the face of such an attack, Songwon did not panic at all. He raised his fist. Sun Fist. Super Double. The so-called Super Double means that he has fused 10 powers on top of this punch. Boom! An earth-shattering roar sounded. Suddenly, layers of shockwaves like huge waves appeared on the ring, constantly sweeping towards the surroundings. The red-haired man and Songwon had to retreat dozens of meters at the same time to ensure that they would not be affected. This attack, the two sides are once again evenly matched. Cross Overlord Slash. At this time, the red-haired man attacked again. This time, after he waved two lightsabers, 200-meter-long cross-sword chi fell towards Songwon. Super Double and Double. Songwon's attack this time directly fused 20 kinds of power. When the attacks of the two sides collided together, a tornado was directly set off in the ring. The tornado quickly swept through the ring. The ring was quite hard, and the tornado did not cause any damage to the ring. Songwon and the red-haired man hurriedly retreated, and at the same time placed an energy shield in front of their bodies to block the tornado. When the tornado dispersed, Songwon looked at the red-haired man with a serious expression. The strength of this red-haired man was beyond his imagination. In the past, in the same realm, no one could catch a punch that fused their 20 powers. However, the other party easily followed. At this moment, the red-haired man also looked at Songwon with a little surprise. No wonder I can enter the Southern Tang Tianjiao ring, and I can catch my warm-up attack. I do have some strength. However, you will stop here. I'm going to be serious. Rule field, open. At this time, the red-haired man put away the two lightsabers in his hand. He then spread his arms. Suddenly, Songwon felt an extremely special energy that enveloped him. He felt as if he was wearing a layer of lock on his body. Through the temptation just now, I can be sure that you are from the Southern Tang Dynasty. And as far as I know, none of you people from the Southern Tang Dynasty have ever cultivated the realm. So, what do you use against my domain? Are you ready to accept death? Appearance is justice. At this time, the red-haired man activated his first skill. The so-called appearance is justice, which is to judge the appearance of both sides by the number of people present. As the master of the field, if the people present think that his appearance is higher than Songwon's, then the strength of the red-haired man will be increased by 25%, and Songwon's strength will be reduced by 25%. Of course, this does not mean that the strength of the two sides has directly opened up by 50%, because the base of each other is different. For example, if the red-haired man's combat effectiveness is 1000, then the combat effectiveness will increase by 25%, which is 1250. If Songwon's combat effectiveness is 1100, a decrease of 25%, it is 825. The gap between the two sides is 425, not 50% of anyone. However, one was reduced by 25% and the other was increased by 25%, and the strength gap between the two sides was definitely widened all at once. However, when the red-haired man's skill was used, he frowned, because according to the judgment of the 8 people present, his appearance is the same as Songwon. In the ring, there were a total of 8 people, and the two sides were tied 4:4. In this way, the advantage brought by this skill of the red-haired man is gone. Damn! The red-haired man couldn't help but say. Seeing the red-haired man like this, Songwon was confused, because he didn't know what the other party had done and why he suddenly sweared. However, he could see that the other party was holding back his big move. He didn't know the strength of the other party, so naturally he couldn't let the other party continue to hold back his big move. Otherwise, he would be the one who was injured. He didn't hesitate any longer and immediately opened the word space. At this time, the red-haired man suddenly felt something and looked at Songwon. Ha, do you have a field too? Hearing the red-haired man say this, Songwon's eyes flashed with a hint of inexplicability. It turns out that his word space can also be called a field? As soon as Songwon came up, he planned to use the delete skill. However, he found that the deletion had lost its effect. Because of the relationship between the other field, he could not choose the other party. You are really beyond my expectations. The people of the Southern Tang Dynasty can actually cultivate the realm with such strength. Then let's see whose field is stronger. Learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry well. Question: now there are pheasants and rabbits in the same cave. cage, with 35 on top and 94 legs on the bottom. How many pheasants and rabbits are there? The red-haired man activated his second skill. This skill is called learning mathematics, physics, and chemistry. When the red-haired man asks a math problem, once Songwon can't answer it, his strength will increase by 25%. Similarly, Songwon's strength will be weakened by 25%. Of course, if Songwon didn't answer, it would take more than a minute. It is also calculated according to Songwon's wrong answer. If his two skills of appearance is justice and learning mathematics, physics and chemistry all work, then his strength will be greatly improved, and Songwon's strength will be greatly suppressed. If one goes and the other goes out, his strength will be much higher than Songwon's. Rabbit 12, pheasant 23. Songwon didn't want to answer, but he found that if he didn't answer, he would be suppressed. Fortunately, he opened his mouth to come to this kind of primary school question. How could it be? Seeing that Songwon opened his mouth to answer his question, the red-haired man looked shocked. He has asked many people about this skill, but no one has ever been able to answer it in such a short period of time. As a result, neither of his skills worked. Enough fun, it's my turn. Songwon doesn't have such skills, but he has hyperlinks, and he can insert various attacks. Soon, a big net fell on the top of the red-haired man's head, accompanied by dense black spears. The red-haired man tried to hide, and he found himself as if he was trapped in a small space. It is impossible to dodge at all. In desperation, he could only summon his two lightsabers and launched a counterattack against the falling large net and black spear. Impossible, this is impossible. The large nets and spears that fell were instantly scattered under the attack of the red-haired man. Cell, clear. Songwon saw this situation and used the skill. Delete, the skill cannot be used, but this skill can, because if you want to delete the other party, you must select the other party. Now the opponent uses the rule field and cannot be selected, but clearing is different. Clear is to directly exile all the space where the cell is located without selection. At this time, the red-haired man clearly felt the crisis. He will mobilize all his strength to resist the dangers around him. He knew that this was Songwon's use of his own rule field. However, he didn't expect that Songwon's rule field was so intuitive that it could directly cause harm to people. As far as he knows, the general rule field cannot directly erase a person. It can only be determined by rules. Once the opponent violates the rules, they can be recruited. Just like his skill of learning mathematics, physics and chemistry well, he had to wait for Songwon to answer, or move for more than a minute. Otherwise, the rules cannot take effect. However, Songwon's rule field does not seem to be like this. This is really weird. So tenacious? Although the red-haired man's expression was very hideous at this time, he really couldn't get rid of it for a while using the cell. However, Songwon moved at this time. He used the hyperlink to instantly come to the red-haired man. It's a super double punch that combines 10 powers. The red-haired man was originally resisting the cell's ability to clear, but in the face of Songwon's sudden circle, he had no time to dodge. Death decision. At this time, the red-haired man used his last passive skill. The so-called death judgment is literal. Judges the enemy's attack in their own condition once. If the result is that you will not die, then nothing will happen. However, if the result is that you will die, then a death dodge will be mandatory. The so-called death dodge is to randomly move to a place covered by your own rule field. When Songwon's fist fell, the red-haired man was declared dead. The result of his judgment was that if he was hit by Songwon, he would surely die. So the death dodge skill is activated. The next moment, the red-haired man's body appeared 500 meters away from Songwon. Songwon's punch super doubled naturally failed. After the red-haired man dodged the fatal blow, he looked at Songwon with lingering fears. He found that he underestimated Songwon a little. Of course, it was also because his luck was really bad. Although Songwon's rule field is powerful, it is not impossible to dodge. However, his rule field, because of Songwon's reasons, did not receive an increase. If it were someone else, he would definitely not be as embarrassed as he is now. This punch is dodged. Can you still dodge the second punch? Cell clear. Super double and double. This time, Songwon launched another attack. Moreover, this punch was more powerful than the previous blow. As long as there are enough spirit stones, these skills of his can be used without limits. He didn't believe that the red-haired man's ability to dodge a deadly blow could also be used unlimitedly. Cross heaven and earth slash. The red-haired man mobilized all the energy of his body and launched the most powerful attack. He knew that if he couldn't kill Songwon this time, the longer the time dragged on, the more detrimental it would be to him. It was his desperate blow, and success or failure was in this move. However, in the face of this blow from the red-haired man, Songwon did not choose to go head-to-head as before. He directly used the hyperlink to jump, came to the back of the red-haired man, and launched an attack. The red-haired man didn't expect that Songwon would appear from behind him, and he didn't have time to dodge. His death judgment can only be used once per day. In an instant, he was knocked away by Songwon. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew far away. In the end, the whole person turned into a parabola and fell into the ring. Soon, the vitality in his body was cut off. Seeing the death of the red-haired man, Songwon breathed a long sigh of relief. I have to say that he can win this battle, and there is a certain element of luck. If the other party's appearance as justice and learning mathematics, physics and chemistry well are successful, then he may be in danger. It can be said that this is the toughest battle he has ever fought. After the college entrance examination, on the way to the imperial capital, he was chased by the superpowers of the king realm, and it was not so dangerous, because, although the other party's strength is strong, he can choose to dodge. And today in the ring, there is no way to dodge, you can only live and die. Soon, a white light appeared on Song Yuan's body, and his body disappeared into the ring. When he reappeared, it was in the ring above his head. The fight is not over. According to the number of rings, he has 2 more fights. Of course, this premise is that he must always win. If he burps in the next battle, then he doesn't have to fight the next battle. Song Yuan raised his eyes to look at the other rings and found that one of them had ended the battle. And in another ring at the same height as him, there was another player. This day is equivalent to 8 into 4, 4 into 2, and 2 into 1. He and the person in the ring next to him were already in the semi-finals, and now they were waiting for the other 2 rings to decide the winner. Song Yuan did not pay attention to the rings that were still fighting, but adjusted his state with his eyes closed. At the same time, he used the spirit stone to hurriedly replenish his consumption. In the battle with the red-haired man just now, he consumed more than 2/3 of his energy. He must adjust his form as soon as possible to cope with the next battle. He didn't know what the next opponent he would meet would be like. What will be the rules in the other party's rule field? Time passed minute by minute. Finally, in the long wait, the battle between the other 2 rings ended. Of course, opposite Song Yuan, a naive-looking fat man appeared. Rest for an hour, and after an hour, the second battle begins. At this time, the mysterious voice said, he gave everyone enough rest time for the players in the ring to adjust their form to the best. There is only one purpose for this, and that is fairness. In the Tianjiao arena, it pays attention to a fairness. Soon, an hour passed. The break time is up. The second battle has officially begun. As this voice sounded, Song Yuan looked at his opponent. He found that the opponent spread his hands, and then a strange energy enveloped the ring. He knew that the other party had opened up his own rule field. He also opened the word space without any hesitation. Lock, lie flat. At this time, Song Yuan's opponent launched his own skills. Hiss, roar. Soon, Song Yuan felt that she seemed to be locked by some kind of force. Just when Song Yuan was going to deal with the fat man as quickly as possible and in the shortest possible time, he suddenly stopped, because he saw that after the fat man used his skills, he was motionless and had no intention of attacking himself at all. The rule field is a very strange existence, because you don't know what rules the owner of the domain will set in the rules. If you are not careful, you will be caught. If you get hit, your strength will be suppressed at best, and if you are at worst, you may lose your life. Song Yuan saw that the other party did not move, so she did not move either. Soon, 5 minutes passed. The fat man kept looking at Song Yuan blankly, without the slightest intention of doing anything. However, he stared at Song Yuan for a long time and found that Song Yuan had no intention of doing anything. Slowly, he frowned, because the skill in his rule field is lying flat. The so-called lying flat means that you can't attack first. Whoever attacks first will be suppressed. Moreover, it suppressed 90% at once. Think about it. The strength is only 1/10, and it will definitely not be someone else's opponent. However, the fat man didn't expect that Song Yuan seemed to see through his rules and could hold back his hands. This made him particularly depressed. If Song Yuan doesn't take the initiative, then he can only force Song Yuan to do it. The fat man stood up and looked at Song Yuan, with a smile on his lips. Look at you, you are from the Southern Tang Dynasty. I heard people say that the Southern Tang Dynasty is a bunch of garbage, and they don't even know who they are. It's like being raised by a stepmother. No, saying that it was raised by a stepmother is a compliment to you. You are just a bunch of poor worms that no one wants. When the fat man saw that Song Yuan didn't do anything, he scolded directly. He believed that as long as he angered Song Yuan would definitely take action first. Ha ha ha. Seeing the fat man like this, Song Yuan suddenly burst into laughter. What are you laughing at? The fat man looked inexplicable. Are you going to escape with me? Since you've already made a move, don't blame me for showing my sword. Fat man, you have been deficient in calcium since you were a child, and you have lacked love when you grew up, with hemp rope tied around your waist and a pot lid on your head. You were born a cucumber. You owe it. The day after tomorrow is a walnut, and it is not beaten. A lifelong motorcycle breaker. Oh, a kick. Find a daughter-in-law who is a screw, and she owes screws. You waste air when you live, and waste land when you die. If you have a knife and don't practice, you just practice swords, referred to as a swordsman. Not only do you have to practice the silver sword, but you also have to practice the sword. Your innate coquettish temperament determines that you can only be a bitch in your life. Song Yuan's series of outputs directly scolded the fat man. He saw that Song Yuan was very silent before, so he felt that he would definitely be able to scold Song Yuan like thunder. Unexpectedly, Song Yuan scolded people so dirty. The more he listened, the more angry he became, and he almost couldn't help but do something to Song Yuan. Fortunately, he knew the rules in his rule field, so he held back abruptly. Fat man, don't you want me to escape with my mouth? Come on, the young master will give you 2 teeth. Do you want to hit me? Come here. Song Muan kept provoking the fat man. He is mainly unsure whether the power of language is an active attack. If it doesn't count, the fat man will die. Unfortunately, he couldn't be sure of this, and he didn't dare to gamble. Even if you scold, I will move a finger of you, and I will lose. The fat man sat down directly in the ring, looking like a dead pig who was not afraid of boiling water. Yes, little fat man, good concentration. Then let's have some excitement, Song Muan said, about to open the ranch. Just now he suddenly thought that there were still many strange beasts in his ranch. If these strange beasts attack the fat man, it is not considered that he is actively attacking, because he did not sign a contract with these strange beasts. However, Song Muan found that on this Tianjiao ring, his ranch could not be opened at all. What's going on? At the beginning, the roof of the yellow sand could be opened. Song Muan frowned. Then, he shouted 2 balls in his heart, but Xiuqiu did not appear. Is it because the Tianjiao ring must have absolute fairness, so this kind of external force cannot be borrowed? This is the only reason why Song Muan thought of it. If he can't let the strange beasts in the ranch attack the fat man, then he has no other way. He didn't know what the consequences would be if he dragged on like this. No, it can't be dragged out like this. In case there are any hidden rules in this Tianjiao ring, then, when the time comes, there is no winner or loser, and both of them are erased, then it will be over. So, I have to find a way to get him to take the initiative to attack me. Thinking of this, Song Muan sat down on the spot, took out a pack of melon seeds and ate them. Big fat man, do you eat melon seeds? Look at this melon seed is big and round. Song Muan took the melon seeds and showed them off to the fat man. Childish. In this regard, the fat man said disdainfully. Seeing that the fat man was not cold about this, Song Muan took out some snacks with a stronger taste. For example, spicy dried fish and spicy strips. The smell of the spicy strips spread extremely quickly, and the fat man immediately smelled it. He believes that no one can resist the taste of spicy strips, especially for a fat man. Every fat person is eaten, there is no doubt about this. Therefore, compared with others, fat people are more resistant to food. Sure enough, Song Muan saw very clearly that the fat man swallowed his saliva. However, the next moment, the fat man also took out some snacks from his hand and ate them. As a gluttonous person, it is impossible to have nothing to eat. Seeing the fat man take out the snacks, Song Muan's face showed a smile. Subsequently, he put away his snacks and used the hyperlink to jump. Came to the side of the fat man. Ah! Then, he yelled at the fat man's ear. This startled the fat man who was eating snacks. He didn't expect that Song Muan would do such a thing at all. He subconsciously protected the snacks and then punched Song Muan. For this punch, Song Muan did not dodge and let the opponent's fist fall on his body. Bang! The next moment, Song Muan was knocked out by the fat man. I was slightly injured, not very serious. After flying out, Song Muan slowly stood up from the ground and wiped a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. He expected that the attack launched by the fat man in a hurry would not be too powerful. It turns out that this is indeed the case. After all, after being frightened, there is no time to accumulate power for subconscious attacks. At this time, the fat man also reacted, and he took the initiative to attack Song Muan just now. In an instant, a hint of horror flashed across his face. Because his rule field is mutual, no matter who attacks first, the strength will be suppressed by 90%. He has enough confidence in himself and believes that he will never take the initiative. That's why I made such a rule according to my own strength. Establish rules that both parties must abide by in order to weaken 90% at once. Skill like the red-haired man's previous skill is one-sided. Therefore, he can only weaken or enhance by 25% at a time. However, he never expected that Song Muan would use such a method to deceive him. At this time, he could already clearly feel that his strength was only 10% left. It's time for it to end, Song Muan said, using hyperlinks to attack. The fat man whose strength has been suppressed by 90% naturally cannot be Song Muan's opponent. Soon, he was killed by Song Muan. After killing the fat man, a white light appeared on Song Muan's body again. Immediately afterwards, he disappeared from the ring. When he reappeared, it was on the top ring. At this time, he found that he was the only one in this ring. His opponent is still fighting. This surprised him a little, because his previous battle with the fat man had taken long enough. Unexpectedly, his next opponent took longer. Still like before, Song Muan hurriedly supplemented his consumption with spirit stones and then adjusted his state. Although, after the two sides of the battle come to the ring, they will be given an hour to rest and adjust their state. But Song Muan felt that it was better to adjust her state earlier. It would be bad if something happened in the middle. Besides, now he has no shortage of spirit stones. Tens of thousands of spirit stones to buy a peace of mind. He felt that it was completely fine. Rich and willful. After repairing the abnormal state of his body, Song Muan looked at the ring. This ring is exactly the same except for the different location from the previous ring. He knew that this was his last battle in the Tianjiao ring. If he guessed correctly, when he won again, he should be able to get what he needed. Time passed minute by minute. Song Muan waited, but his opponent never appeared. This made him wonder what was going on with the remaining people in the ring and why they were still fighting? Is it because the strength is too strong, so it is evenly matched? In boredom, he took out some food and ate it. The stomach was full, and it took another hour for his opponent to appear. This is a man with a blue hat who looks a little thin. There is always a faint smile on the corner of his mouth, and he looks ruffian. If on Earth, such a man would be very attractive to girls. Rest for an hour, and after an hour, the third battle begins. When the mysterious voice sounded again, the blue hat sat down in the ring. He wasted a lot of energy in his previous battles, so he had to hurry up and recover. An hour is a bit long for Song Won. As soon as he made a move, it was a killer move, but for that blue hat, there was still a bit of urgency. However, in this hour, his body and consumption were completely restored. An hour is up, and the third battle has officially begun. When that mysterious voice sounded, neither of them attacked immediately. Song Won did not take the initiative to attack because he was afraid of encountering another rule field like the last fat man. In that case, you will be tricked. Observe for a while, it's always right. However, he still opened his word space at the first time and established multiple hyperlinks in the ring. In this way, once something happens, he can avoid it with the hyperlink. You commit suicide, fight me, you can't win. From the time I cultivated the rule field to the present, I have never lost in the same realm. At this time, the blue hat looked at Song Won and spoke. In his tone, he was full of confidence in himself. Coincidentally, I haven't lost either. Otherwise, you can commit suicide. Don't worry, after you die, every Qingming Zhongyuan, I will burn paper for you. He knew that the blue hat was not weak. After all, the other party was the same as himself, and he had won 2 games in a row. However, it is impossible to make him admit defeat. In that case, let's fight. I can fight with you all day. The blue hat said, opened his own rule field, and then rushed directly towards Song Won. I saw him, with a wave of his palm, 2 flying knives, one left and one right, flying towards Song Won. In response to such an attack, Song Won inserted a black border directly in front of the throwing knife. 2 crisp collisions sounded, and the throwing knife was inserted into the black frame. Then, the blue hat waved his palm again, and 5 throwing knives flew out. These 5 throwing knives are connected one by one, in a straight shape. This time, when the throwing knife landed on the black border, it directly pierced the black border. In this regard, Song Won's figure flashed and he dodged. It's rude to come and not go, Song Won said, and countless black spears fell from the sky. These spears frantically thrust towards the blue hats. The attacks of the two are also very interesting to say. One is a horizontal attack and the other is a vertical attack. Facing the black spear falling from the sky, the blue hat flashed left and right, constantly dodging. Cell isolation. Subsequently, Song Won created multiple cells around the blue hat to block his way. At the same time, above the cell, the spear fell again. Faced with such a situation, the blue hat waved his palm, and the dense flying knife went towards the falling black spear. Dang 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 dang. A series of crisp collisions sounded, and the throwing knives knocked the spears away. Immediately afterwards, the blue hat raised his fist and waved his fist at the space wall of the cell. Boom! Just heard a loud bang, and the space wall of the cell was shattered. The two sides played for a short time, and no one was at a disadvantage. Sun Fist. Super double. Seeing this situation, Song Won used the hyperlink to come behind the blue hat and launched an attack on him. The blue hat seemed to have known that Song Won would do this, twisted his body, and distanced himself from Song Won. At the same time, an attack was launched. After the two attacks collided, they retreated nearly 100 meters at the same time. Super double and double. Song Won stepped up his attack. However, the blue hat was still like that, raising his fist seemingly very casually and meeting Song Won's attack. Boom! After a loud bang, the two were blown out more than 200 meters in the aftermath of the collision. The two twisted their bodies in the air at the same time and landed steadily in the ring. Seeing this situation, Song Won's expression had become very serious, because he found that no matter how powerful the attack he used, the other party could easily follow suit. Then I'll try all my attacks. The power of the eyes. The power of language. Unity is strength. Cell, clear. For a while, Song Won used all the attacks he could use against the blue hat. Song Won thought that in the face of so many attacks, even if the blue hat could continue, he would look in a hurry. Then, he found another opportunity to sneak attack it. But he found that at this moment, a force suddenly gushed out from the opponent's rule field, defusing all his attacks. What is this rule? It was able to burst out with such powerful power. Song Won was a little shocked. Subsequently, he attacked many times in a row. However, the result was still the same as before. The opponent's attack changes depending on the strength of his attack. The stronger his attack, the stronger the opponent's attack. When his attack is too strong, a force will erupt in the opponent's rule field. Your domain rules are 5 or 5. At this moment, Song Won seemed to suddenly think of something and exclaimed. When he heard Song Won break the rules in his own field, a smile appeared on the blue hat's face. You can see it, I have a bit of eyesight. Yes, my domain rule is to force 5 or 5 open. When the gods come here, I can open them with them. What are you playing with me? The blue hat said in an arrogant tone. However, for his words, Song Won curled his lips disdainfully. The gods come here, and they can open with them. This is bragging, used to deceive children. Song Nuan admitted that the rule field is indeed very powerful, and there are some rules that are difficult to guard against. However, each rule area has certain limitations. Although he did not cultivate the field himself, he came to this conclusion after observing the field of the red-haired man and the fat man. Just like the fat man's lying flat skills, the restrictions are very large. Even if the enemy attacked him first without his knowledge, it was weakened by 90%. However, if the enemy is strong enough, for example, the enemy's combat effectiveness is 10,000, which is 90% weakened, and there are still 1,000. And if the fat man's combat effectiveness is only 500, he can still easily play and abuse him. Moreover, it is still unknown whether it can weaken 90% in the face of powerful people. Song Nuan has reason to believe that in everyone's field, the stronger the person he faces, the smaller the role. Just like his delete skill, the stronger the opponent, the longer it takes to delete. If there were no restrictions in all fields, it would be too heavenly. In this world, there can be no such skydifying skills. Just like his golden finger, in a sense, it is already very buggy, but it is still very limited. Therefore, for what the blue hat said, it is absolutely impossible for the gods to come here and open with them. If it has always been 5 or 5, then how did he overcome his opponent? Isn't it a contradiction? Now, what he was looking for was a loophole in the field of opening 5-5. So, Song Nuan launched an attack on the blue hat again. However, his attack was not as crazy as before, but he used various means to attack while carefully observing the opponent's every move and the changes in the field. "Give up," I said. "I can fight with you all day," Blue Hat said with a laugh. Hearing his words, Song Nuan suddenly seemed to think of something. Why must Blue Hats emphasize that they can fight with themselves all day? He remembered that the same words were said by the other party before the battle began. If you change to someone else and keep fighting with the other party like this, then what is the result? Even if the two sides keep going in and not getting hurt, the energy in the body will be exhausted. Once the energy in the body is exhausted, it is a lamb to be slaughtered. At that time, the blue hat will close the field and will no longer force it to open 5-5. Killing a person who has run out of energy in his body is a breeze. So, that's why the previous battle with the blue hats took longer than me and the fat man. This is the conclusion reached by Song Nuan combined with the previous battle of the blue hat and what he said. When he came to this conclusion, he laughed, because he felt that he seemed to have discovered how to defeat the other party. Blue hat, your forced 5-5 opening field is indeed a very good ability, but it's a pity that you met me. Because of me, I can fight with you for a whole year, Song Nuan said and launched another attack. His attacks were extremely ferocious, and the more energy he consumed, the more energy he used. He didn't ask how powerful these moves were to attack, he only asked, these moves consumed the most energy, because he figured out one thing. The other party also needs to consume a certain amount of energy to open the field. Maybe the other party has a way to quickly recover energy, but it is absolutely impossible to reply unlimitedly. However, he can. He now has 200 million spirit stones on him, and he can use these spirit stones to continuously repair abnormalities. Whether it is exhausted energy or physical injury, it can be recovered in the shortest possible time. It is definitely not as easy for the blue hats to do this as they are. This is the flaw in the field of mandatory 5-5 opening. Time passed minute by minute, and Song Nuan's attack was still as bells and whistles as ever. The energy in his body seemed to never run out. However, the blue hat found that gradually he was a little exhausted. Is this guy still human? Why are there so many attacks and still alive? Yes, can't the energy in his body run out? The blue hat said silently in his heart. Soon, another hour passed. Song Nuan is still the same as before, but the blue hat is no longer good. He was indeed able to quickly recover energy by using some means, but a long time ago, the speed of recovery had completely lost consume. At this moment, the energy in his body had been completely consumed. Why, this won't work. Can't you fight with me all day? How long has it been? Song Nuan provoked the blue hat with words, and at the same time did not forget to continue to attack. When Song Nuan punched out again, the blue hat was next. But in the next second, his forced 5-5 open field suddenly disappeared without a trace. The energy consumption in the blue hat's body was exhausted, and it could no longer support the opening of the field. Feeling the disappearance of the field, a smile appeared on the corner of Song Nuan's mouth. He knew that the battle was over. Why aren't you consuming? The blue hat looked at Song Nuan and asked unwillingly. In the past, he used to exhaust others until the oil ran out. He never thought that one day he himself would be consumed by others in this way. Want to know? I won't tell you. I'm going to let you die. Okay, let's hit the road. Sun Fist. After Song Nuan finished speaking, he punched the blue hat. This time, there was no forced 5-5 open field, and the blue hat had already been squeezed dry, so it couldn't catch Song Nuan's punch at all. In this way, Song Nuan made a sun fist and blew up the blue hat's body. At this point, this last battle is over. Ha! Seeing the blue hat of death, Song Nuan breathed a long sigh of relief. It was the toughest battle he had ever fought. If he didn't have the ability to repair the anomaly, he would have died long ago. Among his peers, it was the first time he had encountered someone who could force him to this extent. It actually consumed more than 1,000,000 of my spirit stones. It's really strong. After Songwon said this, a white light suddenly appeared on her body. Immediately afterwards, he disappeared into the ring. When Songwon appeared again, it was in front of a round platform. This round platform, Songwon seems to be familiar. When he got the fragment in the yellow sand roof, it was in a box on such a round platform. I don't know, is there any barrier around the round platform this time? Songwon said, and walked towards the round platform. This time, he didn't encounter any barriers, and easily came to the round platform. On the round platform, there is a familiar box. Songwon stretched out his hand and grabbed it towards the box. However, just as his palm was about to touch the box, he seemed to think of something and suddenly stopped. Is there anyone? It's on fire. Come and put out the fire. Songwon shouted like this, just to see if the mysterious voice he encountered before would appear. However, his words fell for a long time, and no sound appeared, and nothing happened. It's difficult, Songwon said, took the box on the round table in his hand, and opened it. Soon, he saw the familiar fragments. The next moment, the fragments in his mind suddenly shot out a ray of light and landed on the fragments in the box. Immediately afterwards, the fragments burst into a dazzling light, illuminating the surrounding space. Subsequently, this fragment drilled into Songwon's mind. Songwon clearly felt that his physical strength and soul strength were constantly increasing. Welcome home. At the same time, a familiar voice sounded. Whoever speaks, come out for me. Don't hide in the shadows and make a sound. I know you're at home. Come out, don't hide in it and don't make a sound. At this time, Songwon instantly possessed Ant Shui and shouted loudly to the surroundings. After about 2 seconds, in front of Songwon, a phantom slowly condensed. He was wearing a gray robe and an old face, looking at Songwon with a relieved and happy expression at this moment. Master, after thousands of years, you are finally back. The old man looked at Songwon and said, Ha, are you talking to me? I'm only 18 years old this year. Where did I come from for thousands of years? Are you sure you're talking about me? Songwon looked confused. He is not a blue star, he has crossed over from Earth. It's you can't be wrong. Master, I know you have a lot of questions, but I don't have time to answer them for you right now. When you are strong enough, we will meet again. Master, I'm really happy to see you again. We'll see you again. After the old man finished speaking, the figure, which was already a bit empty, became even more virtual. Soon, he completely dissipated. What is this called? Came out for a while, said a few words, aroused my curiosity. You are gone. You are so awesome. Why don't you go to the sky and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Songwon complained. However, he didn't get entangled and sat down on the spot. Because at this moment, after the fragments entered his mind, the strength of his body and soul were still increasing. This feeling of strength improvement made him feel very good. This time, it lasted a little longer. It took half an hour for him to open his eyes. At this time, he hurriedly checked his attributes. Object name, Songwon. Physical strength, 23,568, Platinum 1. Soul strength, 24671, Platinum 1. Ability type, strength, infinite potential. Combat effectiveness, : Seeing his own attributes, Songwon's face showed a smile. It's platinum so soon, and it's only one step away from the diamond realm. And his physical strength and soul strength actually exceeded 20,000. It can be said that this time, his strength has skyrocketed. After digesting the energy pouring out of his body, Songwon did not get up immediately, but began to review the previous experience. He has a lot of questions now. First, he got the fragments. Why did he have to go through the Tianjiao ring? Give it directly to him, and the result will be the same. In his opinion, this Tianjiao ring is completely redundant. Second, those who have domains in the Tianjiao ring are definitely not blue stars. So, where did they come from? Third, those people before were very sure that they were from the Southern Tang Dynasty. What is the Southern Tang Dynasty? Why Southern Tang Tian? Are there any East Tang Tian, West Tang Heaven, and North Tang Heaven? Of course, there is another point. When the fat man provoked himself before, why did he say that the Southern Tang Dynasty was a group of poor insects raised by his stepmother? What does this mean? Why was Nantang Tian raised by his stepmother? Where is Nantang Tian's mother? Fourth, why did the phantom that appeared before call itself the Master? This kind of title of Master is not something that can be called casually. I am only 18 years old this year. Even if I add the more than 20 years I have lived on Earth, it is only more than 40 years. Why did the phantom say he has been waiting for him for thousands of years? Fifth, what is the relationship between the blue star and the Earth? Is the self on Earth and the self on the blue star the same person? Why did he travel from Earth to the blue star? Is it really just a coincidence? When he crossed over, it was because of thunder and lightning. However, he could be sure that when the thunder struck, he was definitely not the only one on the street. Only he crossed over. When some things cannot be explained by the word coincidence, then there is only one truth: artificial. If it is man-made, then who brought himself from the Earth to the blue star? Songwon has too many questions, but no one can answer them for him at present. These questions made Songwon's originally unpeaceful heart even more turbulent. After taking several deep breaths in a row. Song Muan tried to calm his heart as much as possible. No one can answer these questions for him for the time being, so bury them in your heart first, wait for the right opportunity, and then look for answers. He believed that as long as he lived, one day, the answers to these questions would appear in front of him. Subsequently, Song Muan immersed his mind in his mind and observed the fragments that had rushed into his mind before. He found that the fragments he had obtained not long ago had been fused with the fragments he had obtained in the yellow sand roof. At this time, he could probably make up the full appearance of this fragment in his brain. If all the pieces were collected, they should be put together into a disc-shaped thing. The current fragments are only about a quarter of this disc. In other words, he will have to collect and find more fragments in the future. Subsequently, Song Muan began to study her power abilities again. When he fought with Tru Chuan before, he discovered a phenomenon. His power ability would be increased by about 20% after attacking. He had never figured out where his increase came from. Now is the time, study it carefully. As before, he used the power of his eyes and stared at the ground under the round platform. Soon, the energy in his body was partially reduced. At the same time, there was a loud bang on the ground of the round platform. Ha! It has been strengthened a lot. Now the increase has actually reached 40%. From this point of view, the increase in strength ability should be related to the fragments. It was easy for Song Muan to come to this conclusion, because, during this period of time, the only thing that has changed in his body is that he has fused an extra fragment. Thinking about it, except for the golden fingers, he didn't figure out what the fragments in his mind were. He knows everything else. In the past, he had used the energy of the strength ability to fuse the computer in his mind, but at that time, he was backlashed and injured because of it. He originally thought that his power ability and Goldfinger were two incompatible beings. Ha ha ha. Both beings are powerful, but they cannot coexist. It's like a mountain cannot tolerate two tigers. However, he did not expect that the fragments that were integrated with the golden finger would increase his strength ability. This made him a little confused. What is the relationship between these two beings? I didn't understand it. Song Muan could only continue to study. He attacked with his strength ability while carefully observing the situation when the attack appeared. In this way, after trying for more than an hour, Song Muan finally found something unusual. He found that when his attack appeared in the air, some energy would pour into the space he was in, intensifying his attack. If Song Muan's attack is compared to a flame, and the reason why the flame will increase is because oxygen and combustibles are injected into him in space. Is this a gift from this heaven and earth? Song Muan said to himself. After understanding the principle of attack enhancement, Song Muan seemed to have a matter on his mind, and his mood became happy. However, as soon as Song Muan finished saying this, he frowned. And, because when he came in, he was swallowed up by a huge devouring force. Now he hasn't found a way out. It's good when you come, but you can't go back. Is there anyone? Let me out. Song Muan shouted loudly. If you shout like this, naturally no one will pay attention to him. Fragments, you brought me in. Aren't you responsible for sending me out? Song Muan was calling for fragments in his mind, but the fragments did not react. You are noble. You are amazing. You brought me here. You didn't even think about bringing me back. You scumbag. However, no matter what Song Muan said, the fragments did not react. This made Song Muan helpless and crazy. Then, he stepped down from the round platform and turned around in this space, because he remembered that he was in the yellow sand roof at the beginning, and finally left with the yellow sand order. Perhaps, if you want to leave the Tianjiao ring, you also need something similar. Not long after Song Muan walked down the round platform, he saw a long corridor. Without any hesitation, he walked directly towards the corridor. The corridor is deep, no less than 30 meters. It was silent here, and only Song Muan's footsteps could be heard echoing around. If a place is too quiet, it can be quite scary. Fortunately, Song Muan is a bold artist and does not take the silent environment to heart at all. He quickly walked through the corridor and finally came to a huge stone door. The word huge is definitely not an exaggeration. It's really super huge. The stone gate was more than 100 meters high, and Song Muan stood in front of the stone gate, like a small ant. This is for the giant spirit god to live in. Ordinary humans would never make such a gate, Song Muan said, and put his hand on the stone door, intending to push it open. However, he used all his strength, and his crotch was almost torn, and he couldn't push the stone door in the slightest. According to the density of ordinary stones, 1 cubic meter is about 3,000 kilograms. This stone gate Song Muan calculated according to the thickness of 1 meter, and this 100-meter high stone gate is about 15,000 cubic meters. That is, 45 million kilograms. With such a weight, Song Muan couldn't push it, and it was reasonable. Master, I won't push it, can't I drill? Song Muan said, using the shrinking skill to shrink himself quickly, then squeezed in through the crack in the door. A man can bend and stretch, and drilling a door crack is nothing. When Song Muan got into the crack of the door and saw the situation inside the stone door clearly, his eyes widened instantly, because what appeared in front of him was an endless field of medicine. With Song Muan's eyesight, he couldn't see the end of this medicine field. It is full of all kinds of natural materials and and earth treasures. Moreover, the natural materials and earth treasures in the medicine field are of extremely high grade. In contrast, the natural materials and treasures that Song Muan obtained in the Bermuda forest were simply garbage. Ha ha ha, it's all mine, Song Muan said, hurriedly opened the farm, and then began to transplant these natural materials and earth treasures into the farm. With so many natural materials and treasures, if Song Muan did not take it for himself, it would be like heaven and earth. During the transplant, Song Muan discovered, around each natural material and earth treasure, there was actually a teleportation array depicted, and these teleportation arrays were connected to the stones above his head. This can't be inside the mountain of Tianjiao Mountain, right? Song Muan suddenly had a conjecture, because when he was at the foot of Tianjiao Mountain, he asked the passerby. The passerby told him that those who came to climb Tianjiao Mountain would receive different rewards depending on the number of steps they climbed. Come to think of it, those rewards come from this medicine garden. After figuring this out, Song Muan no longer accepted natural materials and treasures one by one. Instead, they specially select the kind of natural materials and earth treasures with relatively high grades. When he eats meat, he always has to leave some soup for those who climb Tianjiao Mountain. Of course, this is not the main reason. The main reason was that he found that this medicine field was too big, and if he collected it one by one, he would probably have to collect it in the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. Moreover, the space in his farm is also limited, and so many natural materials and treasures cannot fit it all. Instead of this, it is better to choose a higher grade to charge. However, even so, it was already a long time later when Song Muan collected all the high-grade natural materials and earth treasures in the medicine field to the ranch. My back hurts, it's uncomfortable to pick up too much money, Song Muan said while rubbing her waist. It's like the ground is full of small coins, and you keep bending down to pick them up. At the beginning, it must have been exciting, but as time goes by, it will gradually become numb, and even there will be no waves in the heart. In the end, it will become a little painful. Keep picking it up, squatting down constantly, tired enough to choke. Don't pick it up, look at the small money on the ground, reluctant to give up. In the end, you will fall into a painful situation. Song Muan felt this way at this time. Fortunately, every time he had back pain, he would repair the abnormal state. It's just that the repetitive actions make him tired. Looking at the remaining natural materials and earth treasures in the medicine field, Song Muan's face had a smile. There are not many people like me who eat meat and drink soup to people they don't know. I'm such a good person. After Song Muan finished speaking, he continued to walk forward. Soon, he came to a gourd-shaped cave. Seeing this cave, a hint of joy flashed on Song Muan's face, because he had teleported here from such a cave before, and now he saw a gourd-shaped cave again. That means you can get out of here. Sure enough, when Song Muan came to Hulu Mountain Cave, the fragments in his mind shot out a ray of light and fell to the ground. Still like when he came here, a circular teleportation array appeared on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the white light flashed, and Song Muan disappeared. When he came back to his senses, he found himself in the gourd cave on the top of the mountain. Ha ha ha, I'm out, I'm out. At this time, Song Muan looked like a monkey who had just jumped out of Wuji Mountain and ran around the top of the mountain excitedly. He had already decided just now that if he couldn't find a way out, he could only use the stupidest way. That is, little by little, chiseling through the mountain. If you want to chisel through a mountain, even if Song Muan's current strength is not weak, it is not an easy task. After venting the distress in his heart, Song Muan returned to normal. Then, he disappeared and went down the steps of Tianjiao Mountain. When he went down, he found that there were still climbers on Tianjiao Mountain. Among them, there are also some people who are discussing the record-breaking thing 3 days ago. This made Song Muan's eyes flash with a hint of surprise. It's late. He didn't expect that he would stay in the Tianjiao ring for 3 days. When Song Muan left Tianjiao Mountain, he found that the fragments in his mind formed another arrow. This time, the arrow pointed in the north. So, he headed north. If you want to go straight to the north, Song Muan must climb over a mountain. Otherwise, if you ride a bicycle, you will have to take a long detour. Song Muan was not so anxious, so he headed north while playing. When he came to the foot of the mountain, he found a clear river flowing slowly from the foot of the mountain. When she saw this river, Song Muan suddenly felt that her body was a little slimy and uncomfortable. Only then did he remember that he hadn't taken a shower for a long time. In the past, when he was at home or at school, he used to wash once a day, came out to practice, and became unhygienic. Song Muan looked around and found that there was no one else. So, he hurriedly took off his clothes and jumped into the river as quickly as possible. The river is not deep, only about 1 meter. Song Muan rotated his body in the river, and the whole person sank to the bottom of the river. After a few seconds, he poked his head out. Cool, Song Muan said sincerely. On a hot day, playing in the cool river is definitely an extremely pleasant thing. He was not in a hurry to take a bath but leaned against the riverbank, enjoying this moment of tranquility. At this time, he suddenly thought of a joke. If a man bathes in the river, never lie flat on the river. When swimming naked, the same is true, don't swim backstroke. Because, generally, near water sources, there will be some birds that catch fish, such as ospreys. This bird will choose to dive and then grab fish in the the river. Once these birds regard the backswimmer, something protruding from their bodies, as fish, scratch it, or peck it, then, the consequences will be disastrous. Thinking of this, Songwon suddenly felt a chill in her back and then hurriedly raised her head to look around. Fortunately, he did not see the presence of the osprey. Next, he began to wash his body comfortably in the river. At the same time, suddenly a white figure staggered towards the distance. Behind him, there were two men in black, as if chasing him. The speed of the white figure was extremely fast, and in a few breaths, it came to the river. At the same time, the two men in black also caught up with him. "Nectar, do you think you can run away?" The man in white, that is, Ganlu, did not speak, just looked at the surrounding environment and looked for a way out. At this time, he happened to see Songwon bathing in the river. "This brother, save me," Ganlu said to Songwon. He was also desperate and went to the hospital in a sudden illness. Hearing this voice, Songwon turned her head to glance at the three of them, and found that the person in white clothes was a beautiful-looking woman. He was struggling to resist the attacks of the two men in black at the moment, but he was obviously no match for him. Songwon ignored the woman's call for help. He's not the kind of person who is nosy. He and the other party don't know each other. Whether the other party is dead or alive, it has nothing to do with him. So, he took a shower by himself, as if he didn't hear the other party's cry for help. The most important thing when walking in the world is not to meddle in other people's affairs. Otherwise, I don't know how to die. Ganlu saw that Songwon was indifferent, and sighed in his heart. He also knew that he and Songwon just met in the water, and there was really no need to save him. "Ganlu, if you die, everything will be over." Ice spinning spell. I saw a rotating ice diamond flying out of a man in black's hand, and then slapped it at the Nectar. Ice arrow. Nectar also attacked. However, at this time, he was already seriously injured and could not resist the other party's attack at all. Poof! The next moment, his body flew out backwards and landed in the river. Because of the flow of the river, the Nectar was upstream of Songwon, so it floated towards him. Although the two men in black saw Songwon, they didn't care at all. I saw that they had no scruples and launched an attack on Ganlu, wanting to kill him here. Their attack obviously affected Songwon. This made Songwon's brows furrowed. He was just taking a bath, and he could suffer from this kind of unwarranted disaster. Is there any reason for this? In the face of this sudden and unwarranted disaster, Songwon had to take action. To be honest, he was really helpless at the moment. He just wanted to take a shower. When the attack of the two men in black fell, Songwon threw a punch. He didn't check the attributes of the two men in black, but he could intuitively feel that these two were also the strength of the Golden Three. And he is now Platinum 1. Therefore, even if he seemed to be a casual blow, it was not something that those two could catch. In an instant, the two men in black flew out directly. The two spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. They never thought that the person they didn't care about at all would be so strong. You. A man in black wanted to say something, but before he finished speaking, he cut off his vitality. As for the other man in black, he died before he could speak. "Murderers, people always kill them," Songwon said, and then looked at the person who was floating towards him. He then waved it, and the Nectar flew up from the river and landed on the shore. Songwon ignored the life and death of the Nectar, and he continued to take a bath. After all, he is only halfway through the bath, so he can't just leave. Although the Nectar that fell on the shore was seriously injured, it did not die. He endured his seriously injured body, hurriedly took out a pill, and took it. In this way, his face improved slightly. He glanced at Songwon and found that Songwon was still taking a bath, so he sat cross-legged on the ground and began to heal. Soon, 10 minutes passed, and Songwon finally finished taking a shower. He was going to get up directly, but suddenly thought of something and turned his head to look at the Nectar that was healing on the side. So, he disappeared and began to dress. After getting dressed, he didn't show up and left directly. Ganlu, who was healing, found that Songwon's bathing sound had disappeared at this time, and hurriedly opened his eyes. Only then did he realize that Songwon was gone. "Senior, are you there?" he shouted loudly to the surroundings. However, no voice responded to him. "Thank you seniors for saving my life, and I am grateful to the juniors." Songwon was disguised, so now he looks like he is in his 20s. However, before Ganlu saw Songwon waving his hand, he killed two superpowers of the Golden Three Realms. He thought that Songwon should be not young, looks young, just because there is a way to stop the face. Therefore, he called Songwon a senior. Moreover, the path of cultivation is the first. Songwon's strength is stronger than him, and it is appropriate to call him a senior. He didn't hear a response, and Ganlu didn't care too much. He had recovered a lot from his injuries after this period of healing. He stood up, disposed of the bodies of the two men in black, and hurriedly left. For the matter of Nectar, Songwon didn't take it to heart at all, because, for him, this was originally a dispensable thing. "I'm going all the way north," Songwon sang as he walked, and at the same time summoned Chocho out. Chocho looked very happy at this time, flashing around Songwon. At this moment, there was a sudden thunderclap. Immediately afterwards, it rained heavily. "Why is this rain coming without any sign?" Songwon said, hugged the ball directly, lifted it above his head, and blocked the rain for himself. "Ding, Chocho's favor towards you is +10, and the current favorability is 80. At this time, a prompt sound sounded in Song Nuan's mind. This stunned him. He just picked up Chocho just now. Who would have thought that it would increase Chocho's favorability? This kind of favorability is really caught off guard. For Chocho, water is what he likes more. He is not resistant to rain, on the contrary, he likes it very much. Song Nuan didn't feel wrong with him like this. On the contrary, he felt that Song Nuan was holding him high at this time, so his favorability towards Song Nuan would increase. Chocho, as long as you have a kindergarten diploma, you won't increase your favorability towards me under such circumstances. At this time, Song Nuan suddenly felt a little guilty in his heart. He felt that at this time, he was like a strange shoe millet that pitted a child. Speaking of which, since he got the ball, he has been using it as a tool man. When there is something, let Chocho do it. Usually, I buy him some snacks. Moreover, after buying snacks, there are always various conditions. Chocho worked hard and didn't say a word. Of course, it's also because Chocho can't speak at all. Isn't it just raining? It's not a big deal. Chocho, let's shower together. Song Nuan said, took the ball off the top of his head and held it in his arms. There is an umbrella in the network disk. He doesn't use it, he just plays. He can use the energy in his body to prop up a shield to block the rain. Hey, he doesn't stop it, he still plays. Getting caught in the rain is also a pleasure. Giggle. Seeing Song Nuan's actions, Chocho actually let out a giggle sound. This surprised Song Nuan extremely much, because this is the first time he has heard Chocho laugh like this. Come to think of it, Chocho is really happy. Boom! At this moment, another thunderclap sounded in the sky. Song Nuan looked up and found that the clouds in the sky were rolling violently. Soon, a golden arch appeared in the sky. Immediately afterwards, the arch opened, and several streamers flew out of the arch. Even with Song Nuan's eyes, he couldn't see clearly how many of these streamers there were. After these streamers collided in the air, they suddenly spread out and fell towards the ground. Song Nuan didn't move, just stared blankly at the falling streamer. Soon he heard a loud bang not far from him. The ground also shook violently. Immediately afterwards, a wave of air hit. Song Nuan had to hold up an energy shield to block these air waves. The air wave lasted for more than 10 seconds before it stopped. Song Nuan looked around and found that wherever the air waves went, they destroyed countless trees. If Song Nuan hadn't witnessed the whole process with his own eyes, he would have thought that the meteorite had hit the blue star. Definitely a good thing. This was Song Nuan's first thought. Although he didn't know exactly what landed on the ground, he was sure that the thing that appeared on the blue star in this way was definitely extraordinary. So, as soon as Song Nuan's figure moved, he went towards the place where the streamer closest to him fell. Good things have the opportunity to get them, so naturally they can't be let go. I'm the fastest person in the world. I have wings on my back and the wind is under my feet. Song Nuan directly increased his speed to the extreme. The momentum of these streamers falling was so huge that he couldn't be the only one who saw it. Therefore, he must hurry up and be on a first-come, first-served basis. He was able to feel the airwaves so clearly just now, which means that the falling streamer was not very far away from him. Song Nuan galloped forward according to the direction in which the airwave destroyed the object. After about 5 or 6 kilometers forward, Song Nuan finally saw a big crater similar to a crater. At this time, he also found that in several other directions, there were people galloping over. They are extremely fast. On the edge of the sky, there were 2 flying figures. No need to ask, the only ones who can fly are those with the ability of the King Realm. Although Song Nuan's speed was not slow, the 2 flying King Realm superpowers were faster. Chocho, go and bring me the things in that pit. In desperation, Song Nuan had to use Chocho as a tool man again. Chocho did not disappoint Song Nuan, his body twisted a little and then disappeared. Song Nuan did not move forward, but hid in the shadows, observing the front. At this time, he saw that 2 superpowers from the King Realm fell from the sky and landed next to the crater. You're all here, shouldn't I come? In that case, let's rely on our own abilities. The 2 superpowers of the King Realm who fell said a few words, and they didn't talk nonsense anymore, and started to do it directly. The attack of the King Realm superpowers was naturally a landslide. Even if it is just the aftermath of the battle, it is not something that ordinary people can stop. When these 2 superpowers of the King Realm were fighting, more and more people were galloping around. There are people with superpowers in the Diamond Realm and the Platinum Realm. However, no one stepped forward, just looking at the crater from a distance. Stealing the treasure in the pit under the noses of the 2 Kings Realm is not generally difficult. If you are not careful, you will face the siege of 2 King Realm superpowers. Onlookers can only guess what is in the pit. Even if you can't get the things in the pit, the palm eye is very good. At this time, Chocho returned to Song Nuan. Chocho, did you get something? Song Nuan asked hurriedly. Hearing Song Nuan's question, Chocho spread his hands at him, and then made a very difficult movement. You mean, this thing is too heavy for you to pick up? Chocho nodded. It's difficult. It seems that I can only take action myself. Fortunately, neither the onlookers nor the 2 superpowers of the King Realm stepped forward. They may be afraid of being the target of public criticism. No matter who gets the things in the pit, he will be greeted by the siege of everyone. Therefore, no one dares to be the first bird. In In this way, Song Muan was given a chance. He knew very well that such a scene of checks and balances would not last long. In a short period of time, indeed no one wants to be the first bird. However, after a long time, there will always be people who can't stand it. So, he had to hurry. Just like those people thought before, under the noses of the two kings' realm, it was indeed not an easy task to take away the contents of the pit. So, as soon as Song Muan's figure moved, he galloped forward. Soon, he came to a place within a kilometer of Daking. At this time, he opened the word space. He immediately selected the contents of the pit with his mouse. He found that it was an extremely smooth sphere, about the size of a basketball. It looks crystal clear and very beautiful. It also reads some text. The 9 stars gathered, defying the heavens and changing their lives, transcending the ordinary. There are only these 12 words on this. Without too much hesitation, Song Muan chose the sphere and then wanted to upload it to the network disk. This upload takes 120 minutes. Seeing this prompt on the computer, Song Muan's eyes widened. When he uploaded the yellow sand roof, it only took an hour. I didn't expect it to take 2 hours to upload this thing. However, this shows from the other side that this thing is more precious than the national fortune stone. Xiao Yi used the spirit stone to speed up the upload. Faced with such a situation, Song Muan could only choose Krypton Gold. This upload costs 600,000 spirit stones. Should it continue? In this regard, Song Muan naturally chose to continue. After deducting Song Muan's 600,000 spirit stones, the ball in the pit disappeared. No one noticed this scene. It can be said that the gods do not know, and the ghosts do not notice. After getting the ball, Song Muan was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he used PS skills to pee a ball that looked the same as the ordinary stone and placed it in the pit. Then, he left quietly. All this was not noticed by onlookers at all. Time passed minute by minute, and as time passed, some of the onlookers here finally couldn't help it, using their own means, wanting to step forward and take the things in the pit as their own. You are looking for death. The two King Realm superpowers who were fighting, when they saw this scene, shouted, and even launched an attack on the person who shot at the same time. The person who wanted to take the ball for himself was directly blown up. However, his death did not discourage other superpowers. On the contrary, it seems to stimulate them even more. They were moving towards the big pit at a faster speed. Man dies for wealth, and birds die for food. This is an eternal truth. Many people with special abilities are scattered cultivators, and they have already put life and death aside. At this moment, there seemed to be a surge in the center of the pit. A supernatural person of the King Realm stomped his foot hard, and a column of water rose into the sky. At the front end of the water column, there is another superpower. This supernatural person was holding a transparent ball in his hand, with a smile on his face. Maybe he didn't expect that he would be discovered so soon. At this time, the water column under him suddenly turned into a water dragon and swallowed the man. Soon, the water dragon flew past everyone and came to the front of the person with the ability of the King Realm. Immediately afterwards, the water faucet opened its mouth and spat out a round ball. The 9 stars gather, change their lives against the sky, and transcend the ordinary. The King Realm's superpower read out the numbers on the ball. Shinru, hand over the treasure, I'll let you leave. Another supernatural person of the King Realm said loudly, if you want treasures, if you have the ability, take them yourself. Shinru said, put away the treasure, and then started fighting again. Song Muan didn't know the result of this melee. After he got the ball, he left as fast as he could. He was afraid that he would leave slowly and be blocked by other strong people. If you shouldn't take risks, you should naturally be safe. Song Muan did not stop along the way, and continued to advance hundreds of kilometers before stopping. Subsequently, he found an uninhabited ravine, opened the word space, laid out multiple cells, and established 2 PPT spaces. After making these preparations, he breathed a long sigh of relief. Then, another 600,000 spirit stones were spent to download the ball from the network disk. The 9 stars gathered, changed their lives against the sky, and transcended the ordinary. This should mean that there are 9 such balls. The streamer I saw before should be 9 paths. The general meaning is that as long as the 9 balls are put together, you can change your life against the sky and become a higher level existence. Song Muan is not interested in changing his life against the sky at all, because his life is already very good now. His parents are healthy, his family is happy, and his father is one of the 8 gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom. He himself has the strength, ability, and his potential is even more infinite. Moreover, he also has a golden finger. Among his peers, he can be called invincible. He really didn't need to change his life. He was simply interested in this 9-star bead. In fact, he had heard of the 9 stars on Earth before. For example, if you have 9 stars, you can travel through time and space. Or, something else spooky happens. However, these are all legends. When Song Muan was on Earth, he was just an ordinary person. For these legends, it is only when I am bored that I see it on the internet. Many people say that the 9 stars are just made up by many literature lovers for literary creation. Of course, Song Muan knew. The so-called 9 stars are actually the 9 planets that move around the sun. These 9 planets and the 9-star bead in his hand definitely have nothing to do with it. Song Song Muan observed the 9-star bead while holding the 9-star bead with her hand. "It's so heavy." At this time, he exclaimed, because he didn't pick up the 9-star bead for the first time. "I, Song Muan, have infinite power." As a last resort, Song Muan used the power of faith. At this time, he picked up the 9-star pearl with some difficulty. According to his estimate, this 9-star bead is at least more than 3,000 pounds. No wonder Qiuqiu said he couldn't hold it before. It is no exaggeration to say that the supernatural people under the diamond realm, except for the power system, others may not be able to hold the 9-star bead at all. In other words, ordinary people, even if they are lucky enough to get the 9-star pearl, it will not help. This thing is completely for the strong. Then what else is there to talk about changing your life? Isn't this nonsense? Song Muan's face was speechless, and she always felt that this thing was very strange. The weak need to change their lives, but the strong don't need it at all. He was wondering where this thing came from and why those 12 words appeared on it. A thing cannot appear out of thin air. There must be a reason for it. Moreover, he could see this thing clearly. It flew out of an arch in the sky. What is the other side of the arch? Why did such a thing fly out? Is it really to make a certain person change his life? Taking a step back, even if the change of life is successful, what can be done? It is nothing more than one more strong person in this world. What is this good for inside the arch? It's a pity that no one can answer all of this. Therefore, Song Muan could only continue to study this 9-star bead. He wanted to see what was so special about this 9-star bead. First of all, it is certain that the 9-star bead contains a large amount of energy. There is no doubt about this, otherwise it would not cost 600,000 spirit stones to upload it to the network disk. Since it contains a lot of energy, then I can try it and see if I can absorb it. After Song Muan had this idea, he sat cross-legged in front of the 9-star bead, then put his hands on it and began to practice. As he practiced, he found that there was indeed a lot of energy in the 9-star beads, rushing towards his body, and his strength is also slowly improving. After only 10 minutes of cultivation, he found that his physical strength had increased by 100 points, and his soul strength actually increased by 200 points. Among the 9-star beads, there is an energy that has a great buff effect on the soul. It is even more ferocious than Stanley. After discovering this situation, Song Muan's face flashed with a hint of joy. He is now a Platinum 1, and if he continues to absorb the energy in the 9-star beads, I am afraid it will not take long to break through to the diamond realm. In 10 minutes, the physical strength increased by 100 points. Then, in an hour, the physical strength can increase by 600 points. 10 hours, that can increase by 6,000 points. If the strength of the physical body increases by 6,000 points, it will be enough for Song Muan to enter the diamond realm. After calculating, Song Muan began to practice. In this way, time passed minute by minute. Soon, 5 hours passed. Song Muan stopped practicing and opened her eyes. At this time, he found that his physical strength and soul strength had already entered the diamond realm. Object name, Song Muan. Physical strength 26568, diamond 5. Soul strength 30671, diamond 5. Ability type, strength, infinite potential. Combat effectiveness, : This breakthrough is too easy, and it always feels a little unreal. After Song Muan broke through to the diamond realm, he did not have any joy, but looked worried, because he has always believed that pies will not fall from heaven for no reason. If a pie really falls, it may be a trap set by someone else. Just like those hunters, when setting traps, they always put down some bait. In order to reassure herself, Song Muan chose comprehensive physical examination. With his operation, the energy of the golden finger shuttled through his body, checking every corner of his body. I hope I think too much, Song Muan said lightly. He has never been afraid to speculate on others with the greatest malice, but many facts prove that some people can be jaw-dropping murderous. Soon, the comprehensive physical examination was over. There is an abnormality in the body. Please fix it immediately. Subsequently, this prompt appeared on his computer. When Song Muan saw this prompt, her face darkened. Sure enough, it turned out that he was right. There is indeed a problem with this 9-star bead. Subsequently, Song Muan read the detected anomaly. There is a substance in the body that infects the soul, which can change its own will and cause the body to lose itself. When Song Muan saw this prompt, her pupils contracted slightly. The meaning of this prompt is that among the energy he absorbs, there is a substance that is harmful to the soul. If it is absorbed for a long time, it will be controlled by this substance without being aware of it or not. In this way, he is not him. As for what he will become, no one knows. He was like this, so were the other people who absorbed the energy in the 9-star beads. A punch was thrown. In other words, someone wants to use this method to control some of the Dragon Kingdom's superpowers. After controlling the superpowers of the Dragon Kingdom, there is naturally no doubt about what they will do. At that time, no matter what they want to do, there will be an insider. If some people with more status in the Dragon Kingdom are controlled, then this is a catastrophe for the Dragon Kingdom. Thinking of this, Song Muan suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Where is this 9-star bead that changes its life against the sky? It is completely an alternative version of panda incense. If it were an ordinary thing, Song Muan would definitely not meddle in other people's people's affairs. But he must take care of this matter, because this incident is related to the entire Dragon Kingdom, as well as all his relatives and friends. Similarly, it is also related to itself. Under the collapse of the nest, how can there be a complete egg? He will not understand this truth. So, Songwon hurriedly put away the 9-star bead and galloped towards the nearest city. This time, when he put away the 9-star beads, he found that only 590,000 spirit stones were spent, because part of the energy in it has been absorbed. Songwon took out his mobile phone to check and found that the nearest city to him was called Shirin City. As he galloped towards Shirin City, he dialed his master's phone. Warmth, what's wrong? Soon, Dongfang laughed on the other end of the phone. His voice sounded a little tired, probably caused by staying up late to study something. Master, something big happened in the Dragon Kingdom. I can't explain this matter clearly in 1 or 2 sentences. You are now coming to the veteran building in Shirin City as quickly as possible. I'm waiting for you in the veterans building. By the way, if the Thunder God of War doesn't have anything important, you can also ask him to come with you. Other people with more status, you can call a few. In short, 100,000 fires are urgent. Song Muan said in an unprecedentedly serious tone. Okay, wait for me, I will go to Shirin City as quickly as possible. Dongfang smiled and gave a positive answer. It was the first time he had heard Song Muan speak so seriously and seriously. He still knows Song Muan very well, and he usually doesn't have a proper shape, but once something happens, it is definitely very reliable. After hanging up the phone, Song Muan went to the veteran building in Shirin City as quickly as possible. He didn't have time to return to the imperial capital, which could only make Dongfang laugh. Like Jiling City, when Song Muan entered the veteran building, some staff took the initiative to greet him. Sir, what do you need? Give this to your building chief and say I want to see him. Boom. Time waits for no one, it must be fast. Song Muan directly took out the God of War order. Poof. Okay, sir, please wait a moment. The staff said and left. Soon, the chief of the veterans building in Shirin City came to Song Muan. This is a woman who looks like she is in her 40s, although she is old, but she still has charm. Moreover, the appearance is also good. It's just that Song Muan didn't have time to appreciate the other party's beauty at this time. Now immediately, notify all members of the veterans building and let them be on standby and ready for action. Song Muan didn't exchange pleasantries with the other party at all, and said directly, Sir, what happened? Gui Yan, the head of the veterans building in Shirin City, asked suspiciously. If Song Muan hadn't held the God of War order in her hand, she would have regarded Song Muan as a neurotic. I'll tell you the specifics later, and you will notify me first. By the way, wait for the Eastern God of War. The Thunder God of War will come here, also for this matter. Hearing Song Muan say this, Gui Yan's eyes widened. Shirin City is only a third-tier city, not to mention the God of War. Even the 9-star generals have never been here. I didn't expect that this time, so many big people would come. I understand, I'll notify you first. Gui Yan said and went down to make arrangements. After Gui Yan left, Song Muan stayed alone in the room. At this moment, he actually felt his heart beat faster. To be honest, he was still quite worried about this matter. About an hour later, Dongfang Shao appeared in front of Song Muan with 5 people. Among them are his more familiar faces, such as Chen Bo, vice president of Imperial Capital Academy. Song Muan? When Dongfang Shao walked into the room, he glanced at Song Muan with puzzled eyes. Seeing Dongfang Zhao's puzzled eyes, Song Muan looked down at himself and found that he was still a different face at this time. So, he hurriedly removed his disguise and changed back to his true self. Master, it's me, Song Muan said. TSK, this camouflage skill is amazing, even I didn't see through it. At this time, an old man with a goatee looked at Song Muan and exclaimed, You stinky boy is really big enough. You say a word, we old guys are all here. Tell me, what happened? You asked so many of us to come together. Chen Bo said at this time. Don't worry about this, come, Warmth, let me introduce you first. Chen Bo, you know me, so I don't need to introduce you. This is Lin Lei, the god of Thunder War. Hello senior, this is Jing Wenshan, the vice president of the Magic Capital Academy. Hello senior, Xiao Fan, deputy director of the headquarters of the veteran building. Hello senior, finally, this is the vice president of the Supernatural Union, Zhao Hao. Hello senior. Because of Song Muan's words, Dongfang Shao called all the people of the Dragon Kingdom with a transcendent status. Under normal circumstances, the biggest leader of a force is nominal. For example, the chief building manager of the veteran building and the president of the Supernatural Guild. They generally don't stay in these places. Therefore, people like the deputy building chief and the vice president are the real powers of these big forces. Song Muan knew this, so he was particularly polite. He also knew that this was his master taking this opportunity to introduce some of the real big people of the Dragon Kingdom to himself. In the future, he may inevitably have to deal with these people. Dongfang, your disciple is amazing. I heard that in the Yellow Sand Ridge before. It was he who led the Tianzhou of our Dragon Kingdom to destroy the foreign Tianzhou, brought back a large number of national fortune stones for our Dragon Kingdom. At this time, the Thunder God of War glanced at Song Muan and then smiled at Dongfang and said. Hearing him say this, those people who were not familiar with Song Muan also stared at him with wide eyes. Seniors praised me, I just did a little thing. Seniors, you are the real pillars of the country, Song Muan said very modestly. For these people, it is still necessary to behave seriously. It's really amazing. It's enough to be proud to be able to kill the children of time and space. The vice principal of Magic Capital Academy said, if you praise it again, this stinky boy's tail will be raised to the sky. Okay, let's get down to business. Although Dongfang Xiao said this, the uncontrollable smile on his face indicated that he was very happy. Hearing Dongfang laugh and say that he wanted to get down to business, everyone stopped joking, and they all looked at Song Muan. I don't know if a few seniors can see the streamer that appeared in the sky 6 or 7 hours ago? Song Muan also got straight to the point. I haven't seen it with my own eyes, but we've all heard about it. Do you know what those streamers are? The thunder god of war asked. Song Muan did not hesitate and directly took out the 9-star bead in the net disc. Bang! The ground shook. It's this thing, I call it the 9-star pearl. It weighs about 3,000 pounds, and it reads, 9 stars gather, defying heaven and changing fate, transcending the ordinary. The 9-star bead contains a large amount of energy, which can enhance the strength of a person's body and soul. Song Muan made a brief introduction to the 9-star pearl. At this moment, everyone's eyes were on the 9-star bead. Dongfang laughed at the 6 of them in a circle, carefully observing the 9-star beads. As for Gui Yan, the building chief of Shirin City, he could only stand aside obediently. With her identity, she was not qualified to speak at all in the conversation of these bigwigs. Have you ever seen this thing? I looked at it for a long time and didn't find out what material it was made of. Chen Bo was the first to express his opinion. I don't know, it doesn't look like a product of Blue Star. It's not a product of the Blue Star, it should come from the 9 heavens. If this thing really comes from the 9-fold pass, who made it? Could it be those guys? Why are they making this? What does it mean to change one's life against the sky? Do I understand it that way? For a while, Dongfang laughed at their group, and you said it endlessly. However, everyone talked for a long time and did not come to a conclusion, because they know too little information. Warmth, you said on the phone that something big is going to happen in the Dragon Kingdom. What do you mean? At this time, Dongfang Xiao looked at Song Muan. He knew that Song Muan must have mastered the information they didn't know. That's right. So, Song Muan told the things contained in the 9-star beads that could change people's will. You can change a person's will unconsciously, so as to control this person, which is to cooperate with the inside and outside. It's not that simple. If I'm not mistaken, they have another purpose. That's what I want the people of the Blue Star to compete for. Once the competition begins, then our Blue Star superpowers will definitely cause great casualties. In this way, it is equivalent to reducing our vitality. This is a plan to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. So, for now, we must collect these 9-star beads first. You can't let others absorb the energy inside. At the same time, monitor people who have absorbed energy to prevent accidents. Dongfang laughed at them as a group of old rivers and lakes, and in a few words, they had already seen through the calculations behind the 9-star beads. At the same time, countermeasures were also taken. After all, it is completely reasonable for some people who have seen strong winds and waves to come up with countermeasures in such a short period of time. Song Muan heard several people say this, but didn't say anything more. His main role is to share the information he knows with these people. As for what to do next, he believes that these people will think more thoughtfully than themselves. There are a total of 9-star beads falling, 1 here, and 8 more. These 8 are scattered in various areas of the Dragon Kingdom, so we need to cooperate with each other. Our veteran building is responsible for intelligence. Then a few of us will contribute. I will let the Dragon Guard act together. Our Magic City Academy fully cooperates. The same goes for the Imperial Capital Academy. The same goes for our Supernatural Trade Union. Everyone knows that at this time is life. The sooner you find all the 9-star beads, the smaller the casualties of the Dragon Kingdom will be. So, several people began to give orders to their respective forces. Warmth, how did you find out that this thing can control people without knowing it? Have you absorbed the energy inside? Dongfang smiled at this time, turned around, looked at Song Muan and asked with concern. It's absorbed some, but it's not in the way. My ability is just enough to detect my own abnormalities. I have already expelled all the impurities. It's okay if you're okay. Hearing Song Muan say this, Dongfang Xiao had no doubts. After all, he had long known that Song Muan's physique was relatively special. The ability is also quite peculiar. Master, what exactly is the 9-fold pass you are talking about? Song Muan asked this question again. Didn't I tell you about this before? When you break through to the king's realm, I will naturally tell you. Now you know, it's not good for you. Dongfang Xiao still chose to hide it. Ha, are you already in the diamond realm? Suddenly, Dongfang Xiao stared at Song Muan with wide eyes and asked. I had a little adventure before, so I broke through. Adventure? Tell me honestly, have you absorbed a lot of energy in the 9-star beads? Dongfang Xiao's expression at this time was very serious. After all, when Song Muan went to the yellow sand roof, it was only 3 gold. How long has it been since he broke through the 2 great realms and reached the diamond realm? He thought about it and felt that there was only one possibility. Songwon absorbed a large amount of energy in the 9 star beads, which is why he broke through so quickly. He didn't want Songwon's strength to progress too quickly, because if the strength was not practiced step by step, it would be easy to become addicted and then driven by desire. Just like some people on Earth who became famous overnight will float and expand. I absorbed some of the energy in the 9 star beads, but not a lot. I have another adventure. Master, do you know the southern Tang heaven? When Songwon asked this, Dongfang Zhao's face changed suddenly. Songwon saw Dongfang Zhao's face change suddenly, and he knew that he must know about the southern Tang dynasty. Where did you know the name? Dongfang smiled and looked at Songwon, and asked with a very serious expression. He knew that Songwon had read many books, but the matter about the southern Tang dynasty was not recorded in any book. Therefore, Songwon definitely did not know from a certain book. So, as he himself said before, what kind of adventure happened? Therefore, I knew the existence of the southern Tang dynasty. I know from a few more peculiar people. They look the same as the people of Blue Star, but if you feel it carefully, it's a little different. Songwon actually had speculation about the southern Tang dynasty, but the guess was a guess after all, and it was really hard to say whether it was what he thought. A peculiar person? What about them? Dongfang Zhao asked hurriedly. I've already killed you. Hearing Songwon say this, Dongfang Zhao breathed a long sigh of relief. Tell me about your previous experience, the more detailed the better, especially how to meet the peculiar people you mentioned. Songwon didn't hide it. When I passed by Ziguang City before, I went to Tianjiao Mountain and climbed it. As a result, I accidentally used too much force and reached the top. After reaching the top, I was teleported to a place called Tianjiao Arena in a cave on the top of the mountain. Then, those people appeared on this Tianjiao ring, and then I dueled with them. In the process of the duel, I learned the word Southern Tang Tian from their mouths. He simply told Dongfang Zhao about his previous experience, which concealed the matter about the fragments. He felt that the fragments were of great importance and had a huge connection with his golden finger, so it was better not to let others know. Do the people you meet have a rule field? Yes, their rule field is very peculiar, and once they are recruited, their strength will be greatly reduced. You actually beat them? How many battles have you fought in total? 3 games. That is, you killed 3 people who owned the rule field? At this time, Dongfang Zhao was stunned and looked at Songwon with an unbelievable look. He had fought with people who owned the rule field, and in the same realm, they had almost no chance of winning. Unexpectedly, Songwon won 3 games in a row. I'm also lucky. The rules in the first person's rule field, I don't know why, it didn't work on me. The second person, I saw through his rules, so he fled with me. Master, you know me, I am never afraid of anyone. Then, I used some means to let him get caught by himself. The third person, compete with me for consumption. You know my physique, and the recovery is extremely fast, so I consumed him to death. Although Songwon's words were understatement, Dongfang Zhao could roughly feel the danger. Songwon was able to kill them. It was definitely not just luck. If you don't have a certain strength, no matter how lucky you are, you will have to die. Okay, as expected of my apprentice. Master is proud of you, Dongfang Zhao said happily, although he was also shocked by Songwon's climb to the top of Tianjiao Mountain. However, thinking about the various things Songwon has done along the way, I feel that it is reasonable. Master, can't you still tell me about the Ninefold Pass and the Southern Tang Heaven? Hearing Songwon ask, Dongfang Zhao fell silent. Under normal circumstances, people with abilities who are not in the King realm are not allowed to know these things. But Songwon cannot be measured according to common sense at all. Moreover, with Songwon's cultivation speed, I am afraid it won't take long to become a supernatural person in the King realm. Since you want to know, then I'll tell you. What do you think of the strength of the superpowers of the King realm? Dongfang asked with a smile. Naturally, it is very powerful, and it is the strongest wave of people in Blue Star. Then how many people do you think there are in the entire Blue Star and King realm? Hearing Dongfang Zhao ask, Songwon fell into deep thought. In the past, he felt that there were very few superpowers in the King realm, but later he found that there seemed to be a lot of superpowers in the King realm. The superpowers of the King realm that he had seen in the Yellow Sand Eves before had already exceeded 1,000. 5,000. Songwon pondered for a moment and said a conservative number. Ha ha ha. Hearing Songwon say this, Dongfang smiled but laughed. This made Songwon look confused, not knowing what Master was laughing at. You claim to be smart, but you haven't even calculated some of the simplest numbers. Let's not talk about anything else, let's just talk about SSS level potential people. This kind of person is 1 in the millions, and the probability is indeed very small. At that time, when the population base was large enough, the number was huge. Let's calculate it according to the probability of 1 in 5 million. Bang, bang, there are almost 10 billion people in the entire Blue Star. 10 billion times 1 in 5 million, that is 2,000 people. Under normal circumstances, people with SSS level potential, as long as they don't die, will become kings. Among them, those who did not grow up died, and we counted them according to half, and there were also 1,000 people. SS level potential superpowers are also very likely to become kings. This probability is much higher than that of SSS level potential superpowers, about 1 in 200,000. 200,000. 1 in 200,000 times 10 billion, that is 50,000 people. Those who survived to become the superpowers of the king realm, we also counted them according to half, and there are still 25,000 people. According to the same calculation method, the S-level potential of the king realm has no less than 300,000 people. In other words, above the blue star, the superpowers of the king realm will definitely not be less than 320,000 people. This is just my rough calculation. The number of real king realms is far more than I calculated. After all, A-level potential also has a certain chance of becoming a king. Hearing Dongfang Zhao's calculation, Song Muan's eyes widened. He never calculated this number. The numbers speak the most. When the number of more than 300,000 appeared in front of him, the impact on him was unimaginable. That's the realm of kings, not ordinary cats and dogs. Then have these superpowers of the king realm all gone to the 9 passes? This is Song Muan's guess. If the superpowers of the king realm were all above the blue star, it would definitely be very common. Yes, 99% of the king realm superpowers have gone to the 9-fold pass. What exactly is the 9-fold pass? Song Muan repeated the question. He knew that he was about to get the answer. The so-called 9 heavens are actually the 9 heavens above the blue star. You can also understand it as the 9 levels that guard the blue star. Finally, Dongfang Zhao gave the answer. 9 levels guarding the blue star? What is blue star encountering? Why lay these 9 levels? What is the specific relationship between the 9-fold pass, blue star, and the southern Tang heaven? For Dongfang Zhao's answer, Song Muan felt reasonable and unexpected. His previous guess was that the 9-fold pass was the name of a place, just like somewhere in the imperial capital is called Badaling. Unexpectedly, it would be 9 levels. Southern Tang heaven is the name of our heavenly domain, which includes the 2 parts of the 9-fold pass and the blue star. Because the southern Tang heaven is a borderless land, this is a piece of fat for people in other heavenly realms. Since it's fat, then they naturally want to bite a piece. In this regard, our predecessors of blue star will naturally not sit still, so they established the 9 passes to intercept these ill-intentioned foreign enemies. When Dongfang Zhao said this, he suddenly sighed. Is the southern Tang dynasty a borderless land? No wonder that fat man would call Nantang Tian raised by his stepmother. Song Muan thought to himself. Even so, why does this kind of thing have to be known in the king's realm? Wouldn't it be enough to tell everyone on the blue star directly? In this way, everyone can grow up quickly in the midst of trouble. Born in sorrow, die in peace. Song Muan didn't understand this very well. For this, the seniors of blue star naturally thought of it. However, human nature is extremely complex. It's okay not to know this kind of thing. Once you know, a lot of unpredictable things will happen. Once, our seniors told some people on a small scale as an attempt, but they found that many people directly chose to rot when they knew about the blue star and faced many enemies. Most of them don't work hard to cultivate, and they start to get drunk and dream of death every day, because they feel that once the enemy invades the blue star, they will surely die. You have to die early and die late. It's better to die comfortably, and it's not in vain. Some powerful superpowers directly do whatever they want, resulting in an increase in the crime rate of blue star. Hearing Dongfang Zhao's explanation, Song Muan fell silent. Indeed, those who can stand up in the midst of crisis and fight against it are a minority after all. There are some people, let alone fighting against danger, I am afraid that they will scare themselves to death before the crisis comes. There was once such a question on Earth. What would you do if tomorrow was the end of the world? Many people choose to mess around. Go home and lie down and wait to die. Eat your heart. Do things you don't usually dare to do, including some crimes. For example, murder and arson, QJ, robbery. When we know that the end is coming, the dark side of human nature will be stimulated. At that time, people could not be completely called human. Blue star can't have an accident, let alone mess. Because the population base of blue star is large enough to provide troops for the 9-fold pass for a long time. In this way, we can continuously replenish the consumption of the 9-fold pass. Otherwise, everyone in the 9 layers of passes alone will all die sooner or later. Dongfang Zhao then said, regarding the matter of the 9-fold pass, the top officials of all countries should know. In that case, why do we still fight with each other? This kind of fight will only internally consume the strength of the blue star. Song Muan also did not understand this. Since they all have a common enemy, why do many countries still live and die? This is human nature. Where there are people, there are fights, even if everyone has a common enemy. As long as this enemy doesn't hit the doorstep, many people won't be in a hurry. They care more about the present. Before the enemy really comes, it is natural to come as comfortable as you feel at the moment. Dongfang Zhao's tone was also full of helplessness. He fought for the Dragon Kingdom and for Blue Star for most of his life. But if you have the intention to kill the thief, you will not be able to return to heaven. Don't look at him as one of the 8 gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom, but he is nothing at all in the 9 folds. There are too many people who are stronger than him. Has my father been in the 9 folds all these years? Song Muan asked suddenly. His father always traveled a lot in the past few years. When I go on a business trip, it's many days. He never knew what his father was doing. Now I understand. Yes, all these years, he has been guarding guarding the heavens. Although your father and I are both one of the 8 gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom, I have to say that Song Huanquan is indeed a very amazing person. His strength has long surpassed mine. I'm afraid it won't be long before he can break the shackles of the King Realm. At that time, our Dragon Kingdom will have 5 great saints. Dongfang replied with a smile. There was a hint of envy in his words. He is already very old, although he has not yet reached the point of running out of oil. However, I am afraid it will not live long. And Song Huanquan is not yet 50 years old, in the prime of life. His future is still infinitely possible. You mean, if you want to break through from the King Realm to the Holy Venerable, you need to break the shackles? Is this shackle difficult? Song Yuan asked suspiciously. It's hard to say. It's not difficult. It's not difficult. Our southern Tang heaven is a borderless land, and at the same time, it is also a mutilated land. The rules of heaven and earth here are incomplete, and if you want to break through from the realm of kings to the saints, you must comprehend a certain law. However, it is too difficult to comprehend the law in the incomplete heaven and earth. The only way is to use the national fortune stone. The so-called national luck stone is actually called the law stone. If there are enough law stones, you can use them to comprehend the law. Without the law stone, even if you are talented, you can only stay in the realm of kings forever. You brought out 27 law stones from the yellow sandroof before, which is enough for 1 or 2 saints to appear in the Dragon Kingdom. Among them, there is a great possibility that your father will become a saint. Hearing Dongfang Zhao's explanation, Song Yuan was not relieved. Instead, he frowned slightly, because he suddenly thought that the national fortune stone was actually wrapped in a very small fragment that was the same as in his mind. Using the national fortune stone, you can break the shackles of the king's realm and break through to the Holy Venerable. Then what level is the fragments in his mind so big? If he breaks through from the king realm to the Holy Venerable, is it logical? What would happen if he found all the pieces? Master, what happened to those people I met in the Tianjiao ring? What is their rule field? Now Song Yuan already knew that those people were from other heavenly realms. Because the laws of other heavenly realms are complete, they have already begun to prepare for comprehending the laws from the beginning of their cultivation. Under normal circumstances, if they cultivate to the platinum realm, they can have the seeds of the law. This law seed is called the rule field by them. In other words, people from other heavenly realms, when they are in the platinum realm, can cultivate the rule realm. When the field of rules continues to grow, it will eventually grow into laws. People from other heavenly realms, when they are in the king realm, there is no such thing as breaking the shackles. They broke through from the king realm to the saint venerable, just like we broke through from the diamond realm to the king realm. Of course, it's a little more difficult than breaking through to the king realm and the diamond realm, but it's much easier than us. Therefore, on the whole, the strength of the people in other heavenly realms is much stronger than our southern Tang heaven. Although we have 9 lines of defense, it is just a hard support. Hearing Master's explanation, Song Warmth's mood became a little low. Nan Tang Tian's situation was even more difficult than he imagined. Master, have you ever heard of the name Earth? Subsequently, Song Yuan asked another question. Earth? What is it? The name of a strong person? For the word Earth, Dongfang Xiao is confused. I just knew it by accident, so I asked you. By the way, besides our southern Tang heaven, what other heavenly domains are there? Song Yuan changed the topic. I really don't know this. I only know that the people who have been fighting with us are from San Yuan heaven. I have only been to one heaven, and I don't know much about things outside the southern Tang dynasty. At this time, Shen Bo and Zhao Hao came back one after another. Song Yuan and Dongfang Xiao stopped talking with a tacit understanding. How is it? Is everything arranged? Dongfang smiled and looked at several people and asked. It's all arranged. Don't worry, the Dragon Guard Army, as well as the Extraordinary People's Guild, the 3 major academies, plus the Veterans Building, there is nothing that cannot be done in the Dragon Kingdom. In my estimation, at most half a day, you can find all the 9 star beads. The deputy chief of the Veteran Building said. I hope so. For the next period of time, everyone stayed in the Veteran Building in Shirin City, waiting for news. Time passed minute by minute. Soon, 5 hours passed. At this time, Gui Yan, the head of the Veterans Building in Shirin City, hurriedly ran in and said to everyone, Seniors, all 8 9-star beads have been recovered. As soon as her words fell, there were 8 superpowers of the King Realm, each holding a 9-star bead, and walked into the room. A series of collisions sounded, and all the 9-star beads were put together. When the huge gear of the country turns, individuals simply cannot compete with it. No matter what realm this person is, how powerful the family behind it is, you have to obediently hand over the 9-star pearl. What should we do with this 9-star bead? Looking at the 9 9-star beads, Dongfang smiled and looked at everyone and asked, If you want me to say, this thing is too weird, it's better to destroy it directly, it's over. Several people agreed that the 9-star bead should be destroyed directly. In this way, they don't have to worry about someone absorbing the energy of the 9-star bead. Seniors, why don't you leave this 9-star bead to me? At this time, Song Yuan suddenly stood up and said, although absorbing the energy in the 9-star beads, the will be changed. However, he can fix the anomaly. So, it doesn't matter if you absorb this energy. As long as he continued to absorb the energy inside inside these 9-star beads, it wouldn't take long for him to break through to the king realm. No, the others hadn't spoken yet, and Dongfang Xiao said in denial. This made Song Yuan look at him with a puzzled face. Warmth, your strength is improving fast enough, there is no need to take risks. Dongfang Xiao knew Song Yuan's thoughts, so he said directly. He knew that Song Yuan planned to rely on his special physique to absorb the energy in the 9 planets. This is something he will never allow. Although it is said that Song Yuan can resolve the substance that controls people's will, he is not afraid of 10,000, but he is afraid of just in case. In case Song Yuan is not completely resolved, then wouldn't he be controlled? Once he is controlled, he will inevitably have to destroy his relatives. If that's the case, it's too late. Although Dongfang Xiao didn't know how likely this risk was, even if it was only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, he would not agree to Song Yuan doing so. It is enough to see from this point that Dongfang Xiao really cares about Song Yuan. I don't want to watch him have an accident. Master, Song Yuan wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Dongfang's smile. This matter is not discussed, I can't say no. Dongfang Xiao's attitude was extremely tough. Speaking of which, this was the first time he spoke to Song Yuan in such a tone. Okay, Song Yuan said a little unwillingly. He missed such an opportunity to soar into the sky. Destroy the 9-star beads, you can't be here. Let's go find a place where no one is around. Dongfang smiled and said to the other people, the energy contained in this 9-star bead is too huge. If it is destroyed here, if something goes wrong, I am afraid that the entire Shirin city will be in danger. They can't take this kind of risk. Age, 18. Just when several people were about to leave, Dongfang Xiao suddenly seemed to think of something and turned his head to look at Gui Yan. Have the people who have absorbed the energy of the 9-star beads controlled? It's all under control. Okay, look at them first, and we'll talk about everything when we come back. Then, Dongfang laughed at a few of them and left with 9 9-star beads. They didn't take Song Yuan away. Chief Gua, are there any abnormalities in those who have absorbed the energy of the 9-star beads? Song Yuan was bored and turned his head to look at Gui Yan and asked. They seem to be doing everything normally at the moment, and there is nothing different about them. For Song Yuan's question, Gui Yan did not dare to neglect it. Although Song Yuan seems to be inferior to her in terms of strength and status. However, Song Yuan is a disciple of Dongfang Xiao. Moreover, he also talked and laughed with several of the top figures in the Dragon Kingdom. Therefore, she did not dare to neglect in the slightest. Can you take me to see them? Song Yuan wanted to observe those people up close and see if there was anything unusual about them. In case you encounter this situation in the future, it is also good to accumulate a little experience. Maybe when will it be used? In this regard, Wei Yan naturally did not refuse. So, she led Song Yuan out of the room. Dongfang laughed at them after they left. They found a deserted mountain hollow. It's here. Then, several people put all 9 9-star beads on the ground. Immediately afterwards, the 6 of them launched an attack on the 9-star bead at the same time. Boom boom boom. Only heard a series of roaring sounds in the mountain hollow. Dongfang laughed at the 6 of them. They were all people who were only one step away from the Holy Venerable, and their attack power was extremely strong. They were worried that the 9-star bead was too hard, so the 6 of them used their most powerful attack at the same time. For a while, the earth shook. Under the gaze of the 6 people, they found that all 9 9-star beads were shattered. At this time, several people's hearts breathed a long sigh of relief at the same time. As long as it can be destroyed, they are afraid that with their strength they will not be able to destroy the 9-star beads. However, when the 9 9-star beads exploded, an extremely huge energy wave gushed out and swept towards the surroundings. Seeing this situation, the 6 people hurriedly flew back and retreated. At the same time, a huge energy shield was propped up in front of him. When the dust gradually dissipated, the 6 people looked at the place where the 9-star bead was broken. They wanted to see what the shattered 9-star beads had become. Wow! At this moment, suddenly streamers rose into the sky. Soon, these streamers intertwined in the air, forming an extremely strange pattern. This pattern bursts out with an extremely dazzling light. No, this is a teleportation array. Seeing this situation, Xiao Fan, the deputy commander of the veterans building, hurriedly roared loudly. The reaction speed of the 6 people was extremely fast, and from the moment it was confirmed that it was the teleportation array, they launched an attack as soon as possible. However, just when their attack was about to fall on the teleportation array, a huge energy shield suddenly appeared outside the teleportation array, blocking the attacks of several people. Several people missed a hit, without any hesitation, and launched another attack. However, they are still a little slower. At this time, a figure was teleported out from the teleportation array. Dongfang laughed at the second wave of attacks of the 6 of them. When they came to this figure, they saw him wave his hand, and the attack of the 6 people dissipated without a trace. The next moment, a super momentum gushed out of his body. It is no exaggeration to say that he was angry about bullfighting. Under this momentum, Dongfang laughed at the 6 of them and subconsciously retreated hundreds of meters. Holy Venerable! 6 people exclaimed at the same time. At this time, their faces became particularly ugly. Originally, they thought that after destroying the 9-star beads, they would be able to have no worries about the future. Who would have have thought that such a thing would happen. Borderland, when it comes here, its strength will not be suppressed in any way. This feeling is really good. At this time, the figure teleported from the teleportation array said to himself. As he spoke, his body slowly descended. Dongfang laughed and they finally saw his face clearly. This is a man who looks about 40 years old, with thick eyebrows and a pot lid. He was dressed in red and green and looked extremely funny. However, his powerful momentum makes people dare not depict him in the slightest. Are you from the 3 Yuan heavens? At this time, Dongfang smiled at the thunder god of war and Xiaofan and the others, and then took a step forward to look at the man with the lid of the pot and said, yes, I am from San Yuan heaven. Everyone, you can call me the 5 directions saint. The strength of a few of you is not bad, but it's a pity that this law of heaven and earth is shattered, and you are destined to not be able to achieve the holy venerable. When the pot lid spoke, he smiled, which actually gave people a very polite feeling. What did you do when you came to Blue Star? Dongfang Xiao asked again. What he said was nonsense. This 5 directions saint venerable is a person from the 3 Yuan heavens, and he must not have a good intention to come here. He also knows this. The reason why he said this was just to delay time. Don't look at the 6 of them, and they are all the top king's realm superpowers. However, in front of the Holy One, they were not enough to see. As we all know, only the Holy One can deal with the Holy One. It's a pity that the saints of Blue Star are all in the 9 folds. He winked at the thunder god of war and the others just now, and had already asked them to ask for help. Now, they need a little time, waiting for others to arrive. Are you delaying time? The 5 directions saint venerable saw through Dongfang laughing at their purpose at a glance. However, he didn't care. I only have one thing in Blue Star, come to kill you all, or be killed by you. It's time to get out. Do you still want to know, how did I break through the blockade of those saints in the first heaven and come here? It's very simple. We made a two-handed plan. In order to determine the coordinates of the Blue Star, we have been planning for 10 years. Then according to the coordinates of the Blue Star, using the law of space, the 9-star bead was transmitted. Those guys in the first heaven don't allow people to teleport, but they can't stop teleporting objects at all. Our first plan is to let the people of the Blue Star absorb the energy in the 9-star beads, and then slowly control the people who absorb the energy. Thus, control them to establish a long-distance teleportation array. This way, we can teleport across regions and then descend on the Blue Star. The second plan is to depict the teleportation array in the 9 planets. Once all 9 9-star beads are destroyed, the teleportation array we portrayed will be activated. In this way, a teleportation array can also be established. We thought we would have to wait a long time. I didn't expect that in such a short period of time, the 9-star bead was destroyed. This should be done by the 6 of you, and I have to thank you for speaking of which. Everyone, thank you. Hearing the 5 directions saint venerable say this, Dongfang laughed at their faces and became particularly ugly. They originally wanted to eliminate future troubles, so they decided to destroy the 9-star beads. Unexpectedly, the other party actually calculated this step and depicted the formation within the 9-star beads. They are smart but mistaken by cleverness. If the 9-star bead had been handed over to Song Yuan before, perhaps this scene would not have occurred. I don't know if everyone, are you satisfied with my answer? The 5 directions saint venerable said with a smile. Are you also stalling? At this time, Dongfang Xiao seemed to suddenly think of it and asked in a little panic. Your Excellency is really smart. I didn't expect to find out so soon. It's a pity, I just found out now that it's too late. Everyone, come. With a loud shout from the 5 directions saint venerable, suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from the teleportation array in the sky. Immediately afterwards, 3 figures appeared on the teleportation array. The aura on their bodies was as powerful as the aura on the body of the 5 directions saints. In other words, these 3 new people are all saints. 4 saints. Seeing the scene, Dongfang laughed at their faces, which was extremely difficult to see. One saint was already giving them a headache, but unexpectedly, 3 more saints appeared. In the face of the 4 saints, what did they use to resist? After all, the saints on the Blue Star were not there. Wu Feng, your plan is really feasible. I didn't expect us to come to Blue Star so easily. This is the birthplace of the Southern Tang dynasty? Sure enough, there is no law to suppress. Yes, I like it. Let's get down to business, so as not to have too many dreams at night. So, the 4 saints looked at Dongfang Xiao and the 6 of them. The 6 superpowers of the King realm were stared at by the 4 saints, and the 6 people broke out in a cold sweat in an instant. This feeling is like 4 hungry wolves targeting 6 sheep. Just when the 4 of them were about to act, they suddenly felt something and looked into the distance. Soon, they found that hundreds of figures flew in from a distance. There were also 7 or 8 airships. These people are the Veteran Building, the Extraordinary People's Union, the teachers of the 3 major academies, and the Dragon Guard Army. They had previously followed Xiao Fan's instructions to look for the 9-star beads. After finding the 9-star beads, they did not leave, but set up camp in Shirin City, waiting for the Thunder God of War and their orders. And the Thunder God of War and the others did not give an order because they were in a hurry to destroy the 9-star beads. After seeing the 5 direction saints descend, several people immediately called them. That's why they were able to arrive in such a short time. I didn't expect the people on the blue star to react so quickly and summon so many powerful people in such a short period of time. However, this is all the strong people on the blue star now, right? A saint said. In his words, he did not pay attention to these people in the future. After all, at present, these people are only a few hundred superpowers in the king realm, and there are tens of thousands of people with abilities in the non-king realm. These people cannot cause any harm to them at all. Song Muan also came with these teams. He had asked Gui Yen to take him to see the people who had absorbed the energy of the 9-star bead before. As a result, before they could observe carefully, the people around them said that their master had sent out a call for help. He followed directly. He looked confused at this time. Isn't it to destroy the 9-star bead? How could such a powerful enemy suddenly appear? He looked at the 4 saints and checked their attributes. However, all their information is unknown, the same as the people I met in the Tianjiao ring. In other words, they are not from the southern Tang dynasty. A group of local chickens and dogs. What can you do to me? Kill it. At this time, a saint of the 3 Yuan heavens said disdainfully. After his words fell, he went towards the many armies. With the strength of the Holy Venerable, as long as the blue star does not appear as the Holy Venerable, they can walk sideways. All the generals of the veteran building obey the order and kill the enemy with me. The Supernatural Union, all personnel obey orders and kill the enemy. Imperial Capital Academy, Magic City Academy, Dragon Guard. For a while, Xiaofan and the Thunder God of War, along with their respective subordinates, rushed towards the 4 great saints of the 3 Yuan heavens. Although they knew that with their strength, rushing up like this was tantamount to asking for their own death. However, by this time, they had no other choice. Only bloody battles to the end. In this way, a great war began. Among the crowd, only Song Muan and Dongfang Xiao did not participate in the battle. Song Muan did not participate in the battle because of his low strength and could only hide from a distance. With the strength of his 5 diamond realms, he confronted the Holy Venerable, that is, hitting the stone with an egg. He could only hide in the dark, observing everything to see if he could secretly help. Dongfang Xiao did not participate in the battle, naturally not because he was greedy for life and afraid of death. It's because he's asking for help at the moment. He knew very well that even if the veteran building, the Extraordinary People's Union, and the Dragon Guard army fought to the end, they could not be the opponents of the 4 saints. If there is only one, they still have the power to fight. But facing 4 saints at the same time, it was only a matter of time before they were defeated. The first thing he asked for help was the other countries on the blue star. Although the countries on the blue star have ghostly intentions and often friction with each other, however, in the face of the issue of the 3 elements, their opinions are very unified. After all, they still understand the truth of cold lips and teeth. Of course, it is not enough to ask for help from other countries on the blue star, because even if they send the superpowers of the king realm to come, they will only delay time. With the strength of the king realm, it was not so easy to kill the Holy Venerable. Therefore, the Eastern God of War also sent a request for help to the Ninefold Pass. He hoped that the time that everyone had bought with their lives could allow the Holy Venerable of the Ninefold Pass to arrive in time. Otherwise, once they were all dead, no one above the blue star would be able to stop the 4 saints. At that time, there is only one result waiting for tens of billions of people on the blue star, and that is unilateral massacre. In a day at most, with the strength of the 4 saints, tens of billions of people on the blue star can be slaughtered. Once all the people on the blue star died, then the troops of the 9 heavens could no longer be replenished. If the source of troops is not replenished, then the people on the Ninefold Pass will fight less and less. Then, the final outcome of the Southern Tang dynasty can be imagined. At that time, the Southern Tang heaven will definitely be occupied by the 3 Yuan heavens. This is also the purpose of the trip of the 4 saints of the 3 Yuan heavens. Dongfang Xiao asked for help all the places where he could ask for help. Subsequently, he joined the battle. However, Dongfang Zhao's strength alone was too limited. Even with his joining, the balance of battle was still slowly tilting towards the 4 saints of the 3 Yuan heavens. At most, time is delayed a little, but the ending will not change in any way. At this moment, Song Muan disappeared and hid in a corner, looking up at the sky and clenching his fists tightly. He also wanted to step forward and fight the 4 saints, but his strength was really too weak. Even if he hides in the dark, he must always be on guard against the aftermath of the battle affecting him. Once affected by the aftermath of the battle, he would be seriously injured even if he did not die. As time went on, the number of deaths in the Dragon Kingdom increased. The corpses in the sky fell like dumplings, one after another. After a while, there were corpses everywhere. There are many people, and the bodies are mutilated. One of the corpses fell right in front of Song Muan. If there is a way, there must be some way to help them. Song Muan kept chanting this sentence. At the same time, think about your own skills. At this moment, some vague figures suddenly appeared on the horizon. Slowly, these figures became clearer and clearer. Soon, Song Muan saw the faces of those flying figures clearly. Without exception, they are all from the Dragon Kingdom. Some of them, Song Muan also recognized. For example, the instructor of the Imperial Capital Academy, the security staff at the entrance of the Imperial Capital Academy. In addition, there are teachers from Magic Magic City Academy and Flower City Academy. These teachers, Songwon can't name them, but their faces are familiar. I have seen it before on the airship heading to the yellow sand roof. It can be said that this time, the superpowers of the king realm of the three great courtyards came out of the nest. In addition to them, there are also the hidden kings of the Dragon Kingdom's major families, as well as the heads of veteran buildings in various cities and the presidents of the unions of superpowers in various cities. They all came. It is no exaggeration to say that this time, the Dragon Kingdom can be described as a strong man. The people of the Dragon Kingdom will never be criticized in the face of right and wrong, because they all know that there is no reason to finish the egg under the nest. Songwon did a rough calculation, and there were about 700 or 800 of these people, plus the hundreds of superpowers of the King Realm before. In other words, this time, the number of King Realm people who besieged the four great saints of the three Yuan heavens reached thousands of people. Coupled with the assistance of the Dragon Guard army, the strength should definitely not be underestimated. It's just that the four great saints are really too strong. Even if they are thousands of superpowers in the King Realm, they can't be their opponents. Therefore, Songwon must find a way. Xiaoyi, is there any way you can improve my strength in a short period of time? It is best to be in the same realm as the Holy One. In desperation, Songwon had to ask Xiaoyi for help. All his means, in front of the Holy One, were like child's play. However, if he also had the strength of the Holy Venerable, killing these people would be like killing a chicken. No, Xiaoyi replied neatly. I'll give you the Spirit Stone. There is no way. However, Xiaoyi still answered before. Is there a way to reduce the strength of the Holy Venerable? Songwon still didn't give up. Please unlock the new software. It is required that the physical strength and soul strength be not less than 25,000, and the combat merit should not be less than 500,000. For the requirements for unlocking new software, Songwon's eyes lit up. His physical strength has exceeded 25,000, and now the only thing that is lacking is his military exploits. He took out his honor bracelet and took a look, and found that his military exploits were about 180,000. For others, military exploits are the most difficult to obtain. But for Songwon, military exploits are the easiest to obtain. Without any hesitation, he opened the ranch as soon as possible. Everyone, I'm sorry, I'll lend you your life. Songwon looked at the many marching ants and said, he is still 320,000 away from 500,000 military achievements. That is, he needs to kill 320,000 marching ants. If before, even if 320,000 marching ants stood still and Songwon killed him, he would have to kill him for a long time. Poof, burst. But now Songwon already has the strength of Diamond 5. His attack power was countless times stronger than when he was in the Bermuda Forest. Therefore, the speed at which he killed the marching ants also increased many times. However, despite this, it will take a while to kill the 320,000 marching ants. So, a one-sided killing began in the pasture. In order to shorten the time as much as possible, Songwon did everything he could. Every minute, tens of thousands of marching ants are killed. At this rate, it would take him at least half an hour to kill 320,000 marching ants. Half an hour is easy to pass when you put it on a regular basis. However, half an hour at this time is particularly long. Because in the outside world, every minute passed, people from the Dragon Kingdom died. Half an hour may be more sacrificed. Time passed minute by minute, and the battle between the many powerhouses of the Dragon Kingdom's King Realm and the four great saints of the three Yuan heavens continued. It's just that the superpowers of the Dragon King Realm are constantly decreasing. Every minute, dozens of superpowers of the King Realm died, as well as hundreds of Dragon Guards. At this time, even Dongfang Shao and the Thunder God of War were injured. According to this trend, it is still unknown whether these people in the Dragon Kingdom can last for half an hour. At this time, Songwon can be said to be racing against time. However, after all, he is only the strength of the Diamond 5. Even if all the means are used, the speed of killing the marching ants has reached its limit. Soon, 15 minutes passed. Songwon's military exploits have reached 380,000. The number of superpowers in the Dragon King realm and the outside world is less than 500. 30,000 Dragon Guards, at this time, less than 10,000. Almost everyone who is still alive, more or less, has wounds on them. The four great saints have already comprehended the law. The attack of the law was a bit of a dimensionality reduction blow for the superpowers of the King realm. As the number of people decreased, the people of the Dragon Kingdom also began to retreat steadily. Soon, another 5 minutes passed. There are only more than 300 superpowers left in the Dragon King realm. There were only 6,000 Dragon Guards left. For the Dragon Guard army, the more people there are, the stronger the strength they exert. Now they are getting smaller and smaller, and more of them are acting as cannon fodder. After all, their strength is not the King realm. At this time, the hearts of everyone in the Dragon Kingdom were already desperate to the extreme. Boom! They knew that they might not last long. At this moment, suddenly a deafening roar sounded around. Immediately afterwards, countless figures flew in from all directions. Without exception, they are all superpowers of the King realm. It's finally here. Dongfang laughed at them and breathed a long sigh of relief when they saw this scene. This is the reinforcement they have been looking forward to. It was not the Dragon Kingdom saint from the 9 heavens, but people from other countries on the Blue Star. If you want to return to the Blue Star from the Ninefold Pass, even if it is the Holy Venerable, it will take a while. They didn't come so soon. Only the superpowers of other countries in Blue Star, using the teleportation array, could arrive in such a short time. At this time, all directions were the superpowers of the King Realm. Densely packed, it looks like there are 3,000 or 4,000. With the addition of these 3,000 or 4,000 people, the people of the Dragon Kingdom, who had been retreating steadily, finally breathed a long sigh of relief. And people from other countries were also surprised when they saw corpses everywhere. They could see how fierce the previous battle was. I didn't expect that there were so many powerful ants on the Blue Star. This should be their last resort. In that case, then be serious and kill them all. Just like me. The 4 saints of the 3 Yuan heavens, seeing the thousands of superpowers of the King Realm, not only did they not flinch at all, but a trace of excitement flashed in their eyes. As long as they kill these people, then the Blue Star belongs to them. The law of the wind fills the sky. The law of water, high mountains and flowing water. The law of education, creating something out of nothing. The law of the knife, swirling in the air. The 4 great saints of the 3 Yuan heavens became serious at this time. Each of them burst out with the momentum of swallowing mountains and rivers. For a while, in the sky, the wind roared and the sword was crisscrossed. Countless water arrows appeared out of thin air and flew towards the surroundings. The attack of the 4 great saints encompassed a total of 4 directions, covering all the members of the surrounding Blue Star. In the face of such an attack, everyone on the Blue Star could only be forced to defend. They were divided into 4 parts, with each other and their bodies next to each other, forming a powerful energy shield that wanted to block the attacks of the 4 great saints. They knew very well that they would definitely not be able to stop the attack of the 4 great saints. The only thing they can do is huddle together for warmth. However, when the attack of the 4 great saints landed on the protective shield they had gathered, the shield was instantly shattered. The power with the power of the law is simply crushing for other forces. Puff, puff. The moment the shield was broken, everyone spurted out a mouthful of blood. One by one, their faces turned extremely pale. Boom! The 4 great saints, each of them injured thousands of superpowers in the King Realm with just one move. From this point of view, the gap between the Holy Venerable and the King Realm was really too big. However, fortunately, many of Blue Star's King Realm superpowers were only injured and did not die. This is because they are thousands of people and have divided all the damage equally. The ants that huddle together are just ants after all. You blocked this attack, but how many times can you block such an attack? For the behavior of the Blue Star people huddled and confronted each other, a saint of the 3 Yuan heavens was very disdainful. The law of the wind, the autumn wind sweeps the fallen leaves. As his attack fell, there were gusts of wind around him. This wind continued to sweep towards the surroundings, and eventually, it turned into wind blades several meters long. Wherever the wind blade goes, it seems that even the space is about to be chopped up. In the face of such an attack, everyone on the Blue Star had no choice but to defend passively. They were still like before. Everyone gathered together, concentrated their strength at one point, and fought against these wind blades. They didn't dare to have the slightest reservation at this time, and they all mobilized all the energy in their bodies one by one. However, the gap in strength cannot be crossed without reservation. Thousands of people spewed out a mouthful of blood again. At the same time, their bodies retreated hundreds of meters. Harvest. At this time, the Saint Venerable of the 3 elements heaven who attacked them launched another attack. The wind blade of about tens of centimeters flew towards them. Some of the King Realm superpowers closest to him were directly penetrated by these wind blades. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of superpowers from the King Realm fell. Scenes like this are also staged in 3 other directions. In just a few minutes, the dead and injured King Realm superpowers once again reached thousands. At this time, Song Nuan's military exploits had accumulated to 450,000. 500,000 away, 50,000 away. That is, in a maximum of 5 minutes, he will be able to unlock the new software. 5 minutes is too long. This will represent the fall of thousands of King Realm superpowers. Finally, 5 minutes passed. At this time, there were only 1,300 people left with the King Realm superpowers fighting the 4 saints. You're here too? The fallen King Realm ability is close to 3,000. It was an extremely tragic battle. In the farm, after Song Nuan's continuous killing, his battle finally reached 500,000. The compressed package is being unlocked. The estimated time is 10 minutes, and the remaining time is 9:59. When Song Nuan saw this prompt, she burst into foul language. He was in a hurry to unlock the software before, but he forgot that unlocking the software also takes a certain amount of time. The superpowers who were fighting on the Blue Star were all seriously injured, and it was still unknown whether they could last another 10 minutes. It's time for it to end. Everyone, please hit the road. The law of the knife, draw the sword to the sky. At this time, the 5 directions Saint Venerable shouted, and suddenly, the phantom of a large knife soared into the sky. At the next moment, this thousands of meters of sword chi slashed down on the people of Blue Star. This knife seemed to divide the heavens and the earth into two. I can't stop it. This is the common voice of all. If they were in their heyday, they could barely resist it, but now they are all seriously injured. In the face of such a powerful attack, they are more than willing and not enough. Of course, although they thought so in their hearts, everyone did not give up resistance. Whether you can stop it or not, you must resist it first, and you can't sit and wait for death. Just when the five directions Saint Venerable's thousands of meters long sword chi was about to slash on the blue star people, suddenly a huge yellow wave fell from the sky. Infinite judgment. I saw the yellow wave turn into a huge palm and slapped it at the knife chi. Boom! An earth-shattering roar resounded through the sky. In an instant, the thousands of meters of sword chi and huge waves all dissipated. The dissipating sword energy and huge waves turned into countless devastating shockwaves that swept towards the surroundings. When these shockwaves were about to fall on the blue star people, another yellow wave fell from the sky and blocked them in front of them. Blocked the shockwave. At the same time, there was a figure standing in front of everyone in Blue Star. The Blue Star crowd looked around and could only see the back of the visitor. Song Huangquan. Even if it is a back, many people recognize it. That's right, the person who came was Song Huan's father, Song Huangquan. There is only one possibility to defuse the Holy Venerable's attack so lightly. Song Huangquan has also become a saint. Only the Holy Venerable can deal with the Holy Venerable. Song Huan brought back more than 20 national fortune stones from the yellow sand roof, which was enough for the Dragon Kingdom to give birth to one or two more saints. Previously, Dongfang Xiao guessed that Song Huangquan was very likely to become a saint. Unexpectedly, he became a prophecy. Everyone has worked hard. Please rest first. They will leave it to me to deal with. At this time, Song Huangquan slowly turned around and said to the people of Blue Star. He just took a look and knew how fierce the previous battle was. And these people have already been seriously injured, and continuing to participate in the battle will only increase the casualties. Instead of that, it is better to let them go down and rest. In this way, at least I don't have to be distracted to take care of them. After Song Huangquan said this, he looked at the four saints of the three Yuan heavens. When Song Huangquan looked at the four saints of the three Yuan heavens, they also looked at him. At this time, all four of them frowned and looked at Song Huangquan with a puzzled face. Haven't we already designed the Holy Venerable to entangle the southern Tang heaven? Why is there still a saint appearing? For this, the four saints of the three Yuan heavens were very confused. In order to ensure that their plan could go smoothly, before they descended on the blue star, they asked the other saints of the three Yuan heavens to try their best to entangle the saints of the southern Tang heaven. Therefore, even if those Saint Venerables received a request for help from the Blue Star people, it was impossible to withdraw and rush back. This is why they are so unscrupulous in the Blue Stars. Indeed, the other saints of the southern Tang heaven were entangled by the people of the three Yuan heavens, but Song Huangquan was breaking through from the king's realm to the saint at that time, so he did not participate in the war. Coincidentally, not long after he broke through, he received a request for help from Dongfang laughing at them. So, he came towards the Blue Star as quickly as possible. Hurry up, it's still a little late. The King Realm's supernatural on the Blue Star suffered heavy casualties. It's just that Song Huanquan's face at this time was not very good looking, because he didn't expect that four saints would appear on the other side. He had just broken through to the Saint Venerable, and if he dealt with a Saint Venerable, even if he couldn't kill the other party, it would not be a problem at all to draw a draw. If you add the assistance of other King Realm superpowers, it should not be difficult to kill the opponent. However, the other party actually had four saints. If I'm not mistaken, he should be the new Saint Venerable of the Southern Tang dynasty, and among the saints we have dealt with, there is absolutely no him. Come out for me. He is the only saint. Can he stop us? Kill it. For Song Huangquan, the Holy Venerable of the three Yuan heavens did not take it to heart at all. After all, there is only one person in Song Huangquan. Kill. Several people had a tacit understanding and flew directly towards Song Huangquan. They planned to join forces to kill Song Huangquan as quickly as possible. As long as Song Huangquan dies, the remaining remnants of Blue Star will be vulnerable. Wait. At this time, Song Huangquan hurriedly stopped a few people and said. Several people subconsciously stopped and looked at him. You want to delay time? Do you think that besides you, the other saints of the southern Tang heaven are drawn from their backgrounds? The Holy Venerable of the three Yuan heavens seemed to see through Song Huanquan's plan, but he didn't care, because they knew very well that there were no reinforcements in the southern Tang dynasty. Therefore, they were willing to give Song Huangquan a few minutes to talk as a kind of respect for the strong. I only have one question. How did you get to Blue Star? Song Huangquan asked. He was indeed delaying time, because when he saw that there were actually four saints who had descended from the three Yuan heavens, he immediately sent news to the Space Saints. Among the many saints, only the Space Saint Venerable could get rid of his opponent and come to the Blue Star in the shortest possible time. Once the Space Saint Venerable came, they would be able to be invincible. I want to know, next life. However, one of the saints of the three Yuan heavens was impatient and didn't bother to answer Song Huangquan at all. He launched an attack directly at Song Huangquan. Seeing the other party like this, Song Huanquan's face became a little gloomy. The other party ability does not give him a chance to delay at all. In the face of the opponent's attack, he could only resist. The other three saints of the three Yuan heavens, seeing that their companions had already made a move, did not say much. The three of them flashed their figures and directly formed a quadrilateral, surrounding Song Huangquan in it. The wind is full of sky, high mountains and flowing water, something out of nothing, swirling in the air. The four attacks came from four different directions, heading towards Song Huangquan. For such an attack, Song Huangquan could not avoid it at all. I saw a huge yellow wave surging behind him, slapping it around. When his attack touched the attack of the four people, a large amount of thunder and lightning suddenly gushed out in the huge waves. After these thunder and lightning collided with the attacks of the four saints, they exploded directly like missiles, and the yellow giant wave was undiminished, and it slapped the attack on the four people again. In other words, Song Huanchuan's attack seemed to be one, but in fact it was two. In an attack, there is also a hidden one. It was precisely because of this unexpected method that the attack of the four saints was defused. You have comprehended two laws? At this time, the five directions Saint Venerable looked at Song Huanquan and said in an unbelievable tone, "As we all know, one can only comprehend one law." Of the many saints they had seen so far, no one had ever been able to comprehend the two laws. "Guess what?" Song Huanquan said lightly. For a long time, the world only knew that what he had awakened was the Yellow Spring ability. Only a few people, and some of the dead, knew that he had awakened to the Judgment ability. The so-called Yellow Spring ability was disguised by him with the Judgment ability. But what everyone didn't know was that in fact, he had awakened a total of two abilities. Whether it is the Yellow Spring ability or the Judgment ability, he has it. Song Huanquan was able to become one of the youngest 8 gods of war in the Dragon Kingdom a few years ago, relying on this. Otherwise, with just one ability, he would not be able to achieve this point. Only the secret you know, that is the real secret. Therefore, this is why he was able to comprehend the two laws. If there is only one Holy One today, he can use the two laws to take him by surprise. However, facing the four saints, he could only expose in advance. Otherwise, he would not be able to stop the attack of the four saints at all. He must die. At this time, the four saints of the three Yuan heavens looked at Song Huanquan, and a very strong murderous aura flashed in their eyes at the same time. For such a person, if he does not die and allows him to grow, he will definitely become their confidant in the future. Therefore, they must kill Song Huanquan here today to prevent future troubles. Endless Wind Blade. Wanlu returns to the sect. All things are in vain. The knife cuts the heavens and the earth. With the attack of the four people, for a while, Song Huanchuan's thousands of meters were covered by various attacks. Yellow Spring Trial. Faced with this terrible attack, Song Huanquan could only push the two laws to the extreme. At the same time, let the two attacks cooperate with each other, and burst out with energy that is 1 + 1 greater than 2. An earth-shattering roar sounded in mid-air, and the space was constantly shaking, as if it would collapse at any time. Extremely scary. Those superpowers of the King Realm were constantly retreating in the face of the aftermath of these battles. They felt that in the aftermath of these battles, they were like small sailboats in the waves. Any big wave that hits them can be destroyed. When the aftermath of the battle partially dissipated, suddenly Song Huanquan spat out a mouthful of blood. The two laws are superimposed, and after all, they are not the opponents of the four saints. Seeing Song Huanquan injured, the faces of everyone on the Blue Star suddenly changed. They all knew that Song Huanquan was their last hope. If something happens to Song Huanquan, then the Blue Star is over. We can't let Song Huanquan fight alone. Even if we fight with our lives, we have to hold back 1 or 2 saints for him. Dongfang Shao said at this time. It's a pity that as soon as his body moved, he gasped, because he had been seriously injured in the previous battle. The situation of the others is similar to Dongfang Shao. Don't come here. Song Huanquan saw Dongfang laughing at their movements, and hurriedly shouted loudly. With Dongfang laughing at their strength, joining the battlefield now is really cannon fodder and will not play any role. Hearing Song Huanchuan's voice, Dongfang laughed and stopped their bodies. They clenched their fists one by one, and were in a dilemma for a while. For all this, Song Nuan, who was hidden in the shadows, naturally saw it. He was anxious at this time, but the new software was still being unlocked. Ding! The compressed package is successfully unlocked. Finally, while Song Nuan was waiting, a pleasant sound was heard. Song Nuan browsed the instructions of the compressed package as quickly as possible, and then slowly approached Song Huanchuan's battlefield. Age, 18. Song Huanquan wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth, and then looked at the four people around him. Next, he was ready to exchange his life for his life. Dad, I'm near you. Don't ask anything. Don't say anything. Listen to my command next. At this moment, Song Huanchuan's warm voice suddenly came from Song Huanchuan's mind. For Song Nuan's ability, Song Huanquan knew it. However, he didn't expect that Song Nuan would be on this battlefield. Before he could think about it, Song Nuan's voice sounded in his mind again. Descend, within 1,000 meters of the ground. Hearing Song Nuan's voice, Song Huanquan did not hesitate and hurriedly fell to the ground as quickly as possible. Although he didn't know what Song Nuan was going to do, he naturally believed in his son unconditionally. The four saints saints of the 3 Yuan heavens, seeing Song Huanchuan's actions, thought that he was planning to escape. So, they didn't think much about it at all, and hurriedly chased after him. Soon, several of them also came to the space within 1,000 meters of the ground. Dad, do your best to attack the person on the left. Doomsday. Song Huanquan followed Song Huan's command and launched an attack on a saint on his left. The Holy Venerable on Song Huanchuan's left saw Song Huanquan attacking him, and a trace of disdain flashed on his face. Is this treating me as a soft persimmon, planning to repel me and then flee in my direction? The idea is beautiful, but it's too naive. However, just as he was about to attack, he suddenly felt a coercion falling from the space around him. Immediately afterwards, he felt that his strength had been suppressed. This is the power suppression of the Southern Tang heaven. How is it possible? The Southern Tang dynasty is a borderless land. How can there be power suppression? However, no matter how shocked he was at the moment, Song Huanchuan's attack had already come to him, and he had to fight back. However, when he launched a counterattack, he found that his strength had been suppressed to the point of a half-step Saint Venerable. The half-step Saint Venerable had no way to confront the real saint. Save me! So, while launching a counterattack, he sent a call for help to his companions. However, his cry for help made the other 3 saints of the 3 Yuan heavens look inexplicable. They admitted that Song Huanchuan's blow was powerful, but it would not kill a saint in seconds. As a saint, it was easy to resist Song Huanchuan's attack with one move. They quickly discovered that Song Huanchuan's attack directly shattered his companion's attack, and Song Huanchuan's attack was unabated, and it was heading towards their companions. Under their watch, their companions were killed. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, the 3 saints of the 3 Yuan heavens exclaimed at the same time. At this moment, the 3 of them looked in disbelief. As a saint, how could he be killed so easily? At this time, they looked at Song Huanchuan's eyes, full of fear. The unknown is the most terrifying. They didn't see at all what means Song Huanquan used to kill their companions. In fact, what they didn't know was that Song Huanquan also stirred up turbulent waves in his heart at this time, because he didn't know what means Song Huan used. It can actually make a saint unable to exert all his strength. You must know that Song Huan's realm is still 108,000 miles away from the Holy Venerable. Song Huan was not easy at this time. The software of compressing packages is to compress everything. Both objects with energy and humans can be compressed. He had just compressed that Holy One. Therefore, the other party will feel that their strength has been greatly suppressed. 10 million spirit stones, gone. Song Huan said silently in his heart while using the repair abnormality skill to restore his consumption. He used the compression skill just now, not only consuming all the energy in his body, but also consuming an additional 10 million spirit stones. You know, the whole process just now consumed 10 million spirit stones in less than 10 seconds. If this stayed for a while, the 200 million spirit stones in his C drive would not be enough. Okay. Dongfang laughed and they all shouted excitedly when they saw this scene. After fighting for so long, it was the first time that there were deaths in San Yuan Day. At this time, many of them looked at Song Huanchuan's eyes, both excited, fearful, and full of respect. Come to fight. Song Huanquan was in high spirits and shouted loudly at the remaining 3 saints. He should be at the end of the crossbow at this time, and the attack just now must have cost him a lot. The 3 of us will shoot together, he will surely die. The 5 directions Saint Venerable said to the other 2 companions. Hearing him say this, the other 2 saints nodded, and then quickly gathered together. If they still attacked Song Huanquan in different directions like before, it would be easy to follow in the footsteps of their companions. They gathered together and attacked from one direction. In this way, even if Song Huanquan had any unexpected means to attack one of them, the other 2 can also react immediately. I have to say that no one who can become a saint is simple. The 5 directions Saint Venerable's response method at this time was the most effective, because, if Song Huan uses compression skills, he must compress a space each time. Now that the 3 of them are gathered together, the difficulty of compressing them must be much higher than when they are alone. However, Song Huan had no choice. He had to do it. Soon, the 3 of them were ready to attack Song Huanquan again. Dad, this time you play it will find the right time and attack whomever you want. Hearing Song Huan say this, Song Huanquan saw the 5 directions Saint Venerable, because he could see that the 5 directions Saint Venerable seemed to be the brainpower of several people. When facing a team, the first thing to kill is naturally brain responsibility. The 5 directions Saint Venerable also seemed to have discovered Song Huanchuan's plan, but he didn't have any timidity. If the 3 of them attacked Song Huanquan in the same direction, he didn't believe it, and Song Huanquan could still confront it head-on. However, just as the 3 of them were about to attack, they suddenly found that there was a strong sense of oppression in the space around them. Subsequently, they felt that their strength was suppressed. At this time, they finally understood what had happened to their companions before. No wonder even Song Huanchuan's move couldn't resist, it turned out to be suppressed. They didn't expect that Song Huanquan would have this method. Song Huanquan kept staring at the expressions of the 3 of them, and when he saw the sudden change in their faces, he knew that Song Huan had made another move. So, he mobilized all the power in his body and launched an attack in the direction of the 5 directions Saint Venerable. Venerable. In this regard, the three saints also launched a counterattack at the same time. Although their strength was suppressed, the joint attack of the three of them was not trivial. When the attacks of the two sides collided in the air again, splashing shockwaves, Song Hwangkwan actually ignored his own safety and rushed directly into the shockwave. When the three of them retreated because of the shockwave, they suddenly found that Song Hwangkwan actually rushed out of the shockwave and went straight for the person closest to him. In a hurry, the man hurriedly propped up the energy shield in front of him, trying to block Song Hwangchuan's attack, and the other two also launched an attack on Song Hwangkwan at the same time. Faced with this situation, Song Hwangkwan did not dodge, but mobilized the energy in his body to protect his body. He could feel that such an attack could only seriously injure him, but not kill himself, and the attack in his hand, without any weakening, continued to attack the person closest to him. Soon, there was a loud bang in the sky. The person closest to Song Hwangkwan was directly shattered by him and his body was blown up, and Song Hwangkwan himself was also hit by the attacks of the other two. His body hit the ground, smashing out a big pit on the ground, causing the ground to shake violently. Seeing Song Hwangkwan killing their companions in front of them, the other two saints of the three Yuan heavens became extremely ugly. The four of them besieged one person, and two of them were killed back. This is simply a shame to throw it at my grandfather's house. At this moment, there was an explosion above the ground. Song Hwangkwan, who was driven into the ground, flew out. At this moment, he was covered in rags and covered in blood. Anyone can see that he is seriously injured. It's just that the momentum emanating from his body is stronger than before. Come to fight! Song Hwangkwan roared loudly at the two saints of the three Yuan heavens. His voice was like a tiger roaring in the mountains and forests, with a domineering aura that swallowed heaven and earth. This made the two saints tremble in fear. To be honest, at this time, a trace of fear rose in their hearts. Moreover, the idea of retreating also arose. Although Song Hwangkwan seems to be at the end of his crossbow, no one knows how strong he can be. The main thing is that the suppression from space they felt before was too weird. They don't dare to gamble. If Song Nuan could still use such a method, then the next one, the one who died, would be one of the two of them. Thinking of this, the two saints looked at each other with a tacit understanding, and nodded at the same time. The next moment, the two of them coincidentally galloped in opposite directions. With their speed, Song Hwangkwan could only intercept one of them at most, and the other person, as long as he hides in the blue star, no one can find them. When they found the right time, they could secretly set up a teleportation array and teleport more people from the three Yuan heavens to come. At that time, it will be easy to win the blue star. Seeing the two running away, Song Hwangkwan randomly chose one of them to chase after him. At this time, Song Nuan also looked at the person Song Hwangkwan was chasing. Then once again the compression skill was used. Previously, 3 people were compressed at the same time, and the spirit stones he consumed exceeded 30 million. This time, compressing this person, he would consume at least 10 million spirit stones again. Through the cooperation of Song Nuan and Song Hwangkwan, soon, Song Hwangkwan killed the saint he was pursuing. It's just that at this time, another saint has already run away, and Song Hwangchuan's body at this time was already shaky, as if he would fall down at any time. He also had no strength to pursue. If Song Hwangkwan doesn't pursue, Song Nuan naturally can't catch up. Taking a step back, without Song Hwangchuan's cooperation, even if he caught up, it would be useless. After all, even if the other party's strength was suppressed, there was still the strength of a half-step Saint Venerable. It was not something he could compete with at all. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from the edge of the sky. Immediately afterwards, a 1,000-meter-long space blade headed towards the Saint Venerable who had already run away. The Saint Venerable, who had already run away, never expected that Blue Star would suddenly kill another Saint Venerable. He was just focused on escaping, and he was not guarded against a sneak attack. In a hurry, he could only defend passively. Space banishment. Confused space. At the same time, 2 more attacks came towards him. At this time, the fleeing Saint Venerable had no time to defend more. Soon, he died under the skills of various space laws. At this point, the 4 saints who descended on the blue star all fell. Feeling the breath from afar, Song Hwangchuan's face showed a relieved smile. Then, with a tilt of his head, he fell to the ground. Dongfang laughed at them for having the heart to step forward to catch Song Hwangkwan, but they were a little far away from Song Hwangkwan. It's too late. At this critical moment, suddenly a figure jumped up from the ground and caught Song Hwangkwan steadily. The person who caught Song Hwangkwan was naturally Song Nuan. Although he had been hiding in the dark before, he had been observing the situation around him. For the first time, I saw the scene of my father falling from mid-air. When Dongfang Xiao and the others saw Song Hwangkwan being caught, they all breathed a long sigh of relief. And Song Nuan was observing his father's physical condition at this time. He found that his father's body was more serious than he imagined. Originally, it didn't take long for Song Hwangkwan to break through to the Holy Venerable, and the realm had not been completely consolidated. In addition, he had already been injured after taking an attack from the 4 great saints before. After that, he forcibly passed through the layers of shockwaves and killed a saint. During this period, he also endured attacks from 2 saints. taken together, this series made Song Hwanchuanen's injuries particularly serious. Before that, he was holding on to a belief. Just now, he felt the arrival of reinforcements, and his belief relaxed. So, I couldn't hold on any longer. Song Hwan held his father in his arms, flipped his palm, took out a natural treasure with healing effects, and stuffed it into his mouth. Wait! At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded beside Song Hwan. At the same time, a palm grabbed his wrist. This startled Song Hwan and hurriedly looked up. He didn't even find out how the person appeared just now. I saw that the person who came looked about 50 years old, thin and tall. In his eyes, there was a light of wisdom. The energy in his body is too mixed, and if he takes the heavenly materials and earth treasures, these energies are easy to cause conflicts in his body. This will aggravate his injury, the visitor said to Song Hwan. After saying that, he put a hand on Song Hwanchuan's chest. Song Hwan could see that he was removing the remaining energy from his father's body. At the same time, Dongfang Xiao and his group also came to Song Hwan. You can now give him this natural treasure for healing. After about 3 minutes, the person took his hand away from Song Hwanchuan's chest and said, I've seen the Space Saint. At this time, Dongfang laughed and saluted the visitors. Hearing everyone's name for the visitor, Song Hwan thought silently in his heart. He had guessed before that the person who came might be the Space Saint. Sure enough, I guessed correctly. There are many legends about the Space Saint in the Dragon Kingdom. However, it was the first time he had seen a real person. He didn't say much, but fed the natural treasures used for healing in his hands to his father. You guys recuperate for a while and heal your wounds. Then clean up the battlefield. The comrades who died in battle see which country they belong to, and if they are willing to claim it, let them take it back. If you don't want to claim it, or you can't tell the difference, then bury it in the tomb of the heroes of the Dragon Kingdom. Space Saint Venerable said to everyone. Yes, everyone said in unison. After saying that, they turned around and left. They were all seriously injured and did need to recuperate for a while. After arranging these, the Space Saint turned his head to look at Song Hwan. Are you Song Hwan? Hearing the Space Saint's question, a hint of surprise flashed on Song Hwan's face. Senior knows me? There was no intersection between him and the Space Saint. Naturally, I know. You led the members of the Dragon Kingdom to bring out more than 20 lost stones from the roof of yellow sand and eliminate the members of other countries. This matter has already spread in the heavens. Although many people don't know what you look like, everyone knows your name, everyone knows it. Song Hwanquan is already very good, and now it seems that the tiger father has no dogs. I believe that one day, you will surpass your father. The Space Saint looked at Song Hwan with an appreciative look. In fact, he has never seen Song Hwan's photos, but at the first sight of him, I recognized him. Because Song Hwan looks so young, she has the strength of the 5 realms of diamonds. This talent is simply more demonic than a demon. Even he was far from being able to do so back then. Perhaps, only the stars can be compared. Secondly, there are 3 or 4 similarities between Song Hwan and Song Hwanquan. Coupled with Song Hwan holding the injured Song Hwanquan, he came to such a conclusion. I'm just lucky. Life is an excuse for the weak, and luck is the humility of the strong. Luck has always been a manifestation of strength. If you only have luck and no strength, you won't last long. Luck is only matched with strength, and it is the king bomb. This is for you. It's a little bit of care from me. The Space Saint said and handed Song Hwan 2 jade slips. This is a jade slip I made myself, and 2 space arrays are depicted in it. You place one of the jade slips in a safe place and carry the other jade slip with you. If you encounter an irresistible enemy, crush the jade slip you carry with you. In this way, you will be teleported to the place where the jade slip is placed. However, you have to remember that this can only teleport a straight line distance of up to 1,000 kilometers, and if it is too far, it is easy to be dangerous. Hearing the explanation of the Space Saint, Song Hwan's eyes lit up. This is a good thing to save your life. It's much better than randomly teleporting. Although the range is only 1,000 kilometers, if one of the jade slips is placed in the center of the Dragon Kingdom, the range of 1,000 kilometers covers almost the entire Dragon Kingdom. For Song Hwan, it is enough. Thank you, Senior, Song Hwan said sincerely. I hope you surpass your father as soon as possible. I am waiting for you in the first heaven. The reason why the Space Saint gave Song Hwan this thing was because he was optimistic about Song Hwan's potential. He didn't want to see such a peerless arrogance die before he had fully grown up. That was a huge loss for the Dragon Kingdom and the Blue Star. After the Space Saint finished speaking, he turned around and left. Of course, he did not leave the Blue Star. If something like this happens to Blue Star, he must stay for a while and preside over the overall situation. The 3 Yuan heavens lost 4 saints, which was enough to greatly relieve the pressure of the first heaven. Even if he doesn't go back, nothing will happen for a while. This time it was Blue Star's luck, and it happened that Song Hwanquan broke through to the Holy Venerable. If he hadn't arrived in time, Blue Star would have been in danger. At that time, it will definitely be an unimaginable massacre. Maybe, all the people on the Blue Star will die. Once all the people on the Blue Star are dead, the destruction of the 9 barriers will be a matter of time. Such a thing must not happen again. After Dongfang laughed at their injuries and improved moved a lot, they began to clean the battlefield. The corpse of a hero naturally needs to be treated like a hero. This time, the Blue Star suffered a huge loss. The supernatural of the King Realm killed more than 3,000 people. There are only more than 1,300 people left. Among them, there are only more than 100 people with supernatural abilities in the Dragon King Realm. The number of teachers before the Imperial Capital Academy was more than this. Of the 30,000 Dragon Guards in the Dragon Kingdom, there are less than 3,000 left. If Song Huanquan had come 10 minutes later, these people would basically be wiped out. Song Muan did not participate in the follow-up. He is a person who doesn't like to watch the kind of life and death parting scenes. He took his father back to the Veterans Building in Shirin City. However, he only knew at this time that Gui Yan, the head of the Veterans Building in Shirin City, died in this battle. Not only that, but the only few superpowers of the King Realm and the Veteran Building of Shirin City were also sacrificed, because they were the first batch of people to fight against the 3 Yuan Heaven 4 Saints. Now the person in charge of the Veterans Building in Shirin City is just a person with the ability of the Diamond Realm. If the 9 layers did not send the superpowers of the King Realm back to the Blue Star, then it would take at least 5 to 10 years for the Blue Star to recover a little. Song Huanquan was too seriously injured, and even if Song Yuan gave him the healing natural treasure, he woke up 2 days later. During this period, Song Yuan has been guarding his father's bedside. "Dad, how are you doing?" Seeing his father wake up, Song Yuan hurriedly asked. "It's nothing serious, just recuperate for another 2 or 3 days, and you can be completely healed." "How is the Blue Star now?" Song Huanquan sat up from the bed and asked. "All countries have suffered heavy losses, but now the Space Saint Venerable is presiding over the overall situation, and there will be no riots or anything like that. With the Holy Venerable in space, everything will naturally be fine." "Dad, I didn't expect you to become a saint so soon, congratulations. Speaking of which, this is still stained with your light. If you hadn't brought back so many national luck stones from the yellow sand roof, I really don't know how long I would have to wait if I wanted to become a saint." When Song Huanquan said this, he glanced at Song Muan with a very meaningful look. He found that he couldn't see through this sun at all. Although, Song Muan's strength is not very strong, but there are really a lot of secrets in him. The ability to transmit sound for thousands of miles, the ability to suppress the enemy's strength, and the ability to hide and be undetectable. Even with his current Holy Venerable's eyesight, he didn't understand how Song Muan did it. Hey! Suddenly, Song Muan looked at her father and showed a naive smile. This made Song Huanquan's back cold. He really knows too well about his son. Whenever Song Muan showed this smile, it was when he planned to cheat people. If nothing else, this time Song Muan is the one who wants to pit him. "Oh, my head hurts a little. It should be the reason why the injury hasn't healed yet." "No, I have to recuperate again." "Warmth, you've worked hard these past 2 days, go out and rest," Song Huanquan said, and lay down on the bed. He directly preemptively predicted Song Muan's actions. Knowing the son is better than the father, but in the same way, knowing the father is better than the son. Song Huanquan can see through Song Muan's thoughts at a glance, and similarly, Song Muan can also see through her father's thoughts. The next moment, Song Muan coughed violently, as if he was seriously injured. At the same time, he used his PS skills as quickly as possible to make his PS face pale, looking like he was really seriously injured. It's a soaring acting game. Who is afraid of whom? Although Song Huanquan knew that Song Muan might deliberately pretend to be seriously injured, he couldn't help but glance at Song Muan. "I don't know if I don't see it, and I was shocked when I saw it." He saw Song Muan slowly falling to the ground with a bloodless face. This startled Song Huanquan. "Dog, what's wrong with you?" Song Huanquan dodged and came to Song Muan's side to support him and asked with concern. "It's not a big deal, it's just that the price you paid to help you kill those saints was a bit big." Hearing Song Muan say this, a hint of panic flashed in Song Huanquan's eyes. Indeed, after all, Song Muan was only in the Diamond Realm, and he could assist him in killing the Holy Venerable, so it was absolutely impossible not to pay any price. Therefore, Song Muan's current appearance is really possible, and it is the sequelae left behind. If Dad is willing to give me 1 billion and 8 billion spirit stones, I think my injury may heal quickly. With Dad's current status as a saint, 1 billion and 8 billion spirit stones should be easy to take out, right? Hearing Song Muan say this, Song Huanquan didn't say a word, directly raised his slap and hit Song Muan on the back of the head. It's a pity that he was worried for so long just now, and he played with this stinky boy. "Dad, you are so cruel. I never thought you would be so ruthless. You are such a heartless person." Song Muan sang directly. He sang while pretending to be grief-stricken. "You stand up and talk well, otherwise I will compete to serve," Song Huanquan said angrily. Hearing his father say this, Song Muan stood up from the ground instantly. He understands his father, and if he says that he is serving with a big competition, then there will be no ambiguity. "You are amazing. You are noble. Are you thinking about serving me with a big competition now? Okay, that's nice. Do you know what price I paid to help you?" "No, you don't know. You don't care. You only care about yourself." Song Muan was addicted to drama at this time, and frantically output his emotions. "Give you 5 million. Song Huanquan's words made Song Wan stopped the commotion. You and I are father and son, with the same blood flowing on our bodies? Worth 5 million? Do you know what price I paid to help you? 800 million. As soon as Song Wan opened his mouth, he directly shocked Song Huangquan. 800 million? Why don't you grab it? Robbery is illegal. I'm a good person. 700 million. In this way, the two sides engaged in fierce bargaining. One sits on the ground and asks for a price. In the end, after endless discussions, the price was set at 100 million. Dad, I found that you have become handsome again. Now you are even more jade and charming, and your whole body exudes divine light. Get out. In the face of Song Wan's flattery, Song Huangquan didn't eat this at all. Order, Dad, have a good rest. After Song Wan finished speaking, he walked out of the room with a happy face. Hey, earn another 50 million, delicious. In the next 2 days, Song Huanchuan's injuries were basically healed. The Space Saint also arranged the affairs of the Dragon Kingdom properly. Subsequently, the two left Blue Star and went to the Ninefold Pass. The countries on the Blue Star, except for the fact that there are many fewer superpowers in the King Realm, all other matters have not been affected much. Song Wan also embarked on the road of experience again. Still like before, Song Wan rode a bicycle and headed north. Walk and go, wander. I don't worry if I don't learn or skill. I cheat and steal. I eat, drink, prostitute and gamble. Don't tell the truth when you meet someone. It's all based on a 3-inch rotten tongue. Flattery makes his legs cramp and the tiger's mouth wipes some oil. The 100 million spirit stones that Song Wan pitted from his father have arrived. Now the spirit stones stored in his seed drive have reached 250 million. Therefore, Song Wan was in a very good mood at this time. Xiao, let's go. I'll take you to eat something good today. Let go of your belly and eat. When passing by a barbecue restaurant, Song Wan said to Xiao. When he saw the barbecue restaurant, he remembered that he had promised Xiao before to make him barbecue. It's just that I haven't taken care of it all the time. Today I want to fulfill my promise. Boss, give me 10 skewers of all the skewers in your store. After coming to the store, Song Wan found a corner and sat down. Okay, please wait a moment. Xiao, let go of eating later. If it's not enough, let's order it again. It's rich. Hearing Song Wan say this, Xiao nodded hurriedly, and countless little stars flashed in his eyes. For skewers, it has been gluttonous for a long time. The boss's movements were very quick, and after just a short while, a small plate of barbecue was served. Xiao was not polite at all, picked up the skewers, and ate them in big mouths. On the Blue Star, there are many people who will raise strange beasts, so the guests who come and go are not surprised by the existence of Xiao. However, it was the first time they had seen a strange beast like this, so they couldn't help but take a few more looks. At this time, a cute little boy who looked 7 or 8 years old came to Song Wan with a box of chocolates. Uncle, your strange beast is so cute. Can I exchange my chocolate for your beast? This is my favorite chocolate. The little boy looked at Song Wan and said, No, Xiao is very important to my uncle. Song Wan didn't care about the name of the little boy's uncle. I think back then, when he was in junior high school, he gave up his seat to a little girl on the bus. The other party said, Thank you, uncle. Therefore, it is just a title. Whether it is brother or uncle, it doesn't matter. Even if he calls him dad, he won't feel anything. Uncle, I'm so polite. Why don't you want to exchange with me? Chocolate for you. I want this beast. At this time, the little boy stuffed the chocolate into Song Wan's arms, and then reached out to hug the ball. Xiao naturally wouldn't let him succeed, and his figure flashed, and he appeared next to Song Wan, and the little boy threw himself into the air, slammed his body on the table, and fell to the ground. Wow! Perhaps it was a pain, and the little boy cried out with a wow. Seeing the little boy crying, Song Wan frowned. He could see at a glance that this little boy was spoiled by his family, and he wanted to exchange chocolate for a ball. He didn't agree, and actually started grabbing it. However, out of humanitarianism, he was still ready to step forward to help the little boy up. Who is bullying my son and can't die? At this moment, a rough voice suddenly came. Immediately afterwards, a burly man rushed over and came to Song Wan's side. He stepped forward and took his son in his arms. Good son, don't cry. Dad vents his anger on you. Hearing the burly man's voice, the little boy stopped crying. I want that round beast. The little boy pointed to the ball that was eating barbecue and said, Did you hear it? My son wants your strange beast. How much is it? Tell me. The burly man looked at Song Wan and said, 10 billion spirit stones. Song Wan said lightly, then sat down and continued to eat barbecue. Are you teasing me? When the burly man heard this, he immediately became furious. You asked me to tell the number. I said, if you can't afford it, leave. I didn't force you to give it. Don't disturb me to eat. Song Wan said lightly. That's right, behind every bear child, there is at least one bear parent. I'll let you say it well. You asked me for a price? Let me tell you, my son has a crush on your beast, and that is your blessing. Don't be ignorant. The burly man said, Do you know what I do? Song Wan put down the skewers in his hand, raised his head to look at the burly man and asked, What are you doing? The burly man didn't understand why Song Wan suddenly talked about this. Is it to tell your background? I'm a fortune teller. May I ask, what are you? I don't count. Bah, do you dare to scold me? The burly man's reaction was not slow, and he quickly reacted. Song Won was scolding him. I just gave you a free calculation, and I found that you have a bloody disaster today. Song Won said lightly. Oh, scare me. Are you scared when you think I'm old? You don't inquire either. Bang bang bang. Just when the burly man was about to say something, suddenly, a roar came from inside the barbecue restaurant. Immediately afterwards, a heat wave and a shock wave came. Even Song Won was shocked by this sudden scene. He picked up the ball that was eating skewers, smashed open the glass window of the barbecue restaurant, and flew out. After him, the burly man who had just talked to him also flew out. However, he did not fly out by himself but was washed out by the shockwave. I agree too. As a result, the entire barbecue restaurant exploded as if it had been bombarded by missiles. Immediately afterwards, several figures jumped out of the barbecue restaurant. However, many of them were tattered and suffered varying degrees of injuries. Fortunately, they were all superpowers, and there were no deaths in such explosions. Did you really figure it out just now? At this time, the burly man looked at Song Won and asked in disbelief. At this moment, his back was covered in blood. Verified the bloody disaster that Song Won said. Song Won ignored the burly man, but just looked at the barbecue restaurant. He just said nonsense. Because, his original plan was that if the burly man forced Lai again, he would do it himself and let the burly man experience a bloody disaster. Unexpectedly, before he could do it, his words became facts. He wanted to know if this was a coincidence or man-made, although it is not a very strange thing for an accident to occur in one place. After all, there are many coincidences in this world. Every day, all kinds of unexpected accidents happen. However, there are some accidents that seem to be accidents but are actually man-made. If it is man-made, then it must be investigated clearly. Song Won is not a person who likes to meddle in other people's affairs, but after all, this incident affected him. If he hadn't been strong and reacted quickly enough, he would probably have been injured. Therefore, he must ask for an explanation for himself. Just as Song Won was about to enter the barbecue restaurant and find out, she suddenly heard a voice talking to herself next to her. Is it because of me again? I've tried to restrain my breath as much as possible. Why did such an accident happen? Hearing this voice, Song Won turned her head to look. Nectar! He recognized it at a glance. The person who spoke just now was the person he met when he was taking a shower. Speaking of which, although he didn't have the intention to save people at the beginning, but from the perspective of causation, I can indeed be regarded as the other party's savior. However, he didn't expect to meet him here again. And most importantly, listening to Ganlu's words, there was an accident in the barbecue restaurant just now, as if it was because of him. Ha! This guy is golden too? Suddenly, Song Won saw something remarkable, because he discovered that the realm of Nectar actually jumped from Golden 5 to Golden 2. You know, he was chased by two Golden 3 superpowers and almost died. If he had the strength of the second Golden at that time, he would not be so embarrassed. In just 5 or 6 days, the other party actually broke through 3 small realms in a row. This is comparable to his adventure of getting the fragments. So, with curiosity, Song Won checked the other party's attributes. Object name, Ganlu. Physical strength 3263. Soul strength 3984. Ability type, good luck. Current potential S level, can be upgraded. Combat effectiveness, 7247. When Song Won checked the other party's attributes, his eyes widened instantly. It was the first time he encountered an ability that had the potential to be upgraded. Also, this, good luck, ability, what kind of ability is it? It is the first time he has heard of it. It's really big in the world. It's all amazing. He was sure that in all the books he had read describing abilities, there was no record of the good luck ability. Benefactor? Just when Song Won looked at Ganlu, he also happened to see Song Won. Song Won still used his previous appearance to walk around the world, so the other party recognized him at a glance. Benefactor, I didn't expect us to be so destined to meet here, Ganlu Qian said excitedly. However, Song Won frowned when he looked at him. Is it a man or a woman? You can't blame Song Won for asking this, it's really that he's not sure about the other party's gender. Judging from the appearance alone, the other party is indeed a woman. Therefore, Song Won always thought he was called Nectar. After all, it's normal for a woman to call this name. However, when he checked the other party's attributes just now, it showed Ganlu. It's like a man's name again. Of course, this is not the main thing. The most important thing is that in the other party's actions just now, he did not see the shadow of a woman, but felt a very gentleman atmosphere. Let the benefactor laugh. I'm a man. The reason why I dressed up like this was also out of necessity, in order to avoid the pursuit of my enemies, Ganlu replied. Hearing the other party say this, Song Won breathed a sigh of relief. Last time he took a bath in the river, the other party saw his body. If it is a woman, then he will suffer. For the sake of fairness, at least you have to look back. Since it's a man, it doesn't matter. I just heard you say that the reason why there was an explosion in the store is related to you. Is this true or false? Song Won asked very quietly. This is not the place to talk, benefactor, let's talk about it in another place, Ganlu said. For Ganlu's good luck ability, Song Won was very interested. So, no refusal. refusal. However, what he has to do now is to pay. Although there was an explosion in the barbecue restaurant, he and Xiuqiu also ate a lot of skewers just now. It is only natural to pay for food. Seeing that Song Muan was going to pay, Ganlu hurriedly took out more than a dozen spirit stones and handed them to the boss. That's too much. The boss looked at the spirit stone handed over by Ganlu and said hurriedly, "These spirit stones have been able to make up for the losses caused by the explosion in the store. Just take it." Ganlu stuffed the spirit stone to the boss, then turned and left. About 20 minutes later, Song Muan and Ganlu came to an empty pavilion. At this time, Ganlu had already changed back to men's clothing. At this moment, he looks like a handsome guy with a handsome face. However, it belongs to the more delicate kind. Perhaps, because of this, he dresses up as a woman, so that it is difficult to distinguish between male and female. Now you can say it. Song Muan looked at Ganlu and asked, "My ability is very special, called good luck. This good luck is only for myself and for others, even if it is bad luck. All kinds of unlucky things happen to anyone who comes into contact with me. At best, it will ruin money, and at worst, it will suffer disaster. After bad luck happens to them, good luck will happen to me. Having adventures and improving your strength is commonplace." Hearing Ganlu say this, Song Muan instantly retreated more than 20 meters and distanced himself from the other party. Whether it was bankruptcy or disaster, he didn't want to. "You just stand there, talking so far away from me. Don't get too close to me," Song Muan said loudly. At the same time, he recalled whether anything unlucky had happened after he met Ganlu last time. Thinking about it this way, I found that there really is. He picked up the 9-star bead that was teleported to the blue star by the 3 yuan heavens, and then discovered the anomaly inside the 9-star bead. He then informed his master of his findings. After that, Dongfan laughed at them for destroying the 9-star beads. The 4 saints of the 3 yuan heavens descended, and the blue star war. How tragic that battle was. How many people died in total, Song Muan saw with his own eyes. Although, he didn't know if this matter had anything to do with Ganlu. However, because of Ganlu's ability, he had to connect the two things. If there is some connection between these two things, it can only be said that Ganlu's ability is a bit too scary.